Family, who would have thought? I, who crossed over to become Su Yun Tao, went to the countryside to awaken the martial souls of the kids. The first 5 villages were a bust, until I met Tang San. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and blue light flashed. I, being the drama queen, shouted that classic line, using the holy word skill. Later, he awakened his twin martial souls and received rewards, leveling up like crazy. It was simply exhilarating. Let me tell you, I almost laughed out loud that day. I stood there, watching this little kid named Tang stand in front of me as he placed his hand on the crystal ball, and wow, that thing buzzed and lit up immediately. The blue light was so bright that I could hardly open my eyes. The whole martial soul hall felt like a disco party. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's settled. This overwhelming wealth and fortune finally belonged to me. But I had to maintain my composure. I tell you, my acting skills deserve an Oscar. First, I was shocked, then I was heartbroken, and finally I shouted with all my might that classic line. Heavens, innate full soul power. But what a pity. It's a useless martial soul. Wait a minute. Let me start from the beginning. This story has to begin with my crossing over. 3 months ago, I, a well-rooted youth of a new era named Su Tao, closed my eyes and opened them to find myself as Su Yun Tao in the Douluo continent. Yes, that's right, the legendary blind Dalu, just a background character. Who understands? Family? Others cross over as princes or heroes, but I ended up as a grassroots civil servant, spending my days in the countryside awakening martial souls for a bunch of 6-year-old kids. How miserable is this job? I ran through 5 villages, holding dozens of little hands. And guess what? Not a single one had soul power. All I got were blue silver grasses, sickles, and hoes. I felt like I wasn't awakening martial souls. I was holding a farming tools exhibition. But thankfully, heaven didn't completely block my path and gave me a golden finger to survive to become a god system. Let me tell you, when I first saw this name, I almost ended my life on the spot. The name is just too cheesy. But don't get me wrong, the functions are really good. In simple terms, this system gave me several advantages. The first is called Holy Word, super god level, usable twice a year. One time is innate full soul power, but what a pity it's a useless martial soul. As long as I say this to a kid with innate full soul power, he will definitely become a god in the future. The other one is Child. I see your roots are good, which allows a kid without soul power to randomly awaken with soul power level from 7 to 9. It's like turning words into reality. The second skill is called Tool Person, and its effect is more direct. Every time I help someone awaken their martial soul, I gain a level of soul power and an extra year of life. If they awaken with soul power, I can draw a lottery. But let me tell you, hey race the catch every time I level up, for example, from Great Soul Master to Soul Venerable, I must help a kid with innate full soul power awaken. You see, isn't this forcing me to find Tang San? With my own talent, I could only reach level 40 at most after a lifetime of cultivation, but now the system has pointed me to a clear path. Whether my future is a villa by the sea or working at sea depends entirely on what happens a month later in Holy Soul Village. Alright, the system also gave me a welcome package. I was so eager to complete tasks that I almost forgot to open it. Wow, 4 rewards. A power concealment card, permanent, so I can act weak in the future. I used it immediately. A divine gift soul ring. The duration depends on how long I can endure, so they'll save this for later. A second awakening card from Martial Soul, which can only be used at level 50. Finally, and most importantly, a super god-level physical skill called Wolf King's Howl of Heaven. I was over the moon. This is like a timely help. Even if my soul power level gets stuck, I can still refine my body. As long as I become a Seinen body, I can still walk sideways. Once I got the skill, I couldn't sit still. I hurried back to the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City to report, then dove straight into my 2-bedroom apartment, starting my closed-door training. I closed the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began refining my cells bit by bit with soul power according to the methods and the skill. For a month, except for a trip to one village to meet the task requirements, I didn't step out of the door. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the day came to go to Holy Soul Village. I dressed up on purpose in a white outfit with a black cloak, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, standing there with a strong sense of immersion. Before long, old Jack, the village chief, led a group of kids over, and among them was a completely ordinary kid, but his eyes revealed a cleverness that was Tang San. Old Jack started with a bunch of compliments, and I quickly dismissed him. Let's get straight to the point. The first few kids, sickles, hoes, blue silver grasses, no suspense, all had no soul power. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. I was so excited in my heart, but I had to keep a cold, businesslike face. I injected soul power into him, and with a flash of golden light, a weak blue grass sprouted from his palm. It worked. I was overjoyed inside, and nonchalantly handed over the crystal ball. Then, the scene from the beginning occurred, blue light flashed, and the whole room lit up like daylight. I immediately became the drama queen, shouting that line innate full soul power. But what a pity, it's a useless martial soul. With all my heart, and casually used the holy word skill. To be honest, it hurt a little, but it was worth it for the plot. Next, I chased the other kids out and kept Tang San alone. I leaned in mysteriously and said, "Little San, do you know why I kept you alone?" He shook his head in confusion. I cleared my throat, lowered my voice as if I were making a secret deal. "Your situation is very unusual. In my experience, you should have another martial soul, right?" I could see his pupils constricting sharply. "Look at you, having lived 2 lives, but you still can't escape from me. The spoiler." I quickly waved my hand. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I just want to tell you, having twin martial souls is a top secret matter. There are very few on the entire continent. Keep it hidden, don't let anyone know, understood? I was just purely doing a favor for the future sea god. Whether he believes it or not is his business anyway." I had conveyed my words. After that, I handed the proof to old Jack and left without looking back. I still had to go to the next village to boost my performance. After finishing the work in another village and returning home, I immediately opened the system panel. Mission completed. Awaken 1 innate full soul power 11. Help 50 people awaken martial souls 5450. The lottery system was also activated, and it was a big wheel with 100 draws for a promotion token. I was instantly disheartened 100 times. This would take forever. But just then, I saw something flashing in the rewards column. Upon closer inspection, a new line appeared. Awaken an extra twin martial soul. Complete the hidden task. Special reward. 1 promotion token. I couldn't believe it. This kind of good thing exists. Without hesitation, I claimed it. Instantly, I felt a crack deep in my soul, as if some shackles had been broken, and my whole being became transparent. Now's the time. I immediately used that divine gift soul ring. A golden soul ring appeared above my head, and vast energy poured into my body. The pain twisted my face, but Wolf King's Howl of Heaven was operating wildly, transforming this power into nourishment for refining my body. Most of the energy was absorbed by my body, and the rest surged into my martial soul. I watched as my third soul ring deepened from purple to a profound black. 10th Sandier soul ring. It worked. I opened my eyes and looked at the 3 soul rings surrounding me, white, yellow, and black. My mouth almost stretched to my ears. When I opened the panel, my level shot up to 34, and the third soul skill was called Swift Wind Flash, which is a displacement skill, not bad. But just as I was feeling great, someone started banging on my door. Bang, bang, bang. I was in the middle of my training. Who was so inconsiderate? I opened the door with a dark expression, and there stood a shy woman. She called out to me in a sweet voice. Tao Gay shuddered all over. Who was this? She introduced herself as Cece, sent by Master Mazayuno. Then I remembered that the original owner had been her loyal admirer. But now all I cared about was training. Seeing that I was indifferent, she even questioned me. Su Yun Tao, are you hiding a vixen at home, behind my back? I was instantly left with a black question mark face. Is this woman crazy? I couldn't be bothered to respond, and directly slammed the door shut. After thinking for a moment, I opened the door again, stuck a note on it, and closed the door once more, all in one go. The note read, I have broken through in my cultivation and am in closed-door training. Don't bother me for anything, especially women. Sisters? Too troublesome. They would only slow down my progress. What I didn't know was that Master Mazayuno from the Wuhan Hall in Notting City thought I was heartbroken and preparing to work hard, even considering this a good opportunity to temper my character, planning to promote me to the Hall Master in the future. What the hell is going on? Forget them. 2 months flew by, and my physical body was almost polished enough, so it was time to end my seclusion. After all, the new main quest had refreshed. Awaken 10 children with soul power, and the reward was 1,000 years increase in the lifespan of the first soul ring. My white soul ring was finally saved. The life of a tool man and back. To be honest, ever since I unlocked that new skill, let me tell you, every day when I went to the countryside to awaken the martial souls of little kids, it felt like opening blind boxes, incredibly thrilling. I was just hoping to get one with soul power, that feeling, who understands family. Just as I was eagerly conducting awakening ceremonies and adding bricks to my KPI, on the other side, that kid Tang San had also gone to Notting Academy with old Jack. Good heavens, it was still that old, tired face of the gatekeeper. How about you becoming my teacher? Lily was taken aback. Huh? A teacher? How can someone of the same age be a teacher? I disregarded her surprise and performed a deep bow, my attitude brimming with sincerity. Teacher Li, your disciple Luo Bo, pay my respects. When it comes to pursuing a girl, sometimes one must tread an unconventional path. The notions of treating her as a sister or a brother seem utterly banal. Behold my master-disciple play as it commences. Lily was utterly bewildered by my antics. Her cheeks flushed as she crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at me with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Well, fine, considering your earnestness, I, the wanderer Li, shall accept you as my disciple. From now on, you shall follow me on my journeys, and whatever you wish to learn, I shall impart to you. I immediately bowed once more. Those 6 years at the WuHuin temple could not compare to the joy I felt in this moment. It seems that fleeing was indeed the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Let me tell you, during these months of evasion, Teacher Li and I strolled our way to Tiando City. My goodness, Tiando City is truly magnificent. The city walls are so high that they seem to stretch beyond the horizon. However, our purpose in coming here is not for sightseeing. I am here to make money. I must tell you, my greatest advantage in this life is not my yet-to-be-utilized FleesWuhun, but rather my previous life as chosen profession as a rune master. What is a rune master, you ask? Simply put, it is akin to enchanting equipment in a game. I can inscribe runes onto the soul rings of soul masters. This skill is uniquely mine throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. Earlier on our journey, I had already prepared a set for both myself and Teacher Li. As a strong attack type, I lack control, so I inscribed a set of electroparalysis runes for myself. Now, when I strike, the lightning chains and arrows cause my opponents to tremble, leaving them questioning their very existence. As for Teacher Li, I bestowed upon her a set of frosty glaciers, significantly enhancing her ice-type magical prowess. We both concluded that to not sell such a treasure would be a grave waste. Yet, we faced the dilemma of where to sell it. Should we go to the Tiando Royal Academy? Upon our arrival, the security guards looked at us as though we were mere street vendors and would not allow us entry. Just when we were at a loss, Teacher Li suddenly slapped her thigh and remembered. Wasn't there a college at the city gate with a small advertisement? What was it called? Shrek Academy. The name alone did not sound very reputable, catering to commoners, so they surely wouldn't be so arrogant. An idea struck me. Instead of acting as vendors, let us change our approach and enroll as students. Teacher Li hesitated, fearing it might entrap us and hinder our travels. I quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, teacher. We will simply engage in ground promotion and leave once we have earned enough for our travels." You won't believe what happened next. As soon as we entered the admissions office, the teacher's eyes lit up. Perhaps it was our remarkable physiques that suggested we were no ordinary mortals. Without further ado, we showcased our talents. I summoned my Thunder Pearl WuHuin, a 35-level strong attack soul respect. Teacher Li's display was even more dazzling, as the illusion of the frosty unicorn emerged, showcasing her 33rd level control abilities. With the optimal yellow and purple soul ring configuration, the teacher's CPU nearly overheated. My friends, who understands this? This was merely the beginning. If I were to unveil my complete FleesWuhun, would he not kneel before me in awe? The teacher, trembling, led us to the dean's office. Upon entering, we spotted a bespectacled middle-aged man, the Dean Flender, engaged in conversation with a handsome blonde fellow. We overheard something about a third party being captured by someone named Douluo, urging him to maintain everyone's composure. At that moment, I pondered how this academy emanated a peculiar, rogue-like atmosphere, filled with oddities and brawls. The blonde lad, known as Dai Mubai, stormed out, visibly displeased, without sparing us a glance, exuding an air of arrogance. Once he departed, the dean finally regarded us with interest. Li and I exchanged glances, understanding that we needed to impress him further. We executed another display of our WuHuin and soul ring quality, nearly causing the dean's glasses to fall off in shock. He inquired about our origins, and I responded, orphans, wandering the world since childhood, fortunate enough to have Li as my teacher, living a life of freedom. I am to evoke sympathy with my tragic backstory. The dean, being straightforward, promptly declared, "All right, enough of the embellishments. From now on, you shall be students of Shrek Academy." Splendid. The first step was accomplished. That evening, when we returned to the office, it was bustling with people. 6 oddly shaped children and several adults were present. Among them, a tall, slender man caught my eye. Could it be? This was the very man depicted in the photos of my troublesome teacher, Bibi Dong, the scoundrel she incessantly berated. Master Yu Xiaojie. I immediately thought of pulling out my Soul Guide camera to snap a photo of him, sending it to my teacher with the title encountering my long-despised scoundrel master at Shrek, which would surely trend in no time. Master Yu directly approached us, cutting to the chase, asking if we wished to join the Shrek 7 monsters to compete in a Soul Master competition. A nearby chubby boy chimed in enthusiastically. Initially, I intended to decline. I came here to sell goods, not to engage with a bunch of children in competitions. Yet guess what? The arrogant blonde lad, Damu Bai, unexpectedly approached us with sincerity, extending his hand and inviting us to be friends on behalf of everyone. I must confess, I am quite susceptible to such gestures. This wave of warmth radiated pure sincerity. I was immediately moved and nodded. All right, I shall join. Seeing my agreement, Lili followed suit with a nod. The master clapped his hands. Excellent. From this moment on, you are the Shrek 9 monsters. Afterward, the master retained us for a private discussion. Let me tell you, his theoretical prowess is indeed formidable. He immediately discerned that the intricate patterns on my soul rings were unusual. I did not hide it. I shared the details of the runes, claiming them to be my own creation. Upon hearing this, the dean's eyes sparkled with greed, plotting how to monopolize and profit from my runes. Fortunately, a fiery-tempered woman named Lu Erlong was present, who swiftly chastised him for attempting to exploit students. The following day, they introduced a girl in a pink dress named Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, an exceptional support type, yet as fragile as paper. Lacking any means of self-defense, seeking my assistance. This was a perfect match for my skills. I quickly produced a counter-impact rune and inscribed it onto her soul ring. What was the effect? Anyone daring to approach her would face a debilitating debuff, resulting in continuous damage. To my surprise, Ning Rongrong was so thrilled that she enveloped me in a warm embrace. At that moment, I sensed 2 piercing gazes from behind me. Turning around, I found Teacher Lili glaring at me. My friends, who understands? The jealousy in her eyes was palpable. I had not even begun to pursue her, yet the fire was already ignited. However, the little princess was simply too enthusiastic for me to push her away. As fate would have it, Ning Rongrong, in her excitement, offered to help me secure clients, ultimately bringing in orders from the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. This was it. The fortune I had long awaited had finally arrived. Lili and I exchanged glances, our eyes gleaming with the prospect of wealth. Having secured Ning Rongrong's order, the next to approach me was Oscar, a rather handsome yet somewhat sleazy fellow who incessantly boasted about his big sausage. He sought an enhancement to his attack abilities, so I equipped him with a focusing rune. For each sausage he crafted, he could stack a buff, reaching a maximum of 30 layers, culminating in a tremendous burst of damage. Observing his animated delight, I could tell he was thoroughly satisfied. In the following 2 days, I entered a mode of continuous production. I provided Xiao Wu with the flexibility of the soft bones, Dai Mubai with the white tiger's protection, Zhu Zhuqing with the sharpness of the cat's claws, and Ma Hongjun with the fiery phoenix flame, each receiving a set, enhancing their combat prowess significantly. The master constantly pulled me aside to study runes, resembling a graduate thesis. Meanwhile, I opened a small shop within the academy, and I must say, this venture proved to be immensely profitable. After all, it was a blue ocean market, and I was the sole supplier. A hefty fellow named Tailong purchased 3 sets in one go. With profits rolling in, it was time to upgrade our products. The master instructed me to gather more exquisite blue materials. Such resources are scarce, and I must venture out to collect them myself. The academy has been quite generous, dispatching a soul saint named Zhao Wujia to serve as my bodyguard. Such treatment is truly exceptional. Thus, I, along with Lily and our protector Zhao Wujia, formed a trio and headed straight for the Sunset Forest. I had heard that Tang San was also in the vicinity, and I was rather eager to meet him, curious to see if he truly possessed the legendary prowess attributed to him. However, this forest I must say, felt exceedingly strange. The silence was unnerving. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard, as if I had stepped onto a film set of a horror movie. As night fell and we set up camp, Lily suddenly urged me to listen. A faint melody wafted through the air. What was it singing? When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. He is madness. He is catastrophe. He is the endless night. Goodness, those ominous lyrics sent shivers down my spine. Even Zhao Wujia, a soul saint, appeared unsettled. In the next moment, the song burrowed into my mind. A monstrous creature, resembling a salted fish, materialized in my mental realm, ranting about shackles being broken and all eyes being opened. That voice was nothing short of psychological pollution. I screamed in terror, nearly losing my sanity, and somehow managed to break free. Upon opening my eyes, I found Lily gazing at me with concern. Oddly enough, she seemed completely unaffected, as if she had some form of mental immunity. She hurriedly asked Disciple, "What is wrong?" At that moment, I felt something was amiss. How could Lily act so nonchalantly? Did I alone hear that dreadful melody? I immediately crawled out of the tent to check on Teacher Zhao. To my astonishment, he had also heard it. Yet, being a soul saint, his mental fortitude was formidable. Although his complexion was a bit pallid, he was not as disoriented as I had been. Upon seeing me, he insisted, "I am fine. Who dares to play tricks? Come out, and I shall strike you down." No sooner had he spoken than a voice drifted through the air. "He lies in the abyss, awaiting the day of awakening." The tone was both refined and laced with mockery, utterly infuriating. Almost immediately, a figure clad in tattered black robes and a hood emerged from the forest, as if strolling through his own backyard. At that moment, I thought to myself, this person must be suffering from late-stage Chinibu. He approached our campsite, flashed me a strange smile, and then turned to leave. What on earth? It seemed he merely came to take a casual stroll, accompanied by a soundtrack of psychological pollution. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression shifted dramatically. I felt it too. A tremendous sense of oppression descended upon us. The sky darkened instantaneously, akin to an eclipse. I looked up and nearly wet myself in fright. A creature, entirely black and reminiscent of an electric eel, was soaring above us, its size dwarfing our campsite. It emanated a menacing, shadowy energy that made my DNA tremble. I recognized it. Back in my homeland, we called it the Entropy Devourer, a creation of the lunatics from the void. This beast was at least a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Not only Lily and I, but even Zhao Wujia would find it exceedingly challenging to confront. As it approached, it unleashed a dark purple mist. Lily and I barely had time to summon our martial spirits before everything went black, and we fainted. It was as if we were defeated in an instant, devoid of any gaming experience. Before I lost consciousness, the last sound I heard was Zhao Wujia's roar. He activated his martial spirit, the great strength King Kong Bear. Although I did not witness the spectacle, I could tell from a noise that the ground shook violently. The great strength King Kong roar and the gravitational compression skills were unleashed without restraint. But what was the outcome? It was all over in less than 3 seconds. That purple mist was toxic. It was a debuff aura. Staying within it drastically reduced combat effectiveness. In under a minute, I surmised that Zhao Wujia's bare paw strikes against the creature felt like mere tickles. Then, the monster unleashed its ultimate move, called the Eternal Feast, transforming into a mass of energy and slammed down with a gaping maw. Zhao Wujia barely managed to evade, but still suffered a few hits. Losing control of his martial spirit and reverting to human form, collapsing alongside us. It was over. We were doomed. Just when I thought we three would become fertilizer today, reinforcements arrived. A more potent aura crushed the battlefield, instantly dispersing the purple toxic mist with a wave of greenish gas. An elderly figure radiating an aura of danger materialized from the fog, with green hair and a gray robe. His sunken cheeks and stiff expression exuded a stench that could overwhelm anyone from 800 meters away. He was a walking biochemical weapon. The moment this elder appeared, the atmosphere shifted. He glanced at the Entropy Devourer and snorted disdainfully, Which little insect dares to wreak havoc in my territory? I shall see whether your dark mist or my poisonous fog is stronger. Goodness, it turned out to be a classic case of elemental advantage. That 50,000-year-old electric eel was like a mere infant before this elder, who toyed with it with ease. Spells like the phosphorescent enchantment and the serpent python celestial shield flowed seamlessly, and the once mighty entropy devourer was crushed as if it were a chick. A tidal Douluo. This was undoubtedly the power of a tidal Douluo. This elder was none other than the poison Douluo Douluo. After vanquishing the creature, he surprisingly yielded a reward, a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Douluo was elated, but first attended to our poison. Zhao Wujie was the first to regain consciousness. Upon recognizing Douluo, he shifted from caution to utter frustration. Douluo teased him, "A soul saint like you, bringing along two little ones to the sunset forest? How bold!" Zhao Wujie's face darkened. "Elder, please do not mock me. Who could have known this cursed place harbored a 50,000-year-old soul beast?" Douluo chuckled, admitting that it was his first encounter with such a creature. Zhao Wujie quickly inquired, "What about Tang San?" "Rest assured, that little creature is safe with me. Once he finishes his task, I will send him back," Douluo replied. I remained silent throughout, not because I lacked the desire to speak, but because the stench was overwhelmingly pungent. I was on the verge of suffocation. Douluo then noticed me, smirking as he suddenly appeared behind me. Placing a hand on my shoulder, startling me, he coldly remarked, "Today's youth are truly impolite. If you dislike the scent I carry, you need not express it so overtly." At that moment, I nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I apologize, Elder. We simply cannot help ourselves." To my astonishment, this statement made him laugh heartily. He threw his head back and suddenly infused me with a surge of soul power, compelling me to reveal my martial spirit. Goodness, why do all these powerful figures exhibit such behavior? If they wish to see, they should just say so. I quickly suppressed the other two and only released the Lei Dian Baozhu. Upon seeing it, Douluo was taken aback. "Your martial spirit is quite unique. At such a young age, a three-ring soul master with the optimal soul ring configuration. Shrek truly is a den of prodigies." Noticing his lack of malice, I mustered the courage to ask for his name. He feigned indifference, but Zhao Wujie introduced him. "This is the poison Douluo Douluo." I then thought, since Tang San is with him, I must meet him, having heard so much praise. I was eager to assess the true metal of the backbone of Shrek's 7 monsters. I directly addressed Douluo. "Elder, I wish to meet Tang San." He raised an eyebrow. "Why should I allow you to enter my secret domain? One Tang San is already a headache. Do you wish to join him?" "No, it's 3 of us. She also wants to go," I said, pointing to Lily, who had just awakened and looked bewildered. "Are you jesting with me?" Douluo retorted. I had no time for jesting. I unleashed my trump card. "Because we have tickets." With a wave of my hand, dozens of runes arranged themselves before me, glowing with blue and green light. Douluo stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers. "What is this?" I extolled the remarkable qualities of the runes to him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he decisively declared, "You mean to say they could be tailored specifically for soul masters? Then create a set for me at once. The materials in my secret domain are at your disposal." My heart swelled with joy, though I pretended to inquire, "What aspect of power would you like to enhance, Senior?" After a moment's contemplation, he admitted that while he was unparalleled in group attacks, he fell short in one-on-one duels. I immediately grasped his intent, suppressing a smile. His slight awkwardness prompted me to mention, "The materials are rather unique. You may need to procure them yourself." He was skeptical, allowed a cold laugh, and effortlessly lifted both me and Lily, announcing to teacher Zhao, "I'll borrow these 2 children. They will be returned on another day." In an instant, we were whisked away, our eyes covered. When we regained our sight, I was astounded. Before us lay a valley with a hot spring in the center, one half a milky white, the other a vivid crimson, distinctly separated, with steam rising. The surroundings were adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants, exuding an otherworldly aura. Douluo, with a hint of pride, remarked, according to Tang San, "This is known as the Ice and Fire 2-element eyes, one of the 3 great treasure troves." I thought to myself, What a treasure trove indeed. As I gazed around in wonder, Douluo summoned Tang San. The young man clad in blue appeared quite spirited. Upon seeing us, he exclaimed, "Old monster, you actually brought someone back? They won't be able to endure this environment." I quickly introduced myself. "Hello, senior brother Tang San. I am Luo, the eighth of the Shrek Seven Devils." Lily followed suit, identifying herself as the ninth. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by the term Shrek Seven Devils. His expression seemed to convey, while I was away, "What mischief have you all been up to?" Douluo, ever the instigator, suggested, "How about a friendly duel to get acquainted?" My fighting spirit ignited. I directly challenged Tang San. "Qinsho, Shiluo Tang San, dare you engage in a contest?" He, equally eager, readily accepted. We unleashed our martial spirits, our presence filled with energy. I bore the thunder pearl upon my chest, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glistening brilliantly. Opposite me, his blue-silver grass also showcased the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. I seized the initiative and launched my second soul skill, Lightning Arrow. With its paralyzing effect, it struck him squarely. He jolted from the electric shock, but reacted swiftly, employing an unusual evasive step. I must say, his footwork resembled that of a slippery eel. His first soul skill, Bind, unleashed a plethora of vines towards me. Remaining calm, I activated my third soul skill, Electric Shield. All the encroaching vines were instantly turned to char. However, his footwork proved to be quite vexing, rendering my lightning arrows ineffective. In a flash of inspiration, I unleashed a lightning chain to restrict his movement. No matter how swift he was, he would have to endure the electric shock to approach me. Once paralyzed, my lightning arrows could teach him a lesson. To my astonishment, an abundance of blue-silver grass suddenly sprouted from my body. It was his second soul skill, called Parasite, catching me completely off guard. Immediately after, a massive net descended from above, threatening to ensnare me. I panicked, enduring the pain as I activated Electric Shield once more, clearing the grass from my body, and swiftly unleashed a lightning chain to obliterate the web. We exchanged blows, skills flying in all directions, illuminating Douluo's sacred ground in a dazzling purple light. Ultimately, both of us exhausted our soul power, unable to determine a victor. "You are quite formidable, junior brother Luo. You two are impressive, third brother." In truth, we both held back. His external soul bone remained unused, while I refrained from unleashing my electric shield directly upon his martial spirit, opting for a measured approach. After our duel, he quickly inquired about Wu. Upon hearing that she was often melancholic, his expression turned pained, urging me to comfort her, promising that upon his return, he would have the strength to protect her. Inquisitively, I asked, "What is Wu to you?" "She is my sister." "Your biological sister?" He hesitated. "Of course not." "Well, why not count her as such?" I understood. At that moment, Douluo approached, urging us to attend to business, stating that our physiques were not suited for prolonged stays in this location. Lily, seemingly struck by a sudden whim, erupted in anger, declaring that this wretched place was unbearable and that she needed to leave. Tang San, attempting to be the peacemaker, remarked that girls should not be in such perilous locations, only to be met with a scornful glare from Lily. Tang San and I exchanged glances as we watched Lily depart, then commenced gathering materials. As I collected, I explained the runes to him. He was astute, grasping concepts effortlessly, requesting 3 sets of runes, 1 for attack, 1 for resilience, and another for synergy, his thought process remarkably clear. I provided him with several green sets for immediate use, and in gratitude, he gifted me a concealed weapon called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Over the following days, with Douluo as my protector, I roamed the Sunset Forest, amassing an abundance of rare materials. Once everything was prepared, it was time for the pivotal moment, crafting exclusive runes for the poisoned Douluo. He insisted on observing the entire process, which I did not deter him from, knowing he would be unable to replicate it. Based on his biphosphorus serpent emperor martial spirit, I customized a set of 9 specialized runes, dubbed the Heart of Venom. This ingenious creation allowed him to stack a buff each time he employed a poison-related skill, with a maximum accumulation of 24 stacks. He could then unleash all these buffs upon a single enemy, inflicting immense damage while leaving a lasting mark of continuous damage. Truly cunning. I must say, the old poison master, upon receiving this set of runes, feigned indifference, scoffing, "I slay that insect for the soul bone. It has nothing to do with you Shrek folks." Such a proud demeanor, but he was quite earnest in his actions, insisting on escorting Lily and me back to Tiendo City, ensuring we reached the gates of Shrek Academy before he departed. Upon our return, we found Dean Flender and Master utterly elated, their expressions akin to those of parents reunited with two runaway children. Master immediately bombarded us with questions. How is Xiao-san? Douluo didn't bully him, did he? I quickly reassured them, urging them to calm their hearts, and then recounted the events surrounding the ice and fire two-element eyes in detail. Douluo forbade me from sharing? How absurd. He didn't pay me for silence. Why should I heed his wishes? Besides, if I remained silent, how could I explain the entire bounty of celestial herbs and medicines I'd gathered? Could I claim they were mere finds along the way? I certainly wouldn't believe that. After divulging everything, I entered seclusion, needing to study the new materials and strive to become an expert rune master. During my days of seclusion, Lily grew increasingly restless, a naturally active spirit. She frequently skipped classes to explore the city, and the teachers were at a loss, given her level and talent. The day I emerged from seclusion, she immediately accosted me, insisting we visit the Tiendo auction house. Very well, off we went. As we strolled along the northern city wall, chatting amiably, suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. I assure you, it was not merely clouds. It was a harrowing, purplish-black twilight that felt as though it had been filtered through a lens of death, sending the streets into chaos. Almost immediately, an overwhelming wave of shadow soul power surged from outside the city, pressing down upon us. A sense of foreboding surged within me. I grasped Lily's hand and dashed towards the city wall. Upon reaching the wall and peering over, I gasped in horror. What lay before us was no mere soul beast. It was an entire horde of them. A suffocating mass of creatures infused with shadow energy surged towards the wall like a tidal wave. The majority were 10 and 100-year-old beasts, interspersed with 3,000-year-old giants. Should they breach the city, would not hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens be doomed? Where are soul masters most concentrated? Shrek Academy. Without hesitation, I urged Lily to race back to the academy. We hurtled back like cannonballs, and I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Dean, Master, beast tide, the city is overrun with soul beasts." Master and the others had long sensed something amiss. Upon hearing my words, their faces paled. Dean Flanders proclaimed, "Teachers, depart. Students, remain. You are still but children." In an instant, Damu Bai was the first to step forward, bellowing, "And we are the Shrek's 7 monsters." Remarkably, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and the others rallied behind him, exuding an impressive aura. Without hesitation, we charged towards the city wall. Upon our ascent, we spotted several soul beasts already scaling it. With a fierce roar, Damu Bai unleashed the White Tiger Protection Shield and activated the White Tiger transformation, casting a wave of radiant energy that obliterated the unwise decade-old soul beasts. I joined the fray, targeting the airborne soul beasts. With a flick of my wrist, I sent forth a lightning chain, ensnaring them like fish in a net, crackling with electricity. Just as I was immersed in the battle, my thoughts drifted to the hooded figure we encountered in the forest. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a wolf-shaped soul beast lunged at me, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun incinerated it with a blast of phoenix fire, shouting, "Thank me, Luo Bo." Those who know the battlefield understand the dire consequences of momentary lapses in focus. To my astonishment, it was not just us. All students from the academy charged forth. They declared that Tiendo City was their home, and none would dare to threaten it. In that moment, I felt the city wall was not constructed of mere cement, but forged from the very lives of these spirited youths. This was a formidable bulwark of flesh and blood, embodying the spirit of defending one's homeland. At this critical juncture, the poisoned Douluo and a cadre of soul saints arrived, unhesitatingly launching a counteroffensive against the tide of beasts. The Golden Iron Triangle initiated their martial spirit fusion technique, manifesting a golden sacred dragon that restrained two ancient soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, withTriple, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, arrived, stabilizing the situation. Yet the onslaught of beasts seemed unending, akin to a relentless tide. By the afternoon, the beast wave finally subsided. Outside the city, corpses lay strewn across the ground, and the soul rings sparkled like a disco ball. The leaders dispatched 3 ancient soul beasts, which yielded a soul bone. To my disbelief, they immediately began to quarrel over its distribution before they could reach a resolution. A second wave of beasts arrived. This time, it was even more absurd, with century-old soul beasts as foot soldiers and millennia-old ones as commanders. Marching in formation as if on parade, the Shrek 7 monsters remained steadfast, continuing to hold the wall. On Xiao Wu's side, a millennium-old flying serpent charged at her. She took to the skies, executing a series of fluid moves and delivering a devastating 8-section throw. The serpent was treated like a punching bag before crashing to the ground, precisely as Ma Hongjun delivered the finishing blow. Just as Li and I caught our breath, guarding a section of the wall, a 2,000-year-old silver dragon barreled toward us. I was momentarily stunned. How could we possibly contend with a 2,000-year-old silver dragon? While I stood there dazed, I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow emerging from beyond the city. The pressure emanating from it sent shivers through my very DNA. It was a 100,000-year soul beast, comparable to the titan giant ape that had nearly reduced me to a pulp in the Star-Do Great Forest. As I braced myself for impending doom, Lily seized me and soared away. She could fly. She whisked me behind a pile of rubble and, in rapid succession, revealed 3 shocking truths. I'm sorry. Luobo, I come from the same world as you. I was pretending before. Now we must merge and evolve. My mind momentarily short-circuited. What was this about merging? She urged me to sense her martial spirit, and in the next moment, I beheld 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9. My heavens. Lily was actually a title Douluo. There was no time for shock. A surge of blue-purple light enveloped us. I felt as if I were being drawn into a warm vortex, and when I opened my eyes again, I was transformed into a new, distinct being named Li Jun. This breathtaking beauty with blue-purple hair donned a robe and was a level 99 limit Douluo. She didn't even glance at the silver dragon still posturing on the city wall, her form flickering as she became a streak of lightning, piercing through the silver dragoness body and then casting 2 ice spikes, which struck with a soft pop. In mere seconds, the 2,000-year-old silver dragon was no more. Just like that, in 2 seconds. After dispatching the silver dragon, Li Jun soared towards the main battlefield outside the city. Dugu Bo and withTriple were being relentlessly battered by the 100,000-year behemoth, on the verge of annihilation. Li Jun raised her hand, summoning the Ice River Great Wall, a 1,000-meter-long ice wall that thwarted the lethal attack. She communicated telepathically, urging the 2 elders to flee, while she single-handedly encircled all soul beasts. Upon activating her 9th soul skill, the battlefield transformed into an icy expanse, freezing all soul beasts below 10,000 years into solid sculptures. Then, her 6th soul skill, Extreme Frozen Thunder, descended, annihilating the remaining ancient soul beasts. The execution was nothing short of a textbook display of elegance, truly exquisite. At last, only the 100,000-year entropy devourer remained. It unleashed its domain, and Li Jun countered with her own, consuming its domain. With a dual Ice Thunder imprint, she seized the boss's rampaging state for herself while bestowing the calm state upon the beast. Finally, she unleashed a seamless series of moves, dispatching the once mighty 100,000-year soul beast with ease. As the beast tide came to an end, a blood-red soul ring and a soul bone lay quietly on the ground. Li Jun collected the soul bone and soared away from Tiando City. She flew near the Sunset Forest, where she discovered a vanishing dark purple portal, beside which lay a figure. Lifting the hood revealed it to be the hooded figure, a mere 13-year-old girl, forcibly matured to Soul Emperor by shadow energy. She was the mastermind behind it all. Li Jun deduced that there was a greater force at play and purified her, resulting in a puff as the girl's cultivation plummeted back to 3-ring Soul Master. Once the purification was complete, Li Jun could no longer maintain her form and naturally reverted. It was primarily due to my inadequate cultivation that hindered her. Then, darkness engulfed me, and I fainted. Li, on the other hand, seemed fine, merely feeling a bit weak. She promptly reduced her soul power back to 34 levels. When Douluo and the others arrived, they found the weakened Li, me unconscious, and the recently purified silver-haired girl. Li feigned ignorance, successfully deceiving those 2 titled Douluos who were starstruck. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl and I lay there, unaware of when we would awaken. Remarkably, I slept for a full 2 days. When I finally opened my eyes, Li was at my bedside, her face filled with guilt. However, I had no time to dwell on that. My mind was consumed with the sensations of our merger. Limit Douluo, level 99. The sheer power was exhilarating. I grasped Li and inquired, when can I become this formidable on my own? To my dismay, Li doused my enthusiasm with cold water, explaining that even she, at level 98, could not touch the threshold of a limit Douluo. It was a daunting challenge. Thus the idea of merging as a means of circumventing the struggle. I then posed a crucial question. Why is our merged form female? Li shot me a glance, replying, of course. I was in charge, so it had to be female. Next time you take the lead, it will be male. Oh, what a delightful twist. As we were deep in conversation, the doors suddenly swung open, and the silver-haired girl, Yu Mengqing, entered with 2 bowls of soup. I initially thought she was merely offering warmth, but as soon as she spoke, I nearly dropped my jaw in shock. She looked at us with a smile and said, "You 2 must not be from this world, right?" Li and I froze, exchanging glances. How did she know? Seeing our bewildered expressions, she playfully teased. "It seems I'm the only one from Earth. Family members, who understands?" At that moment, my mind was in a whirlwind, and I felt as though my entire worldview had been turned upside down. She not only knew we had traversed dimensions, but also incisively pointed out that in the authentic Dalu, there are only the Shrek 7 monsters. Where did the 9 monsters come from? Moreover, there wouldn't be peculiar beings like you who can fuse together. She even knew that our fusion was called Li Jun, and that Li is the super Dalu. She was completely aware of everything. I was utterly flabbergasted. This girl must have been granted a divine perspective. After spilling all that information, she cheerfully asked, "How about I treat everyone to barbecue tonight, using the soul beast that perished in the beast tide?" Goodness. To feast on barbecue after battling the beast tide, her demeanor can only be described as remarkably relaxed. Just as I was still processing this revelation in the afternoon, the rest of us were summoned to the dean's office. Upon entering, I was once again dumbfounded. The poisoned Dalu, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and even the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, were all present. What was the purpose of such a gathering? Emperor Shui began by praising us enthusiastically, declaring that our Shrek Academy was the pride of the empire, and then announced on the spot that our academy would henceforth be known as the Royal Shrek Academy, with all expenses covered by the empire. Dean Flender, ever the miser, had a grin that nearly reached his ears. The emperor further stated that although the seed team slots for the tournament had been granted to the Tiando team, he was eagerly anticipating our performance in the preliminaries. After that, the main event arrived. He directly produced a soul bone, the Void Cat Claw, an item dropped during the beast tide. He declared it as our reward. Let me tell you, that was a soul bone. Our youthful eyes widened in astonishment. Dai Mubai scanned the room, and his gaze clearly conveyed his thoughts. Ningrongrong, ever perceptive, promptly spoke up. "Brother Dai, don't ask. This is obviously for Zhu Qing." Oscar chimed in, "Exactly, we forfeit." Thus, that soul bone was bestowed upon Zhu Qing. Time swiftly passed, and half a year had gone by. During this time, everyone had been fervently training. Yu Mengqing was nothing short of extraordinary. She had broken through to the 40th level 3 months ago, and now her 4th soul ring was a 10,000-year one. My goodness. Her rate of advancement was akin to a rocket launch. As for me, I finally reached the 38th level. Today marked a significant occasion. Tang San, who had been missing for half a year, finally returned. He was even personally escorted back by the poisoned Dalu. More astonishingly, this lad brought back a plethora of divine herbs, claiming he intended to help us collectively in our cultivation. Upon hearing the phrase, pulling seedlings to help them grow, our faces turned pale, and we instinctively glanced at Yu Mengqing. She was, after all, the victim. Wasn't this merely rubbing salt in her wounds? Yet Tang San fervently assured us that these treasures were all beneficial for strengthening our foundations and had no side effects, tailored specifically to each of our characteristics. All right then, seeing his confidence, we followed him to the small wooden house where teacher Lu Erlong used to stay. Upon arrival, Tang San began distributing the treasures. The first was for Dai Mubai. He pulled out a golden flower, known as the Qirong Tong Tianju, claiming it was the perfect match for Dai Laoda's white tiger martial soul, capable of cultivating an indestructible body. Dai Mubai was so exhilarated he could hardly articulate his words, snatching it and retreating to a corner to consume it. The second was for Oscar. Tang San presented a jade box, and upon opening it, the entire room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Inside was a snow-white orchid called the 8-petal immortal orchid, said to resolve his slow cultivation issues as a food-type soul master, with effects lasting until level 70. Oscar could no longer contain himself, embracing Tang San and exclaiming, "Little San, I love you." I watched from the side, my heart bleeding. Who understands my family? These divine herbs are top-tier materials for crafting epic runes. And just like that, they were consumed. My heart ached. Was that old man Dugu Bo truly generous, or had he been swindled by Tang San? The third was for Ma Hongjun. Tang San noted that his evil fire was impure, so he specifically found a nourishing phoenix crest flower to help filter out impurities. Ning Rongrong commented from the side, teasing that Fatty was already fiery enough, and if he were to supplement further, Wooden tea, he monopolized the consumption venues in Tiando City. I found it utterly amusing. The fourth was for Ning Rongrong, a golden tulip called the Chiluok tulip, which complemented her 7-treasure glazed tile. Then it was Li Li's turn. Tang San gifted her a frost-type Liuguang Yushuang vine, claiming it would enhance the quality of her martial soul. Although Li Li often had a disdainful view of Tang San, she accepted the treasure with a smile. Next was my turn. Tang San presented me with a Tian Sha Leitang flower. I had seen this before. Back at the Eye of Ice and Fire, I had coveted it but never dared to act. I asked him how he could procure so many treasures, and he began to tease, saying I would know in due time. This fellow truly. At this point, Tang San turned to Yu Mengqing, apologetically stating that he hadn't prepared anything for her since he didn't know she had joined. Yet, as Yu Mengqing munched on her self-made grilled fish, she flashed a charming smile and directly revealed her martial soul and soul rings. 3 purple and 1 black. For shimmering soul rings nearly blinded our eyes. Tang San was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His expression resembled the most popular cat meme from 2025. The rest of us nearly laughed ourselves silly, realizing we had kept this secret from him all along. Now, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Tang San first produced a flower to give to Zhu Zhuqing, called the Xiangxi Duanchonghong. He said this flower possessed spiritual qualities and could only be picked by someone who harbored true love in their heart, devoted solely to one person. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to pick it, but failed. Undeterred, Tang San had the master try as well, but that too was unsuccessful. Li Li and I exchanged glances, wondering if we should give it a try, but seeing Tang San's demeanor, he likely hadn't considered us. Just as he was about to give up and find another flower for Zhu Zhuqing, a dramatic turn of events occurred. With a sudden splatter, Xiao Wu coughed up blood onto the flower. Then, the Xiangxi Duanchonghong floated gently down from the stone, landing in Xiao Wu's hands. The entire room fell silent. Xiao Wu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gazed at the flower in her hand, her eyes filled with wonder as she said, "I never expected I would be the fated one." Let me assure you, at that moment, Tang San's heart was undoubtedly shaken, as was Zhu Zhuqing's. We all understood. What Zhu Zhuqing had seen before was merely how Tang San treated Xiao Wu. But at this moment, we comprehended the irreplaceable position Xiao Wu held in Tang San's heart. That feeling was pure, devoid of any impurities. Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu, urging her to consume the flower. However, Xiao Wu shook her head, saying no. Such a beautiful flower. How could I bear to eat it? I want it to accompany me always. I tell you, Tang San is just like that, indulging her every whim. He gently patted her head and said, "All right, then you can keep it. It will protect you." After that, the treasure distribution meeting continued. Tang San pulled out another divine herb from his treasure pocket. It was entirely snow white, resembling a work of art, known as the Shui Xian Yuji Gu. He directly handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Our Zhuqing was somewhat moody at that moment. After all, she had not been chosen for the earlier most impressive Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and she felt a bit dejected, shaking her head and declining. Yet Tang San transformed into a life mentor, delivering a lecture about how one shouldn't be too greedy, explaining that divine herbs are not necessarily better in abundance, as excessive consumption could be detrimental. He noted that Xiao Wu already bore the aura of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, and consuming anything else would hinder absorption. Thus, this Shui Xian Yuji Gu was inherently meant for her. He also mentioned that its effects were similar to what Dai Mubai had consumed, and since their martial souls were closely related, they were a perfect match. Finally, he meticulously instructed her on how to consume it, advising her to eat the petals and then absorb the nectar, akin to a nurturing mentor. Zhu Qing finally accepted it, expressing her gratitude to Sangu before retreating to a corner to cultivate. Meanwhile, as we were fervently engaged in our upgrades, Luo Bo and Lili greeted us briefly before slipping away. Why, you ask? It turns out, Lili suddenly discovered that the mystical herbs they consumed could directly evolve their martial souls. It was akin to winning the lottery. The two hastily rushed back to their dormitory to embark on their ascension. As for Lili, it was nothing short of absurd. Her true strength was that of a formidable 98th level expert. Absorbing a mystical herb felt as effortless as drinking water. With a mere blink, it was done. Then, like a bodyguard, she took her position at the door to protect Luo Bo. On the other hand, Luo Bo created quite a stir, enveloped in violet light, as if he had activated some super membership effect. When he opened his eyes again, the sensation was indescribable. He could not find a word to encapsulate the pleasure he felt. His martial soul evolved from the Thunder Pearl to the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Just listen to that name. It elevates the prestige instantly. Li Li's evolution was even more astonishing. Her martial soul transformed into the Ice Jade Holy Qilin. Later, I learned that Li Li was the same deer who had rescued Luo Bo in the Star Do Great Forest and had taken one of his pearls. The plot thickens. This collective enhancement left the master utterly flabbergasted. He pulled the two aside to study them for an extended period, yet gleaned nothing significant. Regardless, following the infusion of mystical herbs, the panel data for our Shrek 10 monsters was promptly updated. Dai Mubai and Luo Bo both reached level 40, while Yu Mengqing achieved an impressive 41. Oscar and Zhu Qing reached 38. Sangu and Ning Rong followed at 37. Fatty at 36, Xiao Wu at 35. And Lili displayed her level as 40. With such rapid upgrades, who could rival us? In just a few days, Flinder and the others took Dai Mubai and Luo Bo to hunt for their fourth soul rings. As for Li Li, her soul ring unexpectedly manifested, leaving the teachers in a state of bewilderment. Ning Rong, equipped with a plethora of hidden weapons crafted by Sangu, along with rune intelligence authorized by Luo Bo, gleefully returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to flaunt her accomplishments. No sooner had she departed than her father, Ning Fengji, and Jiando Luo arrived at her doorstep, specifically requesting to meet Luo Bo. I must say, this young man has indeed made a name for himself. Directly connecting with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he did not hold back, swiftly producing a set of purple epic-level runes, named Rage of the Soul, which had the effect of increasing the buff layers the more soul power one expended, culminating in an explosive damage output when fully stacked. Ning Feng Ji was instantly intrigued, inquiring if they could be mass-produced like Tang San's hidden weapons. Luo Bo replied that the purple ones were not feasible, but the blue ones were abundant. He then packaged up a set of 7 purple runes, selling them to Ning Feng Ji for 50,000 gold coins. You heard correctly. After Sangu returned, he remarked to Luo that he had undersold the runes, suggesting their price should be quadrupled. Such business acumen is truly remarkable. Now, with Sangu basking in the limelight and Luo becoming a guest of honor at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, our Shrek 10 monsters have undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire academy. Then came an even more amusing twist. With the All-Continent Soul Master competition approaching, we needed uniforms. Flinder, that miser, had a disastrous aesthetic sense and insisted on a garish, poop green outfit. Luo and the others could no longer bear it. They made a call and summoned the Snow Knight Emperor. The Emperor himself ordered that our uniforms match those of the Tiendo Royal Academy, albeit with different chest emblems. This infuriated Flinder, who was left helplessly watching us feign innocence. In the subsequent half-year, everyone engaged in frenzied cultivation. The effects of the mystical herbs were no joke. The momentum was substantial. Except for Xiao Wu, each of us felt as though we had undergone a transformation. No one anticipated that among us. Aside from a few who had already reached level 40, the first to break through the level 40 bottleneck would be Oscar. Ever since Rong returned home, he had been revitalized, meditating daily in the cafeteria, proclaiming himself the king of competition. He, who once loved to sleep, had not enjoyed a good night's rest in months. Following his breakthrough, Zhu Qing, Sangu, Fatty, and Rong also successively advanced. Thus, among our 10, aside from Xiao Wu, 9 were now Soul Masters above level 40. With such a lineup, who could possibly challenge us in the Soul Master competition? During this half-year, Luo was also busy, supplying an abundance of blue runes to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at a low price. They even sought to recruit him, but he declined. Even Jiando Luo and Gudo Luo approached him to purchase a set of purple epic runes, which directly boosted attributes by 20%, an impressive concept understood by those who know. Then, we set off to assist Sangu and the others in hunting for their 4th soul rings. The process concluded well, with everyone obtaining suitable soul rings. But the real highlight was yet to come, my friends. Tang San, he directly acquired a black soul ring for his 4th, a 10,000-year soul ring. Stimulated by Yu Mengqing's configuration of 3 purple and 1 black soul ring, he insisted on taking a chance, and indeed, he succeeded. When we returned to showcase our new skills, the entire venue erupted. Particularly noteworthy was Sanji's blue-silver prison, a mass control technique. Alongside Yu Mengqing's endless feast, an utterly outrageous skill. Within a designated area, it detonated, and if it hit someone, it would explode again after 1 second. Continuing to do so like a Russian nesting doll until all foes were eliminated, it was utterly monstrous. Flinder, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded, muttering that perhaps the championship task assigned to these little monsters was too lenient. 5 days before the competition commenced, the master convened a meeting to conceal our strength. He specifically recruited Tai Long and the other 4 as substitutes. The master's strategy was to keep most of our main forces under wraps in the early stages, especially our 2 trump cards, Tang San's 10,000-year 4th ring and Yu Mengqing's absurd soul rings. Fatty, ever the schemer, kept stealing glances at Yu Mengqing, who completely ignored him. In her eyes, Fatty was merely a younger sibling. When the teacher mentioned that the finals would be held at the Spirit Hall, I noticed Luo visibly tremble. He became anxious because his teacher was none other than the Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong. If he attended, it would be akin to revealing his identity. Left with no choice, he implored the teacher to register him under an alias, Li Zixing. In the final days, we rehearsed our tactics under the Master's guidance. 3 days later, in Tiendo City, the Soul Master competition's opening ceremony commenced. The scene was a bustling sea of people. Our Shrek Academy, now known as Tiendo Team 3, entered the venue right after Tiendo Team 2. And guess what? We encountered some old acquaintances, the lowbrows from Songhui Academy, whom we had met previously in the Stardew Great Forest. They began their taunts immediately, questioning our championship aspirations and mocking us. Their words ignited a fury within us and the nearby Tiendo Team 2. Had it not been for their teacher intervening, Tai Long would have rushed in a brawl on the spot. The opening ceremony was excruciatingly long and tedious, with the Snow Knight Emperor and Ningfeng Ji delivering speeches. Uncle Ning even played a riddle, expressing his admiration for a particular team without disclosing the name, eliciting cheers from the audience. Finally, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, appeared to draw lots. He moved mechanically, drawing one and handing it to the announcer to read aloud. In the first round of the preliminaries, Royal Shrek Academy faced off against Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tiando Royal Academy team 2 squared off against Songhui Academy. Upon hearing this result, I nearly burst into laughter. Well, the members of Tiando Team 2 had been simmering with pent-up frustration. And now they finally had the opportunity to rightfully teach a lesson to the obnoxious crew from Songhui Academy. Half an hour later, the match commenced, and I was already settled on my little stool, ready to enjoy the spectacle. And what do you think happened? Tiando Team 2 indeed fought back with spirit. Although the victory was hard-fought, they managed to subdue the detestable Songhui Academy crew. I tell you, this grudge has been firmly established. We shall have plenty to watch in the future. The next day, it was our turn to take the stage, facing off against a team known as Zixing Academy. The host elevated the atmosphere upon taking the stage, speaking of the small heroes of Tiando City and the Tiando Team 3, which instantly made it seem as though we were destined to represent the Empire in the finals. The flattery nearly caused me to falter. Suddenly, the lights blazed upon us, revealing our 7 members, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, as well as Jing Ling and Huang Yuan, standing in a perfect line. The members of Zixing Academy across from us appeared somewhat formidable, but when we unleashed our martial souls simultaneously, the entire arena fell silent in astonishment. Dai Mubai emerged with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, exuding an undeniable charm. Beside him, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Xiao Wu in the rear all showcased the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. However, the focal point was Tang San, positioned centrally, boasting 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul ring. For those who understand, the emergence of that black 10,000-year soul ring sent a wave of silence across the arena, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A black soul ring, 10,000 years, present in a preliminary match. I observed the VIP section, where even the Emperor of the Snowy Night was nearly propelled from his seat in shock, while Ning Fengji beamed with pride, taking the opportunity to inform the Emperor that his daughter was also at our academy. The 7 unfortunate souls from Zixing Academy, already feeling a twinge of trepidation, were utterly immobilized upon witnessing Tang San's black ring, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Daydreaming on the battlefield? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Tang San shouted a single word, speed. Our members surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Dai Mubai and the other 2 formidable warriors engaged head-on, while Xiao Wu and Jingling flanked them. Before the opposition could react, Tang San's 4th soul skill, the 10,000-year level blue-silver prison, was unleashed. The sight was simply breathtaking. Without any forewarning, over 100 dark blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground, swiftly weaving into 7 cages that ensnared the opposing team with impeccable precision. This was group control. Such a dimensional suppression in a preliminary match was unheard of. The front line of Zixing, intending to charge, collided headfirst into the cages, momentarily dazed. In that brief moment of delay, the cages vanished, yet the blue-silver grasses had already entwined around their legs. The skill connections were seamless, leaving the opposition no chance to resist. Following this, Dai Mubai unleashed his white tiger meteor shower, and the referee, witnessing the situation escalate towards potential injury, promptly called for Zixing's concession. It was swift and decisive, concluding the battle in under a minute. Our strategy centered on swift eliminations, emphasizing our overwhelming strength. However, the second match would not be so effortless. Our opponent was the Xiangjia Academy, ranked 6th among the 7 great sects. The master's expression grew serious, declaring that with our previous lineup, victory was virtually impossible. I was taken aback. They were that formidable? Lu Erlong explained that the Xiangjia sect's martial soul was the Diamond Mammoth, known for unparalleled defense, making it nearly impossible to break through their defenses at the same level. Moreover, all 7 of their members were direct descendants of the Xiangjia sect, with 3 soul masters and 4 quasi-soul masters, as solid as iron. This posed a significant challenge. Yu Mengqing, Luo Bai, and Lily, our ace members, were eager to take the stage, but the master insisted on reserving our trump cards for the finals. Ultimately, it was Tang San who stepped forward, proposing an ingenious strategy to have Zhu Zhuqing replace Tai Long and Oscar replace Jiang Zhu. One would serve as an extreme agility attacker, while the other would function as a super support. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes lit up, praising Tang San for his tactical insight. The match was nothing short of exhilarating. The 7 members of Xiangjia stood like mountains, their defensive capabilities almost monstrous. Despite our relentless efforts, we struggled to find a breach. In the end, it was Tang San's quick thinking, utilizing Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, that allowed us to take to the skies and launch a surprise attack. The most remarkable moment occurred when an opponent attempted to ambush our backline, believing that an auxiliary soul master would be easy prey. However, to their astonishment, Oscar retaliated with a powerful energy beam, nearly shattering the opposing captain's skull. This was all thanks to Luo Bai's rune magic, transforming the support into a cannon. Ultimately, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed their ultimate move, the martial soul fusion technique, the ghostly white tiger, a colossal tiger, exuding an aura of death, materialized from thin air, its overwhelming presence making my legs feel weak from afar. This was the decisive blow that concluded the match. The intensity of this battle left Luo Bai and Lily in tears, and upon returning, they secretly began contemplating whether they could also develop a martial soul fusion technique. The subsequent rounds of competition proceeded with greater ease, as we achieved consecutive victories. There was a minor incident when Tang San returned, appearing utterly exhausted, prompting the master to enforce a mandatory rest. This delighted Lily, who finally seized the opportunity to take charge as the main control soul master. To my surprise, Lily's command skills were indeed commendable, earning her praise from the master for her innate talent. In the blink of an eye, after 10 rounds of preliminary matches, our Shrek Academy stood victorious in all battles, securing the top position. However, we were not alone in this feat. The elemental academies of Shinfeng, Thunder, Tianshui, and Qihua also boasted flawless records. Then came the 11th round, the main event. Our opponent was Qihua Academy, an entire team of Fire Element Soul Masters. They commanded the center stage, drawing the attention of the entire arena. The master conducted a brief analysis of our opponents before handing command over to Lily. Why? Because Lily's martial soul was the Ice Jade Holy Qilin, embodying the essence of ice, a natural counter to fire-based combatants. Lily began calling out names: Dai Ge Luo Bai, Sister Xiao Wu, Senior Tai Long, Senior Jiang Zhu, and Third Brother. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Wait, 8th sister, you are the main control. Why are you still selecting me? Lily, slightly bashful, scratched her head. Well, Third Brother, I don't want to be the main control this time. I wish to perform the martial soul fusion technique with Luo Bai. In an instant, we were all astounded. What was this? They too had a martial soul fusion technique. When did they manage to accomplish that? The master then smiled and explained that they had successfully developed it long ago and had been waiting to surprise us. Now, facing a formidable opponent like Qihua Academy, it was time to reveal their trump card. I must say, Qihua Academy's lineup was indeed impressive. Their captain, Huo was at level 42, wielding the martial soul of the fire Tyrannosaurus, reputed to be the strongest in direct confrontations. Additionally, there was a pair of agile twins and 2 burly auxiliary soul masters. Yet, the most striking figure among them was the only female member, Huo, towering in height. With a captivating figure, she was a level 43 control-type soul master, the very soul of the entire team. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Huo Wuxuan glared at Dai Mu Bai, vowing to end our winning streak. Dai Mu Bai coldly retorted, stating that those words were precisely what he intended to say. Huo Wuxuan then turned to mock Tang San, claiming that plant-type martial souls were inherently weak against fire types, urging us to concede. Tang paid him no mind, merely curling the corner of his lips before exchanging a knowing glance with Luo Bai. I noticed Luo Bai nodding at Lily, as if to say, just wait and see. Today you shall experience the duality of ice and fire. With a command from the referee, the match commenced. Dai Mu Bai and the others charged forward, while Huo Wuxuang and his team boldly met them head-on. Flames erupted, engulfing half the arena in a sea of fire. The sparks from their two auxiliary soul masters flew everywhere, converging to further ignite their teammates' flames. Just when everyone anticipated a direct clash, Luo, Bai, and Lily, stationed at the rear of our formation, suddenly vanished in a burst of blue and purple light. Where did they go? They had seemingly evaporated. I observed Huo Wu's confident smile freeze in an instant. She realized that this was invisibility. Indeed, this was the martial soul fusion technique of Luo Bai and Lily. Ice Thunder Transformation, Phantom Walk. Now, it was Qihua Academy's turn to worry, as they had to remain vigilant against two phantoms poised to deliver a surprise attack. The frontline battle had begun. Dai Mu Bai and Huo Wuxuang's soul skills collided with a thunderous roar. Huo Wuxuang staggered back a step, while Dai Mu Bai stood unyielding, his soul power clearly superior to that of our opponent. However, Dai Mu Bai was not having an easy time either. The flames clinging to his tiger claw emitted the unmistakable scent of roasted meat. Huo Wuxuang, shaken back, could not maintain his composure and let out a furious roar, charging straight at Dai Mu Bai without even utilizing his soul skills. He was determined to defend his title of invincibility in the most primal of ways. This fellow was quite stubborn, insisting on a direct confrontation with Dai Mu Bai. Yet, to be honest, my friends, the physical clash was hardly the crux of the matter. The true lethal strike lay hidden in the shadows. I must tell you, just as the attention of the entire arena was fixated on these two muscular men, our stealthy Luo Bo and Lili made their appearance with a sudden flash. It was as if they had teleported, closing in on the two support characters of the opposing team. These two support characters were like power banks for the Qihua Academy. If they were not taken out first, victory would be out of reach. Huo Wu's reaction was astoundingly swift. Without even turning her head, she unleashed a rejection fire ring in an attempt to push them away. However, to my astonishment, Luo Bo, with a flash of purple light, countered with an identical rejection fire ring, sending Huo Wu herself flying. Who among you understands this? It was truly magic defeating magic. Whatever skill she used against Luo Bo, he could return it to her in its entirety. This was known as the Rune of Elemental Rebound, specifically designed to counter those who manipulate elemental forces. The dignitaries in the VIP section were nearly beside themselves, speculating whether this was a soul bone. Stop guessing. This was our Luo Bo's exclusive black technology. Seizing the opportunity, Sangu sprang into action, his blue-silver grass swiftly entangling Huo Wu. Yet that slippery girl managed to dodge with a shadow clone, switching places. Unfortunately for her, she had forgotten that we had another control character on our side. Lili's ice chains swiftly yanked her back, followed by a flurry of ice spikes. This caused Huo Wu considerable pain, yet she remained defiant, casting another fire ring to disrupt the formation we had painstakingly assembled. Consequently, both sides temporarily withdrew, beginning to gather their strengths for powerful attacks. The two support characters opposite, as if oblivious to the cost, fervently charged Huo Wu's powers. Huo Wu conjured a miniature sun, the orange glow transitioning to a deep blue, and finally to a blinding white, containing an immense amount of heat. Truly terrifying. Her four teammates stood like bodyguards in front of her, clearly intent on preventing us from interrupting. Huo Wu shouted, "Victory is ours." And with that, a dazzling white fireball, resembling the sun itself, soared above her head. I tell you, at that moment, the entire arena was illuminated by this spectacle. Even Ning Fengji in the VIP section could no longer sit still, declaring that our Shrek team was in serious trouble. Huo Wu, brimming with confidence, turned to Sangu and proclaimed, "Victory belongs to us." Just as her words fell, that little sun shot forth, locking onto Sangu's head. leaving him no chance to evade. Just when everyone thought Sangu was doomed to be obliterated, Luo Bo and Li Li arrived again. Another martial soul fusion technique. A massive ice wall erupted with a thunderous crash. What was happening? Hadn't these two just used a fusion technique? How could they still have energy left? The expressions on Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang's faces resembled that of a server crashing. They were utterly bewildered. The miniature sun collided with the ice wall and instantly diminished in size, brightness, and temperature, losing more than half its power. The remaining flames were enveloped by Sangu's blue silvergrass, allowing him to withstand the impact without so much as tearing his clothes. He dusted himself off and looked at the 7 bewildered opponents, casually remarking, "Oh, I forgot to mention my blue-silver grass grants fire immunity." I was seated below, and I swear, the expressions on the faces of the Chihua team resembled that of a shattered worldview. Their strongest strike had merely grazed Sangu, akin to a light scratch. What was the point of that? Huo Wu gritted her teeth, forcing out 3 words between clenched jaws. "We concede." The bitterness in her voice was palpable. She believed that had it not been for that ice wall, Sangu would not have been able to withstand the attack. How naive! She had no idea that Sangu's body had been tempered by the ice and fire yin-yang eye, even in its weakened state. The full force of Huo Wu's fire sun would not have left a scratch on him. After defeating Chihua, our next match was against a familiar foe, the TheAccidental Academy, the very team led by that old codger, Shinian, who had previously sought to eliminate Sangu. Upon encountering an enemy, their animosity was palpable. In order to conceal our strategies, Master directly assigned Luo Bo and Li Li to the substitutes, forbidding them from participating. Sangu specifically requested Zhu Zhuqing to take the field, stating that this team was not to be underestimated and warranted serious attention. At the onset of the match, the opposing 7 simultaneously revealed their martial souls. What a sight! They were all gemstones, vividly colored, reminiscent of the Halua, and quite rare. Then, the 7 of them radiated a blinding light and fused together. They conjured a colossal, dazzling 7-colored light column that enveloped the entire arena, named the 7 Azura Illusion. They even boasted that they would make us wail in agony, thereby achieving their legendary status. I was watching from below, my heart in a knot. The spectacle was truly intimidating, halting even the neighboring matches. What happened next? As the light faded, I was left dumbfounded. Our 6 members, Dai Mu Bai and his companions, were all spitting blood, sprawled on the ground in a state of severe injury. Meanwhile, the 7 from Tsanghoe were in an even more dire condition, lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, convulsing as if they were in a scene from Train to Busan, effectively rendered incapacitated. Only Sangu stood swaying slightly, his complexion pale, yet his eyes sparkling like a victorious champion. The referee trembled as he announced our victory. As the opposing teams struggled to help each other back to the resting area, I was about to inquire about their injuries when Li Li, stifling laughter beside me, whispered, "Look at Tang San, that drama king. He even let everyone into the pit. With such acting skills, he deserved an Oscar." It dawned on me then, it was all an act. That 7-colored light column was a mental attack illusion. But who did they encounter? They faced off against Sangu, who possessed the purple extreme magic eye. Engaging in mental warfare with him was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, an invitation to disaster. Sangu retaliated with his mental power, rendering all 7 of them into vegetative states. Subsequent reports indicated that the 7 from Tsanghoe had indeed suffered irreversible brain damage. Their academy lodged a protest, demanding severe punishment for us. However, the official investigation concluded it was a case of soul skill backlash, leaving us unscathed. This maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example of a dimensional strike. I felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, I had not recklessly attempted any martial soul fusion techniques, for the cost of backlash was exceedingly high. Upon returning to the academy, Dean Flanders summoned us all for a meeting, preparing for an Oscar-worthy performance. I tell you, those severely injured brothers, upon entering the conference room, revived instantly, bouncing around more joyfully than anyone else. I finally realized I was the only honest one, genuinely believing in their charade. Tang San even shushed me, warning that there were ears on the other side of the wall, urging me to cooperate. Fine, my friends. Who understands? Everyone was a thespian, while I was merely an audience member. Dean Flandre's face was tightly drawn as he announced that the competition committee would be arriving shortly, urging us to prepare our script. He scanned the room and pointed directly. You 7, immediately go to the quiet room and play dead. Ere long, you lead the way, and gather Zhao Wujie and the others to stand guard. No one is allowed to see them. He then sent away Jiangzhu, claiming that having an additional healer present would enhance the illusion. In the end, only the remaining few of us who had not taken the field and Tang San were left in the room. Dean Flandre flashed a sly smile at Tang San, his expression that of a cunning old fox. He said, Little San, when they arrive, no matter what they ask, just say 3 words. I don't know. Tang San was bewildered. Huh? Just that? Dean Flandre snickered coldly. What else? Just say you were blinded by the light and couldn't see anything clearly, wildly casting skills. By the time you realized what was happening, they were already down. Since there are no cameras, can they really put you through torture? Everything needs evidence. Without it, it's their own fault for mishandling it. Soul skill backlash is none of our concern. At that moment, I could hardly contain myself. The maneuver was simply audacious. The dean truly exemplified a seasoned performer, steadfast in his refusal to acknowledge the situation. The investigative team arrived more swiftly than anticipated, and their presence was formidable. Leading the charge were 2 individuals that left me astounded. One was the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Wuhuan Temple, and the other, none other than Ning Rongrong's father. Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, wore a remarkable twist, as they had embedded our own within the investigation team. How could they possibly uncover anything? Salas wore a grim expression, likely cursing under his breath. To elevate the performance, the master dramatically produced the papal order, slamming it onto the table, which rendered the room utterly silent. The origins of such an artifact were shrouded in mystery, adding to the intrigue. To maintain the facade, our academy announced the withdrawal from the subsequent 2 matches, citing that team members had sustained serious injuries and required recuperation. Thus, our undefeated record was tarnished. And to compound our misfortune, our opponents were none other than the formidable teams of Shunfeng and Leitang. They had essentially claimed 2 victories without effort. The preliminary rounds reached their final phase, and the qualifying teams were essentially determined. Leitang, Shunfeng, our Shrek Academy, Chihua, and Tianshui. In the final round, while other teams posed minimal concern, we faced the tough challenge of Tianshui Academy. This match was pivotal. The victor would claim 3rd place. The organizing committee understood the stakes and scheduled our match on the central main stage, a grand finale of sorts. Allow me to tell you, Tianshui Academy was akin to an all-female beauty squad, with each member possessing water and ice attributes. How fortuitous! The master promptly sent Lily and me into the fray. It was no jest. Lily was the ice jade sacred Qilin, with ice at her very core, making her a force to reckon with against them. Before the match commenced, Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng, the ever-enthusiastic admirer, approached Tang San, showering him with encouragement. Xiao Wu grew weary of his incessant cheerleading, urging him to change his words. Since our victory over Chihua Academy, he had been present at every match, seemingly anxious that Tang San would triumph and subsequently pursue Wu. During this encounter, he also divulged that the Wuhuan Temple's own team was exceptionally strong, with the championship practically predetermined. Of course, who could deny their strength? Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, these were members of the Golden Generation whom I had known for 6 years. Their prowess was undeniable. If I had not fled, I would still be among them. Honestly, had I advanced to the finals, I would undoubtedly face them. Finally, it was our turn to take the stage. The Tiando Great Soul Arena was nearly explosive, with ticket prices soaring to exorbitant heights. As we ascended the platform, we were greeted by a sea of blue-clad, long-haired beauties on the opposing side, with a leader, Shui Binger, exuding an aura of icy elegance that left Dai Mubai utterly captivated. Once the referee announced the start, both sides revealed their martial spirits in unison. To our astonishment, the opposing team was far stronger than we had anticipated. Aside from their captain Shui Binger, who was at level 40, The team included 2 Soul Zone members. Their martial spirits were peculiar, adorned with scales and color-shifting skin, making them difficult to identify. Damu Bai, as our soul powerhouse, stood at the forefront, bearing immense pressure. Yet Lily was no pushover. Upon unleashing her ultimate ice martial spirit, the opposing team's oppressive force was immediately evident. The 3 strong female attackers from Tianshui rushed forward, their strikes against Damu Bai feeling merely like tickles. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sen swiftly commanded Xiao Wu and Jingling to flank the enemy. However, at that moment, Shui Binger made her move. A flash of icy blue light swept through, and in an instant, Tang San was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Shortly thereafter, Damu Bai and the others were similarly immobilized. Fortunately, with Lily present, the martial spirit suppression faded within 2 seconds, but that brief moment was ample time for the opposition to execute their plans. Shui Binger's second soul ring illuminated, enveloping her entire team in a layer of ice armor, which shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Just as Tang San broke free from the ice, Shui Binger's first soul skill struck again, freezing him anew. I could see the frustration on his face. It was as if he were caught in a cycle of icy Russian dolls. Lily was desperately attempting to dispel the control effects, but Shui Binger's skills were instant, relentless, and utterly infuriating. Furthermore, the dark-haired girl at the rear, named Shui Wu, began to dance on the spot. With each movement, dark clouds gathered above us, unleashing a torrential downpour. The icy rainfall chilled us to the bone, sapping our combat effectiveness. Tang San, feeling cornered, unleashed his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, instantly ensnaring all 7 of the opposing team members. Yet, just as he intended to make his next move, he was once again encased in ice by Shui Binger. I was perplexed. Why was Lily solely focused on dispelling control and not unleashing her ultimate technique? She muttered something to me. Meanwhile, Tang San shouted in urgency, Damu Bai. Meteor Shower. Damu Bai's 4th soul skill descended from above, aligned with Tang San's command, successfully sending 2 of the attackers and their prison tumbling off the stage. But just then, Shui Binger and the dancing Shui Wu suddenly charged toward one another. Tang San realized the imminent threat and shouted, "No. It's a martial spirit fusion skill." It was too late. The blue-haired and black-haired girls merged into a single entity, a beam of light shooting into the clouds, their forms vanishing altogether. Their martial spirit fusion skill had been prepared since the match began. Reacting swiftly, Tang San commanded us to gather, using blue-silver grass to pull everyone together, forming a protective circle around the core, Jiangzhu. The rain above transformed into snow, each flake akin to a blade, coalescing into a colossal ice and snow tornado. Spiraling toward us, Shui Binger's voice echoed from afar. "Surrender if you cannot endure." Tang San disregarded her, instead urging Lily and me, "Do not hold back any longer, hurry." He expended all his soul power, layering 7 blue-silver prisons, with an outer webbing for additional protection. At last, Lily spoke up, her voice soft yet clear. "From this moment on, they are destined to lose. Robert, prepare." In the next instant, I withdrew my Thunder Spirit Pearl, while Lily channeled all her soul power, along with the vast energy from the storm of ice and snow, into me. A brilliant blue light erupted, and my second martial spirit, the Ice Crystal Pearl, made its debut before all. Not only that, but it evolved into the Extreme Cold Spirit Pearl upon absorbing the overwhelming energy. Indeed, a twin martial spirit. The dignitaries in the VIP section stood in astonishment, with Dean Flanders nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. This maneuver was akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Using my twin martial spirit to shield Tang San's Haotian hammer, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's faces turned pale. The energies summoned by their fusion skill had become the very nourishment for my martial spirit's evolution. A resounding phoenix cry echoed as their fusion skill culminated in a colossal ice phoenix, measuring 7 meters in length, descending from the heavens. That creature was terrifying. The defenses Tang San had erected crumbled before it. Just as the Ice Phoenix was about to strike us, Lily and I completed our martial spirit fusion skill. Han Hai Langan. Bizang Bing. In an instant, the world fell silent. A bone-chilling cold erupted from beneath us, spreading across the arena at an incomprehensible speed. Whether it was the imperious Ice Phoenix, the seven beauties of Tianshui, or even our own Tang San, at that moment, all were entirely encased in ice. Indeed, even our allies were frozen. Lily had discerned that the Ice Phoenix had spiraled out of control. Had we not acted, Tang San would have been obliterated by that strike. What a sight it was! The entire arena transformed into a colossal ice sculpture, crystalline and translucent, exuding an artistic charm. The girls from Tianshui Academy maintained the poses they held before being frozen, resembling a human ice sculpture exhibition. I tell you, the entire venue fell into a hushed awe, and in the next heartbeat, applause and cheers erupted, nearly tearing the roof off. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Zixing, was a twin martial spirit wielder. Moreover, Lily and I had showcased 3 martial spirit fusion skills in a single match. Such a feat was unprecedented in the realm of soul masters. Not only had one never witnessed it, but few had even heard of it. The expressions on the faces of the prominent figures in the VIP section were nothing short of splendid. The Platinum Bishop of the Wuhun Temple, Salus, appeared as though his eyes might pop out, and I surmised he was already jotting down notes in his mind. This young man must either be brought under his wing or, nipped in the bud. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Snowy Night and Ning Fengji were practically glowing with excitement, as if they had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Once the referee declared our victory, Lily and I approached to thaw the 7 young ladies on the opposing side. Tang San, standing nearby, looked utterly astonished, likely pondering, "Goodness, you two have hidden your talents too well. One possesses a twin martial soul, and the other can collaborate to conjure new techniques. This is an overwhelming hand." He let out a sigh of relief. Had it been any closer, he would have had to reveal his 8 spider lances. The young ladies from the Tianshui Academy, particularly their captain, Shui Binger, regarded us with newfound eyes, transitioning from defiance to fear, and perhaps even a hint of admiration. There was no escaping the fact that my extreme cold spirit pearl and Lily's ice jade, holy Qilin, represented the pinnacle of ice. A formidable alliance that exerted a pure bloodline suppression over their ordinary ice martial souls. Once the competition concluded, we were ushered through the official proceedings, such as the award ceremony, which felt rather tedious. With the arena in ruins, the process was streamlined, allowing only the top 5 teams to receive their awards. Shenfeng took first place, Lei Tang second, and Wei Shrek secured third. The Emperor of the Snowy Night personally presented us with our awards, and let me tell you, this brother truly spared no expense. Not only did we receive a prize of 10,000 gold soul coins, but he also announced on the spot that our team leaders would be bestowed with the title of Viscount. The other team members were granted the title of Baron. We were permitted to join the imperial court upon graduation, along with allocated lands. This overwhelming fortune was practically a declaration, intended to slightly shock the Wuhun Temple next to us. Lily and I chose not to join the throng of celebrants, and as we stepped outside, we were suddenly called out. Who was it? Shui Binger, the captain who we had just frozen into a popsicle. She was straightforward, promptly inquiring about the names of our martial souls and the techniques we had just employed. We shared this information with her. To our surprise, she requested us to amplify her abilities, eager to experience what it was like to fight alongside 2 extreme ice martial souls. Very well, we obliged. As Lily and I unleashed our martial souls, Shui Binger casually waved her hand, enhancing the ice shields around us, making them a full layer thicker. The effect was explosive. Shui Binger herself was stunned, exclaiming that she felt her soul power had at least doubled. Master, observing from the side, was wide-eyed, likely envisioning a new research topic. Such extreme martial souls truly rewarded those who embraced them and doomed those who opposed them. Before long, the elimination rounds commenced. This time, the venue shifted to the grand training grounds of the Royal Knights, offering much more space. The rules had also changed, now consisting of a 1v1 wheel battle, where the defeated would exit and the victors would continue. until all 7 opponents were vanquished. Our luck in the first draw was decent. Our opponents were from a college in the Ballot Kingdom. Xiao Wu was the first to take the stage, showcasing her agile skills as though she had unleashed a whirlwind, single-handedly challenging 5 opponents. It was practically her solo performance. After Xiao Wu exited, it was Tang San's turn. I must tell you, the amusing part ensued. Tang San did nothing but reveal his pitch-black, ancient soul ring, and the last 2 opponents exchanged glances, promptly raising the white flag in surrender. Their instructor likely feared that if the match continued, no one would be left to compete the following day. Thus, the first day passed with ease and enjoyment. However, when the draw occurred that evening, we discovered we would face our old nemesis the next day, the Chihua Academy. Lily immediately volunteered, her extreme ice being the natural counter to their fire. But Master, that crafty old fox, waved his hand, stating no, tomorrow, Tang San will take the first turn. The strategy was to catch them off guard and thoroughly disrupt their rhythm. Although Lily felt somewhat displeased, she had no choice but to comply with the arrangement. The next day, a tough battle awaited us. Tang San stepped onto the stage first, leaving the members of Chihua Academy stunned. Their captain, FleesWuhun, who was supposed to lead, now faced our strongest fighter, Tang San. The scene was nothing short of a personal showcase for Tang San, as he systematically dismantled the powerful assault type, FleesWuhun, using his various Tang Sec techniques and exquisite control. What followed was a moment to witness a miracle. Tang San seemed to embody a war god, defeating one opponent after another. Chihua Academy sent 5 individuals, yet none could force him to reveal his third soul skill. He defeated 6 opponents in total. Keep in mind, this was an esteemed powerhouse, Chihua Academy. Their faces turned pale. Now, only the final opponent remained, the vice-captain, Wu. Her eyes were aflame with determination as she stepped onto the stage, radiating an aura of desperation. Although Tang San appeared calm, it was evident that he was nearing his limits, his energy waning. Wu, too, was fierce in her quest for victory. She resorted to a forbidden technique called the merge ring, which inflicted self-harm, forcibly conjuring a white sphere of light resembling a miniature sun, aimed directly at Tang San. My heart sank. Wasn't this the technique her brothers could only use together, the Wu Yaoyang? How could she wield it alone? Had she lost her mind? Tang San was equally relentless. Seeing no way to evade, he coiled his blue-silver grass around Wu, drawing her in as a shield. Just when I thought he would ruthlessly eliminate her, in the next moment, he astonishingly turned his back to the energy sphere, shielding Wu in his embrace. At that instant, 8 black legs sprang forth from behind him, absorbing the impact of the strike. With a resounding crash, they fell to the ground. Tang San beneath Wu. As Daimu Bai and the others rushed to lift Tang San, we all inhaled sharply. His back was horrifically mangled, exposing flesh and even bone in places. It was a ghastly sight. Although the referee ultimately declared Wu the victor, in reality, Tang San had achieved 7 consecutive victories, emerging with honor despite his defeat. He was saved, and under the care of a healing soul master, his external injuries healed swiftly. However, Tang San began to express discomfort, stating he felt an intensely scorching energy raging within him, causing him excruciating pain. At that moment, Lily stepped forward, beckoning Tang San and me aside, claiming she had a solution but needed to speak privately. In a secluded corner, Tang San could no longer contain his curiosity, asking what was afoot. Lily sighed, "Third brother, you are too impulsive. If it weren't for Luo Bo's assistance, this fire poison could have tormented you for a lifetime." I looked at Tang San earnestly and asked, "Tang San, can you keep a secret about what you are about to see?" I was aware that he too harbored secrets. Tang San gazed into my eyes and nodded. "We are partners." "Excellent." I took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. In the next moment, with a mere thought, 3 pearls instantly encircled my body. 1 ice blue, 1 lightning purple, and 1 fiery red. Tang San was left speechless, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, his eyes filled with disbelief. Completely forgetting the pain he was enduring, he stammered, pointing at me, 3 threes martial soul? Indeed, You're not mistaken. I retracted the extreme cold spirit pearl and the thunder spirit pearl, leaving only the flame pearl. Immediately afterward, Lily placed her hand on my back, channeling her soul power to guide the flame pearl, which began to slowly absorb the overwhelming fiery energy from Tang San. Let me tell you, the moment that energy entered, the flame pearl reacted as if invigorated, humming with energy. The entire pearl became scorching hot, its color transitioning from orange to a deep crimson, almost black. The pearl swelled dramatically, doubling in size, finally matching the dimensions of my two companions' pearls. Even more astonishingly, a dark flame pattern began to emerge within the pearl. Tang San's expression was akin to encountering a glitch in a game. His mouth agape as he finally processed the situation. He realized the other two pearls contained lightning and snowflakes. It seemed these were all standard features. I felt a surge of joy. At last, everything was in place. This pearl could no longer be called the Flame Pearl. It must be named the Dynamic Flame Spirit Pearl. Just listen to that name. It elevates the prestige instantly. Indeed, yet another extraordinary martial soul has emerged fresh from the forge. Tang San fell utterly silent, as if the very foundation of his worldview had been shattered by my actions. Upon our return, we coincidentally stumbled upon Dalu and his companions expelling the individuals from the Chihua Academy, claiming they had come to see Tang San. Huh, who would believe that? In any case, during those few days, Tang San was recuperating while we remained busy. The master outright forbade him from participating, and guess what? Even without him, we of Shrek continued to dominate. In the subsequent 3 matches, Dalu fought like a madman, single-handedly battling 4 or 5 opponents. And then Zhu Zhuqing would step in to finish the match. The efficiency was remarkable. After a few days of recovery, Tang San was lively again, yet the master still wouldn't allow him to play, relegating him to the role of a cheerleader. Before we knew it, the 6th day arrived, and we faced the Jiwu Academy. I can only describe the master's strategy as exceedingly abstract. He inexplicably placed Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tai Long at the forefront. What happened next? At the onset of the match, we were left dumbfounded as we watched our side being overwhelmed. Just one adversary, wielding a mere vine, had our 3 comrades pinned to the ground. That individual, with an air of nonchalance, proclaimed after defeating Tai Long, "Shrek Academy is not so impressive after all." I was taken aback. Could we tolerate this? The rotund Ma Hongjun exploded with rage, his face flushed crimson, ready to charge forth. However, the master restrained him with a single hand, calmly instructing, "Have you discerned the opponent's strategy? Your task is to incapacitate them all while conserving your soul power." I exchanged a glance with Tang San and instantly understood. The master was employing a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing, sending out lower-tier competitors to flush out the opposing trump cards before deploying a superior contender to sweep the battlefield. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire, unleashed upon those delicate flowers and plants, was akin to child's play. Thus began his solo showcase. Upon entering the arena, flames erupted from him as if they were free, instantly igniting the vines and turning them into skewers. It was a one-sided massacre, 1 against 5. The opposing team was left utterly bewildered. Although one opponent claimed his martial soul was called Qian Jingji and could withstand fire, I could not help but chuckle. This sentiment echoed in my mind. Oh, I remembered Tang San had once remarked that my Lanin Xiao was fire-resistant. Those in the know understood that it was about traversing another's path, leaving them with no avenue to escape. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun single-handedly defeated all 7 of the opposing team. The first of Shrek to achieve such a feat was this previously sidelined fellow. In that instant, everyone was left in disbelief, gazing at us with a newfound respect, likely thinking, how many hidden talents does Shrek Academy possess? Thereafter, we continued our streak of victories, even toppling the Tian Shui Academy. Ma Hongjun first incapacitated their strongest, Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu, after which Lily effortlessly executed a 1 against 5. Our Shrek 10 monsters showcased their prowess. With 11 consecutive victories, we topped the rankings. However, the final 2 matches would prove to be true challenges, Shinfeng Academy and Leitang Academy. On the day we faced Leitang Academy, Tang San was insistent on participating. The master inquired, if you go up, how many can you defeat? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San replied, at least one. The master shook his head, stating, Your Lan Yin Chao cannot defend against electricity. You would be at a disadvantage. What if you were injured? How would you fare against Shunfeng tomorrow? Tang San finally comprehended. The master intended for him to conserve his strength for Shunfeng. Then the master scanned the group and summoned me directly. Luo Bo, you go. We all stared in shock. What did he mean? Just me? The master sought for me to achieve a 1 against 7. I chuckled. No problem. Tang San and the others finally realized, having been too focused on my fusion technique with Li, that they had nearly forgotten just how formidable my own martial soul was. My Leiting Lingzhu was, after all, an extraordinary martial soul, naturally suppressing their electric attacks. Additionally, I had equipped myself with a new skin, a fresh rune called Thunder Goddess Heart, emphasizing a rebound effect. As for the process, what process? They struck me with electricity, and I absorbed it, retaliating with double the force. By the end, they were utterly bewildered, likely questioning if I was using cheats. Regardless, I achieved another 1 against 7 and exited with ease. Just after finishing, the captain of Shunfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian, confronted us, demanding to see Tang San. This fellow, who had previously come with a playful demeanor, now seemed as if he had transformed completely. His eyes reddened. He issued a challenge. Tomorrow, we shall be opponents. I will be the first to fight. I hope you will do the same. Let us settle this in one match. If I lose, Shunfeng will concede outright. Tang San initially hesitated, insisting on our team's spirit. However, Dalu shattered that notion with a single remark. Grant him a chance for a duel between men. I surmised it was related to Douluo. Goodness. A warrior charging forth for love. The master nodded in agreement, leaving no room for further discussion. Tang San immediately accepted the challenge, his aura intimidating enough to make Feng Xiaotian take a step back. Through gritted teeth, Feng Xiaotian warned, if you lose, stay away from Douluo. Tang San coldly retorted, I have no relationship with her, and with that, we departed without a backward glance. What could I do? I was equally helpless. I could only work late into the night to craft a set of purple epic-level elemental rebound runes for Tang San. Feng Xiaotian, I hope you appreciate this generous gift. The following day's duel was intensely fierce. Feng Xiaotian unleashed even his self-created soul techniques, fighting like a madman. The result? The harder he fought Tang San, the more ferociously my runes rebounded. In the end, Tang San was compelled to resort to his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, utilizing the chaotic cloak hammer method to force a victory. We won, yet the price was steep. Our team's twin martial soul revelation was now broadcasted across the internet. The Emperor of Snowy Night, accompanied by a host of high-ranking individuals, came to court us, their intentions glaringly obvious. With the conclusion of the qualifying rounds, we achieved 14 consecutive victories, securing the first position. 3 days later, we would set off alongside the main force to Withtriple City for the finals. Yet strangely, the master was nowhere to be found. No one knew of his whereabouts. The journey over the next few days was quite pleasant, as everyone practiced diligently in the carriage, their soul powers rising steadily. Except for Xiao Wu, everyone else leveled up. I reached level 44, Dalu and Sister Mengqing hit 45, and Tang San stood at 43, with the others at 42. Such a lineup could indeed instill fear in others. We arrived at Withtriple City smoothly, yet I felt an unsettling calmness in the air. Later, I discovered that Pope Bibi Dong had dispatched Zhu Huaguan and Lao Gui, 2 titled Douluos, intending to ambush Tang San and capture me. However, they met misfortune, encountering an unknown 10,000-year soul beast, a massive purple eye with immense destructive power. They exerted tremendous effort to defeat the creature and seized a fragment of its 10,000-year soul bone, only to find that our convoy had vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong was furious, but had no choice but to bide her time, planning to capture me after the finals. Did she think she could take me back? In her dreams. The knockout rounds of the finals commenced, brutally unforgiving. one loss meant elimination. As a seed team, we enjoyed favorable luck in the initial rounds. One match being a bye and another due to an opponent as forfeit. Then came a surprising twist. Qihua Academy had fully merged with Shinfeng Academy, forming a new Shinfeng battle team. I could only remark on the ingenuity of city dwellers. When it came time for the third round, our luck finally ran out. The draw results were met with gasps of shock. Our opponents were another seed team, the Douluo Royal Academy. Yet, this was not the most explosive revelation. Just before we were set to take the stage, Dalu and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly gathered us, their expressions grave. They informed us that the captain of the Douluo team, Davis, was Dalu's elder brother, and the vice-captain, Zhu Zhuhun, was Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister. Furthermore, their family's rule dictated that there could be only one heir, and the loser would face death. I was taken aback. This was no longer merely a competition, but a dramatic familial conflict, one that bore the potential for violence. For Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, this was a battle of life and death. Thus, when the referee called for the match to commence, the tension between both sides ignited explosively. As I recount that moment, it was truly astonishing. On the side of the Douluo Empire, the regal Davis and his sister Zhu Zhuhun strutted in with an air of arrogance, their nostrils almost pointing skyward. Upon revealing their soul rings, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. Both sported 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. I sensed that Davis's soul power was nearing level 48, and his sister was not far behind. Even more absurdly, out of their 7-member team, 6 were soul masters. Such a configuration ranks among the finest in the entire competition. Their condescending gazes toward us were akin to that of nobles looking down upon mere peasants. Then, when it was our turn to reveal our strengths, the expressions on their faces shifted instantly from arrogance to shock, akin to that of a liver gone awry. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, both with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun all boasted the same impressive configuration. The moment our soul rings appeared, the opposing team's momentum was halved. Zhu Zhuhun's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as she pointed at her sister, exclaiming in disbelief, "No, this is impossible. You were only in your 20s when you left home." I thought to myself, "Dear sister, you know nothing of the extraordinary." Yet, that was not the most explosive revelation. The piece de resistance was my third brother. He stood there, seemingly indifferent, with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black ring. The legendary 4th ring. Those who understand realize that when that black soul ring emerged, the arena fell into a profound silence. I felt as if the air had solidified for 3 seconds. The expressions of Davis and Zhu Zhuhun transformed entirely, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, clearly contemplating how to eliminate us before we could pose a threat to their claim to the throne. Little did they know, we had a secret weapon. Old Luo had tirelessly worked through the night, crafting each of us a set of purple runes, granting a permanent 20 attribute boost. Just imagine the fear instilled. In this round, it was akin to a pay-to-win player facing off against free-to-play novices. I initially anticipated a chaotic battle, yet what unfolded was astonishing. My third brother unleashed a blue-silver spike formation, immobilizing 6 of the opponents, save for Zhu Zhuhun. Then, it was showtime for our Shrek 7 Devils. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and seamlessly merged their martial souls to form the spectral white tiger. I must tell you, it was a sight to behold, a massive white tiger adorned with black demonic patterns, an aura that could devastate the heavens. With a single strike, the tiger's paw, it was pure visual artistry. The final blow shattered Davis's scapula into pieces, leaving him unconscious before he could even utter a cry. Mubai had shown restraint, otherwise. That strike would have sent him to meet his ancestors. After that onslaught, Mubai's soul power was depleted, and he collapsed into Zhu Qing's embrace. Meanwhile, only Zhu Zhuhun remained, staring blankly at our 7 victorious figures. Refusing to concede, she charged at us with frenzied determination. However, my third brother and sister Xiao Wu executed a flawless combination, ensnaring her with the soft bone lock and casually tossing her off the stage. It was a flawless victory, We triumphed with such precision. On our way backstage, we encountered familiar faces from the Tiando Royal Academy. The captain, Yu Tianheng, who wielded the blue lightning tyrant dragon, approached us, attempting to dampen our spirits with talk of their inability to defeat the Spirit Hall, asking us to avenge him. My third brother's expression darkened, and he unleashed a tirade. You concede before even fighting? You are unworthy to be my opponent for life. His words ignited Yu Tianheng's fighting spirit anew. Then came the match between Tiando and the Spirit Hall. To my astonishment, the legendary golden generation of the Spirit Hall finally took the stage. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen. I recognized them as Luo's senior disciples from the Spirit Hall, and I anticipated great entertainment. As the match commenced, Xiaoyu and Hulaina immediately unleashed a martial soul fusion technique, enveloping the arena in a strange crimson mist. When a mist cleared, the Tiando participants lay defeated. It was a swift and decisive victory. Even Yu Tianheng was left in a pitiful state. What infuriated me further was that Xiaoyu made a throat-cutting gesture towards my third brother after the match. I was incensed. Was he truly a jester? Just wait. The finals will bring him his comeuppance. Soon enough, we reached the final three-way showdown. We, the Spirit Hall, and Shunfeng Academy were set to compete. The day of the finals was grand, with High Priestess Bibi Dong making a personal appearance. The aura she exuded and her beauty were remarkable. No wonder Luo was so enamored. The main event unfolded as the High Priestess revealed 3 soul bones as prizes. Among them was a 50,000-year-old wisdom skull. My eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not a blatant indication that they intended to favor their own from the Spirit Hall? I later learned that Bibi Dong had issued a strict order to incapacitate my third brother during the competition and to reclaim Luo. What a naive fantasy. The finals were structured as an individual elimination format. Our secret weapon, the previously untested Yu Mengxing, was the first to take the stage. However, fortune smiled upon her as she got a bye in the draw. Then came the audacious maneuver. During the match between Shunfeng Academy and the Spirit Hall, a member of the Spirit Hall stepped onto the stage, bowed, and declared his surrender. I was flabbergasted. Could be played this way? It was obvious they were collaborating to exhaust us through a wheel battle. Master and my third brother turned an ashen green with fury. But our Mengxing was unafraid. Upon taking the stage, her silver hair and violet eyes left the audience spellbound. When she revealed her martial soul, the arena experienced a complete system failure. 3 purple and 1 black ring. The first soul ring with a 1,000-year purple. I saw High Priestess Bibidong's jaw drop in astonishment. She must have thought, where did this reincarnation of a dragon come from? The opponent, known as withTriple, was left dumbfounded. He charged at her with a flurry of attacks, only to be met with Mengxing's shadow dance, her movements as agile as a specter, executing 3 consecutive flashes to outmaneuver him. Following that, she unleashed a shadow constriction to slow him down, culminating in a finishing move, the Shadow Devour, which obliterated withTriple in under a minute. The most outrageous part? After the battle, I glanced at Mengxing, and her soul power was nearly full. The soul bone she possessed absorbed energy from her opponents. Combined with the energy-efficient runes crafted by Luo, engaging in a war of attrition against her would be akin to throwing wealth into a benevolent fund. She stood confidently on the stage, eagerly awaiting the next unfortunate soul from Shunfeng Academy. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Yet, the Spirit Hall could no longer remain idle. As they witnessed Mengxing single-handedly dominating both their team and Shunfeng Academy, their desperation grew. They hastily dispatched Yen, the Soul King tasked with being their shield from the Golden Generation. I tell you, when Yen took the stage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He refrained from attacking, instead adopting an ironclad defense. Mengxing's skills struck against him with metallic clangs, akin to a mere scraping. Aware that she faced a formidable Soul King, Mengxing hesitated to approach directly. Thus, she resolved to abandon subtlety and unleash her true power. The legendary 4th soul skill, Endless Feast, was activated. This skill was essentially a game-breaking phenomenon. It detonated within a designated area, dealing immense damage. If it struck an opponent, it would automatically explode again after 1 second. This created a perpetual cycle of destruction unless one could escape its radius. What did this mean? It was akin to throwing a continuously detonating nuclear device at one's feet. Yan's expression turned grim as he desperately attempted to flee the area. However, the range was staggeringly vast. Before he could exit, he endured 3 successive detonations, each more painful than the last. I watched his health plummet dramatically. It was Mengqing, a master of anticipation. At the precise moment Yan escaped the radius, she executed a shadow constriction, ensnaring him with a blob of purple goo. The result? Silence. He was temporarily unable to utilize any skills. A soul king dedicated solely to defense was silenced. That was akin to a turtle without its shell. The moment had arrived for Mengqing. I must tell you, her maneuvers were nothing short of cinematic. With a series of shadow steps, she skillfully evaded skills from the side. Another shadow step, a deft sidestep, and yet another shadow step. She directly flashed right in front of Yan's face. This fluid succession of movements brought her face to face with him. When a soul king finds himself so close, especially in a silent state, it practically signals his demise. She had successfully closed the distance. It seemed she was poised to execute a complete combo. However, just at that critical moment, Yan suddenly erupted, disregarding his defense, and with all his might, struck towards Mengqing with both fists. This was a matter of mutual destruction. Mengqing's protective soul power couldn't withstand the force, and she was sent flying, lying motionless on the ground. The referee was already preparing to count down, and the audience believed Yan was on the brink of victory. But guess what? Mengqing staggered to her feet, clutching her chest with an expression that suggested she was on the verge of collapse, muttering, "I haven't lost yet." My friends, those who understood her, I witnessed her eyes closely. It was not a look of severe injury, but rather one of a seasoned actress plotting how to deliver the final blow to her opponent. Yan, being a straightforward individual, seeing the young girl in such a state, intended to approach her and grant her a swift end. He likely felt quite proud, thinking he had finally subdued this little monster. But what happened next? You fell for it. Just as Yan stepped into striking range, the seemingly faltering Mengqing suddenly resurrected with full vigor. In a flash, she shadow stepped to his front, activating her soulbone skill, draining away the meager soul power and life force he had left. Following that, another shadow step, and Yan immediately crumpled, unable to even stand. Yet, being a defensive soul king, even in his weakened state, he contemplated raising a shield for protection. Mengqing, noticing this, thought, "Oh, how resilient. You wish to lie in bed for 3 months, do you? Let me assist you." With a shadowy maw, she delivered the finishing blow. Of course, Mengqing was measured in her approach, refraining from delivering a lethal strike, as there was no deep-seated enmity with the Wuhuan Temple. However, this blow would certainly keep Yan in the hospital for a month, ensuring he would miss the finals. I cast a glance at the Pope BB Dong, whose expression was as dark as a pot bottom. Naturally, who wouldn't be furious to see their painstakingly cultivated golden generation so utterly defeated? I could almost feel her thoughts. This girl named Yu Mengqing must either be subdued or eliminated. She cannot be allowed to remain as a future threat. After this battle, Mengqing herself was not without cost, with her soul power reduced to about 40%. Yet, both the Wuhuan Temple and Shenfeng Academy were intimidated. Shenfeng Academy promptly conceded, recognizing their chances of victory had vanished. The Wuhuan Temple also surrendered. Why? To preserve their personnel. One had already been incapacitated. And if either Hulaina or Xie were similarly defeated, what hope would they have for the final battle? Thus, Mengqing single-handedly penetrated through both elite academies, achieving a remarkable feat. It was simply explosive. Naturally, we all understood that her prowess would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Wuhuan Temple. As the match concluded, Oscar approached, saying, "Junior Sister Tan, you have severely offended the Wuhuan Temple." Tang Sen looked on with concern. In response, Mengqing smiled broadly and uttered a statement that left us all astounded. "No worries, don't fret. After the finals, I will tell them I voluntarily wish to join the Wuhuan Temple." What? Join the Wuhuan Temple? We were all taken aback, with Ning Rongrong being the first to exclaim. "Qingqing, how can you think like that? Mengqing waved her hand, explaining, of course, I don't mean to serve them in earnest. Just think, if I join the Wuhuan Temple, they will undoubtedly cultivate me like the Golden Generation, providing me with the finest resources. Once I return, with my wings fully spread, will they still have any say over me? Goodness, her reasoning was a strategic play of patience and a clever maneuver to reap benefits. Though she explained her rationale, the expressions on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces turned grave. Dai Mubai attempted to persuade her to join the Xinglua Empire, promising safety, but Mengqing declined, asserting she had her own mission. Thus, the individual matches concluded. Shenfeng Academy was defeated, handing the finals slot to the Wuhuan Temple. The final team battle would see us, Shrek, face off against the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Our lineup featured Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, along with Lao Luo and Lily. Mengqing, having expended too much energy in the individual matches, would serve as a substitute. Hope Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji, and several title Douluos were seated to observe. The 3 soul bones awarded as champions sparkled enticingly on the side, tempting all. The members of the Wuhuan Temple stood opposite, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon noticing Mengqing was absent from our lineup, Hulaina visibly relaxed, likely thinking, as long as that one-person army was not present, their advantage was significant. My dear girl, I can only say you are quite naive, entirely overlooking the strength of the other 2 formidable forces on our team. Before the match commenced, both sides began a clash with their auras, the tension palpable. The master gathered us 7 together, hands stacked, and we shouted in unison, "Victory is ours." On the opposing side, Xiaoyu was rallying their team, emphasizing that the Pope was watching and they must achieve a complete victory. Finally, the referee declared, both sides may unleash their martial souls. The battle was imminent. As we entered the arena, we initially set up in a conventional formation of 2-3-2. However, as the members of the Wuhuan Temple began to move, our formation instantly transformed. Lao Luo and Lily exploded with a brilliant ice blue light, vanishing in an instant. Following this, with a command from Tang San, the rest of us quickly aligned into a straight line. Tang San stood at the forefront, followed by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The Wuhuan Temple's members were left dumbfounded, bewildered by this peculiar formation, just as they were in shock, preparing to initiate their martial soul fusion technique. A sudden change occurred. The entire arena was instantly frozen. All members of the Wuhuan Temple were encased in ice. It was Lao Luo and Lily. Their martial soul fusion technique, Han Hailongan by Zhang Bing. This maneuver effectively controlled the entire battlefield. Even Hulaina and Xiaoyu, the 2 soul kings, required 5 seconds to break free from the ice, let alone the others. But that was not all. Even more astonishing events were unfolding. With the battlefield under their control, Lao Luo and Lily quickly regrouped, joining the straight line formation. The 7 of us changed our formation once again. Lao Luo embraced Lily from behind, channeling his soul power into her with fervor. Lily then embraced Ning Rongrong, transferring the fused soul power. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile rose, and 4 soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Fusion ring. She could also perform it. 4 beams of colorful light surged into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Then it was Zhu Zhuqing to Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu to Dai Mubai. Each transmission made the 9-colored light grow thicker and brighter. Finally, Dai Mubai slammed his palms onto Tang San's back. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure exploded from Tang San. The Pope Bibi Dong, seated in the main position, suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "This is the 7-in-1 fusion technique." Indeed, this was the ultimate strategy devised by the master. All 7 individuals' soul powers, concentrated through Ning Rongrong's extraordinary amplification, were funneled into Tang San alone. At this moment, Tang San's soul power level soared beyond level 70, equivalent to a soul sage. Just as Xiaoyu and Hulaina broke free from the ice, still reeling from confusion, an immense, dark golden glowing Haotian hammer appeared above them. Boom! One strike. Just one strike. The two Soul Kings were sent flying out of the arena. Tang Sen closed his eyes, slowly raising the Haotian hammer, which erupted with blinding light, merging him with the hammer itself. The Pope Bibi Dong was visibly unsettled, and Ning Fengji could not help but exclaim, "The true form of the weapon spirit." Indeed, aided by the strength of 7 individuals, Tang San, at a level exceeding 40, unleashed the weapon spirit's true form typically reserved for level 70 soul saints. With great effort, Tang San swung his second hammer. The 5 unfortunate souls from the spirit hall, their ice not yet melted, were thoroughly struck by this mighty blow. The world fell silent. From the beginning to the end of the match, merely 10 seconds elapsed. The Spirit Hall team had not even unleashed a single skill and was entirely eliminated. The audience was left in stunned silence. In the resting area, Meng Qing smiled, not merely because they had won the match, but because she had rewritten the narrative. According to the original storyline, Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast would have been revealed at this juncture, but now, everything had been averted. After a prolonged silence, Tang Sen finally spoke. "We have won." Dai Mubai shouted with excitement. "Yes, we are the champions." The Pope Bibi Dong, with an impassive expression, announced the results and summoned Tang San to receive his award. She looked at him and, in a token gesture, asked, "Would you like to join the Spirit Hall?" Naturally, Tang San declined with a smile. Bibi Dong said nothing further, handing him 3 soul bones. In her mind, she likely mused, "What does it matter how extraordinary you are, Tang San? I still have my trump card." After distributing the soul bones, Tang San generously shared one of his own with those who did not receive any, sparking another wave of astonishment. Just when we thought the award ceremony was concluding, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Lao Luo. "Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Lao Luo, why are you avoiding me? Are you not yet finished playing?" The crowd erupted once more. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? Lao Luo was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. This revelation was even more explosive than Meng Qing's transmigration. All eyes turned toward Lao Luo. With a sigh, Lao Luo slowly approached Bibi Dong and called out, "Teacher." The master and the others were left dumbfounded, questioning whether this was true. Lao Luo merely nodded and continued toward Bibi Dong, accompanied by Lily. To our astonishment, Meng Qing also followed suit. The original Shrek 7 monsters were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why had their teammates all gravitated toward the opposing side? Bibi Dong regarded the trio approaching her with a victorious smile, especially when Lily and Meng Qing knelt on one knee, expressing their desire to join the Spirit Hall. Her joy was palpable. She cast a triumphant glance at the master and us, her expression seeming to declare, "What does it matter how talented you are, Tang San? Young prodigies, just like you have chosen me." Ultimately, the Spirit Hall departed with Lao Luo, Lily, and Meng Qing. The remaining 7 of us briefly reunited before embarking on our separate paths, establishing a 5-year agreement. Time swiftly passed. A year went by. Throughout this year, we each focused on our own training. Meanwhile, Lao Luo, Lily, and Meng Qing's status within the Spirit Hall rose significantly, earning them recognition alongside Xiaoyu and Hu Laina as the new golden generation. Bibi Dong even publicly declared Lao Luo's identity as the Holy Son and expressed gratitude for Shrek Academy's cultivation of such talents, ensuring her reputation was upheld. One day, a year later, Lao Luo, Lily, and Meng Qing proposed to visit Shrek Academy to see their teachers. Remarkably, Bibi Dong consented and even dispatched the titled Douluos, Douluo and Douluo, to escort them. When the 3 once again stood before the master and Dean Flender, both educators were overwhelmed with excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Qing stated that they had 2 important matters to discuss. The first was that Lao Luo, on their behalf, donated a substantial collection of high-level runes to the Academy as a reward for outstanding students, bringing immense joy to Dean Flender. The second matter was that Meng Qing produced a map suggesting that the Academy establish a branch in a particular location for future needs. Dean Flender was bewildered. Meng Qing pointed to a spot on the map, her expression serious. Not far north of the Stardow Forest, there's a small lake, with a small island at its center, home to an ancient golden tree. Teachers, take our advice and seize this opportunity while it remains undiscovered. immediately occupy that place and transform it into our new campus or even a future main academy. She revealed the future address of Shrek Academy in advance to the dean and master, further proposing the division of internal and external academies, exclusively recruiting true prodigious talents. The master, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression and inquired, "The ancient golden tree?" Mengqing nodded. "Indeed. Teachers should investigate it first, and if it proves to be genuine, do not hesitate. I believe that with Shrek Academy's current reputation, attracting talented students will be effortless." The master and Flinder exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and seriousness. They agreed to visit the specified location. With the formalities concluded, Lu Erlong and teacher Zhao Wuji arrived, thrilled to see the three. In the afternoon, the dean insisted on taking them to the back playground, showcasing them as living examples for the academy's students. The presence of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by two talented teammates returning to their alma mater, was indeed a grand affair. Yet, the dean was still not satisfied, insisting that the trio spar with teacher Zhao Wujie before the entire student body as a live demonstration. After this performance, upon returning to the Spirit Hall, I immediately secluded myself. I realized I needed to make significant moves. My hidden profession as a rune master was on the verge of reaching master level. What does that imply? I could directly craft a golden legend. Previously, during my expert level, the success rate for creating a purple epic rune was dismally low, producing only about 102 years, akin to squeezing electronic pickles. I had kept this matter secret from BB Dong, well aware that if I revealed it, this rune technology would instantly become the Spirit Hall's exclusive patent. Inaccessible to others, something I did not desire. After half a year, I steadily reached the 5th ring of Soul King, and then the main event arrived. Seclusion, crafting gold runes. The materials were lined up, essence of millennia-old plants, elemental particles, and parchment, all set. The rune I aimed to create was called Wrath of Thunder, custom tailored for myself, designed to boost the flexibility and accuracy of my lightning soul skills by 40%. If successful, I would be a master-level rune master. I began in earnest. The sensation was exhilarating. I deftly dipped my hand in ink and swiftly sketched the foundational patterns on the parchment. Then, I switched to a feather quill, meticulously refining it to perfection. Next, I guided that bottle of ancient soul beast essence, condensing it into a gaseous shell above the design, flowing seamlessly. My heart raced like a drum. Just one final step remained, to fill it with materials. I told myself to remain calm, to not falter at this critical moment. I even went to wash my hands, fully embracing the ritual. Then, with utmost care, I sprinkled the shimmering purple lightning elemental particles onto the gaseous shell. The originally transparent shell transformed, deepening from clear to a rich purple as the particles infused. Was it full? Not yet. I activated my martial spirit, the Thunder Spirit Pearl, to compress the already saturated particles, creating more space to continue filling. This back-and-forth compression occurred 3 times. I was drenched in sweat, but as I gazed at what lay before me, I was utterly astonished. A body of profound purple, encircled by a brilliant golden edge, floated majestically. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Who among you understands this? Wow, a golden legend. I cannot contain my exhilaration and exclaimed, "I did it." This opened the gateway to a new world, and I struck while the iron was hot, crafting 3 more. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th soul rings were all arranged. You see, the upgrade of soul power and rings is heavily dependent on fate, but these runes are the ultimate trump card I can fully control. This is my true advantage in the Douluo continent. Sometimes I reflect on how remarkable it is that Lily, a formidable figure at level 98, spends her days with us, playing the role of a novice. Alas, her kindness towards me is profound. Without her, my martial spirit would not have evolved. This gratitude, apart from companionship, leaves me at a loss as to how to repay. The years have swiftly passed, and on this day, Xiaoyu accompanied Yu Mengqing outside the martial soul city to sketch. I must tell you, these two have become quite affectionate. After a year of pursuit, Xiaoyu finally won her heart, and now his gaze upon Yu Mengqing is almost mesmerizing. Currently, Yu Mengqing is a formidable soul king with a 3 purple and 2 black soul rings. As they were lost in their sweet exchanges, suddenly, a low hum resonated from the base of the hill as a dark purple portal materialized. Goodness! Yu Mengqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, I feared something significant was emerging, but upon a brief glance, she sighed in relief, declaring the portal too small to signify a beast tide. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze locked onto Xie Yu's, and without uttering a word, she activated her martial spirit and dashed down. Xie Yu, taken aback, quickly followed suit. Emerging from the portal was a gigantic insect, a 4,000-year-old entropic devourer. This creature is the ultimate luxurious upgrade of Yu Mengqing's devouring insect martial spirit. The coward who opened the portal had long since fled, leaving this unfortunate soul beast behind. Under normal circumstances, a level 66 soul emperor and a level 57 soul king might not stand a chance against it. However, the issue here is that it encountered Yu Mengqing. It was akin to facing its own mother with an overwhelming bloodline suppression. As it attempted to flee, Yu Mengqing executed a shadow slither, predicting its movement and cutting it off, applying slow and silent effects. Following that, she unleashed a barrage of shadow steps, closing in for the attack. The Shadow Maw then followed with shadow absorption. In a seamless series of maneuvers, the 4,000-year-old soul beast was completely drained. Xie stood by, utterly dazed, unable to comprehend why his girlfriend treated this soul beast as if it were a child. He was unaware that Yu Mengqing had meticulously planned this. By draining a pure-blooded entropic devourer, her martial spirit would evolve. Previously, during her time working for the Void Saint, her rank was too low for such an opportunity. Now, the chance had finally arrived. With Xie Yu protecting her, Yu Mengqing absorbed the soul beast on the spot, foregoing the soul ring, directly evolving her martial spirit. From that moment forth, her martial spirit became the entropic devourer. Later, Xie Yu hosted a gathering, assembling both generations of the martial soul hall's golden ranks. Myself, Li, Yu Mengqing, along with Hulaina and Yan. The 6 of us ventured to a high-end tavern in Martial Soul City for a feast. I must say, the menu was outrageous. Century-old earth dragon tendons, millennium golden silver fruits. The entire meal consisted of soul beasts. I was astounded, exclaiming that Xie Yu was being extravagant. Yet, Yu Mengqing promptly retorted, saying, "All right, next time, you treat." Goodness, this couple was in perfect harmony. During our meal, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Hulaina had returned from the city of slaughter, seemingly burdened with thoughts, likely preoccupied with her Tangyin. Yin, observing from the side, appeared increasingly agitated. Just as we were eating, Li's expression suddenly shifted, losing her smile. Yu Mengqing then abruptly stood, her demeanor grave and alarming. She interrupted everyone, declaring, "There is danger. It is the Twilight cultists." Of course, Li and I recognized this threat. It was the lunatics from the void. Yu Mengqing had once belonged to them and was intimately familiar with their presence. She instructed us to follow her, positioning the most defensively capable Yin at the front. We dashed into a small private room next door, and without hesitation, Yin shattered the door with a single punch. Inside, 4 individuals panicked upon seeing Yu Mengqing, shouting "Devourer, Saintus, traitor." Then, the most audacious act occurred. One of them bellowed that the Twilight Judgment was imminent, and all 4 began to channel their life force for self-detonation. My scalp tingled at the extremity of their actions. These individuals were akin to walking TNT. Yu Mengqing reacted swiftly, shouting for us to run. She kicked through the wall and leaped from the 2nd floor. We hurriedly followed suit, and, just as we landed, a tremendous explosion erupted behind us. The entire 2nd floor of the tavern was obliterated. My friends, who understands this? In Martial Soul City, our territory, we nearly fell victim to a group of heretics in a single sweep. This was a grave situation. These lunatics had infiltrated Martial Soul City. Meanwhile, Master Yu Shaojiang was experiencing a renaissance. Previously, Yu Mengqing had directed him to cultivate beneath the golden ancient tree. I tell you, that place is akin to a supercharging station. In just 3.5 years, Master S Soul Power Sword from over 30 levels to 60. He ascended directly from Soul Master to Soul Emperor. Such speed, who would dare believe it? Surrounding the golden ancient tree, Shrek Academy also constructed a new campus. Alongside a Shrek City, Li and I visited Master. Upon seeing us after his training, he was overjoyed, yet soon began to fret over Tang's San, lamenting the 5-year agreement. Alas, Master was truly troubled, fearing that we, from the Martial Soul Hall, would eventually confront Tang San and his allies. In truth, the golden ancient tree was Yu Mengqing's contingency. She had long known that it could counter the void forces. Indeed, no sooner had we departed than a few twilight cultists stealthily approached for reconnaissance, only to be repelled by a beam of golden light from afar, unable to gain entry. They reported this incident to the Void Saint, leaving their leader astonished, utterly at a loss. I later learned that this phenomenon is known as attribute counteraction. The void represents shadows, while the golden ancient tree embodies holy light, naturally adversarial. Not only here, but in the Stardow Forest with its life force, and in the Sunset Forest with its ice and fire dragon king soul, the void forces dare not provoke them lightly. However, with Master S breakthrough to level 60, he summoned Li and me, along with teacher Zhao Wuji, to venture into the Stardow Forest to aid them in hunting soul rings. After all, our martial spirit fusion technique, Han Hailan Gan by Zhang Bing, allows us to control soul beasts with remarkable stability. 3 months later, the new high-level Soul Master competition was on the cusp of commencing. This time, the leading team comprised the 3 of us, Li, Yu Mengqing, and myself. I must say, the lineup of our Martial Soul Hall team is nothing short of extravagant. The primary team members are all at least level 45, while the substitute members boast increasingly unique martial spirits, including the Xianming Turtle, the Qingtian Spear, and even those capable of martial spirit fusion techniques like the Light Dragon and Shadow Dragon Dagger. With this configuration, combined with the 2 Soul Emperor-level monsters, Yu Mengqing and myself at the helm, I ask you, how could we possibly lose? Could Shrek possibly produce 7 Tang Sans? We are undeniably ahead. On this day, Xiaoyu and the previous generation of Golden Ranks were assisting us in training newcomers at the battle arena. Suddenly, the entire sky transformed. What was once a blue sky with white clouds was instantaneously engulfed in a bizarre twilight, casting an indescribable hue over the entire firmament. Everyone halted, gazing up in stunned silence. I tell you, I was equally astonished, but our dear sister Qingqing was not dazed. She swiftly pulled Li and me aside, lowering her voice and saying, "This is bad. Something big is coming." We were still bewildered, questioning what she meant. Sister Qingqing warned, "Do you think that phenomenon in the sky is akin to that event in Skydow City?" How naive. That time was merely a minor characters gathering. This time, the Void Forces deity has sent down an old one. An old one, my friends, who understands this term, knows it is no trivial matter. Sister Qingqing explained that while it may be classified as a limit de law, its comprehension of cosmic energy is at a divine level, existing in an entirely different dimension. She closed her eyes to sense the presence, her complexion turning pale. It's here, ranked 4th, the thousand-eyed demon, Cthulhu. No sooner had she spoken than I was struck with dread. To the north of Martial Soul City, the entire sky was overshadowed by a colossal entity. It was larger than a city itself, its body covered in a multitude of crimson and purple eyes, sending chills down my spine. At its center, a massive flesh pillar supported a giant eyeball, resembling a searchlight that obscured the sun. While we trembled in the battle arena, that enormous eye seemed to play a game with us, fixating its gaze on the Pope's palace. Then, with a flash, a beam of purple light shot forth, and before I could react, the magnificent Pope's palace was cleaved in 2. It collapsed as if it were merely a stack of blocks, resounding with a thunderous crash. Reduced to rubble, the elders of the Martial Soul Hall, titled Dalu, erupted like a swarm of disturbed hornets, all fleeing into the air. However, upon catching sight of that monstrous eye in the sky, they immediately wilted. The oppressive aura seemed to inscribe upon their foreheads that they were nothing but insignificant beings. Sister Qingqing and brother Shiwa urgently shouted for us young ones to flee. Yet, that foolish girl Hulaina, in tears, rushed toward the ruins. For her teacher Bibi Dong was still inside. As a result, that great eye swept its gaze, and the nearby Douluo palace collapsed. At that moment, a burst of golden light erupted. An elderly man soared forth, his 9 spirit rings gleaming behind him, 8 black and 1 red. I was astounded. Was this not the legendary hidden boss of the Spear Hall, the 99th level limit Angel Dalu? Without uttering a word, the old man engaged the being known as Kaisen. Other title joined the fray, but their attacks were as ineffective as mere scratching. It was of no consequence. Conversely, with just a few casual sweeps, that great I felled several title Douluo like flies, eliminating them on the spot. I witnessed Qian Dalu push Bibi Dong aside, urging her to flee with Juth Douluo and Gue Douluo, for the Spirit Hall must not cease its legacy. The entire Spirit City had descended into chaos. Countless ordinary people, touched by that purple light, turned mad, attacking those around them, becoming what were known as the Twilight Followers. We, alongside Sister Qingqing, desperately sprinted towards the Stardow Forest, the only refuge available for the time being. Yet within the city, it was far from over. Luo Bo and Lili exchanged glances, and suddenly, a brilliant blue-purple light erupted from their bodies. Thunder roared, and the temperature plummeted. They instantly fused. I tell you, the scene transformed into a stunning young man with flowing blue-purple hair, named Luo Zia. Another limit Douluo had materialized out of thin air. Luo Zia ascended into the sky, calling out to Qian Dalu, "Senior, I come to aid you." Then, upon unleashing his 7th spirit skill, an ice crystal larger than that great eye was hurled forth, followed by his 8th spirit skill, conjuring an ice wall that successfully blocked the creature's laser cannon. 2 limit Douluo against 1. Now there was something to behold. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Dalu approached the monstrous eye and delivered a flurry of powerful strikes. Luo Zia unleashed chains of lightning from behind, piercing and exploding many of the small eyes on that creature, with purple ichor raining down like a downpour. The great eye creature, Kaisen, was now truly enraged. The battle raged on for 3 days and nights. Those who understand the intensity of combat would know that it felt like working a 72-hour shift. Exhaustion had set in. Both Qian Daolu and Luo Zia were clearly on the brink of collapse. Yet that creature remained vigorous. Suddenly, Kaisen unleashed a devastating attack. A massive beam of destruction shot forth. Luo Zia's ice wall shattered instantly. In a panic, he shouted to Qian Daolu, "Senior, cover me while I search for its weakness." Without hesitation, Qian Daolu surged forward to distract the creature. Seizing the moment, Luo Zia unleashed his 9th spirit skill, a colossal ice sphere enveloped in lightning, crashing down upon the flesh beneath the monstrous eye. The creature let out a piercing scream, retaliating with a beam that sent Luo Zia flying, thereafter enveloping him in a black energy sphere, threatening to dissolve him. Qian Daolu's eyes turned red. He gazed upon the ruins of the Spear Hall, witnessing the madness of the people, tears streaming down his aged face. Without a second thought, his wings ignited with white flames, and he dove into the black energy sphere. With wings ablaze, fueled by his life and soul, he tightly embraced Luo Zia, then with a fierce thrust, hurled him to safety. In the next moment, Qian Daolu transformed into a radiant beam of holy light that pierced through the heavens, without a hint of hesitation, sacrificing everything to plunge deeply into Kaisuen's core. The world fell into an instant silence. When Luo Bo and Lili regained consciousness, Spirit City had been utterly transformed into a desolate expanse of purple ruins. Qian Daolu had perished, and the ancient being known as Kaisen had been vanquished alongside him. An exchange of one for another, what a grave loss. They had no time to grieve and swiftly fused into the female version of Li Jun, making their way to Tiando City. 2 weeks later, in Shrek City, it had become the sole sanctuary on the continent. Tiando City was lost, as were the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon school, all severely damaged, with survivors fleeing here. The golden ancient tree had become the final Noah's Arkansas. The old patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, Yu Engine, in his dying moments, transferred all his power to his son, the Master Yu Shaojing, who miraculously cultivated his previously useless martial soul into the Holy Light Dragon. As for Luo Bo and Li Li, they too remained active, fusing into Luo Xia to save lives across the land. In places like Tianshui City and Qihua City, most cities had fallen, and their efforts felt futile. The power of individuals was truly minuscule in the face of calamity. When they finally escorted the last batch of survivors to Shrek City, exhaustion overwhelmed them, and before the esteemed figures, they collapsed and reverted back to Luo Bo and Li Li. Everyone was left in stunned silence. It turned out that these legendary limit Douluo were the combined efforts of two individuals. They were unpretentious, revealing their secret and surrendering all the soul bones obtained along their journey, including a million-year soul bone dropped by Kaisun. Now, all the unmutated survivors from across the continent crowded in Shrek City, forming a coalition against the demonic forces. Yet the atmosphere was profoundly somber. Take Ning Rongrong, for instance. She had fainted from crying multiple times. Her dear AO, who had left home 5 years ago with no news, now seemed to be in grave danger given the current circumstances, and she wept daily. Then there was Bibi Dong, accompanied by Hulaina and Zhu Guidao, traversing the treacherous terrain of the Star Do forest for over a month, her mind unraveling as she oscillated between fits of laughter and screams, resembling a lost dog. Now, making her way toward Shrek City. Ah, what cruel fate! The very place she wished to avoid had become her only lifeline. Meanwhile, our third brother Tang, San, was desperately racing toward Shrek City. I tell you, after 5 years in the secluded mountains of Haotian School, he was nearly losing his wits, his thoughts consumed by the 5-year promise and his longing for Xiaowu. As soon as he emerged from the mountains, activating the flight ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor, his speed soared, reaching Tiando City in a single day. However, upon arriving at a distance, he was met with a sight of utter devastation. The skies over Tiando City were shrouded in a thick, dark purple haze, resembling a colossal pot lid. Upon activating his purple extreme magic eye, he was astounded. The dense, impenetrable shadow energy was overwhelming. Tiando City was gone, reduced to mere ruins. The ground littered with transformed twilight fools who, upon spotting someone flying above, would shoot energy beams like a game of whack-a-mole. Of course, such minor obstacles were no match for our third brother, now a Soul King at level 59, equipped with 3 soul bones and dual domains for protection. The attacks barely tickled him. He soared above the city walls, his heart sinking further. Where were his teachers? His companions? Xiaowu? He dare not ponder, only praying fervently for their safety. Fortunately, his quick wit recalled that a year prior, the master had mentioned that Shrek had established a new campus near the Stardo Forest, with Shrek City resting beneath the protection of a divine tree known as the Golden Ancient Tree, a safe haven. This realization felt like grasping a lifeline. He disregarded the small monsters in the city and turned southwest, speeding away. As he traveled, the world transformed beyond recognition, and his desire to grow stronger surged to unprecedented heights. At long last, he arrived at Shrek City. In the Coalition's conference hall, a group of leaders were embroiled in a heated debate when suddenly the door swung open. Who entered? Zhu Douluo. I tell you, he appeared as if he had just crawled out of a garbage heap, utterly disheveled. Upon entering, he cleared his throat, attempting to maintain an air of superiority. The Pope of the Spirit Hall has arrived. Will no one greet me? The individuals present, particularly the old fellow from Douluo, regarded him with the bemusement typically reserved for a farcical spectacle. Ning Fengji maintained a veneer of politeness, yet there was an underlying implication in his words. Please allow her to enter. Who would have anticipated that the Wuhuan Dian still had survivors? This remark incensed Zhu Douluo, leaving his countenance tinged with green. What do you mean by who would have thought? Are you wishing for our complete annihilation? Ultimately, Bibi Dong entered with all the grace of a model strutting down a runway. My heavens, does anyone comprehend the gravity of her appearance? Her visage appeared haggard, as though a decade had been stripped away in an instant, and her entire aura was shrouded in desolation. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. With the Wuhuan Dian in ruins, what am I but a mere figurehead? The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. While many had harbored grievances against the Wuhuan Dian, it was, after all, a sanctum for soul masters. The notion of its dissolution and the sight of their once mighty pope in such a state evoked a sense of melancholy. At this juncture, the master spoke, inquiring about the number of remaining personnel. Upon seeing the master, Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a complex array of emotions. Xiaogong, she referred to him. You may call me Donger. What? Donger? The gossip radar of everyone present erupted into a frenzy. What is the nature of their relationship? This revelation was monumental. The master, momentarily frozen, observed the tears cascading from the corner of Bibi Dong's eye, stirring feelings of sympathy within him. Stepping outside, the master beheld the ancient golden tree, under which stood Douluo and a handful of young soul masters, each resembling wilted eggplants. Is this all that remains of the Wuhuan Dian? Subsequently, a young woman named Yue Mengqing stepped forward, exuding a fierce spirit. She boldly announced, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I possess a deeper understanding of the entities from the void than any of you. To be frank, I was once one of the 5 holy maidens of the void, serving under the void Saint Lord. It was I who opened the gates during the beast tide in Tiando City 6 years ago." The audience gasped in astonishment. Was she not an insider? No, she was a turncoat. Yue Mengqing, undeterred by the skepticism surrounding her, began to fervently divulge the organizational structure of the Void Forces, laying bare the Old Ones, the Twilight Saint, and the Twilight Believers. After her exposition, some attendees felt deflated, believing that a confrontation would be futile. Then she unveiled a more explosive plan. We can cultivate an entire generation of extreme Douluo. At this proclamation, the title Douluo nearly burst out in laughter. What dream are you weaving, little girl? Extreme Douluo are not as common as cabbages, let alone an entire generation. Yue Mengqing clarified, stating that as long as they eliminated the old ones near the ancient golden tree, they could store energy to empower the youth. The sword Douluo immediately countered, asserting that breaking through to the 99th level relied on comprehension, not merely on possessing soul power. Bibi Dong, sensing the atmosphere stagnate, interjected to mediate. There is another path, the path to divinity. As long as someone ascends to godhood, the void Saint Lord shall be rendered insignificant. The assembly fell into deeper silence. Ascending to godhood? Was that not even more far-fetched than cultivating extreme Douluo? Just as the gathering seemed destined for an impasse, Yue Mengqing suddenly proposed a suggestion that left everyone incredulous: a name change. She proposed that Shellake Island be renamed Haitian Island and Shellake Lake be transformed in a Haitian lake. My goodness, with the situation so dire, she still had the presence of mind to consider a rebranding? The Xinguan Douluo erupted in anger. Nonsense! Yet the master took her seriously, recalling the genuine Haitian island from his youth and inquiring whether Yue Mengqing had any deeper intentions. She affirmed, suggesting they could seek out the legendary sea god. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed, as the threshold for training on Haitian Island was deemed too high. The current generation was not qualified. Just as the assembly began to lose patience with Yue Mengqing, she proposed a plan B. Let us settle for a place known as Qianquan Wenqing Valley. The influential figures exchanged bewildered glances, none having heard of this location. At that moment, the previously quiet Lily spoke softly. Qianquan Wenqing Valley? I believe I have heard of it. She recounted how, during her connection with the ancient golden tree, she had envisioned a group of individuals clad in Shellake uniforms from the future who had mentioned this place, along with a certain Huiyu Hao. Even more astonishingly, after the vision faded, a voice had informed her that she could be transported there to undergo a trial. My goodness, upon hearing this, Yue Mengqing's eyes sparkled. Huiyu Hao, he was the future's prodigy. How could she, a time traveler, be unaware of him? The influential figures fell silent, while they might doubt Yue Mengqing's words. Lily's assertion carried significant weight. If they could indeed venture to such a place for a special upgrade, it would be monumental news. Lily added that while they could indeed go, they could bring others, albeit with risks. The trial would test their emotions, and those with dark hearts might not return. Yue Mingqing hastily interjected, "There are tricks. Just answer truthfully, and you will survive." As they fervently debated the feasibility of this plan, Tong San finally soared into Shalake City's northern gate. Upon entering the city, he spotted the towering golden tree and its radiant aura, granting him a sense of reassurance. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself towards the island where the ancient tree stood. In the plaza, a congregation of young soul masters engaged in lively exchanges, and the first to greet him was none other than Hulaina. She looked as if she had seen a ghost. Tong Yin, Dai Mubai, and the others failed to recognize him. After 5 years, Tong San returned with the air of a conqueror, standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet and exuding an aura of cool detachment. It was only when Ing Rongrong keenly noticed the air shizi, Xiaoming Yue, hanging at his waist that Dai Mubai and his companions grew wary, ready to confront him. "Who are you? Why do you possess something belonging to Xiao San?" Tong San could only laugh in exasperation as he revealed his martial spirit. Lanin Huang, Hao Tianshui, and Baju Mao. His identity was confirmed. Dai Mubai and the others were left astonished, while Hulaina was struck by a thunderbolt, unable to believe her eyes. "Tong Yin, you are Tong San?" The thought of having shared life and death with this person in the city of slaughter made her feel utterly deceived. Tong San scarcely acknowledged her, pulling Dai Mubai and the others aside to reminisce. This news quickly reached Lily's ears. Upon hearing that Tong San had returned, at level 59 and with an ethereal purity, she thought to herself, "My family, does anyone understand? This is the perfect little white mouse delivered to our doorstep." Tong San had initially been eager to venture into the Qingdao Great Forest to seek out Xiao Wu, yet Lily and Luo Bo flanked him, insisting that he be the first to brave the so-called Qiankuan Wenqing Valley. Tong San harbored reservations, especially considering that Luo Bo had once belonged to the Wuhuan Dian, and he still had a mission to confront the title Douluo of the Wuhuan Dian. However, the master also urged him, explaining that this was for the greater good of the group to pave the way and gather insights. Tong San could not disregard the master's counsel, so he reluctantly acquiesced, following Lily to a shimmering golden array concealed beneath the ancient golden tree. In a flash of golden light, Tong San vanished from his spot. The next moment, a live feed appeared in front of the golden tree, displaying Tong San in real time at the altar of the Wenqing Valley. All the young generation were summoned to observe and learn. Tong San appeared dazed, standing on the altar, when an otherworldly voice inquired, "Are you Tong San?" "Yes." "Do you have a beloved?" "Who is she?" "Yes, her name is Xiao Wu." "Oh, are you certain? Do you view her more as a sister or as a beloved?" Good heavens, what a probing question. Tong San, ever honest, admitted he was unsure, but whether sister or beloved, he would dedicate his life to protecting her. The voice pressed on, "Are you aware that she is 100,000-year soul beast undergoing rebirth? Does her approach to you serve merely to expedite her evolution?" The audience erupted in uproar. Xiao Wu is a soul beast? Yet Tong San remained remarkably composed, declaring, "I have known this all along. Whether human or beast, her feelings are more genuine than any human's. Do not attempt to sow discord." The voice responded with a cold chuckle. "Very well, sufficient sincerity. I shall reward you with 5 levels of soul power. However, your earlier insolence incurs a penalty. You shall enter into a deep adventure." As soon as the words fell, Tong San found himself bewildered, pondering what this deep adventure entailed. Before him, the scene shifted, and he found himself in the Qingdao Great Forest. The voice informed him that this was the real world, and his mission was to rescue Xiao Wu, preventing her from falling into the clutches of the Void Forces. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu was in danger, Tang Xin disregarded everything else. Utilizing his Baju spear and flying god claw, he dashed through the forest with fervor. Soon, he sensed the presence of the Void Forces, at least 2 tidal Douluo levels. He traversed a patch of woodland, and suddenly, the scene opened up before him. By the edge of a crystal-clear lake, Xiao Wu sat atop the shoulder of a titanic titan giant ape, appearing as beautiful as an ethereal sprite. The sight was breathtaking. However, before he could savor the beauty, 3 dark purple energy spheres flew towards them from the distance, striking the Titan giant ape and another hidden creature. The Tianqin Yomang, with precision. Xiao Wu teleported away just in time. She sensed Tang San's aura and was frantic. De Ming and Air Ming were caught in the attack, and realizing he could not afford to wait any longer, Tang San gritted his teeth and flew over. Embracing Xiao Wu, we must flee. Just as they embraced, a dozen Shadow Soul Saints pursued them, while 2 Shadow Tidal Douluo were busy transforming the 2 great Beast Kings. It was a dire situation. After 5 years, Xiao Wu's call sent Tang San's blood racing. He vowed to protect her, even at the cost of his life. He held her tightly, abandoning flight, using the Baju spear to maneuver rapidly across the ground in a zigzag pattern. With all his mental energy unleashed, he began a frantic escape from the pursuing Soul Saints. I must tell you, running was hardly a challenge for him. Tang San's ghostly movements were meant for short-range dodging, but to have him run a marathon was quite the hardship. Behind him, that group of Soul Saints, 5 agile attackers, formed a wedge and closed in like 5 fighter jets on nitrous oxide. I thought to myself, this is it. They're going to be encircled. Yet, the more perilous the situation, the quicker Tang San's mind worked. Suddenly, he stopped running. The Baju spear lodged into a nearby tree trunk, suspending him and Xiao Wu in midair. The fastest pursuer laughed, thinking of them as live targets, and pounced with blades in hand. But guess what? Tang San charged forward, utilizing the flying ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor's leg bone, combined with a parasitic soul skill, to immobilize that man for a full second. Just that second. When experts clash, a second is all it takes. Tang San swiftly drew the Haotian hammer, blocking the opponent's blade, while the Baju spear behind him pierced through the Soul Saint with multiple strikes. He was defeated in an instant. Can you believe it? A Soul Saint above level 70 was eliminated by a Soul Emperor in a heartbeat. Tang San understood clearly. To escape? Not a chance. He had to take out all the fast-moving, agility-type attackers. Thus began the husband and wife duo's relentless assault. One controlled, the other killed. Their coordination was seamless. They eliminated 2 more. The last Agile Soul Saint was dumbfounded, filled with both anger and fear, and attempted a sneak attack. However, he slapped Xiao Wu's invincible golden body, which proved utterly ineffective. Xiao Wu retaliated with the Zhuge Divine crossbow, unleashing a barrage at him. While it could not harm him, it was incredibly vexing. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, pushed off with the Baju spear, and darted back into the forest. The onlookers before the ancient golden trees were utterly astonished, remarking that Shrek Academy was indeed filled with monsters. This was no exaggeration. Yet, fate had other plans. They collided with a human-faced demon spider. My heart sank. This was truly the end. That brief delay allowed the 9 pursuing Soul Saints to surround them, from above and below, encasing them like a metal barrel. The master outside was nearly in tears, calling out for Tang San to be careful. I tell you, they were in a dire predicament. The only escape was upwards. Tang San suddenly hurled Xiao Wu into the air. Xiao Wu panicked, shouting brother. She attempted to teleport back, but in throwing her, Tang San had inadvertently sealed her mobility. What was he doing? He intended to use himself as a shield. I watched helplessly as he maximized the Killing God domain and Blue-Silver domain to weaken his enemies. He enveloped himself in a blue cocoon using the Blue-Silver Emperor, the Baju spear stacked behind him as a shield, bracing for the onslaught from the 9 Soul Saints. Boom! Boom! Countless attacks rained down upon him, a scene too harrowing to bear. He was tossed about like a rag doll in the air. In that moment, he unexpectedly broke through, ascending from level 59 to 60. Xiao Wu, witnessing from above, wept not tears but blood. She screamed, forcefully breaking free from her paralysis. But at that instant, the most tragic scene unfolded. Tang San's right leg was obliterated into a mist of blood by one of the attacks. Yet, he remained calm as a devil. Enduring the excruciating pain, his right hand reached into the blood mist, grasping a blue, luminous leg bone. With a swift turn, he exerted his last ounce of strength, throwing the leg bone towards Xiao Wu while roaring, Xiao Wu, soul bone skill flight. Hurry! At the same time, His left hand clutched a fragment of the Baju spear and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. My mind shattered at that moment. He was committing suicide for a soul bone. He chose to die, so Xiao Wu could escape with the flying soul bone. I could no longer contain my tears. Bulaina was also stunned, and everyone fell into silence. But Xiao Wu did not flee. She caught the soul bone, witnessing the impending doom that Tang Sen faced. Recognizing everything he had done for her, she transformed entirely. She howled at the heavens, her voice resonating as if the entire Star Dove forest trembled. Brother, you are truly foolish. If you die, how can I survive alone? A blinding red light erupted from her forehead, instantly turning the world crimson, freezing time, space, and everything else. Only she could move. She floated before Tang San, reattaching the blue-silver emperor's leg bone to his severed leg, and astonishingly, the wound began to heal. She gently embraced him, kissing his lips, and then a crimson flame ignited around her. Dear friends, who understands? She was making a sacrifice, burning her own life, consuming her 100,000 years of cultivation to transform herself into Tang San's soul ring. He was willing to sacrifice himself for her, and she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Watching their love story unfold was both sweet and heartbreaking, a true emotional roller coaster. Tang San awakened, but he was immobile, helplessly watching Xiao Wu's form grow increasingly transparent in his arms, ultimately transforming into a colossal red soul ring that enveloped his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. He was devastated, on the verge of madness, when suddenly a light pulled him away. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space, confronted by a vague shadow that arrogantly stated, "Mission objective deceased. Adventure failed. However, considering the emotional display, I shall not impose a penalty." Tang San, disregarding everything, frantically demanded, "Where is my Xiao Wu? Return her to me." The shadow sneered, "She has become your soul ring. Whom can you blame for your own incompetence?" That struck deep. Tang San fell to his knees, weeping like a child, pleading with the shadow to save Xiao Wu, insisting he did not want 100,000-year soul ring, only for Xiao Wu to live. The shadow replied, "Very well, trade your life for hers." At that, Tang San's eyes lit up as if invigorated. "I am willing. I am more than willing. Quickly, revive her, and erase her memories of me, so she can live happily." The shadow chuckled, "I shall grant your wish." With that, a beam of light shot forth, and Tang San was reduced to ashes. But in the next moment, he resurrected once more. Without waiting for him to react, another attack struck. Bang, he died again, revived, then died once more. I was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this virtual shadow merely conducting a pressure test? Back and forth. It killed Tang San 7 or 8 times, employing a repertoire of ice-based techniques, such as Ice Emperor's Claw and Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, all rather extravagant. Eventually, Tang San, utterly exhausted, with vacant eyes, asked, "What do you truly want?" The virtual shadow, which turned out to be Huiyuhao from another realm, finally dropped the pretense and cheerfully inquired, "Do you still consider Xiao your sister?" Tang San was taken aback, then bellowed, "No, she is my beloved, the one I cherish most." That was the correct response. Huiyuhao snapped his fingers, forcibly stripping the 100,000-year spirit ring from Tang San. With a flash of red light, Xiao Wu reappeared before them. Xiao Wu, third brother. The two embraced, crying and kissing for what felt like ages. By the time they regained their senses, they had been transported back to the golden ancient tree. Everyone present was dumbfounded, so everything that just transpired was real. Tang San, now as alert as a startled bird, scanned the surroundings with his purple extreme magic eye, shielding Xiao Wu behind him. "What are you all staring at? Anyone who dares to harm her must step over my corpse first." Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Bibi Dong, her mother's murderer. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Ultimately, Ning Fengji stepped in to ease the tension, persuading everyone to disperse. Just as this matter concluded, the next trial commenced. This time, it was Luo Bo's turn, the fellow from another world. The one testing him was still the virtual shadow of Huiyuhao. Huiyuhao did not make things difficult. He asked a few questions regarding his feelings for Li Li. Luo Bo answered fluently, passing the trial and receiving a reward of soul power, elevating him directly to level 65. Then, the final challenge arrived. Save the divine, craftsman Lu Gao. Partner, Tang San. Good heavens. Barely a day had passed since Tang San reunited with Xiao Wu, and he was once again conscripted for duty. My heart ached watching this. With a flash of golden light, Luo Bo and a bewildered Tang San found themselves outside Gongxin City. The city had just been attacked by the Void Forces, and the ground was littered with twilight foolers resembling zombies, surrounding the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. The two exchanged glances, then prepared for battle. Tang San took on the role of close combat protector, while Luo Bo unleashed his ultimate attack. First, he activated his 5th spirit skill, Magnetic Shockwave, applying a defense reduction debuff to all monsters present, followed by his 4th spirit skill, Thunderstorm Formation. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as Luo Bo waved his hand, summoning a massive purple-golden lightning bolt that struck down, instantly clearing the battlefield. The scene was simply breathtaking, but before they could catch their breath, 3 colossal creatures emerged from the horde. 2 Soul Kings and a 30,000-year Entropic Devourer. Let me tell you, the Entropic Devourer, upon opening its mouth, unleashed a purple toxic mist. The entire area felt as though a massive debuff aura had been activated, making anyone within it feel their health draining and mana evaporating. This creature was not to be trifled with. I had heard stories of even Zhao Wudia's soul, sage-level prowess, being rendered helpless against it. Tang San, sensing the peril, immediately activated his blue-silver domain, fragrant and attempting to counteract the effects. But guess what? Gongxin City is known as the Steel City, devoid of greenery, and Tang San's domain seemed to operate in silent mode, its effectiveness severely diminished. Then, a colossal circle suddenly emerged beneath them, splitting the battlefield and forcing them apart. This was disastrous. They were already at a disadvantage in a 2v3, and now they were separated for one-on-one combat. The opposing team quickly recognized that Tang San, with only 5 spirit rings, was an easy target. They sent 1 Soul King and the 30,000-year monster to engage him, while the other Twilight Soul King faced Luo Bo alone. I couldn't help but chuckle. Did they not realize they were challenging Tang San? Had they never felt the wrath of the Haotian hammer? Luo Bo was already in combat. The opposing Soul King spirit was a massive beetle, resembling a tin can, with absurdly high defense. Luo Bo initiated with Magnetic Shockwave, applying slow and vulnerability debuffs to all 3 enemies. Then he fired a thunder arrow at the armored beetle, but simply tanked the blow. He shot again, and it still endured. Good heavens, what defense! But who was Luo Bo? He was the man with the golden legendary rune. His attack power was boosted by 40%, making it trivial to deal with a Soul King. Suddenly, Luo Bo executed his 6th spirit skill, Thunder Transference, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning that pierced through the beetle's body, simultaneously activating his 3rd spirit skill, Thunder Armor. I must say, the combination of these 2 skills produced a remarkable area stun effect. The beetle was rendered incapacitated for 2 seconds. In that brief window, Luo Bo unleashed 2 thunder arrows, striking the tin can until it was charred inside and out, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just as Luo Bo prepared to claim his victory, guess what happened? Tang San came hurtling through the air like a cannonball, thrown from the other side. I was utterly astonished. Who could do such a thing? He knocked Luo Bo senseless, and they tumbled into a chaotic heap. The enemy, a hill giant spirit master, pursued them, stomping the ground with such force that it felt like an earthquake, leaving them dizzy and unable to regain their footing. Then the Entropic Devourer approached, ready to unleash a finishing move, but its giant ally picked them up and flung them away like a pig, casting them out of the skill's range. I thought to myself, isn't this just a gift? Who among us hasn't experienced the agony of encountering such incompetent teammates? Seeing an opportunity, Luo Bo executed a mid-air spin, deploying the stun combo, successfully immobilizing the hill giant for 2 seconds. This was Tang San's moment to shine. When he had battled the giant earlier, he had focused on evasion, and he still had ample soul power left. With a glimmer of his dark 4th spirit ring, he unleashed blue-silver spike formation, Countless blue-silver vines, adorned with golden patterns, erupted from the ground, lifting the massive creature skyward. Now was the moment. Fifth spirit skill, blue-silver overlord spear. A golden blue long spear was launched with a whoosh. It pierced through the heart, delivering a chilling blow. The scene was nothing short of mesmerizing. Now, only the entropic devourer remained. Upon seeing its allies defeated, it attempted to retract its domain in desperation, but it was too late. Luo, Bo, and Tang Sin exchanged a knowing glance, drew their hidden weapons, and unleashed a barrage of strikes. Luo Bo missed the mark, but Tang San, with his precise aim, landed 2 shots directly in its eyes. The creature was instantly blinded. Finally, Tang San delivered a finishing blow, sending on its way. The battle concluded, and the divine craftsman Lu Gao slowly emerged from the building. Then, a heavenly voice announced the successful rescue of Lu Gao, bestowing upon them a reward of 1,000 tons of food, and directly granting Tang San the 30,000-year spirit ring from the giant insect, officially promoting him to sole emperor. As the words faded, they all returned to Shrek Island. Gazing at the towering pile of food, the pain in their bodies seemed to vanish. I tell you, their extraordinary 2v3 comeback left all spectators utterly stunned. Tang San's experience and skill were unquestionable, but Luo Bo's rapid response and explosive damage were even more bewildering. Seizing the moment, Luo Bo publicly announced the rune system, declaring himself a master rune craftsman capable of creating golden legendary runes that provided a 40% damage increase. The titled Douluos in attendance were green with envy, immediately placing orders and lining up for their turns. Later, a barbecue party was organized, initially meant for the younger crowd. But soon Bibi Dong and the master showed up, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Rong was lost in thought the entire time, preoccupied with Oscar. The following morning, she approached the girl named Li, expressing her desire to enter the so-called Qian Kuan, asking for Love Valley to search for Oscar. The system began questioning her. Do you have a beloved? Who is he? Without hesitation, in the presence of her father and Jian Guduo, Rong declared, Oscar. Why do you love him? This question opened the floodgates, and Rong began her heartfelt confession. She expressed that Ayasaka was the only one who treated her well unconditionally. Not because she was a little princess. She lamented her own cowardice, blaming the family's rigid customs for driving him away. By the end of her words, she was in tears, saying that if anything were to happen to Ayasaka, she would never forgive herself. Who among her family could comprehend such a painful longing for love? Even I felt tears welling up as I listened. The system remained silent after her outpouring and promptly assigned her a task: to find a treasured possession of hers in the basement of the Qibao Liuli zone, which had been occupied within 30 minutes. There were 2 Twilight-titled Douluos nearby. She was to handle the situation as she saw fit. Considering her role as support, fearing she might falter, the system assured her that defeating monsters would yield one-time skill scrolls, allowing her to experience the thrill of being the main damage dealer. What a delightful turn of events for a support role. Rong was instantly transported to her home's basement. Cleverly, she took the Zhuge Divine crossbow and stealthily approached a corner, where she encountered a soul master. With a swift shot to the throat, she dispatched him cleanly. A scroll called Rousing Roar, which temporarily boosts strength, drifted from the corpse. Continuing her search, she cleverly used a golden soul coin as bait to lure another soul master into an ambush, acquiring a group attack scroll called Flamestorm. Upon reaching a locked door, she sensed 3 soul clans inside. Without hesitation, she activated her 6th soul skill, enhancing herself, and unleashed a flame storm into the room. I must say, that was akin to cyber alchemy. The occupants were engulfed in smoke, and as soon as the door opened, she picked them off one by one with her crossbow. As she fought her way down to the 2nd underground level, she accidentally collected 7 different color diamonds while clearing monsters. Upon obtaining the final purple diamond, the 7 gems flew from her grasp, swirling and merging in the air to form a heart-shaped gem radiating with a brilliant spectrum of colors. This treasure, known as the Qibao Heart, was a precious heirloom passed down from her ancestors, instantly recognizing her as its master. However, The task still did not indicate completion. With the treasure in hand, what more could be required? Rong had no choice but to push through the final door. Inside, it was dark, and a figure lay on the bed. When she illuminated it with her soul power, she was petrified. That handsome face, those melancholic eyes, it was Ayasaka. Yet he emanated an aura of emptiness, transformed into a twilight believer. In that moment, Rong lost her composure, weeping as she rushed to embrace him. But guess what happened? Ayasaka pushed her away with a punch. He foolishly held up a sausage and asked, "Who are you? Want a sausage? I have a big sausage." Upon hearing that line, my DNA stirred. This was indeed the same Uncle Sausage from years ago. At this juncture, the system's voice echoed, revealing that the most significant treasure in her life was not the Qibao heart, but him. She needed to awaken him. Rong suddenly remembered that she possessed a soul bone capable of creating illusions and hastily activated the skill. Scenes of memories began to unfold. His disheveled appearance when they first met, the sausage he offered during their punishment, his relentless training in the cafeteria corner for her sake, and finally, the heart-wrenching sight of him leaving with a decade-long promise due to family customs. As the illusions flashed by, Ayasaka's gaze gradually regained clarity. Rong cried out, "Ayasaka, I beg you, come home with me. No matter what, I will never let you leave again. What if you are a support soul master? Even if you are a powerless wastrel, I will protect you for life. What is the Qibao Liuli compared to you? You are my one and only treasure." With those words, Ayasaka fully awakened. Rong, it truly is you." The two embraced, crying as if the heavens were collapsing. The system, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion and promptly announced the task's success, awarding each a 1,000-year attack soul bone, and transported them back. Upon returning before the golden ancient tree, the pair clung to each other for a full 10 minutes. The surrounding elite observers fell silent, likely pondering. This dog food is truly delightful, albeit a bit tear-inducing. Once word spread, the titled Douluos could no longer sit still, seeing that entering this valley either bestowed soul rings or soul bones. They all flocked to Lily to register. They reasoned that since they were already titled Douluos with full soul rings, the only reward left from the system would be soul bones. Acquiring an additional 10,000-year soul bone would enhance their chances of becoming super Douluos. Where could they find such a fortune? Guess what happened next? The first to rush in, eager to seize an opportunity, was a heavyweight figure. Let me tell you, this gentleman is Su Shenglin, the foremost control system title Douluo of the Xingluo Empire. A formidable level 95 master. One would think he was invincible, as even a level 96 super Douluo would struggle against him. However, in matters of love, he was a complete novice, having never dated in his life. Who understands the plight of a title Douluo facing familial pressure to marry? His younger brother's children were already enrolled in Shrek Academy, while he remained single. He thought to himself that since he was still single, entering this Wunsheng Valley, the system surely wouldn't conjure a wife for him out of thin air. Therefore, it must only provide a soul bone, right? His reasoning was so amusing that I felt inclined to applaud him from the sidelines. Lily, although bemused, granted him entrance first, and everyone craned their necks, curious to see what challenge awaited a title Douluo. However, in less than 10 seconds, he was expelled. Inside, he was asked a single question. "Do you have a loved one?" He honestly replied, "No, never have, and probably won't in the future." The system immediately berated him. What a disgrace, a stone-hearted fool. Go away. Thus, his trial ended. Su Shenglin faced social death on the spot, his face turning green with embarrassment, and he stormed off in a huff. This incident quickly became the annual joke of the Inner Academy, and everyone realized that the Wunsheng Valley was strictly off-limits to singles. After this event, everyone resumed their fervent training. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Lily and Luobwa orchestrated another grand event, summoning Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Come, let us equip you with a cheat." Lily produced a remarkably cool circular disc, the Fusion Evolution Disc. "You two share the deepest bond, so we'll use you as test subjects." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, thinking, isn't this the legendary fusion? Two individuals merging into a stronger form? How innovative. Lily stated that based on her 65-level soul power, upon merging, They could reach at least 80-level Soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and they quickly followed the instructions to channel their soul power into the disc. Simultaneously, Tang San's blue-silver emperor and Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit martial spirits manifested, shining brightly before merging into one. A striking figure with blue hair and red eyes appeared. A pink humanoid vine martial spirit floating behind him. Simply stunning. This was Tang Yunwen, 7 parts resembling Tang San and 3 parts resembling Xiao Wu. Lily introduced him. Upon summoning the soul rings, 8 rings emerged. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. An authentic 8-ring Soul Douluo. Tang San and Xiao Wu had essentially birthed an 80-plus level sun right there. It was a resounding success. Lily and Luobo were elated. Naturally, given their shared experiences through life and death. If these two couldn't succeed in merging, who could? They then conducted another test, this time with Xiao Wu leading. Light flashed once more, revealing an adorable girl with short pink hair clad in a cerulean robe, her martial spirit being the blue-silver rabbit emperor. Likewise, she was an 8-ring Soul Douluo named Wu Lin. As I observed this spectacle, I thought to myself that this cheat was utterly outrageous. One was a melee agility attacker, and the other a ranged powerhouse. Who could possibly contend with them in the future? The next day, the merged individual named Tang Yunwen strode into the Soul Arena, boldly pointing at the inner academy students present, who were all Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, declaring, "You all, come at me together." What audacity! This brash demeanor resembled neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu, but bore a striking resemblance to his father, Tang Hao. At that moment, I mused that this was even more exhilarating than the Boruto series. When everyone heard of such an opportunity, a dozen individuals attacking one was practically a guaranteed victory. No one wished to appear cowardly, and they all surged forward in unison. What happened next? Tang Yunwen, at over 80 levels, faced off against this group of 60-level opponents. A scenario akin to a dimensional reduction strike. His first soul skill fortified his defenses. The second, a mass blinding technique, rendered the 4 foremost assault-type adversaries utterly blinded. The third skill allowed for instantaneous healing, akin to a single-use large healing potion per battle. By the time these blinded foes regained their sight, Zhu Zhuqing, accompanied by several agile attack types, charged forward, 7 in total. Ultimately, Tang Yunwen unleashed his 4th soul skill, the binding of soft bones and 7 tendrils. As if endowed with sight, swiftly ensnared all 7 aerial foes, binding them like rice dumplings. Then came his 5th soul skill, teleportation. He evaded, severing the connection, and the 7 opponents tumbled to the ground like falling dumplings. In just 5 moves, both agile and strong attackers were annihilated. Only a few control and support types remained, trembling in fear. One named Su Taining, unwilling to yield, leveraged his martial spirit's nocturnal enhancement to launch a century-old soul skill, the Star Wheel Chain, successfully restraining Tang Yunwen for 2 seconds. This ability held some merit, capable of binding those of a higher level. Alas, the suppression of levels was too severe. Upon activating his 6th soul skill, Tang Yunwen's speed surged by 100%, allowing him to swiftly escape the attack range, execute a somersault, and circle behind them, employing the binding of soft bones once more to ensnare the remaining control types. Ascending into the sky, he teleported again, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of scattered dumplings. The battle concluded. One individual effortlessly triumphed over a dozen opponents, a victory that was as effortless as it was poetic. After the exhilaration of battle, Tang Yunwen suddenly dissipated, transforming back into Tang San and Xiao Wu. The following day, they rejoined as Wu Lin to wreak havoc, operating a long-range artillery with even greater ease. Just as we believed our days would continue in this manner, the sky unexpectedly changed. An oppressive dark purple light enveloped the entire world, rendering breathing difficult. The forces of the Void began their assault on Shrek City. This was the final showdown. At this critical juncture, the Hao Yin sect arrived. Sect Master Tang Xiao, accompanied by 2 elders and 3 Douluos, made quite the entrance. They came to discuss their settlement in Shrek City to confront the enemy together. However, As soon as they entered the inner courtyard, they encountered the Jew Douluo. I must say, when enemies meet, the tension is palpable. The long-standing grievances between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall ignited like a powder keg. Without hesitation, Tang Xiao and his companions swung their Haotian hammers towards the Jew Douluo. The inner courtyard students scattered in fear, terrified of being struck by the Haotian hammers. Only I, Lily, and Luo Bo observed the three Tang individuals with expressions of amusement. Let them merge. It will help them recognize their place, suggested Luo Bo. Upon his words, he and Lily touched hands, and a radiant light erupted as the limit Luo Zia made his grand entrance. The overwhelming aura of destruction immediately engulfed the arena, causing the hammers in Tang Xiao's hands to nearly slip from his grasp. Why you cause such ruckus here, esteemed elders? Luo Zia's voice, though not loud, struck their hearts like a hammer. Addressing them as esteemed elders was a gesture of respect, yet calling them out for their folly was a reprimand for their lack of sense. Tang Xiao's group turned pale. Limit Douluo? Remember my name, Luo Zia, the title of Thundercold. With a cold snort, Luo Zia turned to leave but paused, casting one last admonition over his shoulder. Do not let me see anyone causing chaos in Shrek City again. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. This display was nothing short of impressive. Yu Mengqing nearby erupted in laughter. The Haotian sect, now utterly humiliated at the negotiation table, had no choice but to accept all our terms. Afterward, they summoned Tang San for a private discussion. Shortly after, I witnessed Tang Xiao and his companions leaving with grim expressions, while Tang San returned, visibly infuriated. It was evident that the negotiations had collapsed. As I pondered this, Yu Mengqing approached me to share some gossip. Let me tell you, she whispered, the situation is quite complex. Simply put, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, severely injured the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, who happens to be our teacher, Bibi Dong's husband, Qian Xuanji. In order to protect a woman transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang San's mother. Ultimately, Tang San's mother sacrificed herself, and Tang Hao, utilizing the 100,000-year soul ring, managed to kill the pope. Thus, the enemy of Bibi Dong for her husband's murder is Tang San's father. Upon hearing this, my mind buzzed. What a tangled web of relationships. How could Tang San and Bibi Dong possibly interact moving forward? The murderer of the teacher's husband is the father of her good friend? This vendetta is beyond reconciliation. Yu Mengqing sneered, stating, indeed, such hatred cannot be laid to rest unless the parties involved are dead. In my hometown, we have a saying, a Lannister always pays his debts, meaning that vengeance is inevitable. Moreover, it is only natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts. If one wishes to blame someone, they must hold the Tang family accountable for their romantic entanglements with beasts. Upon hearing her words, both Xie Yu and Hu Laina nodded in agreement. Luo Bo, however, appeared troubled. Is it truly impossible for soul masters and soul beasts to coexist peacefully? Difficult. Yu Mengqing replied, shaking her head. In ancient times, humans were merely fodder for soul beasts. The emergence of soul masters changed everything. Without soul masters, humans would be mere lambs for slaughter. After listening, Luo Bo sighed and pulled me and Yu Mengqing aside, expressing his desire to share a secret. This matter pertains to my previous world, Luo Bo stated gravely. In our realm, non-human beings aspire to become human, for we possess limitless potential. Furthermore, our cultivation and growth rely on personal comprehension, requiring no killing to obtain soul rings. Hence, we are able to coexist peacefully. Yu Mengqing, reflecting deeply, replied, what you describe is idealistic, yet it is unfeasible in Douluo Dalu, at least not currently. Our greatest enemy is the void forces. These internal conflicts will have to be addressed later. As we conversed, we noticed Tang, since sitting alone, sulking in displeasure, while Xiao Wu quietly kept him company. In truth, he had never anticipated that the elders within his sect would undermine him so severely. Indeed, he had painstakingly united the surviving members of the 4 single attribute clans that had distanced themselves from the Haotian sect, intending to establish a Tang sect independent of the Haotian sect, thereby fostering the growth of his Tang sect's hidden weapons. However, the Haotian sect's involvement rendered this endeavor exceedingly challenging. After all, the Haotian sect had once been the backbone of the 4 single attribute clans. Openly rejecting them would be a loss of face, and retaliation from the Haotian sect was a distinct possibility. Moreover, this predicament left Tang San feeling trapped. The elders mistakenly believed that Tang San's actions aimed to disadvantage the Haotian sect. Although sect master Tang Xiao did not subscribe to this notion. Could he single-handedly influence the matter? Tang San found himself caught in a dilemma. The ever-intelligent individual was now beset by frustration. Without the backing of the 4 single attribute clans, relying solely on the prowess of a divine craftsman's workshop would be utterly insufficient for the Tang sect's hidden weapons to flourish. What Tang San needed was people. Thus, he was unwilling to compromise with the Haotian sect. Allowing so many to depart left him dissatisfied. Bibi Dong had not publicly appeared for quite some time. Her once vibrant hair had become ashen, and her mental state was far from stable. The place she frequented most was a hill at the far western edge of Shrek, overlooking the lake and the city across the water. That beast, Qian Xuanji, had perished, and his daughter, Qian Renshu, had become a twilight soul master. Her father had fallen in the spirit city, which had also failed to endure. The ghost Douluo had even been personally slain by Qian Renshu. Now, the remnants of the spirit hall consisted of only the Ju Douluo and 10 young individuals. Crucially, these 10 youths felt no allegiance to the spirit hall. Pope, I am merely a lone commander. Bibi Dong utilized her soul power to dry the salty liquid on her face. Casting a glance at the massive ancient golden tree nearby before returning to her chambers. If I had shared the truth with you back then, would you still harbor hatred for my decision to abandon you? Bibi Dong felt a torrent of thoughts swirling within her tonight, often engaging in soliloquy. With only the moonlight and cicadas as her audience, she spent the entire night in restless contemplation, as was her custom. Chapter 84. Entering the Ankyla Empire, since acquiring a fragment of the KSUN remains amidst the ruins of Wuhan City. Yu Mengqing dedicated a significant portion of her time to studying this relic. In her past, as the Saintess of the Void, KSUN would often tease her, leaving her powerless against an entity beyond mortal comprehension. The thoughts of the ancient ruler were inscrutable to mere mortals. Now, KSUN's remains had fragmented into countless pieces, one of which lay in Yu Mengqing's possession. Should she decipher this relic, she would be able to transport individuals to the now masterless realm of the Ankyla Empire, where KSUN's kin resided. Presently, the insectoid inhabitants of Ankyla were ruled by the twin emperors, yet without KSUN's presence, they could not amount to much. Even the twin emperors were merely at the level of ordinary title Douluo, let alone the other leaders. For the younger generation of soul masters from the Douluo continent's anti-demon alliance, this presented an exceptional opportunity for growth, regardless of the origins of the void forces. As they had connected the void realm with the Douluo continent, the creatures from the void realm were bound to adhere to the rules of the Douluo continent. This prospect filled Yu Mengqing with exhilaration. The insectoid denizens of the Ankyla Empire could, in a sense, be considered soul beasts. Being soul beasts, they would naturally produce soul rings and soul bones. First and foremost, the twin emperors were undoubtedly of the 100,000-year caliber. The mystical burrow worm Olo, Princess Haholin, and the prophet Skalam were also of the same level. The frost slime worm Wyshidus was around 80,000 years, while the stalwart Van Kreis was also of 80,000 years. The war guardian Shultara was at 60,000, and Lord Kelly was at 50,000, as was Princess Yauki, followed by the maid Vimu, also at 50,000. Just the leaders of this tier presented a tantalizing challenge. It was remarkable to consider that the lowest tier leader was already at 50,000 years, with a high probability of yielding soul bones. However, these were merely the leaders of the underground temple of Ankyla. To breach the underground temple, they must first conquer the surface Ankyla fortress. The enemies at the Ankyla fortress were formidable, yet suitable for the inexperienced young soul masters to hone their skills. The commanders stationed at Ankyla fortress included the Scarless Adrian. At 100,000 years, the hunter Iames, also at 100,000 years, the devourer Brew, at 80,000, the Obsidian Destroyer Imam at 60,000, General Rujux at 50,000, and Kilanak at 30,000. In addition to these leaders, there were numerous 10,000-year level commanders and many subordinates below that threshold. With the loss of FleesWuhun, the sovereign of this realm, the Ankila Empire was inherently unstable. Taking advantage of the chaos to strike at this realm could undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Void Forces. Following a straightforward meeting, Yu Mengqing gathered a group of adventurous young soul masters, most of whom were at the 5th and 6th rings. Of course, Luo Bo and Lily would accompany them. Should any mishap occur, their combined evolution into a super Douluo would ensure the safety of the group. Thus commenced the first assault on the Ankila Empire, with Yu Mengqing setting the objective of slaying General Rujux to obtain his soul ring. Indeed, it was Feng Xiao who needed the soul ring. After his defeat by Tang San 5 years prior, he had diligently trained and finally reached the level 60 bottleneck. In the Qiankuan Qing Valley, he had formally proposed to Huowu, and they had completed a trial task together. Huowu had now become his fiancée. However, the reward he received was not a soul ring, but a soul bone. Thus, the acquisition of a soul ring became his own endeavor. With such a prime opportunity at hand, Feng Xiao could not afford to miss it. The participants in this operation included Luo Bo, Li Li, Yu Mengqing, Xie Feng Xiao, Huowu, Yin, and Hulaina. Among them, Lili was solely responsible for providing support and would not directly engage in combat. If 7 soul masters, generally at the 5th and 6th rings, could not handle a General Rujux of 50,000 years, they ought not to remain within the Shrek Inner Court. They set out decisively. Before departing, Yu Mengqing instructed Li Li to utilize the Golden Ancient Tree to initiate an observation screen, allowing those not participating in the mission to familiarize themselves with the Ankila Empire. The eye of FleesWuhun radiated brightly as a dark, purple-hued portal to the realm gradually opened. The 8 young individuals resolutely stepped into it, becoming the vanguards. The Ankila fortress was a vast desert city, with every building and segment of the city wall constructed from robust, solid stone blocks. The ground was covered in soft insect sand, with crawling insects dotting the landscape. The walls were adorned with grotesque insect nests, and countless eerie eyes were present. However, without FleesWuhun, these eyes held little power. Upon their arrival, a squad of insectoid soldiers, identifiable as the Kira infantry, charged towards them from a distant intersection. These creatures were merely a millennium-level soul beast. With a piercing howl, Feng Xiao unleashed his twin-headed wolf martial soul and charged forward. The Kira infantry attempted to encircle him in a crossfire, but Huowu's repulsion fire ring sent them flying. The disruption of their formation was a grave error for the infantry. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xiao pursued one of them, while Luo Bo began to unleash thunder arrows. Following suit, Xie and Yin pressed forward as well. In a matter of moments, the outcome was decided. The repulsion fire ring proved to be nothing short of a divine technique. At the end of the path, a narrow corridor led to the right, veering into a diagonal passage filled with repugnant poison exploding worms. Despite their cultivation being equivalent to century-level soul beasts, the explosive venom they emitted would cause even a soul sage considerable discomfort if it splattered upon them. To some, the greenish poison exploding worms appeared somewhat cute. At the end of the corridor lay an expansive courtyard. There were paths on both the left and right, but these were of little consequence, for the target of their mission, General Rujux, resided within this courtyard. Eliminating him would allow them to return. General Rujux was a colossal insectoid being, with arms as thick as pincers and a pair of twisted antennae atop its head, undeniably a foul creature. However, what intrigued them more was its suit of dark purple armor, crafted from a highly unique material resembling both mithril and silver. Is that Aojin armor? Yu Mengqing gasped in disbelief. If General Rujux possessed a set of Aojin armor, what caliber of armor might the twin emperors wield? Could it be source steel? Xie inquired, what is Aojin? Aojin is a rare and powerful metal from the Void Realm. Armor forged from Aojin not only boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, but also provides substantial attribute enhancements. Source steel is even rarer and more potent. When I was still the Saintess of the Void, I encountered General Rujux once, and at that time, he could not even assemble a complete set of silver armor. Now, he possesses an entire suit of Aojin armor. It seemed General Rujux could hear their conversation. Indeed, you traders must be envious, right? With Aojin armor augmenting my strength, my prowess far exceeds that of your ragtag group. Chapter 85. General Rujux, despite his bravado, as a general, Rujux chose to first send his subordinates to their demise. First came the Kira infantry, followed by the Kira's stingers, akin to giant hornets. Naturally, both types of soldiers were melee fighters. The Kira infantry can only launch seismic strikes using their robust pincers. Naturally, they possess but a singular soul skill. In contrast, the Kira stinger not only charges forward with great speed, but also releases a unique blood toxin. However, the ancient formula for this toxin has long been lost to time, leaving one to ponder the possible reasons behind it. Ling Huyu diverted his gaze, revealing his thoughts. In truth, Shi Yongqing appeared to be a stern elder, yet unexpectedly, he exhibited such a demeanor in private. It was almost as if he wished to send Shi Mu Yin away in a package. Zhou Sun enveloped me in his arms, adopting a protective stance while instructing the bodyguards to bind her. By the way, during your last stay at the inn, you only lodged for a day, so I must return the remaining crystal cores to you, said He Mei Gue. Yongqing could not help but smile faintly. It was during that period that she honed her ink-grinding skills and encountered the proud heart of the cold-hearted Xian Wang. Wan Wei, upon hearing this, quickly complied. After all, with Shi Muyan's endorsement, refusing would likely lead to his own downfall. Lu Feng, after finishing his words, suddenly reached behind and drew a knife, throwing it directly onto the shoulder of the person before him. Zhao Weihan smiled softly, yet in that moment, her smile resembled that of the snow sweeper. Subtle, yet profound. How could she have known that Ji Tian, who had fallen down the stairs, would simply vanish from the hospital? What on earth was happening? The lofty Qin Zheng suddenly called himself, mentioning something about the television station disbanding. It was only today that she realized perhaps Yun Huai had already shown his intentions back then, but due to her playful antics, it had to be nipped in the bud. Every time Song Yuan Bao had a break, Song Posey would prepare a sumptuous feast. Today was no exception. Earlier, she had sent Song Fong to buy ribs for a stew, the savory aroma wafting into the neighboring courtyard, making three maidens drool. The sushi restaurant they chose was a revolving conveyor style. Plates continuously spun around like flowing water. One could take what they desired, settling the bill according to the number of plates and the respective pricing indicated by their colors. A.O. Fei, hearing this, quickly leaned in to look. Indeed, in the blurred image, the darker portions revealed silver leaching out, creating a mirrored effect on the other side of the glass. Major General Bai Yi personally arrived at the helipad to introduce the tasks to the soldiers about to embark on the battlefield. Gather some people to compile their home addresses and phone numbers, Wang Lang instructed another officer. Initially, they evenly poured silver nitrate solution onto the glass, then dried it in the dark within a wooden box for exposure. But to their disappointment, nothing transpired. The glass remained unchanged, devoid of any reaction. Both were somewhat disheartened. In Lan Nada's eyes, Bai Yin seemed enveloped by vast forests, and before he could recover from his astonishment, an ethereal sensation emanated from the dense fog, followed by a violent swirling of green mist, gathering towards a specific location. Consequently, many disciples began to decipher the secrets of this vast wilderness, seeking methods to counter the poisonous gases. After approximately half a month, some disciples finally unraveled the mysteries of this immense forest and learned how to confront the half-beastmen. The Tsanyue sword saint nodded in satisfaction, then took the hand of the sword spring, revealing a crimson character for calamity engraved in his palm. Chapter 86. Dong Er Xiao Gang, I love you. Regrettably, no soul bone emerged, sighed Xieyu. Yu Mengqing turned her head, feigning seriousness as she gazed at him. If soul bones were so easily obtained, would they still hold such immense value? Xieyu, looking aggrieved, replied, Qingqing, you always rebut me. Laughter erupted among the crowd, save for Feng Xiao, who was currently absorbing soul rings. Nearly an hour passed before the soul ring absorption concluded. The soul skill Feng Xiao acquired was a twilight wind. If a soul master of the same level were affected, they would immediately lose half of their current vitality, and those particularly weak would perish. If one were to challenge a higher level, the effect would diminish according to the level disparity. Unquestionably, this was a divine skill. Its optimal release timing was at the onset of battle when the opponent was at full strength. Once struck, the adversary would be left with only half their vitality, while the user remained at full capacity. With this soul skill, Feng Xiao could confidently face opponents of equal rank, provided he could land a hit, for the area of Twilight Wind was a narrow arc surprise, was essential for perfect execution. If Feng Xiao were to seek a spar with Tang San later, well, everyone understood. Knowing when to withdraw, Yu Mengqing promptly teleported everyone back beneath the golden ancient tree. Facing the onlookers, they exuded an air of invincibility. As the vanguard, they had gathered crucial intelligence on the Ankyla fortress and demonstrated fearless courage and unwavering resolve to uphold the cause of the anti-demon coalition. They were all heroes. Subsequently, Yu Mengqing proposed taking Pope Bibi Dong to confront the Hunter Ayamis. Everyone knew that Bibi Dong's second martial soul still possessed only 7 soul rings. So they aimed to assist her in acquiring the remaining 2, the Hunter Ayamis and the Scarless Adrian. Both ancient soul beasts of 100,000 years residing within the Ankyla fortress were naturally intended for Bibi Dong. Yet, astonishingly, Bibi Dong expressed her reluctance to participate. Not wanting to go, how could she dismiss the allure of 200,000-year soul rings? What could possibly be of such significance that she could overlook them? She turned her gaze towards the distant sky, tears glistening on her cheeks as she softly whispered the name. The master trembled as he looked upon her. This was the second time Bibi Dong had publicly addressed him in such a manner. "What is it, your holiness?" Bibi Dong broke down in tears. "You fool! You are such a fool! Will you accompany me to the Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley? And Lu Erlong, let us clarify matters once and for all." The sight of the formidable Pope of the Spirit Hall crying in such a manner took everyone by surprise, except for Yu Mengqing. As a reincarnated soul from Earth, how could she remain unaware of the truth behind Bibi Dong and the master's emotional entanglements? Lu Erlong regarded Bibi Dong with a peculiar gaze, then linked arms with the master, stating, "If we must go, then let us proceed. I have long desired to visit." The master was indeed rendered speechless. At that moment, he was unable to utter a single word. Alas, it was evident that what was destined to arrive had finally come. Since Bibi Dong brought remnants of the Spirit Hall to Shrek City, it was inevitable that such an event would transpire. Bibi Dong, Yu Gang, and Lu Erlong entered the Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley together, which was quite a significant matter. Under Yu Mengqing's request, Lily disabled the observation function of the Golden Ancient Tree. Some things were better left unknown, especially regarding the affairs of the older generation. Naturally, as the guardian of the connection between the Golden Ancient Tree and the Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley, Lily could see everything. However, when she initiated her spell, she never anticipated that the Dean of Shrek, Flinder, would also be drawn in. A quadrangle love story. What a tragic tale. That was her only conjecture. Meanwhile, Yu Mengqing displayed a strange smile. "Oh, for individuals, 2 men and 2 women. How intriguing." Above the Jin-Yang lawn, Yu's sacred altar, the ethereal figure of a deity awaited. Bibi Dong, the master, Lu Erlong, and Flinder found themselves encircled by an inexplicably materialized round table at the 4 corners. Bibi Dong faced the master, while Flinder confronted Lu Erlong. "Are you prepared?" the ethereal figure inquired. Apart from Fulan, who appeared somewhat bewildered, the other 3 remained silent. The ethereal figure flickered and turned to Bibi Dong, saying, "Come forth, the first one. What is your name?" "I am Bibi Dong. Do you have a lover?" "Who is he?" With her eyes reddened and filled with sorrow, Bibi Dong immediately replied, "I love Gang. I love you, Gang." In that moment, her gaze no longer shied away. It was the master who now found himself at a loss. Dongo? What is going on? This was the first time he had uttered that name in many years. The astonishment in Lu Erlong's eyes revealed just how shocked she was, while Fulan remained in confusion. "Donger, he calls me Donger." Bibi Dong's thoughts seemed to drift back 30 years. She had driven him away, instructing him never to return. As the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall, she could not fall in love with a worthless man. He believed her. He left with a mere call of Donger and never looked back. That night, she was sleepless, her pillow soaked with tears. The divine figure seemed to be affected by their emotions. Yuhao gazed at the ancestral figures of Shrek from millennium ago, his heart a tumult of feelings. Though he had achieved the status of the god of emotions, he remained susceptible to various sentiments. A true god must first be a person. He felt a compulsion to do something for his ancestors. Somehow, he found himself transported back a millennium. There must be a reason for it. He aimed to alter the tragedy as much as possible without fundamentally changing the course of history. Indeed, Yuhao mused, did I not also have a Donger I cherished dearly? In that moment, the god of emotions envisioned his next course of action. The manifestation of thought. Yes, that was it. He displayed the sordid events of the past, allowing Yu Gang to witness firsthand why his Donger had ruthlessly cast him aside. No, I beg you. Bibi Dong cried as she saw the manifestation approaching the moment Qian Xuanji sullied her. Desperate, she implored, whoever you are, please stop. Do not let Gang continue watching. As she gazed at the scene, she was transported back to that dreadful morning. Lying bare upon the Pope's bed, she realized she had been defiled. Yuhao immediately interrupted the vision, feeling guilty for his inappropriate arrangement. The master had already been reduced to tears, trembling as he could no longer maintain a shred of composure. Donger, why did you not come sooner? If only you had, I would have done everything in my power to slay that beast. Bibi Dong wept uncontrollably. Gang, it is futile. Nothing matters anymore. He has sullied me. I am a dirty woman. I am no longer worthy of you. The master spoke no more, but moved directly past Falon to embrace Bibi Dong tightly. No, it is not you who is dirty. It is that beast. It is all right. No one can harm you now. Bibi Dong, burying her head in the master's embrace, was the true Bibi Dong. Indeed, our lives resemble sunflowers, always turning towards the sun, only bowing our heads in the night. This is what it means to be ourselves. The night finally descended upon Bibi Dong. Under the resplendent starlight, her half-white hair, resembling dead ash, turned black again. As dark as coal, even her haggard visage seemed rejuvenated by tears, glowing with a rosy hue. Simultaneously, she transformed from a wilting petal back to a budding blossom. This was the blessing of the god of emotions, a rebirth for Bibi Dong. Everything felt as though time had reversed. At this moment, the once spirited, proud, gentle, and immaculate chosen maiden had truly returned. In truth, I had also intended to write about the master confronting Qian Xuanji in the illusion crafted by Yuhao, experiencing repeated deaths and revivals, ultimately slaying Qian Xuanji. Yet some readers deemed this plotline excessive, compelling me to omit it and merely gloss over it. The result was Bibi Dong's return to her virginity, while the master's holy dragon bloodline fully integrated. Chapter 87. Re-entering the Ankila Empire. Lu Erlong and Falon were left dumbfounded. It turned out that the connection between the master and Bibi Dong was so profound. Subsequently, certain memories were seemingly erased, like a blemish gently wiped off a white wall, restoring purity. Bibi Dong and the master were the first to be teleported out of Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley. Under the ancient golden tree, the two embraced, their tears not yet dried, yet laughter emerged. This smile contained both sweetness and bitterness. Healing wounds takes time. However, the current Bibi Dong was no longer despondent. After being sullied by Qian Xuanji and feigning a severed bond with the master, her sole motivation for the past 30 years had been to become an unprecedented, epic-defining pope, ultimately achieving the status of the Rakshasa god. Recently, with the destruction of Wuhuan City and the cessation of the Rakshasa god assessment, her life had lost its color. Yet today, the boundless dark night was once again illuminated by stars. He is my star, Bibi Dong thought. How immense must be the power of one who has risen from the dead. No one could tell. The onlookers were all astonished. Why were the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall and the Master Yu Gang embracing? Many had heard tales of their youth and had formed their own judgments. In any case, no one dared to inquire further. Later, Lu Erlong and Falon emerged in the same manner, though their moment did not capture as much attention as the previous pair. Notably, Some of Lu Erlong's memories had been altered. In truth, the master's love for her had stemmed from her resemblance to Bibi Dong. At that time, Fulan and the master had pursued Lu Erlong together. However, upon realizing his own lack of hope and wishing to support the master, Fulan had proactively withdrawn. Hence, withTriple, after much contemplation, decided upon this course of action. For this love quadrangle, such an outcome was the most favorable. The following morning, upon rising, Bibi Dong greeted everyone with a sunny smile. She now radiated vitality, as if she had regained 30 years overnight, returning to her most vibrant and youthful days. With the issues resolved, matters became simpler. Yu Mengqing, observing this change, felt her previously anxious heart finally relax. The state of teacher Bibi Dong was evidently different. This was surely a good sign. Thus, the 200,000-year soul rings now had a rightful owner. She promptly called for a meeting of the Anti-Demon Alliance to discuss the second assault on the Ankila fortress. As the surface component of the fortress, it should not be delayed any longer. A swift resolution was best. The previous young generation we had dispatched to eliminate General Rujux had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the Lyra. They must have prepared thoroughly. Therefore, our objective this time is to sweep through the entire Ankila fortress, Yu Mengqing stated. No one voiced dissent. For, apart from Yu Mengqing, none understood the situation. They could only follow her lead. Hence, it was not surprising that a young six-ring soul master could deliver a lengthy discourse before so many titled Douluo powerhouses and still be taken seriously. Very well. I shall make arrangements, she said, glancing at the now spirited Bibi Dong. First, since we are to level the Ankila fortress, the two leaders of the 100,000-year soul beasts must be eliminated. Currently, only Her Holiness the Pope can withstand the 100,000-year soul rings. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly interrupted. The interrupter was Bibi Dong herself, wearing a gentle smile as she looked at Yu Mengqing. Qingqing, call me Teacher Dong from now on. There is no longer a pope here. Upon hearing this, the strong individuals present were all taken aback, especially Zhu Douluo. If the Wuhuan temple once existed merely in name, it now has lost even that. To ensure the swift elimination of these two leaders and successfully acquire the soul rings and soul bones, we must mobilize all our formidable warriors. Simultaneously, the younger generation of soul masters should commence a thorough sweep of the other regions of the Ankila fortress. Results must be obtained within half a day. Suddenly, Xingguan Dalu Su Shenglin stood up, addressing you girl. The soul rings should be bestowed upon the Zhu Huang Dalu, the dual martial spirits of Bai Bai Dong being the Death Spider Queen and the Soul Devouring Spider Queen. Her title is conjectured here as Zhu Huang Dalu. What about the soul bones? Yu Mengqing had not considered this. The optimal effect can only be achieved when the soul rings and soul bones originate from the same soul beast, thus they should naturally be given to Teacher Dong. Moreover, within the Ankila underground temple, there are several leaders of 100,000 years, one of whom is known as the Prophet Scram, whose abilities would suit you well. Rest assured, Xingguan Mi, your turn will come. Su Xinglin's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized his display of selfishness. He glanced around, falling into silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Since we are addressing the allocation of soul bones, I shall request a bit more. Once we have successfully quelled the Ankila fortress, we must promptly initiate decapitation operations against the Ankila underground temple. Many soul bones are bound to be produced. Among them, the soul bone dropped by the sword Emperor Veniras of the Twin Emperors will certainly suit the Jian Douluo, while the Demon Emperor Vikler will be fitting for the Zhu Douluo. Additionally, there are many more to consider later. At this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly inquired, should we also bring along the members of the Haoyan sect? I have heard that their sect master and elders are all titled Douluos now. They have truly concealed themselves well. I believe Tang Xiao can be included, but the elders should be exempted. A bunch of stubborn old men. Bon Douluo Gu Rong remarked disdainfully. It was evident that he had recently encountered some discord with the elders of the Haoyan sect stationed in Shrek City. After pondering, Yu Mengqing also expressed her agreement. Very well. Thus, the formal plan for this operation was established. The powerful warriors formed a team, including Luo Ba and Li Li, who had merged into the Limit Douluo Li Jun, Zhu Huang Douluo Bai Bai Dong, Xingguan Douluo Su Shenglin, Jian Douluo Chenexen, Bon Douluo Gu Rong, Poison Douluo the Bo, Zhu Douluo and Xiao Douluo Tang Xiao. This team was primarily responsible for the decapitation mission, tasked with eliminating the Hunter Ayamis and the Scarless Adrian. Meanwhile, another team, led by the Golden Iron Triangle, Ning Fengji, Zhao Wujie, and Qin Ming, would engage the younger generation in a sweep of the other areas of the Anquila fortress. If all goes smoothly, a bountiful harvest is destined to ensue. As Yu Mengqing herself was only a sole emperor, she joined the sweeping team, for she was of no use to the decapitation team. The mere combination of Luo Ba and Li's evolution was already formidable enough, rendering additional assistance unnecessary. Bringing along so many titled Douluos was merely to ensure swift kills and to prevent any self-detonation by the adversary. The violet-black eye radiated twilight, opening a dark and foreboding dimensional portal. The assembled warriors of the Anti-Demon Alliance entered in succession, while the doom of the Anquila fortress loomed near. Chapter 88, Kulanakos and Mom. The powerful team soared toward the distant fortress hall with nothing but a map, while the sweeping team immediately commenced their on-site purge. Zhao Wujie, Lu Erlong, and Flinder charged ahead, with Master and Ning Fengji in the second row, followed by the younger generation. They advanced with overwhelming force, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Any insectoid that encountered them had no opportunity to escape and send word. Of course, sending word would have been futile. The outcome would remain unchanged. Soon, they encountered a formidable opponent, Kulanakos, a 30,000-year-old soul beast. This Kulanakos was a large orange roundworm with 10 pairs of appendages and a fearsome visage. Naturally, it was now surrounded. The group regarded it with the eyes of hunters gazing upon a lamb. Does anyone require a soul ring from this 30,000-year-old soul beast? Yu Mengqing called out. At that moment, a soul master named Yin Shirquan stepped forward. Give it to me. I am confident in my physique. Remarkably, Yin Shirquan had just reached the 50-level threshold and believed he could withstand the 30,000-year soul ring. Kulanakos emitted a piercing cry before launching a sudden attack. In an instant, Tang Xin swiftly ensnared it with his blue-silver emperor. Now, having upgraded the first and second soul rings blue-silver resilience rune from purple epic to golden legendary, his control over the blue-silver emperor was enhanced by a full 40%. Kulanakos needed at least 10 seconds to break free, but it would not survive that long. Wen Xiao immediately unleashed his newly acquired 6th soul skill, Twilight Wind. The violet-black airflow fanned out, and Kulanakos, having lost half of its life force, collapsed like a deflated balloon. Next was Yu Mengqing. With a stealthy shadow dance, she surged forward, closing the distance, her shadowy maw gaping wide, revealing a set of large white teeth, and explosively devoured downward, leaving behind a resonating purple energy. The near-death Kulanakos was as good as dead. Only then did Yin Shirquan leisurely approach, delivering a fatal blow and commencing the absorption of the soul ring. At that moment, everyone suddenly made a new discovery: soul bones. The ethereal black silhouette enveloped a delicate insectoid skull. Was that not the soul bone? A 30,000-year soul bone, while not as precious as one from 100,000 years, was still highly valuable. 5 years prior, when Shrek Academy acquired those 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, it had caused the Wuhuan temple considerable distress. Now, a piece of 30,000-year soul bone lay before them. Who could resist such temptation? Even Ning Fengji's gaze shifted, let alone that of the Golden Iron Triangle. I suggest we reserve this soul bone for brother Yin Shirquan. Ning Fengji broke the silence. After all, the simultaneous absorption of a soul ring and soul bone from the same soul beast would yield greater effects. The words of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect's leader carried significant weight. Even the Shrek Academy's principal would regard him with respect. This statement made a great deal of sense. As the adage goes, a good deed should be carried through to the end. It is believed that Yin Shirquan's favorability towards Ning Fengji soared to the maximum in an instant. Thus, Zhao Wujie remained behind to protect Yin Shirquan, while the others continued to sweep the Anquila fortress. They arrived at a large water pool plaza in the northwestern part of the fortress, where, on the opposite side of the pool, stood a massive obsidian bird statue beneath a towering wall. This was the Obsidian Destroyer Mome, a being of 60,000 years. Meanwhile, on the side of the pool where the group had just emerged from the passage, they faced a wave of larger obsidian birds. These obsidian birds had no other abilities but to execute shadow explosions and shadow beams. Ning Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tower unleashed 3 beams of treasure light, affixing them to Lu Erlong. As the slaughtering horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong immediately grasped the situation. With a resounding dragon's roar and a thunderous blaze, their momentum overwhelmingly suppressed the adversary. The bloodthirsty blaze activated, laying down a path of death. Simultaneously, the third soul skill, Fury Thunder, was unleashed at lightning speed, exploding at the center of the obsidian bird horde. The cacophony of destruction was a romantic symphony of slaughter. Truly, the slaughtering horn of the Golden Iron Triangle. The once lively flock of birds now lay in heaps, transformed into cold, lifeless shards of obsidian, silently carpeting the ground. The younger generation of soul masters stood in astonishment. They could hardly have anticipated that such an extraordinarily graceful woman would possess a combat style so wild and untamed. Only the original Shrek 7 monsters could comprehend this to some extent, for they had witnessed it firsthand. Naturally, Moe Mu was equally taken aback. The so-called Obsidian Destroyer felt compelled to regard its adversary with utmost seriousness at this moment. It unfurled its colossal obsidian wings and soared over the elongated pool. Landing before the group, it proclaimed, Moe Mu's mane brims with energy. Moe Mu will obliterate the enemy. Well, it appeared that its intellect was somewhat linear. Before anyone could respond, they were suddenly interrupted by an unexpected twilight explosion that sent them sprawling. Thankfully, they instinctively utilized their soul power to shield themselves. Averting a chaotic fall, Moe Mu emitted a series of eerie, bird-like laughs, its ethereal sound unsettling. It flapped its wings, conjuring a chilling gust that rendered the others immobile. Fortunately, the Golden Iron Triangle quickly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning the Golden Sacred Dragon. The immense Golden Dragon shielded them from all subsequent damage. Yet, Moe Mu's soul power was swiftly depleted, having been consumed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, it unleashed several shallow, purple rays. These, however, were not the harmful twilight rays, but rather energy-absorbing, binding rays. Every individual present lost at least 5% of their soul power, and even the Golden Iron Triangle, in their martial soul fusion state, could not evade the siphoning. It seemed that Moe Mu had many tricks up its sleeve. A 6,000-year-old soul beast was proving to be more troublesome than an 80,000-year-old one. Moe Mu utilized the absorbed soul power to create a massive soul power shield. It exclaimed, "Wow, this soul power shield withstood the full force of the Golden Sacred Dragon's attack before shattering." It continued, "Apologies. That was a good hit." Soon after, it once again drained 5% of everyone's soul power. Wow, what is yours is now Moe Mu's. What belongs to Moe Mu is still Moe Mu's. How infuriating. This creature was no bird, but rather a dog. Wow, it taunted once more. At this moment, Xie Yu and Hu Lai Na also activated their martial soul fusion techniques. Amidst the swirling red mist, a seductive figure emerged, unperturbed by the seemingly innocuous fog. Chapter 89. The Downfall of the Obsidian Destroyer with a Swipe of a Blade. A sudden scar appeared on Moe Mu's face. Pain, only pain, Moe Mu could barely discern where the enemy was. Seeing Moe Mu struggling in the red mist, Xie Yu and Hu Lai Na promptly shared their vision with the Golden Sacred Dragon, hoping it would bring an end to the battle. But Moe Mu was not easily vanquished. It resorted to a technique that forcibly dispelled the red mist. The energy field it unleashed shattered the 2 martial soul fusion techniques, reverting Xie Yu, Hu Lai Na, and the Golden Iron Triangle back to their original forms. What an extraordinary ability, Xie Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It can do that? The Golden Iron Triangle wore serious expressions. They understood that, from this point forward, they had to treat the situation with utmost gravity. The reason for Moe Mu's immense energy field was its use of a once-a-year trump card, petrification. By employing this technique, it transformed into a true obsidian statue. In this state, it could inflict considerable damage to everyone around every second while rapidly replenishing its soul power. Simultaneously, its defense skyrocketed. Even more alarming was the fact that only energy-based attacks were effective during this state. Physical assaults were futile. If it regained its full soul power before being forced out of its petrified form, the entire arena would suffer from an overwhelming shadow damage attack. For soul masters below the fifth ring, enduring such an explosion was akin to certain death. Yu Mengqing was acutely aware of these dire implications. She exclaimed, "It's that move. Everyone, attack. Use energy-based assaults. Strike with all you've got." At such a moment, failing to unleash their full power would lead to disaster. The fiery dance of flames commenced. The winds of twilight surged, the white tiger meteor shower erupted, and the phoenix wings soared. In a mere 10 seconds, the statue was shattered. And Moe Mu awoke in disarray and hastily summoned 3 twilight elemental energy beings. These elemental beings could only unleash a low-tier version of the twilight explosion, lacking the ability to send opponents flying. Seizing the opportunity, Moe Mu attempted to flee, flapping its wings. Yet, mid-air, the parasitic seed activated, ensnaring it in a web of blue-silver emperor vines, rendering it immobile. To ensure its capture, the first soul skill, Binding, and the third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind, were promptly employed. Indeed, Tang San consistently managed to thwart enemies' escapes in such critical moments. "You treacherous, despicable beings, and Moe Mu curses you." With Moe Mu now completely ensnared, there was no need for further dialogue. Under Ning Rongrong's full amplification, Dai Mubai unleashed his 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Strike, delivering the final blow. With claws crossed, he etched a fierce cross that morphed into a killing character. Beneath the blinding golden light, the Obsidian Destroyer, Moe Mu, met its demise. The 6,000-year soul ring was destined to go to waste, for at this moment, no one sought soul rings. However, to their astonishment, the Obsidian Destroyer also dropped a soul bone, and it was a trunk bone. Was a surprise? An unexpected delight? The ownership of this soul bone required negotiation. Yu Mengqing stated, "The trunk bone of the stone statue defense. Who shall it be bestowed upon?" Yin stepped forward silently, while Dai Mubai also expressed a desire for it. Naturally, another contender emerged, Hu Yin Li from the Xiangjia zone. Who would want a soul bone? If a chance arises, one must strive to seize it. Then let us roll the dice. Whoever rolls the highest shall claim it. This indeed seemed a fair method. In the end, Yin secured the soul bone with an overwhelming roll of 6. The normally stoic Yin broke into childlike laughter. For the soul skill accompanying this soul bone was truly worthy of his joy. The petrified skin enabled him to temporarily assume the form of a statue, granting immunity to physical damage and an 80% reduction to energy-based attacks. The only drawback was that he could not move while in statue form. However, Yin could voluntarily cancel the statue's state at any time. The group decided to rest on the spot while awaiting Zhao Wujia and Yin Shirquan. Yin Shirquan's 5th soul skill was one that Kalinikes had not had the chance to use before his demise, Deadly Wound. The effect of the Deadly Wound was to reduce any healing effects received by the enemy from subsequent attacks by 10%, stacking up to 10 times, rendering the opponent completely unable to heal. Of course, the duration of the Deadly Wound depended on Yin Shirquan's soul power level. As a Soul King, he could maintain it for a maximum of 5 attacks. Meanwhile, the Soul Bone skill was Earth-Shattering Strike, which created a chasm in the ground over a linear distance ahead. Enemies within the range would suffer significant damage and be trapped within the chasm, while nearby foes would be knocked back a distance. It was a remarkable skill, providing both damage and control. Before long, the two made their way to the pool square where the Obsidian Destroyer had fallen, reuniting with the others. At this moment, the execution squad of powerful beings had already cut through numerous obstacles, confronting the hunter Ayamis head-on. This hunter, Ayamis, was a half-human, half-bee creature, adorned in a striking purple and yellow hue, known as the Great Hornet. Of course, it preferred the title of hunter. Regardless, it now faced the looming threat of death. A 100,000-year-old soul beast could hardly contend against so many titled Douluos. Moreover, there exists an ultimate Douluo, The situation, which was evidently impossible to overcome, was apparent to all. The hunter IMEC, adhering to the spirit of a dignified retreat, swiftly turned and took flight. The immense bee wings fluttered, scattering myriad particles of twilight to slow the pace of the pursuers. Quickly, follow closely, do not let it escape, commanded Li Jun, prompting the powerful tidal Douluo to accelerate urgently in the direction of the fleeing enemy. As Bibi Dong rose, she unleashed her terrifying soul skill, Eternal Creation. Two emerald-like scythes simultaneously lifted, slashing to create a colossal green fork-shaped ripple, one of Bibi Dong's most domineering single-target attacks. Physical defenses proved ineffective, and energy defenses were reduced by 50%. Should it hit, the wound would spread endlessly, relying solely on soul power for resistance until depletion led to inevitable demise. Such injuries significantly hampered the Hunter IMEC's speed, allowing it to be quickly overtaken. Giant Hornet, you cannot escape, Bibi Dong declared, spirited as she pursued. Having regained her virginity, she seemed to have returned to her youthful prime in every aspect. Simultaneously, others closed in. However, they did not anticipate that this giant hornet possessed remarkable evasion skills. Twilight Flicker. Indeed, as the Hunter IMEC teleported, it inflicted a poison damage effect over a wide area at both its original and new locations. Although the damage was not substantial, it could greatly impede the speed of those affected, lasting a full minute. With this, it could safely flee to the foremost figure at the Ankila fortress, the Scarless Adrian. Chapter 90. The Devourer Blue. Naturally, this pursuit must continue, otherwise, the two leaders of 100,000 years might create unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, the sweeping team had finally concluded their rest and turned southward, arriving before the Devourer Blue, who guarded a nest of insects. Within the nest resided numerous mother bugs responsible for hatching, alongside countless eggs. These mother bugs typically possess cultivation levels ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 years, unlike the Devourer Blue, which boasted an impressive 80,000 years of cultivation. It seemed a fierce battle awaited. The Devourer Blue resembled a large silkworm, shielded by a thick shell, while the mother bugs bore a resemblance to scorpions. With the acquisition of a 6,000-year main defensive soul bone, Yin appeared emboldened, charging to the front lines as a shield during every battle. This encounter was no exception. Leading the charge alongside him were Dalu Bai, who had activated the White Tiger Vidra transformation, the White Tiger Barrier, and the White Tiger Demon God transformation, along with Huyan Li, the young master of the Elephant Armor sect. The Diamond Mammoth and Evil Eye White Tiger, like the Flame Demon Lord, were strikingly magnificent martial spirits. The thick insect sand within the nest proved disadvantageous for offensive combat. Yet these three young men stood resolutely. To attack their teammates, one must first deal with them. Otherwise, it was mere fantasy. Blue fixed its gaze on Huyan Li, prompting three nearby eggs to hatch into a swarm of dark purple larvae that surged towards him. The soul-powered defense seemed ineffective as the onslaught continued unabated. The incessant buzzing of the swarm near his ears was undeniably discomforting, a sensation no one would relish. At Blue's command, the mother bugs charged forth. In the rear, Lu Erlong unleashed a fiery thunder, instantly reducing the closest mother bugs to ashes. Yet Blue himself, no. This bug remained unscathed, its formidable defense living up to its 80,000 years of cultivation. Soon Blue focused again, summoning three swarms of hatching dark larvae that buzzed around his ears. The others engaged in chaos, nearly every individual facing off against the mother bug. However, with the assistance of soul saints such as Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujing, and Flinder, the mother bugs fell one after another. Yet, the larvae entangling Huyan Li and Dai Mubai became a significant nuisance, refusing to be shaken off. Did it require self-inflicted harm to release them? On the third gaze, even Yin found himself ensnared by the dark larvae. Meanwhile, the Devourer Blue appeared to mock these three shields. Without further ado, they resolved to attack it, striving to temporarily forget the larvae that clung to them, surrounding the Devourer Blue with a concerted assault. As the mother bugs dwindled, the group began redirecting their fire to target the Devourer Blue. However, its defensive prowess was astonishing, seemingly impervious to harm. Under its incessant scrutiny, more eggs shattered, releasing dark larvae that ensnared everyone. At that moment, Wu suddenly halted, turning to Tang San. Third brother, it seems our combined evolution into Wu Lin possesses a soul skill capable of dealing with these bothersome insects. Oh, you mean that move? Indeed, third brother, it is likely effective. Thus, the two ceased their attacks and summoned the bond disc of their combined evolution. Behind Wu, a delicate and charming white rabbit emerged, followed by a burst of pink light as the rabbit transformed into a pink, supple-boned creature. In Tang San's palm, the blue-silver grass subtly swayed, its blue and gold glow expanding, transforming the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor. Primary position, Wu, the supple-boned rabbit. Secondary position, Tang San, the blue-silver emperor. Combined evolution Wu Lin, blue-silver rabbit emperor. The moment Wu Lin appeared, it signified the end of the insect disturbance tactic. For her fourth soul skill applied a blue-silver mark upon all teammates within a wide area. Each blue-silver mark would explode after 1 second, dealing significant damage to enemies in the vicinity while sparing those marked. The dark larvae fell like autumn leaves, and another wave would be futile. With Wu Lin at the 8th ring, combined with Ning Fengji's full support, all 6 enhancement effects, strength, speed, soul, control, attack, and amplification, were conferred upon her. In an instant, they established absolute dominance over the Devourer Blue. The true form of the blue-silver rabbit emperor awakened, a sea of blue holy light gently emanating from Wu Lin, as if to purify the entire insect nest. Such sanctity. Moments later, Wu Lin made her move. Her 8th soul skill, blue-silver stripping upon contact, reduced the opponent's defense to 0, unless the opponent's cultivation vastly exceeded her own, in which case the effect would be diminished. The Devourer Blue, already paralyzed by the overwhelming blue holy light, could hardly evade this sudden strike. The reason this creature had endured for so long was its extraordinarily high defense. Now that its defenses were breached, could it possibly survive? The outcome was already apparent. A mere spit from one individual could drown it, let alone the soul skill unleashed. The dark soul rings ascended from the Devourer Blue. Alas, what a pity for an 80,000-year soul ring. However, the soul bone would sufficiently compensate for this loss. A soul bone of 80,000 years, the resilient tight cocoon. This soul bone undoubtedly possessed a soul skill related to the Devourer Blue's extraordinary defensive capabilities. At this moment, Hu Yanli instinctively stepped forward, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dai Mubai was equally eager. If the ownership were again to be determined by dice, then Yin, who had already acquired a 6,000-year soul bone, would certainly be excluded from the competition. His only rival was Hu Yanli. To Hu Yanli's delight, he rolled a 6, while Dai Mubai rolled a mere 2. Alas, the luck of the gods did not favor him. Hu Yanli jubilantly celebrated his acquisition of such a powerful soul bone. Since the Xiangjia clan suffered heavy losses during the invasion of the Twilight Forces, and after the sacrifice of his grandfather, it is the first time he has felt such joy. Dai Mubai could be considered fortunate in misfortune. In the future, the soul bones he acquires will far exceed this auxiliary soul bone of 80,000 years in defensive prowess. The demise of the Devourer Blue has rendered the outer city of the Ankyla fortress devoid of any formidable opponents to withstand them. The sweeping team commenced the eradication of all leaders around 10,000 years and below, clearing the way with a sense of sweet vengeance. The group never imagined that one day they would be able to invade the territory of the Void Forces and traverse it as if it were a realm uninhabited. Simultaneously, various rare metals, food, elemental materials, and other resources were continuously transported back to the portal. In the distant fortress hall, formidable beings had already begun to confront the Scarless One, Adrian, and the hunter, Ayamis. Chapter 91. Bibi Dong's 8th and 9th soul rings. 100,000 years. A multitude of powerful beings surrounded the Ankyla fortress hall, trapping the hunter, Ayamis, and the Scarless One, Adrian, within. Then, under the leadership of the Limit Doa Legion, they filed in, astonished by the magnificent sight within the hall. Initially, The hall was shrouded in darkness, lacking any light, relying solely on Li Jun to maintain a beam of bright lightning for minimal illumination, just as Li Jun intended to increase the power to illuminate the surroundings. An unusual disturbance erupted within the hall. 6 bright purple twilight crystals suddenly illuminated, arranged in the 6 corners of the hall. In the center, a flawless pillar of void light began to channel the energy from the 6 twilight crystals, converging upon it. A towering creature with a humanoid body and a canine head slowly opened its crimson eyes, hovering above the pillar of void light. This was the Scarless One, Adrian. The term Scarless One denotes a battle-hardened warrior who has never suffered a wound. While there may have been many Scarless Ones in the past, only he remains now. Adrian is not an insectoid, but rather a statue fashioned by insectoids, transformed into flesh and blood. The strongest being in the Ankyla fortress is none other than Adrian. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, the hunter, Ayamis, struck by the fate of eternal creation, was licking his wounds. Quick, everyone, no need for idle chatter. Let teacher Dong deliver the final blow, Li Jun urged, her gaze fixed warily on Adrian. The Scarless One, Adrian, appeared exceedingly calm, exhibiting none of the demeanor expected from one facing a formidable adversary. Bibi Dong was the first to activate her martial soul, preparing for the harvest. Suddenly, Adrian let out a long howl, causing the 6 twilight crystals to surge with purple light. The immense wave of energy caused the very walls of the hall to tremble. Within seconds, the wall shattered, and the dome was not spared, reduced to dust scattered by the winds. Following this, the central pillar of void light shot forth an unstable surge of purple light, piercing through to the clouds. Desert, raise your sands and obscure the sun's brilliance, Adrian proclaimed. As his words echoed, the entire expanse of the Ankyla fortress dimmed. The golden red sun transformed into an eerie dark purple. It was indeed a display of formidable might. However, in the face of absolute power, nothing mattered. What do we do? Ice Thunder Douluo, Tang Xiao inquired. Pay no mind, it's merely flashy techniques. Watch me, Li Jun retorted disdainfully. She had anticipated that the Scarless One, Adrian, with such a grand display, could summon another ancient ruler from the void dimension, only to realize it was merely a domain-type soul skill. Seeing this, the hunter, Ayamis, felt his confidence swell, disregarding his injuries as he soared to Adrian's side, ready to fight alongside him. Oomph. Li Jun's delicate form quivered as she unleashed the radiant magnetic field, absorbing the realm of darkness entirely. The sun returned to normal, yet the hall could not be restored. Ayamis's gaze shifted back to terror before swiftly morphing into despair. Bibi Dong's god of death domain quietly activated, locking onto both foes to prevent escape. In an instant, soul skills filled the air, particularly the spectacular sword Douluo. Qinshin's myriad swords returned to the origin. Yet, the true main attacker remained Li Jun. The first soul skill of the 9th soul ring, Absolute Zero Marker. Of course, her allies would not feel the effects of Absolute Zero. Such frigidness was reserved solely for the enemy. Only the limit Douluo could perfectly control their soul skills. The function of Absolute Zero Marker is to reduce the enemy's ice resistance, enabling Li Jun's subsequent frost-imbued attack to be amplified. Indeed, the time had come. 2 thick azure lightning bolts descended instantaneously, striking the Scarless One, Adrian, and the hunter, Ayamis. This was Li Jun's true finishing move, the Extreme Frost Thunder. The two, on the brink of collapse, could no longer muster any resistance, left to be at the mercy of their foes. A slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she swiftly approached Ayamis, her arms transforming into 2 massive scythe-like appendages, descending in a crisscross motion. The red soul ring gradually ascended, revealing the soul bone outlined in crimson. A finely crafted torso bone. Once the soul ring was absorbed, Bibi Dong's second martial soul acquired the neighboring 8th soul rings. The first soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Be Venom Stinger, capable of inflicting frequent small amounts of damage. After stacking to 50 layers, it releases a toxic explosion, paralyzing the enemy's nervous system internally. The second soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Summon Swarm, allowing her to instantly summon 3,000-year level venomous bees to aid in battle. Each attack from the venomous bees adds a layer of bee venom stinger effect to the enemy. Naturally, the soul bone was indispensable. This exquisite torso bone endowed with soul skills was equally formidable. The torso bone of the venomous bee hunter, first soul skill, counter toxicity. When attacked by an enemy, it inflicts 3 layers of bee venom stinger effect. Second soul skill, Bee Queen Devour. Consuming one of the summoned venomous bees restores a small amount of soul power and mental strength, usable 3 times in succession. Subsequently, Bibi Dong approached the Scarless One, Adrian, effortlessly delivering the finishing blow and beginning to absorb the soul ring. This time, the soul bone turned out to be an external soul bone, shaped like a silver headband adorned with sapphires. The first soul skill of the 9th soul ring, Stupefying Curse, doubles the casting time of the enemy's next soul skill. The second soul skill of the 9th soul ring, Adrian's Power, within the next 3 seconds, attack power and movement speed are tripled. The external soul bone, Glory Headband of the Scarless One, first soul skill, summon 2 followers with battle power equivalent to 1,000-year soul beasts. Both followers also possess the Stupefying Curse and Adrian's Power soul skills. The second soul skill of the Glory Headband of the Scarless One, Adrian's Gaze. Consuming nearly all of one's soul power and mental strength, it instantly kills an enemy. Against soul beasts of 100,000 years and above, or Title Douluo and above soul masters, it will not guarantee a one-hit kill, but will certainly inflict severe injury. When Bibi Dong exhibited these monstrous soul skills, everyone was utterly astounded. This was simply too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say it was invincible. With such overwhelming soul skills, would Bibi Dong not become invulnerable? Of course, she and Li Jun still had a gap in strength. After all, Bibi Dong had yet to fully integrate all her abilities, especially the newly acquired ones. I am a monster. I am envious. The poisoned Douluo crossed his arms, casting a glance at Li Jun. He was unaware that Li Jun was an independent persona and merely regarded her as Luo Bo and Lily. Li Jun smiled gently in response. Do not fret. There will be many more soul bones available for you in the future. Our enemies are far from just these. Bibi Dong walked over, radiant with gratitude. Lily, Luo Bo, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Li Jun quickly dissipated, releasing the 2. Teacher Dong, is there any need for such formality? We are merely contributing to the Anti-Demon Alliance. You are a dual martial soul, undoubtedly a focal point for cultivation. Lily took this opportunity to express her thoughts. Luo Bo felt a surge of emotions. Alas, may the efforts of the Anti-Demon Alliance proceed smoothly, driving the forces of the void away with haste. Chapter 92. The Joyful Bibi Dong. Following the obliteration of the Anquila fortress, it is imperative to swiftly launch a surprise attack on the Anquila underground temple to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Yet, the group still requires rest and thorough preparation. Nevertheless, a brief respite suffices, and the time allocated for the assault on the temple is not overly pressing. Today marked the successful trial of the 3rd pair of merged evolution partners, namely Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Their martial souls were already highly compatible, possessing a martial soul fusion technique. Thus, the difficulty of their combined evolution was notably reduced. The 2 stood face to face, their gazes locked. The ethereal bond of their combined evolution loomed between them. Dai Mubai gently touched the primary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing casually rested her hand on the secondary bond position. In the next moment, a spectral tiger emerged behind Dai Mubai, transforming into the malevolent-eyed white tiger. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing shifted into the phantom spirit cat. Primary position, Dai Mubai, malevolent-eyed white tiger. Secondary position, Zhu Zhuqing, phantom spirit cat. The combined evolution resulted in Dai Pizhu, the new soul master whose martial soul was the phantom white tiger summoned by their fusion technique. Conversely, if Zhu Zhuqing were to take the primary position, the evolved soul master Zhu Mu and would possess the malevolent-eyed leopard. Given that both were soul emperors of over 60 levels, they now represented the pinnacle of soul Douluo. It was a splendid addition to the younger generation, a new powerhouse emerging. In the golden ancient tree square of Shrek Academy, the most conspicuous figures were Bibi Dong and the Master, inseparable as they were. Bibi Dong's two martial souls boasted a total of 400,000 year soul rings, nearing completion of her soul bones, most of which were also of the 100,000 year caliber. It was impossible not to notice her. Moreover, as the former pope of the martial soul palace, her proximity to the Master, akin to a young maiden, captured the attention of many. Come now, you must also strive hard. Now that your radiant holy dragon bloodline has fully merged, your third canon has truly become a radiant holy dragon. Therefore, your last 3 soul rings can be added as 100,000 year rings. Quickly cultivate to level 70. Do not fall behind your students, Bibi Dong remarked with a carefree smile. At present, she resembled a singularly focused being, acting upon her thoughts without restraint. Having shed her mask, she was free from any inhibitions. Certainly, she might be unaware of the solitude experienced by Dalu in the corner, who was reluctant to accept the reality of the martial soul palace's demise and dismayed by the former pope's transformation into her current self. Ha ha ha! There's nothing to be done. How could I possibly compare to these monsters? I am already immensely satisfied to have become a titled Douluo in this lifetime. As for the radiant holy dragon, that was beyond my wildest dreams, he reflected. As the evening sun set, the two ambled through the square and entered the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance's conference hall. Luo Bo and Lili followed suit, preparing for the meeting. It was nearly time. Tonight's conference would determine many specific details regarding the surprise assault. The Master and Bibi Dong were seated next to each other, their chairs nearly fused. This bond was indeed aptly described as inseparable. With Bibi Dong's strength nearing the limits of a titled Dalu, her voice carried significant weight, rivaling that of Luo Bo and Lili. Having once been the Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, and with over 50 years of age, she was undoubtedly more mature and composed than the two younger individuals. The meeting commenced as usual, with Yu Mengxing presenting the enemy situation to all attendees. She meticulously detailed the abilities, locations, appearances, and personality traits of all the leader-level enemies within the Ankyla Temple, providing comprehensive and in-depth information. After all, understanding both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, making such intelligence indispensable. By the way, does anyone in Shrek City require soul rings? It would be a shame to waste the 100,000 year soul rings. We must identify those in need ahead of time to take them along. Dean Flinder interjected during a lull in the conversation. Tang Xiao seemed to have anticipated this moment, promptly replying, "The patriarch of the Li clan, Titan, has recently reached the bottleneck of level 90, needing just 1 soul ring to become a true title Daw. Would it be possible to take him along?" Luo Bo, for reasons unknown, thought of Tang San upon hearing this statement. Alas, if Tang San were present at this meeting, he would surely be displeased. The people of the Haoyan clan were striving to regain the support of the Li clan. Indeed, during the Twilight Invasion, the various powers of Douluo continent suffered grievous losses, with some being entirely erased from existence. Yet, the reclusive Haoyan clan emerged relatively unscathed, a fact that astonished all, including the Haoyan clan itself. The Haoyan clan had not anticipated that upon venturing out, they would find the world transformed, becoming the largest force aside from the assembled Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance. Should they successfully defeat the Void Forces in the future and seek to restore order to Douluo continent, the Haoyan clan would be in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. Let us bring along all the young generation who need soul rings. For the Ankyla Temple harbors not only leader-level foes, but also numerous minions of the 1,000 and 10,000 year caliber, Flinder stated once more, this time without any dissent. Thus, the operation would again be divided into a decapitation team and a sweep team. The decapitation team would directly seek out the 5 leader-level foes of the 100,000 year caliber, while the sweep team would conduct a thorough cleansing of the Ankyla Undercity, engaging with foes of lower ranks while eliminating minions and seizing materials. On the following morning, all expedition members gathered in the golden ancient tree square of Shrek Academy. The dark purple eyes reopened, and the portal gradually manifested. The powerful individuals led the way, followed closely by the younger generation. They exuded such boldness and confidence, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the spoils of battle. Imagine, when faced with the calamity of the Void invasion, they once believed their demise was imminent, that the world itself was doomed. Yet upon arriving in Shrek City and joining the Anti-Demon Alliance, they not only found protection under the Golden Ancient Tree, but also seized opportunities against the Void forces to enhance their own strength. This was the hope amidst despair, sweetness amidst bitterness. They persevered in their struggle, never pausing for a moment. They diligently trained solely to grow stronger, to protect those around them and the world they cherished. Douluo continent has not perished. With these valiant warriors existing in the depths of adversity, how could Douluo continent ever meet its end? Gulme, let us fight for the world we love. Chapter 93. Could it be a trap? The landscape of the Ankyla underground city mirrored that of the above-ground Ankyla fortress. Yet being subterranean, it featured numerous crystalline, lantern-like lighting fixtures. These illuminations resembled thin, varied insect eggs, creating a spectacle that left everyone astonished for quite some time. However, even with such tourist-like decorations, the plight of the insect creatures remained unchanged, for the Anti-Demon Alliance was not there for leisure. Yet, shortly after the battle commenced, the insect beings began to retreat in an orderly fashion. What could be the reason for this? The labyrinthine streets of the underground city quickly filled with commotion, as nearly all the insect creatures fled in a singular direction. The original plan for the decapitation team and the sweeping team naturally required adjustment. Bai Bai Dong decisively declared that, based on her experience, this situation was undoubtedly suspicious. Yu Mengqing could not help but feel a sense of dread. Were these insectoid beings preparing to conduct that ritual? No, it must not be. Even if that were the case, they had to stop it immediately. Otherwise, everyone would perish here. She shouted, "Quick, pursue them. Follow the fleeing insectoids to the TheAccidental temple." The bewildered group had no choice but to obey her command. Those who are not titled law need not follow. Just gather various resources within the underground city, Yu Mengqing added. Upon hearing this, the aspiring Douluo Titan immediately expressed his discontent. A valuable 10,000-year soul ring was about to escape. Without further hesitation, the powerful ones abandoned the insufficiently equipped main force and set off in pursuit. Yu Mengqing merely reminded them not to let the thousand-eyed seed absorb those 10,000-year level leaders. Otherwise, the fourth ancient ruler, the thousand-eyed demon Keisu-en, would be reborn. At that moment, it could trap everyone in this plane, leaving them at its mercy. Luo, Bo, and Li, having fused into the ultimate Doa, could easily escape, while Bai Bai Dong, nearing the level of ultimate Doa, could just barely manage to leave. However, the rest did not possess such capabilities. The consequences were terrifying to contemplate. The defensive system of the Ankyla underground city had been activated, aiming to temporarily hinder the forces of the Anti-Demon Alliance and buy more time. Yet, under the relentless assault from Bai Bai Dong and Li Jun, one gate after another was breached, ultimately driving everyone toward the core area of the underground city, the Ankyla temple. Reluctantly, they pressed on. Beginning and ending with resolve was a traditional virtue of the title Douluo. Indeed, the entire temple was enveloped in a protective shield, keeping a significant number of lower-level insectoids at bay. After all, the protective shield had a limited range and could not shield all the insectoids. Thus, to prevent these pitiful creatures from obstructing their plans, the title Douluo of the decapitation team commenced a massacre. Dealing with these abandoned beings posed no challenge whatsoever. The next step was to breach the protective shield. The mysterious worm Auro and Princess Haholin, along with the seer Scram, stood at 120-degree angles, struggling to maintain the shield. Meanwhile, the twin emperors, Vikinilas and Vikler, were channeling their life force at the altar at the center of the temple. It was evident that they intended to sacrifice themselves to resurrect Keisu-en. The flesh pillar atop the altar supported a large eye. This was undoubtedly the thousand-eyed seed. Should the twin emperors succeed in their sacrifice, the thousand-eyed demon Keisu-en would be reborn. What were they waiting for? Unleash the strongest offensive. However, the protective shield seemed capable of withstanding most attacks. A specialized soul skill designed to break shields was required to be effective, just as everyone found themselves at a loss. Tang Xiao spoke up. Allow me to give it a try. Our Haozong's Hao Hammer Martial Soul is the premier weapon martial soul, although it relies on pure physical strength. It also emphasizes technique. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao took a large step forward, activating the true form of his weapon soul. Oh, what was he about to do? In the next moment, the answer revealed itself. Tang Xiao's 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings erupted in a series of crackling sounds, then spectacularly disintegrated into powder. Was this the explosive ring? The ultimate Great Sumeru Hammer. This was a unique cultivation method passed down since the establishment of Haozong, due to its demanding requirements. Only those with exceptional talents could succeed. Otherwise, it would pose a threat to their lives, allowing only one generation to inherit it. However, the emergence of the golden ancient tree enlightened Tang Xiao, breaking this pattern and allowing him to comprehend the highest profundity of the Hao Hammer, the ultimate Great Sumeru Hammer. The Great Sumeru Hammer condenses all of one's soul rings into one, infusing them into the Hao Hammer, transforming them into the purest form of power and attack, geometrically amplifying one's strength, forcibly breaking all constraints, and unleashing a might that surpasses one's own soul power. It follows the principle of overwhelming force, rendering any opponent's soul skills or techniques ineffective against the purest power and attack of the Hao Hammer. Theoretically, the power of the Great Sumeru Hammer is boundless. The explosive ring of the Great Sumeru Hammer allows each soul ring to unleash an explosive effect, instantly converting the ring's power into one's own strength and merging it into the attack, producing a force far beyond the original. The higher the quality of the soul rings used during the explosive effect, the greater the impact. This is the ultimate skill of the Great Sumeru Hammer. Each soul ring unleashes an attack, and after all rings have detonated, the user enters a state of weakness. Moreover, the process of detonation is extremely perilous. If not controlled properly, the user's own abilities may not contain the unleashed energy, leading to potential self-destruction. This is why only the successive Douluo have practiced the Great Sumeru Hammer. Without formidable talent and a profound foundation, wielding this ultimate skill is akin to suicide. The cost of detonating a soul ring is also substantial. After using the Great Sumeru Hammer's explosive ring once, all soul rings will disappear for 3 minutes, leaving only the soul power behind. It will take a full 3 minutes for the soul rings to gradually recover, and after using an explosive ring, a minimum interval of 36 minutes is required before it can be used again, or there's a risk of genuine destruction of the soul rings. Currently, Tang Xiao could detonate a maximum of 3 rings, launching 3 attacks. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. With the second attack, the protective shield displayed severe cracks, and after the third, it shattered completely. Tang Xiao landed, panting and spitting out a mouthful of blood, turning his back to the protective shield, a faint smile playing on his lips. Behind him, the protective shield emitted a crisp explosion before shattering entirely. The 3 10,000-year level leaders maintaining the shield, along with the twin emperors engrossed in their sacrifice, fell alongside it. 3 blood-red soul rings lay in a triangular formation beneath the altar, and the soul bones glimmered faintly. The 2 blood-red soul rings atop the altar were particularly eye-catching. The Great Sumeru Hammer is truly formidable. Hail to our Great Sumeru Hammer! Of course, without having destroyed the thousand-eyed seed, this was not the time for collecting spoils. The flesh pillar of the thousand-eyed seed swayed gently, making the eye appear even more prominent. Naturally, in such moments, prominence heralds imminent death. Chapter 94. The 6th Ancient Ruler. The blood-fusing demon, Guhuan. However, Li Jun felt something was amiss as she gazed at the thousand-eyed seed. If this truly was the substance that could resurrect Kaisun, then their progress thus far had been far too effortless, hadn't it? Could it be that? Let's first collect the soul bones. 5 10,000-year soul bones, Li Jun suggested casually while remaining vigilant. She looked around, then gently ascended the altar, stowing the twin emperor soul bones into a storage soul guide, and began to manipulate the thousand-eyed seed with her soul power. Before long, other powerful individuals gathered around. Observing the carnage within the Ankila temple, one could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. When the void forces once swept across the Douluo continent, the scene was remarkably similar. Only this time, the deceased were the void creatures. Faced with the overwhelming gaze of so many tidal Douluo, the thousand-eyed seed instantly wilted. It appeared there was nothing to worry about. It should be destroyed directly, Bai Dong stated. Li Jun shook her head, suggesting they wait a bit longer. A minute later, still nothing happened. Bai Dong raised a scythe-like arm. Now, can we proceed? Very well. With a sweep of her scythe arm, the thousand-eyed seed was indeed obliterated. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous earthquake shook the entire space. In an instant, it felt as though the very air was being torn asunder. Simultaneously, the surroundings appeared to gradually turn crimson. From the ravaged Qinyan Jizhong, a beam of blaring red light erupted, shattering the ceiling and tearing apart the entire underground city. Everything was laid bare. In the distant sky, where the sun should have been, a colossal blood-red moon emerged. The sixth Old One, the blood-melting demon Jihun, had come to pay homage. Although Jihun was not on the level of a limit Douluo, its unique mechanism rendered its combat style exceedingly grotesque. In the distance, at the entrance of the underground city, Yu Mengqing was paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this scene. What was happening? This was entirely outside her realm of knowledge. Why could Jihun enter the territory of Qishuan? Were not the domains of the six Old Ones incompatible? Simultaneously, she noticed the formidable execution team soaring into the air. Yet, under the influence of Jihun and the blood-red moon, they appeared so insignificant. Without the luxury of consulting anyone, Yu Mengqing utilized an artifact created from the remains of Qishuan to teleport everyone back to Shrek City. Indeed, anyone transported through the artifact made from Qishuan's remains could be directly sent away, regardless of their current location. Upon seeing the familiar golden ancient tree, they finally returned to safety. However, no one anticipated that Jihun had also been transported here. What was happening? The enormous blood-melting demon Jihun swung its repulsive pure white flesh crown, and its grotesque mouth exhaled a mist of blood. Yet, the golden ancient tree merely shimmered with golden light, dispelling all filth. It seemed that Jihun was equally bewildered as to why it had been brought here. Yu Mengqing quickly regained her composure and began to think rationally about her next move. Yes, hadn't she previously succeeded? If an Old One perished near the golden ancient tree, it could absorb that entity to strengthen itself. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity? Hurry, Li Jun, Teacher Dong. Do not let it escape. Kill it here. Yu Mengqing screamed, as if this was a long-cherished wish that had eluded her for 10,000 years. Li Jun wasted no time. Soaring into the air again and unleashing an absolute zero marker to slow Jihun's speed, followed by summoning the ancient ice river Great Wall to seal off its retreat. No matter how capable Salada's was, her power was comparable to Jihun's, and it was improbable that Jihun would escape. Thus, Jihun was trapped with no means of escape. Before the foolish creature could react, Bibidong's venomous stings descended like a torrential storm. The first soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Venom Stinger, capable of inflicting frequent minor damage. After stacking to 50 layers, it would trigger a toxic explosion, paralyzing the enemy's nervous system from within. The essence of this soul skill lay in launching as many stingers as possible in the shortest time to quickly stack to 50 layers, resulting in a significant toxic explosion and paralysis effect. However, Bibidong understood how troublesome this enemy could be, thus she would not squander time personally launching stingers. The second soul skill of the 8th soul ring, Summon Swarm, which could immediately summon 3,000 year-level venomous bees to assist in battle. Each attack from a venomous bees would add a layer of Venom Stinger effect to the enemy. Therefore, she let the summoned bees continue to launch stingers while she herself immediately engaged in close combat. A dazzling display of purple and green light flashed as the true form of the soul-eating Spider Queen was unleashed. Bibidong's body transformed into a ghastly green hue, emanating a mist of verdant light. This not only amplified Bibidong's overall strength, but also possessed the ability to heal her physical injuries. in the true martial spirit state. If the opponent's attack lacked explosive power, one would find that this enemy could not inflict damage as rapidly as BB Dong could recover. The second soul skill of the ninth soul ring, the power of Adrian. For the next 3 seconds, attack power and movement speed are tripled. Although this soul skill may seem unimpressive with its brief 3-second duration, its strength lies in its short casting interval, allowing it to be used almost every minute. Its soul power consumption is also significantly lower than that of other 100,000-year soul skills. BB Dong closed the distance swiftly and executed the terrifying eternal creation before the tripled attack power enhancement faded. 2 emerald-like scythes were raised simultaneously, slashing in a diagonal cross pattern to unleash a massive green cross-shaped wave, one of BB Dong's most domineering single-target attacks. Physical defenses were rendered ineffective, and energy defenses were reduced by 50%. Once struck, the injury would spread endlessly, relying solely on soul power for resistance until it was exhausted, leading to inevitable demise. This effect was already terrifying, especially enhanced by the tripling from the power of Adrian. Of course, had BB Dong not possessed such strength, Yu Mengqing would not have permitted her to fight alongside Li Jun. Just as Jihun reacted in pain, Li Jun seized the moment to unleash a fully powered extreme frozen thunder. Li Jun recognized that employing the same tactics as that Luo Zai from the Martial Soul Hall would still prove challenging against Jihun, even though Jihun could not be compared to Qixuan at all. The blood-melting demon, Jihun, once again spewed forth its repulsive corrosive blood from its standard round mouth, filled with sharp teeth, tainting the surrounding land. This could be considered its domain soul skill, Blood Demon Domain. Li Jun activated the radiant magnetic field and swept away all bloodstains before the Blood Demon Domain could fully extend. In my presence, all domains are futile. Submit to your fate, you repulsive giant insect. Chapter 95. The Comet Goddess's Inheritance, BB Dong. Jihun seemed to have succumbed to a frenzy, its entire being shimmering with explosive bloodlight. It rampaged against everything around it, including the nearby forest and the ice river Great Wall that constrained its side. This colossal worm-like old one appeared to lack intelligence, as it chose to thrash about rather than escape in such a dire situation. Teacher Dong, now is the time. Finish it entirely. Yu Mengqing called out from beneath the golden ancient tree towards BB Dong hovering above Shrek City. Do not hesitate. BB Dong held nothing back. Even though she had yet to fully integrate the newly acquired abilities, she resolutely unleashed them. She understood the immense power Jihun possessed, thus she could only give her all. The second soul skill of the Poison Bee Hunter's trunk bone, Bee King Devour. By consuming one of the summoned venomous bees, she could recover a small amount of soul power and mental energy, usable up to 3 times. 3 venomous bees transformed into green orbs, and after a brilliant flash, they were swiftly absorbed by BB Dong, replenishing her soul power and mental energy. Now, BB Dong was nearing her full potential. The second soul skill of the Scarless Glory Head Ring, Adrian's Gaze. Consuming almost all of her soul power and mental energy, it would instantly slay an enemy. While it would not guarantee a one-hit kill against 100,000-year or higher soul beasts or title Dalu and above soul masters, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. A brilliant purple ray burst forth from the main crystal of the head ring, directly targeting Jihun's heart. Already severely injured, Jihun could hardly withstand such a monstrous blow. Even if the Void Saint descended, it would be unable to save it. BB Dong herself was utterly exhausted and did not witness Jihun's demise. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a divine illusion. BB Dong, do you wish to accept the divine trial of the Comet Goddess? A clear voice, now distant yet near, resonated within BB Dong's spiritual sea. Soon, the voice's owner materialized. It was a goddess, graceful yet powerful in form. She was adorned in a complete set of shimmering blue and white armor, crafted from an unknown material, perhaps steel or something else entirely. The blue and white comet halo gently enveloped her lustrous, glass-like silver hair, harmonizing beautifully with the scythe that the comet slung across her back. This ethereal presence surpassed even the likes of Bai Bai Dong and Li Jun. Indeed, how could mortals ever hope to rival the divine? Upon hearing the term godhood inheritance, Bai Bai Dong immediately snapped to attention. How exhilarating this notion was. When the Wuhuan city was destroyed, she lost her connection to the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. In recent days, her hopes of becoming a deity had waned. But now, yet another opportunity for ascension lay before her. How could she not cherish it? The Void Saint Lord possessed the strength of a god king, requiring the combined power of several first-tier deities to overcome. Was this comet goddess truly a first-tier deity? I ask again. Bai Bai Dong could no longer hesitate. Accept? Of course I accept. May I inquire if you are indeed the comet goddess? Certainly. She must have surmised that this figure was the current comet goddess. Very well. The first trial of the Comet 9 trials shall commence immediately. The ancient golden tree gently absorbed all the energy left by FleesWuhun, transforming it into its life source. Within mere minutes, it grew several times larger, and the protective barrier expanded unprecedentedly, capable of sheltering a broader expanse of land. The enthusiasm of the anti-demon coalition surged to unprecedented heights, as if victory were within their grasp. Yu Mengqing smiled with satisfaction, leaning against Xieyu and secretly rejoicing. Soon after, she returned to her chamber to prepare for rest. Unexpectedly, a familiar silhouette appeared before her. "Traitor, we meet again. I trust you have been well." This ethereal and profound feminine voice was as inscrutable as the void itself. It was her. Yu Mengqing immediately recognized the individual. No, it cannot be. How could she breach the barrier of the golden tree? "I know what you're thinking, traitor. It seems you've been doing rather well here," Sarada's continued. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the fifth ancient dominator, the demon of 1,000 souls, Sarada's. Yu Mengqing's composure faltered. "Are you here to take me back?" "Ha ha." Sarada's chuckled lightly. "Take you back? What purpose would that serve?" "Quite the opposite. I have come to pledge my allegiance." "Pledge allegiance? Impossible. What trickery is this?" "Oh, do you believe I need to deceive you? You overestimate yourself. I am not lying. I truly come to pledge my loyalty. I have even destroyed the core of the Dominator myself, and my ties to the void have dissipated. How else do you think I managed to evade this bothersome tree?" Sarada's spoke nonchalantly, as if engaging in casual conversation. Yu Mengqing could scarcely believe her ears. "So, you're no longer an ancient Dominator, nor even a creature of the void? Why would you do this?" "Why? Because I wish to stand alongside the victors, and you shall be the victors. Frankly, since the death of Cthulhu, I have harbored doubts about the Void Saint Lord. Now that Goa-in is also dead, this is your current combat strength. From my observations, it is evident that in 5 years, you will have the capability to eliminate all ancient dominators, including myself. By that time, you may even hasten the ascension of several deities to rival the Void Saint Lord. Should I continue to align myself with a faction destined for failure, sacrificing my immortal life, or should I turn to the assured victors and become a creator of the new order?" While her reasoning was sound, Yu Mengqing remained skeptical of this demon of 1,000 souls. "Thus I sought you out," Sarada's continued. "I know that pledging through you would be more convincing." "How ironic. I never imagined I would also become a traitor, just like you." "Do not call me a traitor. I was never truly one of you. It was you who controlled my mind, recklessly depleting my gifts. That is all in the past. Why bring it up? Do you think I am now free? Since my creation, I have always served the Void Saint Lord. Unlike my 5 brothers, each more peculiar than the last, I possess higher intelligence and consciousness. I am thoroughly weary of associating with those large insects and octopuses. I have had enough." Yu Mengqing still found it hard to accept such an outcome. An ancient dominator, surrendering so readily? Sarada's emerged from the shadows, revealing her true form. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dark purple robe, she possessed a tall stature and refined features, exuding an air of noble grace. The jelly-like sheen of her dark purple hair stood out strikingly, lending her an extraordinary appearance. "Is this truly your true form?" Yu Mengqing exclaimed in astonishment. Sarada's approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Could there be any doubt? It was now confirmed, this being genuinely sought to pledge allegiance. Chapter 96. The Elder Sister Sarada's. In the council chamber, behind Yu Mengqing's seat, stood the purple-haired woman, Sarada's, in her true form. "Are you certain she truly comes to pledge allegiance?" The others regarded this development with wary eyes, asking in unison. Sarada's replied, "Oh, your ancient golden tree has shown no suspicion, yet you choose to challenge me? Alas, cruel mortals!" This silenced the assembly. Indeed, if Sarada's remained a creature of the void, how could she have breached the protective barrier of the golden tree to enter the council chamber? After a brief pause, a heated discussion ensued. "Enough of this idle chatter," Sarada's interrupted. "If you wish for love, then take it. If not, I shall depart. Do not feign pretense here. I am well acquainted with such theatrics." The star-crowned Douluo, Su Shunglin, suddenly scoffed. "Depart? Back to your void, Saint Lord, perhaps? Ha! You are merely here to test the waters for information." A sudden hand-shaped shadow appeared out of thin air, striking him across the face unexpectedly. "Who are you calling a harlot?" Sarada's retorted, arms crossed defiantly. Su Xinglin was about to explode when he was abruptly interrupted by another sharp voice. "Enough!" Lily shouted while banging her fist on the table. "Star-crowned Douluo, remember that you are a titled Douluo, not a drunken ruffian on the streets." She then turned to the scheming demon of 1,000 souls. "You claim to come in allegiance. If so, how do you intend to demonstrate your sincerity?" Sarada raised her hand, summoning several shadow vortices. "Sincerity? I offer you the planes I have created. Does that count as sincerity? Planes? Like the Ankyla Empire? Indeed, those among you with potential can enter for training. Should life be in peril, you will be returned immediately. This is advantageous, with only benefits and no drawbacks." The astonishment was palpable as everyone gazed at the shadow vortices. Yet Yu Mengqing remained unfazed. She had visited these planes created by Sarada's before and had some understanding of their nature. It was clear that Sarada's combat strength was exceedingly low because she had devoted nearly all her power to constructing these planes. Now, she was offering up her most treasured creations, demonstrating her urgency. "Oh, do you not believe me?" Sarada's remarked, opening one of the shadow vortices. "Behold, this is Karazhan Tower." All present could clearly see everything within this plane, known as Karazhan Tower. Among them was a towering knight clad in crimson armor, a dapper skeleton steward brandishing a dagger and accompanied by 4 followers, a stone giantess draped in sacred robes, a bustling opera house, and mechanical sentinels glowing with blue electric light. Before anyone could absorb the scene fully, Salada strode out of the council chamber, directing all the swirling maelstrom towards the golden ancient tree. The others hastily followed, fearing unforeseen complications. However, what they beheld was the golden ancient tree absorbing all the shadow vortices, transforming them into golden whirlpools. "Now, I possess only the rights to these realms. Ownership has been transferred to you. Surely, you have no cause for doubt now? I have wagered everything upon you," Saladas declared. "Do you truly believe we could defeat the Void Saint?" "After all, the Void Saint possesses the strength of a deity," Lily inquired. Saladas appeared somewhat taken aback. "You mean to say none of your own are among you? I can assure you that within this room, one individual has already received the divine assessment of a level 1 deity. Moreover, outside in the plaza, a young man has also undergone such an evaluation. If all goes well, you are likely to produce 2 level 1 gods. This does not even account for others who may receive divine assessments later." "What? This is simply unfathomable." The faces of those present were filled with disbelief. Indeed, in the end, combining the power of several level 1 gods may not be insufficient to contend with the Void Saint, Saladas added. What had once seemed an ethereal plan for ascension to godhood, and even the cultivation of a generation of ultimate fighters, now lay starkly before them as undeniable truth. "Since you are unaware, and neither are those outside, I shall not expose them. After all, divine assessments must remain untainted by external interference," Saladas remarked, eliciting a sigh of relief from Bibi Dong. The matter of ascending to godhood was far too sensitive. Revealing it prematurely would surely be detrimental. From Saladas's words, she gleaned that the comet goddess was indeed a level 1 deity, and that sufficed. Even if ascension required entering the divine realm, she could accompany him, thus avoiding the anguish of eternal separation. However, Bibi Dong was puzzled by the revelation that someone among the attendees had also received a divine assessment. Who could this Randy be? She was eager to uncover the truth. Tang San and Wu sat by the lake in meditation. Yet his heart was burdened with a weighty dilemma. Shura God or sea God, which should I choose? He pondered. Yet, choosing one would surely offend the other. He found himself in a most precarious position, wondering why both these formidable entities had singled him out. Contemplating this, he glanced at Wu and mused. Could we perhaps share the divine position? Shura God and sea God. Would it not be ideal if we each took one? I could be Shura God, and Wu could be sea God. How perfect. However, a shadow of concern crossed his mind regarding the difficulty of the sea god's divine trial, which could even endanger Wu's life. Indeed, divine assessments were not easily surmountable, for otherwise they would hardly be termed divine trials. In a corner of the outer academy, Song Yingwen struggled to believe the illusion was real. Surely, it must be a dream. To become a god, the god of wishes has indeed chosen me as a successor. It was astonishing considering she was merely a four-ring soul master. Was she truly worthy of such an honor simply because her martial soul was that of a wish-maker? The reality was more complex. The god of wishes was originally linked to the six-winged wish family. Yet, with the demise of Qian Dalu and Qian Xuanji, and Qian Rinchue's fall to become a twilight soul master, Song Yingwen's wish-maker martial soul had emerged as a prime choice. In the council hall, Salada's continued now. You still face 3 ancient dominators before you can confront the Void Saint. Each of these ancient beings can effortlessly handle 2 opponents. I refer to the ultimate fighters. Once you have 3 ultimate fighters at your disposal, consider taking on the 3rd ancient dominator. As for the 2nd and 1st, you will need even more ultimate fighters. It might even require a deity to contend with the Azura. Pausing briefly, Salada's added, divine assessments typically require several years. During this period, your 2nd tier may enter the realms I have created for training, striving to achieve the rank of Title Douluo, Super Douluo, and Ultimate Fighter. When the time comes for the final battle against the Void Saint, the 2nd tier will prove invaluable. Chapter 97. The Karazhan Tower, after confirming that the ownership of these realms had indeed been transferred to the Golden Ancient Tree, the council promptly decided to allow a selection of suitable young individuals to enter for training. The Karazhan Tower, led by Hunter Atumin and his steed, Midnight, included Butler Moros and 6 noble guests in the dining hall, the Pure Maiden, the Opera House, the Curator, Nightmare, Shadow of Alun, Void Wrim, and the treacherous hoof of Tristan, along with the chess master and Prince Malchezer. Saladas explained that conquering the Karazhan Tower required a flawless 10-member team, 2 primary defenders, 3 support members, with at least 1 specializing in healing, and 5 damage dealers, ideally a blend of ranged and melee, physical and magical. Thus, after careful deliberation, the chosen team comprised Dai Mubai, Yin, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Song Yingwen, Luo Bo, Ma Hongjun, Xiaoyu, Yu Mengqing, and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai was a balanced attacker and defender, while Yin leaned more towards defense. Ning Rongrong provided comprehensive support, and Oscar was the undeniable supply station for the team. Song Yingwen served as a healer and rescuer in battle. Luo Bo was a stable ranged magic damage dealer, whereas Ma Hongjun was a burst-type ranged magic damage dealer. Xiaoyu was a melee burst-type damage dealer, Zhu Zhuqing a melee stable-type damage dealer, and Yu Mengqing a mid-range hybrid damage dealer. This configuration appeared quite robust, and most members were soul emperors, ensuring their strength was relatively aligned, facilitating cooperation. Additionally, before their departure, Luo Bo equipped each member with a suitable set of purple epic runes. The 20% enhancement to a specific attribute would significantly ease the challenges of this training endeavor. With a brilliant flash, the Golden Ancient Tree opened one of the golden whirlpools, transforming it into a dimensional portal. Thus began their journey to the Karazhan Tower. To enter the first level of Karazhan, they needed to clear the side rooms and stables first. Naturally, most would opt to tackle the side rooms initially, for the stables were notoriously foreboding. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the side rooms were filled with towering spiders and large bats. Goodness, is this a place for humans? Song Yingwen, stricken with fear, quickly retreated. Captain Dai Mubai quickly assessed the strength of these creatures, realizing they were merely equivalent to 1,000-year-old soul beasts. As long as he and Yin could withstand the initial onslaught, the team would swiftly eliminate these monsters. The 9 treasure glaze tile, 3 for soul, 5 for attack, 6 for enhancement, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Luo Bo felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, yearning for an outlet. Let us unleash it. With that, he activated the magnetic shockwave, and a layer of soft purple electromagnetic brilliance spread forth, accompanied by explosive sounds, instantly affecting all enemies in sight. While the damage from the magnetic shockwave itself was not particularly high, its primary purpose was to diminish the lightning resistance of those struck. For his 4th soul skill, he unleashed the thunderstorm array. Dark clouds began to form above the enemies, converging and colliding violently. Then, with a commanding gesture, Luo Bo summoned a thick bolt of purple-gold lightning that struck down upon all enemies within a broad area. Ning Rongrong's enhancements played a pivotal role in this combo. Just imagine the terror of a Soul Emperor level 9 treasure, glaze tile, enhancing their capabilities. Just moments ago, Luo Bo unleashed the powerful Sha, Lei, Ting formation, displaying a might that rivaled the full force strike of an 8th ring Soul Douluo from the assault class. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, a display of sheer terror. It is crucial to note that the first hidden boss lurks nearby. Salada's voice resonated, alerting every member within Karazhan. Consequently, every maneuver of the assault team was scrutinized by the onlookers before the ancient golden tree. Their performance would undoubtedly be subject to evaluation. Among the team, only Yu Mengqing possessed familiarity with Karazhan, having frequented it during her time as the Void Saintess, drawn by its comparatively normal ambience. In stark contrast, Ankila was teeming with insects, Nyorosa was rife with various tentacled creatures, and in Ulduar, one would encounter either giants or an array of frenzied beings. The Heart of Fire and the Realm of Fire could incinerate an ordinary person, while the Throne of 4 Winds and the Summit of Whirling Clouds could unexpectedly induce a plummeting sensation. Deep Rock Continent felt overwhelmingly oppressive, while Vashjar and the Throne of Tides posed the peril of drowning. Yu Mengqing was aware of the identity of this so-called hidden boss. The hidden boss, in essence, lacked the strength to match a normal leader, yet bore the title of one. Attention, everyone. The Infiltrator Zayachis is concealed in a corner. Its primary ability is a 10-second net that guarantees absolute control, followed by a venomous attack. Ingwen, be prepared to dispel any poison effects at the earliest opportunity. Yu Mengqing instructed. Song Ingwen timidly replied, understood. Randomly, Yu Mengqing called out, Dai Lauda, force it out with the white tiger meteor shower. Then rush to the main defense position. Yin, you're the secondary defender, ready to coordinate with Dai Lauda at any moment. Both agreed without hesitation. All right, let us commence. With Yu Mengqing's command, the group began to unleash their soul skills in advance. Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor shower nearly engulfed the entire room, aimed at disrupting the stealth of the Infiltrator Zayachis. Come forth, you cannot evade this. Dai Mubai bellowed as he maintained the meteor shower. Suddenly, a crystalline green spider emerged from the corner, launching a paralyzing web as it lunged toward Ning Rongrong. Oscar reacted swiftly, intercepting the attack just in time. His back bore traces of dark blood, mingling chaotically with the green toxin. Dai Mubai found himself ensnared, while Yin immediately turned to charge at the enormous spider. The situation descended into chaos. Even Luo Bo struggled to respond promptly. Soon, he began unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows. Under the relentless assault, the Infiltrator Zayachis was quickly overwhelmed within mere seconds. At this juncture, it was time for Ma Hongjun to shine. In terms of explosive power and harvesting capability, few could rival him. Second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire. Third soul skill, Wing of the Phoenix. Ma Hongjun ascended into the air, his crimson light dimming the presence of everyone else in the room. With both enhancement soul skills activated, it was time for the harvest. Sixth soul skill, Phoenix Piercing Cloud Strike. A torrent of intensely high-temperature magma surged forth from the position of the Infiltrator Zayachis, as if it sought to breach the very heavens. Could mortal beings withstand such heat? In truth, the unfortunate spider was utterly vaporized. Well done. You are rewarded with a belt. Please distribute it amongst yourselves. Salada's voice rang out as a green-striped belt appeared where the infiltrator's ayachis had fallen, bestowing a slight agility bonus upon its wearer. Chapter 98, Hunter Artumen and the Midnight Warhorse. The agility-enhancing wristband would undoubtedly be contested between Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing, being a pure agility damage dealer, was far more suited for it. After a brief discussion, Xiaoyu conceded the item to Zhu Zhuqing. Traversing a corridor, they arrived at a blacksmith's workshop. It must be acknowledged that this castle, though seemingly small, was well equipped. The first floor housed not only stables, but also a menagerie and a blacksmith shop. The workshop was desolate, equipped with a rickety anvil and a few rusted tools and iron ingots. A ghostly blacksmith, upon noticing the arrival of the assault team, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, after so many years, I can once again serve the knights. What equipment would you like repaired?" The voice of the spectral blacksmith was eerily unsettling, leaving the team feeling uneasy. "We should turn back and eliminate the leader in the stables before ascending to the second floor," Yu Mengqing proposed. The group promptly pivoted, following her lead back to the doorway, rushing toward the stables. The stables had a peculiar structure. Upon entering, one found themselves at a point within a large circular corridor, needing to traverse the entire loop to reach the heart of the stables, where the leader likely awaited. However, the various horses and ghostly caretakers within the circular corridor presented challenges for the assault team. Fortunately, their senses were dulled compared to ordinary beings, while a battle ensued. Distant enemies continued their tasks as if nothing had occurred. After a steady advance, approximately half an hour later, the team successfully completed the circular corridor. In the final area, they encountered a formidable assembly of 4 ghostly horses and 6 spectral caretakers. It was clear that a fierce battle awaited. Dai Lauda and the Fatty will unleash meteor showers to inflict maximum damage before the enemies engage us, Yu Mengqing commanded. The golden-red hues of the white tiger's regal might combined with the fiery prowess of the phoenix illuminated the entire stable. At this moment, Luo Bo also unleashed his power. 5th soul skill, magnetic shockwave. 4th soul skill, Sha Lei Ting. Yu Mengqing poured all her strength into launching Shadow Dance, then surged into close combat, delivering a heavy blow with a colossal purple insect maw. Ah, the world has quieted. From the corpse of a ghostly caretaker, a piece of cloth equipment floated into view. The mystic ruby cloak, a trophy that significantly enhanced the spell damage and critical strike of its wearer. "How you choose to distribute it is up to you," Saladas remarked. At this, Luo Bo, Yu Mengqing, and Ma Hongjuan's eyes glistened with desire. This item was evidently superior to the one Zhu Zhuqing had previously acquired. If categorized by the standards of runes, Zhu Zhuqing's belt was of blue quality, while the mystic ruby cloak was of purple epic quality. Even the 3 support members eyed it enviously, despite knowing it was beyond their use. Dai Mubai and Yin too longed for it. As defenders, they possessed magical attack capabilities as well. Yu Mengqing regarded Luo Bo and Ma Hongjun, suggesting, "Let the 3 of us roll dice to decide." "Where did the dice come from?" Ma Hongjun inquired. No sooner had he spoken than 3 dice appeared out of thin air. "These are special 100-sided dice, capable of rolling any number from 1 to 100, powered by soul energy," Saladas reminded them in due time. This was undeniably orchestrated with precision. Ma Hongjun rolled an impressive 91 and claimed the cloak, his joy palpable. "Such splendid equipment is now mine. I am absolutely overjoyed." Ning Rongrong playfully punched him on the back of his head. Enough with the boasting, as if no one else knows. Not only Ning Rongrong, but many others were envious of Ma Hongjun. After all, it was an item of purple epic quality. Before the ancient golden tree, Ning Fengji politely inquired, "Lady Saladas, since you can create these realms, why not directly bestow the loot upon the children? You are rather naive. Once created, all mechanisms are set in place, and even I cannot easily alter them. Moreover, without the experience of striving for the loot through their own efforts, they will gain little reward." "The concept of gaining without effort offers no benefits to their growth," responded Saladas. Subsequently, the Chongta team finally beheld a majestic red-armored warhorse standing at the center of the stable. This steed, whose hooves were engulfed in green malevolent flames and eyes emitted an eerie green glow, was named withTriple. I had the privilege of riding it when I was still the holy maiden of the void. At that time, I had to employ persistent persuasion before its owner relented. Hearing this, withTriple turned to Yu Mengqing with great interest and inquired, "So who is its owner? Are they present? Would they be angered if we attempted to ride it?" Yu Mengqing chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Feel free to try." Although the horse appeared somewhat sinister, it currently exhibited a remarkably docile demeanor. However, if one were to place their trust in it, that would be a grave mistake. Xia, sensing no fluctuations of soul power emanating from the horse, dismissed it as inconsequential. Riding was no daunting task. Who was afraid of whom? He sheathed his martial soul, took 3 steps forward in 2 strides, swung a leg over the saddle, and grasped the reins with one hand. "Come, let's take a few steps. Giddy up." Suddenly, withTriple flipped sideways and unceremoniously threw Xia off. In the next moment, the green light in withTriple's eyes flared brightly. "Damn, Qingqing, you've set me up," Xia exclaimed as he got back on his feet, activated his martial soul, and charged toward withTriple. "Watch as I bring this wretched horse to its end." 2 spheres of green light formed a protective shield, absorbing most of the impact from Xia's strikes, effectively safeguarding withTriple. withTriple swiftly turned and reared up on its hind legs, launching a flying kick. Before anyone could react, a new development emerged. "Who dares to lay a hand on my hunting steed?" A booming voice echoed as a robust man clad in a suit of red chainmail rushed forth. He brandished a long sword and gripped the reins. A true hunter. Yu Mengqing could scarcely believe her eyes. This hunter, a Tumen, had returned so swiftly. Xia had already been kicked against the wall by withTriple, while a Tumen charged directly towards the crowd. Just as a Tumen was about to reach the rear ranks, Dalu, transformed into the formidable white tiger, blocked the full force of the attack. "If you wish to harm my companions, you must first seek my consent," Dalu declared, straining to disarm his opponent. It was then that Yin finally reacted, adopting a defensive stance. If Dalu were unable to withstand the enemy, it would fall upon him to take up the mantle. Meanwhile, Xia, who had just slid down from the wall, felt fortunate that the sudden appearance of the frenzied figure had not targeted him first. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. Chapter 99. The Golden Talisman. Supporting a crumbling structure, Dalu engaged in a hand-to-hand combat with the Tumen, who wielded a sword. For several exchanges, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of withTriple's movements. Goodness, it turns out withTriple is quite the fighter. Even a soul beast in the form of a horse wound typically possess such combat skills. With Dalu under minimal pressure, Yin stepped forward to confront withTriple. 2 primary defenders, each taking on 1 adversary, ensuring that no enemy could breach the rear ranks. Shadow Slash. A Tumen swung his great sword, unleashing a wide arc of sword waves. This attack dealt significant damage, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Xia severely injured. "Focus on withTriple for now. Do not engage a Tumen," Yu Mengqing commanded. As a result, the melee combatants before a Tumen consisted solely of the main defender, Dalu. Xia and Zhu Zhuqing flanked withTriple, striking from the side. Unable to break through Dalu's defenses and sustaining injuries himself, a consequence of the 3 ranged attackers relentlessly targeting him, a Tumen found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Dalu benefited from Song Yingwen's sustained healing in battle, alleviating the pressure on his health. Nevertheless, a Tumen's attack power remained formidable. Robert sought the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the suddenly emerged madman. Having experienced the immense strength of Ning Rongrong's assistance, he was consumed by the desire for her continual support. "Rongrong, grant me an enhancement," Roberts implored, deep in thought. "Now, give." Ning Rongrong seized her precise replenishment of Dalu's soul power and began utilizing her soul skills. 9 treasures, known for 3 enhancements of soul, 5 of attack, and 6 of augmentation. The targets of these 3 enhancements were none other than Roberts. Splendid magnetic shockwave. A radiant blue-white light instantly enveloped the battlefield, illuminating the entire room with the brilliance of electrical power. In the next heartbeat, with the 4th soul skill, Thunderstorm Array, Two thick purple bolts of lightning descended from the storm dome outside the tower, crashing through the roof and striking both Atumen and his steed, Wuyue, leaving them thoroughly disoriented. Dai Mubai and Yin halted their attacks in time, observing their fallen adversary. However, the foe was not yet defeated. If it were that easy, Atumen would not be a formal leader within the Karazhan Tower. Wuyue shook off the residual energy, its sinister green eyes vigilantly fixed upon the entire Chongta team. Its master, Atumen, gradually rose, wiping blood from his mouth. Come, Wuyue, let's scatter this rabble into disarray. Atumen mounted his horse with a speed nearly akin to light. In that instant, the red glow from his body intertwined with the green light from the horse, forming a honey-colored malevolent radiance. Was this fusion? Well, in truth, it was merely Atumen taking his place atop the steed. Yet, Atumen immediately urged Wuyue into a charge, directly colliding with the rear ranks of Song Yingwen and sending her flying out of the Karazhan realm. Song Yingwen materialized before the ancient golden tree, awkwardly facing a crowd of spectators. Saladas chuckled. Had this been a real battlefield, this Wishmaker's soul master would have perished. In the next moment, Yu Mengqing was also sent flying out. With an awkward smile, she greeted, "Hi everyone, good to see you again." The strong warriors exchanged glances, speechless. Following that, Yin inexplicably met a similar fate, abruptly being charged to death and ejected from Karazhan. Then came Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Shiyue. Only Roberts and Dai Mubai remained on the field. Ning Fengji inquired, "What shall be done about those who were ejected? Once the two inside are defeated and restored, they can re-enter together for a rematch. However, the leader inside will also regain their strength," Saladas replied. Roberts endeavored to remain steadfastly behind Dai Mubai, preventing the mounted hunter Atumen from having even the slightest opportunity to target him. Yet, Dai Mubai was nearing exhaustion. Having transformed into the White Tiger, his soul power was nearly depleted. With no assistance from Ning Rongrong and having consumed most of Oscar's sausages, he could not endure for much longer. Should Dai Mubai fall, Roberts would have no choice but to resort to his sixth soul skill to execute high-speed maneuvers, evading Atumen's charge. However, this was hardly a viable solution. Was he left with no choice but to employ that technique? Originally, Roberts intended to reserve this skill for the subsequent leader, but it seemed he must use it here instead. Of course, had Roberts known that both he and Dai Mubai could re-enter the fray after being defeated, he would not have felt such urgency. Bang! Dai Mubai was struck and sent crashing into the wall, vanishing before he could even slide down. Only Roberts remained on the battlefield. What should he do? Sixth soul skill, Thunder Shift. The violet gold light transformed into lightning, coursing through the enemy's body and re-emerging on the other side. In the instant of their separation, the electrical brilliance erupted, seemingly poised to etch the very fabric of space. Without hesitation, Roberts activated Thunder Body Protection and once again utilized Thunder Shift to traverse through his opponent's form. The explosive light spread, its diameter extending to at least 10 meters. After enduring a powerful strike, the hunter Atumen faltered, if only for a fleeting second. Yet that moment proved sufficient. In his mind, Luo Bo reflected, "Hunter Atumen, I have witnessed all your tactics. However, do you truly comprehend the extent of my limits?" In an instant, Luo Bo's body radiated a resplendent golden light as he employed a golden rune-shaped mark to firmly lock onto hunter Atumen. This was the exclusive combat technique of master-level rune masters, the Golden Rune Seal. Indeed, any rune master who ascends to the master level can unleash the Golden Rune Seal, inflicting substantial single-target damage while simultaneously establishing complete control over the adversary. Typically, the bosses within Karazhan are immune to such control, yet this one was susceptible. Furthermore, this technique is designed to lock onto its target. Once locked, it cannot miss unless the caster is interrupted. In that moment, hunter Atumen and his steed, Midnight, stood as if transformed into a gilded statue. The fifth soul skill, Thunderous Explosion. The fourth soul skill, Fiendish Thunder Array. Upon executing these skills, Luo Bo was utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. The consumption of the Golden Rune Seal was exceedingly demanding, depleting not only soul power, but also vast reserves of mental energy. Nevertheless, this technique was not something one could simply unleash at will. Luo could not utilize it again for at least 10 minutes. With the battle concluded, the previously fallen comrades could rejoin the fray. The nine swiftly made their way to the heart of the stables to seek out their valiant ally. Over the past few months, they had nearly overlooked Luo, as Li Li and Yue Mengqing's brilliance overshadowed him. Even when Luo and Li Li combined to evolve, the stronger members inclined to attribute the credit solely to Li Li. Yet now, in the face of his defeated teammates, Luo single-handedly vanquished the enemy, reclaiming his place in their awareness. Many were astonished to remember that this holy son of the Wuhun temple was a triple soul wielder. Now, he had achieved such feats with merely one soul. How formidable might he become if he were to bestow soul rings upon his other two souls? Truly, his potential appeared boundless. In the 100th chapter, May I Ride Midnight? Ning Rongrong hastily summoned the Jiao Bao Liolita to restore Luo's soul power. While Ao Sika fed him a sausage, Song Yingwen also employed healing light to replenish his vitality. Soon, Luo regained consciousness, meditating to recover. Before long, he noticed the green light shimmering from Atumen's corpse, signifying loot, and a smile spread across his face. All right, let us distribute the spoils. He approached slowly, reaching into the ethereal remains of Atumen. It felt akin to plunging a hand into a bucket of water. The first item he retrieved was a pure white, gold-trimmed long-sleeve glove. The first item, the Holy Blessing Gloves of purple epic quality, which enhances the wearer's healing, spell potency, and soul power recovery rate. Salatas promptly asserted, this undoubtedly belongs to Song Yingwen, as she is the only healer present. Continuing his search, Luo extracted another glove. This one a bright purple with an arcane six-pointed star pattern on the palm and edged in teal. The second piece of loot, the flowing thought wraps, of purple epic quality, which grants the wearer a slight increase in spell damage and spell critical hit rate. At this, Yue Mengqing and Luo exchanged glances, while Ma Hongjuan surprisingly remained composed. The first two exchanged a knowing glance and then turned their glares towards the latter. What are you staring at me for? Ma Hongjuan pointed to the mystic red gem cloak draped over his shoulders. I only just acquired this cloak. How could I possibly compete with you for that glove? Salatas again timely provided a 100-sided die, and thus Luo, with an exceptionally high roll of 99, ultimately lost, as Yue Mengqing had rolled a perfect 100. With a grin, Yue Mengqing declared, Ha! I knew this would be mine. You are truly remarkable, Xie Yue concurred. Luo continued to rummage through the remains, this time uncovering a black-edged golden plate armor bracer. The courageous arm guard of purple epic quality, which provides a slight boost to defense, endurance, and parrying ability. It was evident that this was meant for a defender. Thus, Dai Mubai and Yin began to roll the dice. Ultimately, Dai Mubai secured the courageous arm guard by a narrow margin of 53 to 51. I feel even more powerful now, Dai Mubai feigned arrogance. Zhuqing merely commented, Delighted for you. The fourth piece of loot was a completely transparent ring, faintly glowing pink. The ring of inspiration of purple epic quality, which increases the wearer's endurance and spell damage. Given this revelation, it was undoubtedly suited for either Dai Mubai or Yen, as both were primary defenders with spell damage capabilities, such as the White Tiger S Radiant Wave and White Tiger S Meteor Shower. Having already claimed the courageous arm guard, Dai Mubai graciously offered the ring of inspiration to Yen. Luo then unearthed the final item, a red ribbon with a hint of green light, which did not appear to be gear. The reins of the fiery war steed. The possessor of these reins can summon or disperse midnight at will. Midnight? Was this not the steed of Hunter Atumen? Yet, had it not perished here? Confusion filled the minds of the group. If that is indeed the case, then we all have the right to contest for this prize, Xie Yue remarked, yearning for the magnificent steed, for it was too captivating to resist. Just the glow of its eyes and the luminous green of its legs were enough to captivate any horse enthusiast, let alone its stunning fiery mane and exquisite saddle. Luo suggested, since everyone desires it, let's prepare to roll the dice. As soon as he spoke, 10 hundred-sided dice appear before them, awaiting the infusion of soul power to activate them. No, Luobwa, I believe this steed should belong to you, Dai Mubai declared suddenly, filled with fervor. Luobwa fell silent, allowing Dai Mubai to continue. It was you who single-handedly turned the tide, vanquishing the foes while we were all cast aside. The spoils have already been divided into 4, and you have claimed none. If you do not acquire this horse, I shall be unable to live with myself. Each of Dai Mubai's words resonated clearly and powerfully within Luobo's heart, filling him with gratitude. This was the leader of the Shrek 7 Devils, his elder brother. Luobo reminisced about 5 years prior when he, as a member of the Shrek 7 Devils, led the group to triumph over formidable academies in the Elite Soul Master Tournament, ultimately defeating Sheiyue's team to claim the championship. Those were fervent days, filled not only with passion, but also the deep bonds of camaraderie. Yue Mengqing added, "Very well, I concede." Ning Rongrong, "I concede." Alsi Ka, "I concede." Sheiyue glanced at Yue Mengqing and waved his hand. "All right then, I also concede." Ma Hongjun wiped his mouth. "I concede." Song Ningwen, "I concede." At that moment, tears streamed down Luobo's face. "Thank you all, thank you. I must claim it, but I too concede. Let's donate it to the Academy. It is Shrek Academy that has taught me to share life and death with my companions, to endure together through adversity. Perhaps in the future, we can defeat the Void Saint and forge a new order from the ruins of this world. Yet, the spirit of Shrek must be eternally passed on. I propose we rename this steed the Shrek War Steed and entrust it to the Academy for safekeeping. Indeed, 10 mouths, 1 voice. Among the spectators were Dean Flander, Master Yu Gang, as well as Lu Erlong, Zhao Wuji, and Qin Ming, all of whom were on the verge of tears. Even Bai Bai Dong was captivated. No wonder that Shrek Academy could achieve such remarkable accomplishments. No wonder that Shrek City could become the final bastion of the Douluo world. Moreover, Saladas was deeply moved. No wonder humanity could still seek hope in despair. No wonder they could slay the ancient rulers. No wonder they could earn the recognition of the divine. No wonder their will could contend with the Void Saint. This embodies the spirit of Shrek. Shrek shall endure through the ages. Shrek stands unyielding. Shrek shall never fall. The 10 individuals first passed through the portal back to the Golden Ancient Tree, handing the newly renamed Shrek Battle Horse reins to Dean Flander before gradually returning to the Karazhan Tower dimension. Tang San and Wu were regretful in a corner. They longed to delve into the wondrous Karazhan Tower alongside their companions. As long as they were by their friend's side, any perilous place felt like home. Chapter 101. The guest hall thus, the first level of Karazhan had been thoroughly cleared. It was time to proceed to the second level, the guest hall. It is truly luxurious and grand, Ma Hongjun sighed. Yu Mengqing looked at him with the gaze of someone observing a country child. Of course, in Saladas' setting. The master of Karazhan Tower is a powerful mage named Mediv. He was immensely strong, later slain by a group of heroes at the tower's peak. When he died, most of the living beings within the tower were tortured to death, unable to transcend both spirit and body. Why does Sister Saladas revel in such tales? Could she not create a delightful place like Candy Town? The group sighed helplessly. What was Ma Hongjun thinking? Eventually, after traversing the long and high staircase, they truly arrived at the second level, the guest hall. There, ghostly guests were dancing, maintaining the movements from their last moments in life. Perhaps these phantoms were unaware of their demise? Let us grant them a swift release, Salada suggested. It seemed these ghostly guests possessed little combat capability, prompting Dai Mubai to prepare for aggro gathering. The so-called aggro gathering involved luring a multitude of enemies together. Typically, a primary defensive master would attract these foes through probing attacks, achieving the goal of aggro gathering. Once sufficient enemies were amassed, ranged magic attackers like Luo Bo, Yu Mengqing, and Ma Hongjun would unleash their powers. Magnetic explosion, followed by thunderstrike, and let us throw in a few chain lightning spells. The world is tranquil now. The music continued to echo, yet no guest remained to dance. The hall was divided into 3 sections: the Northern Banquet Hall, the Western Opera House, and the Southern VIP area. In the banquet hall were Butler Moros and 6 combat-capable noble guests. The opera house contained 3 theater troupes. At the end of the VIP area was the Chase Saintis. In the second level, you will face these leaders. Of course, you may choose which one to confront first. Salada's reminded. After some discussion, the group decided to confront Butler Moros first. The butler and noble seemed easily overpowered. The Chase Saintis sounded rather imposing, and the opera house leaders must possess some peculiarities. Considering these factors, the assault team swiftly headed north. In the spacious and brightly lit banquet hall, the ambience was warm with a crackling fireplace and mouth-watering food, accompanied by the sound of an organ. The harmonious atmosphere of the dining guests was striking. Yet, whether master or guest, they were all dead, mere spirits. I suppose these individuals remain oblivious to their fate. How else could they enjoy their feast so heartily? Luo Bo mused. Yu Mengqing frowned. This realm was created by Saladas. It has been this way since its inception. These phantoms never lived. They are merely illusions. Then, are all these foods also fake? I was hoping we could feast after the battle, Ma Hongjun lamented. Indeed, ever since the Void forces invaded the continent and the survivors retreated beneath the golden ancient tree, none have had a proper meal. Behold the grand hall, with dozens of long tables laden with food, including roasted lamb, roasted chicken, and nutritious, delicious dishes. Who could resist salivating? Yu Mengqing's stomach grumbled as well. The food may indeed be real, but once we engage in battle, we will likely devastate the banquet hall. These delicacies cannot escape unscathed. Then let us lure them all out. Dai Mubai immediately opposed. How do we lure them? These spirits are not like ordinary people. Can you devise a more feasible plan? Fatty? Just as everyone was troubled about how to clear the enemies without destroying the banquet hall, Song Yingwen stepped forward. Everyone, I have reached level 50. To be honest, my soul rings do not require the hunting of soul beasts, but rather another method. Now, I would like to ask for your assistance, if possible. Oh, how can we assist? Luo Bo inquired with keen interest. The notion of obtaining a soul ring without slaying soul beasts, aside from the soul beast transformation dance, intrigued him. Song Yingwen shyly replied, Actually, I do not require so many phantoms for my 5th soul ring, but now, to clear the room of all ghosts at once, I will reluctantly give it a try. However, I need to borrow your soul power to cast this spell. Clear all the phantoms? Is that truly possible? The assault team erupted in excitement, as did the spectators before the golden ancient tree. This Song Yingwen, the wish spirit master, seemed extraordinary. It's worth a shot, Yu Mengqing said. How do we lend you our soul power? Song Yingwen then lifted her head, offering a sweet smile to everyone. You simply need to relax your bodies. I will handle the rest. A gentle, pale green light began to emanate from the chest of this wish spirit master, connecting with the other 9. Song Yingwen appropriately placed her hands over her heart and closed her eyes. When she reopened her glowing green eyes, immense soul power surged towards her chest at an astonishing speed. A peculiar golden green ethereal mark appeared above her head, subsequently manifesting above all the ghostly diners. In the next instant, the banquet hall was utterly deserted. Not a shadow remained. A blood-red soul ring appeared in midair, soaring towards Song Yingwen, becoming her 5th soul ring. What? A 500,000-year 5th soul ring? What is happening? Even Bai Dong could not maintain her composure. Who exactly was this Song Yingwen? When the girl first entered the spirit hall, she had clearly been identified as an orphan, with no ties to any prominent family. How is this possible? In fact, even Song Yingwen herself was unaware of her origins. She only remembered growing up in an orphanage, possessing innate soul power and immediately acquiring her 1st soul ring. She utilized her 1st soul skill to heal ordinary individuals and lower-level soul masters, rapidly enhancing her cultivation. The 2nd soul ring inexplicably appeared on her martial soul. Subsequently, she discovered that her 2 healing soul skills could harm undead creatures. Thus, at the age of 13, she transcended several wild spirits, acquiring her 3rd soul ring. A few months prior, while en route to Spirit City to join the Spirit Hall, she inadvertently encountered a group of malevolent spirits led by ghostly soul masters. And through a series of fortunate accidents, she eliminated them all using 3 soul skills, obtaining her 4th soul ring in the process. Now, she is merely 16 years old. At such a tender age, she has already ascended to the rank of Soul King. Furthermore, her rate of advancement and the methods she employs are particularly extraordinary, defying the standards set by other soul masters. Chapter 102, Steward Moros. The 10,000-year fifth soul ring is indeed unparalleled. While others stood in stunned silence, Song Yingwen appeared unfazed. In fact, there was a segment in the divine assessment that tested her capabilities. Theoretically, the more specters she eliminated while acquiring this fifth soul ring, the higher her cultivation level and the greater the age of the soul ring. With so many specters, she certainly had enough to forge a 10,000-year soul ring. Thank you, everyone, Song Yingwen said sweetly. My first soul skill from the fifth soul ring is Wishful Heart, which can instantly restore a significant amount of vitality to everyone and create a defensive state that mitigates 40% of incoming damage, effective against both physical and magical attacks, lasting for 10 seconds. Truly, it is worthy of its 10,000-year status, terrifyingly potent. Her second soul skill is Wishful, which requires my continuous guidance and can provide sustained area healing within 5 seconds. Theoretically, it can restore 20% of vitality every second. This is beyond mere cheating. This child possesses boundless potential, Bai Dong remarked instinctively. Meanwhile, the other powerful observers before the ancient golden tree also snapped out of their earlier astonishment, realizing that in chaotic times, heroes emerge, and in rare moments, saints arise. Just then, Moros, the red-clad steward of the undead, finally materialized from the shadows beside the fireplace at the main seat, casually playing with 2 daggers. He was accompanied by 6 noble attendants. Lady Caitlin, clad in a gold and red robe and proficient in sustained healing. Lady Kira, adorned in gilded armor and skilled in explosive healing and enhancing teammates. Baron Deloshi, cloaked in black and adept in shadow-based, stable magical damage. Baron Love, wielding a great sword and clad in gray and gold armor, excelling in both melee physical and magical damage. Duke Robin, holding a long sword and dressed in black and red armor, specializing in melee physical attacks. And Duke Crispin, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, donning blue and white armor and excelling in defense. None of these 7 individuals were to be underestimated. Quick, draw them out, Yu Mengqing shouted as she led the charge back to the guest hall. Steward Moros and his 6 noble attendants pursued uninvited guests. Have you rung the bell? The rules are indeed numerous. The assault team was merely there to liberate you, not to engage in excessive chatter. With the objective of drawing them out accomplished, combat could commence. White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. The 3 major enhancement soul skills activated instantaneously, and Dai Mubai charged into the throng. Yin seized the opportunity to flank. As the defenders of the team, they needed to draw as much enemy fire as possible to provide a secure environment for the damage dealers. As Ma Hongjun activated his enhancement soul skill, he soared under the floral ceiling and unleashed a phoenix-piercing strike, vanquishing the rear guards, Lady Caitlin and Lady Kira. Upon witnessing this, Steward Moros suddenly vanished from sight, causing Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave to miss its target. He had no choice but to temporarily engage Duke Robin. Unexpectedly, Moros reappeared behind Song Yingwen, executing a choke strike before retreating to his previous position. Such a peculiar combat technique. The choke strike inflicted upon Song Yingwen would cause her to lose 10% of her vitality every 3 seconds for the next 5 minutes. She needed to continuously heal herself to ensure her safety. Of course, she had a more effective solution. The second soul skill, Healing. Indeed, while the first soul skill, Healing Light, is a conventional vitality restoration skill, the second soul skill, Healing, not only restores a large amount of vitality, but also dispels various negative effects, including choking. In less than half a minute, Moro struck Dai Mubai's forehead with a heavy blow. This was his most prized combat technique, the Piercing Strike. The Piercing Strike could incapacitate Dai Mubai for a full 4 seconds. Immediately, Moros turned his attention to Yen, who was already under pressure from the attacks of Duke Crispin and Duke Robin. Yen was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong's enhancement arrived just in time to bolster his strength, while Song Yingwen was also attentive to his healing. Now, in a state of unconsciousness, Dai Mubai was only being attacked by Duke Robin. Robber sensed that the moment had come. He was well aware that among this group of enemies, only Moros was the most formidable and could endure the longest. The other noble attendants were only sufficient to withstand his full force for a single strike. Third soul skill, Thunder Bodyguard. Fifth soul skill, Magnetic Shockwave. Fourth soul skill, Fiend Thunder Array. Sixth soul skill, Thunder Transfer. Thus, a spectacular scene unfolded. At the moment, the magnetic shockwave erupted. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the floral ceiling, striking all enemies with great force. Simultaneously, 3 bright purple lightning orbs swirled around Robber, darting between each enemy. The piercing effect of Thunder Transfer triggered the repulsive effect of Thunder Bodyguard, creating a delightful synergy. This entire sequence of moves was executed in the blink of an eye. Both Robber and Ma Hongjun were on the verge of collapse. Ning Rongrong timely transferred her soul power enhancement to them, while Oscar tossed over several large sausages. The attendants had all been vanquished, leaving only Steward Moros remaining. Moros again utilized his invisibility technique, suddenly appearing behind Robber, executing a choke. Song Yingwen immediately used healing to dispel the ongoing bleeding effect, stabilizing Robber's vitality line. As he returned to his original position, Moros cast a blinding spell upon the frantically attacking Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing, rendering them unable to attack for a short duration. Now, Song Yingwen found herself at a loss. While healing could indeed dispel many negative effects, it did not include blindness. Even if it could dispel blindness, she had just used healing once and could not employ it again in the short term. Since she could not attack for the time being, remaining in close combat was unwise. Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing promptly retreated, relying on their other senses to await the blindness effect to wear off. Although Yu Mengqing was not blinded, she was equally distressed. Moros was far too agile. Her shadow dance often missed, yielding little damage. Shadow Ma could not be consistently used, and Shadow Turbulence was difficult to stack to high levels given the frequent misses of Shadow Dance. The ultimate skill, Eternal Feast, could not be carelessly unleashed either. Moreover, even if she did use Eternal Feast, Moros could simply vanish, nullifying its effect. Alas, the once celebrated Soul Master who had triumphed over 14 opponents in a single event now found herself utterly powerless against a single foe. Chapter 103. Enjoying the Feast. It is unfortunate that the leaders within Karazhan are largely immune to control, and Moros is no exception. Otherwise, would Yu Mengqing still have to worry about her soul skills going to waste? Having lost the assistance of 6 attendants, Moros realized he could not engage the assault team of 10 head-on. He began to employ his disappearance technique more frequently, executing choke strikes in rapid succession. The choke was indeed irksome, even though Song Yingwen's second soul skill could perfectly dispel the choking effect. It became increasingly challenging to cleanse all who were affected as more individuals fell victim. After all, soul skills have a cooldown period. The blindness effect was even more troublesome. Each time Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaoyu returned to close combat, they were swiftly blinded again, forced to retreat and await the restoration of their state. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Yin found the piercing strike particularly loathsome, as it directly induced unconsciousness without any predictable pattern. It is uncertain when Moros will strike Dai Mubai, then swiftly shift his primary target to Yin, or vice versa. In short, for several minutes, Moros has been quite a nuisance to everyone. Yu Mengqing continues to struggle in landing a hit on Moros, while Luo Bo and Ma Hongjuan's explosive soul skills are still on cooldown. Thus, it is left to the lone Moros to engage in a prolonged skirmish with the 10 members of the assault team for a staggering 8 minutes. It is worth noting that all 6 of his subordinates perished within the first 2 minutes of battle. Is Moros truly a lone wolf? As more and more individuals succumb to chokeholds, the pressure on the team's health becomes unprecedentedly intense. Finally, Song Yingwen decides to unleash her 5th Soul Ring's first soul skill, Heart of Prayer. A faint green figure flashes by, enveloping the entire arena in a gentle illusion. 2 seconds later, the illusion dissipates, and the vitality of everyone is nearly restored, with an added status that enhances both physical and magical defenses by 40% for 10 seconds. Just as everyone steels themselves to confront the troublesome Moros again, he vanishes completely, never to reappear. What's going on? It turns out that as Song Yingwen activated her 5th Soul Ring's first soul skill, Moros had chosen her as the target for his disappearing chokehold combo. As he teleported behind her, her skill was released, so close to Song Yingwen. And as a spectral being, after expending a considerable amount of vitality, a sudden strike was simply insurmountable. Unexpectedly, the notoriously troublesome Moros was thus defeated. The assault team was at a loss, while the onlookers outside the Golden Ancient Tree were quite clear on the remarkable coincidence. How could they not perceive this astonishing turn of events? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Was it merely luck on Song Yingwen's part? Or was Moros simply inept? Everyone gasped in astonishment, watching this unfold. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "So, can we head to the banquet hall to feast now? Let us divide the spoils first." Dai Mubai proceeded towards Moros's ethereal corpse, eager to loot. "This time, I'll touch the corpse. Watch me find the coveted equipment." Zhu Zhuqing casually remarked, "Humph, keep dreaming. With your luck, you'll only find defensive gear." "Oh, how can that be, Zhuqing? If you don't believe me, give it a try. Then pull out an equipment that boosts attack speed." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, feeling embarrassed as she watched her partner make a fool of himself. Dai Mubai reached into Moros's ethereal form and pulled out a beautiful dagger adorned with green patterns. Emerald Ripper, Purple Epic provides substantial physical attack power and attack speed, with an additional bleeding effect on attacks, Saladas explained. "Wow, what a treasure! And it's a weapon." Based on the description, this dagger, the Emerald Ripper, was meant for either Zhu Zhuqing or Xiaoyu. Consequently, both individuals rolled a 100-sided die. Channeling their soul power, Xiaoyu rolled first, landing an impressive 99. Such a high score. He was on the verge of seizing the dagger. Everything felt so perfect. However, Zhu Zhuqing rolled a perfect 100 and merely smiled without further comment. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu's expression fell, as if he had lost his soul. Missing out on such a remarkable weapon would undoubtedly leave a lingering sense of regret. In truth, the Emerald Ripper was not well suited for him, as his martial soul was already akin to the Moon Blade weapon, rendering the dagger redundant. Dai Mubai, indeed, managed to acquire equipment that enhanced agility. Could it be that fortuitous? Ma Hongjun remarked, "Now roll for a piece that boosts magical attack, preferably fire attribute." "You're too greedy, fatty. You just got that cloak, and now you want another?" Dai Mubai chided, yet surprisingly, he struck gold again. Saladas's voice echoed, "Endless Fury Necklace. Purple Epic offers a slight boost to fire spell intensity and spell critical strike rate." What a coincidence. "Dai Gu, you're too good to me. I'll take it." "You're getting lucky, fatty." Following this, Dai Mubai reached for a third item. At this moment, the usually quiet Song Yingwen interjected, "Dai Gu, how about you roll for a healing item?" Dai Mubai produced a large white cloth with purple stripes. Moros's Shadow Cloak, Purple Epic, increases endurance and shadow spell intensity. Clearly, this cloak could only be utilized by Yu Mengqing. Without a word, she walked over to claim it. "I'll keep the fourth item for myself," Dai Mubai smirked, beginning to search for his next prize. Upon closer inspection, he found a pocket watch, seemingly unremarkable. Moros's lucky pocket watch, Purple Epic, offers a minor boost to evasion attributes and includes a soul skill that significantly enhances 1's evasion temporarily. This was evidently an item for defenders, and with an accompanying soul skill, it was practically a treasure. Upon hearing the description, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming desire to claim it. "What are you thinking? Just roll the dice." Saladas's voice echoed in his mind. Yin slowly channeled his soul power, his eyes filled with longing for the pocket watch. Yet he rolled only a 2. In that instant, all hope was lost. Dai Mubai burst into laughter, leisurely rolling the 100-sided die. 3 seconds later, he ceased channeling his soul power, only to roll a single point. What kind of rotten luck is this? As we approach the climax of this narrative, I must meticulously craft each chapter to ensure a gratifying experience for all readers. Therefore, I will pause updates for 4.5 days. On July 1st, the true excitement shall commence. Let us meet again then. Chapter 104. The VIP area having distributed the spoils, it was time to indulge in a grand feast. Faced with such a lavish spread, no one could resist, especially since this group had not enjoyed a proper meal since the Twilight invasion began months ago. Even the powerful onlookers outside the Golden Ancient Tree felt a yearning to join the feast. However, some like Ning Fengji found themselves nearly satiated just by watching the assault team eat, as he took great joy in seeing his precious daughter enjoy herself. Where to next? Dai Mubai inquired. Yu Mengqing pondered momentarily. Let us head to the VIP area first. Deep within, there's a large chamber where the Virgin of Purity resides. The Virgin of Purity? I don't know much about her. I've never seen her myself. In Salada's lore, she is a moving stone statue, a servant of the Grand Mage Mediv. For reasons unknown, Mediv later imprisoned her here, Yu Mengqing explained. Dai Mubai, intrigued, remarked, It seems there must be some untold secrets between the Virgin of Purity and the Tower's master, Mediv. Dai go with that line of thought. I might start thinking the wrong way. Come on, let us make our way there and uncover the truth. Yu Mengqing shot a disapproving glance at Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, Where are these two getting at? They've eaten, drunk, and rested enough. Captain Dai Mubai issued a command, and the assault team began their advance toward the VIP area. Regrettably, the noble spirits within the VIP zone were indeed rather ineffective, exhibiting combat prowess inferior to that of the caretakers. In fact, in one room, an unclothed couple, unable to bear the sight, had their door closed, allowing Luo Bo, who excelled in energy-based magical attacks, to resolve the matter from the other side of the wall. Alas, certain inappropriate scenes were averted. Although most members of the assault team were adults, Song Yingwen was merely 16 years old. Eventually, as they infiltrated the corridor of the VIP area, they arrived at a grand hall guarded by several skeletal sentinels. The key was undoubtedly in the possession of these skeletal guardians, and they would need to be vanquished to obtain it. Following the defeat of the skeletal sentinels, the notification from Salada's echoed in the air. The blue dress of Kamai, a piece of purple epic quality, could provide a slight enhancement to healing spells and a modest increase in soul energy recovery speed. It seemed this was prepared specifically for Song Yingwen. The secret hall at the end of the corridor slowly opened, revealing the tall figure of the chaste saintess imprisoned within. Indeed, she was a stone figure. As Ma Hongjun remarked, Can she truly see us? Can she hear our words? Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat anxious, glanced up at the expressionless chaste saintess. Could this be Mediv's wife, turned to stone due to her lack of beauty? With her appearance, it would be difficult for her to maintain her chastity. Where did you learn such things? Yu Mengqing teased. I'm just guessing, he replied. At that moment, the chaste saintess suddenly stirred. What? You actually guessed correctly? I cannot allow you to leave and tell others. Startled, Dai Mubai immediately activated his martial spirit, assuming the role of the primary defender and the main target of her wrath. Upon entering combat, the chaste saintess stomped her foot, causing a mark filled with holy energy to appear on the ground. This was the holy devotion. Within the affected area, it would inflict minor damage every 3 seconds, accompanied by a brief silence effect, rendering the use of soul skills impossible, a truly vexing predicament. Simultaneously, her attacks were quite painful. A single punch, without the enhancement of soul skills, could leave Dai Mubai disoriented. Were it not for Song Yingwen's continuous healing light, he would have likely fallen long ago. After a minute of battle, the chaste saintess unleashed a wave of holy energy that stunned everyone. This was her signature move, Repentance, capable of rendering all within its influence unconscious for 10 seconds, dealing substantial holy damage. However, any damage received within those 10 seconds would awaken them. Thus, the chaste saintess unleashed her holy wrath, a beam of light that could travel between multiple targets. With each jump, the damage increased. If the initial targets suffered damage equivalent to 1/5 of their total health, after 6 jumps, the damage would be staggering. After 9 jumps, the outcome would be catastrophic. Due to the close positioning of the 10 members of the assault team, holy wrath struck all 10, with the 9th and 10th already near the Golden Ancient Tree. As the recently awakened members processed the situation, they helplessly watched as Dai Mu Bai was pummeled to death by the Chase Saintis, followed by Yan. The absence of two defenders foretold dire consequences. The assault team found themselves beneath the golden ancient tree, where Dai Mu Bai inquired, "What just happened?" "I'm not sure," Ning Fengji explained. "It seems you were controlled by that stone giant's large area soul skill. However, once she attacks you, the control will be automatically released." "What should we do?" Dai Mu Bai complained. Saladas wore a mischievous smile. "Couldn't you hide behind the 8 columns on the field just before she released repentance? From that vantage point, you would avoid its effects. But the two main defenders should absorb the damage instead. After repentance, the healers must return to their posts immediately to stabilize the defender's health. Such a simple method, and you didn't think of it? Only then did a few members of the assault team recall the 8 columns in the chase hall. "Is it possible to do it this way?" Dai Mu Bai asked. "Your positioning is also problematic. All 10 of you are susceptible to holy wrath. The more targets it hits, the greater the damage. Shouldn't we spread out a bit? Except for the 4 melee soul masters?" He continued. Saladas nodded approvingly. "You learn quickly. That's exactly right. Remember, if holy wrath kills again, you'll be like pigs." They re-entered the Karazhan Tower, racing through the foyer, staircase, guest hall on the 2nd floor, VIP area, and chase hall, finally standing before the Chase Saintis once more. "Old maid, we are here to challenge you again." This provocation solidified Dai Mu Bai's role as the primary target of her ire. Having learned how to counter repentance and holy wrath, the battle progressed smoothly for 3 minutes. However, at that moment, the Chase Saintis prepared to unleash her true and most insidious soul skill, Sacred Fire. The so-called Sacred Fire inflicted immediate substantial damage on a target, leaving a burning effect that lasted for 5 minutes. This was even more troublesome than strangulation, especially since it could be cast frequently and in multiples. By the end, nearly the entire team would be afflicted. Consequently, they relied heavily on the healers for timely dispelling. The critical issue was that this did not count as poison damage, rendering Oscar's detoxifying sausages ineffective. Thus, the assault team amusingly found themselves defeated once more. Under the golden ancient tree, the members of the assault team faced the spectators, feeling quite embarrassed. "It seems we need to adjust our personnel configuration. Who can dispel the Sacred Fire effect?" Yu Mengqing asked helplessly. At that moment, Tang Xin stepped forward. "Let me give it a try. My blue-silver domain possesses a purification effect. However, given that there are certainly no plants in that tower, the coverage area of the blue-silver domain will be significantly reduced. Indeed, if such a blue-silver domain were established, once afflicted by Sacred Fire, one could quickly rush to Tang San to purge the negative status before returning to their positions. As for the defenders, since they must always bear the brunt of the Chaste Saintess' attacks, if they were afflicted by Sacred Fire, they could simply have Song Yingwen dispel it. After discussions, the team agreed on the personnel adjustments, replacing Oscar with Tang San. For their 3rd attempt to conquer the Chaste Saintess, they adopted this strategy. They maintained a dispersed formation to prevent sudden strikes from holy wrath. Each member would perform their respective roles. Damage dealers would deal damage, defenders would withstand hits, and supporters would support. When the Chase Saintis was about to release repentance, non-defenders would immediately hide behind the nearest column to avoid the stunning effect. Once the Chaste Saintis cast Sacred Fire, non-defenders who were hit would immediately seek out Tang San, staying near him for 2 seconds to await purification before returning to their positions. Following this protocol, as long as they executed it correctly, victory appeared feasible. "Everyone keep fighting. We are almost there," Yu Mengqing encouraged. At that moment, the Chaste Saintess suddenly stomped the ground without warning, stunning all present. This differs from repentance. At least repentance involves a preceding action and allows one to hide behind a pillar. However, stepping on the floor cannot be anticipated or evaded. Moreover, those afflicted by repentance can recover from their injuries, while those stunned by stepping on the floor are genuinely incapacitated. Seizing this 3-second moment of dizziness, the Chaste Saintess exerted her full strength and abruptly grasped Dai Mu Bai's body, hurling him a considerable distance away. "No need, Dai Mu Bai has fallen again." "Yen, just recovering from a stupor, witnessed this scene and instinctively activated all his soul skills to enhance his defense, even employing his soulbone abilities. Simultaneously, he activated the active skill of Moros's lucky pocket watch, significantly augmenting his evasion capabilities. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the chaste Saintess's assault without serious harm. It seemed that she had entered a frenzied state. Song Yingwen's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly focused on providing Yin with battlefield treatment. This cannot continue. We must resolve this swiftly. Everyone attack faster, Yu Mengqing urged. Nearby, in the state of the Phoenix of Fire, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, exerting all his might, but lamented the rapid consumption of his spirit power, having already used all his high-damage soul skills. There is no other choice. Luo Bo then reminded, hey, did anyone notice that after she stepped on the floor, she became so agitated, her attack power and speed doubled, yet she seems to have ceased using soul skills. Indeed, this was a noteworthy observation. Upon hearing this, Tang San realized what needed to be done. In that case, I need not maintain the blue-silver domain any longer. Gulme, let the god of death domain be unleashed. Suddenly, everything around them turned a blood-red haze. The god of death domain amplifies momentum while diminishing the opponent's strength. The aura of murderous intent often prevents one's adversary from unleashing their full potential, while the user can elevate their own capabilities to 120%, thereby enhancing others. This essentially grants the entire assault team a low-tier version of a berserk state. Feeling the overwhelming power of the god of death domain, Yu Mengqing's spirit was invigorated. Excellent. Everyone, do not hold back your spirit power. Unleash your full assault. Ning Rongrong finally cast aside all reservations. Utilizing her remaining spirit power to bolster Yan's defense, enhance Luo Bo's attack, amplify Xie Yu's strength, and augment Ma Hongjuan's prime attributes. Of course, the four-portal Heart of Constant has now reached her maximum capacity for simultaneous aid. Ma Hongjun consumed a sausage to restore his spirit power, barely managing to unleash the Phoenix's cry, striking fiercely against the formidable stone figure of the Chase Saintess, causing her to stagger slightly. Yin also timely laid a fiery blanket of lava-like flames across the ground to disrupt the Chase Saintess's movements. Yet the most potent burst awaited Luo Bo. He had become exceptionally proficient in the art of explosive power. Under the sanguine god of death domain, his spirits soared. The fierce aura of death transformed his violet lightning into a pink hue, ultimately culminating in a blood-red shade, as vivid as a conscience cleansed by tears. Magnetic shockwave. Amidst the shifting blue and red, high-energy particles enveloped the arena, inevitably affecting the Chase Saintess. The fiendish thunder array, fusion strike. Indeed, years of studying runes had enabled Luo Bo to comprehend his soul skills with increasing clarity. Sometimes, a moment of enlightenment was sufficient to alter his combat style. The so-called fiendish thunder array, fusion strike, was meant to transform a normally group-targeting attack into a singular, powerful strike. While it was not easy to land, against a large and relatively stationary foe like the Chase Saintess, it became a guaranteed hit. Crimson lightning, accompanied by the roar of thunder, cleaved through the air outside the tower, penetrating the roof in the form of energetic particles, striking directly within the chamber, hitting the target perfectly. In an instant, the frenzied assault on the stone giantess culminated in her shattering into countless fragments. Her symbolic fabric robe disintegrated into dust. The chaste saintess had perished. Yin promptly activated the lava shield, protecting everyone beneath it from falling debris. Luo Bo's ferocious attack startled his teammates. That strike alone could have incapacitated even an ordinary title Douluo. Chapter 106. Does the Chase Saintess have a child? The group patiently awaited Dai Mu Bai to re-enter the Karazhan dimension and arrive at the Hall of Chastity. All right, can we begin to inspect the spoils now? Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with eagerness. Luo Bo teased. What else would we do? Wait for Brother Dai to return and loot the corpse. Just because he has the lucky hand? Dai Mu Bai tousled his hair awkwardly and chuckled. A lucky hand doesn't guarantee success every time. Luck has its limits. Just look, I was the only one who fell this time. Truly. However, as the Chase Saintess's essence had shattered, what was left to retrieve was merely a ball of golden light. Daimyo Bai stepped forward, reaching his right hand into it, and drew out a pair of purple-black leather boots lined with white fabric. Boots of prediction, purple epic quality, providing a slight increase in spirit power recovery speed and total spirit power. Salada's explained. Spirit power recovery speed and total spirit power? Such attributes seem applicable to all types of soul masters. Wouldn't the competition for this equipment be fierce? All 10 dice were cast together, resulting in only one exceeding 50 points. Look at this, what kind of luck is this? Hooray, 60 points. I'll take these boots, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Indeed, having seen so many pieces of equipment, it was finally her turn. As a dedicated and powerful support soul master, she truly deserved such fine gear. Daimyo Bai turned around to continue examining the spoils. He discovered a simple purple ring, the spike collar of discipline, purple epic quality, providing a slight enhancement to stamina and evasion attributes. It appeared to be another piece suitable for defenders. Wait, the spike collar of discipline? It truly resembled a collar. Who would dare to claim it? Wouldn't that mean? Daimyo Bai remarked, I'll take this for myself, if no one has objections. Yin already possessed a similar item, and it even had an active soul skill, making this one unnecessary. Yu Mengqing jokingly added, Brother, you can sometimes act as a strong attacker at the front. He could use it too. Why do you always turn your elbows outward? How was me supporting brother, you turning my elbows outward? Xie replied, slightly smug. All right, Qingqing is just joking with you. Besides, I wouldn't wear collar. You, Daimyo Bai, slightly annoyed, yet ultimately accepted the equipment. Before everyone's gaze, the third piece of loot was revealed. It was a pair of exquisite greenish-blue leather gloves exuding a rich aura of life. Gloves of the planter, purple epic quality, providing a slight increase in attack strength, spell strength, and plant affinity. That won't do. It should belong to Tang San. Mentioning plant affinity, who could be more fitting than Tang San? Just as Tang San entered the assault team, he acquired such a powerful piece of equipment, with no competitor in sight. What kind of luck is this? Daimyo Bai proceeded to inspect the fourth piece of loot. It was a pair of finely crafted brown gloves with silver trim. Uplifting gloves, purple epic quality, providing a slight increase in spell strength and spell critical hit rate. It seemed that competition among the spellcasters was about to unfold. Yu Mengqing, Ma Hongjun, and Luo Bo eagerly raised their 100-sided dice, ready to cast their throws. Stop waiting. Just the three of you, the sooner you throw, the sooner it will be done. Daimyo Bai remarked. Suddenly, Tang San interjected, my blue-silver grass counts as a magical attack, so I believe I should be qualified to compete for this piece of equipment, right? No one objected. Regardless of whether this equipment was suitable for Tang San, his contribution in this battle had already earned him a place in the competition. Without the purification from the blue-silver domain, the assault team would still be suffering under the relentless torment of the sacred fire. Without the late-game burst from the killing god domain, the team would have been swiftly dispatched by the rampaging Pure Maiden. Truly, Tang San lived up to his reputation. Unfortunately, this ultimately proved inconsequential, as Luo Bo secured the invigorating gloves with a high score of 71. With the points distributed, the question arose, where to next? Ma Ongjun inquired. I can hardly wait to challenge stronger opponents. However, the golden light had yet to fade, indicating there were still spoils to be claimed. Daimyo Bai waved in astonishment. Look, what is that? Sarada's timely explained, a miniature statue of the Pure Maiden. Once used, it can be placed somewhere. The Pure Maiden can engage in brief activities. What use is this? Daimyo Bai questioned. The miniature statue bore a striking resemblance to the Pure Maiden, albeit appearing much younger, clearly resembling a girl. If placed in the golden ancient tree square, it would undoubtedly serve as a stunning sight. A decorative piece, perhaps? Yu Mengqing suggested, examining it without finding anything particularly special. Indeed, since it lacks combat capability and is not equipment we can utilize, it must be a decorative item. We can place it in the golden ancient tree square upon our return. For now, I shall keep it safe. Is everyone in agreement? Xie remarked with interest. Could this perhaps be the child of the Pure Maiden? Mother and daughter do bear a striking resemblance. The notion of the Pure Maiden having a child was indeed intriguing. What are you suggesting? How can a statue give birth? Yu Mengqing retorted. This is merely the loot Sarada's arranged for us. Do not overthink it. All right, Ching Ching. I was merely jesting, Luo Bo replied, glancing back toward the lengthy VIP corridor and asking, what do we do next? To the opera house. Yu Mengqing answered without hesitation. We will return the way we came, cross through the VIP area, and reach the guest hall before turning to the opera house. It might be a bit troublesome, but equally fascinating. As I understand it, the opera house will feature 3 combinations of enemies: the Wizard of Oz, Romeo and Juliet, and Little Red Riding Hood. We will randomly encounter one of these, with Little Red Riding Hood being the simplest. Let us hope for Little Red Riding Hood. This left everyone perplexed, especially Tang San, who asked, do we have to perform on stage? Yu Mengqing smiled, in a sense, yes. However, at its core, it remains a battle. If we encounter Little Red Riding Hood, we will only face a single big bad wolf, which should be straightforward. In the case of Romeo and Juliet, we must defeat both within a 3-second interval. Otherwise, they will endlessly revive each other, resulting in our demise. The Wizard of Oz, however, will thoroughly test our coordination and each individual's combat capability. Tang San expressed his growing curiosity. What could possibly frighten the all-powerful Yu Mengqing? Ma Hongjun asked. Yu Mengqing disregarded the question and began elaborating on how to approach the 3 operas in detail. Throughout the journey, her voice was constant, ensuring everyone remembered the instructions. This is the second round. If anyone fails to grasp it, come find me privately afterward. Before long, they arrived before the opera house. Upon entering, they found themselves in the audience section, filled entirely with ghostly spectators. Do not mind these ghostly onlookers. We must head straight to the backstage. After navigating a lengthy path, the assault team finally reached the backstage area, bustling with various ghostly performers. Much like the audience, these spirits displayed friendliness and posed no threat. Ultimately, Yu Mengqing led everyone to a corridor. At the end of the corridor, a door adorned with red curtains appeared, likely the entrance to the stage. Beside the door stood a tall ghost clad in a black tuxedo. Come on, Brother Dai, Yu Mengqing said with a mischievous smile. What is it? Dai Mubai inquired. Yu Mengqing chuckled. You have a red hand. Good luck. You should converse with the stage manager and help us draw a simple opera. That will save us time. Dai Mubai stepped forward, ready to greet the stage manager. The latter immediately spoke. Esteemed party guests, welcome. I am a stage manager, Barnes, and this is the finest opera house in Azeroth. Medivh has prepared several splendid performances for the party. Come, follow me, and we might even arrange an impromptu show. Oh, Dai Mubai's interest piqued. Sir, we wish to participate in the performance. Would Little Red Riding Hood be acceptable? He had listened to Yu Mengqing's explanations twice and understood that among the 3 operas, Little Red Riding Hood was the simplest. Upon hearing this, the stage manager, Barnes, became displeased, saying, How rude. Today's young actors are all so temperamental. Just look at your emotionless face. A mere newcomer cannot compare to seasoned veterans. You may perform whatever you like, but it must align with my wishes. Before the group could retort, Barnes swiftly drew back the red curtain and stepped onto the stage. Come along, you tardy crowd of actors. Your minds seem clouded. In front of the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji questioned Sarada's. What is happening? Sarada smirked. Patience, just watch. The stage curtains began to rise slowly, revealing the assault team, standing in a corner, awaiting their cue. The stage manager, Barnes, stood front and center, addressing the ghostly audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, all will blend into an illusion, and truths will be hard to discern. Tonight, your eyes will deceive your hearts. A commotion stirred among the audience. For instance, the elderly lady was waiting for her granddaughter. Clearly, the kind-looking, white-haired grandmother posed no threat. But I cannot bear too much. You must see through the disguises to uncover the truth. Now, let the performance begin. Little Red Riding Hood, a traditional narrative, unfolded as expected. It was commonly known that a seemingly harmless, white-haired grandmother lying on the ground was often a trickster. Oh dear, can someone help me? The kind-looking grandmother's facial muscles contorted painfully, appearing to be in distress. Have I fallen to the ground, and no one will lend a hand? The world is so cold. Yu Mengqing immediately crossed her arms, her gaze icy as she stared at the grandmother. Humph. Listen to her. How unprofessional. She can only deceive naive newcomers. Yet, before she finished speaking, she noticed Ning Rongrong had already approached to assist the grandmother. At this moment, Luo Bo realized, no, Sister Ning, please do not assist her. I fear you might lead our Qi Bao Liuli sect to financial ruin. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused to consider their words before making a decision. The usually reticent Yin interjected, "Oh, Luo Shengzi, how do you know she will surely deceive Sister Ning?" Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "Isn't that obvious? In this situation, it is clear they intend to swindle us. Otherwise, why would Saladas orchestrate this performance?" Luo Bo suggested, "Shall we observe a bit longer?" The kind old lady gazed around pitifully, lamenting the harshness of the world and the fading of human kindness. Ning Rongrong proceeded forward, feigning indignation. "What? Has your dog swallowed its conscience?" She then lifted the old lady, without regard for Yu Mengqing's earlier warning that it was clearly a trap. Yu Mengqing added, "Alas, Rongrong has truly immersed herself in the act." Before the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji was perplexed, wondering what was unfolding. At this moment, Saladas erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself, exclaiming, "The children are truly entertaining. Each one is a clever little fox." The old lady raised her head and said in a sinister tone, "Thank you." "Oh, no need for thanks. I merely learned from what is meant to serve the people," Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. The kindly old lady brushed off the dust from her clothes and casually inquired, "What is your name, young lady?" After a moment's thought, Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Just call me Ning Feng." Suddenly, the old lady exclaimed, "Ah, everyone look! This foolish one has knocked me to the ground and yet seeks to flee." Instantly, she began to accuse Ning Rongrong, leaving her bewildered. Ning Rongrong remained unperturbed, continuing to smile. "Oh, I'm not running." Tang San then understood the situation. Ning Rongrong was genuinely immersed in the act, albeit not following the conventional script. His mischievous side surfaced. "What is happening? We are here to uphold justice," he declared, striding forward while suppressing laughter. "Wah, this fool has knocked me down, and I cannot rise." Tang San feigned concern. "We will deal with this fool. But first," he was interrupted by Dai Mubai. "Let us send you off to the afterlife first. How dare you swindle our Rongrong? Let me show you what true kindness of society means." Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. He didn't waste words with this so-called kind old lady and delivered a swift kick, sending her flying far away. Chapter 108, The Opera House Terror of Little Red Riding Hood, Part 2. Despite the old lady's deceit, Dai Mubai's action exceeded the comprehension of most. Luo Bo and Tang San hurriedly restrained Dai Mubai from further outrageous behavior. While struggling symbolically between his companions, Dai Mubai yelled, "Look at your state, old and ugly. Yet you dare to swindle. Am I not acting convincingly?" Ning Rongrong smiled in their direction. Released by Tang San and Luo Bo, Dai Mubai doubled over in laughter. "What about my performance? Is it not sufficiently realistic?" The crowd was left speechless. His earlier demeanor hardly suggested he was acting. Before the tower team could respond, another ominous voice interjected, "Too realistic indeed." The voice then grew wilder. "Now, it's my turn to perform." The old lady nimbly rose, her face contorted, her hands swollen. She tore her robe, and her body ballooned into a giant wolf. To be precise, it was a werewolf. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "What the heck? No need to act so realistically." "All right, let us cooperate with it," Dai Mubai proclaimed as he activated his martial soul and charged forward. Outside the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji asked his companion, "Jiando, Chan Exen, Brother Jian, do you think Rongrong and the others could defeat this werewolf in one go?" After pondering, Chen Xian replied, "I believe it will be somewhat challenging. The wolf's strength is quite peculiar." As soon as he finished speaking, the tower team of 10 had already gathered in front of the golden ancient tree. "What happened? How'd I die just now?" Dai Mubai inquired, but no one answered. An awkward silence ensued. "Wait, wasn't it just an act? Why is it becoming real?" Ma Hongjun complained. It became evident that my D1 was indeed not to be trifled with. Xiaoyu chimed in. Yu Mengqing shook her head helplessly. "Everyone, did I not mention that this opera house is fundamentally about fighting? Moreover, Brother Yu, this illusion was created by Saladas. If you want to blame someone, blame her. She fixed her piercing gaze on Saladas, who could only respond with an awkward smile. Let us return and continue battling. We must eradicate the evil. Dai Mubai shouted, leading the charge into the Karajan realm, rushing into the second-floor guest hall and sprinting towards the opera house. Finally, a few minutes later, they found themselves back on stage. Following the usual sequence, the old lady transformed into the werewolf and began attacking Dai Mubai. He activated his strongest defensive soul skill, narrowly avoiding being defeated by the initial barrage of attacks. Ah, you've gained some skills, but I could still devour you whole. The werewolf roared. Nonsense. Wolves do not eat tiger meat, Dai Mubai retorted. The werewolf ceased its assault to cast a spell, proclaiming, Then I shall feast on human flesh. Suddenly, Dai Mubai transformed into a girl clad in red, wearing a red hood, though his hair and features still resembled his own. What is happening? The attention of the tower team was entirely focused on the Red Riding Hood version of Dai Mubai, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose gaze was notably different. Girl, run away. The wolf. She urged. Isn't this just Little Red Riding Hood? Yu Mengqing quickly explained, this is a skill of the wolf, which can transform someone into Red Riding Hood for 20 seconds. The person turned into Red Riding Hood is incredibly vulnerable, completely losing their combat ability. But their speed is increased by half. Thus, the transformed person must immediately run around the stage. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Red Riding Hood version of Dai Mubai was seized by the werewolf and devoured. Yin quickly became the next target. With both defenders down, it was only a matter of time before the others met the same fate. A minute later, outside the golden ancient tree, Dai Mubai lamented, I'm sorry, I didn't react in time. Me too, Yin admitted. Yu Mengqing, feeling helpless, remarked that she had warned them in a timely manner. Let's try again. Sigh. By the way, the Red Riding Hood version of Dai Mubai is quite pretty. The tower team re-entered the Karajan High Tower realm, following the well-trodden path back to the opera house. Once more, the person transformed into Red Riding Hood must immediately run around the stage, while the rest of you concentrate on attacking the werewolf, as it will only chase Red Riding Hood and not attack anyone else. Yu Mengqing reminded them. Do you remember? Remember to start the fight. After following the sequence, the old lady once again transformed into the werewolf, launching a fierce series of attacks on Dai Mubai. Every time this happened, Song Yingwen felt the greatest pressure and healing. As if Yin was too close to Dai Mubai, he would also suffer damage. In mere seconds, Dai Mubai transformed into Red Riding Hood. With a twist, he took off running. Yu Mengqing, almost frenzied, shouted, Quick, hit him hard. Give it your all. Indeed, during the phase when the werewolf chased Red Riding Hood, it focused entirely on the pursuit, rendering its defenses most vulnerable. This presented the ideal opportunity for the tower team to unleash their full offensive. After nearly completing a lap, Dai Mubai returned to his original state, entering a standoff phase. At this stage, the defensive capability of the big bad wolf is exceedingly high, rendering even high-frequency, low-damage attacks from someone like Zhu Zhuqing nearly ineffective, akin to mere tickling. Before long, Yin transformed into a red hood. Young lady, run! The big bad wolf exclaimed. What the hell? Are you kidding me? I'm a man. Yin, feeling quite out of sorts in this current state, had no choice but to flee. Not running equated to death. Nearby, Yu Mengqing teased, not just yet. Quickly, it's another full-on attack phase. Strike, give it your all. After several transitions between phases, the big bad wolf finally collapsed with a wail. Dai Mubai stepped forward first. It's time for the familiar lottery segment. Everyone, step aside and behold my red hand. However, no luminous orb appeared on the big bad wolf, indicating that there were no spoils to be claimed. Wait a moment, Brother Dai. It's not over yet. Indeed, did you think the performance would conclude with just this act? Certainly not. The fledgling performers must practice more. Prepare for the next act. The stage manager, Barnes, slowly approached the center of the stage, facing the audience, and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, we will witness a love story fraught with obstacles. However, as we all know, not all love stories culminate in happy endings. Sometimes, love can be as perilous as a thorn. Hearing is but an illusion. Seeing is believing. When two individuals in love meet tonight, what tragic tale will unfold? Let's wait and see. Now the show begins. Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. No way. There's more? What's the next production? Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, understood. In short, it's just more dog food. Chapter 109. The Opera House Horror of Romeo and Juliet. The curtain rose once more, revealing a man and a woman. Humph, a cliched tale, Yin disdainfully remarked, entwining his arms. Yu Mengqing, feeling indignant, retorted, Oh, brother Yin, enlighten us with this thrilling story, will you? Let's see if you remember it. Yin smirked, spreading his hands. What's there to forget? It's merely the tale of Romeo making 3 visits to Lin Daiyu, eventually borrowing the banana fan to extinguish the fires of Liangshan. The stage manager, Barnes, who was about to leave the stage, halted midway upon hearing this, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He immediately turned around, looking at Yin as if he were foolish. Oh dear, my brother, did you just tell me that? With a sigh of resignation, Yu Mengqing stepped forward with an apologetic smile. Sir, you may leave now. Not all young actors are dim-witted. Please forgive us. Finally seeing off the stage manager, the real performance commenced. Yu Mengqing immediately directed, Brother Dai, you hold off the woman. Yin, you handle the man. Keep them separated. Do not let them approach each other for healing. Moreover, ensure they die simultaneously with no more than a 3-second delay, or they will resurrect indefinitely. This is the second time. Let us see who still forgets. Dai Mubai protested. Hey, sister you. What do you mean by making me handle a lady? I already have Zhu Qing. One, she be jealous? The others gestured for him to look at Juliet across the stage. The tall, dark-haired silhouette appeared unremarkable. Simply an ordinary woman. However, upon turning around, oh my, this actress was quite something, with thick eyebrows, large nostrils, and one finger digging in her nose, exclaiming in a rather crude dialect, Oh dear, where is my darling? Lao Luo, Lao Luo. Ma Hongjun blushed. I take back what I said before. In front of the golden ancient tree, everyone exclaimed, What is happening? Saradas smiled wickedly. Ugh, I think I might vomit. Is that old Luo, referring to our Saint Luo? Yin teased Luo, Bo, immediately agitated, retorted, Get lost. Clearly, she means Romeo. Aren't we supposed to just finish off these two? Let us go. I can't take it anymore. But Romeo hasn't even appeared yet, Tang San reminded everyone. Yu Mengqing turned her face, answering him with difficulty. Don't joke. If I were Romeo, I'd rather die backstage. The roar of the white tiger echoed throughout the opera house, and Dai Mubai instantly lunged toward Juliet, eyes closed to avoid being overwhelmed by disgust. With eyes shut, everyone appeared the same. The others gradually entered combat mode, especially Luo Bo. A minute later, Romeo finally entered the stage from backstage to join the fray. He was to be handled by Yin, and they were separated from Juliet. If they got too close, they would heal each other, making them practically invincible. The two fighters had vastly different styles. Romeo was a swordsman, while Juliet was an assassin wielding dual daggers. Despite their less than stellar appearances when it came to fighting, they were both fierce competitors. Have you ever seen someone catch flying daggers with their bare hands? Unsurprisingly, due to Juliet's looks. Among the 6 damage dealers in the assault team, 4 focused on Juliet, leaving only 2 to deal with Romeo. Juliet shouted in a rough dialect. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Come help me. Romeo retorted impatiently. What do you want me to do? Can't you see I'm tied up here? Juliet fumed. How do you talk back? I'll take down your entire family. Try it. Are you brave enough to challenge me on the balcony tonight? Romeo broke free from Yin's grip and charged at Juliet. They became entangled in a brawl, and soon Juliet forcefully pushed Romeo away. At this moment, the assault team surprisingly coordinated to spread out, leaving the actual stage for Romeo and Juliet. Juliet pointed at Romeo, angrily declaring, I'm not afraid of you. I'll take you down right now, just watch. Before she could finish, Romeo charged at her again, almost knocking her over. He then stood with his hands on his hips, gesturing, Oh, so you got some skills now? Your cousin was the one who tried to ruin my performance, and ended up being fed to the pigs. Ah, you venomous snake. I'll fight you. Juliet sheathed her daggers and approached, slapping him across the face with her right hand. Yu Mengqing remarked, Oh, the 2 leaders are going at it. Could it be that Saradas has had a change of heart and is giving us a treat? Tang Sin reminded her, Sister, according to what you said earlier. We only need to perform one act of the play. After receiving the slap, Romeo erupted in fury, swinging his right arm to deliver a left hook to Juliet's waist. However, he was caught off guard, countered, and then brutally kneed in the groin. It was a pitiful sight. Immediately following, Juliet charged up a hook punch, sending him sprawling on the ground. She then sat on him, continuing to pummel his face with each punch while shouting, "This is for seducing the healer and for picking up soap behind my back. All right, enough watching. Everyone strike. We must ensure these two perish simultaneously. Focus on Juliet first." Under Yu Mengqing's command, the assault team ended their brief observational phase. Dai Mubai kicked Juliet off Romeo and charged in alongside everyone else. Brothers attack. A bewildered Romeo slowly got to his feet, covering his bruised left cheek, and turned to see Juliet being assaulted. Realizing the situation, he shouted, "Yes, hit her. I'll tell you, old Jew, it's either you die or I do." A minute later, Romeo was elated, flailing his arms and repeatedly shouting, "Strike, hit her hard." This one phrase echoed for a full minute. Consequently, the assault team turned their attention back to him, leaving Juliet momentarily unattended. "It was a misunderstanding. Weren't you all supposed to beat her?" Romeo exclaimed, his face bruised from the scuffle. In no time, both of them had been thoroughly beaten. Yu Mengqing said, "All right, now Luobo and Tang San. Each of you take down one. Unleash your strongest attack and aim for a one-hit kill." The brilliance of Alan, Yinba, Wang Chong, and Sha Lei Ting-Jun flickered alternately. Thus, this nefarious stage play finally came to a close. As the stage manager Barnes approached, once more, the audience resolved not to accept any further performances. Romeo and Juliet had been sufficiently toxic. If I am not mistaken, we are likely to participate in another rendition of Lu Yexianzong, Yu Mengqing remarked softly. Chapter 110. The Terrifying Opera House's Lu Yexianzong. As expected, stage manager Barnes stepped onto the stage and addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's performance. This evening, we shall witness the depths of human belief. A lost girl, aided by her loyal companions, seeks her way home. However, an evil old witch aims to imprison her. Will she escape the clutches of darkness? Can she return home safely? Only time will reveal the answers. Now, let the performance commence." As the curtain rose, a girl named Dorothy and her diverse companions were revealed. "Evil You, is this a rendition of Journey to the West?" "Yugo, you are familiar with Journey to the West?" "Of course. It is merely the tale of the four disciples journeying westward," Evil You replied affectionately. Yin interjected, "Oh, Evil You, even you make mistakes. That is called Tom and Jerry." Yu Mengqing could only smile wryly, thankful she had not been assimilated by these jesters. "Ha ha, it is indeed Journey to the West." Evil You laughed, then turned to Dorothy. "My dear, might I inquire if you're on a pilgrimage to the West?" The young girl, Dorothy, politely smiled and replied, "Ah dear, we are merely seeking a way home." Evil You continued, "Oh, if it is just a journey westward, we could certainly accompany you." Upon hearing this, Dorothy became furious. "Lion, Scarecrow, Tin Man, did you hear that? There are such uncultured people." Yu Mengqing also entered the scene, exclaiming, "You scoundrel. This audacious girl dares to question UGE's mathematics teacher. You go. Show them the might of your physical education teacher." Immediately, Evil You was subdued by the seemingly delicate girl, sustaining a spinal injury in the process. The others, taken by surprise, soon followed suit. Under the ancient golden tree, Tangsen exclaimed, "What's going on here?" Evil You muttered to himself. Her physical education teacher must be from a prestigious high school. You go wake up. Prestigious high schools don't even have physical education classes. Where would they find a teacher? Yu Mengqing rebutted. Returning to the stage, facing the Lu Yexianzong cast, they discussed the details of their brief and harrowing battle. In truth, Dorothy's attacking power was not formidable, but the trouble lay in her ability to summon a dog, which frequently interrupted the spell casting of those at the rear. Yu Mengqing analyzed, "The moment the dog appears, I'll hold it back while others focus their fire on Dorothy." Evil You continued to inquire, "Who is Dorothy?" "That girl," Yin casually explained. "Please call her Tang Sung. Otherwise, I won't be able to distinguish." Yu Mengqing could only cover her face in embarrassment. "Alas, you go. You are so embarrassing. This time, their cooperation was relatively seamless. After Dorothy summoned the dog, Yin quickly drew it aside to prevent it from causing trouble for those in the back. Ma Hongjun took on the Scarecrow, while Luo Bo used his ordinary attacks with the extreme Cold Spirit Pearl Martial Soul to distract the Tin Man. Dai Mubai held off the lion, and the others unleashed their full power to eliminate Dorothy before systematically dispatching the dog, Scarecrow, Tin Man, and Lion. After a fierce struggle, another witch appeared on stage. The moment she entered, a whirlwind engulfed most of the audience, except for those standing further back. "What is this old hag?" Evil Yu exclaimed as he lay on the ground after being thrown by the wind. "Everyone, stop dawdling. Get up and finish off this old witch." Once again, each displayed their unique abilities, ultimately completing the final stage play. Stage manager Barnes returned to address the audience. "My goodness, there can't be more, can there? Is this the tale of Lin Chong being forced up Flame Mountain by Sima?" However, the stage manager merely announced that tonight's performance had concluded before departing, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. At the center of the stage, a golden orb of light appeared, clearly indicating that it was time to claim their spoils. "Come on, our lucky hand Dai Mubai. Go on and grab the equipment. Let us get our brother a powerful item," Evil Yu urged. Dai Mubai chuckled. "Lucky hand? I like that title. Come, I will surely find you something extraordinary." He reached in and pulled out a slender sword. Unlucky, purple epic quality, possesses exceptional attack power, and provides the user with a minor boost to agility and physical critical hit rate. Dai Mubai glanced at Evil Yu, then at Zhu Zhuqing. "Ah, Evil Yu, I feel a bit awkward, since Zhuqing can also use it, then naturally." Zhu Zhuqing pushed him from behind. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to be the second Mao Renfeng? I'm not adept with a slender sword. My fire resistance is also not low. I don't want it. Give it to Evil Yu." Dai Mubai complied, and then reached for the next item. What emerged was a short staff adorned with a perfectly cut blue diamond, radiating a chaotic arcane energy. Blue diamond magic wand, purple epic quality, possesses single target range spell attack capabilities, with arcane blue fire as its standard attack method. It also grants the user enhanced soul power recovery speed and total soul power. Listening to Sarada's introduction, Tang Sen immediately thought of Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Rongrong's exceptional support relies on a substantial soul power consumption foundation. Thus, attributes like total soul power and recovery speed are tremendously suitable for her. Moreover, the Blue Diamond Magic Wand's accompanying single target range spell attack capability with arcane blue fire is precisely what Rongrong needs. Tang Sen sensed that if Rongrong simultaneously utilized soul power amplification, attack power enhancement, and the strongest attribute boost before unleashing the arcane blue fire, the might of that attack would rival Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, in a state of no augmentation. In essence, the value of this blue diamond magic wand is undoubtedly comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul bone. "Everyone, I believe this equipment should go to Rongrong," Tang Sen stated calmly, subsequently elucidating his thoughts. Ning Fengji, watching from outside the ancient golden tree, could not help but nod slightly, thinking, Tang Sen still knows how to consider Rongrong. This is truly commendable. After no further objections, the blue diamond magic wand was logically assigned to Ning Rongrong, who was overjoyed. As a pure support soul master, she had previously relied on Tang San's hidden weapons and Luo Bo's special runes to possess any offensive capability. However, the usage of these two methods differed significantly from soul skills, making them quite troublesome. Recently, after the trial in Qiankuan, Wenqing Valley, she and Oscar had each obtained a soul bone with attack's soul skills, which had delighted her immensely. Now, she had acquired equipment that provided her with offensive means. Chapter 111. Compensation, Special Prize Magic Phase. As Dai Mubai prepared to reach for the third piece of loot from the Opera House battle, Sarada's voice suddenly resonated. She smiled mischievously and said, "Hey, warriors, by a stroke of fortune, you have fought 2 additional opera battles. To compensate you, the spoils you can claim this time will be tripled, amounting to 12 items in total. Non-equipment items may also be added. However, you cannot let a single person claim all the spoils. It must be shared among others." Each individual can claim a maximum of 2 items before passing the turn. Damn it, that Sarada's has some nerve. Clearly, this is her doing. The Chongta team expressed their frustration. They were aware that, according to Yu Mengqing's introduction, only 3 items were supposed to be chosen from the opera house, yet they had been compelled to fight through the entire ordeal. Yu Mengqing stepped forward and said, "Let me claim 2 items. I focused solely on commanding and forgot to test my luck with the spoils." She reached in and retrieved a red silk ribbon. Sacrificial ribbon. Purple epic quality, which grants a slight increase in spell power to the wearer. It comes with a soul skill, active heart technique. After use, every healing spell cast within the next 20 seconds will stack an active effect on the target, enhancing their healing received for a certain amount, lasting for 10 seconds and stacking up to 5 times. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Song Yingwen, clearly recognizing that this item was meant for her. Many envied her fortune. Since entering the tower, how many items had this main healer acquired? Surely the most. It was inevitable, since the spoils were often healing-related. And Song Yingwen was the only healer in the team. Who else could claim them? Next, Yu Mengqing pulled out a bottle containing black liquid. Romeo's poison, purple epic quality, which provides a certain critical hit rate for both physical and magical attacks. Special effect. All attacks made by the wearer have a chance to inflict a small amount of poison, causing damage over time. Yu Mengqing spread her hands and said, "It seems Romeo has quite the dark side." "All right, I trust everyone heard that. You understand what this means, right?" It was obvious that this item was suitable for all damage dealers, even for main defenders like Dai Mubai and Yan. Therefore, competition for it was bound to be fierce. Naturally, this time, Rob had the favor of the god of fortune, claiming the accessory with a perfect score of 100. Haha, sorry everyone. I want to be modest about this. Then it was Tang San's turn to claim spoils. Mimicking Dai Mubai, he rolled up his sleeves and reached in, pulling out a long robe of deep purple. Veil of seclusion, purple epic quality, which grants a slight increase in both physical and spell power to the wearer. It also has a special effect. After successfully releasing a soul skill, there's a chance to increase spell power significantly for 15 seconds. Yu Mengqing's eyes lit up. Wow, third brother, that is quite the find. A boon for spellcasters. Realizing she had gotten a bit carried away, she cleared her throat and added, "All right, everyone, let us draw lots and determine our fate." Thus, Tang San narrowly secured the veil of seclusion with a slight advantage of 60 points. The robe was dark purple, which didn't quite match Tang San's style. However, in pursuit of strength, he decided not to dwell on it. Continuing, he reached for the next item, this time pulling out an extraordinary 2-handed greatsword that shimmered with a purple glow. Despair, purple epic quality, boasting high attack power and providing considerable strength attributes. It has a special effect, armor penetration, allowing the wielder to ignore 50% of the target's armor when attacking. As the first to lay hands on this weapon, Tang San could feel its immense power. With his current cultivation, he felt it was beyond his grasp for the moment. After hearing Sarada's description, he was filled with desire. However, having just acquired an item, he felt it would be excessive to claim another immediately, especially since both items were his own finds. Ultimately, Dai Mubai claimed the sword named Despair with 82 points. Next, it was Rob's turn to draw spoils. He acquired the Evil Witch hat for Ning Rongrong, while the Trial Flame pants went to Ma Hongjun. Then came the turn of Xieyu. Well, if Dai Mubai has luck, mine must be good as well. Look, ruby boots, purple epic quality, which provide a slight increase in spell power and movement speed. They also come with a short-distance teleportation soul skill, Sarada's explained. Xieyu continued, "See, my luck is just as good, easily finding equipment suitable for Qingqing." Upon hearing this, Yu Mengqing agreed, realizing that as a melee mage, her most needed attribute, aside from spell power, was agility. "Come on, whatever you desire, I'll ensure my luck brings it forth for you." Xieyu then unveiled a fur hood that enhanced agility, resembling a large gray wolf. "Sigh, this wolf headgear is rather unattractive. What should I do if I don't want it? Who wants it?" Clearly, aside from Xieyu, the only agility-oriented individual present was Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, she paid him no mind. "No one wants it, then I'll reluctantly keep it." Thus, Xiaoyu successfully retained both items he had drawn for himself. Finally, it was Yan's turn to claim spoils. The beast's roar pauldrons ultimately found their way to Dai Mubai, while the golden helm went directly to him. Naturally, after donning the golden helm, it fit him perfectly, exuding an aura befitting a seasoned warrior. However, the light did not dissipate after the 12 items had been drawn, prompting Dai Mubai to step forward once more, searching for any unexpected treasures. As fate would have it, he pulled out a collar. According to Saradas's description, this collar summoned a delightful gray wolf. However, this wolf was devoid of combat prowess, serving merely as a cute companion for display. Like the miniature version of the pure Holy Maiden dropped by the chaste Holy Maiden or the imitation Midnight Mount dropped by Artumen, it would ultimately find its place in the Shrek Golden Ancient Tree Plaza as a charming sight. Well, having an extra adorable creature as a reward was not a bad deal. Yet everyone felt that an additional piece of equipment would have been preferable. After all, in these extraordinary times, enhancing one's strength was of utmost importance. Chapter 112, Curator, Electric Orbs Galore. After distributing the equipment, the group followed Yu Mengxing up the stairs near the Opera House, ascending to the 3rd floor, then the 4th, and finally the 5th. However, between the 4th and 5th floors, the staircase wall was shattered, revealing a vast, dark estate outside the tower. Xiaoyu suddenly inquired whether they could venture outside to view the scenery. Yu Mengxing firmly rejected. Trust me, brother you want tea like what's outside. The Opera House has already proven Saradas's twisted sense of humor. If you truly go outside the tower, you might find yourself in a predicament where you cannot escape. Indeed, Saradas's wicked sense of humor was quite evident. Quickly clearing away the few wandering lost souls on the staircase, they arrived at the 5th floor of Karazhan Tower, the exhibition hall. The entrance of the exhibition hall featured a high-step platform, flanked by 2 crystalline mech sentinels, both entirely in purple. Upon passing through, they entered a circular hall dominated by a grand statue, with the walls adorned with intricate reliefs, exuding a profound artistic atmosphere. While the full view of the exhibition hall lay further ahead, this sight alone was enough to leave everyone in awe. The curator was also a crystalline mech sentinel, but his overall hue was blue, and he possessed a larger frame. With piercing eyes and a commanding presence, his abilities were indeed related to electricity. The exhibition hall is exclusively open to visitors, the curator proclaimed in a mechanical voice. At that moment, Saladas suddenly interjected. The curator possesses remarkable endurance and formidable armor, along with a relatively fierce physical attack, and is immune to electrical spells. Moreover, if you fail to defeat it within 12 minutes, it will unleash a finishing move that can instantaneously annihilate you. This appears to be yet another trial of output capability in battle. More importantly, it tests your speed in eliminating the lightning orbs. This battle signifies the conclusion of the simpler phase of Karazhan Tower, where the demands on the team have escalated. What? Luo Bo exclaimed. Immune to electrical spells? This is outrageous. The others looked at him mockingly, as if urging him to withdraw from the group. Indeed, Luo Bo was rendered ineffective in this boss battle. Even if your attack power is immense, if the enemy is immune to your lightning spells, what can you do? Thus, Shui Binger was substituted into the fray. This formidable soul master, who once led the Water Academy to glory 5 years ago in the Continental Youth High Soul Master Elite Competition, has recently acquired her 6th soul ring while assaulting the Ankyla realm, stepping into the realm of Soul Emperor. Her involvement in the tower assault is undoubtedly beneficial. After the team configuration was altered, they were ready to commence their attempts. Coincidentally, the curator wandered into the circular hall of statues. Dai Mubai let out a tiger's roar and charged forward, while Yin prepared to take over Dai Mubai's primary defense position at any moment. The curator's basic attack method involved using its robust crystalline mechanical arm to strike fiercely, which Dai Mubai, with his high physical strength and defense, could somewhat withstand. However, the curator would occasionally unleash a lightning pulse upon Yin, inflicting moderate damage. Fortunately, Song Yingwen would quickly replenish Yan's health. If Song Yingwen acted slowly and failed to heal in time, the curator's next lightning pulse might not target Yin. It seems that the mechanism of the curator's soul skill prevents it from releasing against its current main target, opting instead to target the enemy with the highest vitality nearby. Hence, the correct response is for Song Ingwen to maintain Yan's vitality at full while simultaneously ensuring that Dai Mubai receives uninterrupted healing. The curator's boss battle tests not only the team's output capability, but also the healer's skills. Simultaneously, the curator summons a lightning orb at a random location on the battlefield every 10 seconds. Being too close to a lightning orb incurs damage. Additionally, the lightning orb itself can utilize the soul skill lightning chain. If it strikes one target and there are nearby enemies, it will continue to electrocute the next individual. A single lightning chain can affect up to 5 individuals without diminishing damage. Therefore, everyone must avoid being too close to the lightning orbs, as well as maintaining distance from one another. Of course, these troublesome lightning orbs can be destroyed. With swift fire, one can typically eliminate a lightning orb within 5 seconds. Summoning the lightning orbs depletes the curator's soul power. After about 12 orbs, which takes approximately 120 seconds, the curator's soul power will be exhausted, entering a rapid recovery phase lasting 20 seconds. During this period, the curator will neither attack nor summon lightning orbs and will receive double damage. Once the recovery is complete, the soul power is replenished, returning to normal mode. This cycle repeats until the battle concludes. It is evident that the team should manage the lightning orbs during the curator's normal mode, striving to eliminate all orbs before the curator enters the recovery stage, and then focus their full assault on the curator during the recovery phase. However, they remain unaware of this strategy. Yu Mengqing is oblivious, so how could the others know? Unless Saladas personally instructs them on how to combat the curator, the tower assault team will have to learn through repeated failures. Indeed, this proved true. After 2 complete wipes, they finally managed to resolve their positioning issues with respect to the lightning orbs. Even so, during their 3rd attempt against the curator, they committed a grave error by focusing solely on the curator during the normal mode, neglecting the lightning orbs. This resulted in numerous orbs still present during the curator's recovery phase, disrupting their ability to concentrate on damaging the curator. Consequently, although they did not perish to the relentless chain lightning of the orbs, they barely survived several phase transitions, only managing to reduce the curator's vitality by half. As the 12 minutes elapsed, the curator unleashed a catastrophic burst of electrical energy, annihilating the entire team. Before the golden ancient tree, Ma Hongjun remarked, "I suspect that Sister Saladas does not want us to succeed. This curator is simply too formidable. This is already our 3rd attempt." Indeed, she set a 12-minute limit, yet it is evident that we cannot defeat it within that time frame, unless we are all soul saints. Tang San pondered, sighing before continuing. Regrettably, Saladas does not permit us to merge and evolve. Otherwise, we could indeed produce a formidable soul fusion. He glanced at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Mengqing interjected, "Enough of the banter. You must have noticed something during the battle. Since Saladas has allowed us to challenge the curator, it is clear that our current strength should suffice." Chapter 113, Report. Someone is exploiting the Bayou chicken. Initially, Dai Mubai noted, "Yes, the curator behaves oddly. During the fight, he suddenly becomes immobile, seemingly recovering his soul power. At this point, I observed that my inflicted damage was significantly higher than usual, perhaps nearly doubled. However, after a while, he returns to normal." Tang San added, "Each time the curator recovers his soul power, he ceases summoning new lightning orbs, which considerably alleviates the pressure. Moreover, my blue-silver overlord spear evidently inflicts substantial damage during this time. Yet he remains unaffected until he completes his recovery and resumes normal combat." Yu Mengqing contemplated for a moment. "Let us consider a different approach. Normally, everyone should dedicate some focus to eliminating the lightning orbs whenever a new orb appears. We must strive to eradicate it at the earliest opportunity, ensuring that the number of orbs on the field does not exceed 2. This would lessen our positioning and healing burdens. During the curator's soul power recovery phase, we can then concentrate our firepower and unleash our attacks on the curator, which should yield effective results." Despite possessing a fundamentally sound strategy, the group was still inevitably wiped out after 12 minutes of battle. Each time, it was merely a hair's breadth from success. Before the 7th attempt, Ma Hongjun complained, "This is intolerable. The multitude of lightning orbs is exceedingly bothersome. I cannot focus on a massive robot while dealing with the lightning orbs, and I cannot attack the orbs while engaging the robot. It is a recipe for disaster. 10th junior sister, why not speak with Sister Saladas and see if she can lower the difficulty for us?" Yu Mengqing smiled gently. "Oh, how do you propose we lower the difficulty?" Ideally, she could eliminate the summoning of lightning orbs and keep the curator in a perpetual soul recovery state. Why don't you just demand the spoils for yourself? You rotund fool. Dai Mubai retorted. When the curator once again wandered into the circular hall of statues for observation and battle, Ma Hongjun took flight with his sole skill to perch atop the colossal statue's head, conducting ranged attacks from that vantage point. True to form, the team was obliterated once more. The curator did not notice Ma Hongjun atop the statue's head, and upon seeing that the tower assault team had all been defeated, departed the arena. Beneath the golden ancient tree, Dai Mubai expressed his exasperation. Look at that curator. Every inch of him seems to be inscribed with a single message. Saladas does not want you to succeed. That makes 10 words. Zhu Qing timidly reminded him. Wait, why is someone missing? Where's the fat guy? At that moment, everyone realized that only 9 individuals had emerged. Quick, let's go back and see what's going on. Dai Mubai shouted, leading the charge back to the Karazhan Tower. Saladas naturally noticed this discrepancy. In fact, she had been aware of it during the recent battle. Alas, it seemed that this flaw could no longer be concealed. However, she did not rush to rectify it. She believed that if they could exploit this loophole during a boss battle, could they not continue to do so in the future? A few minutes later, the group hurriedly returned to the exhibition hall on the 5th floor, astonished to find Ma Hongjun leisurely perched atop the statue, enjoying a sausage. Goodness, the dead fat man can do that, Dai Mubai remarked. How about it, Boss Dai? Am I clever? Ma Hongjun responded, during that last battle, I simply stood here and fought the curator without worrying about the lightning spheres. Yu Mengqing immediately conceived a new tactic. If everyone could ascend the statue, leaving Dai Mubai to fend off the curator alone, they could entirely disregard the lightning spheres. Thus, each member of the assault team, except for Dai Mubai, consumed a flying mushroom sausage, one after another ascending the statue. 3 stood atop the head, 3 on the left shoulder, and 3 on the right shoulder. Perfect. Brother Dai, we are ready. You go attract the curator over here. Outside the golden ancient tree, observing this scene, Dean Flander seemed befuddled. Wait, what is happening? What are the children doing? The master merely smiled slightly. Although he had an inkling, he wanted to await confirmation. Thus, the curator was pummeled for 10 minutes before finally perishing. Damn, this is a blatant exploitation of the game mechanics. If this were a game, one would be reported and likely face a permanent ban. Regardless, what was done. Once passed, there were spoils to be claimed. Moreover, Saladas must have been watching the entire time, and since she did not intervene, it indicated that such conduct was permissible, having achieved great merit. Ma Hongjun insisted on being the one to loot the corpse. Mimicking Dai Mubai's actions, he reached into the curator's body and retrieved his staff. The Endless Secret Staff, of purple epic quality, enhanced spell strength and spell critical hit rate. As Yu Mengqing was not accustomed to using a staff, she withdrew from the competition for it. Thus, only Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger remained as competitors. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun declared, Sister Shui, no need to roll for this staff. Consider it a direct gift from me. Oh, why is that? Look, you just substituted for Rob for a short while, yet you've died 7 or 8 times with us. Though not real deaths, it has been quite taxing. It would be unreasonable for you to leave without an equipment piece. Moreover, such a beautiful staff is surely only worthy of Sister Shui. Dai Mubai quipped from the side, lick it thoroughly. Ma Hongjun ignored him and delved for the next item. The Urian Dynasty leggings, of purple epic quality, provided a modest boost to strength attributes, decent defense, and a slight increase in evasion attributes. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately pulled out the dice. Yet Ma Hongjun interjected, Boss Dai, look how suitable this is for you. You have so much pressure. You should take it. That is more like it, Dai Mubai instinctively replied, but soon realized the oddity in his own words, continuing, wait, do you really think I'm a pushover? No, I must roll the dice. With my luck, I should be able to win this mere pair of leggings. Come on, Yin, roll the dice. Yin rolled a 13 and secured the shimmering silver Urian dynasty leggings, while Dai Mubai rolled a 9. Although Dai Mubai yearned for them, he said, do you see? This is what we call fairness and justice. This should be our ultimate pursuit. The esteemed spirit of the Xingluo Empire encompasses this principle. Yu Mengqing interrupted, Boss Dai, your talk is quite elaborate. Where did you learn all this? Ah, you don't know? Their essay show every night at 7 that teaches this stuff. I've been learning from them. Dai Mubai replied with a smile. From now on, watch less of that useless content and spend more time with Sister Zhu. Chapter 114. Salada's little mischief. Next was the third item, a pair of brown shoulder armor adorned with golden green patterns. The forest breeze pauldrons of purple epic quality provided a slight boost to healing spell strength and spell critical hit rate. All right, another exclusive for Song Yinwen. Since the beginning, any equipment meant for healers has invariably gone to her. This also indirectly reflected the scarcity of healing soul masters. In Shrek Academy, aside from Song Yinwen, there were only 2 others, Jiang Zhu and Yi Lingling, both 5th ring healing soul kings. While Oscar's sausages could heal, his primary strength lay in various supportive abilities. There were, however, a few pure healing soul sects in the outer academy, which they would utilize later. Ma Hongjun uncovered the 4th item, another piece of shoulder armor. The Dragon Roar pauldrons, of purple epic quality, offered a modest enhancement to fire spell strength and spell critical hit rate. Salada's, rarely smiling while introducing equipment, seemed as if she had prepared this specifically for Ma Hongjun. Naturally, the Fire Soul Master was solely Ma Hongjun himself. Who else could claim it? Once the spoils were distributed, Shui Binger departed the Karazhan Tower to bring Rob back. After all, Rob's overall combat power far exceeded that of Shui Binger, making his return quite necessary. The assault team proceeded to the end of the exhibition hall, where they encountered several administrative staff members. Salada's advised, actually, there's a powerful boss on the terrace you just passed. You can only challenge it after defeating all the normal bosses in order. To summon it, you will need a book, Mediva's Diary, which you can find nearby. Ah, and there is an ultimate hidden boss. Exciting. What are we waiting for? Let's get to work. There were several staff members ahead, so they approached to inquire. A middle-aged man draped in a purple robe sat leisurely in an office chair, engrossed in a book. Judging by the cover, it appeared to be titled Jean Ping Mei. Excuse me, sir, Rob greeted. The purple-robed man continued to read, merely extending his right hand and saying, wait until I finish this paragraph. Is this book really that captivating? Ningrongrong curiously inquired. Yu Mengqing, exasperated, managed to remind her, Sister Rongrong, trust me, this is not suitable for you. The purple-robed man finally closed the book, leaned back with a satisfied expression, amused. Ah, the ocean of knowledge, my spiritual garden. What book is that? Ning Rongrong feigned innocence and asked the purple-robed man, may I have a look? Your duty is to support your husband and raise children. Why ponder so much? The purple-robed man replied disdainfully. Ning Rongrong was infuriated, but restrained herself. She began a probe. Humph, such a miser. It's just a shabby book. It can't possibly compare to Mediva's private diary. Whose diary? The purple-robed man's expression suddenly turned serious, and his tone became more somber. Seeing that she had hooked him, Ning Rongrong continued, Mediva's diary, of course. Do you know where it is? Wait a moment, let me think. You can go ask Ratifu. She borrowed a book from me recently. I hid the book away, and she turned the place upside down, claiming she found some diary, and then took it. So, this purple-robed man does not possess the diary after all? Yu Mengqing lightly remarked, alas, sometimes I feel that Salada's is simply foolish. After all, we have completed our task. Yet she insists on sending us on an unnecessary second errand. However, the matter was of great importance to her. After all, as a former dominator of old, she excelled in manipulating human emotions, did she not? Just a short distance away, at another workstation, a woman clad in a wine-red robe and had seemed to have anticipated that the Chongta team would come seeking her out, watching them approach from afar. A diary? Yes. The diary of Mediv, Ning Rongrong affirmed. If it is indeed Mediv's diary, you might inquire with Kamshi's. With that, the woman named Galatafu turned, grasping 2 test tubes, and immersed herself in her work. Not far from there, at another workstation, a woman dressed in a golden robe and a white top hat called out, "Hey, come over here. It must be Kamshi's." The Chongta team immediately turned their attention to her. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong posed another question to Galatafu. "Then what is your purpose here?" Galatafu did not turn around, continuing her tasks, and casually replied, "Honestly, I have never understood why you couldn't simply go to Kamshi's directly instead of disturbing me." Yu Mengqing remained speechless, softly lamenting. "I truly find Saladas' peculiar sense of humor increasingly incomprehensible." "What humor? This is purely foolishness," Xiaoyu echoed in complaint. Kamshi surveyed the Chongta team before her, lazily stretching and mumbling, "Oh, it seems I possess a diary, the diary of Mediv." Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, the diary of Mediv. Where is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Kamshi's posed dramatically with her hand on her chin, feigning deep thought. Yu Mengqing immediately covered her head, feeling exasperated. "Alas, must we go seek out another person? Who is it? Hurry up so we can finish this." Kamshi's then stated, "The previous diary was with me, but when Mediv's father came to request it, I handed it over." Song Yingwen, usually reticent, was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? You gave Mediv's diary to his father? What if Mediv wrote about his early romantic experiences in that diary? Wouldn't he get scolded if his father found out? Oh, what's the big deal about early romance, sister? Once you've experienced more, you'll realize it's not the main issue," Kamshi sighed. Yu Mengqing placed her hands on her hips, exhaling deeply. "Well then, the diary is not with you." "Correct. It's with Mediv's father, Elon." Kamshi's clapped her hands playfully. At this, Yu Mengqing could no longer contain her frustration, launching into a tirade. "Seriously? Could you all not have coordinated better? Why not just direct us to Elon? What sort of work efficiency is this? No wonder large organizations take ages to accomplish anything. Something that should be simple has been made so complicated. Did you all grow up eating turtle soup? And yet you flaunt your leisurely work environment." "I'm also helpless under such arrangements," Kamshi's replied, lowering her head and rubbing her neck, appearing like a child who had erred. Ning Rongrong quickly intervened, reassuring, "All right, junior sister, don't be upset. It will only make you age faster." She then turned to Kamshi's and inquired, "So, where's Elon?" "He has long since passed, exhausted and dead," Kamshi's replied casually. At this, a few members of the Chongta team couldn't help but misinterpret. What does that even mean? Kamshi's, sensing her choice of words was inappropriate, added, "All right." He collapsed from exhaustion and died. Ning Rongrong, visibly irritated, insisted, "Please complete your statements next time." Alas, if it weren't for his unambitious son, Elon wouldn't have ended up like this, Kamshi sighed. Wait a moment. Ning Rongrong seemed to have made a connection. Elon is dead, so how did he take the diary? Kamshi's proudly pointed to the ceiling. He is now known as the shadow of Elon, residing upstairs studying his son's diary. To put it simply, his restless spirit remains. Daimubai Chakod. Oh, this indicates that the diary must contain some juicy details. Song Yingwen was equally excited, even jumping up. My gossip spirit is ablaze. She quickly recognized her reaction was somewhat excessive. Ning Rongrong chimed in. I too wish to know. Perhaps Elon has a penchant for young boys. Song Yingwen, unusually chatty, urged. Then let's hurry and seize the diary. The group then left the exhibition hall and continued upstairs, encountering a demon-like leader named Telesitan along the way. Defeating him and acquiring 4 pieces of loot, all of which were inferior to their current gear. Thus they decided to keep it for later distribution. Ascending another flight of stairs, they finally reached the room where Elon resided, an octagonal chamber filled with bookshelves on all sides. The shadow of Elon was crouched before a shelf, quietly perusing a book. Daigu, you are our main defender. Go greet the old man, suggested someone. What, that's just an old man. Dai Mubai dismissed. It's the same no matter who goes. Look at his head full of white hair. Yu Mengqing, exasperated, covered her head. He is a super mage of ice, fire, and arcane, equivalent to the strength of a limit Douluo in his prime. Moreover, the combination of ice, fire, and arcane corresponds to 3 soul rings, just like Luobwa, though Luobwa is of ice, lightning, and fire. By the heavens! Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock. Are we not walking to our doom? Had Elon still been alive, they would have been annihilated upon entry, but now he was merely a shadow. His strength significantly diminished, yet still formidable. Enough of this. Let us approach and greet him. Dai Mubai stealthily advanced and politely called out, "Hey, old senior?" The shadow of Elon seemed not to hear, continuing to engross himself in the diary. "Old senior Elon?" Dai Mubai tried once more. Receiving no response left him feeling quite awkward. Yet he persisted, asking again. After 10 minutes, he began to lose his patience. Observing his companions outside, enjoying sausages and drinks, he could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "You old fool, with a penchant for young boys." The shadow of Elon instantly reacted as if shocked, turning to stare blankly at Dai Mubai. Seeing he had garnered attention, Dai Mubai continued, "A mage without a girlfriend could never have a son. You must have stolen him. Everyone knows. How shameless." "No, no." Elon suddenly rose, clutching his head in agony. "That is not how the diary describes it." Dai Mubai, seemingly oblivious to the danger. "Seize the opportunity, yo. Then quickly show us the diary to prove it." Elon knelt to the ground, trembling. "Please do not do this." However, Dai Mubai, caught up in the excitement, disregarded the warnings from his companions and taunted, "Oh, so you have no son? My son has gone mad. Who are you? And what do you want? Stay away from me." With that, Elon unleashed an arcane shockwave, inflicting severe damage upon the majority of the team. Those with lower cultivation, such as Song Yingwen, perished instantly. Tang San sighed, "Prepare for annihilation." Under the golden ancient tree, Song Yingwen, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and several others soon met their demise. My apologies. I may have gone a bit too far this time," Dai Mubai admitted. However, the entire team gazed at him with resentful eyes. 20 minutes later, the assault team stood once again before the door of Alan. Yu Mengqing explained, "First and foremost, Alan is a formidable mage specializing in the elements of ice, fire, and arcane magic. Compared to him, we are mere novices. In his presence, we are unworthy of even calling ourselves Shrek. He can effortlessly cast Fireball while simultaneously maintaining Blizzard and occasionally firing Frostbolt." Ma Hongjun lamented, "Damn it, that Flame Ring's soul skill is too overbearing. Why can't I use it? Why can't you?" Tang San teased, patting his shoulder. Yu Mengqing continued, "Nevertheless, you have all experienced Alan's might firsthand. At least we can still discuss our tactics. For instance, have you noticed that while the leaders in Karazhan are mostly immune to control, our control skills can interrupt their currently cast soul skills? Alan, on the other hand, requires a considerable amount of time to cast nearly half of his soul skills, making them susceptible to interruption. So, we just need to interrupt him effectively?" Tang San inquired. "Indeed, timely interruptions can alleviate our pressure. Additionally, those who are too close to Alan will frequently be silenced, rendering them unable to utilize spell-type soul skills, while being too far away makes them vulnerable to Blizzard." She elaborated. After exchanging tactical insights, they prepared to attempt once more. Truly, fireballs, ice arrows, and arcane missiles were all present. Alan could even unleash all 3 spells simultaneously. Even the exceptionally skilled Huiyu Hao could not match that. He would occasionally cast Frostbind on 3 random individuals, immobilizing them. Of course, Song Yingwen could always dispel that effect in time. However, she had no means to counter the area-wide silence. After 3 minutes of battle, Alan's shadow cast a spell, teleporting the entire team to his side, followed by employing a group slowdown skill, and proceeded to channel Arcane Explosion. Significantly, this Arcane Explosion could not be interrupted at that moment. To evade the ensuing damage, they had to reach the edge of the arena before the spell completed. "Quick! Distance yourselves from Alan," Yu Mengqing shouted. At this point, everyone showcased their abilities. Characters like Zhu Zhuqing and Xieyu, specializing in agile attacks, had no trouble. Luo Bo utilized his 6th soul skill to swiftly move to the edge of the arena. Yu Mengqing struck Alan's shadow with Shadow Step, and then utilized the triggered dash opportunity to quickly distance herself. Tang Sen managed to awkwardly pull away using the blue-silver Emperor S vines. However, following Song Ingwen's demise, the others could hardly endure for long. Thus, the assault team once again gathered beneath the ancient golden tree. After 20 minutes, they climbed back up to the upper levels of Karazhan, standing before Aylin's chamber once more. Yu Mengqing expressed her frustration. Didn't I remind everyone to dodge the arcane explosion? But that slow effect is incredibly bothersome, Dai Mubai explained. Song Ingwen, seemingly remorseful, timidly added, just before I died, I suddenly realized that my second soul skill can dispel the slowing effect. So in that case, my blue-silver domain can dispel as well? Yu Mengqing helplessly rubbed her head. Fine, let us try again. This time, after 3 minutes, Aylin's shadow suddenly unleashed a group flame ring. Luo, having excessively used his 6th soul skill, could not hold back. The flame ring, once triggered, detonated upon any movement, causing a knockback effect on nearby allies. The critical point was that all 10 members of the assault team were still relatively close together. Thus, one movement resulted in 10 detonations, leading to their annihilation. Yu Mengqing appeared speechless, fatigue evident in her demeanor as she remarked, I remember being told not to move when the flame ring was active, right? Next time, I absolutely want to move. If I do, I'll be a coward. Luo blitzed in embarrassment. Once more, they attempted the challenge. After 3 minutes, Aylin's shadow unleashed a blizzard spell that covered half the room. The team, prepared to demonstrate their skills and escape the blizzard's range, found themselves caught as Aylin simultaneously cast Frostbind, freezing their feet and interrupting their ongoing soul skills. The blizzard continued its onslaught. By the time Tang Sen urgently activated his blue-silver domain, most had already perished, total annihilation. I remember being told to avoid the blizzard. Didn't I? Yu Mengqing was genuinely angry now. How many times has this happened? Finally, they persevered through the critical 3-minute mark, extending their survival to 6 minutes. Aylin's shadow was nearly depleted of soul power. Initially, the assault team believed they had endured to the end and could unleash their full power. However, Aylin's shadow cast a group polymorph spell, turning everyone into harmless sheep in an instant. Clearly, the polymorph spell would revert its targets once they were harmed. If not preemptively attacked, it could last for at least 20 seconds. Aylin seized this opportunity to consume a potion and a large piece of bread to recover his soul power. Dear friends, you wouldn't mind an old man having a sip of water, would you? Aylin's shadow feigned nonchalance. The water's a bit yellow. I must be getting old. Damn! This grand mage not only mastered ice, fire, and arcane magic, but he was also adept in culinary arts. As Aylin's soul power neared restoration, he summoned 4 robotic water element puppets and unleashed an all-encompassing fire shockwave, reverting the polymorphed assault team back to their original forms. While attacking, he declared, I want this nightmare to end quickly. Let you all know that even an old dog has a few teeth left. Unprepared, the team was soon overwhelmed by the 4 water element puppets. Total annihilation ensued. Returning to the entrance of Aylin's chamber, Ning Rongrong complained, summoning 4 water elementals at once is utterly shameless. Indeed, and we watched helplessly as he transformed us, then feasted. Luo concurred. Then he unleashed a fire shockwave, followed by summoning 4 water elementals. Isn't that a bit overpowered? Yu Mengqing cast a resentful glance at Luo. Don't even start. You'll be equally monstrous once you fuse your ice and fire spirit rings. I can't possibly harness the power of 3 spirit souls at once. Why don't you go consult this old man? You might just become his disciple. Who knows? He might even share Mediva's diary with us. Ning Rongrong said cheerfully. Yu Mengqing dismissed this notion, declaring it impossible. Let us focus on how to defeat him instead. He is merely a shadow, having long lost his true intellect. With that, she unexpectedly produced several colorful crayons and began drawing on the tiled floor. Hey, why are you drawing a pancake? Dai Mubai scolded. You don't understand. This is the key to defeating Aylin. Oh, I see. Old man Aylin must have never seen a pancake. We'll show him what a pancake truly is. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Hongjun received a smack on the head. Yu Mengqing pointed at the pancake, no, the tactical diagram, and explained, We must compel Aelin to use his water elemental summoning skill before he reaches the revival phase, and then swiftly eliminate it. This way, we can avoid being blasted back to our original forms by the fire shockwave, only to be immediately shot down by the water elementals. Aelin will summon the water elementals precisely when his vitality drops below 40%. Ning Rongrong was the first to comprehend, so, before Aelin's vitality drops to 40%, we must prevent him from exhausting his soul power. That is all well and good, but how do we prevent Aelin from depleting his soul power so quickly? Dai Mubai inquired. At that moment, Tang San had a brilliant idea and proposed, "Isn't Rongrong capable of replenishing soul power for enemies? Indeed, the adversary would certainly be reluctant to accept my soul power, thus rendering the transmission of such energy highly inefficient, if not entirely futile. I deem this approach impractical. I believe that interrupting his spell casting is a more viable strategy." Yu Mengxing concurred, stating that interruptions must be selective. Elon's Ice Arrow and Fireball consume mana only after successful casting, whereas arcane missiles deplete mana in advance. We merely need to disrupt his Ice Arrows and Fireballs. As depicted in the tactical diagram I sketched, with Luo Bo tasked to interrupt Ice Arrows and Yin to thwart Fireballs, until he summons the Water Elemental. Do you understand? Understood. Let us begin. Although we successfully endured the summoning of the Water Elemental, the mass polymorph and fiery shockwave combo resulted in our demise at the 9-minute mark. Alas, this is exceedingly challenging. Merely a remnant of Elon possesses such formidable power, not to mention the original Elon from years past. Ironically, as we faced annihilation, Elon remarked, "My son Mediv is quite formidable, but I possess my own strengths as well." At that moment, Dai Mubai, wearing the helm of Elon's shadow, witnessed the pitiful specter of the old father, still engrossed in studying his son's journal. Frustrated by our repeated failures, Dai Mubai could not contain his expletives, exclaiming, "Damn it! This morbid obsession is unbearable." To his surprise, Elon heard him from a distance and rushed over. Startled, Dai Mubai hastily slammed the door shut. Unexpectedly, Elon's shadow flickered through the door. Chapter 117, Report. They are once again utilizing the Bayuji. The anxious assault team immediately tensed, unleashing their martial souls to strike. Strangely, it seemed Elon was unable to use any skills. Consequently, merely a minute later, Elon promptly retreated, locking the door behind him. This appears to be a promising method. Yu Mengxing smirked, pondering, "Saratars, you did not foresee this, did you?" At this moment, Tang San leaned against the door, spreading his hands, lamenting, "How can we proceed if he does not emerge?" Just then, Elon reappeared, swaying his hips mockingly while chanting, "You cannot strike me. You cannot strike me." Before Dai Mubai could react, Elon vanished once more. Thus, Dai Mubai pounded on the door, shouting, "You rascal, come out." Yet Elon did not emerge. Instead, he unleashed Frostbind from within, freezing the feet of the assault team. "What will you accomplish by freezing us?" "Nothing much, merely amusing." Yin Yu could no longer contain her words, exclaiming, "What are we doing, toying around with this mad old man? Let's devise a way to defeat him." The seemingly amiable yet somewhat cunning Song Yingwen gently reminded, "This absent-minded old fool will surely show off again soon." Indeed, Elon reappeared, twisting his body while rhythmically swaying his hands, proclaiming, "You cannot strike me." Mid-sentence, Dai Mubai kicked him down. "Brothers, let us beat him." Consequently, they struck him for a solid half-minute before Elon managed to react and swiftly retreated back into the room. What now? Insulting him is clearly ineffective. We must devise another method to lure him out. 10 minutes later, Luo Bo and Yu Mengxing hastily procured a table to play a game. Yu Mengxing pulled several Hearthstone cards from her storage soul guide, with her assuming the role of a mage and Luo Bo as a warrior. After a few minutes, the game reached a fevered pitch. "One more fireball, and you'll be finished. None of your minions possess taunt," Yu Mengxing teased. Luo Bo, bewildered as it was his first time playing such a card game, replied, "Then I shall continue stacking armor." "Are you serious? You have a director card in your hand. Look at your mana crystals. You have 10. If you do not use the director now, when will you?" Upon his completion, they realized it was Elon speaking. Luo Bo hastily flipped the table aside, joining the others in pummeling Yilon. Fraud! A bunch of frauds! Old man, I will make you pay, Dai Mubai shouted. When Yilon found another opportunity to retreat, Yu Mengxing cautioned, that Hearthstone trick will only work once. It will not be effective again. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly chuckled. Consider this. A lonely old man, confined to his study for years. What does he lack? Entertainment. Women. Yin Yu interjected, but we have already used that tactic. No, that will not do. Does anyone here lack the resolve to sacrifice for the team? A tense silence ensued. To alleviate the awkwardness, Song Yingwen finally spoke while Dai Ge. As the captain, shouldn't you set an example? Yu Mengxing shook her head, sighing. Ah, my dear Song, you do not understand. Leaders often hide behind the scenes. Let us think of another method. Seduction is too unreliable. Indeed, let us confront him directly. This is far too frustrating. Maong complained. Suddenly, Tang San had a stroke of inspiration and deliberately exclaimed, What is there to be frustrated about? At least we cannot die here. Even if we seek trouble, he cannot do anything. If we are hungry, we can return for a feast. If we are weary, we can rest comfortably. Within the door, Elon was eavesdropping intently. Tang San's words filled him with irritation. Exactly, Luo Bo added, perhaps the progress for Karazhan can be reset. Even if we clear it now, there will be future Soul Sect and Soul King level juniors who will come and challenge him. Just consider how often he must endure being greeted 100 times each month. He must face the humiliation of emerging to be beaten and to hand over equipment. How pitiable. Yu Mengxing seemed to grasp Tang San and Luo Bo's implication and continued. What are you two saying? Every existence has its significance. The purpose of Grandmaster Elon's existence is to be beaten, is it not? Saradar would not have created him for nothing. Indeed, what Yu Mengxing said was reasonable. Yin Yu remarked, this Grand Elder is, after all, a wielder of the ice, fire, and arcane three spirits martial soul, yet he remains confined to his study. There must be a cost for every gain. Possessing immense power but unable to unleash it upon the world is quite ironic, Ning Rongrong concurred. Luo Bo continued, if it were me, I would obediently surrender my equipment and journal to avoid enduring a month of beatings. Yu Mengxing casually remarked, sometimes, people become trapped in their own thoughts, accustomed to routine, making it even more challenging to break through. Yes, Luo Bo, especially when considering that in the next 5 years, many more juniors will come to greet him. That would make each day feel like an eternity. Let us not stoop to the level of such a pitiful old man who has seen little of the world. His existence is confined to this room. Elon, who had been eavesdropping at the door, trembled with rage, nearly losing his composure. Yin Yu added, indeed, just now he peeked out and immediately retreated in fear. He is truly a frog at the bottom of a well. I believe we should let it go. This old man is quite pitiable, afraid to step outside. What do you think he can do? Yin Yu delivered the final blow. What can he do? He can only wait for someone to come and beat him. Ha ha ha. Elon could no longer contain himself and swiftly flashed outside the door, declaring, who dares to say I cannot come out? I am standing right here. Elon met his end. Outside the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Is this even possible? Miss Saladas, why is it that once Island steps outside, he can no longer utilize any soul techniques? Even I am perplexed by this situation. Otherwise, do you think I would allow them to exploit the loophole to advance once more? Merely 5 minutes later, Island met his demise. The golden orb of light manifested once again at the site of Island's shadowy remains. Ah, the moment the tower-climbing team had eagerly anticipated. The lottery segment had arrived. Chapter 118. You wants to play chess? This time, it was Dai Mubai who initiated the spoils of war. The first item was an eye-shaped object with a purple base and golden trim, the violet eye pendant. This epic purple accessory could bestow considerable magical strength upon its wearer, and it came with the soul technique, the secrets of violet. Upon usage, in the following 20 seconds, every successfully cast soul technique that consumed soul power would add a layer of violet mark to the user. Each layer would grant the user a restoration of 2% soul power every 5 seconds. The mark could last a maximum of 20 seconds, and stacking additional layers would refresh the duration. The violet mark could accumulate up to 5 layers, as explained by Saladas. However, most of the tower climbing team struggled to comprehend this. Yu Mengqing summarized it succinctly. In simple terms, using this soul technique within 20 seconds means you need not worry about soul power consumption. If you employ a low-consumption, frequently usable soul technique, you'll find that after these 20 seconds, your total soul power has not only remained stable, but has actually increased. What type of soul master is this equipment suited for? Daimubai inquired. Yu Mengqing responded, while it can be used by spellcasters and support roles alike, it is more suitably designed for support. Our two supports, Song Mei and Rong Rong, have an astonishing rate of soul power consumption during battles. Without Oscar's sausages, they would exhaust their soul power halfway through each fight, making it impossible for them to sustain their support. Consequently, Ning Rongrong and Song Yingwen rolled the dice, one scoring 36 and the other 21. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong claimed the violet eye pendant, complete with its accompanying soul technique. The second item was a crimson gemstone wand, the Tearsful Wand of Control. This epic purple wand could enhance the recovery speed and total soul power of its bearer, equipped with a conventional long-range attack named Tearsful Energy Bolt. Once again, this was a weapon that provided long-range magical attack capabilities. However, it was evident that Ning Rongrong could not take another, and Song Yingwen explicitly stated her disinterest in such equipment, while the others present had even less need for it. Thus, the group decided to reserve this weapon for Oscar, who, despite not being on-site, had significantly contributed with his sausages throughout the journey. The third item was a necklace, the Cat Paw Amulet, an epic purple accessory that provided enhancements to attack speed, movement speed, and physical attack strength. This is undoubtedly meant for Zhu Zhuqing, someone remarked. Following that was the fourth item, the Violet Calming Gem, an accessory of epic purple quality that offered a modest boost to magical strength and spell critical hit rate. It possessed the soul technique, Violet's Serenity, granting immunity to all control effects for 10 seconds upon activation, and this immunity was absolute, unless the opponent was a deity. The entire assembly bore expressions of disbelief. Almost immediately, they all raised their dice in unison. Hey, what are you agility-type attackers doing? This enhances magical strength and critical hits. Maongjun exclaimed. The response from Xiaoyu was quick. This soul technique is the primary function of this equipment. Any soul master can utilize it. Why should our agility type not be allowed to compete? Thus, the entire team participated in the dice roll. With an overwhelming 100-point advantage, Luo Bo secured the Violet Calming Gem, boasting an exceptional soul technique. Now, the stakes were set, and no one could back out. The Diary of Mediv was also obtained, and upon defeating the last regular boss in the correct sequence, they could summon the ultimate hidden boss, the Nightmare of the Night. Along the pathway essential for the tower climbing team, there lay a hidden chamber containing a dragon. This dragon could be considered an optional boss. Whether they chose to confront it or not, they could still proceed. However, defeating a boss meant acquiring 4 pieces of equipment, and even for the sake of equipment, they had to take down the Void Ghost Dragon. At this juncture, Yu Mengqing received detailed guidance from Saladas, as this dragon posed a considerable challenge and necessitated teamwork. To simplify matters, Saladas decided to share the combat strategy with the tower climbing team. Yu Mengqing reiterated for everyone. Unlike most bosses in Karazhan, the Void Ghost Dragon requires us to devise a plan before the battle and strictly adhere to it. If everyone maintains the rhythm during this boss fight, the respawns after the first kill will be effortless. However, if any team member remains confused, a wipe is inevitable. The battle with the Void Ghost Dragon consists of 2 phases. The Void Gate phase, lasting approximately 60 seconds, and the Exile phase, lasting around 30 seconds. These 2 phases would alternate until the 6th Exile phase concluded. If the dragon remained unvanquished after 9 minutes, it would enter a berserk state, turning crimson and increasing all damage, including field effects, to 400% of its original value, leading to a likely wipe within 10 seconds. Subsequently, Yu Mengqing meticulously detailed all the soul techniques of the Void Ghost Dragon, including those used throughout the fight, those exclusive to the Void Gate phase, and those solely utilized during the Exile phase. Naturally, After such an exhaustive explanation, everyone felt a bit dazed. This is too complicated. Despite the multitude of soul techniques employed by the Void Ghost Dragon, the actual damage was not excessively high. With precise coordination, the team could potentially evade much of the damage. Ultimately, this boss was surprisingly defeated after only 3 attempts. However, the equipment obtained this time was unfortunately of no use to those present. Thus, it was passed on to those outside. Continuing their ascent, they drew nearer to the heart of Mediva's domain. Yet, on their path, they stumbled upon a hall resembling a chessboard. Ning Rongrong, although puzzled, found it intriguing and rather enjoyable. Is this international chess? Yu Mengqin gasped. Goodness, Saladas, have you lost your mind? You want a group of people from the Douluo world to play international chess? Upon hearing about chess, Tang San casually remarked, doesn't that mean free equipment? Can this even be considered a boss? It could very well be a matter of life and death, Dai Mubai interjected. International chess is not something just anyone can master. It requires expertise in mahjong, poker, as well as knowledge of checkers and gamoku. Yu Mengqin looked utterly bewildered. What does that have to do with anything? You're talking about international gamblers. Why not give a try and see? A group of casual gamers engaging in strategy seemed amusing enough. Ultimately, it was Yu Mengqin, despite her not-so-expert chess skills, who led them through this boss encounter. She privately rejoiced, thank goodness I learned so much before my transmigration. Finally, one of my skills is proving useful. Darn it, Saladas, you didn't have this chess hall when you last came to Karazhan, and thus, the eagerly anticipated lottery segment commenced once more. Chapter 119, Illegitimate Child? Pasmadgani, the hero's mithril necklace, of epic purple quality, offers a modest enhancement to stamina, strength, and agility attributes. This description suggests it would be best suited for a hybrid soul master specializing in both physical and agility attacks. If Wu were present, it would undoubtedly be the most fitting for her. However, the rules dictate that it can only be given to those outside when none of the attendees require it. Coincidentally, there was indeed someone present, Xiaoyu, who would benefit greatly from it. Xiaoyu is a character who embodies both agility and strength, making him an ideal candidate for this equipment. It is indeed quite challenging to find equipment that perfectly matches his attributes. However, the hero's mithril necklace certainly meets the criteria. The next item is a pair of brown boots adorned with green trimmings, the Forest King's boots, which grant the wearer a modest increase in agility and spell power, as well as a boost to soul recovery speed. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengqin remarked, it seems this is specially prepared for me. If nobody objects, I shall accept it without hesitation. The third item is a circular shield divided into 3 segments. The Ancient Tree Triad Shield of purple epic quality, which bestows strength, endurance, and spell power upon its wielder. As both Yin and Dai Mubai possess capabilities for magical damage, they are both eligible to compete for this shield. Dai Mubai casually rolled a 10, while Yin could only manage a 3. Fortune's shift. Next year will be my turn. Dai Mubai finally achieved his desire and claimed the Ancient Tree Triad Shield. Lastly, the fourth item is a crimson curved sword, the Adohegia Imperial Guardian Blade, also of purple epic quality. Its offensive capabilities are average, yet it provides considerable strength and soul recovery speed. Special effect. When used in conjunction with the Taitoya Imperial Guardian Wall, it activates a linked effect, granting allies situated behind the user a 10% damage reduction, effective throughout the duration. The name alone suggests that this sword is formidable. However, according to the subsequent explanation, it seems this sword is meant to be paired with a shield, thereby confirming it as equipment intended for a defender. Given that Dai Mubai has just acquired a shield, the subsequent defensive equipment would undoubtedly belong to Yin, as this has become an unspoken rule within the Tower Assault team. After clearing 2 layers of minions, the assault team ascended to the highest tier, confronting the core secret of Mediv. It was a platform atop the tower, where a tall, grotesque humanoid creature aimlessly wandered. Oh, what is this? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Ning Rongrong gazed at the misshapen giant, pondering, and then muttered to herself, I seem to understand something. I understand as well. Ma Hongjun continued, This fellow must be the illegitimate son of Ellerin. Medivh discovered the incestuous affair between his father Ellerin and his girlfriend, leading him to imprison Ellerin in the tower. Without a woman, Ellerin transformed into a reclusive hermit. Yu Mengqing was utterly speechless and expressed her disinclination to engage in such speculative narratives. Yet, Dai Mubai appeared quite intrigued, exclaiming, "The fat one is quite perceptive. Please continue." "Why would Ellerin's illegitimate son be here?" Ning Rongrong asked. "That makes sense. So who is Medivh's girlfriend? Didn't we previously encounter some kind of saintess?" "It's her." "How intricate." Yu Mengqing suppressed the urge to remind Ning Rongrong. "Are you truly taking this seriously?" According to the script penned by Saradas, the contents within the Karazhan Tower are all creations of Medivh. However, I believe your focus should be on how to combat these bosses and what equipment they will drop after defeat. Isn't contemplating such matters exhausting? I find the story here quite fascinating, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Yu Mengqing scoffed. Isn't it all just a tale woven by Saradas? She merely transformed her fabricated narrative into a tangible scenario. That is all there is to it. Furthermore, the story is quite simple. A mad sorcerer, consumed by his delusions, summoned various monsters within his domain and ultimately perished in his own conflagration, leaving us to clean up the mess. It is as straightforward as that. At this moment, Song Yingwen, who appeared innocent yet harbored many gossip-laden notions, interjected, "Sister Qingqing, I can't help but feel that Medivh and the chaste saintess had an illicit affair, resulting in this grotesque giant, whom he abandoned to conceal the truth. To prevent the secret from surfacing, he imprisoned Ellerin, the only one privy to the reality. Later, the saintess's brother led an assault, killing Medivh. The now defiled saintess, harboring hatred and resentment towards the world, transformed into a statue, eternally mourning her deceased husband in the Hall of Chastity. As for the creature before us, it mourns its deceased parents atop the tower daily. The agony, both psychological and physical, has caused it to metamorphose into its current form. Even Yu Mengqing nearly believed her. Were it not for Sarada's confiding her script to me, I might have thought your narrative was the truth. Yours is far more riveting. Perhaps you two should discuss how to craft an even more captivating script." Thus, the assault team ceased their idle chatter and commenced their first attempt. Unfortunately, due to Sarada's not providing any hints and Yu Mengqing's limited knowledge of Prince Mal'Ganis, they inexplicably wiped within half a minute. Why do we feel our life force limit significantly diminished after being marked by that black sigil? One queried. Indeed, he could dispatch us with a single punch. Isn't that excessively violent? Yu Mengqing had indeed noted the presence of that black mark. Generally, Prince Mal'Ganis would only cast it on 4 individuals at a time, but would not target the current objective. Hence, those marked merely needed to distance themselves swiftly from Mal'Ganis, returning only once the mark dissipated. Moreover, he would unleash a shadow burst within 3 to 5 seconds following the black mark, dealing moderate damage, sufficient to eliminate anyone afflicted by the mark. If they were slow to escape, their fate was sealed. Consequently, the group expressed their commitment to maintaining their positioning. In their second attempt, 45 seconds into the battle, Prince Mal'Ganis summoned a flaming fire elemental. He would summon another every subsequent 45 seconds, with a maximum of 4 existing simultaneously, each lasting 3 minutes. These fire elementals would occasionally pursue the backline or remain stationary, unleashing area of effect flame impacts. The presence of 2 or more fire elementals would become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, both Rob and Yu Mengqing paid close attention to the threats posed by the fire elementals, sometimes opting to focus on eliminating them before confronting Prince Mal'Ganis. This strategy proved to be astutely correct. Chapter 120. The Infernal Conflagration. Prince Mal'Ganis. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Prince Mal'Ganis would intermittently cast a soul technique known as Pain, which inflicts a continuous damage effect. However, with timely dispels, it can be rendered inconsequential, as the frequency of its casting is not overly high, allowing Song Yingwen to manage it alone. As the sole healer for the team, she bore immense pressure, requiring her to remain highly focused to provide full healing to the primary defender while simultaneously dispelling the ongoing effects of pain for other teammates. Finally, upon reaching the third phase, Prince Mal'Ganis ceased using the Black Sigil Soul technique, allowing melee damage dealers to engage without reservations. Yet Prince Mal'Ganis introduced a new, aggravating soul technique that enhanced damage. After targeting a specific individual, Ma Kuja Air will subsequently launch an attack on that person, inflicting double damage. Even more troublesome is that the axe wielded by Ma Kuja Air in the second phase transforms into a flying axe in the third phase. At unpredictable moments, he may hurl the axe with precision, striking a chosen target. Typically, he directs this attack towards those who have already been marked by his enhanced damage. Enduring such a combination of attacks, one would likely find themselves incapacitated. However, following the throw of the flying axe, Ma Kuja Air's melee attack power will diminish for a period, relieving the pressure on the defenders. A reduction in pressure on the primary defender equates to a decrease in stress for the healer. Yet, Song Yingwen must constantly tend to those who have been knocked down by the onslaught. In summary, she remains exceedingly occupied throughout the encounter. Outside the Golden Ancient Tree, Madame Salata Si remarked to Ning Fengji that this grotesque giant's prowess might rival that of an 80 or 90 level soul Douluo. Quite so, Salata Si replied casually, though his intelligence may be lacking. After all, he is a creation of my design and will only follow the predetermined protocols in battle. At this moment, Flandre inquired, so, are all their stories truly fabricated by you? Indeed, I take great pleasure in crafting stories, whether they be short or lengthy. However, I only materialize those tales I deem most perfect, transforming them into realms like Kalajan. Each realm can be viewed as an independent world. These are stories that belong solely to me, a world that is intrinsically mine. A world rich in narrative possesses a soul, and I am the one who breathes life into these realms. This encapsulates the true essence of my title, the Demon of 1,000 Souls. Ultimately, after Song Yingwen, Dai Mubai, Yin, Ning Rongrong, Yu Mengqing, Xie Yu, and Zhu Zhuqing had all perished, Rob, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, relying on the last desperate burst of the killing god domain, managed to vanquish Prince Ma Kuja Air. They awaited the return of the 7 who had fallen, ready to begin distributing the spoils. In truth, the children had already completed the quest. The Knight of the Nightmare is classified as a hidden ultimate boss, the most formidable of them all. However, should they desire a perfect completion, challenging the Knight of the Nightmare is certainly an option, Salatasi remarked. Ning Fengji queried, is it possible that the Knight of the Nightmare surpasses even that old mage with the 3 lives, martial spirit? Indeed, that is precisely how I designed it, she replied. Master Yugang then asked, Madam, previously you could reset Kalajan, allowing a new team to start afresh and face the same trials and rewards. Is this true? Absolutely, it is true. However, there is a limitation. Realms like Kalajan can only be reset every Thursday, meaning one can only attempt it once per week. Moreover, there is good news. Regardless of the level of the Soul Master team entering, the strength of Kalajan's bosses will automatically adjust to match that level, and the rewards will similarly correspond. Nonetheless, Kalajan has a level cap of 70. Thus, any Soul Sage or higher cannot engage in proportionate challenges within Kalajan and receive appropriate rewards. Yu Gang suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Does that mean that the Soul Venerates and Soul Sect from the outer courtyard can also enter Kalajan? Certainly. After the progress reset on Thursday, as long as they can gather a team of 10 with comparable levels, they may challenge it. Dai Mubai hurried back to the tower's summit, eager to inspect the loot. After all, Prince Ma Kuja Air is the nominal final boss of Kalajan. It would be remiss if he did not drop some powerful equipment. Emerald Ring of Eternal Youth, purple epic quality, provides the wearer with commendable vitality, endurance, and life recovery speed. Salatasi announced, as usual. It is also intended for defenders. Within the tower assault team, only Dai Mubai and Yin are suitable. This time, Dai Mubai once again rolled a remarkable 91, securing the ring. Ring of 1,000 Impressions, purple epic quality, grants the wearer notable strength, attack speed, movement speed, and attack intensity. It appears to be yet another piece of equipment suited for a balanced attacker, which naturally would be given to Xie. Phoenix's Daybreak Longbow, purple epic quality, provides the user with significant spell power and spell critical strike rate. It has an attached soul skill, Phoenix Fire Arrow, dealing substantial fire damage to the target, and increasing the fire damage dealt to that target by 50% for the next 10 seconds. Indeed, another exceptional weapon. Moreover, based on the attributes, it seems only Ma Hongjun is suitable. Although Yin also desires it as a fire type, he is a melee defender, unlike Ma Hongjun, who excels in ranged spell damage. Bloodhowl, purple epic quality, provides the user with commendable strength and attack intensity. It has an attached soul skill, Executioner's Axe, which can only be used against enemies with less than 20% vitality, with a high probability of directly slaying them. When used against enemies of a higher level, the effect will be diminished. Goodness, this weapon is akin to cheating. Truly, this illegitimate child lives up to his title as the final boss of Kalajan. Every piece of equipment he drops is astonishingly powerful. Naturally, this ultimately belonged to Rob. Lastly, there's an additional exquisite loot item, the Void Summoning Stone. Upon use, it can summon a blue void puppet. However, this puppet appears quite juvenile, lacking any combat capability. Whoever summons it will have it follow them, calling them mother, regardless of gender. Well, it seems the Golden Ancient Tree Square has gained yet another adorable creature to prance about. Chapter 121. The Burning Giant Dragon, the Night of the Nightmare. After distributing the equipment, the tower assault team retraced their steps, returning to the mid-level terrace. This area is not particularly spacious and is shaped in a semicircular manner. If they are to challenge the Night of the Nightmare here shortly, it will undoubtedly require precise positioning from the team. Following Salah Tassi's guidance, Yu Mengqing produced Mediva's journal and recited incantations towards an empty urn at the terrace's edge. Before long, a massive, dark red skeletal dragon with enormous wings engulfed in flames soared into view. This can undoubtedly be identified as the Night of the Nightmare. What a colossal dragon. I initially thought it was a cat or dog, Ma Hongjun remarked. Dai Mubai fixated on the Night of the Nightmare, but did not forget to retort, foolish glutton. How could such a majestic name as the Night of the Nightmare belong to a mere cat or dog? Ning Rongrong gazed into the sky, lost in thought, and muttered, "Is it all just bones now?" Mediv truly is a disaster. Outside Mediva's chamber on the terrace, one could still glimpse a large hunting falcon, presumably subjected to the same spell. Song Yingwen continued. Dai Mubai suddenly became animated, seemingly lost in a creative daydream. I suspect the story goes something like this. Mediva's mother treated Elon as a cheap breeding tool and left. As a man, how could Elon endure such a humiliation? Thus, he vented his anger on his son. Yet, Mediv, unwilling to pick up the soap and too fearful to defy his father's wishes, secretly researched biological weapons to attempt to eliminate Elon. Indeed, the waters run deep. Dai Lauda, your logic is quite remarkable, Yu Mengqing said, exasperated, resting her forehead in her hand. These two are utterly ridiculous. One thinks of anything, and the other believes anything they hear. What kind of teammates are these? Dai Mubai cleared his throat. We could discuss this later. The Night of the Nightmare is descending. It is well known that when battling dragons, aside from the primary defender facing the dragon's head, neither the head nor the tail should have anyone standing on them. Standing at the dragon's head would result in breath attacks, while standing at the tail would lead to being swept away. The tower assault team had already summarized this truth while battling the Void Dragon. Therefore, close combat damage dealers like Xie Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Yin as the secondary defender, should position themselves at the side of the Night of the Nightmare for their attacks. Notably, the Night of the Nightmare, like most dragons, also possesses the ability to cast group fear spells. This is a formidable challenge, where a single misstep can lead to complete annihilation. Even if others falter, the primary healer, Song Yingwen, must respond with agility. Before the nightmare unleashes its group fear, she must swiftly distance herself from its casting range, returning immediately after the fear dissipates to provide continuous healing to the main defender. Furthermore, the nightmare periodically releases a scorching attack in a circular area on the ground, which must also be avoided at all costs. These capabilities of the nightmare during its descent phase test the overall strength and control of the assault team. Without adequate skill, A prolonged engagement with a nightmare is impossible. However, upon losing 25% of its vitality, the nightmare ascends into a new phase. During this phase, it first locks onto the entire group before unleashing a barrage of bone rain upon each member. Given the tight formation of the team, the area damage from the bone rain can lead to multiple individuals suffering devastating damage. In an instant, four members fell victim to this onslaught, leaving the remaining 6 in dire straits. 5 seconds later, the team was wiped out. Before attempting again, the group deliberated. Why is the damage from the bone rain so high? Although it is an area attack, it targets each individual, delivering a strike to everyone. Thus, if 2 members stand too close, they suffer double damage. If 3 are too close, they endure triple damage. By the same logic, if all 10 are huddled together, they directly face tenfold damage. This is a simple principle. We can gather and position ourselves when the bone rain begins, and then disperse after it has fallen. Tang San analyzed, am I correct? He looked to Yu Mengqing, who nodded in affirmation. With no objections, they proceeded to test this strategy. Indeed, it proved effective. However, after the bone rain descends, a swarm of skeleton soldiers emerges. Dai Mubai must swiftly eliminate them with White Tiger Meteor Shower to prevent them from attacking allies. Once the skeletons were cleared, Dai Mubai was then subjected to the Knight's Smoky Essence burn. This burn was excruciating. If it struck a non-defender, they would likely perish within 3 seconds. Even Dai Mubai barely endured the duration of the burn, relying heavily on his defensive measures and the full support of Song Yingwen's healing. Hence, when the nightmare transitioned back into its ascension phase, it was imperative for Dai Mubai to maintain its attention, ensuring the smoky essence did not lock onto others. Otherwise, it would lead to further casualties. When a nightmare returned to the ground phase, it reset its aggro targets. At this time, Dai Mubai must initiate an attack to establish new aggro before the others could join in. The pressure of this boss fight was comparable to that of Prince Malcheser, if not greater. Consequently, the assault team only discovered the most reliable strategy after 3 wipes, ultimately conquering this final hidden boss. Thus, they completed the entire Karazhan Tower dimension and summarized the optimal strategies for each boss, which would greatly benefit future newcomers. Naturally, the time for rewards had come. The Stone Branch Cloak, which boasted both agility and spell power attributes, rightfully went to Yu Mengqing, the only one reliant on frequent and nimble positioning for mid-range spellcasting. The Dragonheart Fire Shield, being a fire attribute and a shield, was destined for Yin. Ma Hongjun had no grounds to contest this. The Everlasting Nightstaff, possessing impressive plant-type spell power and an explosive soul power amplification ability, was unanimously deemed most suitable for Tang San. Although Tang San typically did not wield a staff, carrying it on his back would still provide attribute bonuses, and he could utilize its attached soul skill when necessary. The Wild Swift Boots were clearly best suited for Zhu Zhuqing. Xiaoyu raised no objections, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to claim them directly. At last, the victorious group returned triumphant beneath the golden ancient tree, where the audience was already brimming with excitement. Chapter 122, Returning with Abundance. Thus, in this journey through Karazhan, the following individuals acquired equipment: Dai Mubai, Bravery Arm Guards, Spire of Discipline Necklace, Despair, Weapon, Roar of Beast Pauldrons, Tri-Shield of the Ancient Tree, Evergreen Emerald Ring. Yin, Ring of Inspiration, Moros Lucky Pocket Watch, Evergold Heavy Helm, Helmet, Uriel Dynasty Leggings, Atohisha Imperial Guard Blade, Dragonheart Fire Shield. Zhu Zhuqing, Green Striped Belt, Emerald Ripper, Weapon, Cat's Claw Amulet, Necklace, Wild Swift Boots. Xiaoyu, No Fate, Weapon, Great Wolf Headpiece, Hat, Hero's Mithril Necklace, Ring of 1,000 Seals. Yu Mengqing, Mind Surge Hand Wraps, Moro's Shadow Cloak, Ruby Boots, Forest King's Boots, Stone Branch Cloak. Tang San, Planter's Gloves, World Evading Robe, Everlasting Nightstaff. Ning Rongrong, Boots of Prediction, Blue Diamond Magic Wand. Violet Eye Pendant Accessory. Rob, Encouragement Gloves, Romeo's Poison Accessory. Violet Calming Gem Accessory. Bloodhowl Weapon. Ma Ongjun, Mystic Red Ruby, Cloak. Endless Fury Necklace, Dragon Roar, Pauldrons. Phoenix's Daybreak Longbow, Song Ying-Wen, Holy Blessing Gloves, Kamai's Blue Skirt, Sacrificial Sash Accessory, Forest Breeze Pauldrons. Oscar, Tearful Dominance Wand, Endless Possibility Pearl Accessory, Capacitor Accessory. Shui Binger, Endless Secret Staff, Source Watermind Headpiece. Jiangzhu, Nature's Sustenance Belt, Truth Pauldrons, Silver Silk Robe. Yi Lingling, Truth Binding Belt, Evergold Robe. In just one expedition through Karazhan, such a plethora of equipment was amassed. If they were to run it multiple times, wouldn't they be adorned with powerful gear from head to toe? However, it was evident that Saladas had other tasks for the assault team. It seems your group excels at pioneering. What does pioneering mean? Tang, San inquired. Saladas assumed a formal tone and replied, Qingqing, please explain to your teammates. Yu Mengqing complied, all right. Let me clarify. Pioneering refers to our endeavor to challenge enemies we have not faced before and to explore and summarize strategies. This is what we call pioneering. When another team returns next week to farm Karazhan, that will be termed logging. So, does that mean we are always at a disadvantage initially? Maon Kajun interjected. Yu Mengqing became quite frustrated. That is not the point. We need to explore tactical strategies independently, but we also gain invaluable experience. In a certain sense, the benefits of pioneering far outweigh the drawbacks. How can you think otherwise? At this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of shame and blushed. Sister Qing, I was wrong. Saladas continued. Next week, after Team 2 completes logging Karazhan, you will merge with them to form a larger group to pioneer a dimension requiring 25 people to conquer. Gruul's Lair. Until most of you reach the Soul Sage level, you will need to take turns logging Karazhan weekly and also log Gruul's Lair as a team once a week. This way, by the time you reach level 70, you will have most of your equipment and can absorb more ancient soul rings. Many among you, bolstered by your gear, will already be able to absorb soul rings of 100,000 years by level 70. Tang San found it utterly astonishing. Yet even if everyone could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at level 70, where could we possibly find so many 100,000-year soul beasts? In a certain dimension dedicated to nurturing soul beasts, there are few that might just suffice for your needs. However, if we want to acquire soul rings over 100,000 years after reaching level 80, I would have to turn my attention to my brothers. Let us not forget that Enzo and Yogg-Saron, like Thun, possess their own exclusive dimensions. Within those realms, there are quite a number of soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years, even ferocious creatures of 300,000 or 400,000 years. Upon hearing these words, the entire audience was left in shock. After all, in this era of Douluo, people generally believed that 100,000 years was the maximum attainable age for soul beasts. It was unexpected to discover that there existed even more formidable beings. After a few days of rest, Thursday arrived in the blink of an eye. Thursday was the designated day for the reset of all dimensions in Saradas. This time, a second team was to venture into Karazhan, while the first team would serve as spectators. The composition of the second team was as follows: main defender Hu Yanli, deputy defender Huo Wushuang, main healer Yi Lingling, deputy healer Jiangzhu, and supporter Hu Rui. For physical melee output, there was Wu, and for mixed melee magical output, Hu Laina. For mid-range mixed physical and magical output, there was Feng Xiao. The long-range magical output was handled by Shui, Binger, and Huo Wu. This team was indeed powerful, as due to the nurturing from the Golden Ancient Tree and their own diligent efforts, all 10 members were essentially above level 60. Dai Mubai remarked, "To sit leisurely in the plaza, watching others traverse the paths we once walked and eat the delicacies we have tasted truly brings a unique sense of enjoyment." Tang Xin glanced at him and responded, "Do you genuinely wish for Wu and the others to stumble?" Dai Lauda, "When did you become so mischievous?" "Let me tell you, that is impossible. They are armed with our detailed strategy, making their endeavor significantly easier than our initial foray. We took 2 entire nights, while I estimate Wu and her team will only need 1. Rob did not watch, but instead took a stroll with Lily. After 2 grueling nights of intense exploration, he desperately needed to unwind. Once the second team completed their expedition in Karazhan, they would regroup to tackle Gruul's Lair. "Lily, I truly find it difficult to adapt without you fighting alongside me. Lily's cheeks flushed. Oh, is that so? Then why did you heartlessly abandon me for 2 nights? Dying so many times without a word to me, rushing back into Karazhan to continue your battles? I must keep pace with a good team, right? Fine. You may continue to spectate with your team. I shall delve into new matters. Lily pouted. Rob, suddenly curious, asked what new matters. Lily, filled with irritation, retorted. You dense blockhead. Have you become foolish from battling in Karazhan? I shall ignore you. Wait, don't leave, Lily. Lily dear, what new matters are you researching? Under the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji inquired, Madame Saradas, may I ask how difficult Gruel's lair is? It is slightly more challenging than Karazhan, but since it involves 25 individuals, the margin for error is considerably greater. Moreover, the rewards are somewhat superior. However, it still cannot compare to the Serpent Shrine or the Tempest Keep. If we were to classify the overall difficulty of these dimensions, Karazhan would be Tier 4, Gruel's Lair Tier 4.5, and both the Serpent Shrine and Tempest Keep would be Tier 5, while Mount Hyjal, the Black Temple, and Sunwell Plateau would be Tier 6. Once these young individuals have sufficiently cleared Karazhan and Gruel's Lair, they would swiftly ascend to the rank of Soul Sage, allowing them to embark on the arduous path through the Serpent Shrine and the Tempest Keep. When they reach level 80 as Soul Douluos, they would be prepared to challenge Mount Hyjal, the Black Temple, and Sunwell Plateau. They would continue until they entered the realm of Tidal Dalu, at which point they should possess exceptional gear. At that time, engaging in a comprehensive battle with the Void Lord would be the most prudent course of action. Moreover, if all goes smoothly, our faction should have several deities by then. Saradas smiled ominously, sending shivers down the spine of those present. Chapter 123, Forming a Team, Exploring Gruel's Lair. After a night of arduous combat, the second team finally cleared Karazhan. After all, these individuals had previously participated in the elite finals of the Soul Master competition, each one a formidable force. If they were to be stymied by a mere Karazhan, how would they manage the challenges of the Serpent, Tempest, Mount Hyjal, and the Temple of the Sun? According to Saradas' arrangement, it was now imperative to unite and tackle Gruel's Lair. With 25 individuals, combining the main 10 from one team, along with logistical support Oscar, and the 10 from the second team, they totaled 21. Thus, they added Yuheng, Uxn, Duvian, and Shuewu. Consequently, the entire team composition was Defenders, Daimu Bai, Yin, Hu Yanli, Huo Wushuang, Healers and other support, Song Yingwen, Yi Lingling, Jiang Zhu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Hui, Damage Dealers, Rob, Tang San, Yu Mengqing, Xieyu, Ulaina, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing Wu, Shui Binger, Shuewu, Feng Xiao, Hu, Yuheng, Uxn Duyan. A golden vortex of dimension slowly descended, transforming into a portal pulsating with surging spatial energy. Brothers charge, Dai Mubai Rord, leading the way into the realm known as Gruel's Lair. 25 beams of light appeared in succession at the entrance of Gruel's Lair, revealing their humanoid forms. Upon their arrival, they quickly noticed a tall and imposing humanoid monster not far ahead. My, how thrilling! Is the leader waiting right at the entrance? Did Saradas make a mistake in her design? Yu Mengqing shook her head. For now, I will lead the command. Dai Mu Bai, Yin, you two step up. The rest follow. Once Dai Mu Bai establishes a solid aggro, unleash full power on that giant. Clearly, the imposing humanoid creature before them was not the leader, merely a gatekeeper. Dai Mu Bai activated all his defensive enhancement soul skills and charged forward, leaving everyone, including Yin, far behind. Within moments, the giant monster swiftly incapacitated the distanced Dai Mu Bai, then resumed wandering as if it had not seen the remaining 24 individuals. The 24 felt a wave of embarrassment, turning to see Dai Mu Bai re-entering from the outside. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai was utterly mortified. Hey, everyone, Dai Jie, have you become arrogant? Yu Mengqing teased with a sly grin. All right, Yin, it's your turn now. Don't rush in like him and get yourself killed. Let's advance together, steady and methodical. After a while, deep within the lair, they stood before a spacious cavern. facing an even larger humanoid monster accompanied by 4 slightly smaller humanoid monsters. The appearance of these creatures was hardly commendable. The minions we faced in the tunnel were ferocious enough to rival a leader. The curator of Karazhan might not even be that fierce, Dai Mubai complained. Ma Hongjun chimed in, Dai Lauda, you really are something, you can still complain. No matter how big those minions are, we dispatched them in less than 10 seconds. Didn't we? Puffed. We are 25 against 1 minion. If we can't defeat it, then this entire fanfiction is pointless, and we might as well give up. While the group exchanged banter, Wei, following Yu Mengqing's instructions, had already gathered a basic understanding of the 5 formidable beings. These 5 monsters constituted a boss encounter, with the largest being the primary target. The other 4 were minor threats that needed to be dealt with first. Rui's mental probing, guided by Sarada's, could be utilized to detect the various soul skills possessed by any creature alongside other abilities. What is even more terrifying is that she can directly share this information with her teammates. The feeling of mutual understanding is simply exquisite. Among the 5 formidable beings, Mogul Dawang, Keluosi Huiqian, Summoner Omo, Blind Prophet, and Madman Zygiel, Mogul Dawang stands as the primary adversary, to be faced by the main defender. The others are not to be feared. As they are all magic-based, the secondary defenders can manage 1 each, leaving 1 without a shield. Rui analyzed. Her voice, though delicate, exuded wisdom. And after a brief pause, she continued. In summary, Wu is well suited to act as a temporary defender, especially since the invincible golden body can absorb explosive damage at critical moments. The only enemy fitting this rhythm is Keluosi Huiqian. The explosive phases of Huiqian occur precisely every 6 seconds, which is just under the duration of Wu's invincible golden body. During Huiqian's stable phases, the damage is negligible. Requiring only the healers to keep an eye on things, it should pose no issues. At this point, Yu Mengqing interjected in the same tone. It should not just be should pose no issues. Rather, it should have no issues at all. If there are problems, it can only mean a lack of coordination. After receiving a nod from Yu Mengqing, Rui continued. In fact, during the Karazhan raid, Wu frequently utilized her invincible golden body to shield everyone from damage. However, the execution was so intricate that many observers did not notice it. Sister Wu, I believe this time you will undoubtedly excel as a competent defender. No problem, leave it to me. Wu replied. Yin, you excel at area attacks. So when you serve as a defender, you are most suited to handle foes capable of summoning multiple minions, such as Summoner Omo among this quintet. As long as you deal with the demons he summons appropriately, his other offensive abilities should present no challenge to you. Yin, are you up for it? Yin merely raised his arm and said, Of course. Rui then turned towards the edge, addressing Hua Wushuang. Brother Hua, your soul skill is perfectly suited to interrupt the enemy healer. Do you see that blind prophet over there? When you engage him, if you notice him casting any healing soul skills, interrupt him immediately. This will alleviate pressure on us. I hope you can manage this task. Definitely. Then it was Huyan Li's turn. Rui stated, Brother Huyan, your diamond mammoth martial soul is quite resistant to control effects and is less likely to be knocked back. You will take on the madman Zygiel. With you around, he will likely be thoroughly frustrated. Huyan Li blushed slightly and smiled. Thank you for the praise, Huomei. Finally, Dalu Rui called out this title, pausing for a moment before continuing. May I refer to you in this manner? At this moment, Ma Hongjun casually remarked. He would prefer if everyone called him Dalu. Dai Mubai immediately retorted. Among our Shrek 7 monsters, I am the eldest and the captain. During our expeditions, I have always been the primary defender, taking the brunt of the damage. What is wrong with calling me Dalu? Chapter 124. The fierce Mogul Dawang Rui continued. You are our main defender against Mogul Dawang. Mogul Dawang's normal attacks are incredibly fierce, capable of reducing your life force by a quarter with a single blow. Therefore, utilize all defensive soul skills without hesitation. Do not concern yourself with conserving soul power, as Rong will continuously supply you with soul power throughout this battle. Sausage needs to time his consumption. I will also utilize mental detection to share real-time insights into mobile Wang's thoughts and actions, assisting you in your responses. Subsequently, everyone must be aware that mobile Wang frequently employs whirlwind slash, continuously spinning and causing damage to those nearby. The damage per second is equivalent to 1/3 of Dai Mubai's health. As for the others, they might not endure even 2 hits. Therefore, whenever mobile Wang executes whirlwind slash, all melee fighters, including Dai Mubai himself, must cease their attacks and quickly retreat. They can return to assault him once the attack concludes. Moreover, even during phases without whirlwind slash, mobile Wang will intermittently use a group fear soul skill, inflicting a brief control effect on those around him. Consequently, the actual output time for melee attackers is severely limited, and this must be particularly noted. Even more troublesome is that after using group fear, mobile Wang will immediately charge at someone who is not affected by the fear. At that moment, the charged individual must fend for themselves, managing to withstand at least one of his punches to allow the healer time to react and provide treatment and protection, after which Dalu can draw mobile Wang's attention back. The members of the second team have evidently grown accustomed to Rui's extensive analyses, particularly Huyin, Li, and Wuxuan. They have come to regard her words as gospel. A single night in Karazhan has led them to such admiration for a girl. The reason is simple. Rui's prowess is formidable. Without her, even with the raid reports of the expedition team, the second team would likely require at least 2 attempts to conquer Karazhan. Meanwhile, the first team finds themselves somewhat bewildered. Indeed, this is rather chaotic. Rui immediately discerned their thoughts and clarified. It is thus, my previous remarks were solely directed at defenders and healers. The others should prioritize eliminating the 4 foes first, then focus on the boss. The order of defeating the bosses should be Huqin first, followed by Blind Prophet, then Summoner Umo, and finally Madman Zygil. After that, we can unleash our full might against mobile Wang. Rui reiterated this sequence a few times until everyone fully understood, as other than their differing attire, they genuinely could not distinguish one from another. Well, let's commence. Positions ready. At the command by Hu, Flame Lord, Diamond Mammoth, Fire Dragon, and Softbone Rabbit charge forward, each taking on one of the 5 enemies. According to the prearranged strategy, the majority of damage dealers were to initially target the Huqian being held by Wu. Huqian would unleash some inconsequential fireball spells. However, merely 10 seconds into the battle, Huqian seemed to go berserk, unleashing a torrent of fireballs the size of basins in a frenzy within 6 seconds. Wu needed to activate her invincible golden body within these 10 seconds to mitigate Huqian's explosive damage. After the initial wave of Huqian's outburst proved ineffective, he reverted to his earlier rhythm of negligible attacks. Within half a minute, he began to unleash massive fireballs again. The second activation of the invincible golden body perfectly evaded this wave of explosive damage. Frustrated, Huqian released a wave of fire shock waves, dealing moderate damage to everyone nearby. Do not panic, Sister Jiangzhu, group healing quickly, Rui called out. However, Ma Hongjun, wielding the Phoenix martial soul, exhibited a pronounced resistance to the low-quality fire attacks. Suffering merely 1/10 of his life force, he languidly remarked, "Alas, this so-called Huqian beast is nothing extraordinary. With such feeble firepower, how could it possibly threaten me?" The Phoenix? Just then, his Phoenix fire line veered off course. As Rui hurriedly replenished the healer's mental energy, she interjected, "Please focus and do not be distracted." Some may wonder if Rui's admonition is itself a distraction. However, this is not the case. Rui's martial soul is Lingmu, and her mental prowess far surpasses that of ordinary soul masters of the same rank. She can seamlessly cast soul skills while directing others without any issue. As a member of the first team, Ma Hongjun was accustomed to Yu Mengqing's command. Thus, being reprimanded by the second team as commander, Rui naturally elicited some resentment. However, he restrained himself, recognizing the importance of focusing on the battle. Soon, Huaquan fell, and it was time to turn our attention to the Mangjian Xianji. The Manjian CNG himself was not particularly formidable in terms of offensive power. Rather, he was a nuisance due to his ability to periodically envelop himself in a thick shield that absorbed damage, or to instantly restore his vitality with a potent healing spell. While the main force was still engaged in a fierce struggle with withTriple, tasked with confronting the Manjian CNG, began to question his purpose in life. After enduring so much, he saw the foe's health replenish in an instant, accompanied by a robust shield. Although withTriple possessed the ability to interrupt the opponent's casting, the frequency at which the Manjian CNG unleashed his soul skills was alarmingly rapid. Alone, he could not hope to interrupt every attempt. Finally, the main force redirected their efforts to assault the Manjian CNG. For a foe like him, whose soul skills required casting time, having 5 individuals capable of interruption meant that they could prevent him from unleashing even a single soul skill. Thus, the Manjian CNG was successfully dealt with. Next came the summoner, Omo. However, just as everyone prepared to shift their focus, they discovered that Omo was already accompanied by 2 hellhounds and was still continuing to summon more. What was going on? In the next moment, Yin suddenly collapsed. Yi Lingling, who was responsible for his healing, became flustered and uncertain. Yin had already perished, and in his former position, a hellhound materialized out of thin air. At this juncture, only Hurvae comprehended the unfolding events. Yin had failed to interrupt once, resulting in 2 hellhounds coexisting on the battlefield. Given enough time, Yin would surely be overwhelmed. Suddenly, the group was astonished to find that a hellhound had also emerged from the corpses of both Huaquan and the Manjian CNG. With the newly summoned hellhound beside Omo, there were now a total of 6. In the following second, all 6 hellhounds unleashed chaotic blue-green magical energy towards Yi Lingling, resulting in her instant demise. She, too, was eliminated, and in her previous spot, yet another hellhound appeared. With 7 hellhounds simultaneously on the battlefield, it seemed anyone would be swiftly dispatched. Chapter 125. Everyone together utilizing by UG. Beneath the golden ancient tree, 25 individuals gradually gathered. Brother Yin, did you miss an interruption? I clearly remember that summoning hellhounds can be interrupted, Hui inquired, feigning ignorance. Yin wore an expression of guilt. Yes, I didn't intend for this to happen. However, that fellow cast a fear-based soul skill on me before each summoning after I interrupted him the first time. Initially, Yingwen could dispel the fear effect in time, but after she could no longer assist, I had to wait for the fear to wear off. By then, the hellhounds had already been summoned. Wei pondered this. However, Tang Xin seized the moment to speak. In that case, should we not swiftly concentrate our firepower on the summoner Omo first, before dealing with Huaquan? But that would place an immense burden on Wu. She must endure Huaquan for a longer duration. Wei countered. At this moment, Rob timidly interjected. Hey everyone, did you not notice that our 4th senior brother Mahong Jun can mitigate Huaquan's damage? Why don't we simply let him take on Huaquan, while Wu only intervenes during critical moments? Such a straightforward solution should not require such convoluted discussion. Wei was somewhat skeptical of Rob's suggestion. But then, the threat level from Huaquan could become unstable. Well, you have no other alternatives, do you? Since Wei could not conjure a better strategy at that moment, he reluctantly agreed to give it a try. A few minutes later, the group returned to face the formidable 5. After several more minutes, they succumbed once again. This time, it was due to a lapse. The positioning of the group allowed the deranged Ziegler to unleash a chain lightning that struck everyone. The damage increased with each subsequent hit, making it all the more lethal for those struck later. Thus, a single chain lightning decimated half the team, leaving the remaining members struggling to survive, ultimately leading to their demise one by one. What's going on, everyone? Can we please refrain from making such elementary mistakes? Yu Mengqing exclaimed, exasperated. Wei concurred. Indeed, these recent wipes could have been entirely avoided. Whoever makes another mistake is a fool, Ma Hongjun chimed in gleefully, relishing the chaos. Regardless, attempts must continue. After all, they had only faced a few defeats. As a pioneering team, they needed to accept the inevitability of facing numerous failures. In the vast chamber, The pioneering team and the 5 leaders stood at a distance. Tang San queried, "I've always wondered why they can see us, but do not proactively attack. That is just how Sarada's is designed. It looks rather silly, doesn't it?" Yu Mengqing responded casually. At that moment, Ma Hongjun inexplicably unleashed a phoenix fire line, striking Morgul the Great King squarely. The latter, instantly enraged, charged forward brandishing his weapon. "What the heck? Ma Hongjun, you fool!" Yu Mengqing exclaimed, "What are you doing?" At this, the rotund figure of Morgul flushed crimson with fury. "I just couldn't help but shoot after feeling irritated at these guys," he stammered. "Why activate your martial spirit during a break? If you don't activate it, your random thoughts 1T manifest as soul skills." As Morgul the Great King charged forth, Yu Mengqing hastily signaled Dai Mubai to activate his martial spirit to intercept. Yet Morgul paid no heed to Dai Mubai, continuing his pursuit of Ma Hongjun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Hongjun dropped to the ground in a feigned death, hastily retracting his martial spirit. Despite the poor acting, Morgul, a creature of brute strength and simplicity, was none the wiser. Strangely, only Morgul approached. His 4 minions did not follow. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun down, he prepared to retreat. However, Dai Mubai had already dashed before him, muttering, "Hey, you fool!" Morgul, infuriated, turned his wrath upon Dai Mubai. The rest of the group, though not particularly astute, understood the situation. Now was the time to strike. Without the 4 minions, defeating Morgul the Great King was a straightforward task. Finally, after 6 minutes, they succeeded in bringing Morgul down. With him dispatched, the remaining 4 minions now presented ample opportunities for action. "You've done it again, Fatso," Dai Mubai said with a wicked grin, standing atop Morgul's corpse before leaping down to approach Ma Hongjun. Outside the golden ancient tree, Ning Fengji wore a smile. "It's always this Ma Hongjun who uncovers the loopholes. I must express my gratitude to him." Sarada's remarked, "Once they finish this round, I will rectify it. Next time, it will not be so easy for them." According to the design, in dimensions like the Gruul's nest where 25 individuals engage, each leader drops 10 pieces of loot. Let Rue loot the corpses. When we tackled Karazhan, her hands were quite fortunate, yielding all the equipment we needed without duplicates, Wu suggested. Yu Mengqing considered the proposal and agreed. Dai Mubai's hands were already quite fortunate, but Rue's hands were even luckier. During the second team's lumber expedition to Karazhan, Yu Mengqing had observed Rue's performance closely. Thus, Rue calmly and gracefully stepped forward, ceremoniously reaching into the light and retrieving a long-handled purple crystal warhammer. Neru's hammer, an epic-quality violet item, bestows attributes such as strength, endurance, and attack power upon its wielder, Sarada's explained. It appears that this belongs to the realm of close combat powerhouses. Initially, it seemed trivial. Whoever it suited could simply roll the dice. However, Tang San unexpectedly stepped forward, claiming his second martial soul, the Hao Hammer, entitled him to compete for this weapon. Yet, this seems somewhat unreasonable. It is well known that Tang San's role within the team is that of a ranged damage dealer and controller. If he insists on using his second martial soul, the Hao Hammer, it is noteworthy that he has yet to acquire a soul ring for it. Has he not? Consequently, Yu Mengqing dismissed Tang San's request, and the Nalu hammer was ultimately won by Hu Yanli with a remarkable score of 86. The second item was a thick cloak featuring a blue-gray base with white fur trim. This was the barbarian cloak of the Ogre Mage, an epic-quality purple item that bestowed substantial spell power and critical hit rate upon its wearer. Listening to Saladaz's description, any discerning individual would immediately recognize that this cloak was tailored for spellcasters. However, due to its weight, it was unsuitable for a melee mage like Yu Mengqing, who favored agility. After thorough discussion, it was determined that Shui Binger was the most fitting recipient. Without even rolling the dice, they awarded it to her. Chapter 126, another exciting lottery session. The third item was the shoulder guards of the Fallen Guardian. This piece of equipment was somewhat peculiar. It currently bore no attributes, having been designated solely for defenders. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered by this situation. Saladaz aptly explained that the attributes would only be assigned after determining its owner, and those attributes would certainly align with its master. For instance, if Dai Mubai were to claim it, its attributes would encompass spell power, endurance, and blocking capabilities. Conversely, if Hu Yanli were to obtain it, its properties would shift to physical strength, endurance, and blocking. At that moment, Ma Hongjun interjected. If I were to acquire it, wouldn't it directly enhance my fire-type spell power and critical hit rate? The clever fellow. However, this shoulder guard was limited to defenders. Let us see you roll for a limited ranged output item first. After Saladaz's voice faded, the 4 melee defenders began to roll the dice. As they watched, the first 3 dice halted with increasingly higher scores, 40, 62, 85. Dai Mubai fervently prayed. It must exceed 85. Finally, when the 4th die came to rest, it revealed a score of 47. Whose 85 is that? Yu Mengqing exclaimed. Huo Wushuang stepped forward to claim the shoulder guards of the fallen guardian. He donned them immediately, and the previously unremarkable guards transformed into a luxurious red and gold appearance, perfectly complementing Huo Wushuang's fire dragon martial soul. Next came the shoulder guards of the fallen warrior. Like the previous piece, these are also limited to a specific group, this time designated for melee damage dealers. With an astonishing roll of 100, Wu secured them effortlessly. Upon wearing them, the guards morphed into a snug, pink base adorned with silver trim, the decorative patterns flowing gracefully, harmonizing beautifully with the style of the soft-boned rabbit martial soul. The 5th item, the shoulder guards of the fallen hero, was yet another piece limited to a specific group, this time for ranged damage dealers. Upon hearing this, excitement surged as numerous ranged damage dealers eagerly raised their dice in anticipation. Among them were Luo Bo, Tang San, Feng Xiao, Huo Wu, Yu Mengqing, Ma Hongjun, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Yu Heng, Yu Xen, and De Vian, a total of over 10 individuals. However, luck is indeed a matter of metaphysical influence. Luo Bo did not roll an extraordinary score of 100. That was unnecessary. In fact, with others failing to surpass 50, Luo Bo's score of 57 naturally secured him the guards. Eager to try them on, the shoulder guards of the fallen hero instantly transformed in appearance to align splendidly with Luo Bo's Thunder Spirit Pearl martial soul, showcasing a vibrant purple base with golden orange trim, accented by floating purple translucent orbs, radiating an impressive aura. The 6th item was the shoulder guards of the fallen saint, designated for supporters. Competition among the 6 supporters was intense, but ultimately, Yi Lingling claimed them with a top score of 77. Once donned, the guards reflected the rich layers of a begonia flower, their fabric soft and purple with gold and white accents, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded the unique fragrance and luster of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Following this was the 7th item, the Sacred Inspiration Belt, an epic quality purple item capable of bestowing healing spell power and soul power recovery speed upon its wearer. A quintessential healing item. It was clear that this could only be allocated to Song Yingwen, as both Yi Lingling and Jiang Zhu's martial souls fundamentally represented life rather than the sacred. The 8th item, the Dota Combat Bracers, presented an intriguing combination of attributes, offering both physical and spell strength, alongside increased attack and movement speed. To whom should this be given? At this moment, Dai Mubai remarked, "Generally, such hybrid equipment is meant for me. Isn't it?" Yu Mengqing, displeased, poked him from behind and retorted, "Aren't you just a rogue?" This left Dai Mubai momentarily speechless, his expression one of surprise. Yu Mengqing continued, "If we're talking hybrid, it should be for Brother Yu." Just then, Seiyu interjected, "All right, let us roll the dice to avoid any collusion." Dai Mubai ended up winning the Dota Combat Bracers with a top score of 85, leaving Seiyu sulking in silence. "Brother Yu, you can't blame anyone else for this," Yu Mengqing quipped, her tone playful. Then, Horue produced the 9th item, the Mask of Shadow Evil. The name seemed to resonate with Yu Mengqing, but upon examining its attributes, it became clear that this was an item suited for agility-based attackers. Thus, it was rightfully assigned to Zhu Zhuqing, as the Spectral Cat martial soul naturally aligned with shadow attributes. Finally, the mobile battle helmet was revealed. Its attributes were nearly identical to those of the previously acquired Dota combat bracers, with only minor numerical variations. The former had already been claimed by Dalu, so this one naturally fell to Xiaoyu, with no objections from anyone present. With all 10 pieces of equipment allocated, the group was ready to delve deeper. In truth, the enemies patrolling the tunnel were merely low-level minions, easily dispatched in under 10 seconds, far inferior to the bosses. However, experience from Karazhan had taught them that even minions occasionally dropped epic-quality purple equipment. Thus, Horue, ever the opportunist, managed to uncover a purple epic item amidst the fallen minions. The Axe of Lord Grohl, enhancing strength and endurance. Who wants it? She inquired. The defenders exchanged glances, bemused that it was yet another weapon. Couldn't they receive a shield or something? What you desire shall manifest. Yu Mengqing retorted, if you want it, roll the dice. If not, refrain from discussing it. In the end, FleesWuhun claimed the brown-red one-handed axe. After advancing for a while longer, the group finally arrived before the last boss, the Dragon Slayer Grohl. Alas, the battle at Grohl's lair was rather unsatisfactory. There were simply too few bosses compared to Karazhan. Grohl is an imposing figure, a hunchback humanoid beast with a reddish-brown complexion, renowned as the Dragon Slayer for having once defeated a ferocious black dragon with his bare hands. According to the lore of Salatasi, once a hunter, he now finds himself the prey, soon to be besieged by a covetous raiding party. Chapter 127. The Fall of Dalu, Part 1. Attention. Salatasi cautioned. Before you engage, it is imperative that I inform you of Dalu's formidable strength. His unique trait, known as growth, allows him to augment his attack power by 15% and increase his size by 10% every 30 seconds, stacking up to 30 layers until the battle concludes. He possesses a heavy strike, a soul skill that randomly targets the second aggro within melee range, necessitating a secondary defender to absorb the damage and mitigate its impact, capable of inflicting substantial physical harm, reappearing every 20 seconds. Melee damage dealers must ensure their aggro remains lower than that of both the primary and secondary defenders. This revelation left Yu Mengqing astounded. Salatasi, showing such kindness, openly divulged the capabilities of this boss. Horue rejoiced, urging everyone to listen attentively, as this knowledge would ease their challenge against Dalu. Salatasi continued. The skill sinking inflicts area damage randomly on a selected target every 3 seconds for a total duration of 15 seconds, affecting all within an 8-meter radius of the chosen target. In the later stages of battle, Dalu frequently employs this skill, which deals physical damage that can be mitigated by physical armor. Moreover, its damage is enhanced by the growth trait. Proper positioning can reduce the damage taken. If everyone maintains a distance of over 8 meters, only one will be struck each time. After processing this information, Rue activated her mental detection to assess the battlefield, concluding that the area was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the necessary 8-meter spacing. Quake is another random direction area knockback skill, which subsequently triggers the grip of Douluo. When an individual is affected by Quake, they become subject to a cumulative debuff, reducing their movement speed by 20% per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times, resulting in a stunned state. At this juncture, Dalu will then obliterate all participants. Prior to being stunned, everyone must swiftly disperse from their teammates to maintain distance and avoid the crushing effect. This effect can be dispelled, so healers must be vigilant to assist those unable to evade in time. Yu Mengqing could hardly believe her ears. Salatasi had provided such detailed insights and strategies. Was this truly the same Salatasi? Upon the onset of the stun, Dalu will unleash the shatter skill, with damage contingent upon the proximity of the participants. If 2 individuals are close together, the shatter damage will be exceedingly severe. Conversely, the farther apart they are, the lower the damage incurred. If the distance exceeds 20 meters, no damage will be sustained. Unlike Heavy Strike, Shatter has a specific probability of dealing critical damage to participants, but does not benefit from the growth damage enhancement. As Salatasi concluded her briefing, her voice faded into silence. In that moment, all 25 individuals present were diligently memorizing the information and strategies relayed. for it would be a disservice to Salata's goodwill to neglect such invaluable guidance. Clearly, Dalu is a formidable adversary, remarked Luobwa. Dai Mabai, however, remained unperturbed, asserting that one could only ascertain strength through experience. Come, let's confront it. With that, he activated his martial spirit and charged forth with great speed. Realizing what was about to transpire, Zhu Zhuqing braced herself. Indeed, due to Dai Mabai's disconnection from the team, the healers could not keep pace, failing to establish a timely healing link with him. Consequently, 5 minutes later, Dai Mabai returned, breathless. "Why aren't you all following?" he exclaimed. "Zai zai, shong inwen juke." "It's not that we're not going. You simply ran too fast." Tang San chimed in, "No worries, Dai Lauda. Maybe your sacrifice will yield some fine equipment. Then you should perish too. Perhaps you'll summon 10 pieces of exquisite gear," Dai Mabai retorted. Yuan Mingqing interjected, "Enough with the banter. Out of 25. It's only you few who enjoy chatting." Laughter ensued. Finally, as the challenge against Dalu commenced, the team performed admirably. At least Dai Mabai was not solely reliant on Song Yingwen's critical heals to withstand Dalu's devastating blows. This allowed Song Yingwen to allocate some attention to dispelling negative effects for others. Luobwa continued to maintain a steady output, conserving all his burst damage for a coordinated strike with Tang San's domain of slaughter. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan unleashed his phoenix form and began an onslaught, drawing Dalu's aggro dangerously close to surpassing Yen's. If he became the second target of Dalu's wrath, Heavy Strike could be unleashed upon him without warning, leaving no chance to evade. If only Ma Hongjuan bore the brunt, it would be manageable. However, the individuals behind him were predominantly fragile range spellcasters, all female, with lesser physical resilience. This reckless act almost resulted in a catastrophic loss of team members. Thus, while Yuan Mingqing continued to assault Dalu, she reprimanded Ma Hongjuan vehemently. "Damn it, this beast's fists are growing increasingly painful," Dai Mabai complained. "Of course, Dalu's trait is growth. I just informed you. As time progresses, his attack power and the damage of certain skills will escalate. Therefore, you must resolve this swiftly." Salata's voice emerged amidst the chaos of battle, leaving everyone puzzled. Clearly, Salata was taking this boss fight seriously and recognized that the challenge posed by this boss was insurmountable for soul masters at their current stage. After 5 minutes of combat, Dalu had noticeably increased in size, signifying a doubling of his initial attack power. Dai Mabai felt the strain intensifying and could no longer withstand it. He complied with Yuan Mingqing's directive, temporarily retreating to hand over the primary defense to Yen. Yet, Yen was evidently not as resilient as Dai Mabai. The robustness of a defender is paramount, as it is most vividly demonstrated by their ability to withstand the boss's blows while at full health and without healing support. Dalu unleashed 2 strikes upon Yen, whose health plummeted rapidly. Although 2 healers were tirelessly attending to him, he succumbed after enduring 5 hits, 3 of which he had invoked his life-saving skill to withstand. Thus, it transpired that should a defender lack strength, even the most skilled healers could not prevent their demise. Chapter 128. The Fall of Dalu, Part 2. The abrupt downfall of Yen caught Huo Wushuang off guard, resulting in Dalu's chaotic aggro, claiming him with a single blow, leaving him unable to activate even a defensive skill. Next was the equally bewildered Hu Yanli. In mere seconds, all 3 defenders, apart from Dai Mabai, had perished. What to be done now? Upon witnessing this, Dai Mabai had no choice but to turn back and continue absorbing damage. However, before Dalu returned, he had already eliminated 2 melee damage dealers, Xie Yu and Hu Laina. There was no need for concern. Dai Mabai's defensive capabilities remained commendable. Yet, with 5 members of the team having perished, the overall output had plummeted. Meanwhile, Dalu continued to amplify his attack power as time progressed. For minutes later, Dalu's offensive strength had escalated to a terrifying level, resulting in an inevitable team wipe. Indeed, such a formidable boss was a rare sight. Dalu's skills were already exceedingly vexatious, and coupled with his formidable and incrementally increasing attack power, it seemed almost impossible to contend with him. The primary issue was that we had lost too many members during the latter stages, resulting in a significant decrease in output, making it impossible to vanquish him. As Dai Mubai remarked, Yu Mengqing concurred, affirming, indeed, Boss Dai, that is precisely the case. However, the reason for our mid-stage losses stemmed from the lack of resilience among the secondary defenders when you withdrew. They were not as robust as you, which led to this predicament. Thus, we must devise an alternative strategy to cope. But I genuinely had to retreat mid-battle to recuperate. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure the later stages, he replied. Yes, that is a valid concern. At that moment, Oscar rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hey everyone, I have a brilliant idea." "Oh, pray tell." "Well, it may not be revolutionary, but my proposal is for other defenders to initially bear the brunt of this behemoth's assault, changing every 2 minutes. From the 7th minute onward, Boss Dai will take on the role of primary defender." Yu Mengqing immediately felt a surge of enlightenment. Yes, such a simple solution. How did I not think of it before? Moreover, Oscar's mind is surprisingly sharp. In truth, had Tang Sen not been part of the original Shrek 7 monsters, Oscar would undoubtedly be regarded as the soul of the group. Despite his somewhat lewd demeanor and appearance, his intellect far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his extraordinary food-type martial spirit and innate soul power, he was undeniably a rare talent. Regrettably, the brilliance of Tang San, along with the later additions of Luo Bo and Yu Mengqing, overshadowed him. Since there was a viable plan, it was imperative to put it to the test, even if they were to fail once more. Hard work does not betray the diligent. They managed to endure until the 9th minute. However, upon entering the 11th minute, Galuer's attack power was sufficient to fell Dai Mubai with a single blow, let alone the others. Thus, in reality, only 1 minute remained for everyone. 60 seconds to life and death. Tang Sen shouted, "Hurry! Unleash your killing god domain to its maximum potential. Everyone, consume a frenzy pink sausage. Quickly! All members, frenzy! All members, killing god!" Luo Bo had awaited this moment. He retained all his explosive skills. The 3 layers of thunder explosion were unleashed instantly, striking heavily at Galuer's feet. Chaotic thunder formation's fusion strike. Guided by Luo Bo, a powerful bolt of lightning descended, aimed directly at Galuer's forehead. After casting this soul skill, Luo Bo activated Thunder Shield and employed Thunder Shift, transforming into a current, darting through the cavern. Each passage traversed inevitably approached Galuer's heart. At the moment the chaotic thunder formation's fusion strike truly landed, Luo Bo adjusted his stance, amalgamating the residual electrical sparks from Thunder Shift and Thunder Explosion, channeling them entirely into Galuer's brain. Boom! The world fell silent. In a state of explosive power, the battle concluded in a mere 10 seconds. Of the damage Galuer sustained during those 10 seconds, 40% was inflicted solely by Luo Bo. It appeared that retaining explosive skills for critical moments yielded extraordinary results. Our Saint Luo Bo has grown increasingly adept at unleashing his explosive potential, Yin remarked. Indeed, during that explosive state, Luo Bo seemed like an entirely different person. In truth, they were correct. During stable output phases, Luo Bo primarily dealt damage from a distance using lightning arrows, maintaining a steady performance, occasionally employing Thunder Explosion to reduce Galuer's resistance to lightning. However, he would not easily utilize his true explosive skills. When he did, it was always to astonishing effect. Such was Luo Bo's philosophy of explosive power. Regardless, we have succeeded. Now let's claim our spoils. Dai Mubai exclaimed excitedly. Look at my big red hand. This time, Rue did not contest his claim to the spoils, as Dai Mubai also boasted a red hand. The Fallen Guardian's leggings, of purple epic quality, were designated for defenders. Upon this declaration, 4 dice were immediately cast into the air. Ultimately, Hu Yanli triumphed with a score of 79. As he acquired the Fallen Guardian's leggings, their form transformed to suit Hu Yanli's physique and martial spirit style. Notably, they became adorned with numerous diamond embellishments, appearing quite resplendent. After all, who could blame him when his martial spirit was the diamond mammoth? Dai Mubai proceeded to claim the second item. Well, yet another pair of leggings. The Fallen Warrior's leggings, of purple epic quality, designated for melee damage dealers. The competition was fierce. However, Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious, securing them with a score of 85. As her hand made contact with the leggings, they morphed into a long pair of dark purple fitted leather pants, faintly embellished with a thin layer of scale armor. Upon closer inspection, the scales bore slightly darker hues, forming a pattern reminiscent of a cat's paw. The third item was once again leggings. The Fallen Hero's leggings, of purple epic quality, designated for range damage dealers. The competition intensified further. Yet Tang San, with his extraordinary luck, rolled 100 points. One must give some acknowledgement to the original male protagonist. After all, with such an exceptional score, he effortlessly claimed the equipment. In his hands, the Fallen Hero's leggings instantly transformed into a pair of blue-silver soft fitted trousers. Of course, atop the fabric, metallic blue-silver grass patterns spiraled, exquisitely accentuating his legs. If worn by a female, it would surely enhance the appearance of her thighs. The fourth item was yet another coveted pair of leggings. The Fallen Saint's leggings, of purple epic quality, designated for supporters. Ultimately, Song Ying acquired them. Upon her grasp, they transformed into a light blue long gauze skirt, appearing quite simple and devoid of any adornments. Yet, its silhouette seemed to radiate a holy light, a distinctly pure glow. Chapter 129, Dragon Spine Medallion. After opening 4 pairs of leggings, the fifth item finally belonged to another category of equipment. Gilua Esfeng, of purple epic quality, bestows a modest increase in physical strength and a significant enhancement to magical strength for the wearer. Such attributes are typically suited for magic-oriented melee damage dealers like Hu Lai Na. Naturally, Xie could also utilize them, since they were siblings. How they chose to allocate this item among themselves was their prerogative, and the others need not roll the dice. Brother, you should keep this. I've already acquired plenty of excellent gear in Karazhan. My soul bones also surpass yours, not to mention I possess the Killing God domain. You are in greater need of external enhancement, Hu Lai Na insisted, willingly relinquishing the item. Xie, too, wished to grant the equipment to his sister, and upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. He realized that acquiring Galuer's Fong would bolster their team significantly. Moreover, Hu Lai Na appeared to already have suitable gear for the same slot. Very well, Nana, I shall reluctantly accept it, he replied. Yu Mengqing quipped, you siblings are so polite. Are you truly blood-related? Song Yingwen smiled as she replied. One surnamed Hu and the other surnamed Xie. How could they possibly be siblings? Xie explained. It's simply that one takes the mother's surname while the other takes the father's. Dai Mubai continued to examine the spoils, the sixth item being a hefty, hollowed-out great sword in a dark red hue. The Blood Throat Demon Sword, of purple epic quality, boasts average attack power but provides the wielder with considerable spell strength and spell critical hit rate. Wait, a sword that enhances spell power and critical hits? Is this for real? He mused. However, given its average attack power, it would merely serve as a supplementary attribute to carry. Using it in melee combat would be unwise, especially since spellcasters typically do not engage in close combat. After careful consideration, the group decided to let the spellcasters compete for this equipment. Ultimately, Huowu secured the Blood Throat Demon Sword with a score of 72. Next was the seventh item, a rigid chain collar that resembled those worn by dogs. The Google's collar, of purple epic quality, grants a slight increase in vitality and respectable spell strength to the wearer. Such peculiar attributes raise questions. Could this be intended specifically for melee spellcasters? Yu Mengqing and Hu Laina both fit that description. One is Xieyu's girlfriend, while the other is his sister. This competition is quite intriguing. However, Hu Laina seemed to dislike wearing collars and thus opted out immediately. The issue was that Yu Mengqing was also reluctant to wear one. Wearing a collar would imply she was akin to a dog, after all. Consequently, both women, citing remarkably similar reasons, chose to forfeit the collar, leaving Google's collar to be inexplicably claimed by Ma Hongjun. The eighth piece of loot was a leather hood with a fresh green base and dark purple embellishments. The natural breathing hood of purple epic quality provides the wearer with a significant boost to agility and spell strength. Naturally, this item belonged to Yu Mengqing, as her combat style resembles agility-based attacks while fundamentally being spell-oriented. Both agility and spell strength are equally vital for her. The ninth item was an eye-shaped ornament. Gruul's Eye, of purple epic quality, grants the wearer notable spell strength. Special effect. Any successful healing spell cast by the wearer has a 15% chance of refunding half the soul power cost of the next healing spell cast within 5 seconds. Listening to Salada's explanation, Yu Mengqing realized the immense value of this item. Wow, Dalu, your luck is extraordinary, generating such a rare accessory. The healers in the team also recognized its significance. Indeed, it was clear to anyone not foolish that Gruul's Eye held immense importance for healing soul masters. Therefore, they all eagerly produced their dice. In the end, Jiangzhu won it with an impressive score of 86. With this accessory, her sustainability would noticeably improve, and if she fully utilized Gruul's Eye, she could achieve remarkable effects. For instance, while avoiding triggering the special effect, she should focus on using low-cost, low-healing, high-frequency soul skills. Once the special effect is activated, she could then employ her high-cost, high-healing, low-frequency skills, maximizing its utility and conserving soul power. Now for the highlight, the 10th item. It was a metallic ornament resembling an animal's vertebra, seemingly designed to hang from a belt. The dragon spine medal, of purple epic quality, significantly enhances the physical attack power of the wearer. It possesses an attached soul skill, Dragon Slayer's Roar, which instantly doubles all attack and soul skill casting speeds for 10 seconds. Wow, Dalu, your luck is off the charts, Yu Mengqing exclaimed, her excitement leading her to use strong language for the first time. The extraordinary physical attack enhancement and the exceedingly powerful soul skill immediately captured everyone's attention. This must be intended for agility-based attacks, Dai Mubai suggested first. Xiaoyu concurred, recognizing the physical attack enhancement coupled with a soul skill that doubles speed. Wasn't this equipment tailor-made for agility-focused combatants? No, Rue interjected at that moment. I beg to differ. This is meant for strength-based attackers, particularly those who rely solely on brute force. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to her. Why do you believe that? Rue continued. While agility-based attackers require speed, they're already inherently fast. Doubling their speed would be excessive, essentially a waste. Conversely, strength-based attackers typically possess lower speeds. Doubling their speed while maintaining the same attack power would effectively double the damage dealt in the same time frame. Thus, the benefits derived from this item for strength-based soul masters far surpass those for agility-based ones. Then let's proceed. Strength-based attackers, roll the dice. Dai Mubai promptly responded. Ultimately, Tang Xin claimed the Dragon Spine medal with an astounding score of 89. In truth, he was the only one suited for it, as his Hao-Ian Hammer Spirit embodies pure strength. Furthermore, the active soul skill of the Dragon Spine medal aligns perfectly with his chaotic cloak hammer technique, which requires a significant buildup of power with each swing. With the Dragon Spine medal, his hammering speed would significantly increase, facilitating the full execution of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chapter 130. When you ascend to godhood, will you take me along? After defeating Gruul, the expedition to Gruul's lair reached a conclusion. In the ensuing months, the group diligently farmed Karazhan and Gruul's lair, gradually acquiring a complete set of equipment. Despite being mere soul emperors, their combat prowess, bolstered by T4 level gear, rivaled that of any soul sage. Thanks to the nurturing of the Golden Ancient Tree, their cultivation speed differed remarkably from before. The soul masters at the Soul Sect and Soul King levels were rapidly approaching the 60th level threshold. Once they assembled the next batch of 10, they could permit them to enter Karazhan for gear farming. Upon Robo's breakthrough past the 70th level threshold, Saladas approached him and said, I have prepared a highly suitable 10,000-year soul beast for you, one of the lightning variety, with a remarkable lineage connected to the lightning dragon king. However, Robo explained that his martial soul was somewhat unique, as it was fixed with predetermined soul skill sequences. Regardless of the soul beasts he hunted, his soul skill types would remain unchanged. Salada seemed quite intrigued by this revelation. No wonder even Tang Sen received a divine examination while you, a 3-life martial soul user, did not. Based on your words, I can surmise the reason. Robo appeared somewhat astonished. Was it possible that Saladas had truly deduced something? Oh, what reason? The reason is that you are not originally from this world. After Saladas made this statement, Robo's expression turned to one of surprise. She gestured for him to relax and continued. Thus, the Douluo divine realm cannot reach you. Simultaneously, the world from which you hail is too distant from the Douluo world. The divine realm of that world also cannot connect with you. How do you know all this? Robo stammered. Salada smiled softly, saying, If I couldn't even deduce such a simple matter, what good would I be as an ancient ruler? Now, let's not dwell on this any longer. Follow me. We need to expedite your absorption of the 7th soul ring. Then, I will take you to a place where you can add soul rings to your other 2 martial souls. Luo Bai understood the significance of this. Saladas had already treated him differently from others. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see anything. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a beautifully decorated bedroom. At first glance, this room resembled the typical boudoir of an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old girl. This is where I reside, Saladas remarked. Do not be surprised. I simply prefer such a resting environment as a tribute to my lost girlhood. Wait a moment. Did Saladas have a girlhood? Was she not created directly by the Void Saint Lord? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought in Luobai's mind, which he did not voice. Yet, Saladas seemed to sense it immediately. I know what you are thinking, my friend. As the 5th of the ancient rulers, the demon of 1,000 souls, the complexity of my soul far exceeds your imagination. However, I do not relish this. I merely wish to be an ordinary human, a typical mortal girl. I yearn for a father, a mother, siblings, and a beloved partner. I wish to bear a multitude of children and witness their growth. I aspire to be a teacher, nurturing generations of ambitious youth. I long to be a doctor, healing with my exceptional medical skills. I desire to be a priest, awakening the consciousness of the lost with faith. I wish to savor the myriad flavors of life and traverse the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, witnessing the most breathtaking vistas. At this, Saladas unexpectedly began to sob. How perplexing. Was this truly the enigmatic and cunning ancient ruler? Or was this display merely a ruse? Luo Bai found himself at a loss for how to respond. Why? Why did the Void Saint Lord create me, fashioning me into this cursed form? What joy can exist under such a curse? Gradually, Luo Bai began to absorb Saladas' sorrow, and he too became engulfed in profound sadness. Imagine if he were in her position. As a living ancient ruler, his sole destiny was to obey the will of the Void Saint Lord, unwavering until death. Such a life, akin to that of a mere tool, held little significance, regardless of the immense power one possessed. So, is this the reason behind your destruction of the core of the ancient rulers, seeking refuge with us? Luo Bai tentatively inquired. However, Saladas seemed to have completely forgotten his presence. Lost in her tears, this plunged Luo Bai once more into contemplation. Yes, to be an ordinary person is such a profound happiness. No matter how arduous life may be, at least I am still myself. Regardless of the challenges I face, as long as I am alive, I still have the opportunity to turn the tide. Even if I ultimately lose everything and perish, I will have another life ahead of me. 18 years later, I will still be a good man. I can declare aloud, I have returned to this world. I will challenge you, and I will strive for the pinnacle. Just as Luo Bai was lost in thought, Saladas suddenly said, Luo Bai, regardless of what happens, when you defeat the Void Saint Lord, please take me with you. This left Luo Bai utterly perplexed. What do you mean, take you with me? You and Lily both hail from another world. When the core of the Void Saint Lord collapses, it will tear open a rift in the fabric of time and space, sending you and Lily back to your original world. If you take me with you, I can be reincarnated in that world, truly becoming immortal and finally shedding the identity of an ancient ruler and the eternal curse. Luo was uncertain whether he had the ability to bring Saladas along when returning to their original world, yet he still acquiesced. In truth, he felt he had no choice but to agree, as the 10,000-year soul ring depended on Saladas. "I knew you would agree," Saladas exclaimed, her demeanor akin to that of a playful girl, gleefully bouncing with joy. This was rather detrimental to her image. After this conversation, the impression Saladas had left on Luo had completely crumbled. If he had previously held a sense of awe and fear towards her, he now regarded her as an ordinary member of the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance. "Very well, let me take you to my private soul beast garden. The soul beasts, there are ones I have meticulously selected from various worlds, carefully hidden away so that my brothers could not seize them." Luo followed Saladas into the realm of the soul beast garden, preparing to absorb his 7th soul ring. Once this 7th soul ring was successfully absorbed, he would officially enter the soul sage realm, gaining the true form of his martial soul. Chapter 131. Luo's 10,000-year 7th soul ring. In truth, this soul beast was not a standard 10,000-year soul beast. Saladas pointed to a blue-purple subdragon in a distant cage and said, "Rather, it is a test soul beast upon which I have placed special effects. When you absorb its soul ring, you will ascertain the maximum age limit for the soul ring that you can currently withstand." Luo began to grasp the implications of this. It appeared that Saladas not only intended to add a 7th soul ring to his Lei Tingling Zhu martial soul, but also to bestow soul rings upon his other 2 martial souls. Could it be that Saladas planned to grant his Dong Ranling Zhu and Jihanling Zhu 10,000-year soul rings? What would this signify? Luo was momentarily stunned. All 10,000-year soul rings? He was overwhelmed by a sudden rush of excitement. Was this truly possible? Were there truly such formidable beings? Was he about to become the first titled Douluo in history to possess all 10,000-year soul rings? Just as Luo was on the verge of fainting from joy, Saladas delivered a soul impact that jolted him back to reality. "Hey, you need not react so strongly. Since you're a transmigrator, having such an extraordinary life is quite normal, don't you think? There's a saying, transmigrators come with their own cheats. Haven't you heard?" Luo remained non-committal to her words, still basking in the ecstasy of the moment. No wonder Saladas was confident that the Anti-Demon Alliance would ultimately defeat the Void Saint Lord. She had long been orchestrating this. By creating him, a titled law with all 10,000-year soul rings, she aimed to ascend to divinity. Such a god would undoubtedly surpass all others in strength. In a vague sense, Luo felt that he was destined to become the savior of the Douluo world. "What am I daydreaming about? Quickly absorb the soul ring," Saladas urged with a smile. Thus, Luo ceased his musings and launched an attack. The Lei Ting subdragon offered no resistance, as if its very purpose for existence was to provide Luo with a soul ring. Consequently, with little effort, the 7th soul ring manifested itself prominently on Luo's Lei Tingling Zhu martial soul. This sensation felt remarkably akin to a sacrificial offering. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, as a 10,000-year soul beast, the soul ring would undoubtedly come with 2 skills, along with a soul bone. Given that this was the 7th soul ring, one of the 2 skills must pertain to the true form of the martial soul. The true form of the Lei Tingling Zhu. Upon activation, it increases lightning-type damage by 50%. In the true form state of the Lei Tingling Zhu, each time Luo utilized a lightning arrow, he could summon a lightning sphere beside the struck target. This lightning sphere would release a chain of lightning every few seconds. The damage of this lightning chain would be equivalent to Luo's own lightning chain, with no reduction in damage. Truly, this was the power bestowed by a 10,000-year soul ring. One word, formidable. Following this was the 2nd soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Thunder Radiance Burst. It emanates from his location, creating a gradually expanding ring-shaped thunder zone that inflicts moderate damage on passing enemies. When the ring-shaped thunder zone reaches its maximum distance, it will retract at the same speed, dealing moderate damage to enemies passing through once more. If an adversary traverses the circular minefield during its expansion phase and subsequently crosses it again during the contraction phase, they will incur an additional moderate amount of damage. In a single word, formidable. Furthermore, they're the soul bones. In truth, the fact that Luo Bai had not absorbed any soul bones until now is not a regret, but rather a stroke of fortune. For from this moment forth, every soul bone he absorbs will be no less than 100,000 years old. The first soul skill of the Thunder Dragon's right arm bone, Thunder Flash Charge, summons a singularity at a designated location, which, after 1 second, emits a pulse towards Luo Bai's direction, inflicting considerable damage and propelling any struck enemies towards him. The precise damage dealt correlates with the initial distance between the enemy and the singularity. The closer they are, the lesser the damage. The second soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Breath, conjures a phantom of the Thunder Dragon, unleashing a broad stream of electrical current in a sustained attack for 4 seconds, dealing moderate damage each second. However, once the direction is chosen, it cannot be altered. To be frank, this skill possesses a certain foolishness. If the opponent retains mobility, evading the Thunder Dragon's Breath is relatively simple. Unless, of course, Luo Bai employs a control soul skill to immobilize the enemy before deploying this attack. In that case, enduring the full 4 seconds of damage would be intolerable, even for someone of a significantly higher realm than Luo Bai. I must say, this journey has successfully yielded a 100,000-year soul ring along with a soul bone of the same age. The enhancement to his physical form alone is substantial. Not to mention the 4 extraordinary soul skills. Especially noteworthy is the special phase effect of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, akin to that of the Curator in Karazhan. It is not only powerful, but also exceedingly vexatious. Presently, it seems that even an 89th level Soul Dalu would think twice before engaging Luo Bai. Only a title Dalu could completely overwhelm him with a disparity in realms. I sense a qualitative change within my body, Luo Bai mused to himself. Of course, Salada smiled. In the Douluo continent, once a soul master reaches the soul sage level and possesses their martial soul's true form, it feels akin to being reborn. Furthermore, with your 7th soul ring being 100,000 years old and accompanied by a soul bone of the same age, your overall strength has increased by at least 40% compared to when you were at level 69. Indeed, you are worthy of the attention of one such as me. Salada's. She suddenly flashed a mischievous grin, which was rather unsettling. Luo Bai nearly misinterpreted her words. Hearing such a statement and that laughter, it was fortunate he had lived before. Otherwise, a youth of 18 or 19 might not have been able to contain himself. Sister, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from such jokes? Salada's simply shrugged off his comment, leading him on a tour of the Soul Beast Garden. Look, these 100,000-year soul beasts are prepared for your teammates, nearing the soul sage level, especially for Tang San. Frankly, among your group, aside from you, he is the most noteworthy. With the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Hao Ian Hammer as his twin martial souls, his future strength will undoubtedly rival that of BB Dong. I have specifically prepared a Jin In Hua soul beast for his 7th soul ring. Jin In Hua? Goodness. Just the name suggests it possesses greater prestige than blue silvergrass. After all, it includes 2 noble colors, while blue silvergrass only has 1. Moreover, who has ever heard of a 100,000-year Jin In Hua? Surely, there are no records of such a creature in all of Douluo continent's history. Naturally, Luo Bai expressed these queries. Salada's responded, Douluo continent does not possess such a creature. I cultivated it from another world and brought it here. Of course, it must abide by the rules of the Douluo continent. Thus it is classified as a soul beast, a 100,000-year soul beast. However, since the 100,000-year Jin In Hua was specifically intended for Tang San, Luo Bai decided not to inquire further. After all, if it does not pertain to him, he would not spare it a second glance. Thus, Salada's led Luo Bai away, swiftly departing the Soul Beast Garden. Before him lay a city steeped in eternal twilight, the city of eternal slumber. What place is this? Luo Bai inquired. Narosa, the city of slumber, the domain of my brother, Inzoth. I can take you to pilfer a few of my admirers, who are rather simple-minded. Inzoth won't notice for a short while. We shall leave once our business is concluded. So we are here to steal? However, since it involves pilfering from an ancient ruler, Luo Bai felt justified. When dealing with enemies, any means are permissible. This is simply the nature of balance. Yet, it remains a mystery what unfortunate creature harbors admiration for Saladas, only to be disparaged by her as simple-minded. Enveloped in a shroud of shadow, Saladas swiftly navigated through the vast expanse of the city of eternal slumber, and soon Luobai encountered the simpletons she had mentioned. Were these creatures? In truth, these purple-skinned beings with tentacles defy ordinary biological classification. Furthermore, any ordinary individual or low-tier soul master with diminished mental acuity would likely lose their sanity upon encountering such monstrosities. Luobai, however, was disinterested in probing into the nature of these beings, fixating instead on the thought, "They're my soul rings, they're my soul rings." Thus, in a state of bewilderment, he followed Saladas back to the Soul Beast Garden. Upon their arrival, Saladas released the creatures she had captured. In fact, they had not so much been captured as willingly followed her. "Now, Luobai, unleash your Dongran, Lingzhu martial soul," she instructed. Luobai complied. To his surprise, this otherwise empty martial soul bore no soul rings. Saladas, at that moment, was playfully toying with one of the tentacled creatures. "Luobai, do you know how many years this soul beast corresponds to?" I would guess around 100,000 years." "That is self-evident. If it were not 100,000 years, would I present it to you? Could you possibly guess higher?" 20,000 years. Salada's expression darkened. Alas, poverty truly stifles imagination. "Fine, I will tell you outright. It is 400,000 years old." 400,000 years? Luobai gasped in astonishment. "Are you certain I can absorb a soul ring of such age?" Saladas smirked. "With your current physical strength, you indeed lack the capacity to absorb a soul ring from a 400,000-year soul beast. But what if it willingly becomes your soul ring? Is it a sacrifice? Sister, how do you possess such charm that these beings would willingly offer themselves to me? I merely informed them that following you would lead to divinity. They seek the glory of becoming part of that divine essence, even if it means relinquishing their intelligence. After all, they were created by Enzoth, destined to serve him. They possess no true consciousness, so you need not worry about being burdened by them in the future." After listening carefully, Luobai felt a sense of understanding. Thus, he ceased his inquiries, eager to absorb the soul rings promptly. Regardless of the creature's unappealing appearances, when one closes their eyes, all souls appear the same. To his astonishment, this 400,000-year soul beast provided him with 2 soul rings, both of an orange-golden hue. Wait, does such a color even exist in the Douluo continent? Whether or not it existed before, it certainly does now. Since the process of absorbing soul rings demands undivided attention, Luobai did not delve deeper into the matter. He must ensure that these soul rings perfectly harmonize with his Dongran, Lingzhu martial soul. Otherwise, it could pose risks in the future. The orange-golden soul rings are undoubtedly far more potent than the red 100,000-year soul rings. Although each soul ring provides only 2 soul skills, the potency of these skills is far beyond that of ordinary 100,000-year soul skills. Naturally, the creature also left behind a soul bone, the left arm bone of the twilight distortion. Thus, when all is accounted for, this 400,000-year soul beast has granted Luobai a total of 6 soul skills. Next comes another creature, similarly adorned in purple and bristling with tentacles, appearing somewhat simple-minded, yet physically robust. Its octopus-like maw alone could terrify an ordinary individual. Regardless, this creature is a 600,000-year soul beast. Luobai continues to absorb his soul rings with eyes closed. Consequently, 3 orange-golden soul rings and a 600,000-year soul bone successfully merged into Luobai's being. It is noteworthy that this soul bone is an external soul bone affixed to the back, the heart of Twilight's jetting sac. In total, it bestowed upon Luobai 8 soul skills. Following this, yet another 400,000-year soul beast, equally grotesque in appearance, approached. "What sort of aesthetic do you old dominators possess?" chuckled Saladas. "The void is not something mere mortals can easily comprehend. You simply fail to appreciate their beauty. Look at those delicate lines, those tentacles and white fangs. What a perfect pairing." Luobai interjected, "Enough, or I fear I shall lose my sanity." Losing one's mind is not always a negative thing. Temporary madness can lead to greater clarity. Would you care to join me in a bout of insanity? This left one speechless. Salada's, ever mischievous, finally suggested, "Let us focus on absorbing the soul rings first." With that, she reined in her playful smile and summoned the third soul beast before Luo Bo. Following the pattern set by the previous two, this one should also provide 2 orange golden soul rings and a soul bone. The soul rings are certain, but the location of a soul bone depends on luck. Luo Bo remained focused, absorbing the soul rings and soul bone, relaxing his mind to accept the offering. Indeed, this soul bone was the left leg bone of the Yin-Wolf. In fact, this method of sacrifice differs somewhat from a traditional soul beast sacrifice. While the latter results in the creature's complete demise, these 3 soul beasts, by Salada's persuasion, became Luo Bo's intelligent soul rings, retaining a degree of lower consciousness. When Luo Bo is preoccupied, they can even assist him in utilizing skills. Although this technique lacks maturity and pales in comparison to the spirit system of the legendary Tang sect, it nonetheless represents a form of sentient soul rings. Naturally, as these 3 soul beasts possess limited intelligence, they consume a significant amount of Luo Bo's mental energy. 7 orange golden soul rings radiated with a lustrous glow, swirling around the moving flame spirit pearl martial spirit. Only at this moment did Luo Bo recall that he had forgotten to marvel at this extraordinary miracle. In Chapter 133, The Unconventional Soul Skill Combinations of the Moving Flame Spirit Pearl, Luo Bo estimated that with 7 orange golden soul rings and 3 soul bones, he could potentially acquire 20 soul skills. For an ordinary title Dalu, this is an unimaginable feat yet in this extraordinary period. And with Luo Bo being such a unique martial spirit, the chosen one, achieving this miracle is not surprising. I've always wondered why the soul skills you gain from absorbing any soul beast rings are predetermined in your martial spirit sequence. Now I suspect you are not from this world. What kind of wondrous realm do you hail from? Salada's inquired with great interest. Luo Bo casually replied, "If you wish to know, accompany me once we defeat the Void Saint Lord." "So, you do not wish to tell me now?" Luo Bo remained non-committal, offering a few vague remarks before beginning to coordinate the new soul skills acquired from his moving flame spirit pearl. The first soul skill of the first soul ring of the moving flame spirit pearl, Fireball Technique, is a conventional offensive method requiring 2 seconds of casting time before it can be launched, dealing below average damage. But it can be reused with virtually no cooldown and negligible soul power consumption. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, Flame Impact, is a filling attack method that can be instantly cast, dealing damage slightly less than half that of the Fireball Technique. However, this soul skill guarantees a critical hit, effectively doubling the damage, with an approximate cooldown of 10 seconds and a maximum of 3 charges. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, Molten Armor, is a basic defensive technique that can be instantly activated, bestowing upon oneself a dual magic physical armor that reduces damage by 30% for 10 seconds. During this time, any melee attack against Luo Bo will inflict minor fire damage. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Molten Shield, is a basic defensive method that can be instantly activated, creating a shield that absorbs a substantial amount of damage, roughly equivalent to 1/3 of Luo Bo's life force. The shield lasts for 10 seconds, and if it remains at the end of this duration, the remaining absorption capacity is converted into damage, evenly distributed among all nearby enemies, causing fire damage. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Fiery Storm, is a basic area damage technique requiring 1 second of casting time. It inflicts an initial damage burst to enemies within a specified range, followed by additional damage every second for 4 seconds. The cooldown is relatively short, and soul power consumption is minimal. However, this additional damage pertains solely to Luo Bo himself. Though he is currently merely a soul sage, he can easily contend with the title Douluo. Who has ever seen a soul sage with 7 orange golden soul rings? The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Molten Meteor, is an explosive area damage technique that can be instantly activated, summoning a massive molten meteor that strikes the target area after 2 seconds, inflicting significant fire damage. However, There is a 2-second delay before the actual effect manifests. If the enemy is not foolish, they will likely have fled the area by then. Thus, this soul skill is best used in conjunction with control techniques. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Flame Burst Technique, is an advanced offensive method requiring 4 seconds of casting time. It launches a massive fireball imbued with explosive lava, locking onto a target and inflicting above-average damage while leaving a lingering damage effect for 10 seconds. The second soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Dragon Breath Technique, is an area control method that can be instantly activated, dealing minor fire damage and causing a 2-second stun to all enemies within a conical range. 2 seconds of stun is ample time to accomplish many things. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Scorch, is a construction-type damage method requiring 1 second of casting time. Upon completion, it inflicts minor fire damage on the target while increasing Luo Bow's movement speed by 50%. The second soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Living Bomb, is a construction-type area damage method that can be instantly activated, igniting the target and transforming them into a living bomb. After 2 seconds, it detonates at the target's location, causing minor area damage. Those affected by this damage will be marked as living bombs, allowing for a limited chain reaction, but not infinitely. It can only occur twice. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Moving Flame Array, is a basic explosive technique requiring 1 second of casting time to summon a relatively large magic array on the ground beneath him. The array lasts for 10 seconds, and while standing within it, all fire damage is increased by 30%. The second soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Moving Flame Dream, is an explosive construction method that can be instantly activated, reducing the cooldown of flame impact from 10 seconds to 5 seconds for the next 10 seconds. Additionally, any damage-dealing spell cast by Luo Bow that results in a critical hit will decrease the cooldown of flame impact by 1 second. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Form of the Moving Flame Spirit Pearl. In the state of Wuhuan, all fire-based spells experience a 30% increase in damage. Furthermore, the lingering damage effect of Yanbao Shu can stack indefinitely, and every 2 seconds it infects enemies surrounding the target. Simultaneously, after causing a critical hit, Luo Bo accumulates a Qihua line. Once 2 Qihua lines are accumulated, the next Yanbao Shu becomes instantaneous and consumes both lines. The seventh soul ring of Dongran Lingzhu, the second soul skill, Fun Shi Ji Yan, is a means of explosive construction. Once triggered, for the next 10 seconds, all fire-based damage soul skills of Luo Bo are guaranteed to inflict critical hits, and 20% of all damage dealt is returned to Luo Bo as healing. Initially, these soul skills appeared isolated and unremarkable. After all, they are merely 14 soul skills. However, upon meticulous examination, Luo Bo discovered their exquisite perfection. These skills interlink with remarkable precision, forming a seamless chain. Consequently, Luo Bo devised a sequence for optimal explosive output. If he identifies an enemy and wishes to swiftly vanquish them with his utmost strength, he must first activate Wuhuan Jinshin, which is imperative. Next, he will unleash the Dongran Magic Array within a second, simultaneously activating both Dongran Ming and Fun Shi Ji Yan. At this point, every Yanbao Shu will certainly be instantaneous. Coupled with the pure damage enhancement effects, Luo Bo could hardly fathom the terrifying output of such a combination. In 10 seconds, even the mightiest of foes would be reduced to ash. At this moment, Luo Bo was filled with both astonishment and joy. He recalled the voice that claimed to be his system, which had once advised him to set a goal, to become a deity. This truly is a goal. Those notions of favored sons and illustrious figures, such as Ai Lan and Mai Di, when pale in comparison. I, Luo Bo, am far more formidable. With this thought, Luo Bo could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and erupted into a loud shout. Ah! Chapter 134. The Extreme Cold Lingzhu, an entirely orange-gold soul ring. What are you shouting about? Have you taken leave of your senses? I thought you were composed. Salada smiled, observing Luo Bo's exuberance over this newfound power. With just this little strength, you seem to have lost your sense of self. If you truly ascend to deityhood and reach that level, You might just lose your mind from sheer joy. Luo Buddhist. Isn't it sometimes beneficial to lose one's mind? I didn't mean for you to go mad right now. You still have another Wuhuan to absorb soul rings. Hurry up and get to work, don't dawdle. Otherwise, once the business is finished, I will accompany you to seek some amusement. The phrase seeking amusement after business was somewhat inappropriate, but to prevent this older sister from continuing to tease him, Luo Bo obediently began absorbing the soul rings for the extreme cold Lingzhu Wuhuan. Similarly, 3 soul beasts provided 7 orange gold soul rings and 3 soul bones. The first from the Twilight Scorpion, the Twilight Scorpion Claw, which is an external soul bone. The second from the Void Mantis, the right leg bone. And the third, also an external soul bone, the wings of the final moment. The first soul ring of the extreme cold Lingzhu, the first soul skill, Ice Arrow, is a conventional output soul skill requiring 2 seconds of casting time, dealing moderately low damage and reducing the target's speed by 30% for 4 seconds. It has low soul power consumption and negligible cooldown time. Each successful launch of an ice arrow generates an ice spike beside Luo Bo, with a maximum storage of 5 spikes for each ice spike surrounding him. The critical hit rate of all his ice-based spells increases by 5%. Successfully casting Ice Arrow grants a 1/5 chance to enter a state of Cold Wisdom. Additionally, there is a 1/6 chance to stack a layer of Cold Finger State, which can accumulate up to 2 layers. The second soul skill of the first soul ring of the extreme Cold Lingzhu, Ice Spear Technique, is a filling output soul skill that is instantaneous, dealing minor damage and tripling the damage to frozen targets. When casting Ice Spear Technique, Luo Bo may choose to launch the surrounding ice spikes as well, which inflict slightly higher damage than Ice Spear Technique. Of course, Luo Bo can also expend a layer of Cold Finger to render the target as if they were frozen. The first soul skill of the second soul ring of the extreme Cold Lingzhu, Ice Storm, is a triggering output soul skill requiring 2 seconds of casting time, subsequently unleashing 3 waves of snowflake-laden ice balls at the target, collectively causing moderately high damage. If Luo Bo possesses the state of Cold Wisdom, it consumes that state, transforming Ice Storm into an instantaneous skill, with damage increased by 50%. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Breath of Winter, is a range control skill that is instantaneous, inflicting minor frost damage within a conical area ahead and reducing the target's speed by 50% for 4 seconds. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Frost Nova, is a range control skill that is instantaneous, dealing minute damage to nearby enemies and immobilizing them for 2 seconds. The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Blizzard, is an area damage soul skill requiring 2 seconds of casting time, causing minor damage to the target area every second for the next 6 seconds. Any segment of damage from the blizzard will reduce speed by 50% for 2 seconds. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Ice Shield, is a basic defensive soul skill that is instantaneous, generating a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 1/3 of Luo Bo's life force for 10 seconds. Upon the shield's expiration, or if it is broken prematurely, it will trigger a Frost Nova around him without consuming or triggering cooldown. The second soul skill of the four soul ring, Ice Barrier, is an emergency defensive soul skill that is instantaneous, encasing Luo Bo in thick ice. Although he cannot perform any actions, he becomes immune to all damage and negative effects for 4 seconds. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Ice Magic Array, is an explosive construction soul skill requiring 1 second of casting time, summoning a wide-ranging ice magic array beneath him that lasts for 10 seconds. While standing within this array, all frost-based soul skills damage is increased by 30%. The second soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Black Ice Arrow, is an enhanced version of Ice Arrow, requiring only 1 second of casting time, dealing significant damage while guaranteeing the state of Cold Wisdom. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Shatter Ice, is a multi-target construction soul skill that is instantaneous, allowing Luo Bo's next single-target damage soul skill to also affect 2 additional nearby targets, dealing 80% of the damage inflicted on the primary target. The second soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Floating Ice, is a functional soul skill that is instantaneous, enabling the next two soul skills requiring stationary casting to be released while moving, with damage increased by 20%. The first soul skill of the 7th soul ring, true form of the extreme cold Lingzhu, enhances all ice-based spells damage by 50% while in the state of Wuhun Jinshin, maintaining a constant state of cold wisdom. The second soul skill of the 7th soul ring, Cold Bloodline, is an explosive construction soul skill that is instantaneous, accelerating the casting speed of all ice-based spells by 30% and reducing cooldown speed by 30% for the next 10 seconds. Thus, yet another formidable combination of soul skills focused on offensive capabilities emerges. Similar to the previous Dongran Lingzhu skills, they may seem ordinary when viewed in isolation, with effects that are quite common. However, the synergistic effects resulting from their interconnected mechanisms are extraordinarily overwhelming. In a state of full explosive activation, Luo Bo resembles a human cannon. If Tang Sen were to engage in a spar with Luo Bo now, he would likely not withstand even 10 seconds. Because Luo Bo could have initiated all enhancement skills and explosive build skills right from the start, unleashing a torrent of damage in a grand eruption. Such an extraordinary soul, Sane is unprecedented and, indeed, unparalleled. Alas, I am truly curious as to why the skill system in your world is so comprehensive. Where most skills are interconnected, sighed Salada C. Luo casually replied, as I said, just come along with us when the time comes. Experience it for yourself. However, you are indeed correct. The greatest flaw of this world, known as Douluo Dalu, is that soul masters hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Yet they may not acquire the skills most suited to themselves. Even if they do obtain skills that fit, the various abilities of a soul master lack any systematic connection, rendering them entirely disjointed. Salada C tacitly agreed, encouraging him to continue. For instance, my first soul ring's first skill, Ice Arrow, appears to be a mundane single-target direct damage skill, with modest damage and nothing particularly striking. However, it can accumulate ice spikes, generate a chilling intelligence effect, and stack with other skills like Ice Spear. Chapter 135, Luo Bo's Abnormal Soul Bone Techniques. Salada C wholly concurred with Luo Bo's sentiments. Yet, she was more eager to see what soul skills Luo Bo's soul bones possessed. Although Luo Bo's soul skills were fixed combinations from previous life, and absorbing soul rings could not alter that, the soul bones and Luo Bo's martial soul were not significantly related. The accompanying soul skills were more closely aligned with the soul beast from which they originated. The first skill of the Twilight Distortion left arm bone, Twilight Distorter, instantly transforms the right arm into a massive aberration, increasing strength fivefold, usable for both offense and defense, lasting for 5 seconds. It seems to serve as an emergency defensive measure. While it can also be employed for attack, Luo Bo, being inherently a ranged spellcaster, finds it unsuitable for offensive use. The second skill of the Twilight Distortion left arm bone, Twisted Mind, temporarily causes the target to lose higher consciousness, retaining only a primal level of intelligence, lasting for 5 seconds. Although this effect sounds impressive, Luo Bo finds it rather lacking in utility. The first skill of the Twilight Heart Ejector, External Soul Bone. Poison Explosion Ball rapidly ejects a rolling poison explosive ball forward, inflicting area damage and slowing the enemy upon impact, along with ongoing damage. It can store 6 uses, with a 3-second charge time. It seems of little significant use, does it not? The second skill of the Twilight Heart Ejector, Twilight Poison Mist, quickly sprays a large area with poison mist, causing minor direct damage and 3 seconds of continuous damage. However, any enemy affected by the ongoing damage from the Twilight Poison Mist will be stunned for half a second upon receiving any further harm. The first skill of the End Wolf Left Leg Bone, Wolf Speed, requires a 1-second casting time and then doubles one's movement speed. This speed increase will gradually diminish to 0 over 10 seconds. The functionality is robust, particularly emphasizing burst speed in the initial moments. The second skill of the End Wolf Left Leg Bone, Final Heart, delivers a precise strike to the target and nearby enemies, inflicting substantial damage while reducing their physical and magical resistance by 20%, lasting 5 seconds. This appears to be another means of explosive build. If used at the right moment, it could effectively contribute to an explosive setup. The first skill of the Twilight Scorpion Claw, External Soul Bone, Eternal Dark Star, is instantaneous. Launching an Eternal Dark Star into the air, enveloping an expansive battlefield, rendering all enemies within the area blind to vision, while allies remain unaffected. This skill seems rather ineffective. After all, do powerful beings not rely on mental perception of their opponents, who still relies on sight? The second skill of the Twilight Scorpion Claw, Lone Star in Darkness, targets an enemy shrouded in the Eternal Dark Star, enveloping them in intense starlight, making them the most conspicuous entity in the area, while also reducing their mental strength by 50% for 5 seconds. Naturally, all soul skills automatically lock onto that target. Wow, this is impressive. No wonder the previously perceived ineffectiveness was meant to synergize with this ability. The first skill of the Void Mantis right leg bone, Void Dash, propels forward a significant distance, causing moderate damage and stopping if it strikes an enemy, greatly reducing the cooldown of this skill. The second skill of the Void Mantis right leg bone, Mantis Dark Extinction Slash, involves swinging both arms to unleash 2 waves of energy. The first causes minor damage and slows, while the second inflicts moderate damage and reduces physical and magical resistance by 20%. The first skill of the Twilight of End Double Wings, External Soul Bone, Protective Black Wings, is instantaneous, granting immunity to all damage and negative effects for the next 4 seconds. The second skill, Twilight of End, can be charged for up to 4 seconds, firing a high-speed ultimate Twilight Beam in a specified direction, dealing damage based on the charge time. At maximum charge of 4 seconds, the damage will be exceedingly high, and upon impact, it will spread to a large area surrounding the target. Using this soul skill while airborne or in motion requires an additional 6 seconds of charging for maximum effect. Now, Luobo has become a legendary figure among his peers. Even Tang Sim would find it challenging to compare. Once he becomes a title Daw, just stepping into that realm might allow him to rival Limit Daw. When he attains Limit Dalu status, no one below the divine level could contend with him. These soul bone techniques appear to have little correlation with your martial soul itself. Saladasi mused thoughtfully. Luobo casually remarked, "Indeed, and they're not particularly formidable either. However, it matters little. Merely the enhancement of attributes has already bestowed upon me a transformative sensation. Do I dare to wish for more? Yet amidst my joy, I fear I may struggle to wield such immense power. Is this truly sufficient? Is your vision so limited? How unfortunate for one who has lived twice. When you, in your lily, fused and evolved into Limit Douluo, did you not feel the exhilarating thrill of possessing such a level of power? Just imagine, when you become Limit Douluo, you will single-handedly command that formidable strength. Furthermore, you could even create a divine position and become a true deity. These are responsibilities you must face." Saladasi's words reignited Luobo's fervor. Indeed, subconsciously, Luobo had already categorized himself as one destined to become a deity in the future. Was it useful to feign avoidance? No. This is not the demeanor of someone destined to become a deity or even a divine king. I have come to understand. I will embrace this power and accept these responsibilities, he stated calmly. All right, we should return now. Saladasi stepped closer, placing her right hand on Luobo's shoulder. Buddy, you have grown. With a resonant echo reverberating through the void, the two transformed into energy forms, traversing dimensions, returning to the Shurlai Golden Ancient Tree Plaza. Upon their return, numerous onlookers surrounded Luobo, eager to see his 7th soul ring. He revealed his Thunder Spirit Pearl's 7th soul ring. Indeed, it is a 100,000-year red soul ring. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. So we can truly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at the 7th ring. Luobo replied nonchalantly. That is because we are equipped with this gear. T4 level equipment significantly enhances our physical attributes, far beyond what an ordinary soul saint can compare to. Absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is certainly within reach. The other strong individuals present nodded in agreement. However, Saladasi felt that Luobo had missed the point. So she explained to everyone once more, "All right, here is how it is. In truth, I have raised numerous formidable beasts from alternate realms. However, my dimension is currently connected to the Douluo Dalu, and thus, according to its rules, they are classified as soul beasts. Among them, there are several 100,000-year soul beasts that I intend to bestow upon the younger generation of soul masters who are on the verge of ascending to the soul sage level. Moreover, the method involves a sacrificial process, so you need not worry about your physical capacities." In chapter 136, "Lily, you look stunning today." Wu expressed her confusion and furrowed her brows at Saladas. "How did you manage to make them willingly offer themselves for sacrifice?" "I possess a unique method that allows them to retain their intelligence post-sacrifice. To put it simply, it transforms them into sentient soul rings." The crowd gasped in unison. Sentient soul rings? Indeed, this concept is quite novel. A soul ring that retains intelligence? Who do you think you're fooling? Wu retorted. But Saladas interrupted her, urging her to believe. "If you doubt this, what I am about to demonstrate will surely astound you even more. Come, Rob, display your other two martial souls." This half-joking, half-commanding tone left Rob utterly speechless. "Saladas, how can you be so endearing? You are an ancient ruler. After all, you are the illustrious demon of 1,000 souls." Nevertheless, Rob complied. "Activate the Dongran Lingzhu." A large sphere adorned with fiery patterns appeared in Rob's hands, pulsating with intense flames. Subsequently, 7 extraordinary orange-golden soul rings manifested around the Dongran Lingzhu. "This is indeed an orange-golden fierce beast soul ring," Saladas interjected. Seizing this opportunity, she explained what fierce beasts are, how soul beasts become them, why their soul rings are orange-golden, and how she procured so many for Rob, leaving everyone in attendance utterly bewildered. Among those astonished was the Master Yugong, renowned for his unrivaled theoretical prowess. His incessant inquiries soon exasperated Saladas. After finally escaping the barrage of questions from the powerful figures, Rob found himself surrounded once more. This was hardly surprising, though. Ultimately, Saladas proposed that anyone from the Anti-Demon Alliance who breaks through to the 70th level of Soul Sage, dressed in T4 level gear, could request a 100,000-year soul ring from her. Following this, she pulled Tang San aside. "Tang San, as a dual martial soul wielder, would you like to adorn your Haotian hammer martial soul with orange golden soul rings?" "Oh, can I?" Tang San replied. "If you genuinely wish to assist me, then I would never refuse the opportunity to grow stronger." He struggled to suppress his inner excitement, feigning indifference. In truth, he was elated. To possess 7 orange-golden soul rings would undoubtedly enhance his journey through the Sea God 9 trials, ensuring its success. After Tang San departed with Saladas, Rob also managed to extricate himself, intending to seek out Lily. Oddly, Lily was not present today, nor were Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Where could they have gone? Soon, Rob discovered the answer. He ventured to Lily's usual room, where she often delved into profound studies, only to find her absent. Suddenly, without warning, Lily appeared beside Rob, seemingly manifesting out of thin air. "Hey, you seem to have changed so much. Your aura feels different. Goodness, are you a ghost? You startled me." Rob joked, asking, "Why are you in such a rush to find me? If I am not mistaken, it is you who is eager to see me, isn't it?" Lily smiled coyly, urging him to reveal his 7th soul ring. Rob simply nodded and summoned his Thunder Lingzhu martial soul. 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, aligned together. This configuration could still be comprehended by the common folk of Douluo Dalu, as a 100,000-year red soul ring was not unheard of. However, when Rob unleashed his extraordinary Dongran Lingzhu and Jihan Lingzhu, it transcended the realm of mere monstrosity. My word, 7 orange golden soul rings. Who has ever seen such a sight? Just moments ago, a multitude of powerful figures had gathered to witness Rob, and now even Lily, a super doll, couldn't help but gasp and take a few steps back, trembling in awe. What exactly did Saladas do to you? This is impossible. It's not impossible at all. If you also had a 2nd martial soul, she would undoubtedly grant you a set of orange golden soul rings as well. Laughter erupted as Lily squinted, teasing Rob, who resembled a nouveau riche. Have you become conceited? Realizing he had become slightly unruly, Rob cleared his throat and shifted to a more serious demeanor. Only then did he notice Lily's exquisite attire, seemingly enhanced by her martial soul to create a delicate makeup. The elegant makeup paired with her peacock green patterned dress exuded a mature charm. As both Lily and Rob had already surpassed 19 years of age, Rob took a moment to appreciate her unique appearance, his gaze hastily meeting Lily's expectant, sparkling eyes. In that instant, the Thunder Lingzhu responded, crackling purple sparks igniting the air. As their eyes locked, Rob's initial unease transformed into tranquility. He suddenly realized a shocking truth. Throughout their 7 years of acquaintance, he had scarcely taken the time to truly admire her beauty. The Jihan Lingzhu replaced the Thunder Lingzhu, seemingly freezing time within the room. This moment felt interminable, as if they had stood together from the wild expanses of their beginnings to the desolate remnants of an apocalypse. Rob's heartbeat quickened, mirroring Lily's own. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Today, Rob's reaction compelled her to finally abandon the restraint that had long buried her emotions and impulses deep within. Thus, the aura of the Jihan Lingzhu receded into Rob's being, replaced by the Dongran Lingzhu. The blazing fire of youthful fervor seemed poised to consume the room, akin to the furnace of molten steel. Both felt a wave of heat enveloping them, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Under the expansion of the Dongran Lingzhu, everything became increasingly indistinct. Amidst the crimson flames, two figures gradually approached, merging into one. This was not merely a fusion, it was a true union of their beings. Upon awakening, the room lay in disarray. Slowly regaining consciousness, they hurriedly donned their attire. We actually spent the night in this study. Did anyone come in? Rob inquired nonchalantly. Lily rubbed her still sleepy eyes and replied, I don't know. What someone did. In chapter 137, Tang San's Haotian hammer, all orange golden soul rings. They hastily tidied the study to restore it to its former state before stealthily slipping away. Oh dear, last night was such an experience. We should have picked a different location. At the very least, a more comfortable one. The events have now passed, and lamentation is futile. To their surprise, upon arriving at Huangjing Gushu Square, they encountered Tang San, who was the center of attention. As expected, Tang San's Haotian hammer, martial soul, boasted 7 striking orange golden soul rings. Luo, Bo, and Lili stood at a distance, yet they could distinctly sense the formidable weight of the Haotian hammer, amplified by the 7 orange golden soul rings. They also heard that Tang San's family possessed a unique skill that allowed for the temporary detonation of a soul ring, significantly enhancing the power of the Haotian hammer, a boost closely tied to the age and quality of the rings. Indeed, Luo Bo's assumptions were not misplaced. The current Tang San was incomparably stronger than the one from yesterday. The orange golden soul rings bestowed upon him not only 14 soul skills and exceptionally formidable attributes, but also an imperial aura reminiscent of a monarch. Even his mastery of the domain of slaughter paled in comparison to this imperial presence. How could a mere butcher ever rival a king? Thus, what Tang San exhibited was the essence of regal majesty, rather than the brutality of the slaughter domain. The first soul skill of the Haotian hammer's first soul ring, Brave Strike, is a fundamental damage skill that triggers instantaneously, allowing for a skillful hammer strike that inflicts moderate physical damage alongside minor magical damage, with minimal soul power consumption and a short cooldown period. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, Brave Throw, is a damage-inflicting skill that also activates instantly, conjuring an energy form of the Haotian hammer to be thrown at a target, causing minor damage upon impact and leaving a mark that lasts for 10 seconds. This mark enables the next attack from the Haotian hammer to inflict additional minor magical damage and removes the mark upon activation. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, Storm Throw, is a control skill that triggers instantly, creating an energy form of the Haotian hammer to be thrown at a target, dealing minor damage and stunning the target for 1 to 4 seconds, depending on their cultivation level. Regardless of the opponent's strength, as long as they are not divine, they will be controlled for at least 1 second. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, Shockwave Hammer, is an area control skill that activates instantly, swinging the Haotian hammer to unleash a shockwave in a conical area ahead, causing minor magical damage and a 40% slow effect that lasts for 4 seconds. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Haotian Thunderquake, is an area damage skill that requires a 1-second charge before striking the ground heavily, inflicting substantial physical damage and knocking back enemies within a certain radius, along with minor magical damage and a 50% slow effect lasting 5 seconds. The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Haotian Explosive Spiral, is an area control skill activating instantly, allowing for a swift rotation of the Haotian hammer, dealing damage to enemies in a wide range. The damage radius is approximately 6 meters, with enemies within a 3-meter inner circle experiencing a 50% slow for 5 seconds upon taking damage, while those in the 3-meter outer circle will be stunned for 2 seconds. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Haotian Death Blow, is a functional soul skill that activates instantly, delivering a blow to the target's chest with the Haotian hammer, causing moderate physical damage and reducing healing effects by 50% for 10 seconds. The second soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Haotian Giant Break, is an explosive construction skill that activates instantly, allowing for a leap and strike that breaks the opponent's armor, increasing the damage they receive by 30% for 5 seconds, while also inflicting moderate physical damage. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Haotian Fury, is an explosive construction skill that, when activated, increases the critical hit rate of Brave Strike by 15% with each use. This effect can stack up to 6 layers or until a critical hit is achieved. If a critical hit occurs under this skill's activation, Tang San enters a rage state, enhancing the critical hit rate of all his Haotian Hammer soul skills by 30%. The second soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Haotian Frightening Howl, is a control skill that can only be used in a rage state, activating instantly to instill fear in all enemies within melee range, causing them to flee uncontrollably, generally away from Tang San, lasting for 2 seconds. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Haotian Soul Subduing Roar, is a control skill that can only be used in a rage state, activating instantly to deal minor damage to all enemies within melee range while stunning them for 1 second. The second soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Haotian Brave Charge, is a functional soul skill that activates instantly, allowing for a rapid advance in a chosen direction, gaining a shield capable of absorbing significant damage that lasts for 6 seconds before vanishing, regardless of whether it has been broken. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, Haotian True Form, activates instantly, allowing Tang San to directly control the Haotian hammer with his soul and will, increasing its attack power by 50% while granting immunity to all non-damage-based negative effects. The second soul skill of the seventh soul ring, Haotian Will of the Clan, is an explosive construction skill that, once activated, allows for the triggering of a free Haotian Explosive Spiral with every 2 uses of Brave Strike. Each enemy hit by the outer circle of the triggered Haotian Explosive Spiral reduces the cooldown of Haotian True Form by 1% of the total cooldown time. Tang San has indeed become a formidable figure. Who, besides Luo Bo, could possibly rival him? Given time, when this generation of youth matures into title Da, the older generation can genuinely retreat with peace of mind. The younger generation boasts not only Luo Bo and Tang San, monstrous beings with all orange golden soul rings, but others are equally impressive. After all, Salada's promised that every soul master reaching level 70 with a complete set of T4 equipment would receive at least 100,000 year soul ring. This already surpasses what the older generation could achieve. I fear Tang San might become arrogant, Lili remarked seriously, observing him still entangled in conversation after several minutes. Luo Bo remained unfazed, suggesting that perhaps he relished the attention. However, before they could voice more thoughts, Wu forcefully pulled Tang San away, clearly displeased with him being surrounded by so many admirers, especially considering the front row was filled with various beauties like Shui Bing'er and Huo Wu, all in their 20s and exceedingly charming. Despite Wu having established a relationship with Tang San, she felt uncomfortable, prompting her earlier actions. This reaction is entirely understandable. Had she not acted, it would have been foolish indeed. Chapter 138. You want me to rescue Qiren Xue? As the crowd's fascination with the orange golden soul rings began to wane, Luo was summoned by Saladas for a pressing task. Do you recall the six-winged soul master? Her name is Qianrenxue. Luo had little recollection of Qianrenxue, knowing only that she had been transformed into a dark, fallen angel after being abducted by the Void Saint Monarch. He had encountered her briefly during the ruins of Wuhuan City while merging with Li. Qianrenxue? What has happened to her? Saladas continued, if I'm not mistaken. She is on the verge of achieving limit Douluo status. Once she attains that, her strength will skyrocket, potentially surpassing Kojuan. If the Void Saint Monarch elevates her further, she would be akin to a first-level deity, a force that no ordinary first-level deity could contend with. Are you suggesting we must intervene before Qianrenxue becomes a first-level deity? Indeed, your intellect serves you well. The reality is that while we have Song Yingwen, a destined spirit master, having Qianrenxue rescued could open alternative paths for her. Much like your teacher, who was meant to inherit the Rakshasa god title but had her divine trial interrupted during the destruction of Wuhuan City. Later, as she vanquished Guhuan, she received a message from the comic goddess. Listening to Sarada's words, Rob felt a profound shock. It turned out that Teacher Dong and Song Yingwen had already become beings destined for divinity. He had been utterly unaware of this fact. Yet, Sarada's always seemed to possess knowledge that eluded others. Simultaneously, Rob came to understand a crucial truth. As long as one is exceptional, missing one opportunity will invariably lead to another knocking at the door. Exceptional individuals are never bereft of chances. So, when might he ascend to divinity? Could it really be as he suspected, that he could only create his own divine position? If that is the case, when shall we embark? Rob inquired. Go fetch your girlfriend. We can leave right now. To be frank, Rob genuinely disliked Sarada's referring to Lily in such a manner. What do you mean, your girlfriend? That term was simply absurd. Moreover, this was not the first time Sarada's had referred to her this way. Feeling a sense of discomfort, yet knowing he must proceed, Rob managed to coax Lily to join him for some fresh air. In truth, this was a perilous mission. The two of them, leaving the sanctuary of the Golden Ancient Tree to undertake the task, would easily fall under the surveillance of the Void Saint. Should an ancient ruler appear unexpectedly, the situation would become dire. Furthermore, Sarada's had not informed the other members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and insisted that Rob and Lily remain silent as well. She understood that if this operation were disclosed to them, the Anti-Demon Alliance would undoubtedly object, or if they agreed, they would dispatch a multitude of powerful allies to accompany them on the mission. The former scenario would be preferable, as not executing the mission would not alert the enemy. However, in the latter case, the mobilization of numerous strong individuals would inevitably disturb the foe, making it difficult to capture Qianrenxue. After all, the objective of this mission was none other than to retrieve Qianrenxue. Thus, after careful consideration, Sarada's chose to take only Rob and Lily and set off directly. As the void portal opened, a man and two women stepped through and the portal closed behind them, leaving them unseen. Is this passageway considered a dimension? Rob asked. Sarada's casually touched a singularity on the wall of the passageway. It could be classified as such. However, calling it a passage is somewhat inaccurate. I prefer to refer to it as a teleportation hall. With that, Sarada shared a portion of her mental energy with Rob and Lily, continuing, do you see? Each singularity on these walls is a teleportation portal. This one connects to Wuhuan City, while that one connects to Do City. The two adjacent ones lead to Gingxin City and Qihua City. Sarada's turned to face another wall with a singularity, saying, this one leads to Xingluo City, and that one goes to Suotawa City. Rob could not help but marvel. Is it really this magical? Can we go wherever we desire? To a certain extent, yes. Sarada smiled. Many mortals from worlds we have invaded refer to me as the demon of 1,000 souls. But in truth, I am far more adept at spatial spells. With that, she effortlessly opened the portal to Wuhuan City and stepped through. Rob and Lily followed closely behind, once again stepping onto the ruins of Wuhuan City, now destroyed. The scene was identical to their previous visit, showing little change. Lowly Twilight followers still wandered about, along with the eternal Twilight Veil. Is Qianrenxue truly still here? Rob questioned. There is no doubt, Sarada's replied. Even though she has been subjected to the mental distortion of the Void Saint, her subconscious still recognizes this as her home. Here lies her grandfather, the only one who truly cared for her. This left Rob perplexed. Logically, it seemed that Dalu had perished alongside Cthulhu. So she remembered her grandfather. How could she willingly serve the Void Saint? This is the mystery of mental distortion. It is possible that in her current perception, she believes you're the one who killed Dalu, Sarada's remarked, suppressing a smile. Lily, however, was not amused and expressed her anger. Is this how you ancient rulers toy with people as hearts? You are all truly perverse. Suit yourself, my dear. Once you experience this feeling for yourself, then you may judge us. For now, you lack the qualification, Sarada's retorted, engaging in a rather unusual exchange with Lily. It was peculiar for a being of her stature, the demon of 1,000 souls, to bicker with someone so seemingly naive. Rob was at a loss. Could Lily not perceive that it was precisely Sarada's feelings that fueled her animosity, leading her to lash out? At the same time, Lily found it odd that Sarada's, who had lived for countless eons, would behave like a love-struck girl. In truth, even Sarada's herself was unaware of why she suddenly felt drawn to Rob. Despite her knowledge that he and Lily had already consummated their relationship, she yearned to experience such feelings. Yet, her cursed body rendered her incapable of doing so. Was it truly only a hope for a future life to reunite? No, Sarada's could not wait. She simply wished that, after vanquishing the Void Saint, she could break free from her curse and become a normal woman, a true mortal. All right, I have sensed the precise location of Qianrenxue. There is no time to waste. Let us hurry and catch her off guard, Sarada's declared, enveloping Rob and Lily in the shadow veil as they moved forward. Chapter 139. The pitiful Qianrenxue? The terrifying Qianrenxue. Moving slowly was essential to ensure they remained undetected. If discovered prematurely, they could face an onslaught from the Twilight followers and Twilight Soul Masters throughout the city. Although their strength would easily handle Twilight Soul Masters below the tidal Douluo level, Qianrenxue would undoubtedly notice, thus jeopardizing their plan. Be cautious. Do not make any large movements, or the shadow veil will lose its effectiveness, Sarada's cautioned. Rob and Lily were already quite careful, yet they still received criticism for their excessive movements. Indeed, as individuals who had experienced the power of a limit Douluo at a young age, they had become accustomed to grand and vigorous combat styles, finding it challenging to restrain themselves. As they traversed the rubble-strewn plaza, they began to ascend the severed Pope S Hall. Wuhuan City was, after all, a place where they had lived for many years, particularly for Rob. Since the age of 6, he had resided in Wuhuan City, cultivating his skills. As he gazed upon the magnificent Pope S Hall, he felt a unique connection to it, even after departing Wuhuan City to further his studies at Shrek Academy in Do City. He often reminisced about the days spent growing under the protection of the Pope S Hall. After the Soul Master competition, he returned to Wuhuan City. Over 5 years, he transformed from a somewhat immature youth into a passionate and resolute young man. Until the destruction of Wuhuan City, he had spent a total of 11 years growing there. As he gazed at the crumbling remnants, memories flooded back. How once the Wuhuan Palace organization had thrived and flourished, now reduced to mere ruins. Akin to the devastated Wuhuan City, the Shadow Veil provided them with excellent protection. At times, even when brushing past wandering Twilight followers, they remained undetected, as if they were entirely absent. Finally, as they navigated through the ruins, they drew ever closer to Qianrenxue. Indeed, she was in that offering hall. A pitiful Qianrenxue, her mind twisted, yet still living in endless sorrow. She had lost her father at a young age, and Bibi Dong treated her with cruelty, never regarding her as a daughter. Others in the Wuhuan Palace, due to her unique status, could not grow too close to her. Thus, she had no peers of her own age. At the tender age of 10, the precocious girl, for the grand cause of the Wuhuan Temple, infiltrated the Do Empire, concealing her female identity and transforming into the prince, Xue Qinghe. Each day, she navigated the treacherous waters of palace intrigues and deceptions. How cruel this was for a young girl. Yet, in time, even her only remaining kin, her grandfather, departed from her life, leaving her unable to bid him farewell. When she relinquished her guise in the Dou Empire and hurried back to Wuhuan City, she found it in ruins, with her grandfather, Dalu, reduced to ashes. Leaving nothing behind, she wept for 3 nights, oblivious to the throngs of twilight cultists surrounding her. It was less about Rinshue being mentally twisted by the Void Saint, and more about her own descent into an endless nightmare. Burdened with immeasurable sorrow, anger, and thorns, she arrived. As a 6-winged servant of the Void, Rinshue was indeed a vision of beauty, with a devilishly alluring figure. Her stunningly seductive appearance, juxtaposed with a demeanor of cold desolation, evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Now, she radiated an aura of entropy and annihilation. Rob spoke to Saladas with mental energy. No, she cannot see us. Otherwise, her expression would be different. She must have matters to attend to. Quickly, step aside, we are in her path. Thus, the 3 shifted cohesively to the right within shadows, evading the lifeless Rinshue. Rob exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat embarrassed for his unfounded worry. Indeed, Rinshue was merely a super Douluo, her overall cultivation inferior to Saladas. How could she possibly detect them, while Saladas maintained the shadowy veil at full strength? Rob then inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We shall wait in her chamber until she returns, and then we can catch her unawares." However, Rob seemed to find this plan of ambush somewhat unreliable. If Rinshue wished, she could shatter the walls and escape at any moment, unless they managed to seize her before she reacted and rendered her incapable of resistance. Yet before Rob could voice his doubts, Saladas continued to elaborate. "Here is the plan. You and Lily will fuse and evolve first. When she returns to her room, I will use the Emerald Wild Pearl to transport both of you to a realm known as the Kankwi Wilderness, where you must incapacitate her. Meanwhile, I will activate the dimensional portal with the Emerald Wild Pearl and return to Shrek City. Once you have succeeded, I will immediately release you." I understand now. Indeed, in my recollection, Saladas never engages in actions without assurance. She would not have brought us out for a mission without a foolproof plan. Let us hurry. As events unfolded according to plan, it was not long before Rinshue returned to her chamber, only to be inexplicably thrown into a dimension filled with primordial forests. Here, a tall youth named Luo Zia awaited her. Under the control of an external force, Rinshue focus was not on Luo Zia's divine visage. Rather, her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to slay him, and whether her strength was sufficient to do so. Notably, Luo Zia's martial spirit was no longer Leihan Jing, but rather Shuangyan Jing, a product of Rob's fusion evolution with Lily. Though both were limit Douluos and possessed equivalent soul power, the strengths of Shuangyan Luo Zia and Leihan Luo Zia were incomparable. Presently, Shuangyan Luo Zia boasted 7 orange-golden soul rings, with the 8th being black and the 9th red, an existence that no ordinary limit Douluo could withstand. Below the divine tier, he was invincible. The soul skills of Luo Zia's first 7 soul rings were all based on Rob's dynamic flame spirit pearl's foundational skills, albeit imbued with Ice's slowing effects. Rinshue displayed no signs of fear, and Luo Zia questioned whether a person under the Void Saint's control could truly feel fear. Nevertheless, Rinshue's lack of trepidation stemmed not from mental manipulation, but from her genuine strength. Dark, flowing entropy energy enveloped her entire being, with 9 soul rings, black, red, 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 orange golden, orange golden, orange golden, radiantly arranged around her. This was astonishing. The last time Luo Zia beheld Rinshue, her soul rings had not appeared in such a manner. Could previously acquired soul rings undergo upgrades over time? There was no room for such considerations. Luo Zia now faced a true powerhouse. In the 140th chapter, Please Call Me Shuangyan, the God of Law, Rinshue ascended into the sky first, as the dense vegetation of the primordial forest would undoubtedly hinder her performance. Her ethereal purple wings of entropy fluttered gracefully, allowing her to hover. She then began to gather energy, preparing to strike at the ascending Luo Zia. However, Luo Zia merely feigned vulnerability, not intending to present himself as a target in midair. After all, Rinchue's intellect was singular, while Luo Zia. As he spoke, he took a sip of water, leaned down, and aligned his lips with Yuan Rong's. Taking a deep breath, Song Zheng stepped out of the courtyard. The surroundings were silent, save for the rustling of withered yellow leaves beneath his feet. "Brother Wen, you're back." As he entered the house, Wu Yuling immediately approached him with a smile. The sword array above was composed of dozens of layers, with varying numbers of swords on each level, relentlessly striking the protective mountain formation. The people nearby remained indifferent, some even inching closer, all eyes fixed on Feng Dequan. At his command, they would swarm and tear him apart. "Dongzi, is Brother Bao all right?" The monk approached, worry etched on his face as he looked at Zhang Yadong. "You should go inside." Grasping Lin Xinyao's arm, Dan Shiyu forcibly pulled her into the conference room. "Uncle Jiang, the power is out again. I didn't mean to." Zhang Yadong's face turned awkward as he attempted to explain, but was interrupted before he could finish by Li Chenggang. Xiao Luo understood at first glance that facing an adversary of such size without unleashing her ice whirlwind was utterly impossible. In fact, even with it, victory was uncertain. Unwilling to accept defeat so easily, Hu Jian followed Zhou Chao out, his laser gun aimed and ready to fire. Though most merely clicked to follow, Nanshu's photos on Weibo garnered thousands of shares, rivaling many popular celebrities, revealing the authenticity of her fan base. Zhao Kahan and others, known in the circle as method actors, exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Feng Shi bound a rabbit with grass rope, holding it in hand as he led several dogs deeper into the wilderness. Fu CCS numbers still lingered on adult websites. Despite the closure of those sites due to the Fu family's intervention, it had undeniably impacted her. After descending the steps, Chun Che realized his efforts were in vain. Lin Jiao and Shui Daishiang were already entangled, and Lin Jiao had not suffered, for it was she who first utilized the Xianbao, not Shui Daishiang. But what if that entity exhibited no signs of fluctuation, or if its extraordinary nature was concealed by profound magic? This palace merely imparts a lesson, teaching you that harming others ultimately harms oneself. Chu Yao's expression was devoid of remorse, exuding an extraordinary sense of righteousness. Mu Ying's attire had transformed into a shade of dark gray, her hair resembling withered grass, coated in dust. As she coughed, 3 wisps of white smoke emanated from her nostrils and mouth. Hua, upon hearing this, remarked, "That's not true. My brother is simply too preoccupied to concern himself with me right now." A hint of melancholy graced Hua's countenance. "Such trivial chatter. It is evident that you are a mere embroidered pillow with grand aspirations, likely having never subdued anyone." Chun Che jestingly pointed at the scarred face and inquired with a grin. This individual possessed a thick mane, especially the beard beneath his nose, which obscured much of his wrinkled visage, extending down to his abdomen. Gazing at the hollowed iron cocoon before him, Anlan felt a surge of delight, subsequently shifting his gaze to the other 5. It turned out that Su Feng had been discreetly etching formations in the ground as he walked, having completed 70% of the task. As the newcomer, I was eager to present a substantial gift to the Prime Minister, earnestly requesting his consent. Zhao Yun, anxious, seized an opportunity to interject, realizing that while the task appeared somewhat safe, it was still far less perilous than remaining beside the Prime Minister. Chapter 141. There is no wound that cannot be healed. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Zai became aware that he had exerted too much force. Could he have truly vaporized Qianrenxue? The 10-second fiery eruption in full explosive state was more than sufficient to obliterate any enemy beneath the level of a limit Douluo. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and hastened forward. When the smoke and flames dissipated, Luo Zai beheld the chaotic entropy energy enveloping Qianrenxue, teetering on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, the terrifying eruption had not inflicted fatal harm upon her. The chaotic entropy energy pulsated violently, growing increasingly unstable. Should it detonate, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Qianrenxue. In that moment, Saladas had returned beneath the golden ancient tree, placing the emerald pearl with care. "You may come out now. Qianrenshue's condition is exceedingly precarious. Only within the embrace of the golden ancient tree can it be alleviated." Upon hearing Salada's call from the outside realm, Luo Zai acted without delay, connecting to the external world and cradling Qian Rinxue in his arms. He could distinctly sense through touch that her physical condition was dire. Any further delay could lead to her demise. Finally, as the radiant light of the golden ancient tree enveloped the fallen Douluo, all unstable factors dissipated in an instant. The gentle golden light enveloped her entirely, akin to a nurturing mother comforting her child. All impurities, all chaotic entropy energy, and all forces of destruction were purified in that moment. The golden ancient tree, akin to an ocean, eternally retained its purest essence, capable of washing away all corruption. With such a miraculous entity standing guard, how could Douluo continent ever fall? The Void Saint, after devouring several weaker worlds, recklessly extended its greedy claws toward Douluo continent, hoping to use it as a foundation to create the Void Divine Circle. Yet, it overlooked the power of the golden ancient tree, the spirit of Douluo, and the essence of Shrek. An individual, no matter how powerful, even a titled Douluo, could scarcely contend with an ancient ruler. However, a collective, fortified by the spirit of Shrek, would unequivocally not yield to any malevolent force. Qian Rinxue's eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if awakening from a profound dream. Albeit a dream that was far from pleasant. In that dream, she was not only battling her own sorrowful emotions, but also struggling against the will of the Void Saint. "Mother, can you hold me, please?" The 3-year-old Qian Rinxue, with a still infantile voice, trembled, just a hug. The young Bibi Dong merely shot her a disdainful glare before turning away. "I'm very busy. Don't bother me." At 5, Qian Rinxue was dressed immaculately by her servants, appearing charming and elegant. She hopped outside, encountering a group of peers, and felt a strange urge to approach them. Yet, as she attempted to greet them, her friends recoiled as if she were a plague. "Everyone run. My father says we can't play with children who look wealthy. It will bring calamity." Feeling helpless and dejected, Qian Rinxue knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the sense of being loathed. At 6, she awakened her first 20 levels of soul power, manifesting the 6-winged angel martial soul. Many elders rushed to offer her inexplicable words, some even presenting her with peculiar gifts. Such a sudden transformation left her perplexed. Even her grandfather, Qian Dalu, who had previously shown her only slight concern, now treated her as if she were a treasure, holding her in his palm. This overwhelming attention forced her to mature prematurely. Under her grandfather's guidance, she learned much about the Spirit Hall, the 6-winged angel family, the 2 great empires, and the long-term plans of the Qian family and the Spirit Hall. By the age of 10, Qian Rinxue had become exceptionally astute and dared to undertake actions that most would never dream of. Disguising her identity, she infiltrated the imperial family of the Dou Empire, plotting the assassination of the crown prince, Xue Qinghe, to assume his identity. During her time as Xue Qinghe, she faced the palace's treachery and gradually solidified her standing. For the sake of the Spirit Hall's grand ambitions, such challenges were trivial. However, she could never have anticipated that the Spirit City, along with her grandfather, would be reduced to ruins in an instant. From this point, Qian Rinxue's world shattered like a broken glass bottle, irreparably fragmented. She realized that no matter what she did, she could never bring her grandfather back. In losing the last hope in her life, even the extraordinary 6-winged angel martial soul could not rescue her increasingly lost soul. Thus, after kneeling amidst the ruins of the Spirit City and weeping for 3 nights, the Void Saint effortlessly abducted her, transporting her to the Void Realm, distorting her into her current state. The golden ancient tree continued to envelop her body with warmth, meticulously purging every minuscule trace of chaotic entropy energy within her. Soon, news of Salada's and Luo Bo, along with Lily rescuing Qian Rinxue, spread throughout the entire Shrek City. The powerful figures, particularly Bibi Dong, rushed to the scene without hesitation. "Qian Rinxue? Is it really her? You brought her back?" Bibi Dong inquired first. Is there truly hope for her? Salada's did not hasten to answer this question, instead focusing on Qian Rinxue's body, which was on the verge of complete purification. She understood that this Qian Rinxue possessed boundless potential, far surpassing that of Song Yingwen. Despite Song Yingwen's talents, and having already received the divine trial of the angel god, this did not alter the fact that her offensive capabilities were lacking. The true force that would instill dread in all shadows and corrupt entities was undoubtedly one who could cleanse the world and sweep through the 8 realms. Wielding a holy sword and clad in divine armor, charging into battle to vanquish demons. Suddenly, Saladas discerned a subtle sound. It was pure yet gentle, and within that gentleness lay a fierce determination. It embodied an aura of unwavering pride and served as the very epitome of justice. Could it be? In Qian Rinxue's spiritual realm, a soft voice resonated. "Girl, they are all illusions. You must awaken." The gentle voice bore a striking resemblance to the long-sacrificed Qian Dalu. The phantoms surrounding Qian Rinxue dissipated in an instant, and she gazed, like one awakening from a deep slumber, at the light that had entered her spiritual realm. "Grandfather? Grandfather? Is it you?" The light responded, "No, I'm not your grandfather, but you may consider me as such." "No, you are deceiving me. You are my grandfather. How could someone as formidable as you possibly die?" "Very well," the light said, chuckling calmly, and then transformed into human form. Clearly, Qian Rinxue was initially taken aback, but she soon burst into tears of joy and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you have deceived me once more." In her ecstatic state, Qian Rinxue hardly resembled a 30-year-old woman. "Grandfather, I knew you were still here." Qian Douluo's ethereal form gently caressed her forehead, soothing her breath. This scene seemed as if it were destined to be eternally captured in time. Chapter 142. There is no descent that cannot end in their embrace. The world around them rapidly transformed, ultimately settling at a certain temporal node. This scene was none other than the Elder Hall of the Wuhuan city, which had not yet been destroyed in those bygone days. Indeed, this moment represented the original fate of Qian Rinxue. Had it not been for that cataclysm, her life trajectory would have unfolded in this manner. Standing quietly in the center of the Elder Hall, facing the immense statue of the 6-winged angel, Qian Rinxue was enveloped in a golden radiance. In stark contrast to her initial arrival, she was no longer merely a supplicant at the feet of the statue, but had become the very essence of the hall itself, akin to the statue. "Are you prepared?" The voice, aged yet tranquil, resonated through the air. Qian Rinxue slowly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming a pure gold, radiating a sanctified aura. "Yes, I am ready." Her voice lacked the emotional fervor of the past, sounding distant and frigid, as if it emanated from something other than a human. Another figure gradually emerged from behind the statue, tall and imposing. As he appeared, his voice became clear and resonant. "My existence is solely for the arrival of this moment. Although I survived the great calamity, my life must still reach its conclusion." Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped Qian Dalu, surrounding him in golden brilliance, with 9 soul rings arranged symmetrically around him. Accompanying the spectacle were 3 pairs of pristine wings. His supreme martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Aside from the wings, Qian Douluo's entire being was shrouded in gold. Yet, compared to Qian Rinxue's own golden essence, it seemed to lack something. However, once his martial soul was unleashed, he supplanted Qian Rinxue and the statue, becoming the very core of the Elder Hall. A diamond-shaped golden gem materialized upon his forehead, and without any visible effort, he found himself standing before the statue. A peculiar golden beam emanated from the gem, illuminating the space between the statue's brows. Instantly, a golden vortex appeared in that very spot, causing the statue to quiver faintly. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue, with her entirely golden eyes, displayed a hint of surprise. Evidently, this was a sight she had never encountered before. "Child, come with me." Qian Dalu turned and beckoned to Qian Rinxue, then abruptly accelerated, propelling himself towards the colossal statue. Qian Rinxue did not summon her martial soul, yet her body effortlessly rose into the air, following closely behind Qian Dalu as they collided with the statue. In an extraordinary moment, when Qian Daolu's form struck the statue, there was no violent impact. Rather, it felt akin to penetrating a layer of water, and with a flash of light, he vanished. Qian Rinxue experienced a similar phenomenon, seamlessly merging into the statue's embrace. The vortex between the statue's brows gradually dissipated, the ethereal sensation faded, and amidst the flickering light, tranquility was restored. However, both Qian Dalu and Qian Rinxue disappeared within the retracted golden glow. Surrounded by golden light, Qian Rinxue soon realized she had entered a bizarre realm. The first sensation that enveloped her was an infinite warmth, while everything around felt surreal. Golden ripples of light shimmered continuously, as if she had traversed through a tunnel formed of ethereal radiance. Qian Daolu led her forward, and though it seemed like an eternity had passed, the surroundings suddenly cleared. The illusion dissipating, and reality returned. To her astonishment, Qian Rinxue discovered that she and her grandfather had arrived within a grand hall. As her presence materialized here, she immediately felt the hall's strangeness. Surrounded by an endless night sky adorned with twinkling stars, the hall appeared to float amidst the celestial expanse. Its hexagonal structure was supported by 6 massive golden pillars, devoid of walls, with a void surrounding them. Intricate and ornate patterns, reminiscent of angelic feathers, were engraved upon the floor, ceiling, and pillars, creating a stunning spectacle. In the center of the hall stood a 3-meter-high statue, identical in design to the one in the Elder Hall, but considerably more imposing. This statue, however, was not golden but rather a dull, gray hue. A similarly gray long sword was embedded in the ground before it, while 6 wings unfurled behind it, vividly lifelike. "Grandfather, where are we?" Upon entering this extraordinary world, a hint of warmth finally seeped into Qian Rinxue's voice. Qian Dalu's ethereal visage displayed a peculiar smile. "This is the true temple of the angels, the place of divine inheritance. Come here, child." As she followed Qian Daolu to the statue, he took her hand, gazing at the diamond-shaped golden gem on her forehead. "Originally, you would have needed to undergo the complete trials of the angels to attain the status of a divine being. However, since the destruction of the Wuhuan temple, your divine trials were interrupted, ultimately falling upon others. This is the choice of the divine, one we cannot alter. But do you understand? The true angels are those who emerge from the darkest depths, shining with the most brilliant light. Only the solitary star within darkness is worthy of being called an angel. But I have even descended into darkness, committing numerous transgressions under its will. Am I truly worthy of being an angel? Am I deserving of becoming a divine being?" Qian Rinxue spoke sorrowfully, her voice trembling. Qian Olu's ethereal form merely smiled gently. "Child, you overthink it. Embracing darkness was never your intention. There are no wounds that cannot be healed, no descents that cannot be concluded. Light arises from darkness, and darkness gives birth to light. It is precisely because you have ventured into darkness that you are the child of light and shadow. You are the chosen one. Remember, as long as you do not forsake yourself, no one can usurp your place. That Song Yingwen, no matter how talented she may be, will forever remain a mere substitute for you." Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue's spirit was instantly invigorated. "What belongs to you will ultimately return to you. Go forth, my granddaughter. Rise, child of light and shadow. What must I do? With your blood." Qian Dalu gestured toward the dull long sword before the statue, where a circular transparent gem rested on its hilt. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue understood that the final moment had arrived. She slowly raised her right hand, covering the gem with her palm, and suddenly, her thumb grazed her middle finger, causing a stream of peculiarly colored blood to surge forth from the cut, staining the gem on the hilt. Chapter 143. The Child of Light and Shadow. Qian Rinxue. The color of Qian Rinxue's blood was quite extraordinary. It was not the typical red of human blood, but rather a delicate pink intertwined with hints of gold, imbued with a faint fragrance. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue felt her right hand tremble as her cut middle finger was drawn irresistibly to the transparent gem. The smooth gem now behaved as if it were a bloodthirsty vampire, eagerly absorbing her lifeblood. Blood gushed forth from the wound, causing Qian Rinxue's body to tremble involuntarily. One after another, soul rings emerged from her being. With a resounding flourish, 6 colossal wings burst forth from her back, unfurling in the air. In the wake of her blood being consumed, her martial spirit was compelled into manifestation. Dalu stood beside her, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. As Qianrengshu's blood flowed increasingly, the gem on the hilt of the long sword began to glow gradually. Initially, the gem shimmered with a hue akin to her blood, a soft, rose-gold light. However, as time elapsed, the pink tinge faded, transforming into a pure golden radiance. The golden light flowed downward from the gem, saturating the extraordinary long sword drop by drop. A sense of weakness began to engulf Qianrengshu's mind, yet she resolutely maintained her stance and even urged her soul power to accelerate the flow of her blood. Gradually, she realized that her body had become immobile, the sensation of weakness intensifying. Nevertheless, the golden light emanating from the long sword grew increasingly vivid, the surging golden brilliance illuminating the entire divine temple, invigorating the intricate patterns engraved upon its surface. A gentle radiance flowed, as if it had become a living entity, the soft golden glow gradually intensifying. Dalu smiled, his eyes alight with fervor as he murmured, "I have awaited this moment for far too long. Even if I am destined to perish, Tang Chun, you will always fall just short of my grasp." Though Shui has merely ascended her soul power to the 100th level without attaining divine status, she is fated to be the child of light and shadow. Tang Chun, I wonder what thoughts will cross your mind upon witnessing this scene. With some difficulty, Dalu lifted his right leg and stepped forward, positioning himself between the gray divine statue and the long sword, which was now gradually turning golden. The fervor in his eyes transformed into a tender gaze as he looked at Qianrengshu. "Dear child, this is your final trial, and it is also mine. No matter how immense the pain, you must prevail. The fate of the Douluo world rests partially upon your shoulders. Once victorious, should you cross paths with a certain Tang Chun, you must defeat him on my behalf. He is my lifelong rival." "Grandfather, are you truly leaving me?" Qianrengshu managed to call out, a sudden wave of intense anxiety surging within her. Qianoliu's gentle and calm gaze was the source of her unease. He smiled softly. "Foolish child, to gain is to lose. This is my destined fate. I am content to leave behind this shadow to assist you in achieving the 100th level. Do not grieve, for you cannot move now, nor can you halt my departure. Remember my words. You must create the light and shadow divine position and unite with other deities to vanquish the Void Saint. After the great battle, should you encounter Tang Chun, help me defeat him." As he spoke, a tremendous roar erupted, and fierce golden flames surged forth from Dalu, illuminating the entire temple without imparting any heat. In that moment, the previously soft golden patterns on the temple transformed into vibrant brilliance, with Dalu even taking the place of the divine statue, becoming the very center of the sanctuary. "Grandfather, no!" Qianrengshu cried out desperately, struggling against her immobilization. Yet, just as Dalu had stated, she could not move a single inch, her entire being drawn towards the gem on the sword, rendering her utterly helpless. Dalu had become entirely golden, the flames he ignited consuming not only his soul power, but also his body, his spirit, and everything he was. This purest of divine flames gradually enveloped him, while behind him, the gray divine statue ravenously absorbed the energy unleashed by the flames. "Shui, listen closely. There is something I have never revealed to you. Your mother's mistreatment of you, even her desire to abandon you, is not entirely her fault. It is because of your existence that I refrained from harming her. Your father did not perish at the hands of the Daluo Tang Hao. He was merely severely injured by him. The true culprit behind your father's demise is your mother, Bibi Dong." "What?" Qianrengshu stood there in shock, staring blankly at her grandfather, even as the golden flames engulfed him. Dalu sighed. "All that has transpired has already transpired. I know the whole story. Bibi Dong is indeed talented, yet your father's methods to keep her were somewhat dark. No one anticipated that she would strike after enduring for so many years. At that time, you had already lost your father. I did not wish for you to lose your mother as well. Once you become the god of light and shadow, You must contemplate how to face her. One thing I must remind you of is that your mother has received the divine trial from the comet goddess, a powerful first-level offensive deity. She has set aside many matters and reconciled with her first love, Master Yugang. Yet you are her daughter, deep within her heart. She will always love you. She is the one who killed my father? She is the one who killed my father? Qian Rengshu stood there lost. Even as the overwhelming sensation of weakness vanished with the influx of potent energy into her body, Qian Dalu smiled in satisfaction. He had a purpose in imparting this crucial revelation to Qian Rengshu at this juncture. Only thus could his granddaughter's focus be diverted, preventing her from succumbing to overwhelming sorrow at his impending dissolution. It was not until Qian Douluo's voice became intermittent that Qian Rengshu abruptly regained her senses. Before her, Qian Douluo's form was being gradually consumed by the golden flames. The last image she captured was her grandfather's benevolent gaze. Grandfather! Qian Rengshu cried out in anguish, straining against her bonds. Suddenly, her hand was drawn by an inexplicable force, moving from the gem on the hilt to the top of the sword. With a thunderous sound, the long sword that had been embedded before the divine statue was forcibly extracted by her. A 100-level deity without divine status. Such an occurrence had likely never been witnessed in the annals of Douluo continent's history. With the holy sword in hand, it was destined that Qian Rengshu would forge a new path, creating an unprecedented divine position, the god of light and shadow. In contrast, it would correspond to Song Ingwen's god of wishes. What a magnificent sight it would be to see the two deities fighting side by side. Chapter 144. The first 100-level deity, Qian Rengshu. Just as Luo Zai marveled at the transformation of Qian Rengshu's body, she awakened quietly, like a fleeting flower blooming. The overwhelming divine pressure rendered the inhabitants of Shrek's city immobile. The cycle of light and shadow, the interplay of brightness and darkness. As the child of light and shadow, Qian Rengshu reawakened, her sanctified radiance seemingly poised to transcend the heavens. This was unmistakably the aura of a deity. Indeed, despite lacking a divine position, her soul power had reached a level indistinguishable from that of a god. 100 levels. This was an unequivocal 100 levels. Do you not see? The resplendent golden 10th soul ring blossoming with an immortal lotus? Do you not see the divine attire of the six-winged clan merging into a singular entity? This 100 levels struck awe into many present. Is this truly a god? The legendary, transcendent 100-level deity? The most profound reactions came from those who had already received divine trials, including the sea god, the inheritor of the Azura god Tang San, the comet goddess Bibi Dong, and the inheritor of the god of wishes, Song Ingwen. Others could merely ascertain that the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Qian Rengshu indicated she had reached the 100th level. Yet these few could feel that, despite achieving this pinnacle, she did not possess a divine status. As Qian Rengshu's consciousness gradually clarified, once she concealed her divine breath and light, her first gaze met that of her mother, Bibi Dong. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon this divine powerhouse with a unique intensity. This scene persisted for an indeterminate duration, seemingly an eternity. However, Qian Rengshu's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Bibi Dong. At last, she spoke with calm determination. Is it true? Bibi Dong, fully aware of the inquiry's essence, simply responded, indeed. Both were acutely cognizant of the gravity of their exchange, yet the surrounding onlookers remained utterly oblivious. This brief question and answer left everyone in a state of confusion. Why? Qian Rengshu pressed further. Bibi Dong appeared disinclined to linger in the moment. She turned to entwine her arm with Yugong's, preparing to depart while stating, for what is most important to me. This interaction deepened the bewilderment among the crowd. What on earth was transpiring? Yet, in that instant of turning away, Bibi Dong had conveyed a vision into Qian Rengshu's mind through her spiritual energy. She then communicated telepathically, judge after you have seen your esteemed father's deeds. Possessing divine-level spiritual prowess, Qian Rengshu absorbed the entirety of the vision in less than a second, leaving her utterly astounded. It dawned upon her that her father was indeed that kind of person. The entirety of her existence had been steeped in desire and coercion, fraught with persecution and anguish. Her very birth was a sin. Had she not ascended to godhood, the revelation would have overwhelmed her, causing her to faint from the shock. However, as a being of divine caliber, her psychological resilience far surpassed that of mere mortals. The methods employed by her grandfather were indeed dark. So this was the truth. Qian Rengshu seethed with anger, contemplating how she would react if she were the one subjected to such treatment. As a woman, purity is paramount. To have one's first experience taken by anyone but one's true partner casts a long shadow. The very thought rendered her unable to continue. It was revealed that her mother had successfully given birth to her only after enduring a full year of confinement. One can only imagine the torment her mother must have faced during that year, each day feeling like an eternity. Her father was indeed a beast beyond measure. Qian Rengshu stood frozen, her mind haunted by the images of that fateful night. At times, she even slipped into a first-person perspective, as if she were BB Dong from that night. The onlookers remained perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired. Why had the divine Qian Rengshu, upon her awakening, exchanged such cryptic words with the Spider Emperor Douluo and then walked away? At this moment, walking beside Yugong, BB Dong wore a troubled expression. The events that had just unfolded brought back memories she wished to forget. The crux was that Qian Rengshu had returned and ascended to godhood. This would surely complicate matters, as she would now be a constant presence. Luo's eye discreetly slipped away, transforming into Luo Bai and Lily near the inner courtyard's dormitory area. It seemed today they were not the center of attention. Indeed, with a 100-level god like Qian Rengshu present, it would be difficult for them to capture the spotlight. Finally, they could avoid explaining everything in detail. Let Saladas and Qian Rengshu handle that. Oh, by the way, Luo Bai, Lily suddenly interjected, let us seek out Oscar and Ning Rongrong. They should have attempted their fusion evolution by now. Luo Bai, puzzled, asked, did you have them try fusion evolution as well? Of course, Lily replied. They passed the trial of the Qian Kun Wenxing Valley with flying colors, so they certainly have a good chance of succeeding in fusion evolution. Ever since Brother Dai and Sister Zhuqing succeeded, I've encouraged Oscar and Rongrong to begin their attempts. Today should be the day they can truly succeed. They had indeed not been in the crowd at the plaza. Consequently, the two made their way to the kitchen storage area of the inner courtyard dining hall, where they unexpectedly encountered the duo. Ah, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong was the first to speak, assuring them, no need to worry, we are in good shape. Just need to try a few more times. Come on, Oscar. Oscar chimed in, indicating that their progress was already quite advanced. However, Luo Bai felt somewhat disappointed and remarked, so you haven't succeeded yet. You must put in more effort. If Lily and I can succeed, then surely you can too. Oscar scratched his head awkwardly. We will, but there are many distractions. For instance, the chefs frequently come in to take food, which disrupts our progress. Stop making excuses, Ning Rongrong pouted, adding, actually, we think we might be lacking in comprehension. So could you offer us some guidance? Lily could not help but chuckle at this clever woman. Despite that, she and Luo Bai had no specific experiences to share with Ning Rongrong. The art of fusion evolution truly requires personal insight and practice. If Oscar and Ning Rongrong could fortuitously stumble upon enlightenment, then everything would fall into place. Yet, it was evident they had not encountered such fortune. For now, they needed more time to proceed methodically. You two should continue your attempts. We shall take our leave. Wishing you success soon, Lily politely stated, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked up at Luo Bai. Luo Bai immediately understood. All right, let us return swiftly. Today has been quite exhausting. It is time to rest. Chapter 145, Inzotha's Terrifying Illusion. Early the next morning, Saladas sought out Luo Bai and Lily again, as if they were the only ones she could rely on in times of need. I apologize for troubling you two once more, Saladas said with a mischievous grin. Luo Bai had grown accustomed to this and could not refuse, especially since all his golden soul rings had come from her. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. He readily asked, so, who are we rescuing this time? Or who are we eliminating? Saladas suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. This is a grave matter. Can we please be serious? Luo Bai and Lily complied, adopting a solemn attitude. Let me get straight to the point. My brother Inzoth, the third old god, has initiated some new actions. Saladas furrowed her brow and continued. The Void Saint has assigned him to perform his specialty, the assimilation of ideational and concrete planes. In simpler terms, it means merging the Void plane with the Douluo plane. What shall we do? Luobai exclaimed. Have they already begun? Can the golden ancient tree not stop them? Salatas, still troubled, replied. The existence of the golden ancient tree can only limit the Void Saint's overall assimilation of the Douluo plane. However, he can utilize N'Zoth's unique abilities to assimilate various locations of the Douluo continent piece by piece, much like mold gradually covering the surface of an orange. Even if we manage to decisively defeat the Void Saint in a few years, the regions that have been assimilated will vanish entirely with the collapse of the Void Plane. In the end, Douluo continent will be left in a state of devastation. The metaphor used in this explanation was so vivid that Luobai envisioned the scene in his mind. I have seen this tactic before. Long ago, the Void Saint coveted a world that contained energy comparable to that of Douluo continent and sought to assimilate it. However, that world lacked a powerful individual willing to sacrifice themselves to perish alongside the old god, like Dalu. Yet, they possessed a world heart similar to that of the golden ancient tree. The rebels of that world, sheltered by the world heart, managed to sever all ties with the Void Plane after more than 20 years. The Void Saint would not allow himself to be repulsed by them so easily. He too would reciprocate their disdain towards that world. It was during this time that the Void Saint commissioned N'Zoth to develop the technique known as the scare illusion, gradually assimilating regions that lay outside the protection of the heart of the world. Although the Void Saint ultimately had to abandon that world, he still managed to leave its surface in a state of torment, beyond repair, without a millennium of recuperation. If we wish to prevent the Douluo world from meeting a similar fate, we must take the initiative to infiltrate the scare illusion and dismantle it piece by piece. Upon hearing this, Luo Bo immediately stiffened, asking if they should set off at once. No, replied Saladas. You have yet to inquire about places such as Gaoling, Chuyun, Huashuangyu, and Kongguilan Yuing, yet you are eager to depart? Are you feeling overconfident? Lily stifled a laugh and gently nudged Luo Bo beside her. Thus, someone appeared awkward, attempting to divert attention. Indeed, he had become somewhat overconfident, Lily added. Saladas cleared her throat and continued. However, the scare illusion is exceedingly perilous, demanding a high level of mental strength, willpower, and reaction capability. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, I am hesitant to allow you to venture recklessly. What then? How dangerous is it? Wouldn't Lily and I be capable if we merged? At present, that might not suffice. You would need to reach at least the 100th level of divinity, Saladas stated, her intention becoming quite clear. Suddenly, Lily inquired, You do not mean to send Qianrenxue, do you? And what of it? After all the effort we expended to rescue her, can we not call upon her? Moreover, she alone possesses the ability to traverse in and out of N'Zoth's scare illusion, and might even discover a way to completely dismantle the mechanism that N'Zoth utilized to create the scare illusion, preventing any further manifestations. Luo Bo felt embarrassed, realizing that. In truth, their presence was unnecessary. Then why have you summoned us? Only to inform you of this matter. Should we require your assistance later, it would save me the trouble of explaining again. Secondly, all members of the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance gathered at the Golden Ancient Tree Square, watching as Saladas sent Qianrenxue through a portal filled with chaotic void energy. Of course, Saladas explained the situation regarding the scare illusion to everyone, although she concealed certain characteristics of it to avoid inciting panic. Remember, Qianrenxue, within the scare illusion, regardless of what you witness, do not dwell too much on it. Your focus should be on the dimensional rifts and the void artifacts hidden therein. If you can close the dimensional rifts and destroy the void artifacts, the scare illusion will be utterly obliterated. Understood, Qianrenxue replied coldly. Saladas continued, The scare illusion you are about to enter is located in Do City. A significant event is occurring within the illusion that could alter the course of history. This event has not transpired in reality, yet in the scare illusion, this timeline has successfully progressed to that point. You must ensure that this event occurs smoothly according to the historical timeline. confirming that Saladas had no further instructions. Qian Rinxue raised her immaculate sword and stepped through the portal, successfully entering the scare illusion of Do City. Initially, Qian Rinxue believed that, with her divine strength and the ability to restrain void beings, she would cut through the scare illusion effortlessly. Yet, she was taken aback to find that Do City appeared as it did before the void invasion. Suddenly, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the palace. Was that not herself? Only, it was her guise as the prince of the Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. What's happening here? Just as Qian Rinxue was puzzled, Saladas' voice reached her. Do not be alarmed. This is merely an alternate course of history. Had the Void Saint not invaded the Douluo continent, everything within this illusion would have transpired in reality. Only then did Qian Rinxue temper her arrogance. Realizing the strangeness of this scare illusion, even as a divine being, she needed to remain vigilant against the Void Saint's potential traps. Chapter 146. Your past possessions are my eternal continuity. Thus, Qian Rinxue concealed her form using her soul power, quietly observing the unfolding events within the Do Royal Palace. Typically, occurrences within illusions bear traces that lead to an inevitable conclusion. Indeed, the end of a normal timeline must inevitably serve as the beginning of a new cycle. However, the timeline invaded by the void differs. Once it leads to its end, it signifies true annihilation. Even time itself loses significance, leaving behind an endless void. Qian Rinxue could not yet comprehend this. She only knew that, according to Saladas, she must destroy the void artifacts within the illusion and shatter this illusion to save the reality of Do City. However, she never anticipated that the focal point of this illusion would be herself and Tang San, specifically the versions of them from this timeline. Indeed, had there been no void invasion and no catastrophe from the Spirit Hall, the present moment would find Qian Rinxue and Tang San at an impasse in the Do Royal Palace. With great interest, Qian Rinxue continued to observe, curious about the events that would unfold between her and Tang San in this timeline. Upon closer inspection, she noted that this version of Tang San was only at level 60 but possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, while this version of Qian Rinxue had already attained the rank of Soul Sage. Seeing that Tang San remained silent, Xue Qinghe continued, Tang San, if you harbor resentment for the death of your father at my hands, it is not an issue. While I prioritize my interests, I would not stoop to such depths. Let me reveal to you that my true name is not Xue Qinghe, nor am I the offspring of Xue Yi. In fact, your father is my father's nemesis. I can even overlook such enmity. Does that not demonstrate my sincerity? Instantly, Qian Rinxue felt that this version of herself was foolish for revealing her true identity to Tang San so brazenly. This was not the behavior one would expect from someone who had endured humiliation and lurked in a royal palace for over a decade. Intrigued by the potential foolishness of her counterpart in this timeline, Qian Rinxue continued to watch. Indeed, Xue Qinghe's words astonished Tang San, who questioned in disbelief. You are the son of the former pope of the Spirit Hall? As Tang San pondered, Xue Qinghe smiled proudly, nodding, Tang San, I have dispelled all your doubts. State your second condition. I believe my status in the Spirit Hall and the Do Empire is sufficient to fulfill any wish you may have. Taking a deep breath, Tang San glanced at the now human-shaped Douluo beside him and then at the spear-like Yang Wudi standing tall. He uttered, my first condition is rooted in vengeance for Wu. My second condition concerns my parents. My mother perished tragically while saving my father, and my father, due to the Spirit Hall's machinations, was unwelcome in his family and mourned my mother throughout the latter part of his life. If you are willing to avenge this blood debt, I have no qualms about being at your service. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened, for while he could reluctantly fulfill the first condition, the second was utterly unattainable. To avenge Tang San, one would need to obliterate the entire Wuhuan palace, a feat beyond her capabilities. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but chuckle knowingly. How foolish was her counterpart in this timeline? Perhaps she had developed feelings for Tang San. Yet, had she not exhibited similar sentiments in the normal timeline? Indeed, she once held a significant admiration for him, albeit primarily due to his formidable strength. However, she had since ascended to a divine level, albeit without a deity's position, necessitating her own creation of one. Nevertheless, she was more than capable of overpowering Tang San now. Strength? Oh, forgive me, but the current Tang San is merely a soul sage. What Qian Ringshu was unaware of was that Tang San had simultaneously received divine tests from both the sea god and the Shura god. Are you mocking me? Stretching his fists clenched instinctively. Tang San replied coolly, I merely stated the facts. Regrettably, you cannot accomplish it. Your Highness, you are indeed exceptionally intelligent, yet utterly hopeless. Do you presume that everyone beneath you prioritizes personal gain as you do? For the sake of my parents and for the sake of the dance, I will never compromise with you. The WuHuan Palace shall remain my lifelong nemesis. As long as I, Tang San, draw breath, I will not rest until I have personally eradicated the WuHuan Palace. You still harbor delusions of my surrender? Allow me to clarify for you and for everyone. I, Tang San, would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole in disgrace. Witnessing Tang San's fierce expression as he uttered those resolute words, both the Qian Ringshu that dispelled the illusion and the one masquerading as Shue in this timeline felt a wave of emptiness wash over them. What audacity! What character! The more Tang San displayed such tenacity, the stronger Qian Ringshu's desire for conquest became. Yet, the Qian Ringshu of this timeline could never forsake everything related to the WuHuan Palace to befriend Tang San. However, the divine Qian Ringshu of the normal timeline could. First, the WuHuan Palace had long been vanquished. Second, all survivors had gathered in Shrek City to form an anti-demon coalition. They were comrades united on the same front. Contemplating this, Qian Ringshu felt compelled to inform her counterpart in this timeline how ludicrous it was to vie for power and authority before a formidable foe like the Void Saint. All mortals were but ants. What significance did the WuHuan Palace or the Douluo Empire hold? National grievances and familial hatreds were trivial in comparison. Nevertheless, Qian Ringshu resolved to continue observing. Perhaps she would uncover some unforeseen twist. On the palace wall platform, the Qian Ringshu of this timeline suddenly erupted in fury and began to unleash her martial spirit. A radiant beam of golden light erupted from her, originating from her forehead and swiftly enveloping her entire being. Soul rings appeared in succession, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, culminating in a total of 7 soul rings. Her hair transformed into a lustrous golden hue, each strand shimmering with brilliance. Her clothing tore apart as 2 pairs of pristine white wings burst forth from her back, stretching wide as her body seemed to defy the force of gravity, gently floating to hover a foot above the ground. Under the intense golden radiance, Qian Ringshu's eyes turned entirely golden. A colossal, indistinct shadow loomed behind her. Qian Ringshu couldn't help but mock her counterpart in this timeline. To so easily reveal her martial spirit was tantamount to complete exposure. Yet, had she truly experienced everything in this timeline, she would have undoubtedly acted similarly. Tang San was an insurmountable obstacle in her fate. Chapter 147, The Terrifying Illusion. God-level Tang San. Dark blue silvergrass. Attention, Qian Ringshu. The voice of Saladas resonated in her mind. Wait a moment. Significant changes may occur within this illusionary space. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Qian Ringshu merely gathered her soul power symbolically, entering a combat-ready state, yet her mood remained light. As a divine powerhouse, what danger could she possibly face? Was it an illusion of Enzoth? The true Enzoth equated to merely a limit de law. What could he possibly do against Qian Ringshu, a divine being? On the palace wall platform, the Tang San of this timeline and Qian Ringshu had commenced their battle. Soon, Qian Ringshu ensnared Tang San within her domain. Qian Ringshu could vaguely hear the dialogue within. Do you feel the disparity between us now? Tang San, this is my domain. I am its sovereign. Here, even a titled Douluo can merely ensure their retreat. As for you, with your paltry soul emperor cultivation, you are utterly at my mercy. Frankly, I truly admire you. If all goes well, your future accomplishments shall undoubtedly rival my own. Thus, I am willing to grant you one final opportunity, for I cannot bear to extinguish such talent as yours. Only those like us can comprehend the essence of true strength. Am I not correct? Upon hearing this lengthy discourse, Qian Rengshu found her counterpart in this timeline even more amusing. Ah, indeed, you have taken a liking to him, you fool. It is simply impossible for you both. Enough with the empty words. I have already provided you with the answer. The outcome remains undetermined. If you truly possess the capability, then swiftly in my life. Meanwhile, Tang San's 8 spider lances curved slightly to shield his rear, as both his 5th and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The blue-golden light coalesced on Tang San's right arm, forming a 3-meter-long blue-silver overlord spear that fused seamlessly with his arm. Simultaneously, Tang San's form became ethereal. This was the effect of his 6th soul skill void. At the 10,000-year level. A 10,000-year soul skill? Let me witness the efficacy of your 10,000-year soul skill within my domain. If the divine Qian Rengshu of a normal timeline were to control the Qian Rengshu of this timeline, she would certainly not be complacent. The disparity brought by a 10,000-year soul ring was immense. Oh, indeed, it is a 10,000-year soul ring. It possesses certain merits. Even my domain's secondary evolution skill, Descent, cannot obliterate you. It seems I must harbor a tinge of envy towards you. However, this is still insufficient. Qian Rengshu found it unbearable to watch. Was his counterpart truly so foolish? Not only was she verbose, but she also revealed her soul skills to the opponent, as if fearing Tang San would lose to her. Was it necessary to expose one's vulnerabilities in such a desperate display for affection? Moreover, even if she did extend such an invitation, Tang San would likely ignore her entirely, perhaps perceiving it as provocation and continuing the fight. After a prolonged clash, the two figures had become indistinct. Tang San, farewell. Let me personally bring an end to your life. This is the final act of kindness I can extend to you. Fear not, I shall provide you with a grand burial and will forever remember you. Before your demise, allow me to unveil my true visage. I believe you will pass without regret. At this, Qian Rengshu was utterly bewildered. To what extent would this counterpart of hers act foolishly? Was she truly going to reveal her true identity to Tang San? Did she not fear exposure? Furthermore, her words sounded distinctly like a confession. Indeed, a girl who had suppressed her feelings for so long was utterly defenseless against a brother like Tang San, who possessed both beauty and strength. Calmly tearing off her mask, the Qian Rengshu of this timeline declared, "My true name is Qian Rengshu. Tang San, dying at my hands, you can finally be rid of your ignorance." Tang San smiled indifferently. "Whether male or female, your identity holds no significance for me. Since you hail from the Wuhuan Palace, you can only be my adversary. It is no wonder you impulsively revealed your secret. Behind your decisiveness lies a hint of tenderness. So, you are indeed a woman. Well, it seems Tang San's old habits have resurfaced. The deeply ingrained machismo within him was one of the primary reasons for Lily's initial disdain toward him. However, the subsequent developments exceeded Qian Rengshu's expectations. She observed Tang San continuing to utter provocative remarks, though his tone had shifted. Soon, an eerie violet light enveloped the scene, forcefully dismantling Qian Rengshu's domain within this timeline. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San suddenly leapt into action, with countless dark blue silvergrass vines, adorned with crimson thorns, lunging toward Qian Rengshu in this timeline. In that instant, Qian Rengshu found herself utterly defenseless, truly without the means to retaliate. Within mere moments, Tang San's dark blue silvergrass completely engulfed her. The next second, it felt as if the entire space had been torn asunder. This was dire. A significant change must have occurred in the illusion of terror, likely due to the detection of the divine Qian Rengshu's presence. The arena of the illusion continued to twist, and everything became obscured. Although Qian Rengshu was already a 100-level deity, she was astonished to find her mental power severely disrupted. The entire arena had birthed twisted and frenzied dark purple tentacles. Numerous structures became tainted with a flowing twilight curtain, appearing eerily sinister. Almost every building had activated a dark golden, eyeball-shaped rune. The pupils of these eyes fluctuated between dim and pitch black, opening and closing rhythmically. Yet, regardless of their state, they were all fixated upon Qian Rengshu. The dark golden-eye runes of the entire city were now trained on the divine Qian Ringshu. He Qian Ringshu, you cannot escape, proclaimed Tang San. No, this was not Tang San. It was fundamentally not him. How could Tang San's eyes be suffused with such murky malevolence? This was undoubtedly an illusion, a manifestation of the illusion of terror. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson, and the dark blue silvergrass in his hands writhed wildly, transforming into countless black tendrils aimed at Qian Ringshu. Even the 100-level deity, Qian Ringshu, found it difficult to evade this assault in time, fearing that this imposter Tang San possessed divine strength. No, how could this be possible? Qian Ringshu, do not panic. The voice of Salada's echoed timely. In the illusion of terror, everything possessed both a real and illusory aspect. You must discern the false from the true, sweeping away all that is false, evil, and ugly, leaving only the real, good, and beautiful. Only then can the illusion of terror be dispelled. Otherwise, you risk becoming eternally lost within this illusory realm, subjected to an everlasting curse. What? Do not panic? An eternal curse. That is an everlasting curse. Moreover, there is a high probability that once they have had their fun with you, they will forcibly implant the core of the ancient dominators into your soul. Thus, you would become the new demon of souls, the fifth ancient dominator, unable to escape. At this moment, Qian Ringshu desperately wished to return and strike Saladas down with a sword, exclaiming, "Are you doing this on purpose? This is your trap. I sincerely apologize. I only just deduced their intent. But you are a 100-level deity. You must have faith in your own strength." Chapter 148. Qian Ringshu, true, versus Tang San, false, given the circumstances. Qian Ringshu had no choice but to engage in battle with this seemingly abnormal Tang San. Logically, this illusion was born from her own state of mind. She should have had the advantage, much like when one realizes they are dreaming and typically awakens. However, she could not comprehend the strength of the Tang San before her. The dark blue silvergrass? Would it possess the power of Haotsue? Did the soul skills resemble those of the true Tang San? All these questions were answered when Tang San activated his martial spirit. Black, 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 red, 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 orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, brilliant gold. Indeed, 10 soul rings. This indicated that this false Tang San was of the same 100 level as she. At this moment, Qian Ringshu truly lacked the confidence for an assured victory. It seemed that this would be a grueling battle. Just then, Salada's voice resonated again, advising this divine Tang San is, in fact, your inner demon. By overcoming him, your spirit shall possess no weaknesses. Defeating Tang San would grant her the ability to become the god of light and shadow. The thought of conquering this Tang San was quite tempting, Qian Ringshu mused. Defeating this Tang San would allow her to fully relinquish her obsession, wouldn't it? Qian Ringshu, your martial soul hall has slain my mother, and also Wu. Their debts shall be repaid by you today. The false Tang San bellowed with a heavy aura of malice, as the void blue light emitted by the dark blue silvergrass shot forth at lightning speed. Qian Ringshu unleashed the light and shadow transformation array, enveloping herself in divine feathers of black and white, perfectly deflecting the oncoming blue light assault. Subsequently, the light and shadow transformation array erupted, shooting forth millions of black or white ethereal feathers in all directions. While Tang San unleashed his blue light, the dark blue silvergrass had already surged toward Qian Ringshu from all 6 directions, like a web. However, the sudden eruption of the ethereal feathers completely obliterated all the dark blue silvergrass. The energy fluctuations of the divine level tore at the surrounding space recklessly. Nevertheless, this was merely an illusion. Tearing it apart was inconsequential. Seizing the moment while Tang San was still unresponsive, Qian Ringshu charged forward, delivering a fierce cross slash with her sword. Horizontal for the holy light, vertical for the shadow. The powers of light and shadow converged, the child of light and shadow, intimidating both past and present. Indeed, this was Qian Ringshu's most formidable attack after comprehending the powers of light and shadow, the ultimate technique, the light and shadow cross slash. Regardless of where the light and shadow cross slash grazed Tang San, all its energy would instantaneously converge into a singularity, then surge into Tang San's body, causing immeasurable explosive damage. The false Tang San appeared to have sustained severe injury. He immediately activated the self-recovery ability of the dark blue silvergrass, encasing himself within a massive sphere woven from countless blue silvergrass vines. Qian Ringshu understood that she must not allow him to complete his recovery. Thus, she pressed the attack, closing in on him and wielding her sword to strike. "You are a moment too late." The cry of the false Tang San erupted from within the blue sphere, seemingly transforming into a sonic shockwave. This must be a soul bone skill, Qian Ringshu thought, swiftly activating her will to dissipate the mental impact. However, when her state returned to normal, Tang San had already fully recovered. This formidable battle recovery ability was truly abhorrent. No, to deal with this Tang San, she must control him and deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, he could outlast her. Just imagine having absorbed Qian Ringshu's most powerful strike, and yet being able to recover to full strength so swiftly. How formidable that must be. Truly, the bloodline of the blue-silver royal family was terrifyingly potent. However, this false Tang San not only possessed all the abilities of the true Tang San, but also the augmentation of the Void Saint. How many more strange techniques could he unleash? Qian Ringshu had no way of knowing. Momentum, the most crucial element, was the aura. As long as the aura of the god of light and shadow persisted, it could forever suppress the opponent. Thus, Qian Ringshu noted that both Tang San's dark blue-silver domain and the killing god domain were ineffective against the enhanced light and shadow domain. Even if they could exert some effect, it would be exceedingly limited. Yes, this is how it should be. As long as she made reasonable use of the suppressive effect of this domain, no matter how long Tang San could endure, he would ultimately succumb. Thus, in the subsequent phase, Qian Ringshu merely engaged in a simple exchange of swordsmanship and combat techniques with Tang San. Even when her opponent unleashed lethal moves, she adeptly parried and evaded, never hastily relinquishing her strategic soul skills. Although Tang San's vitality was challenging to deplete in such encounters, Qian Ringshu's primary objective was to exhaust his soul power. She herself was unperturbed by this expenditure, for she possessed the divine outfit. Upon breaking through to the 100th level and attaining divinity, her divine outfit had completely fused, transforming into a cohesive whole, replete with numerous formidable and extraordinary set effects. Among these powerful set effects, the most relied upon by Qian Ringshu was her combat recovery capability. Whenever Qian Ringshu struck with her sword, she would noticeably recover a significant amount of soul power. This exhilarating sensation of nurturing warfare through combat was utterly delightful, rendering her unable to resist. Each time she unexpectedly struck or grazed Tang San's body, she experienced a euphoric sense of revenge, akin to savoring a large cup of sweet nectar. The joy was as profound as the speed of her strikes. She relished the sight of Tang San's vexation, knowing he was helpless against her. Ah, Tang San, even if you are a counterfeit, what of it? You are still considered Tang San. You possess Tang San's visage, the Lan Ying grass, the Hao hammer, and the realm of the god of death. Every breath you take is indistinguishable from the true Tang San. Therefore, to torment you is tantamount to tormenting the real Tang San. Qian Ringshu was thoroughly enjoying herself, contemplating that this so-called illusion of terror was little more than trivial. Although this counterfeit Tang San was also of divine caliber, his intellect was woefully inadequate. It was evident that Qian Ringshu could toy with him at her leisure. However, this counterfeit Tang San, realizing he could not continue to be worn down by Qian Ringshu, promptly activated the blue-silver emperor's leg bone and retreated swiftly. Unaware of his escape destination, Qian Ringshu immediately reacted and took flight in pursuit. Be cautious, Sarada is reminded, they may be engaging in some trickery. They? Qian Ringshu noted the pronoun, pondering whether there was someone else besides Tang San. Brother Dai, quickly assist me. The counterfeit Tang San shouted, and suddenly, a Dai Mubai materialized beside him. Of course, this Dai Mubai was also a counterfeit created by Nzwosi. Though a fake, he appeared more genuine than the original. The most crucial aspect was that this counterfeit Dai Mubai was also of divine status, albeit of a lower tier than the divine outfit. A 1 against 2, is it? Very well. Qian Rinxue activated all her explosive states, including her martial soul's true form, before the counterfeit Tang San and counterfeit Dai Mubai could close the distance. A flurry of radiant feathers had already soared far and wide. Chapter 175, Confronting Shadows, Yu Mengqing, True, versus Void Insect Swarm. If one were to select an optimal order of elimination, it would undoubtedly be the Thunder Beast first, followed by the Mother Insect. The Mother Insect may appear frail, but she is exceedingly formidable. Those unaware of the truth often fall victim to this misconception. Not to mention, a single burrow worm and fungal carpet can bewilder most tidal Douluo. Moreover, it can summon various poisonous explosive insects. Yibu Air, do you possess a foolproof method? Yi Qingsheng inquired softly, observing Yibu Air. Did you not claim to have a rapport with the Dragon Prince? It seems he does not recognize you, Qi Linglong retorted. As most students had parents to pick them up, only a portion remained to gather and take the school bus back to the city. This statement was quite ungracious, resembling an elder reprimanding a younger relative. Meanwhile, Song Zhu covertly observed Li Rue, who seemed engrossed in a cluster of gentleman orchids by the courtyard, appearing oblivious to the elder's scolding. Some even speculated that these outfits might have been crafted by Feng Xing otherwise. Why would he defend these individuals? Yin Duo paused, contemplating. Does this imply the emperor is on the brink of demise? Does it signify that Murong Che will face exile at best, or worse, be granted poison by the new emperor? Does it indicate that the Yun family is destined for upheaval? Indeed, as Qin Shang remarked, the previous sharpness had retreated, leaving only the refreshing fruit aroma and sweet taste, entirely unlike wine, almost comparable to freshly squeezed juice from the 21st century, exceedingly delightful. Gu Inin took the dirty clothes that Han Chengshi had removed and set them aside, subsequently having someone brew a bowl of ginger tea to serve him. Regarding her physique, Sui had hardly paid attention, being solely focused on her striking appearance, thus completely overlooking this detail. The early summer sun was not particularly hot, yet it radiated a remarkable brightness. Gu Lanshan sat beneath the shade of a terrace umbrella, surrounded by various potted flowers meticulously cared for daily, blooming in vibrant colors. As the wind blew, a faint, comforting fragrance wafted through the air. Fu Xingye, upon receiving the report, sensed the gravity of the situation and worried that his subordinates might disturb the populace. He promptly dispatched Cheng Huan to lead the new military guard to maintain order and stabilize public sentiment. Ba, he murmured, the occurrences in this village have lingered too long, and the clues we can gather are limited. However, since they have buried these bodies, wishing to keep them hidden, there must be other villages that will suffer. Outside, dark clouds loomed with thunder and lightning. Yet inside, warm light cascaded from the tower's peak, casting an unusual golden glow upon the people. This river god temple was indeed the earthly abode of the river god of the Qiansai River in the Shizhou County. The cause of its dilapidation stemming from the temple's previous owner's demise. The scene gradually faded from Xia Chongming's mind, and she suddenly jolted back to reality, shivering slightly. The Purgatory Great Formation was indeed renowned for its lethal prowess in the Xianxian realm, but for the Xian Emperor by Yufan, he could easily set up 10 or 8 of them in an instant. Contentedly, he stepped out of his bedroom, only to find that Lu Zihan and Zhao Li were not home. The courtyard was occupied solely by Liao Mingyu. Chun San lay down, hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky with no expression, as if all troubles had been resolved. The De family was not located within the city, but rather a few miles outside. Situated at the foot of a mountain, the De family's estate was quite expansive. Xiuxian caught sight of the De family manor from a distance, astonished by its size, as nearly half of the mountainside appeared to belong to the De family. Transforming into a skeletal night boss form, Chun Murue collided with an iron wall, rebounding forcefully while being struck by several spears. Chapter 149, Let it be, turning away without concern. As she gazed upon the radiant feathers that covered the ground, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a delightful arc. She had never experienced such joy before. Regardless of whether the counterfeit Tang San and counterfeit Dai Mu Bai evaded or not, the luminous feathers were destined to inflict immeasurable harm upon them. Indeed, Qian Renxue excelled at area-wide assaults, and under the enhancement of her martial soul's true form and divine outfit's explosive state, any of her fully unleashed soul skills would inevitably deal severe damage. Moreover, the divine levels of the counterfeit Tang San and counterfeit Dai Mu Bai paled in comparison to that of the god of light and shadow. And now, having had her fill of play, Qian Renxue decided it was time to conclude this farce. Ignite the fire dragon formation. Countless golden fire dragons surged forth toward her adversaries. Each golden fire dragon in the domain was forged from the divine power within the area, synergizing seamlessly, endowed with both burning and purifying effects. Great Sun, ignite. 10,000 rays of light. With the power of the domain at her command, Qian Renxue's form instantaneously transformed. One became two morphed into four. In the blink of an eye, countless Qian Renxue figures emerged in the air, each of them brandishing the divine, soared high above their heads, illuminated by a resplendent golden-red disk behind them. Every one of these manifestations faced one another, and the ground around each form shattered inch by inch. Under the radiance of the crimson sun, the entire land gradually sank. Subsequently, each Qian Renxue's crimson sun erupted almost simultaneously, transforming into massive golden-red meteors that plummeted towards their counterparts. Having completed this remarkable display, Qian Renxue elegantly turned and walked away, embodying the essence of a deity who never looks back at the explosions. The false Tang San and the false Dai Mu Bai had no time to react before they were reduced to dust, scattered by the winds within the divine brilliance of the illusionary god. Tang San, from this day forth, you shall never surpass me. If I can defeat a counterfeit version of you, I can certainly vanquish the true you. Although this was merely Qian Renxue's inner thought, it did not go unnoticed by Saladas. She felt a sense of helplessness. Alas, dear girl, your heart is still full of him. When you return, why not just marry right then and there? Oh no, that dance would surely prevent it. As the false Tang San and false Dai Mu Bai turned to ashes, the horrifying illusion crumbled entirely. Do City was saved. Regardless of the circumstances, the land of Do City would no longer endure torment. After complete victory, the wounds of this land would gradually heal. Upon emerging from the terrifying illusion, Qian Renxue found the powerful beings who had watched the entire battle utterly dumbfounded. This was their first encounter with a divine clash. Even as mere spectators, many titled Douluo could glean some secrets of the divine realm from this encounter, which would greatly aid their future enlightenment, leading them to become limit Dao or even gods. After all, while cultivation may be easily attained, true enlightenment is a rare treasure. At this moment, Qian Renxue stood proudly before the assembly of strong figures, relishing the glory of a victor. Yet her gaze continued to traverse the crowd, searching for Tang San's silhouette. However, before she could return from battle, Tang San had already departed with Wu. His feelings were complex. Indeed, as he witnessed the false Tang San being effortlessly defeated by Qian Renxue, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Despite knowing that the false Tang San was merely a poor imitation created by the Void Saint Lord, could this truly be dismissed? An illusion. Both Qian Renxue and the false Tang San were divine, and in their clash, Qian Renxue emerged victorious. In reality, however, Tang San was merely a soul sage. Such a disparity was an insurmountable chasm. Was he destined to live in Qian Renxue's shadow? Although he had passed the first 2 trials of the Sea Goddess 9 tests, the remaining 7 trials would prove to be a lengthy journey. Before he could ascend to godhood, he was undoubtedly inferior to Qian Renxue, whose cultivation had been significantly elevated by the Void Saint Lord. Did he need to turn to darkness before he could find redemption? No, what a perilous thought. Tang San shook his head and then turned to Wu, lost in contemplation. Wu could sense his turmoil and reassured him, "Third brother, do not worry. With our combined efforts, we will strive to attain dual godhood within 3 years." Was a mere god. What is she pretending to be? Not even looking back at the explosion, who does she think she is? Tang San understood that Wu's words were meant to uplift his spirits. Yet the more he heard, the more agitated he became. Qianren Shue. Just watch, Tang San, will one day surpass you. Yet, in the end, who would emerge as the strongest remained uncertain. Before long, Tang San was summoned to the sunsetting forest's terrifying illusion. Do not worry, the sunsetting forest has not truly been invaded. At least the core area is quite safe. I know your parents are hiding there, she chuckled, a true filial son, indeed. Upon hearing that his parents were safe, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. But why was there a terrifying illusion in the sunsetting forest? Saladas explained, this traces back to my brother, Inzoth. The terrifying illusions are all created under the instruction of the Void Saint Lord. As for where to create these illusions, that is entirely up to him. He is rather amusing. The more he cannot obtain something, the more he feels compelled to create an illusion, pretending he has already acquired it. We once invaded a world where a dragon possessed formidable willpower. Inzoth used the power of the void to control all its kin, coercing it to abandon resistance and become his pet. Yet, that dragon would not budge, ultimately escaping to another world by some means. Frustrated, Inzoth created an illusion identical to that dragon, claiming it as his pet. As for me, he is always quite interested in my persona. And when I am too lazy to give him the time of day, he constantly creates illusions of me as his toy. However, I manage to dispel each illusion he conjures. Inzoth, that perverted fool, thinks he can toy with me. Saladas? Not a chance. Isn't that just self-deception? Tang San interjected. Not necessarily, Saladas replied. If this terrifying illusion takes root in a real dimension, he might indeed break through the protective barrier of the ice and fire two-element eye, turning everything in that illusion into reality. At that time, your parents could be in peril. Upon hearing this, Tang San was alarmed. He had to rescue them quickly. What are we waiting for? We must find a solution. That is why I summoned you. As long as you shatter this terrifying illusion, your parents will naturally be safe. But won't I encounter divine-level enemies within this terrifying illusion? Tang San asked again, laden with concern. Saladas smiled brightly. You need not worry about that. It is indeed Inzoth's folly. When he set the foundational logic for the terrifying illusion, he configured all enemies within to match the strength of the illusion's breaker. Qianren faced divine-level foes because she herself is divine. As for you, your soul power is merely that of a soul sage, equivalent to a title Daluo's overall strength. Thus, within the terrifying illusion, you will only encounter enemies at the title Douluo level, despite knowing that his strength was akin to that of an ordinary title Daw. The prospect of overcoming 2 levels directly as a soul sage to confront a title Douluo still left him with uncertainty. He wondered if hidden weapons could be utilized in the terrifying illusion. Saladas, perceptive to his thoughts, stated, of course, bring as many hidden weapons as you can. The more means you possess, the greater your odds of success. I have a vague feeling that there will be numerous enemies within your terrifying illusion. Thus, Tang San armed himself fully, carrying an assortment of hidden weapons. Ever since the Divine Craftsman Tower's Gao agreed to assist him in crafting hidden weapons, his tasks had become significantly easier, and the efficiency of creating hidden weapons had greatly improved. As the terrifying illusion commenced, Tang San soon found himself amidst the sunsetting forest. Like Qianren, the first thing he encountered was an image from a specific timeline. Now that you are awake, there is no need for pretense. Are you truly only 13 years old? Why does your mindset seem so seasoned? The figure of Douluo queried in the image. You are Tang San, correct? Indeed, was Tang San's simple response. He was determined not to sit idly by, quietly gathering his soul power. Tang San finally realized that the old monster was indeed adept at discerning others, even able to see through his feigned demeanor. A flicker of green light danced in Douluo's eyes as he spoke. You have shattered my granddaughter's 3rd soul skill and ensnared her with poison. How did you counteract her serpent venom? Surely mere strong liquor cannot suffice. How could you, an old monster who claims to be the poison Douluo, not understand the principle of Xionghuang countering snake venom? When combined with strong liquor, Xionghuang can fully unleash its properties, especially when augmented by flames. Although your granddaughter's 3rd soul skill is indeed toxic, it is not insurmountable. Suddenly, Douluo let out a peculiar laugh. How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me like this? Young man, do you not fear for your life? How audacious to question my poison. Do you not know that even other titled Douluo tremble at the mention of my venom? The reflection of Tang San scoffed. Your poison? Merely garbage. What did you say? Douluo's eyes glowed intensely, and with a mere gesture, Tang San was hurled away by an irresistible force, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. The excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. If you dare to flaunt your tongue before me again, even if your poison intrigues me, I will kill you on the spot. You claim my poison is garbage? I could bring ruin to all living beings within 1,000 meters in an instant. To slay you, I need not lift a finger. I could simply poison you to death. In this world, no poison attribute Soul Master has ever been more toxic than I. Do you wish to hasten your reincarnation? Shall I assist you on your journey? Tang San could not help but chuckle at his past self. In their first encounter, he had called the old monster such a name and derided his poison as trash. How rude. He was merely young and foolish then. Such a title nearly cost him the chance to return. Nevertheless, even without his sharp tongue, danger still lingered. Who could predict the outcome? Of course, Tang San was acutely aware that it was not mere bravado. His words were a strategy to capture Douluo's attention, drawing him into his conversational sphere, thereby seizing the initiative. The reflection of Tang San struggled to rise, enduring the intense pain coursing through him, and stated, I have no need to engage in a battle of wits with you. It bears no significance for me and yields no benefits. Your poison is indeed powerful, yet I still maintain that it is trash. Poison is meant to harm foes, yet your poison harms yourself as well. Does such poison not qualify as garbage? Douluo was momentarily taken aback and waved his right hand, igniting a ring of emerald flames around the cavern. What a joke. My poison harms myself? At 78 years of age, I have only ever poisoned others. I have never been poisoned by anyone. Tang San chuckled at his own folly. Yet he acknowledged that Douluo was indeed a formidable opponent. Is that truly the case? Then let me ask you, does a tingling sensation not appear in your sides before a storm, progressively intensifying? It should occur at noon and midnight, lasting over an hour, given your current condition. Furthermore, in the late night, around the third watch, do you not experience a piercing pain in your head and heart, with your entire body convulsing for at least half an hour? I need not describe the agonizing process, for if you are not poisoned, would such symptoms manifest? You are not just poisoned. The venom has seeped into your very marrow. I am merely curious as to why you have yet to perish. The poison you have contracted cannot be suppressed by soul power. How do you know? Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and instinctively blurted out. Let me see. Is this the weapon that harmed my granddaughter's martial soul? Observing these scenes, Tang San felt a surge of emotion. It was from that moment that he forged a lifelong friendship with the elderly Douluo. Alas, something felt increasingly amiss. The atmosphere was decidedly off. Tang San, I have warned you. Your time is up. Douluo suddenly erupted in fury, swiftly subduing the reflection of Tang San like a great python, and devoured him whole. What the hell? Tang San was astounded. Douluo had actually consumed the reflection of him. It appeared that the first adversary within the phantasmagorical illusion had emerged. The false poisoned Douluo, martial soul, twilight by phosphor serpent. What? Tang San, you are still alive? The false Douluo turned sharply, facing the true Tang San. Were you not supposed to have been consumed by me? Tang San retorted with irritation. Is that all the skill you possess, you old monster? Look closely. I am right here. Insolent child. Then I shall swallow you once more. The false Douluo unleashed his martial soul, true form, transforming into a great serpent outlined in purple twilight. Its massive jaws opened wide, launching towards Tang San like an arrow released from a bowstring. I have received my first monthly ticket in life. My heartfelt gratitude to the reader, Infant de Tiancong, for the monthly ticket. The significance of this to a novice author is beyond expression. I am so thrilled that I can hardly speak. Indeed, how many firsts can one experience in a lifetime? How could I not celebrate? Tonight, I shall provide an update for you. This is also an update for myself. 2 monthly tickets in a single day, what a surprise. I extend my gratitude to the reader, Mo Dao Qianren's son, for presenting me with another monthly ticket, my second ever. I will add another chapter tonight. Among tonight's 2 chapters, one will be free as a reward chapter for my readers. Chapter 151, Tang San, True versus Douluo, False. Tang San first utilized the blue-silver prison to shield himself comprehensively. Although the equipment crafted from Karazhan significantly compensated for many attributes. And the 7 orange golden soul rings of the Haotian hammer provided substantial enhancements. The disparity in soul power between a soul sage and a titled Douluo was still objectively present. Furthermore, the blue-silver prison was merely a black soul ring, a 10,000-year soul skill. Thus, it only managed to withstand Douluo's initial strike before disintegrating into blue-silver powder, scattering widely. Tang San could only leverage the kinetic energy generated from the activation of the blue-silver prison to evade. Luckily, he had the ghost shadow perplexing step to assist him. In that fleeting moment, Tang San sidestepped Douluo, approaching the vital spot of the twilight by Phosphor Serpent. 7th Soul Ring. 2nd Soul Skill of Blue-Silver Emperor. Blue-Silver 10,000 Thorn Slash. The power of a 100,000-year soul skill was undeniable, shattering Douluo's martial soul true form. Indeed, when Tang San fought, he aimed for swift, precise, and lethal strikes. How one could swiftly deliver effective blows against an enemy was paramount. Shattering the opponent's martial soul true form undoubtedly provided him with a significant advantage in the ensuing battle. Forced back into human form, Douluo's expression was exceedingly grim. Being compelled to relinquish his martial soul true form was not a pleasant experience for anyone. However, the phantom of his martial soul true form remained in a state of dissipation. With a powerful whip of his serpentine tail against the mountain, the surrounding green toxic mist was simultaneously drawn back into his body. The muscles beneath his serpent head began to flatten, and half of his serpent body rose upright. The once emerald serpent eyes transformed into a horrifying white, a halo of white light enveloping his head. Suddenly, Douluo spun around, facing Tang San. In the next instant, 2 pale beams of light shot forth simultaneously from Douluo's eyes, hurtling towards Tang San's body. Upon witnessing the white radiance, Tang San's heartbeat momentarily faltered. This must be the soul skill conferred by the head spirit bone of Douluo, Medusa's gaze. Still, the specter-like steps evaded the impending strike. However, the skill of extreme evasion is perilous, demanding an immense toll on one's mental fortitude. Henceforth, such a novice error must never be repeated, for there exists no remedy for regret. Tang San, surrender to your fate. What do you have left to cling to? Your father and mother have already submitted to the great void, Saint Monarch, leaving you, the unfilial offspring, to resist in vain. They harbor great disappointment in you. So allow me to resolve this for them. Failing to comply with your demise constitutes the utmost act of filial piety. Tang San retorted, cease your foolish prattle. You are hardly an ancient being. My parents are safe. They have not fallen into the clutches of the void Saint Monarch, nor will they succumb to evil, much less allow another to slay their son. Your nonsensical words infuriate me. With a surge of resplendent blue-silver light, Tang San's form began to etherealize, seemingly merging with the essence of nature itself. The first soul skill of the blue-silver emperor, blue-silver true body. In this state, every skill executed by the blue-silver emperor is augmented by 100%. Any strand of blue-silver emperor can serve as Tang San's vessel. Thus, unless all blue-silver emperor strands are annihilated, Tang San can manifest his body anywhere within their reach to evade attacks. The counterfeit Douluo appeared to descend into an indescribable frenzy, laughing hysterically while enveloping himself in a spring emanating a shadowy moonlight. Was this an act of defense? Tang San had never witnessed such prowess from Douluo and dared not act recklessly. He conjured a blue-silver tyrant spear, shimmering with brilliant light, and cast it with force, merely to gauge the situation. Douluo seemed unfazed by the spear hurtling toward him at high speed, continuing his incantation. The blue-silver tyrant spear pierced the spring, only to soften and melt from the tip. Indeed, the black spring was most peculiar. It appeared not only to contain potent toxins, but also possessed a degree of devouring capability. The next moment, from the black spring, a spear entirely coated in black emerged, hurtling toward Tang San. This time, the blue-silver tyrant spear's velocity was even greater, likely infused with venom. Tang San could only sidestep, exerting force upward a somersault, narrowly avoiding it. In that fleeting instant, he scarcely had time to activate his 8 spider lances. This cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative. The longer this drags on, the more unpredictable this counterfeit Douluo bow may become. Tang San prepared himself as countless strands of blue-silver emperor erupted from the ground, shrouded in a mist of azure and silver light, seemingly intent on cleansing all impurities. At that moment, Douluo bow, who had remained hidden within the spring, finally broke free, confronting Tang San's blue-silver assault array head-on. His form rapidly etherealized, rendering the physical damage of the blue-silver assault array ineffective. Only a handful of magical damage could still have a marginal effect. The ethereal Douluo bow floated erratically, teleporting around Tang San. Each time he teleported, he left behind a floating, slowly enlarging toxic sphere. These spheres radiated a mixture of green and purple toxins, unmistakably a blend of deadly poison. No, I must not touch these toxic spheres, otherwise it would spell doom. Tang San thought, activating his purple extreme magic eyes to lock onto Douluo bow's true position. Finally, the mental power of the purple extreme magic eyes overpowered Douluo bow's evasive maneuvers. The instant Douluo bow was locked onto, the purple divine light erupted forth. Simultaneously, the toxic spheres encircling Tang San began to move in a strange, slow manner. Their movements lacked any discernible pattern, yet they all converged upon Tang San. Tang San activated the flight ability of his blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone, barely escaping the encirclement of the toxic spheres at the last moment. However, the next second, those spheres converged back at his original position, rapidly expanding into an unimaginably massive toxic explosive. What to do? Tang San anxiously pondered. Yes, that's it. He dashed toward Douluo bow. Having just expended several high-consumption soul skills, Douluo bow's mobility should be compromised for a short while. Tang San's plan A was to use blue-silver thousand branches to force Douluo bow to relinquish control over the toxic explosive. Plan B was to confront the ancient being directly, declaring, "You cannot escape your fate. Surrender." As Tang San drew closer, the blue-silver thousand branches prepared for action. The ensuing developments hinged upon the counterfeit Douluo bow's choice: abandon the toxic explosive to focus on defense, or endure severe injury to launch the massive toxic explosive at Tang San. At the moment of collision, indeed, the counterfeit Douluo bow was driven to the brink of madness, willing to endure a fatal blow to hurl the loathsome toxic explosive at Tang San's face. Yet, let us not forget the unique effect of Tang San's blue-silver true body. In this state, all skills executed by the blue-silver emperor are enhanced by 100%. Any strand of blue-silver emperor can serve as his vessel. Thus, unless all blue-silver strands are extinguished, Tang San can manifest his body anywhere within their range to evade attacks. Indeed, it was upon this very effect that Tang San relied to engage in such a confrontation with Douluo bow. At that moment, the massive toxic explosive, dripping with foul pus, was a mere millimeter from Tang San, and the blue-silver thousand branches had just completed its release. Immediately, Tang San directed all nearby blue-silver emperor strands with his consciousness, teleporting his body to a distant blue-silver emperor strand. Having taken a close-range blue-silver thousand branches attack, Douluo bow was already significantly weakened, and the massive toxic explosive he had conjured, propelled by inertia, hurtled straight back toward his own face. The counterfeit Douluo bow's body disintegrated into a pool of pus, slowly seeping into the earth, nourishing the blue-silver emperor, leaving nothing behind. The true Douluo bow, watching from the golden ancient tree plaza, was already drenched in cold sweat. If he had endured Tang San's previous strike, the consequences would have been dire. The massive toxic explosive was indeed peculiar. It appeared to be a skill forcibly imposed upon him by the void shadow forces. And rather than eliminating Tang San, it had ensnared him instead. After the counterfeit Dagubo's demise, the surrounding environment returned to normal, as though nothing had transpired. Even the blue-silver emperor that had covered the ground during the battle had vanished. Thankfully, all of Tang San's statuses were fully restored, and the cooldowns of all soul skills had been reset. Did this signify that the harrowing illusion had not yet concluded? Tang San pondered. All right, prior to the battle, had not the counterfeit Dagu claimed that his parents had also submitted to the Void Saint Monarch? Was he to confront his own parents? Suddenly, an exceedingly gentle and serene voice resonated. It was unmistakably the voice of Tang San's mother, Yin. However, this tone lacked warmth, sounding more like a command. Kulme, my child, to the eye of ice and fire, here, your true destiny shall be unveiled. Tang San turned toward the direction of his mother's voice, witnessing a most extraordinary sight in the sky above. Thick, sapphire clouds cascaded downward, pouring forth a torrential rain of crimson. Indeed, it was the ice cloud fire rain blooming like a lotus, the blue emperor and silver empress exuding their fragrant essence. Tang San was about to embark on his journey to find Lanning Huang when unexpectedly, a slightly dark purple Lanning light sphere appeared to guide him. No matter how fast he attempted to accelerate, he could never catch up to that Lanning light sphere. Each time he executed his ghost shadow misty steps, the Lanning light sphere in front would mimic his movements, as if it were his shadow. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on reaching his destination first. Since it was Bingyan and this place was the Luo Risenlin, the goal must surely be the Binghuoliang. After all, in the real timeline, Tang San had indeed placed both his mother and father near the Binghuoliang. Regardless of whether he had to confront his parents in the realm of phantoms, he felt a surge of excitement as he hurried toward the location of Bingyan. Indeed, he arrived at the Binghuoliang. In the realm of phantoms, the toxic miasma that had once protected the Binghuoliang had vanished without a trace. This should be the reason why the Binghuoliang was overtaken by the powers of the void in the illusory timeline. Simultaneously, it implied that if the toxic miasma no longer existed in the real world, then the Binghuoliang would indeed be seized, and his parents would truly be captured by the forces of the void. The thought filled Tang San with dread. He was determined not to lose his parents and wished to avoid facing those whose minds were controlled. He resolved that after successfully shattering the phantasm, he would implore Saladas to help him retrieve his parents from the Binghuoliang back to Shylike City. Without the protection of the Golden Ancient Tree, the outside world was perilous and would eventually succumb to darkness. As the icy clouds dispersed and the fiery rain ceased, Tang San finally entered the Binghuoliang. He beheld the crystal-clear spring water, divided into the blue-white icy circle and the crimson fiery spring. It was thanks to the Binghuoliang that he could cultivate his ice and fire alchemical body. The celestial herbs nurtured by it had greatly assisted him and his companions in their growth. Without the Binghuoliang, there would be no present-day Tang San. The 10 monsters of Shylike were also indebted to this spring water. As Tang San walked slowly, he sensed no unusual occurrences around him. Of course, he remained vigilant, for in the realm of phantoms, danger lurked at every turn. Suddenly, at the intersection of the dual springs of ice and fire, a stunning figure emerged. Dressed in a blue and gold gown that enveloped her, her noble and elegant demeanor accentuated her celestial beauty, and her azure eyes sparkled like flawless blue crystals. Golden ribbons flared around the hem of her dress, and a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. However, Tang San soon detected something amiss about this woman. Tang San, my son, you have finally arrived. Mother? Tang San exclaimed. It turned out this was indeed the visage of his mother in human form. He couldn't help but scrutinize her closely, dismissing any initial doubts he had. Ain gracefully floated to the shore and gently placed her soft hands on Tang San's forehead. Child, you have endured so much over the years. I am sorry, for I have never fulfilled my duties as a mother. Tang San hurriedly replied, Mother, please do not say that. How could I harbor any resentment? As your son, I have no right to blame you. Your sacrifices have been more than sufficient. Just the inheritance of the Lan Yin royal bloodline has already granted me a lifetime of benefits. The crowd in the Golden Ancient Tree Plaza couldn't help but be moved by such a scene. Even Bibi Dong felt a pang of longing for a son like Tang San. In the next moment, Ain's tone shifted. Thus, San, do not cling foolishly to the so-called greatness of the Void Saint Lord. Such reverence is meaningless and will only lead you deeper into despair, ultimately leaving you eternally bound. This is my final warning. Embrace the void, and you shall share in the supreme glory and eternal destiny, just like us. With that, she spread her arms wide, beckoning Tang San to come forth. However, Tang San's expression had already changed. This was not his mother. It was a mere impostor. Enough, impostor. You dare impersonate my mother and deceive my feelings? How could I fall for your trickery? Tang San cried out, swiftly distancing himself from this false Ain. Chapter 153. The Royal Duel, Tang San True versus Ain False. You truly put me in a difficult position, my son, the false Ain remarked. But I will subdue you and personally bring you before the Void Saint Lord. In the realm of the Void, we shall witness your glorious ascension. Once you behold the beauty of the Void, you will realize how futile it is to resist its power. Outside the Golden Ancient Tree, Yu Mengqing scoffed. The beauty of the Void? Are you referring to those purple tentacles? Those giant eyes? Or perhaps the gaping mouths sprouting from grotesque flesh? You must be joking. Indeed, Yu Mengqing was once the saintess of the Void, making her one of the most authoritative voices here, alongside Salada's, who had grown accustomed to such sights and genuinely found them beautiful. Once Tang San confirmed that this false Ain was not his true mother, he paid no heed to her ramblings, dismissing them as mere madness. Do not waste your breath. Let us battle. You, monster, dare to impersonate my mother? I will ensure you suffer. The false Ain trembled, then soared into the air. From her body, waves of blue and purple ripples surged forth from all directions, soft yet brimming with lethal intent. The truth was, there was no evading an all-encompassing attack. He could only activate his soul skill to endure. Tang San hurriedly encased himself within a Lan cage, leaving no gaps for escape. Seizing this moment, the false Ain swiftly approached, conjuring two Lan overlord spears, gleaming with dark entropy energy. As Tang San's Lan cage shattered, the two spears were unleashed simultaneously. At that moment, the ghost shadow misty steps once again aided Tang San in evading disaster. Indeed, the Tang sect's ultimate techniques were ever so effective, regardless of the realm. Why can this false mother fire two Lan overlord spears simultaneously? This defies logic. Tang San resolved to test the opponent's strength using the Lan piercing array and seek a means to counteract her. In a confrontation between two individuals wielding the same Lan royal martial soul, the contest lay in their respective operational capabilities. The one with a sharper mind would ultimately claim victory. Come forth, imposter. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Tang San activated the binding technique with his left hand to protect himself, while countless Lan royal thorns erupted from his right hand, launching the Lan piercing array at the location of the false Ain, piercing through the entire area in an instant. Expecting the false Ain to evade, he was astonished to find she disregarded the attack entirely. Instead, the false Ain's hands surged with blue and purple malevolent energy, deeply infusing it into the ground, then spreading to every Lan royal thorn within the piercing array. In mere seconds, all of Tang San's Lan royal thorns transformed into her void Lan royal thorns. What? She can assimilate the objects produced by her opponent's martial soul? Is this the true might of the void? The false Ain laughed maniacally, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a Lan empress, resembling a madwoman bereft of her family. Indeed, an impostor is still an impostor, while her appearance and martial soul may be identical. She cannot conceal the fact that she was a fraud. Soon, all the void Lan royal thorns, sharp and menacing, surged towards Tang San's position, each one capable of piercing through him. Simultaneously, the false Ain activated her martial soul true form, the void Lan royal true form. In such a state, the figure of Wei Yin seemed to have entirely transformed into an ethereal form, from which azure and violet tendrils of energy erupted from various parts of her body. Like wings, perhaps? Regardless, Tang San understood that a swift resolution was imperative. No matter the nature of the monster, he sought only a single decisive strike. At that moment, he recalled an item he had acquired a month prior while delving into the girl's lair. Gru Fei Si, the Dragon Slayer's regalia. This equipment came with a soul skill. When used against an adversary, it allowed the wielder to adopt a fearsome visage, stunning the target for 2 seconds. And during the subsequent 10 seconds, each attack on the target would extend their stupor by an additional half a second. Of course, the maximum duration was capped at 10 seconds. Thus, Tang San rapidly unleashed a flurry of concealed weapons, dismantling the encroaching Void Blue Silver Emperor. As the shards of Void Blue Silver Emperor scattered, he activated the Gru Fei Si, the Dragon Slayer's regalia. In an instant, Tang San contorted his face into a ghastly grimace, which rendered Wei Yin momentarily dazed. Seizing the 2 seconds of her disorientation, Tang San transformed his true form of Blue Silver Emperor, manifesting countless vines that lashed out at her with fervor. When Wei Yin regained consciousness, merely 8 seconds had elapsed before she succumbed once more to unconsciousness. This, indeed, was the true terror of the Gru Fei Si, the Dragon Slayer's regalia. Though the attribute enhancement it granted Tang San was negligible, the accompanying soul skill far surpassed many others in utility. Just moments ago, Tang San's Blue Silver Emperor had struck Wei Yin hundreds of times, leaving her on the brink of collapse. It was time to conclude this. Tang San coldly declared, "You counterfeit. You have tarnished the illustrious name of the Blue Silver Emperor and disgraced the legacy of my mother." At this juncture, Wei Yin astonishingly appeared to recover, retorting, regardless of authenticity, an emperor is an emperor. Amidst the shimmering azure light, her form stood resolute. You are unharmed?" Tang San exclaimed in disbelief. Wei Yin merely chuckled. "How could you, as the new age's Blue Silver Emperor, be unaware of the fundamental traits of the Blue Silver Emperor? Wildfires may burn endlessly, yet spring breezes breathe life anew. As long as I do not wish to perish, no one can vanquish me." Tang San's heart jolted with realization. So that was it. He had almost forgotten. However, since Wei Yin had already invoked the traits of the Blue Silver Emperor, why not delve deeper? You counterfeit. Your imitation is indeed quite convincing. But do you not understand? The Blue Silver Emperor symbolizes life, eternally aspiring towards light and order. Your martial soul is the Void Blue Silver Emperor, fundamentally discordant. The Void Shadow embodies chaos, standing in stark opposition to light and order. Without light, how can there be plants? Without order, how can there be humanity? You may possess a human guise and the cultivation of the Blue Silver Emperor, yet you have forgotten that your essence is the void. Are you truly as formidable as you believe? You insolent child, your tongue is sharp, yet do you lack the courage to continue the battle? Observing the disquiet in Wei Yin's demeanor, Tang San decided to press on with his verbal onslaught. "It is not that I lack courage, but rather I question how long you can endure. Regardless of my success or failure, Saladas will swiftly transport me from this harrowing illusion. And what of you? As a being of the void, masquerading as my mother, employing unfamiliar soul skills against an adversary you do not comprehend. Whether you triumph over me or not, I shall remain unscathed. Upon your return, you will face the wrath of the Void Sovereign." Upon uttering these words, Tang San suddenly perceived that half of Wei Yin's form had vanished, as if she had been cleaved in twain. Fear was palpable in her gaze. "No, this is impossible. Nothing could be more terrifying than the void." Tang San scoffed at this assertion. "Is there truly nothing more dreadful than the void? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. The true horror lies in being lost. The genuine terror is the unknown. The so-called void is fearsome only due to its enigmatic nature. Yet, once one uncovers the truths of the unknown, what remains to be feared? The Void Sovereign, being familiar to us all, has his power well documented. Even if he is a god king, so what? Once power is known, it can be overcome. As for you, minion, I foresee no future for you." With that, a confident smirk graced Tang San's lips. Amidst their banter, the upper half of Wei Yin disintegrated into dust, completely vanishing without a trace. Humph. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit, a pitiable being of the void. Saladas, present in the Golden Ancient Tree Plaza, had overheard all of this. She contemplated Tang San's words deeply, and soon a revelation struck her. It was indeed the beings of the void that were truly pitiable. Tang San was entirely correct. The true fear of the void lay in its unknown aspects. However, most beings of the void possessed distinct forms that could be discerned. Any entity that could be comprehended could inevitably be defeated. This fundamentally contradicted the essence of the void. Such was the genuine tragedy of the void. As with his victory over the pseudo-Du Bo, the ice and fire duality, I bore no traces of battle, reverting to its original state. All of Tang San's soul skills reset their cooldowns, and his physical attributes were fully restored. Gazing upon the desolate ice and fire duality eye, Tang San felt a swell of emotion. He wondered how his parents were faring in the real world. Humph, since you have glimpsed the essence of the void, I see no need for pretense. To be frank, annihilating you with your father's power would be immensely gratifying. At that moment, a voice reminiscent of Tang Hao echoed through the air. Tang San turned to face the apparition, and indeed, it was the illusion of Tang Hao, fundamentally a being of the void. He immediately retorted, "Did you not hear my earlier words? Pitiable minion, do you truly derive a sense of superiority from masquerading as someone as parent?" The counterfeit Tang Hao replied, "You are not incorrect. However, my sole intention is to obliterate you. Beyond that, I care not. Today, I have no intention of returning alive." Tang San remained unimpressed. "So you're a desperate fool. What right have you to adopt my father's visage? Today, let this counterfeit witness the true might of the hammer of the heavens." Tang San summoned the hammer of the heavens, retracting all abilities associated with the blue-silver emperor, firmly grasping the weapon. Orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, orange gold, orange gold. 7 soul rings, each beyond ordinary imagination, prominently adorned the hammer. The counterfeit Tang Hao laughed heartily. "Humph. What does it matter if your soul rings are impressive? My cultivation is that of a title, Douluo, sufficient to drag you down with me." "Drag me down? Do not jest. Is that your only ambition? Are you shaming the title Dalu or the hammer of the heavens? My goal today is to crush you mercilessly." The counterfeit Tang Hao leered. "Oh, are you truly willing? This face belongs to your father. Can you truly bear to strike? What is there to hesitate? No matter how exquisite your illusion, I see you as an insignificant being, a minion. I will not allow any external factors to hinder my performance. Now, enough talk. Prepare to receive my strike." Tang San erupted in fury, launching himself forward. The 6th soul ring of the hammer of the heavens activated his 2nd soul skill, Heaven's Charge. As Tang San charged, he invoked this skill, covering a significant distance in an instant. An obsidian golden energy shield enveloped his form, providing substantial damage mitigation for the next 6 seconds. However, once they engaged, the counterfeit Tang Hao shattered this shield in a mere 3 seconds. Tang San had an innate ability to sense the resilience of the protective shield. Thus he withdrew his attack before it could shatter, employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to distance himself from Tang Hao. The previous exchange had afforded Tang San a clear understanding of his opponent's strength. This counterfeit Tang Hao was indeed a title Doa, possessing the domain of the god of slaughter, yet he lacked the regal aura that characterized true kings. The authentic Tang Hao had never relied solely on brute strength. Rather, it was his spirit, his will, and his presence that defined him. Consequently, Tang San discerned the true measure of this impostor. Utilizing the 2nd soul ring's 1st soul skill, Storm Throw, Tang San conjured an energy manifestation of the Haotian hammer, hurling it toward the false Tang Hao, who was struck and left dazed for a full 2 seconds. The terror of this soul skill lay in its absolute efficacy. Unless one were a deity, it could incapacitate any opponent for at least a second. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San launched another hammer using the 1st soul ring's 2nd soul skill, Heroic Throw. This skill inflicted minor physical damage upon impact and left a mark that lasted 10 seconds. The presence of this mark would enable the next attack from the Haotian hammer to deal additional magical damage, while simultaneously removing the mark. Indeed, this was the very mark Tang San sought. He quickly closed the distance, executing the first soul skill of the first soul ring, Heroic Strike. Though this skill appeared akin to a mere hammer swing, it inherently bore substantial magical damage. Furthermore, this strike could consume the mark left by the heroic throw, resulting in additional magical damage. Thus, the total damage inflicted was quite formidable. Before the counterfeit Tang Hao could fully recover from his stupor, Tang San had already retreated. It was astonishing that this faux Tang Hao had not utilized any soul skills. Was he reserving his soul rings for a future explosion? With a scowl, the counterfeit Tang Hao, displeased by having been toyed with, detonated his first soul ring and charged forward like a monstrous beast, roaring, "You wretched fool, prepare to die." Naturally, Tang San dared not meet this explosive strike head-on. Instead, he activated the fifth soul ring's second soul skill, Hao Yan's Frightening Roar. This formidable area control skill unleashed a terrifying roar from the Hao Yan hammer, instilling fear in all nearby foes, causing them to flee uncontrollably, typically away from Tang San. For 2 seconds, the faux Tang Hao was caught at the periphery of this Hao Yan's frightening roar, ceasing all actions and fleeing in the opposite direction. For roar? Let's see whose roar holds sway. Chapter 155, Father and Son Showdown. Tang San, true, versus Tang Hao, false. As the counterfeit Tang Hao ran uncontrollably, Tang San employed the Hao Yan's courageous charge, closing in with a formidable energy shield. He unleashed the first soul skill of the third soul ring, Hao Yan's Thunderous Strike. After a brief moment of gathering energy, he struck the ground with tremendous force. The faux Tang Hao immediately suffered significant physical damage and was sent reeling backward, clearly slowed down by at least 50%, with this deceleration persisting for 5 seconds. But that was not all. Tang San raised the Hao Yan hammer high above his head, channeling his power, and struck downwards into the air. Indeed, this was the second soul ring's second soul skill, Shockwave Hammer. In an instant, a shockwave radiated outward in a fan shape, traveling a considerable distance. Upon contact with the counterfeit Tang Hao, it inflicted magical damage and intensified the slowing effect. Having already experienced a 50% slowdown from the Hao Yan's Thunderous Strike, the additional 40% from the Shockwave Hammer rendered him as if he were trudging through a mire. Tang San, you coward! If you have the guts, take a hammer from me. The faux Tang Hao roared in fury, detonating his second soul ring, preparing to leap into a fierce offensive once the slowdown effect wore off. However, Tang San had a countermeasure ready. He activated the third soul ring's second soul skill, Hao Yan's Explosive Whirl. This area control skill was instantaneous, spinning the Hao Yan hammer in a wide arc, dealing damage to all enemies within its radius of approximately 6 meters. Enemies within the inner 3-meter circle would experience a 50% slowdown upon taking damage, lasting 5 seconds, while those in the outer circle would be stunned for 2 seconds. Clearly, Tang San was maintaining control of the engagement, executing the Hao Yan's Explosive Whirl precisely as the counterfeit Tang Hao approached, resulting in the latter colliding with the Hao Yan hammer and then being stunned for an additional 2 seconds. A brute who can only charge forward dares to criticize others? Tang San scoffed. Moreover, Tang San had grown weary of this encounter and desired to conclude it swiftly. Observing this grotesque creature, bearing the visage of his father, acting arrogantly and foolishly, stirred discomfort within him. The true strength of the Void Saint was yet unknown, but the ability to annoy was indeed substantial. Thus, he resolved to unleash a devastating assault. First, he would activate his martial soul's true form, an essential step. Every soul master's explosive potential invariably required the manifestation of their martial soul. The true form of the Hao Yan hammer, combined with all explosive soul skills, equated to a state of overwhelming power. With the 7 soul ring's first soul skill, Hao Yan's true form, Tang San raised the Hao Yan hammer, enlarging its size significantly. His entire being became ethereal, as if his soul had merged with the Hao Yan hammer. This so-called Hao Yan's true form allowed him to directly control the hammer with his spirit and intent. In this state, the attack power of the Hao Yan hammer was augmented by 50%, and he became immune to all non-damaging negative effects. Imposter, behold, this is the true Hao Yan's true form. What does it matter that you are titled Douluo? How many foes have I, Tang San, faced beyond my level? Tang San unleashed all his fury upon this counterfeit version of his father, activating 3 explosive soul skills. The 7th Soul Ring's 2nd soul skill, the Will of Hao Yin, commenced. After using 2 heroic strikes, Tang San's next heroic strike would trigger a Hao Yin's explosive whirl without consuming soul power. Each enemy struck by the trigger Hao Yin's explosive whirl would reduce the cooldown of the Hao Yin's true form by 1%. The 4th Soul Ring's 2nd soul skill, Hao Yin's Giant Break, was an explosive soul skill. Instantaneous in activation, it allowed Tang San to leap and cleave downward, shattering his opponent's defense, increasing the damage taken by 30% for 5 seconds, while also inflicting moderate physical damage. The 1st soul skill of the 5th Soul Ring, Hao Yin's Fury, was another explosive soul skill. Upon activation, each use of the heroic strike would increase its critical hit rate by 15%, stacking up to 6 times or until a critical hit was achieved. When a critical hit occurred under this skill's activation, Tang San would enter a state of rage, enhancing the critical hit rate of all Hao Yin Hammer soul skills by 30%. Under such a terrifying buildup of explosive power, Tang San's sustained combat capability and instantaneous explosive capacity reached an exceptionally formidable level. Consequently, the counterfeit Tang Hao was utterly overwhelmed, each strike landing with devastating effect. Within a mere 20 seconds, the faux Tang Hao could no longer withstand the onslaught. In the state of rage granted by Hao Yin's fury, Tang San seized the opportunity to unleash the Hao Yin's soul-settling roar, stunning the counterfeit Tang Hao for yet another second. Tang San detonated his 1st soul ring, raising the hammer to deliver a final blow to the imposter. Just then, the faux Tang Hao, utilizing an unknown soul bone skill, suddenly flashed to a distant point, reaching behind his back to retrieve a dark purple orb. In a frenzy, he hastily consumed the orb, swallowing it whole. Tang San could hardly anticipate such a situation. However, Salada's timely reminded him, "Hurry, we cannot allow him to fully recover. He has consumed the Shadow Rewind Potion, which, at the cost of immense suffering, rapidly restores all states within a mere 5 seconds. Stop him. Do not let him regain his strength." In his frantic state, Tang San recalled that he possessed a soul skill capable of countering this predicament. The 1st skill of the 4th Soul Ring of the Aochuri, known as withTriple, is a functional soul skill. It activates instantaneously, striking the target's chest with Aochuri, inflicting moderate physical damage and reducing any healing effects by 50% for a duration of 10 seconds. Although it could only suppress 50% of the recovery effect, it was already remarkably powerful. The Falstaff had no inkling that Tang San possessed such a method, thereby losing all composure and even misjudging his escape route. Ultimately, he was unable to evade Tang San's wrath. "This was the consequence of impersonating my father and insulting him," Tang San exclaimed, his eyes cold and filled with disdain. Gazing at the corpse of the void creature, which revealed its true form in death, he felt a wave of nausea. Such a grotesque being, dispatched to masquerade as Tao, the illustrious and formidable Douluo, Void Saint, whom are you truly disgusting? Indeed, this repulsed not only Tang San but also the master, who idolized Tang Hao, as well as Bibi Dong, who once fought alongside Tang Hao in the Killing God domain, and it left the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect feeling utterly revolted. After delivering another blow to ensure the monster's demise, Tang San turned to leave. At that moment, Salada's connected with him telepathically. This terrifying illusion should have come to an end. "Soon, you will emerge. Return and rest well. We understand your fatigue." "Yes, I am indeed weary," Tang San replied dismally, burdened by exhaustion on multiple fronts. Chapter 156, Thunderous Might. Infinite Heart. However, the terror-inducing illusion had not concluded. Tang San's status was suddenly fully restored, and the cooldown of his soul skills was reset once more, just as it had been in the previous instances. "What is happening?" Tang San inquired. Saladas found herself at a loss. "I do not know. Could it be that Inzoth is entering personally? Remain calm. If there is indeed such a danger, I will forcibly pull you back." Yet, within the depths of Tong San's spiritual sea, another voice resonated, a soft, feminine tone. Currently, only he and Wu were privy to this secret. Indeed, this voice belonged to the sea god, Douluo, Poseidon, the grand priestess of Sea God Island. She was the presider of the sea god's trial. Tong San, the illusions of the Void Invaders are quite intriguing. Therefore, after you dispel this illusion of the Sunset Forest, I have decided to have you undergo the 5th trial on the spot. Obsession, inner demons. You must confront and defeat him to truly possess a sea god's heart. This will lay a solid foundation for your future divine trials. Inner demons? Listening to Poseidon's voice, Tong San queried, "Are you referring to my inner demons?" "Indeed, they lie just ahead," Poseidon gently responded. Following the guidance within his spiritual sea, Tong San gazed into the distance. His vision blurred slightly, as if traversing through time. "Tong San, my senior brother, how do you do? I am Wu, the 8th among the Shrek 9 monsters. Would you care to spar with me?" The very essence of the original Shrek 7 monsters, the thousand-hand Azura, Tong San? "Of course. Welcome, 8th junior brother. Make your move." Tong San clearly recalled this moment as his first encounter with Fo, the prodigious soul master with the 3 lives martial soul. At that time, he was captivated by his extraordinary runic system and unique combat style, unaware that he was dealing with a 3 lives martial soul. Lovo was the first peer who truly posed a challenge to him. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, due to a series of fortuitous events, his celestial herb inadvertently assisted a Thunder Pearl martial soul in its evolution, thus becoming the Thunder Spirit Pearl. During the elite competitions for high-level soul masters across the continent, Lovo's other 2 martial souls were revealed, astonishing Tong San profoundly. Furthermore, Lovo also possessed numerous martial soul fusion techniques with Lily, even achieving combined evolution. All these factors compelled Tong San to regard him with utmost seriousness. Although Tong San was reluctant to acknowledge it and had never shown it outwardly, in truth, Luobo had become a formidable benchmark in his mind. "Luobo, could it be that you are indeed insurmountable?" "No, I refuse to accept this. Tong San am a twin martial soul prodigy, trained by the unparalleled master, with both bloodline and martial soul quality at their zenith, and equipped with the secret arts of the Tang sect and concealed weapons. I shall not be inferior to you. You are formidable, junior brother Wo. No wonder the teachers have chosen you to join the Shrek 9 monsters. You are impressive as well. No wonder you are regarded as the soul of Shrek. However, beyond the realm of strength, Wo was indeed an exceptional companion. He had a naturally affable disposition, was serene, and at times even amusing. Most importantly, Luobo possessed a tranquil heart. He would not become overly elated by his rapid advancement, nor disheartened by setbacks. Regardless of the magnitude of the blows he faced, he would eat, drink, and sleep as if everything could start anew after a brief respite. Moreover, Luobo was quite serious when the situation demanded it and displayed maturity when required. Could it be that this Luo is also living a second life? As Tong San pondered, the scene continued to shift. Wu, is she the girl among the 9 monsters who is always sullen and silent? Alas, I regret not being able to stay by her side. Please comfort her upon your return. I will devote myself to rigorous training, and I shall surely grow in strength. At that point, I will have the ability to protect her. Was Wu to you? She is my sister. Your biological sister? Of course not. 8th junior brother. May I inquire about your runes? Then, may I address you as 3rd brother? If you have a moment, let us collect the essence emitted by the celestial herbs together, and we can discuss this matter as we gather, shall we? Tong San recalled that it was during that opportunity of collecting the essence of celestial herbs that he gained a thorough understanding of the runic system, and he boldly requested an entire 3 sets of runes. Although had now equipped him with purple epic level runes, and even his 7th soul ring bore golden legendary runes, he still retained those 3 sets of green excellent runes as a special memento. All this time, Tong San had been deceiving himself into believing that he merely regarded Luo as a good companion. He had never truly contemplated what kind of existence represented in the depths of his heart. At the awards ceremony of the Soul Master Grand Finals, Luo's identity as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall was unveiled. At that moment, Tong San feared that Douluo would become an eternal rival. Later, during the Void Invasion, when the Spirit Hall was destroyed, all survivors from the Dalu united on the same front. He was able to fight alongside Douluo once more. The collaboration with Douluo was exhilarating and immensely enjoyable. He was a competent and powerful ally. What am I thinking? The inner demon has arrived, Tong San. Confront him, defeat him, and you shall officially pass the 5th trial of the sea god. Poseidon's gentle voice once again drew Tong San from his deep contemplation. Finally, at the heart of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, a shadow gradually materialized and drifted toward the shore. As it set foot on land, it completed its transformation. This was none other than the visage of the. Accurately speaking, this Luoba only possesses a fraction of the true Luoba's abilities. He can solely wield the Thunder Spirit Pearl martial soul. However, his cultivation level is at the title Douluo rank. Tong San, you have always regarded me as a potential rival in your heart, haven't you? The heart demon Luoba inquired gently, as if he had not fully exhaled the breath he had taken. Tong San confirmed with his Jima tone that this was not a manifestation of a void creature, but indeed arose from his own inner self. To his astonishment, he realized that his obsession with Luoba had escalated to the point where it could give rise to a heart demon. How terrifying! Thus, he refrained from diverting the conversation and directly replied, "Yes, I have consistently concealed my obsession with you, pretending not to care about being surpassed by you. In reality, I am acutely aware that I wish to surpass you. I ardently desire to surpass you. I fervently wish to surpass you. Tong San, yearn to transcend you." His impassioned declaration elevated Tong San's aura to unprecedented heights. Chapter 157. Heart Demon, Tong San True versus Luoba. Heart Demon. Excellent, this is the Tong San I recognize. The Heart Demon Luoba smiled. The Tong San who never surrenders. Come now, let us engage in a fierce battle. At the outset, the Heart Demon Luoba activated his martial soul's true form. A blood-red soul ring ascended high, and ethereal purple-white lightning coalesced around the Heart Demon Luoba. The Thunder Spirit Pearl's true form. Upon activation, it enhances lightning damage by 50%. In this state, each time Luoba unleashed a lightning arrow, he could summon a lightning sphere beside the struck target. The lightning sphere would release a chain of lightning every few seconds, dealing damage equivalent to Luoba's own lightning chain without any reduction. Tong San had thoroughly studied this true form of Luoba's martial soul. What struck him most was how, similar to the curator in Karazhan, the multitude of lightning spheres could become utterly bothersome during prolonged combat. The presence of such a monstrous skill was truly unexpected for him. Nevertheless, since he was engaged in a one-on-one duel with Luoba, the summoned lightning sphere's effect would not be particularly useful, as its potential was primarily realized in group battles. Tong San also activated his martial soul's true form, indeed, the Blue-Silver Emperor, against a stable long-range spellcaster like Luoba. Utilizing the Hao-Ian Hammer would inevitably lead to his demise. The Blue-Silver Emperor, however, allowed him to engage in a war of attrition. After all, wildfires cannot be extinguished completely. They will rise again with the spring breeze. Seeing the Blue-Silver Emperor enveloping Tong San's body, the Heart Demon Luoba smiled handsomely, then unleashed his thunder armor, followed by using his 6th soul skill to transform into a bolt of high-energy lightning, shooting directly through Tong San's position. As he penetrated the thick protective layer of the Blue-Silver Emperor, a violent collision erupted, scattering countless sparks of electricity, and nearby, he summoned a lightning sphere. This lightning sphere immediately began to incessantly unleash chains of lightning at Tong San. After adjusting his position, the Heart Demon Luoba transformed into high-energy lightning once more and zipped through Tong San's body, conjuring a second lightning sphere. Under the protection of the Blue-Silver Emperor and in a state of rapid recovery, Tong San was able to withstand these 2 high-damage strikes. However, he did not wish to remain in a passive state of being continuously battered. Consequently, when the Heart Demon Luoba transformed into high-energy lightning for the 3rd time, his mental strength swiftly locked onto the opponent's position. Tongmin's secret technique, Xuan Yu Shou, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Got you. Tong San whispered with a smile towards the heart demon Luoba. The latter was not overly surprised. Not bad. In the next moment, as Tong San shifted his arm's force, Luoba increased the power of his thunder armor, forcing Tong San to release his grip, and once again transformed into high-energy lightning and fled. Tong San found himself at a loss against this tactic. If this continued, even if he did not meet his demise at Luoba's hands, he would surely be driven to despair. Moreover, the number of lightning spheres on the battlefield was increasing. Hey, this is not how one should play. At that moment, Tong San employed the purification effect of the blue-silver domain, attempting to eliminate the bothersome lightning spheres. Indeed, the blue-silver domain could be utilized for clearing the field. A domain, you say? The heart demon Luoba laughed darkly, then summoned his 10,000-year ninth soul ring, activating his perverse skill, the radiant magnetic field, specifically designed to counter various domains. The blood-red soul ring flickered again, its icy, smooth, transparent patterns replacing the muddy textures on the ground. On the rapidly expanding, icy surface, purple electromagnetic particles flickered in competition. As these particles ascended into the air occupied by the blue-silver domain's light, they instantly devoured vast swathes of its brilliance. Damn it, how did I not foresee that Luoba would employ the radiant magnetic field to dismantle the domain? The sensation of having one's domain shattered was profoundly unpleasant. However, it created a chaotic battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Tong San immediately activated his 7th soul ring's 2nd soul skill, Blue-Silver 10,000 Thorn Slash. The powerful Blue-Silver Emperor Thorns surged forward alongside Tong San's body, seemingly poised to strike at Luoba, who was focused on maintaining the radiant magnetic field. In that final instant, the heart demon Luoba retracted the radiant magnetic field and unleashed Thundershock, forcibly repelling Tong San. However, due to inertia, the blue-silver Emperor Thorn vines that constituted the blue-silver 10,000 Thorn Slash still struck Luoba. Since Tong San had already been hit by the Thundershock, the Sha Lei Tingjin would inflict additional damage upon him. Furthermore, the alternative application of the Sha Lei Tingjin, the Fusion Strike, would lock onto the target, rendering it completely unavoidable and possessing formidable single-target damage capabilities. Tong San was likely facing dire consequences. The heart demon Luoba began to unleash the Sha Lei Tingjin, and once he successfully cast it, this battle would likely come to an end. Give up, Tong San, you are about to lose. This was a trial from the sea god. How could he easily concede? No, if he truly gave up, he would no longer be Tong San. Tongmin's concealed weapon technique. Bat Wing Rebirth. In the span of a mere second, dozens of assorted hidden weapons flew from Tong San's hands. Thanks to the Bat Wing Rebirth technique, they not only flew accurately towards Luoba, but would also return like boomerangs to attack him again if evaded. The peculiar trajectory of their flight was known only to Tong San himself. Indeed, the fusion strike of the Sha Lei Tingjin was not executed, for the stationary casting heart demon Luoba had to pause and precisely evade the hidden weapons. Bat Wing Rebirth, what a marvelous technique. The heart demon Luoba transformed into a bolt of high-energy lightning, weaving through the oncoming barrage of hidden weapons, knowing that any collision with even a single one would place him at a significant disadvantage. Seeing Luoba in a flustered state, Tong San subtly shifted his martial soul. The blue-silver Emperor withdrew, and the Haoyan Hammer emerged. Long Spine Metal, activate. The Long Spine Metal, of purple epic quality, significantly enhances the wielder's physical attack strength. It is accompanied by the soul skill, Dragon Slayer's Roar, which instantaneously doubles all of one's attack and soul skill casting speed, lasting for 10 seconds. This extraordinary piece of equipment had been Tong San's companion since he acquired it, as he experimented with the chaotic cloak hammer method. By now, Tong San had nearly mastered the rhythm of the chaotic cloak hammer method bolstered by the long spine metal. Within a mere 10 seconds, Tong San had unleashed over 30 strikes. At this point, it became increasingly difficult for the heart demon Luoba to interrupt him. The longer the chaotic cloak hammer method was executed, the greater the power generated, thus making it increasingly challenging to interrupt. If one were to recklessly approach Tang San without activating a defensive soul skill, they would likely be swept away. Haotian Hammer, Chaotic Cloak. Tang San hysterically shouted these 6 words, and then the heart demon Luo Bo was truly struck away. After all, this heart demon Luo Bo possessed only one martial soul, the Thunder Spirit Pearl, while Tang San was endowed with the dual martial souls of Lan Yin Huang and Hao Chue. Furthermore, Hao Chue was adorned with 7 orange golden soul rings. Of course, if the real Luo Bo were to face Tang San, the outcome would remain uncertain. Nevertheless, at the very least, Tang San had shattered his heart demon. The 5th trial of the Sea God successfully passed. Chapter 158. The dream of former glory shatters. Tang San's triumphant return finally brought a sigh of relief to everyone. His performance in the terrifying illusion was indeed striking. In particular, he unveiled the very essence of the void. The void, in truth, is not something to be feared. It is the unknown that truly instills dread. It is akin to battling a boss in a game. Certain powerful characters within the narrative may seem formidable to players, yet once their health is revealed, they are inevitably defeated. The only way for a boss to avoid being vanquished by players is to conceal its health. Those bosses that expose their health and equipment drop lists are, without exception, foolish. Indeed, the Void Holy Monarch is one such example. Now, the upper echelons of the Anti-Demon Coalition have come to realize that the strength of the Void Holy Monarch is at the level of a deity king. While the title of deity king may sound distant, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Given that dual martial soul practitioners like Bai Bai Dong and Tang San can undertake the assessment of a first-level deity, what of Luo Bo? Should he not aspire to achieve the status of a deity king? Of course, Luo Bo is acutely aware that he has not undertaken any divine assessment. Even if he possesses the strength to attain the title of deity king, he must create a divine position for himself, much like Qian Rinxue has done. These are matters Luo Bo will need to contemplate in the future. However, since Qian Rinxue is already a level 100 deity, perhaps she could offer him some valuable advice? Days later, Saladas detected the emergence of a new terrifying illusion. The illusion, Xing Luo City. This time, Saladas dispatched Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. As usual, upon entering the illusion, everything they beheld was from a timeline of the past. The Xing Luo City within the illusion was evidently unscathed by the forces of the void, still radiating its brilliance. It was the powerful and proud Xing Luo Empire, a realm brimming with unparalleled glory. However, upon arriving, Dai and Zhu were first greeted by the figures of their elder brother and sister. Indeed, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, during the month of the Void's full-scale invasion, could not escape and, unwilling to surrender, fought valiantly in the heart of Xing Luo City until the last moment, sacrificing themselves heroically. Although Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were not present, they nonetheless witnessed the final moments of their sibling sacrifice through a peculiar mental connection. Countless Twilight Fools and Twilight Soul Masters surged towards them like a relentless tide, tireless and resembling a horde of the undead. Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, alongside the Nether White Tiger, had slain innumerable enemies, yet ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numbers. They would not surrender. As heirs to the throne, the pride ingrained in the very essence of the Xing Luo people dictated that they would never yield. The entire empire, from the royal family to the commoners, even their beloved pets, exuded a spirit of resilience. They revered the strong and would never admit defeat. When faced with formidable foes, vengeance was inevitable. Born as Xing Luo people, they would perish as Xing Luo souls. Now within this illusion, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing felt as though they were witnessing the moment of their sibling sacrifice once more. It was akin to tearing open the wounds they most wished to avoid, rubbing salt into their grief, forcing them to confront the painful memories. No, their heads throbbed with pain. All those memories, all those horrors. Zhu Zhuqing felt profoundly uncomfortable, as if she were somehow displaced into her sister's position. The relentless onslaught of Twilight minions continued unabated. Just as one wave was vanquished, another followed. Dai Mubai's eyes grew increasingly reddened. He stated solemnly, "Our brother and sister were indeed true heroes. They demonstrated through their actions that one must never allow fear to conquer them, even when standing on the threshold of hell. Dai Mubai's heart was heavy. Suddenly, he knelt toward the center of the city, murmuring, "Brother, although we have vied for the position of heir and harbored grievances towards one another, you are deserving of this bow." Zhu Zhuqing followed suit and knelt beside him. In that moment, both were enveloped in profound sorrow, their emotions stifled, impervious to any outside disturbance. However, as they surveyed the environment within the illusion, it appeared that they were the only two living beings in Xingluo City. This was indeed peculiar. Yet, lost in their sorrowful recollections, Dai and Zhu paid little heed to this anomaly. As time flowed on, a shadow imbued with unparalleled killing intent materialized. Two figures emerged from the very essence of the illusion. One possessed long, golden hair cascading down his back, a languid expression upon his face, and his eyes glimmered with violet light, though they did not share the same hue. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, albeit he was slightly taller. Despite his casual demeanor, a hint of a superior smile lingered upon his lips. Following him was a tall young woman, her figure nearly matching his in height, with a voluptuous silhouette and skin as flawless as white jade, also wearing a smile. In this silent, empty city, she gently linked her arm with his. This young woman was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling Zhu Zhuqing even more than Dai Mubai resembled the former. Could these two be Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, brother, sister? Upon witnessing this scene, Dai and Zhu were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. "You should not be here." In the next moment, Dai Mubai was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming sternly, "Impostors! You nearly deceived us. My brother and Zhu Qing's sister have already sacrificed themselves. You are merely pretenders. Filthy creatures of the void, you have no right to impersonate our heroes." Indeed, the eyes of the two impostors were distinctly off-kilter. There was no good reason for this. Aside from being impostors, what other possibility could there be? After all, the dead cannot return to life. The audacity of these Enzo and the Void Holy Monarch is truly appalling. They dared to use the dregs of the void to impersonate the heroes of the Xingluo Empire. Naturally, Dai and Zhu were filled with righteous indignation and swiftly summoned their martial souls. Both emanated the hues of yellow, purple, black, and red. To ordinary individuals, such a configuration of soul rings would seem terrifying. However, the strength of the false Dai and Zhu was equally formidable. They too radiated hues of yellow, purple, black, and red. Indeed, they were directly at the level of title Douluo. Yet Dai and Zhu did not feel disheartened. What title Douluo? They had amassed an entire array of top-tier equipment suitable for their current stage from Karazhan and Gruul's lair, supplemented by Luo Bo's runes, ensuring their overall strength was not necessarily inferior to that of title Douluo. Furthermore, the impostors' martial souls were fabricated by the Void Holy Monarch, meaning their understanding of these hastily acquired martial souls was scant. This was where Dai and Zhu held an advantage. No matter how powerful the false Dai and Zhu appeared, they would ultimately be overcome. Dai Mubai conceived the strategy that these impostors would undoubtedly employ the Nether White Tiger at the outset. The martial soul fusion technique unleashed by two title level soul masters would undoubtedly reach the strength of a super Douluo, perhaps even approaching the limits of a limit Douluo. Thus, he and Zhu Zhuqing must employ the same tactic of fusion. However, between him and Zhu Zhuqing, there was more than just a single martial soul fusion technique. In reality, their combined evolution offered far greater advantages than a mere martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 159, The Royal City Traverse, True Evil I Leopard vs. False Netherworld White Tiger. Thus, as the false Daiju initiated their martial soul fusion technique, Daiju erupted with power. The two first embraced each other, leaving a slight gap between their chests. They channeled their primordial energies, merging as one under the guidance of their souls. Subsequently, they stood facing each other, their gazes locked. The ethereal fusion evolution bond disc loomed between them. Dai Mubai gently touched the auxiliary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing casually placed her hand on the main bond position. In the next moment, A phantom of a tiger materialized behind Dai Mu Bai, transforming into the evil white tiger. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing transformed into the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Main position, Zhu Zhuqing, Netherworld Spirit Cat. Auxiliary position, Dai Mu Bai, evil white tiger. The fusion evolution produced Zhu Mu Un, the evil eye leopard. As the radiance, akin to the duality of the universe, gradually faded, an extraordinarily enchanting silhouette slowly emerged. Indeed, this was Zhu Mu In, the entity born from the fusion of Dai and Zhu. Zhu Mu In possessed all the memories of Dai and Zhu, with most of her behavioral patterns and personality traits derived from them. Moreover, Zhu Mu Un was a tidal doll adorned with soul rings of purple, black, and red. She chanted, Xing Luo Empire, ever resplendent. On the other side, the false Dai Zhu, a creature of the void, had also completed its martial soul fusion technique, becoming the Netherworld White Tiger. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The evil eye leopard versus the Netherworld White Tiger. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Dai and Zhu had previously achieved numerous victories using the Netherworld White Tiger and were well aware of the weaknesses inherent in the Netherworld White Tiger summoned through the martial soul fusion technique. The creature's peak strength lay in the devastating triple strike unleashed immediately upon summoning. Should these 3 strikes miss, it would soon lack the strength to continue. This was precisely why Dai and Zhu chose to counter the Netherworld White Tiger with the Evil Eye Leopard. The vast expanse of Xing Luo City provided ample space for the swift movements of a large cat. Zhu Mu In's delicate form flickered and vanished in an instant. Of course, the Netherworld White Tiger, composed of the false Dai Zhu, could still sense her presence through other means. The Netherworld White Tiger roared and pursued, vowing to unleash the full force of its devastating triple strike upon Zhu Mu In. Zhu Mu In's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, and as she dashed forward, she skillfully utilized the airflow to enhance her speed. With a blink of her eye, her first soul skill, double pupils of evil light, erupted forth, forming an energy sphere shimmering with black and white light in the air before her left. This energy sphere swiftly transformed into gold and purple hues, representing Dai Mu Bai's evil white tiger and Zhu Zhuqing's Netherworld Spirit Cat. Meanwhile, Zhu Muin's movements remained unimpeded. A few seconds later, as the false Dai Zhu, now transformed into the Netherworld White Tiger, caught up, the gold and purple double pupils of evil light surged, causing not only immense magical damage, but also severely hindering its movements. The colossal Netherworld White Tiger let out a roar, releasing its pent-up suffering. However, the 2 impostors dared not slacken their pursuit and surged forward once more. Seeing the Netherworld White Tiger fall behind, Zhu Mu In decided to pause and set another trap. With a slight smile, she swept her delicate hand, conjuring a multitude of purple-bladed, gold-edged evil light blades that aligned to form a thick wall. Given that this was a corner, the impostor would undoubtedly remain oblivious to it. After completing her preparations, Zhu Mu In carefully distanced herself, though not too far from the wall of light blades. At last, the massive Netherworld White Tiger crashed into the wall of light blades, sustaining injuries. With another graceful wave of her hand, countless light blades pierced the Netherworld White Tiger amid Zhu Mu Un's melodic laughter. The cries of agony echoed throughout the desolate Xing Luo City, resonating with an air of desolation. Yet, this was insufficient to vanquish the 2 impostors, for they were titled Douluos. Remarkably, they managed to maintain the martial soul fusion state despite such grievous wounds. Zhu Mu In approached to assess the situation, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the Netherworld White Tiger. To her astonishment, the beast had regained a significant portion of its vitality in a mere 3 seconds. What was happening? It is the Shadow Recovery Potion. The voice of Salada's timely answered Zhu Mu Un's confusion. It can restore full vitality within 5 seconds. It appeared that each impostor carried at least 1 dose of this potion. Zhu Mu In quickly grasped the situation. After the barrage of blades, the brilliance of the gold and purple light had been so blinding that she could hardly discern the specifics within. The adversary must have taken advantage of the potion's effects immediately after sustaining the attack, and though they did not fully recover, they were back in a relatively good state. As the netherworld white tiger lunged at her again with a shriek, Zhu Muin found herself unable to evade due to the proximity. The creature's gaze was filled with a frenzied hatred, as if it sought to shred her to pieces. In that moment of crisis, Zhu Muin activated her martial soul true form, withstanding the full force of the netherworld white tiger's strike at the cost of her true form. In the next instant, she had sprinted a considerable distance, empowered by her third soul skill, Evil Eye Frenzy. However, Zhu Muin left behind an echo, saying, "Disgusting monster, I wouldn't mind hearing you scream once more." Thus, she realized she was in a precarious situation. The two tricks she had employed earlier could not be reused. She understood that even the most foolish impostors would not fall for the same ruse twice. In the swift and tumultuous environment of the royal city, Zhu Muin's mind said, "Well then, since this impostor relished surprises so much, why not deliver yet another surprise?" As she ran, Zhu Muin unleashed her soul skills. Her blood-red eighth soul ring shimmered faintly, rising slowly as countless shadows separated from her body. Among these shadows, only one possessed combat power comparable to Zhu Muin and could be deemed a true clone. The others were mere illusions. Thus, Zhu Muin's true form concealed itself behind a massive gourd-shaped stone tower, while her clones remained stationed at a broad intersection. The false netherworld white tiger, after navigating 2 streets and rounding a corner, finally spotted Zhu Muin. It lunged forward, clawing and biting, engaging in a fierce struggle with one of Zhu Muin's clones. The clone feigned a weakness, then suddenly vanished into thin air. The false netherworld white tiger believed it had seized a golden opportunity, immediately opening its gaping maw to bite down on Zhu Muin. However, it overlooked the fact that the real Zhu Muin was hidden behind the gourd-shaped stone tower, a smirk playing on her lips as she thought, "Fool, you've fallen in my trap." The previously indistinct circle of illusions now fully materialized from the ground. The false netherworld white tiger suddenly found itself disoriented, as every illusion appeared to be Zhu Muin. Finally, it was time to send you to the depths of hell. Chapter 160, The Cycle of Sun and Moon. Celestial Starfall. Zhu Muin's 9th soul ring ignited, the blood-red radiance swelling as an ethereal energy tail instantly manifested behind her. Under Zhu Muin's command, the tail's size surged exponentially, its contained power becoming terrifyingly formidable. Evil Eye Leopard Tail Slash. The colossal energy leopard tail bore a core of golden light encased in a layer of purple. The purple light executed the initial strike, severing the gourd-shaped stone tower in half, allowing the upper portion to crash down upon the immobilized false netherworld white tiger. The golden light prepared for the second strike. Zhu Muin adjusted her stance, accurately predicting the force required, and with a powerful swing of her tail, she delivered a decisive blow, completely vanquishing the already incapacitated Yuming Baihu. Following the explosion of golden light, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Zhu Muin stood in a daze for a prolonged moment before confirming that her opponent had indeed perished. She gently floated down to the ground, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the impostors, and remarked, "It is unfortunate that I could not hear your cries of agony this time." Subsequently, amidst this rare moment of serenity, Zhu Muin transformed into Dai Zhu and Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai smiled and complimented, "Well done." Zhu Zhuqing echoed his sentiment, agreeing, "Indeed, well done." The most exhilarated of the trio was undoubtedly Dai Mu Bai, for the brilliance and audacity exhibited by Zhu Muin were primarily inherited from him. He was thoroughly satisfied with her overall performance in the skirmish. Soon, a subtle change seemed to occur within the illusion. The color quickly darkened, and the sun vanished from sight. Was rain imminent? Regardless, since the illusion had not yet concluded, the duo remained in their position, ready to confront any challenges that may arise. In the desolate Xingluo city, there were plenty of places to seek refuge from the rain. No matter what extreme weather conditions might manifest, they stood unafraid. As the afternoon slipped away, nothing transpired. The ominous clouds drifted away, leaving only the fiery hues of the western sky. It seemed evening had arrived. Suddenly, the resplendent outline of the sun on the western horizon became increasingly solid, as if poised to unleash a solar storm. In the next moment, Dai Mu Bai sensed something amiss. Time seemed to accelerate, akin to pressing the fast-forward button while watching a film. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The full moon at the center of the scene radiated a gentle silver light, illuminating the surrounding stars with a brilliance that was both bright and pure. Such a breathtaking sight was indeed rare. As far as Dai Mu Bai could recall, he had not witnessed such beauty in the night sky since the grand invasion of the void. What is happening? Are we experiencing a hallucination? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously. Dai Mu Bai remained composed, replying, perhaps. After all, we are already within an illusion. Experiencing a hallucination seems rather normal, doesn't it? However, before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her thought, a sudden, thunderous sound interrupted their brief conversation. Is it thunder? Zhu Zhuqing queried again. Dai Mu Bai stood up and stepped outside to observe the phenomenon. Truly, this was merely a frightful illusion. What was the purpose of this charade? In an instant, the moonlight dimmed. Dai Mu Bai then noticed that the brightest star in the night sky beside the moon had vanished. Could it be a falling star? Sensing an ominous turn of events, Dai Mu Bai quickly summoned Zhu Zhuqing from indoors. Hurry, we need to merge again. A new enemy is likely searching for us. Thus, they stood facing each other, their gazes locked. The ethereal bond of their combined form hovered between them. Dai Mu Bai gently touched the primary bond position, while Zhu Zhuqing placed her hand on the secondary bond position. In the next moment, a spectral tiger appeared behind Dai Mu Bai, transforming into the evil-eyed white tiger. Simultaneously, the black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing morphed into the Yuming spirit cat. In this fusion, Dai Pa Zhu became the evil-eyed white tiger, a manifestation of true martial spirits rather than a mere soul fusion. 9 exquisite soul rings, in shades of purple and red, adorned Dai Pa Zhu's form. With a head of sleek, violet-hued hair and features that were both refined and slightly androgynous, his eyes shone with an icy brilliance, exuding a distinctly melancholic beauty that not everyone could appreciate. Utilizing his keen senses, he immediately began searching for any subtle movements around him, and, following his instincts, made his way out of the city and into the outskirts. Indeed, the strongest disturbances were emanating from the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the designated location, Dai Pa Zhu ceased his movements. Every fiber of his being informed him that the enemy would soon appear here. The regal Yuming white tiger would never cower. Thus, he stood his ground, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. To speak frankly, Dai Pa Zhu's personality and behavior were largely derived from Dai Mu Bai, with a quarter influenced by Zhu Zhuqing, while the remaining quarter stemmed from the innate royal aura bestowed upon him. A king is fearless. At long last, the entire night sky began to change. The full moon was gradually consumed, ultimately disappearing from view. All the stars in the heavens dimmed, plunging the night into darkness. Yet, Dai Pa Zhu did not fear this. Compared to the strange phenomenon, he preferred that the enemy reveal themselves rather than hide in the shadows. In the chilling silence of the dark night, a sudden burst of ghostly green starlight erupted before Dai Pa Zhu. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for far too long. Within the dispersing starlight, a familiar figure gradually took shape. Wasn't this the star-crowned Douluo, Su Shunlin? No need to assess further. It was evident this was an impostor. Besides, the real Su Shunlin was presently at the Golden Ancient Tree, observing the illusions alongside other high-ranking members of the Shrek Anti-Demon Alliance. Ah, yet another hollow threat from a delusional impostor, Dai Pa Zhu remarked in a deep voice. It matters not. An impostor will forever remain an impostor. Will you submit peacefully, allowing me to grant you a swift end? Or will you endure torment and perish with screams? The choice is yours, my friend. The foe Su Shunlin, enraged, retorted, You insolent youth, cease your prattle. Under the orders of the Void Saint Lord and Enzo, I have come to hear your screams. The outcome of who shall scream in death shall soon be revealed. Dai Pa Zhu unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into a colossal Yuming white tiger. With an elegant pirouette, he evaded the second soul skill of the Fosu Shunlin, the Void Star Flash, with remarkable grace. The martial spirit of the impostor was not simply a star crown. It was a void star crown imbued with the power of the void. In this desolate expanse of Xingluo Empire's outskirts, two solitary figures commenced their battle. Regardless of Su Shanglin's unappealing personality, he remained a top-tier powerhouse of the Xingluo Empire, embodying its glory. Upon witnessing the Void Saint Lord employ this impostor to vex them, Daiju naturally felt a surge of indignation. As their anger resonated within the consciousness of their combined form, Daiju surged forth, fueled by an unquenchable fury. The Void Star Crown martial spirit would undoubtedly prove to be more enigmatic and unpredictable than a standard star crown. Sarada's timely caution, "Be on your guard." Daiju charged forward, eager to test the true extent of the so-called Void Star Crown's treachery. Yuming White Tiger, Destruction Triad, First Style, White Tiger Pounce. The foe Su Shenglin appeared to merely sidestep, yet in reality, he had evaded a considerable distance, narrowly escaping the ferocious assault. Very well. It seems I have finally encountered a worthy opponent. Daiju mused as he adjusted his stance and boldly charged once more. Yuming White Tiger, Destruction Triad, Second Style, White Tiger Soul Fan. With a resounding roar, winds began to whip around him. The foe Su Shenglin attempted to unleash his soul skill, but was easily interrupted by the onslaught. Indeed, no one could successfully cast their soul skills amid such intense disruption. The experience of being interrupted during a soul skill is exceedingly unpleasant, causing the false Su Shenglin to become enraged. Although the true Su Shenglin would not fare much better in such a situation, he would not behave foolishly. Consequently, the false Su Shenglin stood still, immediately releasing his second soul skill, Shui Mie Xing Chun. A peculiar, eerie green starlight was unleashed, disrupting the target's gathered soul power and diminishing its flow rate. Unfortunately, Daiju had already completed the third move of his Destruction Triad, and a slight decrease in soul power flow was inconsequential. The third move, White Tiger Yuming Jian. With a swift strike, a slash, and a snip, it sent the opponent into a frenzy. The false Su Shenglin suffered a grievous blow from the final snip and was compelled to retreat momentarily, until he fully recovered. He dared not confront the Yuming White Tiger head-on. Witness the might of the Star Luo Empire's kingly army. Daiju articulated those words clearly while in his martial soul true form. Above the head of the Yuming White Tiger, the character for king was boldly inscribed. Thus, as Daiju finished his declaration, 10 radiant golden pillars of light materialized behind him. Each pillar housed a figure of considerable stature. These were the 10 most powerful guardian Douluos of the Star Luo Empire throughout its history. Although I can only summon their phantoms, even these remnants, combined, are sufficient to deal with you, a pitiful impostor. The phantoms of the 10 ancient guardian Douluos, despite their differing appearances, echoed in unison. Long live the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, this was Daiju's bloodline heritage soul skill, heart of the Star Luo Empire. The false Su Shenglin chuckled darkly. Have you found allies? It is futile. My forte lies in group battles. Watch as I eliminate each of your imperial heroes. The next moment, Daiju was astonished to find the false Su Shenglin had vanished from his original position. In truth, the false Su Shenglin had merely shifted to the side to recover his state. Otherwise, he would be unable to exhibit his full prowess. Once rejuvenated, he showcased his entrance with 3 soul skills. And Mie Xingyu, a crowd control skill, causing the runes surrounding the star crown to dissipate, completely stripping targets of a singular attribute. It was through this skill that the false Su Shenglin swiftly deprived the 10 ancient guardian Douluos of their defensive attributes. Xing Kong Shun Pan, manifesting dozens of rings of light. Each ring locked onto a target and unleashed a starry rain attack, possessing formidable penetration power and an additional explosive effect. Daiju barely had time to react before witnessing the 10 Guardian Douluo phantoms ensnared by the eerie green rings. Subsequently bombarded by a starry rain, each meteor accurately directed towards a star ring. This control ability is astonishingly potent. Daibotsu exclaimed. He had to activate Yuming Shimmer just in time to evade the star ring's lock. Undeniably, Yuming Shimmer is extraordinarily useful for dodging soul skills. But the Guardian Douluo phantoms were far less fortunate. The meteors, with their formidable penetration capability, combined with the explosive power of star energy, were unimaginable. Then came the third skill, Xing Chen Miao Wan Jia, the strongest group attack. Utilizing the power of the cosmos, it summoned Judgment Starlight to fall over an extensive area. Each ray possessed immense power, while additionally sealing half of the target's soul ring skills. However, the secondary effect of this soul skill became irrelevant, as the first effect had already annihilated the Guardian Douluo phantoms. Fortunately, Yuming Shimmer had 3 uses, perfectly allowing him to evade this terrifying chain of attacks. Otherwise, Dai Pozu would have been gravely injured. Now, he tasted the bitter consequences of reckless advancement. The once favorable situation had dissipated entirely. Ha ha ha, what a farcical kingly army. What a worthless star, Luo Empire. In my presence, they are utterly insignificant. The false Su Shenglin laughed maniacally, conjuring an eerie green starlight energy shield that enveloped him. Prepare to defend against Dai Pozu's assault at any moment. Dai Pozu, regardless of the circumstances, maintained a relatively controlled demeanor. However, upon hearing insults directed at the star Luo Empire and its ancient heroes, he could no longer contain himself. In an instant, the earth shifted hue, and the winds surged, as if the ancestral souls of Star Luo City were collectively invoking 4 words. Yuming White Tiger. The imperial legacy of the Star Luo Empire is the Yuming White Tiger. For millennia, those who dared to scorn it have invariably perished beneath its wrath. Today shall be no different. Dai Pozu bore the wrath of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as that of Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, carrying the fury of countless ancestral spirits of the Star Luo Empire, exuding an unfathomable force. Black and white. The duality extends infinitely. Yuming, formless, light and dark coexist. In a certain light, the Yuming White Tiger epitomizes the synthesis of light and shadow. The false Su Shenglin's gaze shifted dramatically. He sensed an unstoppable, unyielding force tearing at his very essence. Now, Dai Pozu regarded him as one might an ant, squinting down from above with a disdainful gaze. The overwhelming pressure compelled him to ignite his soul power for emergency defense. However, at this juncture, no form of defense could prove effective. Sin may allow for survival, but self-inflicted sin leads to doom. This is all of your own making. Dai Pozu's words resonated with gravity. Oh no, they were not merely weighty. They thundered like mountains, capable of purging all filth and sweeping across the realms. Empowered by the myriad ancestral spirits, Dai Pozu finally unleashed a force he had never before attained. The ultimate glory of the eternal star, Luo Empire. This transcended the realm of mere soul skills. Its essence was something only a deity could possess, a divine skill. The distinction between divine and soul skills is slight in name, but vast in effect. Firstly, beneath the divine level, none can withstand a divine skill. The false Su Shenglin was no exception. Amidst the endless radiance, a tainted figure found no escape, watching in despair as his body disintegrated into ash and smoke. Chapter 162. The Eternal Companionship of the Lioli 7 Treasures. At long last, the haunting illusion of Star Luo City shattered, and the reality of Star Luo City was spared from total annihilation. Dai Pozu gazed upon this spectacle, the sun and moon unwavering, the mountains and rivers intact. He smiled contentedly. It was the smile of one in power, the smile of sovereign. As the iron hooves thundered, traversing vast landscapes, I stood at the pinnacle, grasping the rotation of sun and moon. May the world of mortals enjoy peace and prosperity henceforth. Otherwise, let me borrow another 500 years. A gentle and tranquil light of righteousness illuminated the rejuvenated outskirts of Star Luo City. An undying royal heart can illuminate mountains, seas, and borders alike. As Saladas witnessed the conclusion of this ordeal, she hastened to pull Dai Pozu back to the realm of reality. Beneath the ancient golden tree, Dai Pozu split into Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dragging their weary bodies, the two supported each other, exchanging gratified smiles before retreating to their chambers for rest. I apologize. Everyone. Before Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing could venture far, Salada has continued. Another haunting illusion has emerged in Do City. This time, the location is the headquarters of the Seven Treasure Liuli sect. Ning Fengji declared first, then allow me and the two of you, sword and bone, to accompany you. After all, that is our home. However, Saladas disagreed. No, Inzot seems to have placed a restriction within this haunting illusion, specifically targeting the three of you. Therefore, you cannot go. The best candidate can only be your daughter. Is Rong Rong capable of going alone? You must have faith in her, for your daughter possesses exceptional talents and has already transcended her martial soul, with soul bones and equipment bestowing upon her formidable offensive capabilities. She is capable. Ning Feng Ti acquiesced. In this moment, he could only choose to trust his daughter. Ning Rongrong playfully made a face at her father and then prepared to enter the illusion of terror. Be careful. As she watched her daughter's retreating figure, Ning Fengji could not help but utter a word of caution. However, as soon as she entered the illusion, Ning Rongrong forgot his admonition. She was overwhelmed with excitement, dashing far ahead. Wasn't this the former headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, untouched by destruction? It was the place where she had grown up. The last time in the real timeline, in order to save Oscar, she had infiltrated the fortress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had been occupied by the Twilight Soul Masters, armed only with hidden weapons. That place was filled with terror and silence, devoid of light and warmth. Yet this time, within the illusion, she felt as if she had returned to the past, to a time when she could venture outside and show her father the hidden weapons she had brought back. All right, Rong, how do you wish to demonstrate? Grandpa Jian, let us give it a try. With your prowess, you surely won't be harmed. She recalled the time when she had tested the hidden weapons with Grandpa Jian, inadvertently hurting him. At that time, she truly lacked understanding and was reckless. Alas, that willful princess was gone forever. Of course, in the Soul Arena, we once defeated a level 40 Soul Master team with the concentrated fire of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The more people use it simultaneously, the greater its power. However, this Zhuge Divine Crossbow poses no threat to Grandpa Jian. No, little girl, don't come over here. My old bones can't withstand the strain. Ning Feng Si commanded steadily. This scene made Ning Rongrong laugh until tears streamed down her face. As she observed her own image in the illusion, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. How she longed to be that proud and willful princess who could be reckless and still have someone to protect her. Unfortunately, the invasion of the void had shattered everything. When dreams are broken, one must face reality. However, the illusion soon began to feel amiss. The voice of the false Ning Fengji grew increasingly unnatural, adopting a dark and sinister tone. Ning Rongrong sensed that the enemy within the illusion was about to arrive. Yet, how she wished to linger in this once beautiful time. The illusion of Ning Rongrong already knelt expertly, just as she had often done before. Fengji, what are you doing? Is it our fault that Qinshin is incompetent? It was said that all's fair in war. This only served to prove the effectiveness of those hidden weapons. Rongrong, well done. You avenged your Grandpa Bone. Ha! It's been years since I've seen you, Grandpa Jian, in such a state of disarray. Truly, you inherit my cunning. The voice of the Bone Douluo in the illusion grew increasingly ethereal, as though it might fade away at any moment. Grandpa Jian, Rongrong was wrong. Please punish me. Rongrong, dear, do not cry. It is not your fault. It is Grandpa Jian's own incompetence. We are merely testing the hidden weapons. You have done nothing wrong. These hidden weapons indeed possessed an element of surprise. The true Ning Rongrong listened intently. She could discern that even the Grandpa Jian in the illusion was weak, his final words barely audible. It had not been like this in reality. She immediately steeled herself, summoning all her focus, prepared to confront the changes within the illusion. All hidden weapons prepared, for soul bones ready, blue diamond magic wand at the ready. No matter what monstrosities the forces of the void unleash, let them come. Rongrong, I suggest you close your eyes, Sarada's advised. The next instant, the false Ning Fengji shouted, Unfilial daughter, you may do as you wish with her. I care not. In an instant, the false Qinshin drew his sword and lunged toward the chest of the illusionary Ning Rongrong. The next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Damn, that's disgusting. Enzoth, Lord of the Void, truly revolting. Do you think this can frighten anyone? No, it only serves to sicken them. Ning Rongrong gazed at her false self, her eyes dimmed, her stomach churning. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she felt a wave of discomfort. I told you to close your eyes, Sarada's reiterated. Soon, the corpse of the fake Ning Rongrong vanished, along with the false Qinshin and Gurong. Only the true Ning Rongrong and the impersonator of Ning Fengji remained. Indeed, this imitation of Ning Fengji was quite convincing. Both in appearance and behavior, it bore a striking resemblance to the real Ning Fengji. However, the soul could never be truly replicated. Another counterfeit dares to impersonate my father. I shall ensure that you meet a miserable end. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, tightly gripping the blue diamond magic wand. The false Ning Fengji merely smiled wickedly and said, "Oh, my unfilial daughter, do you a mere support soul master dare to contend with a great void saint? Dream on. Who are you calling your daughter? You imposter, stop deluding yourself." With a snap of his fingers, 4 obelisks appeared beside the false Ning Fengji. Clearly, these obelisks were crucial tools for his battle. After all, the false Ning Fengji's martial soul was also the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Since it was the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, its offensive capabilities relied on external objects for enhancement. Chapter 163. Father-daughter battle, Ning Rongrong true versus Ning Fengji false. As expected, those obelisks were indeed the false Ning Fengji's means of attack. As soon as the 7-treasure glazed tile tower was summoned, 6 types of enhancements were immediately conferred upon him, which he then channeled through his soul power to the 4 obelisks. At the tips of the obelisks, there sat a twilight eye. The 4 eyes unleashed beams of twilight light simultaneously, catching Ning Rongrong completely off guard. She had to sidestep to evade. Yet she soon realized that the frequency of the eye beams was too high. Could she evade every volley? The thought sent a tinge of panic through her. Indeed, she had witnessed such relentless attacks before, but previously she had teammates to draw fire. Now it was solely her. Thus, she activated her solitary defensive measure. It was 100,000-year soul bone, the body bone of the glazed stone magic dragon. The first soul skill of this bone provided a thick energy shield, capable of absorbing substantial damage. Once the shield was activated, she could at least focus on her output without worry. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong mimicked the false Ning Fengji, applying all 6 enhancements to herself in a single second. Or rush. Additionally, Ning Rongrong possessed another enhancement-type soul skill derived from an item of Karazhan equipment, the unrestrained arcane necklace. Its active soul skill, arcane limit, increased her spell damage by 30% for 10 seconds. Under these formidable enhancements, a single cast of arcane blue fire would be enough to overwhelm the false Ning Fengji. However, as Ning Rongrong was not yet adept at solo combat, she felt somewhat drained after that single attack. She needed to adjust her state before gradually acclimating to this rhythm of assault. Naturally, during this interval, she had to remain vigilant against the twilight eyes atop the obelisks. These vile eyes not only unleashed beams, but also emitted weakening light, truly despicable. The light shone upon the ground, and the space to dodge was indeed limited. Given that Ning Rongrong had only recently ascended to the realm of Soul Saint, she found it challenging to fly effectively using her soul power. Consequently, she was compelled to unleash one of her signature moves, the Liuli Guangyi. Indeed, the Liuli Guangyi was a piece of external soul bone meticulously chosen for her by Saladas, perfectly harmonizing with her martial spirit. Unlike the wings of the feathered and the dragon, this light wing was woven from strands of light, radiating in a stream of brilliance. Against the backdrop of the blue-white, icy Liuli Guangyi, Ning Rongrong's delicate figure sparkled with resplendence. With the assistance of the Liuli Guangyi, agile flight was no longer a daunting task for her. However, the foe Ning Fengji, who had been struck by the arcane blue fire, was in a state of utter disarray. He diverted all the energy from the obelisks into his own body, readying himself to launch 3 consecutive projectiles. Alarmingly, these 3 projectiles were precisely targeted at Ning Rongrong and had the capability of self-guided navigation once fired, making them nearly impossible to evade unless intercepted mid-flight. Reports suggested that even a single impact from such a projectile would severely injure Ning Rongrong, and being struck by all three would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Realizing the formidable nature of these projectiles, Ning Rongrong immediately activated the sprinting soul skill of the Liuli Guanyi, seeking refuge behind a towering structure. The first high-pressure soul power projectile struck, cleaving the tower in two. Just as the upper half began to plummet, the second projectile followed close behind. Ning Rongrong sought sanctuary in the remaining lower half of the tower. Yet, within an instant, this lower section was also obliterated, providing her no effective protection. Nevertheless, the foe Ning Fengji was now utterly beside himself with excitement. "Let us see how you escape this." "Nonsense, do I even need to flee?" Ning Rongrong replied with a light smile, her lips curving upwards. As the foe Ning Fengji reveled in his triumph, she activated all her amplification soul skills upon her blue diamond magic wand. A burst of arcane blue fire swiftly veered towards the position of the foe Ning Fengji. Preoccupied with controlling the third high-pressure soul power projectile, he was oblivious to Ning Rongrong's earlier movements. "Hit! You've lost!" the foe Ning Fengji exclaimed, exhilarated as if his team had just scored a goal. However, Ning Rongrong was determined to dash his hopes. The Liuli Guanyi enveloped her body like a protective shell, shielding her from any harm. Indeed, as a 10,000-year external soul bone, the Liuli Guanyi naturally possessed two soul skills. The earlier sprint was one, while the Liuli Hudi served as another. The Liuli Hudi bore similarities to the invincible golden body of Wu, albeit with the distinction of being a one-time use skill, boasting a longer duration than the invincible golden body. If Ning Rongrong retracted the Liuli Hudi before its duration expired, she would regain part of the cooldown time and apply a comprehensive amplification to herself, lasting 2 minutes. The degree of amplification was contingent upon the remaining duration of the Liuli Hudi upon its cancellation. This amplification could even affect the soul skill that had already been launched but not yet struck the enemy, meaning the arcane blue fire still en route could benefit from this enhancement. While Ning Rongrong could have simply activated the Liuli Hudi to block all three high-pressure soul power projectiles that would have consumed the entire duration of the Liuli Hudi. Now, she cleverly utilized the terrain to evade the first two projectiles and activated the shield just as the third was about to hit, immediately retracting it after impact to maximize her amplification. Undoubtedly, the soul skills bestowed by a 10,000-year soul bone were formidable. The foe Ning Fengji, astonished that all three high-pressure soul power projectiles had missed their mark, nearly spat blood in frustration. Following this, the arcane blue fire surged forth. "Oh my god, this is infuriating. If there exists a Ning Fengji, why must there be a Ning Rongrong?" The power of the arcane blue fire in its fully amplified state was indeed terrifying, yet it did not annihilate the foe Ning Fengji. The true cause of his demise lay in the stagnant murkiness lodged in his chest, caught in a state of limbo. In the next moment, the foe Ning Fengji breathed his last. The battle concluded with such swiftness that neither Ning Rongrong nor those observing the illusion had anticipated it. Watching the foe Ning Fengji fall with an expression of unfulfilled indignation, Ning Rongrong felt a jolt of shock accompanied by a tinge of disdain. Was this the result of a daughter causing her father's demise? Nonsense. He was merely an impostor. Observing Ning Rongrong's expression, the real Ning Fengji and the sword and bone duo could not suppress their laughter. "Oh dear daughter, do not bear any psychological burden," Ning Fengji remarked. The bone duo concurred. "Indeed, our seven treasures glazed tile school sorceress has never been one to carry such burdens. Rather, it is you, the sect master, who should not truly be distressed. I am overjoyed that my daughter vanquished the impostor." Chapter 164. The Sausage of Transformative Duality after a brief period of adjustment. Ning Rongrong noticed that her surroundings had transformed, and her condition had fully restored. Even the cooldown for her soul skills reset. This indicated that the illusion was not yet over. There remained adversaries that Ning Rongrong must confront. Her suspicions were confirmed as two foes appeared. The foe sword Duo and the foe bone Duo. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of panic. As a support-type soul master, barely managing to contend with one enemy was a challenge, let alone facing two. Fortunately, Saladas detected the loosening of the illusion's entrance and promptly sent Oscar in as well. Fully prepared, Oscar entered the illusion and quickly adjusted his state. Rong, this is a rare opportunity. Together we shall prevail with ease, Oscar assured her with a wink, signaling her to remain calm. His confidence stemmed from the extraordinary nature of his sixth soul skill. The skill, duplication, enabled him to create a copy using a drop of blood. If the target's cultivation surpassed Oscar's, he would gain 70 of the target's abilities. If the target's cultivation was lower, he would acquire 80. Notably, a mirror sausage produced after utilizing the golden fly would grant him 100 of the target's abilities, albeit limited to soul ring skills, excluding soul bone and domain skills. Oscar first consumed a mirror sausage created in his true martial spirit form, sharing one with Ning Rongrong as well. This allowed both to harness the martial spirits of Rob. Oscar utilized Rob's extreme cold spirit pearl, while Ning Rongrong wielded Rob's fiery spirit pearl. Though both martial spirits possessed merely 7 soul rings, it was crucial to remember that they were all orange golden beast soul rings. Upon witnessing the emergence of 7 orange golden soul rings around them, the faux sword and bone duo were left utterly astonished. How is it possible that you possess orange golden soul rings? It was not like this before. Ningrongkrong lauket triumphantly. How pathetic. You dare impersonate our Grandmaster Sword and Grandmaster Bone, yet you lack knowledge of Oscar's soul skills? This cast is truly subpar. Oscar's confidence surged as he declared, "Enough talk. Prepare to receive my attack." With those words, he swiftly teleported beside the faux sword and bone duo, executing an ice frost nova that immobilized their feet before promptly retreating. Indeed, this teleportation and return combo was a skill acquired from the external soul bone in the Chien Kuan, Wenqing Valley, ideally suited for initiating surprise assaults with soul skills that were difficult to land at a distance, allowing for a quick retreat to one's original position. The initial strike was thwarted, leaving the two impostors flustered. Various soul techniques flourished in succession, yet few found their mark. Even when they did, they were deftly countered by Oscar and Ning Rongrong's soul skills. They were in disarray. Oscar remarked with a calm chuckle, "Rongrong, this is their final frenzy. We shall wait for them to exhaust themselves before we eliminate them in one fell swoop. By the way, Rongrong, do you know how to use the Dongran Lingzhu martial spirit of Luobua? It's that basic combo." Ningrongrong, currently employing a lava shield to defend against the soul skills of the pseudo-sword Douluo, suddenly found her mind blank upon hearing this. I'm sorry, but it seems I don't know how at all. How do you execute Luobua's explosive combo?" Oscar nearly lost his breath in exasperation. "Oh dear, Rongrong. Had I known earlier, I would have given you the extreme cold Lingzhu and kept the Dongran Lingzhu for myself. The extreme cold Lingzhu has less stringent requirements for combos. This cannot be my fault. You never informed me," she retorted. At this juncture, it was best to remain cautious. Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, a phantasmal sword fell beside her. The pseudo-sword Douluo fumed. "How dare you disregard us, bickering in the midst of battle?" The two ignored him and continued their banter. "Look, Rongrong, the castle of the 7 treasures glazed tile school has not yet been invaded by the void. How magnificent it is. In truth, our school is distinguished by its exquisite style, rich in details. A mere cursory glance at the macro layout would cause one to miss many splendid aspects." The pseudo-bone Douluo was incensed. "Whom do you look down upon?" Finally, Oscar chimed in, "Apologies, but we truly do not regard you." How pitiful, these imposters. Imposters are simply imposters, and they shall always be imposters. Ning Rongrong smiled lightly, and then unleashed her full power. The enhanced arcane blue fire instantly struck the enraged bone Douluo. "See, they have fallen for our ruse." In truth, the previous standoff had been a test of patience. The side that charged first would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Having received a full force strike of the arcane blue fire, the pseudo-bone Douluo was sent reeling, unable to muster any defense with his soul power. Fortunately, the pseudo-sword Douluo intervened just in time, using sword energy to shield against the subsequent attacks from Oscar and Ning Rongrong. barely saving his life. What now, Oscar? We wasted our entire burst. Ning Rongrong lamented. Oscar, however, remained unfazed. No worries, Rongrong. We are not lacking in bursts. If they wish to wear us down, let them. Shielded by the pseudo-sword Dalu, the pseudo-bone Dalu quickly regained his position and commenced self-repair with his soul skills. He had indeed overstepped his bounds. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was activating all her mental energy to rapidly comprehend the techniques of the Dongran Lingzhu. She knew that once these fire-type soul skills erupted perfectly, it would take merely 10 seconds to incinerate them completely, leaving not even ashes behind. Not even the arrival of the Void Sovereign could save these two. However, before that, they had to face the wrath of the 7-kill sword. Oscar could barely use Ice Barrier to shield both himself and Ning Rongrong for a brief time. But it would not last long. We should fly and evade. This is not a sustainable strategy, Ning Rongrong advised. Thus, they each consumed a flying mushroom sausage and ascended into the air. The pseudo-sword Dalu continued to unleash a torrential rain of swords, becoming increasingly precise with each strike. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against any surprise attacks from Oscar and Ning Rongrong targeting the Bone Dalu. Once the Bone Dalu had fully recovered, he refrained from recklessness and erected a wall of skeletal bones for protection. What now? We can no longer launch surprise attacks, Ning Rongrong inquired. Just as Oscar was about to respond, a phantasmal sword veered towards him from behind, grazing his body. In a panic, Ning Rongrong leaned forward to support Oscar, only to find herself struck as well. Though the attack of the phantasmal sword lacked significant power and did not inflict substantial harm, one must not forget that those in flight could not maintain their balance with even the slightest hit. Consequently, both were forced to descend. Chapter 165, A Couple's Team. 9-colored sausage, true, versus sword and bone duo, false. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong descended, the pseudo-sword Dalu unleashed a frenzied barrage of sword energy. Although most of it was neutralized by Oscar's Ice Barrier, it still inflicted considerable damage upon the two. 6th Soul Skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The pseudo-sword Dalu instantly conjured thousands of swords around him with his soul power. He could launch these swords like arrows or amalgamate them into an enormous sword through the 7-kill sword, boasting immense destructive power. This time, he opted for the latter, aiming directly at the ground where Oscar and Ning Rongrong would land. In a moment of panic, Ning Rongrong activated the glazed wings, enveloping herself and Oscar. The Glaze Barrier, renowned for its formidable defense comparable to the invincible golden body, rendered what should have been a devastating blow into mere raindrops upon the sea, causing no ripples whatsoever. It seems we must attempt a fusion evolution. Oscar coughed lightly. Come, Rongrong. This time, we shall surely succeed. With a flash of 9-colored light, a phantasmal fusion evolution bond disc appeared between their chests. The fiery essence of youth ignited the surrounding air. Oscar placed his left hand on the main position of the disc, while Ning Rongrong lightly touched the auxiliary position with her right hand. A chunk of meat phantom materialized behind Oscar, swiftly morphing into a large sausage. Behind Ning Rongrong, an unrefined piece of glazed glass appeared, which transformed into the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower and then into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Main position, Oscar, sausage. Auxiliary position, Ning Rongrong, 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Fusion evolution, Aldo, 9-colored sausage. Before long, a strikingly handsome young man with fluffy silver hair emerged from the cocoon of 9-colored light, radiating a majestic and gentle energy. Purple, black, red, 9 magnificent soul rings arranged in perfect order upon him, clearly indicating his power. Ha ha ha, greetings to you all. Aldo twirled his robe and surged forward, a whirlwind of 9-colored light following in his wake. His form shimmered unpredictably, his aura oscillating between intensity and tranquility. The pseudo-bone Dalu could not help but curse, damn it. Is this guy a fly? Huh, who do you call fly? As the 9-colored brilliance approached, Aldo suddenly appeared beside the pseudo-bone Dalu, his 7th soul ring rapidly rising. In his hand, a flowing 9-colored sausage manifested. He promptly stuffed the sausage into the pseudo-bone Dalu's mouth. As soon as the sausage was inserted, it turned a gloomy purple. Silencing him, and rendering him unable to use his soul skills for a minute. The pseudo-sword Douluo had finally regained his wits and prepared to retaliate. But Aldo had already vanished, creating a considerable distance between them. So annoying. Is he really a fly? Aldo was now far away, cloaked in invisibility. Indeed, only he knew his whereabouts, as he had distanced himself significantly while remaining concealed. This was his strategy to disrupt the opponent's mentality, to shatter their composure before swiftly eliminating them. Thus, under the guise of invisibility, he crafted a precision-guided sausage, infusing it with energy to enlarge it continuously. When a precision-guided sausage reached its maximum size, it boasted a radius of at least 1 meter and a length of over 10 meters. At this moment, his invisibility would dissipate. At last, the vibrant 9-colored energy reached saturation, revealing Douluo and a magnificent super 9-colored sausage within a line of sight of the pseudo-swordbone duo. However, it was too late for them to realize this. The blood-red 8th soul ring ascended, and the boundless light of the 9-colored infinity was unleashed, capable of amplifying a yet-to-be-fired projectile, doubling its range and distance, albeit having its damage. The super 9-colored sausage, enhanced by the 9-colored infinity, was launched forcefully, exploding mid-air and illuminating the sky with a myriad of colors. The pseudo-swordbone duo did not suffer significant damage from this dazzling strike, but they were plagued by various debilitating effects. Firstly, their first 3 soul skills were rendered unusable for 5 minutes due to a restriction. Secondly, their vision was severely impaired, akin to suffering from cataracts. Furthermore, their reaction times diminished by 50%. In the ensuing moments, they would indeed endure great discomfort. The 9-colored sausage was not a traditional support type. Rather, it was of the kind that could inflict grave dirtiness, almost akin to stealing other soul skills. Although the restrictions and the ability to replicate other skills were equivalent to theft, they paled in comparison to true maliciousness. It was unlikely that the pseudo-swordbone duo had ever heard of the phrase "holy light will dirty you" or "wow." Otherwise, they might have succumbed to anger before being dirted. Fortunately, the pseudo-sword duo retained an extraordinarily powerful defensive soul skill. Otherwise, he would have fallen to Douluo's next super 9-colored sausage. This particular launch of the super 9-colored sausage did not incorporate the 9-colored infinity, making it a single-target high-damage soul skill, unlike the previous 3 dirtying attacks. Regrettably, this strike landed squarely against the pseudo-sword Douluo's sword or a shield. It looks colorful, but is merely that the pseudo-sword Douluo taunted with a tone of disdain. Yet, Douluo, with his gentle yet cunning demeanor, would not be perturbed by such a remark. He continued on his course. Amidst the flowing 9-colored lights, he darted about, elusive as a specter. The pseudo-sword Douluo's mental fortitude was insufficient to lock onto him, let alone discern his real-time position with the naked eye. The sword aura shield would eventually dissipate, and Douluo seized the opportunity to leave behind an ethereal shadow at his current position before swiftly slipping away. This shadow floated in midair, appearing rather foolish. Indeed, it was quite foolish. The shadow was not under Douluo's control. It merely executed simple soul skills targeting preset objectives. Naturally, the effects of all shadow skills were limited to 20% of the main body's capabilities. The pseudo-sword Douluo sensed an opportunity, signaling the pseudo-bone Douluo to remain on guard while he charged forward with his frenzied 7-kill sword. The pseudo-bone Douluo erected a wall of eerie white bones for protection. At that moment, Douluo had already flashed to a position directly above him, rendering the wall ineffective. Simultaneously, the sword Douluo attacked the shadow Douluo had left behind, unable to attend to the real threat. In utter bewilderment, the pseudo-bone Douluo was completely engulfed by a super 9-colored sausage and vanished in a thin air. Terrifying. Truly, it was a soul skill worthy of 100,000 years. Just as the pseudo-sword Douluo struck at the shadow, he felt something amiss. Why was it so fragile? Startled, he turned around to discover Douluo's 9-colored wings shimmering brilliantly, proudly standing atop the collapsed wall of bones. "Oh, it seems you're the last one left," Douluo remarked coolly, his tousled silver hair dancing gently in the breeze. As if mockingly taunting the pseudo, Sword Douluo, who had been lured away. Chapter 166. Death-devouring soul, spider monarch without the pseudo-bone Douluo. The pseudo-sword Douluo was powerless to return. Thus, under the gaze of Aodwa's soft yet sweetly sarcastic amber eyes, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of old blood. I choose death. Ah, the true sword uncle would not be so feeble. Aodwa smiled, observing the thoroughly demoralized impostor. He conjured a cup of chrysanthemum tea and sipped it nonchalantly. In battles with such fragile opponents, I would rather stay home and enjoy tea. The pseudo-sword Douluo spat out 3 more mouthfuls of old blood. Aodwa feigned disbelief, extending his right arm holding the teacup, and said, "You seem to be losing too much fluid. Perhaps you need some hydration. I have tea here. Would you care for a sip?" Then, holding a sausage in his left hand, he added, "Oh, right, if you're hungry, I also have sausage." Yet again, 3 mouthfuls of old blood were expelled. The pseudo-sword Douluo met his demise. As the terrifying illusion shattered, Aodwa returned to the ancient golden tree, where he transformed back into Oscar and Ning Rongrong, both of whom wore smiles despite their exhaustion. "Congratulations on your successful fusion evolution," Lily approached with a smile. She had never anticipated that these two, who had struggled unsuccessfully in the past, would achieve such a feat in the heat of battle. This was indeed a remarkable surprise. Afterward, Lily needed to inquire about their specific circumstances during the event, as this would play a crucial role in her research on fusion evolution techniques. Once everyone had dispersed, Saladas began to scan the world for newly emerged, terrifying illusions. Upon their appearance, she would promptly dispatch personnel to unravel them, ensuring they dealt with each one to prevent Enzo from leading them by the nose. As expected, a new terrifying illusion suddenly materialized. But everyone just left. "It's actually Wuhuan City," Saladas muttered to herself. Soon, she had identified the perfect candidate. Indeed, it is the inheritor of the comet goddess, the spider monarch Douluo, Bibidong. Moreover, the specific location of this terrifying illusion was the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City, most likely housing the void artifact within the Pope's chambers. Thus, Saladas quickly pinpointed Bibidong's location and transmitted, "Inheritor of the comet goddess, you have a mission." "Oh, is it my turn now?" Bibidong turned around, placing down her hand mixed with Yugong, and stated solemnly, "Where is it?" "I presume it is Wuhuan City." A fleeting smile crossed Saladas's face. Dealing with intelligent individuals was indeed a relief. "Come forth, last pope." Bibidong was not pleased with being referred to as the last pope, as if it implied she had ruined Wuhuan Palace. "You should return first. After witnessing so many terrifying illusions, you must be weary. This particular one, I prefer to keep private." Consequently, this time, the terrifying illusion at the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City indeed had no audience. Bibidong calmly stepped through the illusionary gate, entering the untouched Wuhuan City, free from void intrusion. Here, everything from the past was vividly recalled. She reminisced about her youth, when both she and Yugong were still innocent. As students of Qiang Sunji, and with their twin martial souls, she easily became the saintess of Wuhuan Palace. Qiang Sunji had almost regarded her as the successor to the next pope. Indeed, the position of pope in Wuhuan Palace was not reserved for the strongest of the current age, but for the most promising. As a symbol of Wuhuan Palace, the pope did not wield true power that was held by the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall was composed of elders and powerful individuals from the founding families of the Wuhuan Palace organization, with Dalu being the most typical representative under this system. At that time, she served as the saintess of Wuhuan Temple, yet mingled with the so-called waste material, Yu Gang, who was looked down upon by many, leaving them perplexed. Despite her earnest attempts to elevate Yu Gang's status, even leveraging her own influence to promote him, her efforts were in vain. Subsequently, Qian Xuanji sought her out in her quarters, inquiring about the nature of her relationship with Yu Gang. Naively, she divulged the truth and expressed her willingness to relinquish her title as saintess to escape with Yu Gang. This was an act of folly that only a fool would commit. Did she truly believe that Qian Xuanji would simply hand over his successor to Yu Gang and the Blue Electro-Tyrant clan? If Bibidong, possessing a twin martial soul, could not be utilized by the Wuhuan Temple, she would inevitably be eliminated, making any notion of transferring her to the blue electric tyrant clan absurd. Qian Xuanji knew his father, Qian Dalu, all too well. Despite his seemingly virtuous facade, he would unleash his wrath upon anyone who endangered the Wuhuan temple. If Bibi Dong truly fled with Yu Gang, Qian Dalu would find a way to eradicate the two young ones without Qian Xuanji's intervention. Naturally, Qian Xuanji could not bear to witness his beloved disciple act foolishly, so in a moment of rashness, he struck Bibi Dong unconscious and employed certain means to ensure she remained in the Wuhuan temple forever. Alas, Bibi Dong was unaware of the deeper reasons behind this decision. At least not at that time. Even now, she merely believed that Qian Xuanji was both captivated by her beauty and intent on securing the best candidate for the next pope of the Wuhuan temple. Indeed, the illusion that Bibi Dong perceived was a manifestation of that fateful night. In the vision, Bibi Dong was arguing with Qian Xuanji. "No, teacher, we will not interfere with the important matters. It is merely mutual concern, which does not conflict with the grand endeavors of the Wuhuan temple." Yet, a pope could never have a worthless partner. Such a thing had never occurred. Although this argument diverged somewhat from her memories, the essence remained the same. "Then I shall no longer be the saintess, nor the pope. I wish to depart with you, gang." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji trembled with rage, nearly losing consciousness. In an instant, a slap struck Bibi Dong's neck, rendering her unconscious. Bibi Dong could no longer bear to witness the impending events. She would never forget that morning when she awoke, devoid of any clothing, only to be informed that her chastity was lost. Thus, the illusion shifted with her emotions. The Bibi Dong in the vision vanished, while the counterfeit Qian Xuanji turned ominously to gaze at the true Bibi Dong. "You're still here, I see. Did you not expect that my vengeful spirit would linger, resurrecting after all these years?" Bibi Dong looked upon her with disdain, coldly retorting, "A counterfeit still has the audacity to act. You shall die obediently and spare me the trouble." The false Qian Xuanji suddenly burst into laughter, as if unperturbed by the threat. "Ah, how dull. Since you are aware that I am an impostor, I shall no longer indulge in idle chatter with you. Do you truly believe that Lord Inzoth would not learn from previous failures? Let me demonstrate the power of the Void Manipulator." Chapitre 167, A Spectacle Revisité. Bibi Dong, true, versus Qian Xuanji, false, a Void Manipulator? Ha! It is evident that such a martial soul is of inferior quality, Bibi Dong scoffed. "No matter what your martial soul may be, you shall suffer painfully beneath my feet." Suddenly, with a cackle from the false Qian Xuanji, the walls of the Pope's chamber shattered, exposing the room to the void below. "Very well, shall we take flight to battle?" Bibi Dong showed no fear of aerial combat. Although her opponent possessed an advantage in the skies, having successfully completed the fourth trial of the Comet Goddess, she now wielded the Comet Divine Wings, rivaling divine artifacts. The Comet Divine Wings resembled Ning Rongrong's Lioli double wings, formed from strands of light woven into a radiating pattern. However, the Comet Wings leaned towards a silvery white hue with a hint of icy blue, while the Lioli wings were a transparent sapphire blue. As the inheritor of the Comet Goddess, her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary limit Douluo. Meanwhile, the false Qian Xuanji's prowess was merely that of a typical limit Douluo. Yet within the illusion, the martial souls, forms, and cultivation levels of these impostors were all virtual, lacking genuine power, resulting in their deficiencies. Thus, the actual combat capability of the false Qian Xuanji was inferior to that of an ordinary limit Douluo. Consequently, Bibi Dong had little to fear. All their arrogance was merely a facade. Unfolding her comet wings, while Bibi Dong's martial souls remained unchanged as the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Their appearances and effects transformed, adopting a radiant blue-white hue, mirroring Bibi Dong's attire. At this moment, Bibi Dong had begun embodying the characteristics of the Comet Goddess. Once she completed all 9 trials and obtained the Scythe of the Comet, she would truly become the Comet Goddess. Remarkably, upon the transformation of the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor's soul skills into blue-white effects, they radiated with an exquisite beauty, shedding their previous dark aura. This is not difficult to comprehend. Typically, virtuous figures possess abilities that shine with golden brilliance, while villains are easily identified by their dark colors. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, Qin Xuanji appears virtuous but is capable of the most sordid deeds. Gazing at the counterfeit Qin Xuanji before her, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming urge to slap him again and again. However, relying solely on slaps to eliminate a void creation was evidently unrealistic. So she resolved to unleash her soul skills. First soul skill, Half-Moon Comet Flash. This soul skill possessed 2 modes of attack. In the single target mode, 6 spider spears behind her, along with her spider arm-like limbs, converged before her, the 8 spear tips aimed at her opponent's face. A brilliant blue-white light radiated alongside her first soul ring as they soared upwards, cleaving through the air with a crescent-shaped blue-white ray. In the group attack mode, an intense blue-white glow erupted alongside her first soul ring, creating a shimmering silver barrier before her, from which crescent-shaped blades of deep ocean blue emerged, all controlled by Bibi Dong, capable of being unleashed in rapid succession. The false Qin Xuanji naturally prepared to defend. The dark purple void 6 wings enveloped his body. But how could a soul skill imbued with divine power be easily obstructed? Under the relentless piercing of the half-moon comet flash, the void 6 wings began to develop cracks and ultimately shattered. Temporarily deprived of his wings, the false Qin Xuanji nearly plummeted. Fortunately, as he fell through the air, the void 6 wings regenerated just in time. Bibi Dong initially thought this impostor would indeed fall, yet she was taken aback by the wings' swift resurgence. After all, this counterfeit was at the level of a limit Douluo and would not easily falter. Seizing the momentum of the wings' regeneration, the false Qin Xuanji approached Bibi Dong in an instant, raising the heavy sword of the void manipulator, preparing to strike her down fiercely. Unperturbed by the sudden advance of her foe, Bibi Dong remained calm. Do not forget, I master both melee and range combat with unparalleled finesse. Fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor Comet Blaze. This was a single-target defensive skill, where blue-white glowing spikes, each over a meter long, adorned every inch of Bibi Dong's body, while her silver armor thickened without compromising her speed. The accompanying venomous spikes possessed potent toxins, proving invaluable in close combat. She stood her ground, inviting Qin Xuanji to attack. Go ahead and strike. If you manage to land a blow, I shall concede defeat. Witnessing his most formidable attack effortlessly neutralized by this abominable defensive soul skill, the foe Qin Xuanji was consumed by a profound frustration. He simply could not fathom the reason for this phenomenon. After all, how could a mere void creation comprehend the immense power and wondrous abilities of the comet goddess? Currently, Bibi Dong had passed the first 4 trials, rendering her effectively half a comet goddess. Dealing with ordinary limit Douluo level adversaries was astonishingly effortless. Even the true Qin Xuanji perished in my hands. What grounds do you, a pitiable imitation, have to believe you can contend with me? Upon hearing these words, the foe Qin Xuanji's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation, not due to the harshness of the statement, but because everything, this entire situation, failed to instill any fear in Bibi Dong. Imagine, if a person survives by absorbing the fear of others, what happens when no one fears him anymore? The void thrives on inciting various negative emotions to corrupt and lead the normal into degradation. However, if everyone can master their negative emotions, the void would find itself powerless. Observe, the foe Qin Xuanji not only failed to evoke fear in Bibi Dong, but was instead engulfed in his own dread. Bibi Dong regarded him with the cold disdain one might reserve for an insignificant insect beneath their foot, leaving the foe Qin Xuanji paralyzed. Very well, I did not anticipate it would be this simple. Bibi Dong remarked coolly, but I have grown weary of this game. It is time to conclude it. The Scarless One's glory headband, Oslian's gaze. A beam of concentrated, high-energy soul power pierced through the foe Qin Xuanji's chest in an instant. A lethal strike. Truly, a waste of existence. Bibi Dong turned away, no longer regarding the foe Qin Xuanji, who had been reduced to dust and ash. The reason the foe Qin Xuanji had only been able to make 2 moves before being rendered defenseless in this harrowing illusion was because Bibi Dong had ceased to fear him. I no longer fear you. This statement was directed towards the long-departed true Qinshuanji and could also be interpreted as her self-reflection. Yes, we should not fear any difficulties we encounter. We must face them with a smile, or perhaps a cold smirk. The most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it. Perseverance is the path to victory. Chapter 168. The divine ice-fire twin phoenix dance upon returning to the golden ancient tree square. Not much time had passed here either. She walked back to her room alone, silent and composed. Beneath her cold demeanor, however, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, the harrowing illusion subsided and did not reappear, perhaps because Enzo C was upgrading his subordinates. After all, the entities in the previous illusions were exceedingly foolish, easily toyed with by the warriors dispatched by the Anti-Magic Alliance. They were not merely defeated, most were played to their demise. When the harrowing illusion manifested once more, the spectators had grown accustomed to it. This time it occurred in the Grand Soul Arena of Do City, likely a new round of probing by Enzo C. Saladas lazily remarked, sighing, "It feels so tedious. This probing is utterly uninspiring. Let us have the most idle among you take a turn." Upon hearing this, Daimubai grinned mischievously and said, "Who could possibly be more idle? They have time to chase after girls. Isn't that a sign of idleness? Are you not, fatty?" In the rear of the crowd stood a girl named Bai Qinxiang, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Clearly, Daimubai referred to Ma Hongjun's pursuit of Bai Qinxiang. Ma Hongjun, however, made no effort to explain, standing there in silence. "Very well, it shall be you," Saladas chuckled. Logically, the harrowing illusion appearing in the Grand Soul Arena of Do City should not recreate any significant events. Even if Ma Hongjun were somewhat careless, he could complete the task. Indeed, as soon as he stepped in, he realized he was in the very arena of the continent's elite soul master competition. Moreover, he found himself directly facing Shui Binger. It was evident that the Shui Binger before him was a counterfeit created by the void. "No way, why is it her?" Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, utterly perplexed as to why he had to confront Shui Binger in this illusion. Could this be the so-called principle of one thing overcoming another? Yet, that could not be. He already had Bai Qinxiang. What was the illusion trying to convey by presenting him with Shui Binger? Observing from before the golden ancient tree, the true Shui Binger found the situation quite strange. Did this Ma Hongjun perhaps have lingering thoughts of her? Bai Qinxiang felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why Ma Hongjun's opponent was not her doppelganger. Regardless, since the situation had arisen, they might as well engage in it. "Hey, you, although you impersonate Sister Shui, which infuriates me, if you surrender obediently, I could grant you a swift death." Facing Ma Hongjun's veiled threat, the faux Shui Binger seemed genuinely frightened. Her hands trembled, delaying any response. After merely 10 seconds of waiting, Ma Hongjun grew impatient. "Very well, I shall unleash my ultimate move and ensure you feel not a hint of pain. Prepare to experience the art of melting. Audience members, shall I not offer you a delightful spectacle?" Of course, the latter two sentences were directed at the spectators before the golden ancient tree. "The fatty has taken flight," Daimubai remarked, linking arms with his companion. "Let us see what tricks he can conjure." Tang San, however, appeared quite serious, as though he himself were preparing for battle instead of Ma Hongjun. He ought not to underestimate the foe. Despite being a counterfeit, Shui Binger's Tenga Hoan martial soul was hardly inferior, at least not to the extent of being worse than Ma Hongjun's phoenix. Furthermore, this was a matter of martial soul attribute restraint. Just as Ma Hongjun activated his martial soul's true form, the blazing phoenix, poised to unleash a torrent of phoenix fire, the faux Shui Binger abruptly exclaimed, "I surrender. Spare me, I never wish to fight you." Suddenly, a frenzied whisper echoed through the air. There's no room for negotiation." It was Enzo C. Saladas cried out. Has he personally intervened? Clearly, he had not. Enzo C. was merely ensuring that the void creature impersonating Shui Binger adhered to the plan. Should she surrender outright, not only would this harrowing illusion collapse immediately, but it would also inflict severe harm upon Enzo C.'s true self. Thinking of fleeing? No chance. Now, Let us engage in battle. If you manage to survive, I shall deal with you afterward. Enzo C implanted a programming seed within the Fo Shui Binger's spiritual ocean, forcing her to combat Ma Hongjun. If she were to perish in the fight, it would merely result in the collapse of a harrowing illusion, causing no damage to Enzo C's true self. Please, if possible, save me. I truly do not wish to fight you. Yet, she found herself unable to control her body. Suddenly, Saladas had an epiphany. If creations of Enzo C could possess free will akin to that of normal individuals and could be saved, then surely those who had been transformed from normal people into Twilight believers would be even easier to rescue. Thus, Saladas resolved to spare no effort in protecting this girl. From her, Saladas could derive a more efficient method to reverse the transformation of those Twilight believers. Fatty, Saladas communicated to the illusionary Ma Hongjun, do not kill her. Aim to incapacitate her, and I shall find a way to save her. Upon receiving this instruction, Ma Hongjun appeared confident, as if victory were already in his grasp. However, the Fo Shui Binger, now under the compulsion of the programming, found herself acting against her will. Heart, you cannot withstand this strike, the Fo Shui Binger shouted. Ma Hongjun was utterly astonished, questioning the unfolding situation. Could it be that this impostor was truly formidable? A colossal sphere of ice swiftly approached. With no time to activate the Phoenix Fire line to neutralize the threat, he had no choice but to flap his wings and evade it. That was a close call. If that strike had landed on his face, he would have surely been rendered unconscious. The plump fellow had truly been careless. What had he been hesitating about earlier? It was evident that this was a ploy by the counterfeit Shui Binger, or so it seemed. Tang Xin interjected, expressing his doubts. Regardless of the evaluation surrounding the ancient golden tree, Ma Hongjun had narrowly escaped disaster. He felt both troubled and infuriated, berating himself for his foolishness. How could he have underestimated the threat so gravely? The Fo Shui Binger, controlled by a program implanted by Enzoth, exhibited speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Yet her intelligence paled in comparison to Ma Hongjun's. After all, she was merely a machine. Defeat was to be expected. Come on, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. While he spoke these words, Ma Hongjun covertly prepared his defensive measures, allowing his opponent to attack a few times, not only to exhaust her, but also to gauge her capabilities, setting the stage for a counteroffensive. As expected from a program-controlled entity, her behavior was quite perplexing. The Fo Shui Binger enveloped herself in a layer of ice shield, swiftly closing the distance to Ma Hongjun. Just as she was within striking range, she abruptly halted, gesticulating with her hands, summoning 3 ice spikes that materialized around her. Her gaze then hardened, and the 3 spikes launched simultaneously toward Ma Hongjun. This soul skill is remarkably powerful. I must not allow it to hit. Chapter 169, The Song of Ice and Fire. Ma Hongjun, true, versus Shui Binger, false. Is that all? Ma Hongjun grinned, dismissing the attack with indifference. This time, he did not even attempt to dodge. Instead, he produced a piece of equipment. Sandal, blessing of the world tree, a shield that appeared wooden, and indeed, it was made of a unique type of wood. This shield absorbed all subsequent damage and converted it into energy. When Sandal, blessing of the world tree, reached its maximum energy, it would grant a powerful enhancement to all allied personnel within range, shared among everyone for a duration of 10 seconds. Since Ma Hongjun was currently alone, he would enjoy the full benefits of the enhancement. Indeed, after absorbing the damage, it would be time for Ma Hongjun to shine. With a 1-second preparation phase, he raised his hands high and launched a spherical shell of sacred fire, accurately striking the Fo Shui Binger. Enjoy the sound-alike experience. No, please, spare me. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that he should not treat this counterfeit Shui Binger so harshly. After all, she had warned him to evade during her previous 2 attacks. Therefore, he had to increase the power to incapacitate her, sparing her from pain. As the duration of the high-temperature pressure concluded, the entire protective layer of soul power surrounding the Fo Shui Binger nearly dissipated, leaving her appearing as if she had lost her martial soul. Upon awakening, The Fo Shui Binger found her consciousness clouded, and Inzotha's program could manipulate her actions more deeply. It was evident that she despised her current state, unwilling to be forced into a battle against Ma Hongjun. Earlier, Saladas had attempted to sever the connection between the Fo Shui Binger and Inzotha's program while she was ensnared in the high-temperature pressure, but unfortunately, it had been unsuccessful. Due to her severe injuries, under the program's control, she burned her life essence to regain temporary restoration and combatability. Seeing the Fo Shui Binger grow increasingly frantic, Ma Hongjun unleashed his full offensive, countering with the intense heat of the Phoenix Fire line. However, the clash of ice and fire was exceedingly fierce, especially given that their strengths were closely matched. On one hand, both were at the Soul Sage level. On the other, Ma Hongjun had a range of equipment and runic enhancements, as well as a couple of soul bones, while the Fo Shui Binger was directly controlled by Inzotha's program. Defeating this opponent swiftly would not come without effort. The Fo Shui Binger was burning through her life essence rapidly. Under normal circumstances, a person would be left utterly exhausted or even dead. Yet, under the influence of Inzotha's program, the Fo Shui Binger grew ever more relentless, resembling an unyielding war machine. Seizing the opportunity, while Ma Hongjun unleashed another wave of the Phoenix Fire line, she retaliated with a repulsive ice ring that sent him sprawling far back. Subsequently, she gathered her strength and entered her martial soul true form. Before him stood a colossal ice bird, infused with void energy, a manifestation of the water phoenix. The ice bird spread its wings majestically, issuing a cry that resonated through time, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Observing from outside the ancient golden tree, Saladas had lost all hope of saving this girl. This was the burning of her life essence. It was likely she could not endure much longer. From the moment the ice bird materialized, it began unleashing a series of frost rings that radiated outward. Undoubtedly, these frost rings were lethal. To come into contact with them would mean certain death. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun evaded the impending threat, having learned from his previous encounters. Once the ice bird ceased releasing its frost rings, he swiftly returned, closing in to attempt a decisive strike with the Phoenix Howl. While he wished for the Fo Shui Binger to achieve redemption, preserving his own life took precedence. Thus, upon confirming that she lacked high damage capabilities for the time being, he seized the moment and unleashed his magnificent fourth soul skill, Phoenix Howl. Although the area of effect was precisely determined, it ultimately missed its mark. Alas, the delay in casting was too lengthy. With any displacement-type soul skill, even a fool could evade it in time. The mediocre attributes of this soul skill rendered the Phoenix Howl suitable only for counterattacks, not for initiating control. Missing this soul skill was inconsequential. As the Fo Shui Binger maneuvered around him, swiftly preparing to deliver a powerful strike. Her speed was so rapid that even she had no time to alert him. The program was truly terrifying, executing movements with such swiftness. However, this took a toll on her own body. Sensing danger from behind, Ma Hongjun whirled around, only to be met with the full force of the massive ice bird. Boom! The clash of ice and fire resonated in a thunderous explosion. Silence followed, an abyss of nothingness. The Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix both vanished without a trace. Could this be what true annihilation felt like? Fatty, Daimubai shouted, clenching his fists in agitation, nearly leaping into action. Tangsa could only gape in disbelief. He could not fathom that Ma Hongjun had been consumed by the Ice Phoenix. The audience before the golden tree erupted into chaos. No, I must go in. Let me in. Shrek Academy's Dean Flender was frantic, nearly fainting from anxiety. Saladas, however, would not allow Flender to enter. If he did, it would trigger the emergence of another void entity, complicating the situation further. She was disinclined to explain, as she sensed that Ma Hongjun was not so easily defeated. 10 seconds later, at the very spot where the two had vanished, a beam of light erupted like a dimensional rift, pulsating rhythmically. Soon, the beam transformed into a gigantic crimson bird egg. The Phoenix was about to be reborn. The Master proclaimed first, "It is the Phoenix Nirvana." It is said that among every 100 Phoenix-type martial soul practitioners, only one can achieve Nirvana. To my astonishment, That individual is actually Hong Jun. I knew this child would not meet his demise. Flender transformed his sorrow into joy and leaped into the air. At this moment, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Since it is the Phoenix Nirvana, and a red egg at that, it means Hong Jun has survived. As for the counterfeit Shui Bing, she should have been reduced to ashes. However, when the eggshell shattered, it revealed not one, but two individuals. They clearly did not resemble those who had just been through a battle. In reality, they had merely undergone a complete bodily reconstruction under the influence of the Phoenix Nirvana. Thank you, the faux Shui Binger spoke first. If you do not mind, I am willing to devote myself to you. Hong Jun feigned a righteous demeanor and replied, I am sorry, but I already have someone in my heart. She became anxious in an instant and whispered, I do not care. Hong Jun understood the implications of her words, yet he hastily replied, but I do care. You need not feel this way. I am willingly saving you. Hong Yun. Never seek rewards for my acts of heroism. Chapter 170. The Eagle's Nest. Winds rise and clouds soar, the illusion of fear shattered, just as it had every time before. Saladas pulled Hong Jun and the faux Shui Binger back to the realm of reality. Under the ancient golden tree, people regarded the two who had just returned with peculiar gazes. After all, it was the first time they had brought back an enemy from an illusion, a mere imitation. Fatty, do not deny it. You were smitten with her, aren't you? Dai Mubai teased. The master gestured for them to cease their jesting, for he wished to inquire about Hong Jun's recent use of the Phoenix Nirvana and all relevant details for theoretical research. Meanwhile, Saladas promptly took the faux Shui Binger away. After all, it was her first encounter with an ordinary void creature that possessed its own free will. She had once been an ancient dominator, yet had failed to grasp the mystery within. One could only imagine how fantastical this situation was. Among those remaining in the square, only the true Shui Binger felt particularly uncomfortable. The counterfeit had brazenly uttered such words in public, leaving even the authentic Shui Binger feeling utterly embarrassed. Although the counterfeit was indeed a fake, her appearance, voice, and martial soul were indistinguishable from the genuine Shui Binger. Initially believing the counterfeit to be dead, she was shocked to discover not only had she resurrected, but was also brought back to the realm of reality. Did this mean she would now have to watch a replica of herself cling to Hong Jun? Oh no, this was utterly insane. The mere thought of it left Shui Binger in a state of gloom. However, the faux Shui Binger seemed to be confined by Saladas in a room for research, and would likely not re-emerge for quite some time. Poor faux Shui Binger had just gained her freedom, breaking free from Enzotha's control, only to be used as a test subject by Saladas. Of course, aside from studying the faux Shui, Saladas still appeared punctually to assign tasks to dispel the illusions of fear. Indeed, a new illusion of fear had opened in the obscure location of Shinkei City. Upon hearing the name Shinkei City, Feng Xiao was naturally thrilled. He had long been eager to enter the illusion and experience it for himself. Now that a Shinkei City illusion truly existed, it was meant for him. Like the others, Feng Xiao calmly stepped into the door of illusion, prepared to face his own challenge. Little did he know whether the illusion contained a significant counterfeit or perhaps his inner demons. With boundless curiosity, Feng Xiao found himself not within the urban area of Shinkei City, but rather at Shinkei's Mountain. Shinkei's Mountain could be considered the backyard of Shinkei City, home to numerous soul beasts, with the highest peak inhabited by a colossal griffin. That griffin had been a shadow from Feng Xiao's childhood. He had witnessed the Topo Griffin snatch away a fourth-ring soul master, soaring into the depths of the clouds. Since then, he had never dared to venture into Shinkei's Mountain without a teacher of at least Soul Emperor rank. A careless mistake could provoke the wrath of the Topo Griffin, leading to a fate worse than death. He recalled the time when the Topo Griffin was approximately 5,000 years old, a match for any flight-type soul sage in combat. Was he expected to defeat the Topo Griffin in this illusion of fear? That would be impossible. Just in terms of presence, he had already lost half a measure. At present, Feng Xiao had just become a soul sage, equipped with a 100,000-year soul ring gifted by Saladas, along with a complete set of equipment from Karazhan. Yet, within this illusion of fear, the Topo Griffin's cultivation level would likely be elevated to 100,000 years. Standing as an epic-equipped soul sage against a 100,000-year-old beast was undoubtedly a daunting task. Feng Xiao found himself near the center of Shinkei's mountain, at the foot of Topo. If the Topo Griffin were to circle nearby, it would be no challenge for it to detect Feng Xiao. However, it was evident that the Topo Griffin was not at its nest. It must have ventured out to hunt. The other soul beasts in the vicinity kept their distance, wary of provoking Feng Xiao. Thus, he could only meander in the area, awaiting the Topo Griffin's appearance. In truth, this could also be considered his inner demon. He had long desired to slay this malevolent bird that had haunted his childhood. Yet, such a feat was utterly unrealistic. After all, even a titled Douluo could return empty-handed from hunting it, let alone others. In the illusion of fear, would the Topo Griffin not flee if it could not defeat him? Feng Xiao was all too familiar with the abilities of the Topo Griffin. The Wind Force, Storm Spinning Ball, Thunder Feather, Side Roll, Dive, Topo Thunderstrike, Griffin Gale. Each soul skill would be a formidable presence in the hands of a flight-type soul master, some even outperforming typical 100,000-year soul skills. This is why the Topo Griffin, a mere 5,000-year soul beast, held a reputation comparable to that of 100,000-year soul beasts near Shinkei City. I, Feng Xiao, shall now completely shatter your renown. Come fort. Topo Griffin, I await your arrival, he murmured, taking a swig of courage-enhancing liquor and inhaling deeply the fresh air of the mountain valley. Suddenly, a fierce gale roared towards him, compelling Feng Xiao to activate his martial soul just to maintain his footing. Sensing the pressure, Feng Xiao concluded that, indeed, the Topo Griffin's cultivation level in this illusion of fear was truly 100,000 years. Very well then, bring it on. Today, this battle shall not be in vain. I shall sweep through in the blink of an eye. The furious winds of the two-headed demon wolf erupted with astonishing might. Yellow and purple, black and red. Under the enhancement of the blood-red sunset-like 100,000-year soul ring, Feng Xiao's aura as a soul sage could contend with that of the 100,000-year Topo Griffin. Nevertheless, the true Topo Griffin had yet to arrive. It had merely summoned a gust of wind strong enough to force Feng Xiao's martial soul to manifest, underscoring its formidable nature. A clear yet mournful long cry reached his ears. Feng Xiao understood that, at this moment, the enemy had truly arrived. Another resounding long cry echoed, and the massive figure cast a shadow that obscured the sun. The griffin's wings were so immense that they rendered Feng Xiao's two-headed demon wolf insignificant. Damn it, I am still slightly lacking in presence compared to it, Feng Xiao thought as he gazed at the Topo Griffin in midair, gritting his teeth and murmuring to himself. In the past, I was particularly afraid of you. As I grew older, I learned to confront various challenges and conquer them. Now, you alone remain unconquered. I must conquer you. With a mighty shout, Feng Xiao surged upwards towards the great griffin with the swiftness of lightning. In the midst of the encounter, he harnessed the surging currents of air to unveil his martial soul's true form in its optimal state. Indeed, the element of surprise was essential. He understood profoundly that to triumph over a 10,000-year soul beast of comparable strength, a soul master must rely not on formidable soul skills, but on timeless wisdom. Under the full force of Feng Xiao's strike, the Tongfeng Shizhou appeared to be wounded and startled. It soared rapidly upwards. Simultaneously, its claws flailed wildly, unleashing countless blades of wind to disrupt Feng Xiao's movements. Chapter 171. The Essence of Feng Nan, Feng Xiao Tian, True, versus Tong Tian Peak Shizhou. Wind blades? That soul skill is ubiquitous. I can do it too. Thus, Feng Xiao countered, struggling to ascend and keep pace with the Tongfeng Shizhou, while simultaneously unleashing his own wind blades, conjured from the dual wings of the gale, two-headed demon wolf's true form. Each wind blade, under his meticulous control, accurately collided with the opposing wind blades. At that moment, the Tongfeng Shizhou executed its famed escape maneuver, the side roll. With a powerful flap of its wings, it swiftly darted far away, the effect enhanced by the raging winds. Goodness, how could it fly so far in an instant? No wonder even a titled Dalu might struggle to capture it. However, this time, the Tongfeng Shizhou had no intention of fleeing. If it truly wished to escape, It would have first used the fierce winds to blow Feng Xiao away, then employed the side roll in the opposite direction. Such maneuvers would make it nearly impossible for anyone, even Huayu Hao, to track it. Before Feng Xiao could draw near, the great Shizhou suddenly hurled a storm spiral ball. Although the projectile speed was somewhat sluggish, the damage it inflicted upon contact was devastating. Moreover, the primary purpose of this soul skill was not to deal damage, but to disrupt the enemy's movements. The Tongfeng Shizhou adeptly exploited this advantage. Under its precise manipulation, Feng Xiao found himself spinning in circles, akin to an ant on a hot pan. What a ludicrous predicament. Finally, as the duration of the storm spiral ball concluded, Feng Xiao managed to catch his breath. Yet, how could the Tongfeng Shizhou allow him respite? Immediately, a lightning feather latched onto Feng Xiao's shoulder as he attempted to close the distance once more. The so-called lightning feather, akin to a lightning rod, attracted lightning to itself. Fortunately, Feng Xiao possessed decent resistance to electricity, sustaining 4 strikes of lightning touch without significant harm, largely thanks to his epic-grade purple equipment from Karazhan. Otherwise, even a genuine title Douluo would likely find it challenging to endure. The lightning feather lingered on Feng Xiao for merely 10 seconds before vanishing. This indicated the conclusion of the soul skill. The Tongfeng Shizhou circled repeatedly, poised to exploit any weakness and deliver a fatal blow to Feng Xiao. Yet, Feng Xiao was keenly aware of the bird's intent. In fact, before the lightning feather dissipated, he had already anticipated a soul skill. Twilight Wind unleashed a powerful wave of dark purple energy, instantly having the target's current life state upon impact. Indeed, this was Feng Xiao's ultimate trump card. Unless one was a deity, no one could possibly be immune to the effects of Twilight Wind. Furthermore, as the effect of having life state was not achieved through inflicting damage, all armor, resistances, and shields were rendered ineffective. The Tongfeng Shizhou let out a long cry. Seemingly in great agony, its previously robust life state was abruptly diminished by half. Although it felt no physical pain, a sense of weakness pressed upon its nerves. Being a beast rather than a human, its instinctive response to such a grievous blow was not to evade and recuperate, but to engage Feng Xiao fiercely. Feng Xiao, believing that the Tongfeng Shizhou would not dare approach him after sustaining such a severe injury, began to unleash the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. Notably, during several months of repeatedly clearing the Gruul's lair, he had acquired equipment identical to Tang San's, the Dragon Spine Metal. With the active soul skill of the Dragon Spine Metal enhancing his casting speed, the speed of the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes was increased at least twofold. Once Feng Xiao fully executed the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes, the Tongfeng Shizhou would be doomed. Simultaneously, Feng Xiao utilized a skill from his 10,000-year soul bone to restrict the Tongfeng Shizhou's movements. Although it was not complete control, it at least prevented the beast from fleeing at a critical moment. However, contrary to expectations, the Tongfeng Shizhou did not dodge or evade. Instead, it dived straight towards him. The collision of 2 powerful air currents sparked like electric fire. No, I cannot allow it to interrupt my Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Feng Xiao was left with no choice but to actively cancel his martial soul's true form, allowing the formidable energy field generated by its dissolution to temporarily repel the Tongfeng Shizhou. The essence of Feng Nan is to act decisively. The great bird could hardly anticipate that someone would voluntarily cancel their martial soul's true form in the heat of battle. To ensure success, Feng Xiao, as the figure of the Gale, 2-headed demon wolf dissipated, directed the overflowing soul power into a powerful, self-guided wind wave, forcefully crashing forward. The Tongfeng Shizhou was instantly pushed back, its feathers scattering like autumn leaves. At this moment, it was blinded by rage, revealing all its hidden techniques. A soul beast is a soul beast. Despite its high intelligence, it cannot surpass humanity. Feng Xiao's Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes was now more than halfway complete, awaiting the final phase to execute at will and conclude the battle. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds roiled, thunder crashed, and torrential rain poured. Although the effects of a storm did not affect Feng Xiao, enveloped within the whirlpool of soul power, it still filled him with dread. What immense power must one possess to alter the atmosphere? Could it be the Tongfeng Thunder Strike? Feng Xiao involuntarily uttered the name of the soul skill. He would never forget the formidable might of the Tongfeng Thunder Strike, which could be seen from afar in Shinkong City. Everyone in Shinkong City knew that the appearance of the Tongfeng Thunder Strike heralded the demise of a soul master of at least the rank of soul sage at the hands of the great Sergio. Oh, the expression of unflinching courage was vividly etched upon Feng Xiao's face. Yet, he did not retreat. A person can only be truly brave in the face of fear, can only act with abandon, can only disregard all attachments. He currently had no means of swiftly evading without interrupting his Gale, Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. What was he to do? Countless inspirations flickered in Feng Xiao's mind, only to dissipate almost immediately. Finally, a wave of twilight wind re-emerged, but this time, Feng Xiao chose himself as the target. In an instant, his life state plummeted to half of its previous level, subjecting him to significant harm. However, it was precisely due to the repulsion effect of the twilight wind that he narrowly evaded the Tongfeng Thunder Strike at the critical moment. At this juncture, the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes had entered its complete phase. Feng Xiao, disregarding his own dire state, focused solely on his unwavering determination to win. When brave souls encounter one another on a narrow path, victory belongs to the bold. Gulme, unsheathe your sword. The Tempest and Lightning, the two-headed wolf, and the Sergio. This epic clash nearly froze time itself. Chapter 172, The Shadows Wither, Locking Frost. After a dazzling flash, tranquility reigned, with feathers strewn across the ground. Feng Xiao Tian truly smiled. He laughed at the Tongfeng Sergio and also at himself. The childhood shadow he had so feared had been utterly vanquished by his own hand, decisively defeated. Although it had only occurred within a terrifying illusion, it spoke volumes. Feng Xiaotian, who had unleashed the complete 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Magic Wolf, was undoubtedly exhausted. Yi Lungfeng promptly reminded Lin Xiaoshuang, hoping to divert her attention from the relentless pursuit. Thus, Shitian Emperor decided to collect the corpses of these high-level demons under the pretext of a commission and entrusted them to Yusilian, allowing her to utilize necromantic alchemy to forge high-grade weaponry, which was indeed the most advantageous course of action. Rong Bailon squinted with delight, contemplating that with such prowess, he must surely have a sister or brother. The juicing chicken, upon spotting the approaching spacecraft, swiftly turned and ascended higher into the sky. Its flight range was limited and disrupted by Brother Pineapple. It had no choice but to descend to the side. The principle of victory seeks flaws in the opponent. Feng Xinzi believed that when an adversary identifies your weaknesses and strikes, it is precisely then that they reveal their own vulnerabilities. Exposing his back to the werewolves, Feng Xinzi anticipated their leap towards him. This was an injustice to Dalusevich, despite his experience in the Adriatic League. It is perhaps harsh to say that any player from UCLA would have a 70% chance of victory. Moreover, Dalusevich was merely a substitute player, with impressive statistics, yet limited opportunities to play. During this period of awakening, I encountered a youthful individual strikingly similar to you, whose visage and aura resembled yours so closely that it was she who roused me. Now, I have entrusted all my powers to her. Rong Bailon was taken aback by the audacity of this girl. Surprised yet captivated, feeling the soft touch of her lips, he instinctively deepened the kiss. However, Yi Lungfeng had placed these 5 burlap sacks in the corner, and Yujia, oblivious to the treasure of 50 million cash within, paid them no mind. I pressed down firmly on her, and, at last, she began to quiet down. After a chaotic 10 minutes of flailing, her head tilted, and she fell asleep. The surge of energy was like a torrent, its momentum thunderous, as 2 formidable forces surged forth like smoke, soaring into the heavens. This was the power condensed from the intentions of Walianzi and Song Yuan Sarin. The Chong San Tang, a haven for dignitaries, affluent merchants, and nefarious tycoons, was known as a venue of hedonism. It was said that a single evening of indulgence there, courtesy of Qingbang's magnate Du Yuesheng, would cost no less than 500 to 1,000 taels. Shall we dance? Qian Yifei suggested, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Huang Yi, being invited to the ball, felt it was only proper for Qian Yifei to extend the invitation first. Regarding the ring, Kaiwa believed that Xiao Yin was entirely innocent in the matter. Xiao Yin did not inquire, and naturally, she would not bring up the ring herself. Now, faced with someone who had nominally and actually gifted her the ring, how should she respond to Ouyang Qing? They were all chieftains, entitled to diplomatic passports, and enjoyed the same immunity as national leaders, meaning that any unlawful acts abroad would not lead to prosecution. And only upon returning to their own countries could such matters be adjudicated. My father has arranged for me to marry someone I do not like. Today we are engaged, Gu Bing suddenly declared. This possibility had not crossed Song Rongyin's mind, as she had no intention of seeking Fu Weiyin's consent. She had merely mentioned it in passing. After Yuexin spoke, her beautiful visage gradually leaned closer to me, and I felt her breath before her soft lips sealed mine. Chapter 173, The Ultimate Heart. Shui Binger, True versus Lily False. In response to the provocation from the false Lily, Shui Binger refrained from hasty actions. She cautiously activated her martial soul. The condensed water phoenix, an exquisite ice attribute beast martial soul, though not as supreme as the ice jade holy Qilin, was nonetheless a formidable martial soul in its own right. With hues of yellow and purple, black and red, the extraordinary soul rings and attributes exuded a powerful aura of frost. Under normal circumstances, individuals showcasing such strength would undoubtedly be future luminaries. I believe in you, I stammered, nodding foolishly at Jin Yeshuan. Indeed, I had promised to always trust him, yet that feeling was truly unbearable. My lips trembled slightly as I spoke with a sense of helplessness yet firm conviction. After their departure, a moment later, the escaped American short-hair stealthily returned from the opposite direction and lay before Fina. The dark wind hesitated to speak, silently observing me with my head bowed until an unfamiliar footstep echoed through our bones, prompting both of us to slowly lift our faces. Zhang Ziyan remained oblivious to their complex emotions, instead reflecting on past experiences, pondering how to solicit signatures more efficiently. After Yang Mama left within the villa, she was perhaps the only one genuinely viewing Qian Qian as the future young mistress. Jia Qianqian silently vowed to leave her ample funds upon her departure, ensuring she would never again have to toil as a servant. Those who treated her well would undoubtedly receive her immense gratitude in return. This circular continent comprises several realms. Essentially a result of the Taiji's evolution, one might regard it as a Taiji continent. After all, we are but ordinary people. You also find them rather mundane, hence their desire for a breath of fresh air, right? Chennai nodded in agreement, a newfound ease illuminating her previously tense expression. Wei Kong exchanged glances with several disciples. Although a comprehensive inspection had not been conducted, there was at least an 80% certainty that this was a living fossil, pivotal in the domestication history of house cats, representing the transitional phase between African desert wildcats and modern domestic cats. Holding a mobile phone, she tilted her head, involuntarily fantasizing about the troublesome task she had set for me, shaking her head at the air. GMO finally experienced a breakthrough. His hair began to gradually turn white, and with each attempt, golden light emanated from his closed eyes. Observing dozens of multicolored flashes swirling like water and converging into Nilu's mouth, all the great illusions were momentarily astonished. Yet, the situation was far from simple. Engaging in battle within the heart of the capital posed significant risks. As should enemy troops breach the city, it would surely shake the entire nation. Furthermore, with the emperor's urgency, failing to expel the invaders within a day would result in facing his wrath, making matters increasingly difficult to manage. The others immediately grasped Yi Han's intentions. Masquerading as scouts from Bayo was indeed a clever strategy, as Bayo scouts enjoyed operational freedom, unbound by the constraints of the main forces, making even peculiar movements less suspicious. At that moment, Wang Chun suddenly sensed that his scorpion transformation had finally completed its metamorphosis. The dark, demonic aura cocoon transformed into a wispy black mist. permeating through his pores, revealing a body akin to congealed fat. Silver strands emerged from the radiance, reflecting an almost blinding light in the sun, leaving the entire assembly in awe. The two types of lightning, while equal in quality, differed vastly in quantity. Madame Tian had witnessed such expressions before, and not just once. However, she had not seen it in recent years. Whenever old Tian received news or calls about promotions, this was the expression he wore. Could it be that this business card holds the key to old Tian's ascension? Chapter 174. Swarms of insects devouring the sky. Upon witnessing Shui Binger's victory over the false lily, Saladas realized that a heart of true excellence far surpassed any so-called ultimate martial soul. At that moment, she resolved to bestow upon Shui Binger a true ultimate martial soul. As the phantoms of Tian Shui City had yet to collapse, Saladas harnessed her mental prowess to extract a formidable essence of ultimate eyes from the corpse of the Foli Li, infusing it into the panting Shui Binger, who had just emerged victorious. "Spare me your words," came the retort as claws, singed and charred, were replaced by kicks, the blade advancing relentlessly towards Ouyang Pengcheng. Moreover, the mercenary groups from various nations found themselves unable to ascertain the identity of the Ice Dragon Mercenary Corps leader. Their intentions to negotiate faltered due to the leader's absence, leaving them in a state of helplessness. "Would you kindly escort me to their resting quarters?" Li Longfei had, in that moment, entirely forgotten that Tian Zhao's head was controlled by a chip, and he found himself imploring her. Xia Shui was changing attire upstairs, while Yi Xian, not donned in formal wear, emerged to offer a toast. Yi Mu and Xia Mu busied themselves in Xia Shui's room, as the corridor bustled with activity. "What?" The 35 disciples erupted in astonishment, evidently taken aback by He Jin's words. "She claims to harbor no ulterior motives, making decisions independently without any intention of reporting to me." Long Yihuan feigned dissatisfaction despite being inwardly pleased. The one who struck the wine gourd must possess considerable strength to render someone unconscious with such a seemingly light object. To survive, he was compelled to navigate the treacherous waters between Empress Wei, Princess Annal, Princess Taiping, and Shangwan Wanner, often resorting to feigned madness. "Because I am engulfed in flames, no one dares to approach me. All fear me." Anshue says this is an ominous fire that may harm others. The child stated earnestly, "Are you implying that you intend to accompany this princess at all times?" A peculiar smile graced Princess Taiping's face. Just as the intent to complete the task was chosen, the rainbow gemstone nestled within Yi Tian's backpack transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing into the system space. At the entrance of Shengjing, when faced with imminent death, when they were about to become fodder for the barbaric wilderness, the 100 or so human students fell silent. As if experiencing a moment of enlightenment, they gradually began to speak, bowing continuously, pleading fervently, and shouting in disarray. "Ha! In that case, Brother Tingguan, we shall leave them to you. Just ensure Zhang Quan is looked after," Shimenyu chuckled. This time, while carving ice blocks, everyone shaped them into large stone-like bricks, making them exceptionally uniform and suitable for use like stone bricks. In Zhao Fuxing's view, whether it be Zheng Yao, Dong Chenxi, or Bai Jia, they had all misunderstood the true purpose of the merger. P.S. Tonight, I believe Russia and Uruguay will end in a draw, while Saudi Arabia will surprise the Egyptians. It seemed that Van Een sensed the unfriendly gazes around her. She stuck out her tongue, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness. However, just as they were about to depart, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky above the continent of Card Face, and a more tumultuous and powerful golden vortex of light suddenly emerged. The crux of the matter was that such a situation could be deemed insurmountable due to insufficient strength. While continuing with the cold compress, Li Yi administered throat pain relief pills with anesthetic properties, containing toad venom. Indeed, those individuals used pork to lure the zombies, leading them to discover us behind the high walls, resulting in the zombies forming a human ladder to attack us. One could say they were employing a deadly ruse. Qin Jian concluded with a poignant phrase. Chapter 175. Confronting Shadows, Yu Mengqing, True, versus Void Insect Swarm, False. If one had to determine the optimal order of extermination, it would naturally be to take down the thunder beast first, followed by the insect mother. The insect mother appeared frail, yet proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Those unaware of the truth often fell victim to this misconception. Not to mention, a mere tunnel worm and spore blanket could befuddle most tidal Douluos, let alone the summoning of various poisonous explosive insects, venomous snakes, giant hornets, and toxic cockroaches. As for the thunder beast, it seemed to possess a hard and dense exterior. What could Mo-chan possibly mean? Despite having a good relationship with Manny, he still delivered dinner to her daily. One could only wonder about his intentions. With such low demands, yet still disdainful of Lan Jing, it was a blow to her pride. How could someone as proud as Lan Jing endure this? Approaching the staircase, she reached out to touch the smooth handrail, beneath which lay fine wood shavings, indicating it had only just been installed. If it were merely a simple romance, perhaps a reminder would suffice to temper her feelings. But adding genuine and pure emotions complicates matters immensely. Isn't this a common occurrence? And Mo-chan still did not raise his gaze. He was almost fully aware of Li Ziming's situation and understood the predicaments he faced. Mother says I should reduce my intake of sweets, hence, I haven't had a donut in ages. As the call ended, Si Ling felt a subtle tremor in her heart. How long had it been? Without his affection and care, though he was physically close, he felt miles away. It was indeed laughable that the Hellion family harbored so many enemies, having sent one assassin and encountered another from the Ouyang family. After spending time with Mo-chan, she had come to understand his temperament somewhat, swallowing her words back for now. Thus, she found herself at a loss for words, realizing that at this moment, they had nothing to say to each other. He is the sovereign of these waters, called Cha Zhai. I once saved his child's life. Hence, he will ensure our safe passage to the Poison Spider Gang stronghold. Ordinarily, he would remain hidden. Rose explained as she observed the astonished gazes directed at Cha Zhai. So young, yet a connoisseur in the porcelain and miscellaneous department of the Grand Auction House. I am in awe. Yu Yao produced a business card and offered it forth. One by one, she extracted the cabbages, wringing out the moisture, peeling back the leaves, and coating them with the prepared paste before sealing them in the sterilized jar. Yet, she was not genuinely living with Gu Chenyu. She was merely cohabiting with him for Ji Kahan's sake. The next moment, she was fiercely embraced by Wei Zhidong. He held her so tightly that it felt as though he intended to meld her into his very being, rendering Xiang Shui nearly breathless. Yet, amidst the labored breaths, she felt an overwhelming sense of fullness. She had approached the trash can, yet lacked the strength to discard the sour plums. Furthermore, they could still visit in Ji Fong to select suitable children, purchasing others' offspring from the traffickers to pass off as their own. They were hardly virtuous individuals. Li Kaifeng was a shrewd woman, never having committed an impolite act, maintaining good relations with her brothers, but he could not afford to fall short of her standards. With her guidance, their etiquette was commendable. The gun fell at his feet, and Qin Hai's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. He was reluctant to back down. Yet for some reason, the ice-cold demeanor of Xiao Zhonghan filled him with dread. Seeing this, Rose quickly shook her head, then suddenly leaped in front of Lin Rufan. Wrapping her arms around Lin Rufan's waist, her gaze soft and tender, the black-robed mages on either side of the street knelt in reverence, wholly unconcerned about the sewage flowing beneath them. Bloodblade pursued the solitary Fire Solitude. Upon reaching Fire Solitude, he vanished like a ghost, reappearing before Blood Vengeance. Grandpa Bai rolled his eyes and made his move. Captain, excellent, the colors are different, and the two sides are clearly at odds. Chapter 176 Spring's New Life. Jiuyushi not only Saladas, but others also held high regard for the recent battle. Who possesses the audacity and courage to confront two formidable soul beasts of the 10,000-year rank while maximizing their own offensive capabilities? Who possesses the keen insight and judgment to, at the most critical moment, explode their own martial spirit at the cost of personal harm? It seems that apart from Luo Bo, Tang San, and Li Li, very few could achieve such feats. Even Shun Yurong, upon witnessing Fong Mu's swift return in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, could surmise the urgency of the situation. She wished to showcase her abilities before Su Ning, yet was left embarrassed by the lack of suitable items around her. Unbeknownst to her, Shun Yu Rong, who is typically generous, chose to withhold the medicinal formula, potentially leading to the demise of innocent citizens, rather than allowing him to speak. Once the news broadcast concluded, Zhang Junfeng directly pulled the reclining figure into his embrace. After the chaos, Xiao Yu summoned all his private soldiers, selecting the most capable among them to issue commands. Ling Huchong? Who is Ling Huchong? Duan Lang looked bewilderedly at the excited individuals surrounding him. Third brother, why do you seem as if you've been drained of energy by a fairy these past few days? Su Zian inquired, observing the lackluster demeanor of Chu Guanan from the stands of the dogfighting arena. To be candid, despite the peculiar nature of our relationship, given another chance, I would still recruit Lin Ji. The emperor, feeling increasingly uneasy about Li Muxi's growing influence in the court, understood that the concentration of power could threaten the stability of his reign. This has nothing to do with cultivation. It is merely to remind his drowsy body the new day has begun and to inform his mind that he is still an ordinary, normal human. The Xiao family is well aware of Li Mu's current status, yet seeing their son genuinely fond of her, they choose not to say much. Although drones can still operate without signal, their range is severely limited and they cannot transmit visuals, rendering them useless. Days later, Du Fuya found herself pregnant. Aware that the child was sired by a demon, yet she felt no animosity towards the life growing within her. Sajimyo gently caressed her belly and spoke. However, as she prepared for suicide, her hand gripping the sword hilt trembled uncontrollably. The Taoist temple planned a grand celebration for Yunmi's 16th birthday, and Yin Hanlin, being somewhat of a father figure to her, accepted the invitation to witness the occasion without hesitation. Leaping from the bed, Lan Qing stepped out of the prison enclosure and approached Li Wan. After all, her reputation was formidable, exuding the aura of a dictator, capable of killing without a second thought. Fortunately, her achievements shielded her from significant repercussions. Li Mu, unaware of Qin Jin Yin's actions, cast an annoyed glance at Xiao Yin, perplexed by his impolite demeanor. The collaborative training regimen was comprehensive and reasonable, with team members supporting one another, compensating for each other's weaknesses, a positive atmosphere vigorously championed by the captain, Yi Chun. Taking the opportunity, she dashed out from the passage into the temple's backyard, and as she emerged, a piercing scream rent the vast sky. Suddenly recalling the presence of a figure in white, did he seek to find his image? Sensing the potential for conflict between them, she hurriedly stated that some were within the belly of the dragon outside, and others' whereabouts were unknown, likely still with Mr. Jean. It is indeed true. If this supreme being's physical form were unremarkable, merely an ordinary supreme being's body, how could it remain unscathed in repose? Surely, the golden divine dragon would have claimed it long ago, stripping it bare. Chapter 177, The Martial Spirit Evolution System. Salada summoned Li Li privately to discuss the evolution system of martial spirits. This discussion would determine the new methods of martial spirit cultivation on the Douluo continent for millennia to come. To be honest, my interest in your world has grown immensely. Saladas began. Li Li, however, addressed the subject directly, stating that the phenomenon of martial spirit evolution also exists on the Douluo continent, albeit in a rather subtle form. The most typical example is the 7 treasures. A cultivator of the golden core stage can be nurtured with care. It is far more challenging to cultivate a cultivator at the combined body stage due to the vast disparity in realms. Internally, she reminded herself to endure, for she was beneath the roof of another and must bow her head. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang felt a shiver run through her, staring blankly at Yulong Tian for a long moment before finally sipping her juice, remaining silent for an extended period. His words brought a sense of relief. If they were indeed friends, he need not worry. At that moment, 3 captains lay unconscious on the ground behind the commander, Gamu Kinba, Kyoka Sujetsu, and Fuju Shijuro, along with a bloodied Kiraku Shunsui, in addition to several unscathed Shinigami, who could manage to capture and release while appearing unfazed. In these times, those who do not rely on their intellect are indeed plentiful. Their ambition to dominate the entire continent is simply too grand. Helian Nuaw scoffed, having formed some conjectures regarding the Night Feather Organization's objectives, which coincided with Hua Nongying's thoughts. Xiongba Tian, I will kill you. A distant cultivator recognized Xiongba Tian and, filled with rage at the sight of his fallen disciples, began to roar, soon followed by a chorus of curses wishing for Xiongba Tian's annihilation. Without hesitation, he drove his vehicle towards the supermarket, stealthily slipping 2 bottles of white wine into his shopping cart while passing through the alcohol section. He said nothing at checkout, swiping his card before heading home. After placing Dong Zhuo's guitar into storage, he gently closed the door, feeling increasingly burdened. The 2 photographs were indistinguishable. He would not be foolish enough to harm 800 enemies while injuring himself 1,000. It seemed prudent to deliberate further. Duan Muling, you shook his head, his gaze gradually darkening. But now is not like before. My father has grown old. In the past, with his iron-fisted methods, my eldest and second brothers would have faced dire consequences, likely confined long ago. However, my father has aged and can no longer endure excessive bloodshed and brutality. The prolonged chill and the brilliance of spring following the snowstorm lifted the spirits of those on the ice crystal sea, heralding a rare and fleeting good season within the year. No need, the tea is no longer hot. You may go. I wish for solitude. Should the emperor arrive, inform me, and have the kitchen prepare dinner in the meantime, Duan Mu Mingli remarked, glancing at her damp attire nonchalantly. If the Holy One views me thus, my father and I shall pledge our lives in gratitude. Such platitudes must be uttered. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, their passions ignited, as if at that moment. The excitement of witnessing the true visage of Bai Hua Xianzi surpassed even their advancement to the top 4. Han Shi, the elder, sighed inwardly, preparing to disclose some significant matters to everyone. However, just then his brows knitted tightly, and a grave expression crossed his face as he turned to gaze towards the distant mountain peak. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Shi Siyuan shook his arms and then relaxed, rubbing his hands together. Yet, the situation was utterly unexpected. The forces of the central county were overwhelmingly fierce, and ordinary counties could not withstand them. Moreover, the central county's tactics were straightforward and brutal, slaughtering every city they conquered. Chapter 178. Can everyone achieve super evolution? Nevertheless, Yushi, Luobo continued, suggesting that one should engage more with others and integrate into this large collective. The greatest happiness in life lies in doing what one loves alongside friends and family. A hint of confusion flickered in Jiu Yueshi's eyes. What does it mean to do what one loves? With a smile, Lobo replied, it is also referred to as hobbies and interests. For instance, Yu Mengqing, who delights in cooking, is affectionately nicknamed the Little Culinary Goddess. Her barbecues are simply exquisite. This time, the torrent of flames, numbering around 500 or 600, appeared overwhelmingly vast against the backdrop of the mountains, as if the entire range had been ignited. Subsequently, these 2 torrents split in half, rushing east and west. The soldiers of Tainaiman, engulfed in despair, gathered behind their commander, launching wave after wave of assaults against the encircling enemy forces. As the soldiers in front fell, those behind surged forward, with even the wounded striving to crawl into the enemy's ranks, detonating the talismans strapped to their bodies. Elegant characters danced across the takeout order. Sun Yinan pondered whether it was now fashionable to simply sign one S name instead of paying. Could her name serve as currency? The next morning, Rin Xiuling's phone rang. Inquiring about her location, she received a response, promptly closed her phone, and stepped outside, taking a taxi to an abandoned factory. 1,000 union reputation points were required for an exchange, and a purifier could typically function for about 4 to 5 days. However, accumulating 1,000 reputation points necessitated 6 days of grinding for players. For mechanics of Alon's caliber, who already possessed substantial reputation, such a situation should pose no problem. Currently, the dragon on the field found itself at a disadvantage, which was not unexpected, given that the opponent was anything but ordinary. The team from the Eternal City had previously united with the people of the mechanical era to repel the forces of the Holy Paradise. Now, the enemy had become an ally, and the players around him celebrated this turn of events. At that moment, a saucer-shaped flying object ascended from Lingguan Mountain, beneath which was a neatly arranged exoskeleton army, marching grandly toward Kueishing Tower. However, emboldened by alcohol, he reconsidered, with Xia Lin harboring intense dislike for him. Winning her favor seemed futile. It would be wiser to firmly ingratiate himself with Meng Tianxing, possibly reaping some benefits from leftovers. This area was no longer bustling with the sounds of players, instead exuding a notable tranquility, though the sounds of combat still echoed from nearby player teams. A pale face materialized before him, its eyeballs bulging, bloodshot veins crisscrossing its upper half, with a long tongue hanging down. The group exchanged glances before reluctantly, each claiming one. After deliberating, Suman also took a vomit bag. If she was not feigning calmness, she had likely grown accustomed to such scenes. As long as Naer dared to engage in a basic attack on the barbarian king, Zhao Yun would immediately retaliate with a swift strike, inflicting significant damage. Naer dealt around 50 points of damage, while the barbarian king countered, reducing Naer's health by a quarter. His right hand gripped the steering wheel tightly as the police car continued to drive, seemingly never having come to a halt. Once Hua Yanting exited the room, both he and Su Mu remained unable to accept the words their leader had just spoken. Xia Xianwan, though a newcomer, possessed a natural flair for the camera and an indescribable charisma that left them all in awe. He buried himself in Su Man's cool and enticing neck, gazing at his handiwork with a heart full of yearning, urging her to return with him. Yu Qian, of course, understood Tang Wanru's intent. Now that they shared a common enemy in Yin Bing, a temporary alliance was justifiable. Chapter 179, The Key to the Void Realms. Witnessing the miraculous process of super evolution, the younger generation of elites appeared visibly excited, even unable to contain themselves. They obediently listened as Saladas provided a detailed explanation. Thus arose the question, where should they seek their super evolution sequences? There is no need for concern. I have made arrangements. You should all have adapted to swiftly traversing various locations under my teleportation spell. You have also encountered the illusions of Enzoth. Just as Bei Ming Mo finished speaking, a silvery light in the distance expanded and filled the air, ultimately transforming into a baby dragon radiating silvery light. A golden flame-shaped mark gleamed on its forehead, while a four-leaf clover-like silver plant adorned its head, and golden wings fluttered behind it. Dongxiang, who departed with the other vampires, casting a fierce glare at Tong Xiangyu as they exited. Upon their first meeting as children, he had taken her under his wing, caring for her tenderly. Vi Shen. Su Yanqi embraced Shi Yishun's broad form. In that moment, all grievances and resentments melted away in their embrace. Thank goodness you came. What would I do otherwise? Upon dismounting the carriage, Su Dongxuan's eyes were immediately captivated by the bustling world outside, supported by her maid as she gracefully walked beside Su Lilu. However, to be on the safe side, she discreetly entered Qingfeng's room while no one was watching, finding nothing of note, which allowed her to relax. Wait, slow down. Hua Lai quickly steadied him, handing him a glass of water. Su Lingxi, irritated, found herself at a loss for words, unable to refute his statements, and thus fell into silence. Despite the situation being so disheartening, General Zheng Aihua couldn't shake off the lingering thoughts. Ultimately, he succumbed to pressure from Beijing and sold the site to Liu Xiao and his son at a bargain price. To call it a bargain is kind. It was truly embarrassing to let outsiders know the actual price. As the male students from the music academy filled the empty spaces of the classroom, the chaotic atmosphere finally provoked Yi Xiaoyao's fury. After a brief moment, he shook his head. The people he awaited were not present, as judged by their aura and numbers. They were not members of Yinluo Hall. 5 different oil pots and 10 metal frying baskets allowed for simultaneous frying of 2 pieces of dough in each pot, one for a minute and the other for a minute and a half, followed by comparative evaluation. Could it be that sister is returning, not only to assess her partner, but also to fulfill her parents' wishes to see their grandchild soon? With the Wei family's former identity and status, they could hardly approach my Yun for a photo, belonging to 2 different worlds. Yet in this life, They found themselves laughing and conversing in the same conference room. The weather remained oppressively hot, almost as if it intended to roast people alive, with the scorching sun pouring down relentlessly from the blue sky. Zhou Zhaojiang nodded. He was unaware of the ambitions and aspirations of Duo Group, but he did know of its formidable strength. After receiving a call from a headhunting company, he conducted a brief investigation into Duo Group. The penalty clause above demanded he compensate for all earnings since signing, along with training costs, clothing expenses, and more. She began conversing with them, discovering they were transporting yesterday's leftover crumbs of cookies she had eaten. Both sides would propose a series of questions for discussion, such as improving the personnel system, arms procurement agreements, and fleet restructuring, all of which would be on the agenda. Especially when Alan Adhin learned that the Wei family was still in school, he specifically added them on MSN, where they could discuss the development progress of World of Warcraft and other matters. At this moment, no one knew who that mysterious disciple of the immortal saint was, leaving Ian Junfeng with a peculiar premonition, his heart heavy. Chapter 180. The expedition sets sail, destination, Lord Darren. At this moment, Tang San unexpectedly shifted the conversation to another topic. Could you enlighten us about the situation there? We cannot engage in battle unprepared. Furthermore, where might we locate the hyper-evolution sequences? All of this must be made clear. Very well. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall be succinct. That realm is known as Luodanlin. When we invaded, the inhabitants of that world were divided into two factions. One faction believed that the power of the void was akin to a cherished treasure, while the southern climate was unpredictable, with the potential for sudden heat at any moment, necessitating a reliable fan. Among them, Good was the only one not in the know, as the other two deemed him foolish and feared he might jeopardize their plans, thus withholding many details from him. Even Zhang Baoji became serious, initially thinking this was not a legitimate endeavor. He now realized the complexity of the task at hand and felt a stirring of interest. The entire structure was grand, with a meticulously designed layout. The pavilions and storage houses were symmetrically arranged, adorned with gilded paintings and intricate decorations. Wei Huangyan emerged from the Qin residence, joining Chen Jing and Meng Jingye in a carriage, sitting in silence for a considerable time. In a flash, Bai Yin found himself standing in the central operations hall of the Demon Island's base. The price was set at 15 yuan per pound, yet after negotiation, he managed to acquire 8 pineapple buns for 4 yuan, barely sustaining himself for 3 days. Bai Yin pressed his forehead in distress. The intelligence of this foolish dragon was indeed a cause for concern, likely ranking at the bottom among the abyssal demons. The resources of the undying old man and Xiao Xinyang would be a waste if not utilized. Shi Qingshan had long desired to create health supplements, a notion she had entertained while at Linjiang, and now she was finally ready to put it into practice. This world had transformed into its current state. During the reign of their dragon clan, the realm was beautiful and vibrant, but now it was rife with death and ugliness. Very well, Li Kuweizi declared as he extracted an arrow and poured a potion onto the wound. The injury twitched and swiftly healed. He understood that Xie Xinji's body had grown accustomed to his affections, making her sensitive to his touch. A dagger was embedded in the ice, resting against the edge of the Qixin rock, producing 2 sharp sounds, enabling Lu Jijun to deduce the precise location of the dagger and its relation to the edge of the Qixin rock, thus gaining the upper hand. Peng Changyi's hand fell limply, dropping the phone onto the seat beside him. Whether he wished to or not, he had to accept the reality that Chun Jing might be starting anew. She projected her soul power outward. With a mere thought, the red light transformed into blood, flowing to wherever her gaze fell. Due to the mixture of spiritual energy within her, Yan Hong's spiritual sword could not yet fulfill its purpose. After a tumultuous afternoon, she finally reached a town to rest as evening approached. However, this was not where her focus should lie. Her matters with Li Machin had no bearing on Lin Fengyuan. Pet life experience. Could it be that Ouyang Jiejia was a seller operating under this category? The service information was straightforward. Personalized pet life experiences starting at 100,000. Details available upon private message. Upon hearing Dan Bao's words, the two were reluctant but obediently approached, each taking a cake and filling it with vegetables. Boom! Something exploded within Bai Yi's mind. His eyes widened with fury as he grasped Tan Yun's shoulder with force. Gung Haosher seemed to perceive something. Pondering, Coach Tony might have deliberately allowed them to score 1 point first before toppling them. Isn't it possible for my grandfather to seek assistance from the senior brothers of the refining sect? After all, I am not lacking in funds. Yi Tian contemplated before voicing his opinion. Chapter 181. Can my first soul skill obliterate this world? Though the Luodanlan world lacked an atmosphere, the sun at least existed. A world without the sun would have perished long ago. No form of life would remain. What kind of place is this? Why do I feel so ungrounded? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. The others likely shared the same sentiment, displaying expressions of bewilderment, having never encountered such tranquility before. After a series of punches, Jialan was pushed back 1,000 meters. Yet each time, he returned unscathed, albeit with a somewhat grim expression. Don't we simply wish to come and go as we please? Inshichi remarked, a touch of pride in her tone, for at this moment, she and Zhang Tian had no secrets left, their thoughts aligned, making conversation much more comfortable. In a mountain range, Su Mu sensed a shocking aura emanating from his inner space. A slight smile of confidence appeared on his lips. That aura belonged to the ancient soul tree he had subdued. Brother Jiang, would you like to meet my mother? I am certain she would adore you, Li Ai inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A surge of intense pain radiated from his heart as his spirit began to tremble from the impact. Yang Ding's blood curse momentarily ceased, leaving him in a state of confusion, and by the time he regained his senses, a breath had passed, and he had forgotten the events that transpired in between. Sidu Kong laughed heartily, charging forward against the blade's light. I have stated that no one of the same rank can defeat me. Su Riao ignored his words and took out a book. It was the first one, the most recent volume. Upon opening the last page, she read, Firstborn Cheng Yinzhong married Wang Shui, giving birth to Cheng Jiahao. However, when the ghost-faced ancient jade recalled that the individual was Luo Wuxing, she felt reassured, realizing that fate had long since arranged everything. This dark chamber was built by her. The formations within the meditation room and passage were useless to her. She had been overly confident that no one could enter, which led her to lower her guard. My reputation is not something a lowly person like you could ever hear of, the young master proclaimed arrogantly, his face radiating an air of superiority. Very well. After watching Luo Wuxing depart, she lay down, closed her eyes, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Utterly shameless. Suddenly, the elder struck out, unleashing a wave of cold air aimed at Jiang Huairan. Perhaps when they meet again in the future, they will raise a cup in celebration, honoring the beautiful times spent beneath the starlit sky. They will rest together under the enchanting night, gazing at the twinkling stars. Wuxian City was situated far from the Tianjin sect. Walking there might take 2 months or more. The Xianling continent did not possess teleportation formations like the magical continent, resulting in a significant dispersion of power across this realm. As she finished speaking, a blue attire swirled around her, causing the surrounding void to tremble, creating an illusion of a blue ocean. Initially perceived as cunning and scheming, transforming into someone akin to those bandits, she now sought to eliminate her. In the days that followed, the Mad Dog ordered the mercenary group to cease all external missions, dispersing every member to gather intelligence on Qin Zhao. However, regardless of the reasons, for Qin Zhao, it was better to directly approach these individuals than to indulge in baseless speculation. Lu Haiyu was injured and could no longer fight. Yun Xiaoer, drained of most of her mermaid power, was also unable to mobilize her abilities. Zhu, anxious, could only guard the two, leaving Su Yang and Giga Chanyang as the only ones capable of combat, rendering the situation extremely perilous. Jiang Huairan cautiously stored the ice crystal. Yet the coldness in the air did not diminish significantly. Jiang Huairan suddenly felt that Li Ai was indeed a commendable choice to have here. Chapter 182. The rune swordsman Tai Lin, although Luo Bo kept pace with the procession, his thoughts lingered on the recent events. He had never anticipated that one day his first soul skill could obliterate an entire world. Though this small world was fragmented and lacked a planetary form, it was, nonetheless, a realm inhabited by many. He vowed silently that regardless of the circumstances he may face in the future, he would refrain from using his soul skills lightly. And even his martial soul would remain dormant unless absolutely necessary. To possess such an extraordinary companion beast, even without any cultivation, one's identity must be far from ordinary. As the capital of a domain, Huantiancheng's depths far surpass those of other cities. In fact, within the game of werewolf, the hunter is the one who fears not the werewolves. If they harm me, I can retaliate in kind, solidifying my identity with a single shot. Now, under the scrutiny of many, he had given her commands, making it impossible for her to refuse, regardless of whether she could comply. Subsequently, Captain Wu also released the bindings on another golden dragon, which then knelt at his feet. In my exploration, I noted that the left passage was slightly cooler, while the right passage carried a hint of warmth. As I rummaged through the bag and observed its abundance of food, it seemed we had indeed purchased quite a lot today, and it would be a while before we needed to visit the supermarket again. I had previously thought his temperament somewhat unruly, never imagining he would dare to act in such a manner in broad daylight. The momentary panic subsided quickly. 9 months had seemingly halved in duration, yet accepting fate was never Su Zhan's character. How could he know it was impossible without attempting it? The explanation was as such. But when it came to the historical figures involved, I found myself at a loss. I shook my head in resignation. Upon receiving the robe from Su Zhan, Zimeng furrowed her brow, hesitated for a moment, and then, gritting her teeth, donned it. Su Fuxing slowly stood, standing side by side with the old shaman, saying, "Let Qing Cheng become the leader of the Chong tribe, and allow the various clans to elect her as the new king of the southern frontier." Tang Rushing not only sued Xing Auction House, but also wielded all his connections, spending an indeterminate amount of money and enlisting countless media outlets and online influencers to create a comprehensive publicity campaign. After Pei Lingxi wrapped a scarf around her, she pushed Su Yunan into the passenger seat and drove back to the hotel. What the hell? Aside from my own screams and the countless heads ahead, where was Lingxi's figure? In the last moment, there was merely a fleeting glimpse of a hat. Dazed, Zhui Yi unleashed a furious strike that sent the black-clad figure flying. However, after observing for several hours, he found himself unscathed, allowing his previously anxious heart to finally relax. If it were merely a matter of gifting a house and a beauty in his own name, that would naturally be a splendid affair. Yet why did he not give it directly, but rather in his own name? He could not determine what lay beyond the raging inferno ahead. Uncomfortable and unwilling to eat, Pei Lingxi continued sending messages to Ji Yesi, asking where she had gone. Hee. Silly girl. Rest assured, Xiao Yumin will absolutely not marry Chun, even if the emperor bestows the marriage. She wouldn't even consider it, Ji Zili reassured her, viewing Xiao Yumin as inconsequential. However, do they not possess courage? And does your choice not seem somewhat cowardly or selfish? Lu Mo inquired. He Long Tu feigned ignorance, seemingly perplexed by his own confidence. With so many events transpiring within the palace, it was likely that formidable cultivators lurked within. Perhaps there was a master by the emperor's side capable of transforming and becoming invisible. The prison cart noticeably sank, and Ji Yunshin sensed it as well. He closed his eyes slightly, sitting indifferently within the cage, unmoved by the outside world. Chapter 183. Master. I am now yours. The dark orange runes on the great sword flickered, signifying that Tai Lin had activated a battle skill. Could this truly be the signature technique of the rune swordsman, Rune Light Slash? A traveler resembling a merchant exclaimed. Indeed, just as Dai Mu Bai activated his martial soul and had yet to charge at his opponent, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged toward him. Fortunately, the defensive power of the White Tiger martial soul was formidable enough to withstand it. On one hand, they were unaware of Lin Yi's true cultivation level, while on the other, to vanquish the stone-scaled giant python required either a unique treasure or extraordinary abilities. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yi executed left slashes and right cuts, unleashing a barrage of spiritual sword energy that pierced through the dust. each strike transforming into a ferocious tiger rushing toward the eastern light. The bodyguard's eyes lit up with understanding as he turned and pointed to the third tent behind him. Fortunately, the appearance of Euler provided a glimmer of hope. This great deity had promised that if it could gather 33 pieces of the world tree's divine blood crystals within the year, it would grant it a new life. The two sisters conversed for quite some time, feeding the children snow pear porridge before sending someone to fetch a few kids. Suspended several meters in the air, he retracted his left arm slightly, while simultaneously raising his right arm, swiftly pushing his right hand forward to strike a palm in midair, then using the rebound force to glide several feet backward before gracefully descending. They discussed the current political situation at court, since Qing Cheng rarely engaged in such matters. Most of the conversation was one of inquiry. Liang Feng, being affable and respectful of Qing Cheng's abilities, was also willing to share his insights. Following the gift-giving ceremony, a banquet ensued. This year, Zhu Hozhao was absent, and the palace had little desire for lavish festivities. Each person received a bowl of clear noodle soup along with seasonal dishes, which sufficed. Once inside the Wang residence, Qi Lin finally shed his previously aloof demeanor. Turning with concern toward Shenhuai, Zhao Qingsu's words left the guards in a quandary. On one hand, they could not defy the summons of the insignia. Yet on the other, Zhao Qingsu's identity complicated matters. As the dark star night began to wane, he exerted the last of his strength to strike the river. And amidst the exploding white waves, propelled by the immense counterforce, he not only ceased his descent, but began to ascend. Seizing the moment to draw in fresh air and cunningly push that individual several feet away onto a light vessel. Perhaps my actions may not alter the grand scheme, but at the very least, they will leave behind a spark, igniting the flames of the future. Under the influence of the original power of the Jiu Sanhun, who, the Yunshi deity, ensnared in 9 calamities, exhibited signs of turmoil. Deep within its soul's origin, a trace of the primordial, indestructible innate power stirred, seemingly eager to break free. However, he had only risen halfway when a hand seized his collar, lifting him up. Wang Gui was startled by this sudden turn of events, and upon seeing clearly, he discovered it was Feng Hong. 500 taels of silver. Consider this a down payment. Zhu Tianpeng directly handed her a bag of silver, playfully pinching her hand with a foolish grin. As the morning court session concluded, reporters from both domestic and international backgrounds, who had been waiting outside the Second Intermediate People's Court in the capital, flocked to the proxy lawyer as they emerged. Although the Yuan Marquis had not explicitly stated which prince he would support, he had certainly ruled out the third prince, and no one dared to voice such bold claims. After completing all this, the Fashun said little. This event had been determined by the 9 great Taoist sovereigns, and the gathering of the 9 supreme sects made the elimination of those 2 rule cultivators somewhat of a slight to the Taoist sovereigns. 3 months later, the 3 quasi-immortals, the Qi, Qingwei, and Yu, successively defeated over 40 formidable great sovereigns from the 4 desolates. Such prowess had never been witnessed since the dawn of the Huang Gu era. Not even the life god ancestor of the divine race could achieve this. Chapter 184, Opala's Doll. Luo Bo did not elaborate further and continued, "It seems you know the way. Let us, for we indeed have matters to attend to. Since you have decided to follow our elder brother Dai, it would not be too much to ask for this small task. You do not appear to be weaklings yourselves. Go ahead, perhaps you might even uncover some hidden treasures," Tai Lin remarked. She paused momentarily, seemingly deep in thought. However, it is advisable not to take too many people. Guo Xiaoyan possessed exquisite features, akin to a delicate porcelain figurine. Her long, thick eyelashes glistened with tears as she sobbed, burying her face in her mother's embrace, evading nourishment. Pitifully, presently, the 4 guards of Yongzhou were in the midst of reconstruction, with a shortage of troops, while recruitment efforts were fiercely competitive, making the task at hand rather difficult. Cui Shi maintained a stoic expression, yet her fists clenched involuntarily beneath her sleeves. Tuaba Yao coldly declared from now on, "You shall be merely the Grand Empress Dowager." With that, he departed without glancing back, even though this was his Jianzhong palace. A boy called out, and Lin Bei, Chun distinctly felt the alluring senior, named Zhao Yuetong, tremble in his arms, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. His current thought was that it would be best to eliminate her directly, for she had fired a lethal shot at him. A clear human voice emerged from the dragon ape, filled with excitement, yet remarkably lucid. Clearly, this transformation signified not just a change in appearance, but also a significant enhancement in intellect and temperament. In simple terms, as long as they dared to cleanse all the interstellar wormholes on Earth before these alien races could confirm they had gathered sufficient intelligence, it would instill doubt in them regarding whether this place harbored the power to obliterate them, making them believe it was a trap set by an even stronger interstellar race. Evidently, after fleeing Anzhou and going into hiding, it arrived at the neighboring Suan. Xiao Wanzi had been exceptionally busy lately, directing the palace servants in arranging items as they were delivered. However, my control skill was merely a charge. If it failed to hit, that would pose a problem. Countless bolts of lightning descended relentlessly upon the Thunder Domain, augmenting its power, while Zhou Dao sensed a terrifying aura brewing deep underground, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon his words, 1,000 eagle soldiers immediately rallied with shared enmity, brandishing the specially crafted tiger-head spears for the eagle army, filling the arena with blinding cold light and a pervasive killing intent. Several successive rounds of coordinated attacks dispatched the undead guards, collecting the over 2,000 gold coins they dropped. In the blink of an eye, the Wei fish scale array materialized before everyone, the various weapons emanating a radiance reminiscent of fish scales. After Wu Jie issued the military order, Ma Tai and the others instinctively positioned themselves behind him. Shui Qing felt a chill in her heart and turned back to see the deputy monitor, Zheng Ming, excitedly standing up, pointing at her. Thus, along their journey, the two remained largely silent. Qin Yang continued to ponder the operations of the hot pot restaurant, while Wu Qianling experienced a mix of anxiety and anticipation, each lost in their own thoughts. Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Where is Lina?" Before he could speak, Tao Lia interjected, her words laced with urgency and concern. Qiao Hanyin never imagined she could remain so calm upon seeing Mu Yi enter. Yet her calmness bordered on the extreme, as if her heart might cease entirely. Just as she had foreseen, only hope resided in Mu Yi's eyes. After hanging up the phone, Chadwi realized that Wu Suowei had only managed to send him a message and had done nothing else, not even having time to inform his mother. Protecting the Tang family meant centuries of commitment. Subsequently, she tirelessly accompanied Tang Yin in the guise of Tang Jing, seemingly sparing their enemies while enacting a cruel punishment that would extend to their descendants. Chapter 185. I am at the Vidier Manor to atonement for the souls. Upon returning to Opala's home, a guilt-ridden Dai, Mu Bai, personally handed the reassembled doll to Opala. The beloved doll, retrieved, brought a radiant glow back to the young girl's face. "You found it. You found my doll. Hooray. Oh, thank you." Perhaps it is only children who never relinquish hope. The hopeful little girl remained oblivious to the truth of her predicament. Xue Mingrue gazed thoughtfully at Lin Wanwan, causing her to lower her head instinctively. With this thought, the convictions of some rebel leaders wavered. A sense of regret washed over them for having heeded Zhang Xianzhong's incitements and temptations. Moreover, the loot from this venture was likely to come to naught, yielding nothing at all. To be frank, I was astonished to learn that Ming Si had known this matter was problematic from the outset. However, after the shock, only a faint sense of loss remained. It was difficult to discern the source of a voice that seemed to penetrate the body and invade the soul, causing involuntary shivers in the biting cold of the snowy ground. Hu, seeing me awake, immediately rose from the sofa and leapt into my embrace without transforming. Yet, at the very least, the children could boast of today's achievements, which the old lady undoubtedly played a vital role in. Aunt Gue remarked. Moreover, at Ruan Ming's request, Marco Polo sang different songs for her every day, his handsome photographs adorning her bedroom, and Ruan Ming even crafted a life-sized pillow to embrace. Li Qing was willing to go to great lengths for the land, thinking that once he became formidable, these people would similarly fawn over him. When the time comes, whether he acknowledges them or not would depend on his mood. Although the elder Lady Ji had aged, she was not oblivious, quickly discerning Ji Yanma's hidden intentions. Having lived for so many years, hearing such word from Ji Yanma made her shiver. Ruan Meng and her companions found no suitable beast for transport. The camels had been taken away by the panicked townsfolk, leaving behind some food and treasures. As Qin Tianzi's golden needle was inserted, the flow of blood in old Master Situ's body visibly slowed, eventually ceasing altogether. Had it not been for the monitor displaying the elderly man's heart rate, everyone would have believed he had been fatally pierced by Qin Tianzi. It was already late autumn, with pleasant and cool weather. The bustling streets were filled with life. Yet Chu Jiqiu appeared particularly desolate. Numerous couples walked hand in hand, and the mere thought of Wang Mengtian possibly being with Wensheng tightened Chu Jiqiu's heart. "Oh, Chu Jiqiu, why are you so lacking in ambition?" She chided herself. "It's just an old friend watching a movie together. I truly don't understand how someone as inept as you can occupy a territory." Xiao Qin's tone dripped with disdain, unfiltered. To counter the Jianghuai, Overlord Yang Xingmi, Qian Liao's forces stationed in Hangzhou exceeded 50,000, surpassing Dongchang's own Weisheng army by an additional 20,000 troops. If Qian Liao could secure the two Zhejiang provinces, his total forces might very well exceed 100,000, with the entrance to the shortcut blocked by his own Peach Branch. He had no choice but to leave the main tomb chamber to find an escape from other entrances of the ancient tomb. Consequently, her plan was forced to come to a halt. However, when she looked back, she saw nothing. At this moment, Yi Xiangqi did not act rashly, for he had no confidence in this battle. If he had any assurance, it would only be the certainty of defeat. Zheng Donghai's countenance appeared rather grim, particularly after Li Yanwan mistakenly perceived him as less than masculine, casting increasingly dark glances towards Yifan. Su Rue, recognizing that it was his father's vehicle, was filled with excitement and hastily opened the rear door to squeeze in. "Oh, Bin Bao is hungry. I crave seafood." Shurtian's eyes fixated on the lobster meat in Guy's bowl, licking his nose in anticipation. Chapter 186. Echoes of War. It is commendable that you possess such ambition. "I wish you good fortune, young rune swordsman," Seveir remarked with a smile. "Should you require assistance, Shisha Island shall provide the necessary support. Remember, Shisha Island will eternally be a friend to the Goldcrest family." Tai Lin was overjoyed by this news, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Thus, Rob boldly stepped forward and inquired, "Old senior, since you are here to guide the souls of the departed, have you encountered a woman named Maishi?" "Maishi? The wife of the steward at the Whittier Manor?" Seveir pondered before responding. "That must be the case. After all, the name Maishi is quite rare, so it cannot be mistaken." Seveir gestured towards the manor's tower, stating, "Maishi's soul resides on the second floor of the tower, specifically in the parlor of Whittier Manor. She refuses to be guided to the afterlife and insists on remaining there. Perhaps you know the reason behind this?" With a sense of curiosity, the group entered the tower, where they indeed found the wandering spirit of the forlorn female ghost in the parlor on the second floor. "Maishi?" Tai Lin tentatively asked. Upon hearing her name, the ghost immediately turned her head as if electrified. "Who are you? Do you know me?" "Ah, it seems this is Opala's aunt," Rob declared directly, then patiently awaited her response. Yet the ghost merely wept. "I knew that Opala's children would not escape this fate. Even if the hand of the undead were to seize her and infuse her with necromantic power, forcing her to become an undead sorceress, why must they take her life? They're so cruel." Rob could not help but be moved by her emotional turmoil. The anguish was truly excruciating, rendering one almost unable to bear it. "Can you not return to see Opala? She longs to see her family once more." "No, I cannot return. My soul is destined to be bound here. The time traveler may be able to guide me, yet I feel is not the right moment. I must witness my brother's redemption with my own eyes." "Your brother?" Rob continued to inquire. The ghost, Maishi, wiped her tears, saying, "He is Opala's father, Yozen Leha. What has become of him? Why does he require redemption? My brother was forcibly transformed into an undead warrior during the Battle of Darren Town by the hand of the undead, and subsequently took part in the massacre of Darren Town. Later, he followed the undead army to decisively defeat the vanguard of the Hand of the Holy Light at Whittier Manor. When I was slain, he merely watched in silence. He also participated in the grand battle at Topus Intersection. In that fight, the undead army suffered a crushing defeat, and my brother fled in disarray. Ultimately, the army of the Hand of the Holy Light pursued and killed him nearby, using a special gravestone to suppress his twisted soul. Rob was at a loss for words and could only echo, "That is indeed a tragic tale. How might Yozen be redeemed?" I had almost lost hope, but now that the time traveler Surveyor is here, perhaps there is still a chance. He must possess a solution. Maishi's plea was impossible to refuse, just like Opalis. Upon exiting the tower, Rob and the others sought out Surveyor once more to discuss this matter. Surveyor appeared confident, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "I happen to be searching for that twisted soul as well. If he cannot be redeemed, it is only a matter of time before he breaks free from the constraints imposed by the Hand of the Holy Light and wreaks havoc upon the people of the conflict zone. Yozen's soul and grave are located near the manor, but you should first tell us how to redeem his soul," Rob added. Surveyor remained unhurried, explaining, "I can indeed employ certain temporal spells to alter minute details of the past. While I cannot impact the broader course of history, redeeming a tormented soul is well within my capabilities. You will need to locate personal belongings of Yozen from the time he became an undead warrior. To my knowledge, there should be a copper ring, a long sword, an iron shield, and a pocket watch. You may find one or two of these items in Yozen's grave. The rest may be near Topus Intersection. Once you gather all these, I can redeem Yozen's soul." Rob felt a sense of discomfort upon hearing this. Does this mean we must dig up someone's grave? Who would stoop so low as to do such a thing? No way. I refuse to participate. A minute later, look. That gravestone must belong to Yozen. Let's turn it over. I have a feeling the copper ring is definitely inside, Rob exclaimed, pointing to a nearby gravestone. The other four, feeling embarrassed yet determined, did not hesitate to begin their task. They truly dug up a grave. Indeed, Rob found only the copper ring, confirming his ominous intuition. It seemed they would have no choice but to search for the other three belongings of Yozen near Topus Intersection. Let us proceed, we venture eastward. The journey from Whiteear Manor to Topus Intersection would take approximately 3 hours. Upon arrival, it was already noon. The grand battle at Topus Intersection must have been fierce, for why else would the scars of war remain so vividly etched even after all these years? Large swathes of land were either corroded by the necromantic forces or tainted by the light forged powder. The entire area was a tapestry of gold and black, utterly devoid of any semblance of normal plant growth. Indeed, Topus Intersection stood as a testament to the ravages of war, with no signs of life for miles. Strangely, amidst this desolation, there was another individual, aside from Rob's group, wandering slowly at the edge. Who could this person be? With such questions lingering, and hoping this individual might aid them in their quest for the desired items, Rob hurried forward to greet the person. However, to his surprise, the individual did not turn around but called out from a distance, "Who are you? Why are you here? State your name, or do not blame me for being rude." Faced with this inquiry, Rob had no choice but to pause and respond, "We mean no harm. We are merely here to seek some relics of war." "And you? Who are you? And what are you doing here?" The person immediately relaxed their guard, not due to Rob's reply, but because from the sound of his voice, they could tell Rob and his companions belonged neither to the Hand of the Holy Light nor to the Hand of the Undead. Thus, there was no reason for concern. "Hey, I am Azen, the Harbinger of Vitality. I am here on a mission for my master to practice the life force he just imparted to me." A Harbinger of Vitality? Tai Lin suddenly took note of this title. "Indeed, I am a Harbinger of Vitality, without a doubt," Azen affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Lin asked, "Is your master the Vitality Ambassador, Savian? Could it be anything else?" Azen replied nonchalantly, "But what of you? You must possess some remarkable skills to dare venture here." Tai Lin assessed Azen, noting that this Harbinger of Vitality appeared to be no more than 18, slightly younger than herself. Thus, it was understandable that he had not heard of her illustrious reputation. "So, this Harbinger of Vitality, do you know the rune swordsman, Tai Lin?" Azen merely shook his head. "My master has not mentioned any such figure from the conflict zone. How could your master, having secluded himself on Zhuanrong Island for so long, Have ever heard of the rune swordsman's name? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the rune swordsman Terran, who has risen to prominence in recent years. However, are you aware that your master has been pursued for many years by both the hand of the undead and the heart of the holy light? As his disciple, how could you so carelessly disclose your origins to us? A sudden seriousness overtook Aizen, causing him to lose his earlier levity. Fortunately, we are not affiliated with them, Terran remarked, almost reproachfully towards her younger brother, adding, what if we were spies placed here by them? Have you considered that if you were captured, your master would soon follow suit? Rob, too, felt that Aizen was exceedingly youthful and naive. The audacity of a fledgling to disregard the dangers. Aizen refrained from retorting, instead diverting the conversation after a brief silence. Terran recognized that Aizen was not entirely resistant to counsel and continued. You should attend your business here promptly and return to Zhanrong Island to find your master. However, if you choose not to return, you may accompany us for a measure of safety. After a moment's contemplation, Aizen deemed this reasoning sound, especially since his master had urged him to complete his tasks swiftly and return. Very well then, I shall purify this scarred land and return. Thanks for your kind reminder. Big sister, Aizen said, scratching his head. Terran initially dismissed his words, but the next moment, she was taken aback. What? You can purify this scarred land? Not only Terran, but even Rob and the others found this claim incredulous. The level of contamination here was such that even the god of life from the Douluo continent would struggle to fully purify it, let alone this inexperienced youth. Impossible, Terran exclaimed. You were so young, having only studied under the ambassador of vitality for a few years, and you claim to be ready to embark on your journey? No, such talent cannot possibly exist in this world. Aizen, unable to withstand the flattery, blushed and smiled broadly, resembling a newlywed groom. Terran began to find Aizen increasingly irksome. This fellow truly flourishes with a mere hint of praise. Enough dawdling. If you truly possess such abilities, demonstrate your purification for us. Otherwise, should news of today's event spread, you will find yourself in a most embarrassing predicament. Aizen's desire for recognition surged, and he resolved to act. With vibrant green branches in hand, he recited an ancient incantation. In mere moments, the scarred land beside Aizen was enveloped in a gentle, verdant glow. In the blink of an eye, the green light expanded, saturating the air around them. As Terran basked in the invigorating green mist, she discovered a peculiar comfort enveloping her body, a feeling from which she wished not to escape. However, this was not as beneficial for Rob and the others. After all, their true strength was considerable even on Douluo continent, let alone in this remnants of the Lodenlund world. They had grown so powerful that, as long as they did not reveal their capabilities, the locals could not discern them as anything more than ordinary individuals. Aizen continued to channel his energy, spreading the green mist into every corner of the topaz-scarred land. When the green mist subsided, all traces of the cursed soil and pestilence vanished. The land surrounding the topaz, in trance, transformed back into fertile ground capable of nurturing plant life. Upon completing this task, Aizen appeared particularly fatigued, yet he mustered the strength to exclaim, "Ha ha ha, I have done it. I am ready to embark on my journey." While Aizen's demeanor was not particularly endearing, Rob and Dai Mubai could certainly empathize with his joy. Aizen, still unsatisfied, strained to cast an embellishing spell. Indeed, he caused the recently revived soil to sprout tender shoots, grow taller, and bloom. A true embellishment. However, Aizen, already drained, found himself even more exhausted, struggling to remain upright. The more he sought to showcase his abilities, the more Terran lamented. This Aizen was, after all, too young. "Thank you," Terran replied curtly before turning to depart. "Daigo, now that the scarred land has been purified, it will be much easier for us to locate Yozen's belongings. Everyone, let us split up and search." At this moment, Rob and Lily had already begun their task. They held little interest in Aizen's earlier display, for the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Before long, Yozen's longsword, shield, and pocket watch were all found. Rob and the others prepared to leave. "Hey, big sister, what do you need these items for? What is so special about these worthless trinkets?" Aizen inquired as he hurried over. Terran, already exasperated, wished to explode with frustration. It is none of your concern. This Vitality Ambassador may return now. Retracing their steps to the Whittier Manor, the time traveler, Surveyor, awaited in the graveyard. I have prepared for you a way back. Surveyor called from a distance. As a middle-aged man, his voice was sufficiently loud. Upon hearing the time traveler, both Rob and Terran quickened their pace, leaving Dai Mubai and the others behind. Without the use of soul power, Zhu Zhuqing and Lily naturally moved slowly. Dai Mubai, believing they had almost arrived, saw no need to hurry further. Surveyor continued, "You have returned quite swiftly. As a time traveler, I have a fondness for punctuality. Here, take this bag and place all of Yozen's belongings within. Upon returning to Darren Town, leave this bag at the fountain in the town center, and it shall conjure the time illusion of yesteryear. You must defend Darren Town within the time illusion, ensuring that Mayor David does not perish and that Yozen remains unharmed before the Black Knight Maydek appears. Once the Black Knight arrives, he will employ powerful necromancy to slay David and forcefully distort Yozen. Afterward, you must eliminate the twisted Yozen to redeem his soul in a timely manner. Although I am a time traveler, I cannot truly intervene in history. All I can do is offer redemption." Rob committed the series of instructions to memory. He then asked, "Esteemed time traveler, will you not accompany us? You young ones are sufficient. There is no need for me to join. Moreover, I must return to the island of Time Sand. My kin need me." Chapter 188. The Calamity of the Past, the Defense of Darren Town. Upon returning to Darren Town, Rob placed the bag as instructed on the abandoned fountain. In an instant, the surroundings began to blur, as if shrouded in a thick mist. Yet this was not mere fog. It was a time illusion. "Citizens of Darren Town, prepare yourselves. We must defend our home." A boisterous male voice shouted. "Stand firm, form ranks, and prepare to defend. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." That voice belonged to none other than Mayor David himself. This scene was none other than the first battle of the Northern War, the defense of Darren County. As those who had arrived through the time illusion, Rob and his companions were naturally regarded by David as the town's militia, subject to his command. "You lot, line up properly. Where are your weapons? You cannot fight without your weapons. Quickly, take cover in the houses." David bellowed at Rob and Dai Mubai. "Either fetch your weapons or hide inside. Do not create chaos for everyone, understood?" The militia captain Yozen interjected calmly. "Our good mayor, do not speak so harshly to these young people. They will soon understand the essence of courage." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a surge of indignation. Yozen implied that they were cowards? Terran then laughed. "Come now, Dai, good, do not be angry. This is the tradition of the land in turmoil." As the drums of war began to beat, those without weapons were deemed unwilling to engage in battle. Such outdated conventions held no sway over us, for we possessed our own formidable arsenal. Dai Mubai extracted an awe-inspiring piece of equipment from his storage soul guide, Shadida Air, the might of the world tree. This magnificent emerald and gold sword, a dazzling artifact from Karazhan, had been unearthed during a third raid, emerging from the spoils of the chess room. Its lackluster attributes rendered it undesirable to others, allowing Dai Mubai to seize it as a rare find. Nevertheless, its underwhelming qualities remained unchanged, and he wielded it only in moments of ostentation at the golden ancient tree square, reveling in its imposing appearance. Terran was the first to lose her composure. The aura of this weapon was indeed terrifying. Indeed, the elder brother remained unmatched. Next came David, Yozen, and the rest of the militia, who were initially astonished but then erupted in elation. They understood that the presence of more powerful allies significantly increased their chances of victory. Subsequently, Rob revealed a weapon of his own, designed solely for display. withTriple, the will of the Archmage of Original Sin. Its lackluster attributes paired with a lavish aesthetic rendered this staff merely a tool for showmanship. As a long staff, withTriple, the will of the Archmage of Original Sin, emanated a soft lavender glow from the shaft to the main body, accentuated by swirling emerald gemstones, creating an aura of undeniable elegance. Zhu Zhuqing and Lily followed suit, presenting their own armaments, which truly broadened the horizons of the militia in Darlon County. Hence, Mayor David appointed them as the primary defenders, strategically positioning them at various entrances. As the dark mist enveloped the area, obscuring the sun's radiance, the first wave of the undead army launched its assault. Scattered ghouls, crawling like dogs, charged down the hillside towards Darlan town. "Prepare to defend. We can do this," David shouted, pointing his sword towards the largest entrance. "Charge!" With the Mayor David and Militia Captain Yozen leading the charge, the courage of the militia was ignited. This wave of ghouls was swiftly vanquished, only to be followed by a battalion of skeleton infantry. It was evident that these initial probing attacks were merely the prelude to a much greater onslaught. After a brief respite, the third wave of attack commenced. This time, not only were ghouls and skeleton infantry present, but also a cadre of skeletal mages. The mixed onslaught of these undead forces inflicted considerable losses upon the militia of Darlan town, even with the likes of Rob, Taryn, and Dai Mubai at the helm. Safeguarding everyone proved to be an arduous task. The fourth wave was even more formidable. Leading the charge was a regiment of meticulously organized skeleton infantry, while ghouls frantically interspersed their advance. Behind them, a few large undead war machines ambled forth. Then, a piercing shriek heralded the arrival of the Ghoul King Haggis. The Ghoul King towered over ordinary ghouls and possessed remarkable abilities. "Is Haggis the Ghoul King?" David exclaimed in alarm. As a recent member of the Heart of the Holy Light, he was well aware of this formidable entity listed on the bounty board by the Hand of the Holy Light. For a moment, the militia quivered with fear, nearly dropping their weapons. David shouted, "Darlan town, do not lose hope." He unleashed a wave of holy light that enveloped the entire town, healing allies while simultaneously damaging the undead forces. Many of the previously weakened lower-tier undead disintegrated in the radiant glow. However, the higher-tier undead forces, such as the large war machines, remained unscathed. After a fierce battle, the defenders of Darlan town paid a heavy price to slay the Ghoul King Haggis. The remnants of the undead army began to retreat. Despite suffering grave injuries, Mayor David urged his fellow militia captain Yozen, "My wounds are severe. In my absence, you must lead everyone to continue the fight. The Legion of Light will arrive soon, and Darlan town shall be saved." Suddenly, the world plunged into an impenetrable darkness. A towering knight clad in obsidian armor, riding a steed that radiated an eerie blue light, emerged slowly upon the hillside of the main road. The Black Knight Medak. His voice resonated powerfully. "David, the Holy Light has reforged your heart, and I shall extract it." No sooner had he spoken than a sinister green chain ensnared David, drawing him towards Medak. As David collapsed in a pool of blood before the azure-eyed steed, Captain Yozen was seized by an indescribable terror. In an instant, he and many militia members found their minds and bodies twisted, transforming into mindless, undead creatures akin to ghouls. The fallen Yozen turned his head and rasped, "Darlan town. This is destiny." At that moment, Rob signaled Dai Mubai, Taryn, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lily to unleash their true strength, pressing forward and carving a bloody path through the ranks of the undead, ultimately subduing the fallen Yozen. Finally, as the time illusion dissipated, it was clear that the required conditions had been met. Logically, Yozen's soul had been redeemed. Rob could only observe as Yozen's semi-transparent spirit gasped for breath, making its way to the house of Opala. There, they would reunite as a family. Chapter 189, Rob's Super Evolution Sequence, Thunder, Shadow, Mysterious Sand. Rob hurriedly pursued, eager to witness the reunion between father and daughter. "Father, is truly you father?" The girl, clutching a doll, sparkled with joy as she dashed into her father's embrace. Yozen laid aside his sword and shield, kneeling to hold his daughter, whispering, "Opala, my dear, father has come home. I was so well behaved while you were gone. I didn't go anywhere. I waited for you, and I found my doll." Witnessing the scene, not only Rob but also Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Lily, and Taryn felt their eyes moisten. A chilling breeze swept through, and the two tightly entwined souls of liberation transformed into shimmering particles, vanishing from sight. With a heart heavy with mixed emotions, Rob stepped into Opala's home. In the most prominent position of the room stood a storage box radiating a peculiar light. A note on the box indicated that Rob should open it. Following the instructions, he lifted the lid to reveal 5 steaming cups of sweet tea nestled securely within. The note read, "For you, 1 cup each, and be sure to finish them." What a kind sister, Lily murmured to herself, promptly seizing a cup of tea and savoring it with exaggerated enthusiasm. Rob held a cup in his left hand while lifting the panel with his right. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. The super evolution sequence lay within. Rob's Thunder Spirit Pearl Soul weapon emerged automatically, resonating intensely with the object at the bottom of the box. It appeared to be a clump of coarse sand, pale purple in hue, with each grain possessing an irregular shape. Indeed, this is it. Thunder Shadow Mysterious Sand is the super evolution sequence compatible with your Thunder Spirit Pearl. You should store it for now and only reveal it upon returning to the Douluo world. The world of Lord Darren cannot withstand the power you would unleash during your super evolution breakthrough. The voice of Saladas echoed at the right moment, cautioning Rob against succumbing to the urge for immediate evolution. In a trance, after finishing the sweet tea and returning the cups, they nestled together, merging harmoniously. Congratulations. 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 Dalu, Juju Qing, and Lily were all able to share in the joy of acquiring the Ultra Evolution sequence, yet Tai Lin remained perplexed. What was the significance? Were they not merely a collection of colorful stones? Luo Bo remained non-committal, tucking away the laying Mi Shi Jisha and revealing a contented smile. It was Lily who elucidated Sister Tai Lin. What Luo Bo desires are precisely these stones. Time was of the essence, and by the time they returned to the lodging where the Douluo expedition team was stationed, it was already late into the night. Xiaoyu and Yu Mengqing were conversing outside the inn, making them the first to notice Luo Bo's return. "Ah, you're back. Did you find the Ultra Evolution sequence?" Xiaoyu inquired. Luo Bo produced the laying Mi Shi Jisha and responded truthfully. Xiaoyu smiled lightly, casting a glance at Yu Mengqing, saying, "See, Qingqing, the Ultra Evolution sequence is so easy to find. We could all find one too. Dream on." Yu Mengqing retorted immediately. Such fortune is hardly common. It was evident that Luo Bo and his companions had much to explain and share, including the origins of the Ultra Evolution sequence and the changes in Tai Lin since their departure. The location of a new Ultra Evolution sequence was sent to Luo Bo's mind early the next morning. Xian Yungudi? In response to Luo Bo's inquiry, Tai Lin quickly rifled through her memories. "All right, I recall visiting it once. There are scattered villages there. However, Xianyangudi is quite distant, situated in the northeastern corner of the contested lands, requiring a journey of 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, it is relatively close to the Shi Guang Zhuji Di. Dai Mu Bai interjected, "Distance is of no concern. We can certainly traverse it. Just lead us there." Due to the long journey ahead, they did not plan to return to the inn. The entire expedition team of 17 members from the Douluo realm set off eastward in search of Xian Yungudi. The distance was neither too close nor too far. Along the way, they encountered many peculiar sights, such as a towering, withered giant tree, surrounded by vibrant life while it stood barren and unsightly. They also passed a rather concealed pit, where the remains of many fallen bodies could be seen. Occasionally, the hand of the undead would come here to select suitable corpses for their army's construction. Most notably, a merchant had constructed an enormous air raid shelter just outside his town. Yet, even an outsider like Tai Lin could discern that this shelter was poorly built, incapable of withstanding even the most basic light explosive projectiles from the lowest tier of light forged battle armor. By midday on the 3rd day, Luo Bo and his companions finally reached Xian Yungudi. This valley, surrounded by mountains and with only one main road connecting the north and south, was indeed an ideal location for a city. Regrettably, it contained only a few villages and scattered groups of refugees fleeing from other areas. Saladas directed Luo Bo toward one such group of refugees, numbering roughly 100, who appeared quite distressed and weary from their travels. Their conversations revealed they had escaped from the southern war-torn regions. War? Who is fighting? Is it the hand of the undead clashing with the heart of holy light? Further inquiries revealed that the conflict was not between those two extremist factions, but rather between two major families in the contested lands, the Red Rose and the White Rose families. Come, come. An elderly voice called slowly. The tea is ready, fragrant and sweet. Upon hearing this, the refugee conversing with Luo Bo hurriedly rose, saying, "Ah, it's time to serve tea from Old Man Lakes's." He turned to Luo Bo and added, "You all look weary from your journey. Come share a cup with us." Naturally, Luo Bo accepted the invitation, though the sweet tea reminded him of Opala May. The Douluo expedition team followed the refugee through the crowd until they arrived at a large pot. The smoke from a fire made the spot particularly conspicuous against the green and yellow landscape. The white-haired elder preparing the tea suddenly turned to Tai Lin, keenly observing her. He spoke in a slow, murky voice. "You, girl with the golden flower face pattern sword, are you from the Jin Kehua family?" Tai Lin replied, "Is there anyone else in the contested lands with a golden flower face pattern?" The elder forcefully jabbed a stick in the firewood, retorting, "Girl, you are quite rude. You cannot assume you are the only one with such a mark." Tai Lin remained non-committal. She knew she was the last of the Jin Kehua family. It was impossible for anyone else to exist. Moreover, not just anyone could possess the golden flower face pattern within her family. The elderly man continued, "Very well. The emergence of the runic sword heralds great chaos in the world. The two Rose families to the south are embroiled in fierce conflict. It is the common folk who suffer. I, being of little worth, can only lead these 100 souls to safety here." "Old man, do you intend to settle here?" Luo Bo asked as he stepped forward. The elder smiled and shook his head. "No, I plan to take them all to my home, the TheAccidental. It should serve as a fine sanctuary." Tai Lin was taken aback upon hearing this. "TheAccidental? Is it your home?" Coupled with his appearance, the elder, seemingly in his 90s yet still vigorous, sparked her curiosity. "Excuse me, elder, are you the TheAccidental Lakes Pecan?" Unable to suppress her speculation, Tai Lin blurted out, eager for confirmation. The elder's laughter echoed, akin to a mad wanderer. Who would have thought that decades later, a young person still remembers this name and has heard of the TheAccidental legend? Even if I have but a few years left, I have no regrets. "Oh, another hidden powerhouse," Luo Bo mused, realizing that the contested lands were indeed a treasure trove of talent. First, there was Tai Lin, the Golden Flower, known as the Runic Swordsman. Then, the Time Traveler, Siwa Air Shur Shah. Later, the Life-Bearer Zhan in the War Scar lands, along with his Mention Master. The Life Envoy, Sa Weiyan. Now, they encountered yet another legendary figure, the TheAccidental Lakes Pecan. It seemed that illustrious figures were plentiful. While Luo Bo pondered, the TheAccidental turned back to check the tea kettle. "Young ones, if you wish to drink tea, feel free to help yourselves. There's plenty." "Pecan, is that all you will have? Won't you eat something else?" Tai Lin asked eagerly. The TheAccidental merely smiled serenely, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his wrinkled face. "My appetite has waned with age, but I cannot neglect those who have accompanied me. I paused here to prepare a feast of TheAccidental stew. Would you assist in gathering ingredients?" Without hesitation, Tai Lin agreed. At that moment, Luo Bo suddenly sensed a profound resonance. This wave began with Tang San, connected to Luo Bo, then to the TheAccidental, and ultimately culminated with Tai Lin. Could it be that the next Ultra Evolution sequence was intertwined with all four of them? Whose possession was it? And who would ultimately claim it? Such questions lingered in uncertainty. In a moment of reverie, the TheAccidental has already begun to gather the necessary ingredients for the meat stew from the Luoyang Sangxiong Islands. "I possess a few spices here. You merely need to procure some wild boar meat, vulture strips, a couple of green fish, some wild okra, and a few potatoes, and that should suffice." For Tai Lin, who has long navigated the treacherous knife's edge of danger and demon hunting, this is hardly a daunting task. "I shall venture alone. This is my forte." With that resolute remark, Tai Lin swiftly departed on her own. Conveniently, the Xianyun Valley is traversed by a river from east to west, flanked by dense woods. She can easily slip into a grove and emerge with all the required ingredients. During her absence, Luo Bo, Tang San, and Dai Mu Bai took turns conversing with the TheAccidental, hoping to extract information regarding the super evolution sequence. However, it was evident that they were from entirely different worlds, with a significant age gap that rendered their discussions lackluster. Furthermore, the TheAccidental often digressed into philosophical musings. Citing examples rooted in this world's lore, tales from the Douluo world were completely foreign to them, leaving them bewildered. Among the three, only Tang San earnestly attempted to comprehend the TheAccidental's words. It is no surprise that the exchange was quite awkward over the span of more than an hour. "Ah, esteemed senior, we understand. Truly," Luo Bo chuckled apologetically. The TheAccidental appeared somewhat displeased. "You see, you are merely humoring this old skeleton of mine. The youth of today, alas, forget it. The maiden from the Jinkewa family has returned." In the distance, Tai Lin emerged, shouldering a robust wild boar. With bundles of wild okra slung over her back, strips of bird meat at her waist, and 2 fish strung together with rope, along with a handful of potatoes still caked with earth. Goodness, it seems Tai Lin has engaged in this endeavor many times before, as evidenced by her remarkable proficiency. The refugees in the camp rushed to assist her before she could even approach, eager to partake in the forthcoming stew. Since they were to share in the meal, how could they refrain from helping? Tai Lin unceremoniously dumped her haul onto the ground, wiped the blood from her hands, and remarked, "Ah, time to change my clothes again." Meanwhile, Luo Bo, Tang San, and Daimu Bai, who had been chatting with the TheAccidental for quite a while, felt their stomachs rumble at the sight of the food. Alas, cooking takes time. Naturally, the self-proclaimed culinary genius, Yu Mengqing, was eager to lend a hand, even though she could very well take charge of the kitchen herself. As the pot of Sangqiong Island's stew neared completion, a female assistant wiped the sweat from her brow and rushed over to the TheAccidental, seemingly with a request. This woman, appearing to be around 30, looked relatively normal, though her physique was somewhat emaciated, a common sight among war refugees. No displaced individual can afford to hope for full meals. Dressed in a simple, somewhat soiled cobalt blue dress, her raven black hair cascaded down to her waist. "TheAccidental, I have an ungracious request," she began. "My daughter is suffering from a severe fever. She is far too weak. Could you spare a few extra pieces of pork for her? She cannot eat much." Lai Shi Pekong merely smiled. "Oh, that is nothing. The injured and ill receive special care. You need not worry, my dear. Go tend to your little girl." Soon, a large pot of fragrant Sangqiong stew was ready to be served. The young talents of the Dalu expedition army were all busy distributing the stew. Whether or not the super evolution sequence was present here, they could not ignore the plight of the refugees. Chapter 191, Yanu Zhuin. The Holy Light Voyager Luo Bo personally ladled several tender pieces of wild boar meat into a large bowl, accompanied by potatoes and okra, drenching them in savory broth before delivering it to the woman. She was engaged in conversation with her 9-year-old daughter, who, upon seeing Luo Bo approach, weakly uttered, "Thank you, big brother, thank you, grandfather Wihunrin." It was evident these words were taught to her by her mother. Luo Bo handed the bowl to the woman, smiled at the girl, and turned to leave. "Ah, war, what does it bring us? It shatters families, echoes with despair, and turns the few who survive into witnesses of suffering." The TheAccidental mused. "Rune Swordsman Tai Lin, I have a question for you. For what do you fight?" Tai Lin, engrossed in devouring her meat, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Instinctively, she touched the rune sword beside her and replied, "I senti it obvious. I fight for survival, for vengeance. If not, I would likely be as lost as the rest of my family, dying without knowing for whom." "Humph." The TheAccidental chuckled, shaking his head. "For what reason does war arise? Why do leaves fall in autumn? Desire cannot be seized, and we too harbor doubts. For whom do we wield our fists? To protect our nation, to punish the wicked, and to purge the heart's demons. War is unceasing and calamity relentless. For what do we engage in battle?" Tai Lin looked bewildered, expressing her confusion. "You will come to understand." In truth, his cryptic teachings were almost incomprehensible, even to Luo Bo, as cultural and intellectual limitations obfuscate deeper meanings. How could the ordinary comprehend such profound insights? After a while, The refugee group prepared to continue their journey northward. However, an unexpected turn of events forced them a halt. "Stop!" A clear voice commanded from afar. "You shall not pass." This voice was accompanied by a blinding golden light that rendered the onlookers momentarily blinded. As the golden radiance faded, it revealed a vast area, effectively blocking the refugees' path. "Those are the people from the heart of holy light," Tai Lin muttered to herself instinctively. Indeed, a striking golden-haired man emerged first, followed by 4 light-constructed war mechs. 2 female light mages wielding gleaming golden staves, and a multitude of light-constructed infantry. Moments later, the voice of the TheAccidental resonated through the air. "I am Lai Shi Pekong, the TheAccidental. From where do you hail to dare obstruct my path?" "Huh, where's the frail old man from just moments ago? How imposing, how majestic. TheAccidental? You're aged. Hee, with your frail bones. Do you dare defy the will of the heart of holy light?" The TheAccidental remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by the young man's bravado. Yet in truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood well that the heart of holy light had not come for him, but rather sought a gifted boy or possibly a girl among the refugees. While he could easily escape the onslaught of the heart of holy light's special operations team, those children targeted for capture would not be so fortunate. "Old man, I shall not waste words with you. Surrender James the Golden Lion and Orisa Chincheon, and the other shall face no trouble. Otherwise, I assure you, old man, I do not believe your Tsangxiong veil can protect you or this entire ragtag group." This declaration ignited outrage among many in the Douluo expedition team, who were eager to teach this despicable intruder a lesson, but they were restrained by Yu Mengqing. After all, with their strength, any reckless display could potentially devastate this already fractured world. Upon hearing the name Ao Lisha Chincheon from the golden-haired man, the woman in the blue dress could not help but furrow her brows. She glanced at her daughter, who was already fast asleep in her arms, and murmured to herself, "Must they truly force us?" The TheAccidental laughed heartily, exhibiting the audacious spirit characteristic of one in the twilight of their years. "Ha! Not only will I protect them, but I shall also teach you a lesson, you ignorant child." The golden-haired man regarded this with disdain. "Teach me a lesson? You possess but a single method of attack, with merely 3 cannon strikes to your name. Is that not so, like Sanpao?" At the mention of this title, TheAccidental Lysis felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet his imposing presence still rendered the golden-haired man speechless. You even know my old nickname. You have some background. I am but a newly appointed Saint Light Wanderer, Yanu Jin. If you are unaware of this, it seems you are destined to be swept away by the tides of time. Ha! A newly appointed Saint Light Wanderer, the successor of that old rascal from my saw. In times past, I feared the Wanderers. The elders told me they lacked intelligence. Yet in the heat of battle, they not only lack intellect, but also vision. Ha! Yanu Jin, incensed, retorted, "You old fool, do you dare to insult the name of the Saint Light Wanderers? I insult not only the Saint Light Wanderers, but also you and your predecessor. You seek death." Before Yanu could act, Lysis had already enveloped the entire group of refugees beneath a vast Tsangxiong canopy. The incensed Saint Light Wanderer found himself laughing instead. "Is that all you can do? Old man, observe how your outdated spells are dismantled." With that, Yanu raised his left arm, summoning a heavy-duty light-forged hand cannon. In the next moment, a spherical light-forged explosive struck the Tsangxiong canopy. Simultaneously, Yanu blinked into the air, raised his right arm, and conjured a light-forged longsword, then leaped downward to strike. Was Saint Light Wanderer truly resourceful? At that moment, Tai Lin, wielding a runic sword, charged forward. What nonsense about being a Saint Light Wanderer. Your opponent is I, the runic swordsman Tai Lin. Come forth and face me in an honorable duel. With a brave leap, she intercepted Yanu mid-air, entangling him fiercely, denying him the opportunity to attack the Tsangxiong canopy. "So be it. Light-forged war machines, heed my command. Blast open that old fool's shield," Yanu commanded sharply. Now, Tai Lin found herself in a predicament. While she could hold Yanu at bay, the 4 light-forged war machines were free to attack the Tsangxiong canopy. The TheAccidental chuckled. Dealing with a few machines is no challenge. It has been ages since I last used my Tsangxiong Divine Punishment Cannon. Chapter 192. On's Air Qinxiong, Dawn Archer. In truth, it had been several decades. Beams of blue light descended with great force, striking 3 light-forged war machines with precision. In an instant, those machines, once brimming with confidence, were reduced to mere scrap, leaving only one standing in the northern winds. Seizing the opportunity, Yanu executed a backflip, escaping Tylene's grasp, and commanded 2 light-forged female mages to target Tylene with their spells. Following suit, waves of light-forged puppet infantry surrounded her. Tylene's brave leap, though usable twice in quick succession, had already been exhausted during her earlier clash with Yanu. She was left with no choice but to activate her ultimate skill, Rune Eternal Radiance. A surge of runic energy swept forth, toppling a large contingent of light-forged puppets. Witnessing the dire situation, Dai Mubai could not help but exclaim, "Shall we truly stand by and watch? Hold on, brother Dai. We must not intervene unless absolutely necessary. If you lose control during this battle, the entire world may face devastation." Yu Mengqin cautioned softly, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding conflict. After elegantly extricating himself, Yanu hovered in midair, suspended above the Tsangxiong canopy. I wonder who granted you the audacity to think you can oppose the great heart of Saint Light. Surrender those 2 children, and I shall consider today's events as though they never occurred. With all his strength, Lysis maintained the Tsangxiong canopy while retorting fiercely, "Pa, you filthy cockroach. Soon, you shall see what I am capable of." He then directed a blue beam of soothing light towards Tylene, providing her with a modicum of instant healing and a brief boost in spell resistance. It was evident that Lysis had pinned his hopes for breaking the deadlock on Tylene. "Alas, old fool, you need not seek your own demise for the sake of 2 children, sacrificing so many lives in the process." Yanu continued to taunt. Lysis, now thoroughly enraged, shot back, "You scoundrel! Do you truly wish to slaughter the refugees and commit such heinous acts? Do you dare? If you provoke me further, I truly would dare. Hand them over." James and A.O. Lisha, not a single one could be spared. The woman in the blue dress suddenly seemed to recall a painful memory, her mind trembling uncontrollably. The girl she held, nearly awakened from her slumber, stirred. No, no, no. Do not force me." At that moment, an indescribable radiance burst forth from the woman, transforming into the figure of a handsome and robust man. "Ansair, my beloved, even in death, I shall protect you and our daughter. Have you forgotten? The Qinxiong family has been sharpshooters for generations, and you are no exception. Let my remnants become a longbow, a source of your strength. My dear, are you ready?" Encouraged by her husband's words, the woman, Ansair, resolutely rose, placing her daughter A.O. Lisha Qinxiong aside, and gently touched her husband's luminous form. In the next instant, the light lost its human shape, morphing into a longbow in Ansair's grasp. The bow, entirely transparent and adorned in a faint golden hue, also enhanced Ansair's attire, rendering it as resilient as armor while granting her a measure of spell resistance. Now, Ansair appeared not only powerful beyond measure, but also radiated a divine aura. "Mother, you look beautiful," A.O. Lisha exclaimed. Receiving her daughter's praise, Ansair sprinted towards Tsangxiong Waihunan Lysis. The previous scene had not escaped the eyes of the Douluo expedition team. With the emergence of yet another formidable hero, they felt a sense of reassurance. "Who are you?" Yanu, suspended in midair, exclaimed in shock. This overwhelming power of dawn is precisely what the heart of Saint Light has been desperately seeking. "Why do you possess such strength?" Lysis laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Now, it is you who appears dumbfounded, filthy cockroach." "You command, broken sky," Ansair replied as she drew her bow. "My arrows never miss. First, let us clear the troublesome puppet infantry surrounding the girl from the Goldcrest family." As Ansair pulled back her bowstring, she gathered the unstable power of dawn, unleashing it to burst forth along the bowstring. A multitude of arrows spread out in a fan shape, unleashing a ferocious onslaught. The fragile light-forged puppet infantry stood no chance against such relentless bombardment. In this vengeance of dawn, they were destined to be reduced to ashes. Thus, the once mighty army of Saint Light was diminished to merely 2 light-forged female mages, 1 light-forged war machine, and their leader, Saint Light Wanderer Yanu. Emerging from the chaos, Tylin bore wounds, yet under the self-healing effects of runic power and the soothing light bestowed by Lysis, she recovered swiftly. Currently, it is you who finds yourself at a disadvantage, cockroach. How does this taste? Lysis laughed heartily. Yanu, filled with fury, retorted, "Old fool, do not rejoice too soon. The heart of holy light will ultimately eradicate all you heretics." He spoke while deflecting Ansel's charged arrow of dawn with a lightsaber strapped to his arm. Then commanded the 2 luminous sorceresses, "Unleash your ultimate skills and eliminate that rune swordsman first." Before Talon could react, she found herself entirely ensnared within a luminous arcane crystal, as if encased in ice. Within the confines of this crystal, Talon was rendered immobile, suffering magical damage every second. The most dire aspect was that no one could come to her aid. Observing this, Ansel swiftly released a heavy dawn arrow, slaying one of the luminous sorceresses, followed by another. Yet, this was evidently futile, for Talon remained trapped within the crystal. As the luminous war machine and Yanu relentlessly assaulted the celestial veil, Lysis unveiled his true ace. His eyes glimmered with light as he focused on Ansel, infusing him with a radiant blue glow. "You are now empowered. Go forth." This was the ultimate skill of the celestial soul comforter, the boundless purification. When cast upon an individual, it boosts their attack and casting speeds by 40%, while doubling their mental recovery and all resource regeneration rates. Although this state lasts for only 20 seconds, it is significantly potent, effectively granting one the combat prowess to take on 2 opponents simultaneously. Upon receiving the enhancement, Ansel's primary target became the last remaining luminous war machine. Once dealt with, only the holy light Voyager Yanu would remain to confront. Chapter 193. The blooming of the golden flower. Only time can wither it now. It is truly just you left. Cockroach. Ha ha ha. The celestial soul comforter chuckled. Yanu, consumed by impotent rage, retorted, "You old wretch. Do you think I am powerless against you? Do not forget, that rune swordswoman remains under my confinement. Should I wish, I can shatter that crystal and extinguish her life. Dare you gamble with her fate?" Ansel felt a wave of despair wash over him. He lowered his bow and shared his sentiments with the celestial soul comforter. "Predecessor, it seems to be true. The rune swordsman is genuinely in peril. Thus, surrender the 2 children, and you shall have no further troubles. Otherwise, even if I perish, I shall drag you all down with me." The holy light Voyager, Yanu declared, unfurling the pack on his back to reveal multiple luminous cannon tubes. "I can first use the hand cannon to shatter the crystal. Then my back-mounted luminous scatter cannon can pierce your celestial veil." The celestial soul comforter recognized the truth in his adversary's words. The celestial veil had withstood numerous assaults, and its energy reserves were nearly depleted, unable to endure another high-intensity strike. The situation was exceedingly unfavorable. "This fellow is utterly mad," Qian Renshu exclaimed. "How can someone like him wield the power of light?" Robert concurred. "Indeed, the heart of holy light in this world is not benevolent. I cannot fathom why this is the case. What has become of this world?" Dai Mubai remained with clenched fists, fixated upon the encased Talon. "Enough of this idle chatter. If we truly wish to assist, let's charge forth without our martial spirits, relying solely on our weapons to vanquish this arrogant scoundrel." "Absolutely, boss. I've had enough of this." Ma Hongjun was the first to respond, retrieving his shield, Shandao, blessing of the world tree, and hurling it at Yanu. Instinctively, Yanu raised his hand cannon to intercept the incoming shield, only to be astonished by the sight of numerous youths brandishing an array of peculiar weapons rushing towards him. The weapons alone indicated that these individuals were formidable. What shocked the holy light Voyager Yanu even more was a woman, around 30 years old, who charged at the front, wielding a magnificent lightsaber in both hands. His instincts warned him that he could not withstand this strike. It seemed this mission was destined for failure. As Robert surged forward, he felt an ominous turn of events. Why does Yanu not evade? In the next moment, a colossal wheel of light revealed the answer to them. This wheel, positioned before Yanu, converted all incoming attacks into tremendous energy, which surged into the crystal encasing Talon. Humph, you brought this upon yourselves. The luminous arcane crystal is now overloaded. No one can save the swordwoman now. Yanu smirked disdainfully. Farewell. The holy light voyager Yanu vanished from sight, leaving behind the overloaded luminous arcane crystal, which trembled violently. Lysis, pale and bloodless, was filled with regret and self-recrimination. As a celestial soul comforter, he had dedicated his life to protecting others, and this was the first time he allowed an enemy to place an ally in mortal danger beneath his very gaze. Although the crystal had not yet exploded, the outcome was as good as sealed. Predecessor, is the rune swordsman truly beyond saving? Ansel inquired. Lysis stared vacantly at the celestial power in his left hand and the soul-comforting power in his right, shaking his head in despair and anguish. It is all my fault. I have brought her to this fate. The despair displayed by Lysis also unsettled Dalu. Robber, do you have any means? Save her. Talon has at least secured us a super evolution sequence. Can we truly allow her to perish? Tang San and Robber felt powerless. They were not omnipotent. Qianren Xue, what about you? You wield martial spirits. Surely you can rescue her. Dalu implored. Clearly, Dalu had come to regard Talon as a true ally. Otherwise, why would he plead so earnestly for her? Yet, Qianren Xue was equally helpless. Even Song Yingwen, a healer of divine intent, could do nothing. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the luminous arcane crystal shattered. At last, Talon, could she truly not escape death? The bloom of the golden flower, only time can wither it. With this resounding declaration, a radiant figure, resplendent in golden hues, emerged from the brilliance of the shattered crystal. Her armor was tattered and nearly unrecognizable, yet the rune sword in her grasp continued to shine with unwavering runic light. Do not worry about me, Talon said softly, pouting. I'm not so easily defeated. In that moment, both the watching refugees and the members of the Douluo expedition team could not help but marvel. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. Is this akin to the Phoenix's rebirth? Before anyone could inquire further, Talon began to elucidate. Every member of the Golden Flower family capable of wielding rune power in battle possesses this unique trait. When faced with fatal damage, not only do we not perish, but we also recover to half our life state. Moreover, if I choose, I can teleport to a distant location when this effect is triggered, completely escaping from peril. Although this ability can only be used once every 10 minutes, it is sufficient to ensure my survival in dire straits. Robert could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a golden flower bloom! What a saying that only time can wither it." At this moment, everyone was overjoyed, especially Ansel. She quickly approached Talon, gently taking her hand and saying, "Sister, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Thanks to your intervention, that holy light wretch did not succeed. My daughter, Orisha, was nearly captured by them. What is there to celebrate? The Golden Flower family has always been at odds with the heart of holy light. It is what I ought to do. Regrettably, our strength remains insufficient. We ultimately allowed the holy light voyager to escape." The celestial soul comforter remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are alive. This is a commendable outcome. My dear girl, if you were truly to perish, I would carry that regret for the rest of my days. Senior Pekong, how could this possibly be your fault? Protecting the people of the conflict zone has always been our primary intention. Heroes may fall in battle, yet they must never betray the trust of those who stand behind them." Upon hearing these words, the celestial soul comforter beamed with a gratifying smile. "It is good that you understand. However, remaining here will inevitably attract further pursuit from the heart of holy light. Rune swordsman Tai Lin and your companions, would you care to accompany me back to the Celestial Isles? There, even under the dual assault of the heart of holy light and the hand of the undead, we would remain secure." "No, I appreciate your kindness, but I have certain matters I must attend to. Please excuse me." Chapter 194. Tang San's Super Evolution Sequence. Blue Grass Goldfinch Heart. Just as Tai Lin conversed with the Celestial Soul Comforter, Robber noticed something peculiar protruding from the center of the recent explosion caused by the light-casting secret crystal. Upon picking it up, the voice of Saladas reminded everyone, the blue-grass goldfinch heart, suitable for Tang San's super evolution sequence. It appears you have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately cast his gaze in their direction. The blue-grass goldfinch heart? It indeed sounds reminiscent of the properties of blue silvergrass. However, what relation does this blue silvergrass hold with the goldfinch? Tylin turned back to see Robber holding the blue-grass goldfinch heart and said, that goldfinch stone was originally used to conceal my presence. Now that I no longer require it, I bestow it upon you. The goldfinch stone can bring good fortune to its bearer. Faced with Tylene's spirited smile, Robber understood that everything had fallen into place. The second super evolution sequence, the blue-grass goldfinch heart, found in the realm of Lord Darren, was now securely in their possession. Likewise, Tang San could not absorb it here, lest he risk destroying this world. After bidding farewell to the refugee group, led by the celestial soul comforter Lysis Pakong, Tylin suddenly expressed a desire to temporarily leave the team. Brother Dai, I have family matters to attend to and may be gone for a while. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. Her expression serious, she turned to depart. Dai Mubai readily agreed and continued to observe the blue-grass goldfinch heart in Tang San's possession. Robber, however, was intrigued by Tylene's mention of family matters. Sister Tylin isn't your family. Before Robber could finish, Tylene's gaze revealed a hint of sorrow. I intend to return to my family's estate to pay tribute to my relatives. Then let Lily and I accompany you. It is unlike before. Do you not fear being hunted by the heart of holy light when traveling alone? Indeed, that is true. Since Tylin ceased to use her disguise, her identity can no longer be concealed. Moreover, she had just battled a grand terror from the heart of holy light, making it even more difficult for her to remain inconspicuous. Very well. I appreciate your kindness. However, once we arrive near my home, you must remain there. I shall enter alone. Tylin offered a bold smile, expressing gratitude for their concern. Thus, it was decided that Robber and Lily would accompany Tylin to her home, while the rest of the Douluo expedition team waited in the serene valley. Along the way, Tylin busied herself gathering wild game from the woods. She adeptly prepared roasted rabbits and chickens, showcasing her skills honed over years of wandering. It seems she has engaged in such pursuits throughout her years of roaming. What is so remarkable about that? In response to Lily's praise, Tylin casually remarked, I have grown accustomed to being alone. How could one not learn to prepare food when traveling? Not every place offers inns. The delicious roasted chicken was pulled from the grill, and Tylin skillfully tore it apart for sharing. The three of them dined while conversing. Would you like to know why my family is down to just me? Tylin said with a bitter smile. I suspect the journey must have been quite painful. Tylin gazed up at the setting sun in the west, letting out a long sigh. It was indeed our family's own doing. Like other prominent families in the conflict zone, the Goldfinch family maintained neutrality for generations, not siding with either the hand of the undead or the heart of holy light. However, my parents were not so inclined. Due to their conflicting ideals, they became adversaries. During the Northern War 15 years ago, one pledged allegiance to the hand of the undead, while the other to the heart of holy light. Ultimately, they both perished on the battlefield. At that time, I, like Opala from Dalaran, longed for my parents' return. However, after 3 years of war, what awaited me was indeed a special task force from the heart of holy light. They believed that my parents' allegiance to both sides led to the heart of holy light's defeat on the battlefield, thus punishing our family. I will never forget that moment. In the entire Goldfinch estate, all the flowers wilted and withered under the devastation of light-casting powder. I was the only living soul to escape. In order to ensure my own survival, I selfishly abandoned my brother. When the last heart of light terror, my soul, shot through his heart with a light-casting bullet, I watched from a distance, weeping. For this, I shall live in guilt for the rest of my life. After my escape, I wandered with the rune sword. At that time, I did not hate the heart of holy light. Rather, I was too afraid to hate. Their power was too vast, and I was but an ant easily crushed. The other nobles in the conflict zone showed no sympathy for the Goldfinch family. My parents' allegiance to the hand of the undead and the heart of holy light was, in essence, the greatest betrayal of the conflict zone. Following that massacre, the Goldfinch estate was seized by Duke Red Rose, who sent a steward and several servants to manage it. For 12 years, I drifted under a false identity, working as a bounty hunter and mercenary. Yet, I still lacked the strength to confront the heart of Holy Light and dared not harbor hatred toward them. Although I secretly returned each year to pay tribute to my brother, this did not change the fact that I remained weak. Now it is different. I have encountered many strong allies with a common enemy. As long as we unite, we can completely overthrow the heart of Holy Light and the hand of the undead. This world should have been liberated from their claws long ago. After this revelation, silence enveloped them. Although it seemed that Tai Lin had rekindled hope, her heart remained heavy, and it was best not to disturb her. The sun set, leaving only a lingering glow, and soon a full moon quietly ascended. The night descended, cloaking the earth in a silver veil. Just ahead lay the Goldfinch estate. "Robber, you all wait here. I shall return shortly," Tai Lin said solemnly before departing. Scaling the wall to enter the Goldfinch estate, she immediately encountered several garden servants. Tai Lin deftly wielded her rune sword, striking them with the back of the blade. Within a few steps, all the servants fell unconscious. In the distance, the steward sent by the White Rose family was urgently shutting the main door. Attempting to resist while using the White Rose talisman communicator to call for assistance. Multitasking is a grave mistake in battle. Tai Lin also tevated her rune sword, leaping valiantly towards the steward. The back of her blade struck him from behind. Observing the heap of unconscious servants on the ground, Tai Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, she entered the main hall of the Goldfinch estate, making her way to the wall adorned with her brother's portrait, just as she had done every year. Chapter 195. The golden flower blooms in pairs, riding the winds as the clouds shift. The delicate yet resilient golden flower was placed before the mural, standing proudly like a crown amidst the tempest. Tai Lin silently recited her brother's name, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Lion, my brother, I am so sorry." At the tender age of 14, she had been forced to abandon her 6-year-old brother in order to survive. She had witnessed the Holy Light enforcers mercilessly slay him. For a long time, she was haunted by nightmares, often dreaming of her brother's spirit entwined with hers. Guilt, regret, and self-reproach consumed her. It was futile. There was no remedy for regret in this world. Moreover, under the circumstances, had she not sacrificed her brother, she too would have perished. Yet if given another chance, she would choose to remain, to confront the enemy and buy her brother the time he needed to escape. Lost in contemplation, Tai Lin suddenly heard a faint rustle outside the hall. Who could it be? She knew the incapacitated garden attendants would not awaken anytime soon, so it must be someone else. Could it be? A louder noise broke her reverie, compelling Tai Lin to cease her solemn tribute. "You're not the first sent to kill me," Tai Lin stated, not turning around. "And you certainly won't be the last." Noting that, Tai Lin remained unmoved. The newcomer stepped forth from the shadows, gracefully landing at the entrance of the hall. "You dare to return to the Golden Flower Manor, the ancestral home of a family deemed traitorous?" The voice was soft and ethereal, elusive and enigmatic. Tai Lin immediately surmised that this individual was likely an assassin sent by the Holy Light's heart, yet she was taken aback by their ignorance regarding their target. "This was once my home. Has no one informed you of my identity?" Tai Lin retorted. As her words fell, she swiftly drew her rune sword and unleashed a wave of rune energy. However, the assailant easily evaded the attack, responding, "I know who you are, Tai Lin." A cursory glance revealed that her opponent was scarcely 18 years old, with a slender frame clad in a royal blue bodysuit, long dark hair cascading down her back, and a mysterious visage obscured by a pale veil. Most strikingly, a large, energy-formed, azure ring hovered above her. This attire did not seem to belong to the Holy Light's heart. Could she be a mercenary? Without hesitation, Tai Lin launched another wave of rune energy. When unable to engage her opponent directly, she resorted to long-range harassment and probing. As anticipated, the assailant flickered with blue light, evading once more. "Moreover, I am aware that you come here every year on this day." The azure glow. Could she belong to that coven of witches? Tai Lin adjusted her stance and sent forth another wave of rune energy. Alas, the witch dodged again, leaning against the outer wall. You come to commemorate one who perished because of you. Tai Lin's fury ignited at those words, and she leapt bravely outside. By the time she reached the door, the witch had vanished without a trace. You understand nothing, Tai Lin cried out, following the scent until she reached the manor's grand stage. Just as she climbed onto the platform, the witch's voice echoed once more. You told yourself that if you did not abandon him, you too would perish. Tai Lin's rage flared even hotter as she sliced through the air with another wave of rune energy. To her surprise, the witch had positioned herself elsewhere. You must ensure your family's legacy endures and that the rune sword persists, correct? Tai Lin murmured, that was once my mission, my burden. Gradually, she raised her hand and turned, accelerating mid-turn to release another wave of rune energy before closing in with a heroic leap. Typically, any magic combatant who fell within Tai Lin's reach would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Yet I have always harbored guilt. Always remember my brother and the one who caused his demise. Tai Lin screamed, then struck forward with tremendous force. The witch's hands suddenly shimmered with countless strands of azure light, each glimmering like a hand adeptly countering Tai Lin's every assault. Ultimately, the witch sidestepped, her right hand sweeping outward, gathering a dense mass of azure energy that met Tai Lin's most ferocious strike head-on. The witch's form was as supple as if devoid of bone. No matter Tai Lin's approach, she evaded or parried with grace. Seizing the moment Tai Lin altered her attack, the witch leaped, ensnaring Tai Lin's sword arm with a beam of light, then delivered a swift kick that sent Tai Lin crashing against the railing of the platform. Tai Lin understood that should the railing break, she would plummet from the 4-story height, and, while she might not perish, the witch would undoubtedly follow to finish her off. However, as she attempted to rise, the witch charged forward, restraining Tai Lin's arms and pressing her knee against Tai Lin's abdomen. To return to pay tribute signifies your guilt towards Lian. Guilt demands action. Tai Lin was perplexed. How did this witch know her brother's name? Why was the witch so emotionally charged? Despite being restrained, Tai Lin shouted defiantly, "You are unworthy to teach me about guilt, nor to utter my brother's name." In a fit of rage, Tai Lin summoned all her strength to break free. She dashed to the center of the platform and unleashed her ultimate skill, Rune Everbright. Tai Lin shouted, "Runes, grant me strength." The legendary rune sword glimmered with 4 golden-orange runes, which infused the surrounding air, creating a rapidly expanding hemispherical domain. Within this wondrous rune realm, all of Tai Lin's attacks gained a 40% increase in power, while her enemy's strength was diminished by the same margin. The witch would surely perish here if she did not flee. Yet, the witch displayed no sign of panic. With a swift motion, she raised her hands, channeling the azure light into the large, floating ring of energy above her. In the next moment, the ring became adorned with ancient rune patterns. The witch proclaimed, "Runes, assist me in vanquishing my foes." The light from the rune ring surged, then concentrated at the core of the ring, directing a beam towards the center of Tai Lin's rune domain. In an instant, Tai Lin's rune domain was completely absorbed, becoming the witch's own energy. Tai Lin felt a jolt through her body before collapsing heavily to the ground. Observing that Tai Lin's rune sword had slipped from her grasp, the witch retracted her rune ring, canceling her combat stance. She approached Tai Lin slowly, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Tai Lin, sensing the threat, warily rose to her feet, her right hand clutching the rune sword. Chapter 196. Lion, the Golden Flower, and the Rune Witch in an extremely weakened state. Tai Lin trembled as she inquired, "Only members of the Golden Flower family can wield rune power. Who on earth are you?" The witch's hands radiated a massive azure energy sphere. "Go on, kill me." Tai Lin glared defiantly, bitterness lacing her words. "Kill me, and your mission will be complete." I wonder which faction has hired you to take my life. The Hand of the Undead, or the Heart of the Holy Light? The energy sphere in the witch's hands continued to swell, then suddenly contracted at an astonishing speed, vanishing from sight. The witch turned lightly, presenting her back to Tai Lin. "How could I possibly harm you? You still have a mission to fulfill, sister." At this moment, Terran's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. It first halted abruptly and then began to race violently. This is impossible. I have no sister, and my brother has perished. The sorceress removed her veil and turned to face Terran. One could distinctly see the meticulously arranged, exquisite golden gorse runes upon the sorceress's face. Yet these runes bore an outline of deep azure. Lion? Terran trembled as she inquired. From this facial pattern, it became evident that the sorceress who had just engaged her in battle was indeed her brother, whom she had abandoned long ago. Lion is dead. I am called Lion. The incredulous revelation was too much for Terran to bear. The rune sorceress, Lion, with her golden gorse, gracefully descended to the entrance of the hall and stepped inside. Regaining her composure, Terran drew her sword and leaped bravely down, pursuing her into the hall. There, Lion produced a bouquet of golden gorse and placed it before a wall adorned with an image of a boy. For the deceased me, a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, doubt, guilt intertwined within Terran's heart, and she could not help but ask, no, this cannot be. At that time, you were shattered into pieces, weren't you? That is why I become what I am now. Lion displayed a serene smile and turned to leave. The winds of fate were shifting once more. Terran, it is time to make a choice. What choice? Lion's rune wheel spun around, causing her body to levitate. It is a choice to continue evading your fate as a wandering swordswoman or to undertake what you are truly meant to do. What I am truly meant to do. That is precisely what I am doing. A year ago, I personally slew the former Holy Light Wanderer to avenge myself. But this is merely the beginning. Terran, if you wish to eradicate the tragedy that has plagued our family, ensuring it never recurs, you must break the cycle of the Holy Light and the undead. Do you understand? Until we meet again. These words were not necessary for Terran to hear. She had already rekindled hope, making the destruction of the Holy Light Heart and the undead hand her lifelong aspiration. She pursued after Lion, demanding, but Lion, you must explain. How could my deceased brother return as a living sister? And your abilities, have you joined that blue sorceress organization? Lion smiled enigmatically, then replied, these matters are of little importance now. What truly matters is that we are both alive. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a warrior that instills terror in the heart of the Holy Light. When her sister departed, Terran was left alone, deeply troubled. How could this be? Her brother, no, her sister, was alive and had avenged her. The weight of this revelation was immense. Terran was approximately 26 years old, while her sister was merely 18. She questioned herself, are you truly inferior to an underage girl? At that moment, Rob and Lily arrived on the scene, inquiring about the events that had just transpired. Terran recounted everything that had happened, sparking Lily's interest. This blue sorceress organization sounds formidable. They can even resurrect your sister. Do you know more about this organization? Lily inquired. No, I have no desire to know. Terran responded succinctly. With that, Lily relented. Upon returning to the encampment at FleesWuhun Valley, Saladas informed everyone of the new target point. It was astonishingly located at the easternmost edge of the Land of Strife, mere moments away from the land of Holy Light Forging. Moreover, that moment was precisely the Holy Light Great Wall, patrolled entirely by the armies of the Holy Light Heart. Upon hearing that Rob and the others were heading to the border of the Holy Light Forging, Terran could hardly contain her excitement. She had intended to commence her vengeance against the Holy Light. She vowed to see the fervent followers of the Holy Light, from the ordinary congregation to that vile archbishop, fall one by one beneath her rune sword. The following day, at a corner of the northern section of the Holy Light Great Wall, amidst a riverside forest, Rob exclaimed, is it possible? The pollution here is so severe. Golden glimmering forging powder is everywhere. Can anyone actually live here? Could the ultra-evolved sequence we are seeking be related to the forging powder? Terran mused. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the towering Holy Light Great Wall in the distance, lost in thoughts of future retribution. Traversing through the forest of light pollution was exceedingly uncomfortable, and many felt as though their eyes were nearly blinded by the brilliance. If the border appeared thus, then crossing the Holy Light Great Wall to reach the land of Holy Light would be even more blinding. Look, there is the thatched cottage. Ma Ongjun. The first to spot their destination pointed ahead, as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. At that moment, Everyone could clearly see that the vast land surrounding the cottage bore no signs of light pollution, resembling normal Earth. Upon entering, Rob immediately noticed a middle-aged man watering the purple lilies in his garden. He was engrossed in his task, only realizing the arrival of the Douluo expedition team once they had entered the courtyard. Ah, it seems another group of adventurers has come to rest here, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Indeed, within a 10-mile radius, this was the only place that could be considered a refuge. Sir, may we stay here for the night? Yu Mengqing approached cheerfully, sweetly asking. Of course, this was all an act, possibly learned from Jiu Yueshi. Ever since Yu Mengqing had started to connect with Jiu Yueshi, she had attempted to adopt a demeanor akin to hers, aiming to reshape her long-established image as a hot-tempered leader within the team. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, replying sternly, "Though you are my guests upon arrival, if you wish to stay at my home, you must first do something for me. Whatever it is, we shall take care of it," Rob answered promptly. He sensed that the ultra-evolved sequence would inevitably appear alongside the ensuing events, for one must work to reap rewards. Chapter 197. The reclusive uncle with the carnivorous plants. "You're the first group I have encountered to agree so readily," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Oscar struggled to contain his laughter, nearly bursting out. "If you didn't agree, wouldn't you be driven away? Would you rather hesitate and then agree?" The reclusive uncle laughed heartily. "Huh, indeed. I had already decided to expel you while you were still hesitating." "Then please, what must we do?" Rob inquired. "First, help me clear out the giant forging spiders in the woods outside." These spiders accidentally wandered into this forest of forging and inadvertently consumed the forging powder, transforming into mutated giant forging spiders. Eliminate at least 20 of them and bring back their legs as proof. That's 20 times 8. A total of 160 spider legs. Go swiftly. Are we really going to hunt spiders? Is this a joke? Typically, such tasks assigned by reclusive masters would involve slaying dragons. Yet here they were, being sent to hunt spiders and collect their legs. There was no choice. They had already agreed. Regardless of how absurd the task might be, it had to be completed or they would truly be denied rest. It turned out that dividing into teams of over 10 made the task quick. Despite the difficulty in locating these forging spiders, they managed to gather and eliminate them all in just over an hour. The spider's leg bore a fractured section, exposing its soft, pearly flesh, which appeared rather delectable. However, one could not help but wonder if the mutated spider, born of the Radiant Forge, was still fit for consumption. Should it prove edible, Yu Mengqing of the Douluo expedition team would have yet another dish to unlock, the true barbecue spider leg. Soon after, another task arose. Indeed, it was yet another hunt for insects and the harvesting of flesh, but this time, the target was a colossal silkworm. Moreover, the middle-aged man sought not only the silkworms, but also the nearby cocoons. Although these creatures were fundamentally composed of protein, the mere thought of their living forms was enough to incite a sense of nausea. How could this reclusive man desire to consume such repugnant fare? Was there truly nothing else to eat? "All right, sir, we have gathered all the silkworms. Are there any other tasks, or shall we continue hunting for insect meat?" Yu Mengqing inquired as she approached him. The middle-aged man seemed contemplative, yet his expression betrayed a profound awkwardness, as though this was not a pursuit he particularly relished. However, given the dire conditions, having any meat at all was a blessing, hence he requested their assistance in procuring some. This time, he specified the luminous giant loach, which could be easily found along the shallow banks of the river. Though the members of the Douluo expedition team were prepared to undertake this task, Tai Lin's fiery temper flared up. "Sir, we have ample good food here for you. Why must you insist we catch those repulsive creatures tainted by the heart of holy light?" The middle-aged man appeared reluctant to elaborate on the matter, offering only a silent smile. The reality was that they were at his mercy, regardless of how peculiar his requests were. They needed to assist him if they wished to stay. However, this time, Rob chose not to join the others in the search for the luminous giant loach, but instead remained behind to converse privately with the middle-aged man. "Sir, why do you reside alone in such a remote area? Moreover, do not the guards of the heart of holy light pose a threat under the great wall of luminous forge? Additionally, why is it that the land surrounding your courtyard remains untainted by the luminous powder, The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and replied, "My friend, do you not think you are asking too many questions? Even if I wished to answer, I would not know where to begin." Realizing there was potential for a deeper connection, Rob pondered that the man likely had a story to tell, so he decided to inquire about his name. "May I ask for your esteemed name? You may call me TheAccidental. As for my surname, I prefer to keep that a secret for now. However, I find your group of young adventurers quite fascinating. It seems that individuals of your attire have never before graced the land of strife. Moreover, you all seem exceptionally skilled without being ostentatious. Your weapons are comparable to the heirlooms of any prominent family in this realm. I'm curious about your origins." Rob found himself momentarily flustered by the unexpected question. This was indeed a challenging inquiry. Unfortunately, Saladas had not briefed them on how to respond to such inquiries. Surely, he could not simply say, "Greetings, local. We hail from a world far superior to yours. We have come to gather sequences of super-evolution while meddling in your affairs." For a moment, Rob was rendered speechless, much like a deer caught in headlights. TheAccidental chuckled and said, "I surmise you come from the remnants of the Dansha continent. Am I correct? If I am not mistaken, the Dansha continent was not entirely obliterated and still retained some land." At this revelation, Rob was further bewildered. What was the Dansha continent? Fortunately, Saladas' voice echoed in his mind just in time. In the past, when the world of Lordaeron was whole, it comprised 3 continents: Luo, Shui, Dansha, and Lun. Following the extraction of the world's heart by Cthulhu, the world of Lordaeron exploded, losing its planetary form. While the Dansha and Luan continents vanished entirely, the Luo Shui continent was left as mere fragments, floating in the cosmos, including the luminous forge and the land of strife. The middle-aged man was merely speculating. He should not take it to heart. "Ah, I see," Rob replied. Yet, since the man appeared so confident in his conjecture, it would be prudent to play along, as he had no other means to explain the origins of the Douluo expedition team. Thus, Rob took the opportunity to respond. "Indeed, we are from the remnants of the Dansha continent. However, it is quite distant from the land of strife, and we stumbled upon this place by chance, finding ourselves unable to return for the time being." "Haha, I knew the Dansha continent still existed. I have a friend from there, though he is now forced to live in seclusion, much like myself." To further foster their camaraderie, Rob inquired, "Your old friend must surely share your affinity for tranquil environments?" "Haha, no, quite the opposite. He possesses a fiery temper and a brisk demeanor, brimming with vitality and glory. Furthermore, he is not human, but rather a half-beast, akin to other half-beasts of the Dansha continent. He bears certain primal traits, yet walks upright like a human. Unfortunately, the half-beasts of Dansha likely perished in that cataclysmic explosion. My grandparents barely escaped to the land of strife, surviving by sheer luck." "Half-beast?" Rob exclaimed, shocked at the notion of such a cursed union producing offspring. Would not such a combination, a fusion of humanity and beast, give rise to monstrous abominations? Chapter 198. Race does not equate to glory. TheAccidental swiftly interrupted Rob, his demeanor turning serious. "Race does not define glory. We must not, and should not, hastily judge those who differ from ourselves with arrogance and prejudice. I have encountered the most noble of half-beasts and the most despicable of humans. If that half-beast were truly a vile character, do you think I would still choose to befriend him? It is clear that your most noble half-beast is indeed your friend," Rob surmised, to which TheAccidental merely smiled, indicating he had struck a chord. Before Rob could probe further, TheAccidental suddenly turned and said, "I have harbored an idea, one I have long kept buried within me. But now that you are here, I believe I can enlist your aid to realize it. Once your companions return, I shall share the full details with you." The members of the Douluo expedition team, who ventured out to find the luminous giant loach, returned, each laden with an abundance of spoils, even exceeding the task's requirements. TheAccidental was naturally pleased. As the proprietor of this humble abode, he had never encountered guests so dedicated to tasks that transcended ordinary comprehension. "My dear friends, you have exceeded my expectations. My doors are wide open to you all. Please, come inside and rest." TheAccidental welcomed them with a radiant smile. At last, the weary adventurers settled into the rustic hall, taking the opportunity to meditate and rejuvenate. TheAccidental retrieved some frozen meat from his cellar and kindled a fire himself. His culinary skills left much to be desired, as he merely tossed the chunks of meat into a large pot, stirring them haphazardly. He occasionally added some seasonings, though his measurements were rather imprecise. Yu Mingqing contemplated stepping in to assist multiple times but ultimately refrained. She observed that despite the man's lack of culinary finesse, he approached the task with earnestness, as if he were learning an art form. When the meat was finally served, it was far from palatable. The seasoning was overpowering, overshadowing the meat's flavor, which had also been overcooked. Nevertheless, meat remained meat, and it still held an undeniable allure. The expedition team from Douluo, numbering over a dozen individuals, along with the formidable female warrior Thailand, certainly could not leave without finishing this substantial pot of meat. As the meal progressed and conversations began to flow, the previously stern Uncle TheAccidental, who had been challenging everyone with the task of catching insects, now appeared as a kind and gentle father figure, casually taking a seat beside the meat pot. Regardless of whether the others were ready to listen or not, he began to speak with great ease. "Young ones, would you care to hear my tale?" Before anyone could respond, he commenced his narrative. "I am TheAccidental Shori, once a lord in the realm of Shiguang. My domain is known as Shori Valley, and my castle is resplendent. As the head of a family loyal to the heart of holy light, I was destined for a prestigious position. Yet I relinquished that attachment. But that is a lengthy story. It begins with the surviving half-orcs. When the continent of Danxia exploded, a faction of half-orcs fled to our Lushui continent, now known as the Land of Strife. They quickly fell into irreconcilable conflict with the inhabitants of this land, leading to a significant war between humans and half-orcs. Although the main battlefield was in the Land of Strife, the Heart of Holy Light dispatched a paladin order to assist in the battle. I was among them. In that war, I achieved countless feats, rescuing innocent civilians from the clutches of half-orcs on multiple occasions. My distinguished accomplishments allowed me to return home in glory, where I was specially honored by the headquarters of the Heart of Holy Light. After the war, I returned to Shori Valley, savoring the precious peace and tranquility with my family. However, one day a half-orc, in a twist of fate, stumbled into my territory while being pursued. I hastily joined the fray to capture this half-orc. During the battle, a nearby tower collapsed, and, alas, I found myself buried beneath the rubble. At that moment, I believed I would perish ignobly within. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that it was that very half-orc who had saved me, guiding me home on the back of a knowledgeable steed. This revelation profoundly shook me, prompting me to retrace my steps to find the half-orc and inquire directly, "Why did you save my life?" His name was Trigus. After locating him, I engaged him in deep conversation. From Trigus, I learned that half-orcs were not inherently savage. They were not born as mindless war machines. They once possessed noble pasts, with the spirit and glory of warriors. It was the intense energy radiation following the world's explosion that had driven them to bloodlust and brutality. All of this was not their intention. They were merely victims of external forces. Were they not, like us, victims of the Void's invasion? Trigus was the only member of his clan who retained normal faculties after their defeat, forcing him to leave his kin and wander alone. The more I conversed with Trigus, the more I was captivated by his nobility and integrity. I was not one to cling stubbornly to prejudice. I concluded that hatred between races should not lead to bias. Thus, I vowed never to disclose Trigus's whereabouts to others. Unfortunately, half-orcs are not skilled in the art of concealment. Trigus was ultimately captured by the Holy Light Patrols, who brought him back to my domain for judgment. Consumed by hatred for the half-orcs, and harboring a deep-seated prejudice against them, they subjected Trigus to brutal beatings and torture. I was forced to witness this atrocity. When I could no longer contain my fury, I launched an attack against the Holy Light Patrols. This conflict ended in my defeat, leading to my impending trial by the Archbishop of the Heart of Holy Light. Without a reasonable explanation, I could be charged with heresy. My friends and wife urged me to shift the blame onto Trigus to safeguard myself. However, I recalled a conversation with my only son, Tylon, whom I loved dearly. I knew that nurturing a child required guidance, not indulgence. When he was 7, he once asked me if all half-orcs were evil. I had replied that race does not define honor, and we must refrain from hasty judgments about those who differ from us. Reflecting on that exchange, I found clarity. If a father cannot uphold his own words and set a proper example for his son, how shameful would that be? Thus, I resolutely rejected the pleas of my friends and wife, confessing the entire truth to the archbishop. Even the archbishop and the jury were moved by the truth, and they could not convict me of heresy. However, the fact of my attack on the Holy Light patrols was irreversible. I was excommunicated from the heart of Holy Light. The archbishop personally presided over the ceremony to strip me of my holy power. Nevertheless, Trigus would still face consequences. Indeed, while the time may be brief, during this tumultuous period, Wang Xiao could certainly maintain a seriousness that was daunting. Ah, Kaia, I now realize how fond you are of heroic men, Qin Yuan teased, casting a playful glance at Zhao Ke, whose demeanor shifted to one of bashfulness. Wenren saw nothing inappropriate in observing a stranger, and when he noticed that man looking back, he felt no need to shy away. Staring directly into Wang Jin's eyes, he discovered that the man possessed captivating eyes and a rather handsome visage. I also had Yi Yao assist me in preparing some items that appeared valuable, but were, in fact, quite ordinary. With the support of the crowd, I slowly maneuvered my way toward the Dragon Palace, my long skirt making each step a challenge. Xian Yuan Rue understood the implications behind Ke's words. He indeed wished to embrace her tonight. Yet, her heart seemed to be elsewhere. If he hastily sought to share the same bed, she would likely be unable to accept it, potentially complicating matters further. Certainly, Wang Xiao noticed the expression on Zhai Qihan's face. With a wry smile, he approached the bed with a beer in hand. Bai Ruo Shuang watched as Wang Ting departed. Stepping out from behind Wang Jia to cast a quick glance at him, her cheeks flushed. If Ying could forgive Jiang Junyu and grant her the chance to be a mother, it would be what everyone desired to see. The fluctuations in copper prices directly affected the daily lives of the people in Dengzhou, compelling Li Yi to pay close attention to this matter. A 10% decrease in merchant profits would not change much, but could potentially allow the populace to enjoy a better year. Fortune favors the bold. This saying certainly held merit. To attain what ordinary people could not, to surpass others in cultivation, and to walk further along the path of cultivation, one must pay a price. Such good fortune does not come without sacrifice. The ruler of the outer lands, the creator and sovereign of this realm, exhibited brutality not only towards the humans he enslaved, but also towards his own kin. Then I shall not keep you, Chong Wei said, reattaching the bait and casting it once more into the water. Minru and Mu Rongche's conversation was fully absorbed by Su Ying, causing her hand on the bedroom doorknob to pause momentarily. Yi Qing treaded lightly into the room, glancing at the still unconscious Lu Mo, her worry intensifying. To be this unalert was a dangerous state, leaving one unaware of impending doom. Qianling had to ensure the safety of Snakasa while also dealing with monsters attacking from all directions, all the while remaining cautious of this ambiguous beast, uncertain whether it was friend or foe. Where's Heimiao? Wasn't she supposed to be arranged here? If she were truly delayed, it shouldn't take this long. Qin Yang raised his wine glass and leaned closer to Bairan, his brows slightly furrowed as he inquired. After completing his cultivation, Lin Luo began to refine his spiritual energy once again, causing stones on the surface of the cave to levitate. Now facing two, he felt a tremor in his heart at the sight before him, his grip on the watermelon knife providing no sense of safety. Su Ying curled up under the blanket, trembling with fear as she noticed the approaching footsteps. After a brief slumber, Fu Sheng was roused by the faint urge to relieve himself, and in a daze, he rose to head towards the bathroom. However, as soon as his hand grasped the doorknob, a chilling sense of dread surged within him, reminiscent of a terrifying encounter he had experienced when he last opened the door at night. Chapter 200, Love and Family. After setting out, Rob found himself questioning whether their journey would be successful. Would Tyler, the good son mentioned by Tianyang, truly return with them? After all, one side held a father who had been absent for many years, while the other promised a bright future. Rob could hardly fathom what choice Tyler would make. Regardless of whether their persuasion succeeded or failed, a breakout battle would ensue. Yuan Hong nodded slightly, realizing the validity of her words, and casually summoned an iron-backed wolf from the heavenly pool, instructing it to deliver a message to Shi at Black Wind Mountain, aiding Yuan Fudong in extending his fortunes for 3 more years. With a face that seemed to have just crossed 30, he possessed a handsome and resolute visage, his piercing gaze coldly resting upon Shi. Iji was momentarily taken aback, his sword hand falling limply. The sword hilt beside him slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, leaving only astonishment on his face. Mo smiled, her calm demeanor puzzling those around her. Could she truly be formidable? The disappearance of the elves was undoubtedly a significant event for a village, as such occurrences were rare. The crowd exchanged glances, suspecting the presence of underground lava or hidden hot springs in the vicinity. Su Zuiyin glared furiously at Kai Chung, who in turn fixed Su Zuiyin with a deep gaze before suddenly wrapping an arm around his shoulder, pulling him close and kissing him. After humanity on ancient Earth mastered the technology to traverse the stars, they gradually expanded throughout the galaxy. The 2 most formidable branches among them were the currently recognized Panga clan and the mysteriously vanished Satarma clan. A car cruised leisurely through the quiet night, making little sound to disturb the peace. Recalling the 5 years spent refining merely 1% of the energy from the dragon vein, he realized that fully harnessing its energy would take centuries, even as his cultivation level increased and refining sped up. The sturdy man, dubbed Donkey, remained unfazed. Chuckling as he pushed Luo ran out of the factory. I will take charge of my own affairs. Jin Ruishuan raised an eyebrow, his temper flaring anew. That night, upon encountering Qi Ming, he revealed that Jiufeng Zhao Ming was located on Yao Ling Mountain. Had he truly been trapped there all these years? Brother, I devised a puzzle for them, only to create such a farce. Su Wei explained bitterly as he met Lin Howren's gaze. Having lost an arm, I may not last much longer. The cloaked figure remained surprisingly composed despite the pain, simply stating, step aside. I am here on behalf of the city's lords to negotiate with you. Ning Jiang observed the approaching soldiers attempting to intervene, yet calmly replied. If no other means could break the formation, then he would have to extract her heart. Besides, her sins were grave, and she was already a departed soul, making her not entirely innocent in the act of killing. Lu Zixin did not heed the suggestions of the red-haired woman. If everything could be obtained through such means, what difference was there between him and Dr. Isaac from the Umbrella Corporation? But surely, one would wish to hear how a first-hand witness would describe the battle between these 2 powerful beings. Hayes, undeterred, proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Of course, while the waitstaff here were ordinary individuals who would not dare cause a ruckus, running a restaurant of this caliber implied considerable capability. Offending those behind the scenes could lead to trouble, even if they did not take action themselves. Those eager to curry favor with them would be more than sufficient to handle the situation. Chapter 201. The holy light dies here and now. Truly a young bull unafraid of tigers, the Grand Lord sneered. You are but a mere child. Alaris grinned wickedly, then unleashed a grand circuit of holy light behind him. Upon hearing this, Tyler, filled with excitement, rushed forward. He employed the ancestral secret technique of the Shu-Ori family, Silent Light, in hopes of interrupting the spell his opponent was casting. Unfortunately, Archbishop Alaris was a seasoned adversary. Moments later, the sacred fire remained fervent. Yet the soul-stirring sphere amidst the flames exuded no aura. At present, the Sky Sea Wing was only at level 30. Upon transforming, it could rise to level 50, significantly enhancing its attack, defense, and speed. However, it was still in its growth phase, and the first form could only be sustained for 1 minute. Huang Longshi turned his gaze toward Zhang Tianshi. Among the 8, aside from the elusive Dantai Mingjing, he and his companion were the only elders in the Tianren realm. Thus their input was crucial. Elder Sha watched anxiously, not out of concern for the deaths of the Sea Demon clan here, but for his own escape from this calamity. With a swift motion, Qi Feng dodged a whip kick and, timing it perfectly, struck as the opponent's leg reached his head, causing the adversary to tremble and obediently become as limp as a snake. Is that where Brand is? Could someone be battling him? Zhang Yifan exclaimed in shock. Hui's pupils contracted as a dark space materialized before her, directly reclaiming the gray bones. This time, upon awakening, she found not Nangong Zhao, but Lan Dai seated within the room. Long Yu slowly revealed a hint of a smile, his calm gaze fixed upon Gongsun Bufan, as if he could penetrate the secrets hidden within one's heart. Mei Yin's face bore a gentle smile as she delicately held the jade pendant in her hand, ultimately placing it into her bosom. The alcohol, mingled with an unknown warmth, left him unable to discern reality from illusion, only aware that he held a blazing fire within his arms. "It's nothing," the girl remarked, then turned to Mu Yunqing and Di Jiuyin, adding earlier, "Uncle Sun Li and the others were somewhat rude. Please do not take offense. They did not mean to mock your quest for the creation god temple." He felt a sense of pride, believing that it was quite wonderful to be needed by her. Reflecting upon it now, he realized how naive he had been. With a loud bang, a figure was hurled out of the doorway, crashing heavily to the ground. The people of Shengyun, who had not seen snow in decades, were filled with excitement and joy as they beheld the beautiful snow scene, which had not graced them in a century. Moreover, within lay countless cultivation resources, a sight that left anyone envious, far surpassing the Kanglan Great Road. "Tell me, do you truly not intend to provoke me with such actions?" Jun Qi furrowed his brows, cupping Luo Yunxi's face with one hand as he inquired. "She has begun to speculate that Tiandu Min has acquired an ancient elixir formula capable of enhancing one's innate potential. However, the alchemist's lack of skill and comprehension led to the creation of a rare and precious medicine being transformed into a toxic substance, resulting in the heinous act of poisoning an entire city. A staggering 120,000. This wretched plastic sign cost as much as 120,000. Tang Zishuan glared furiously at the monk, while Li Fengjue smoothly took out his card and made the payment. As Luo Qingyin continued to ascend, she could distinctly feel a gentle breeze at a height of over 10 meters above ground. Meanwhile, the construction within the park was bustling, with new factories, office buildings, and dormitories being erected, while Wangsha had officially commenced production within the premises. Yet, just when everyone thought there was nothing amiss, Lu Hong suddenly recoiled in shock, retreating several large steps. Chapter 202. Tiliang Shoryu, the Radiant Knight. Henceforth, the old paladin ceased to exist, replaced by the Radiant Knight, Tiliang Shoryu. He vowed to unleash the fires of vengeance upon the entire realm of Guangzhou. From the western side of the Guangzhou Wall, the flames would rage all the way to the throne of holy light. Tiliang's great sword, enhanced by the power of radiance, became a legendary weapon, rivaling the runic sword of Tailin. From the moment Tiliang emerged, anyone wielding the radiant holy sword would be met with his wrath. The smiling tiger was already preparing to retreat, but as he instinctively observed Yin Buiue through the scope, he suddenly froze. After Gu Qingyin was taken away by the ambulance, Miao Miao, in a daze, went to the bathroom, filling the tub with water and remaining fully clothed as she soaked. Reflecting on the events of recent times and recalling Dongqing's demise, when Shuyuan felt a sharp pain in her face, all of this was the queen's doing. "The rabbit has been stewed, and I will prepare the medicine for you." Given the couple's current condition, they required daily medication to regain their health. Tong Qian cast a deliberate, disdainful glance at him, recognizing the familiarity between the two. Otherwise, she wouldn't have teased him so directly. "Huh, why haven't you died yet?" Iluobe propped himself up with an iron rod, taking a deep breath to muster the last ounce of strength to perish alongside Ling Xiaofeng. The couple had a 7 or 8-year-old son who was quite adorable, secretly watching Qian Rao and the others, but too timid to approach. On the path leading towards the pagoda, a colossal stone, over 4 meters high, stood erect, intricately carved with the characters Yao and Mo Ling. Gu Zifeng hurriedly pulled Yang Sini aside, gently patting her back to help her breathe easier. Recalling the words exchanged between Yin Buiyue and Xiao Yunjia before the raid on the Blue Army's base, the squad leaders simultaneously felt a mix of laughter and tears. Lian Shaw allowed Han Liani to hold his hand, remaining silent about his sister's misunderstandings. When would she finally comprehend? Upon witnessing this, Zhong Wuxia promptly arranged for a deck of cards to be brought forth. In front of everyone, he displayed 16 cards, numbered from 1 to 16, then shuffled them. Although the crowd was puzzled, as long as they were present, they were prepared and confident in their numbers. The pirates attacked, and a shrill alarm echoed over Long Island. Soldiers dashed out from various huts and tents, seizing their weapons and swiftly assembling under their respective commanders, racing towards the coast where the pirates were landing. Jun Haixin, do you truly believe I would act as I did 10 years ago? He retorted with a sudden cold laugh. Watching the disintegration of the 4th giant armor and the loss of all personnel, the other giant armors were unable to assist as they too were trapped, albeit not as severely as the 4th. Amidst the rising panic, an infant's cry suddenly pierced the air, startling several school leaders. Unbeknownst to them, this was all orchestrated by Hong Yi to test whether they would secretly meet Chen Yufeng, hence their unrestrained confinement. You take excellent photographs as a model. Bai Yuan remarked to Chu LV during the midday break. Yang Run, you wretched spawn. I regret not having killed you with my own hands. Long Babubu erupted in rage, publicly berating Yang Run. The scene erupted into chaos, with shouts of astonishment and indignation filling the air, as the dignitaries on the podium wore varied expressions. In that moment, within the realm of Tianyao, all the demon clans were subdued and kneeling, trembling with profound fear, while the human race within the realm was also brought to their knees, their eyes reflecting shock. Chapter 203, The Super Evolution Sequence of Qianren Shue. Azure Sky and Amberstone. Despite the slight awkwardness brought on by this interlude, it did not impede the main events. Tiliang Shoryu, the Radiant Knight, officially joined the Guardians Alliance, becoming one of its inaugural members and an essential elder for the decades to come. Tylin Jingqiwa, the Runic Swordsman, formally established the Guardians Alliance and became its first leader. In the coming decades, she would lead the alliance to rapid growth and prosperity. Yi Qingjue gazed at the round face of the child before him, unable to resist poking it. The scene before Guimian Ancient Jade sparked a revelation. Indeed, Luo Wuxing was present, but what reason could she have for entering? A forceful intrusion seemed implausible. Perhaps a cunning approach would suffice. Zhang Yunze wrapped his left arm around Wang Yuehan's waist, kissing her lips before she could utter a word as she melted into his embrace. Consequently, in the subject of classical studies, Du Bian found it easy to achieve a passing score, yet attaining a high score posed a great challenge. In surpassing Tang, Yun was akin to reaching for the stars, a mere daydream. Study diligently. Feel free to ask me about any unfamiliar characters. He gently ruffled her hair, adopting a mentor's demeanor. Yunonging, Kusu, you are indeed deep in your scheming. I once held respect for both of you, but I never expected that Wen Daegong and Bai Huaga would be two of a kind. Lin Ruoming exclaimed in anger upon discovering the involvement of Baiwa sect and Wen Daegong in this matter. However, the premise was that Yi Gu genuinely sought death. Yet how could one who had attained the arduous realm of the ninth, turned Dao, platform, willingly sacrifice their life for a rare medicinal pill? They could not fathom it. With the pear blossom spear slung across his back, he strode purposefully towards the tumultuous entrance of the Zihai Palace. If that is the case, then let it be. For General Cheng, how could one submit to such a person? Yi Qingjue, Wu Shang, and the fifth Mo all exclaimed in unison, with a shared understanding in their hearts that he had indeed returned. Bai Feng roared, transforming into a beam of light and suddenly appearing before the unyielding Saint Mother, who was pursuing Randan. This is our fate, Zhao Shiming reflected, surprised by Haixi's unexpected breakthrough. Initially, he believed, like Zhao Shizhi, that Haixi had failed after over a year of seclusion, but to his astonishment, Haixi had succeeded. Within the depths of space, the super refining and synthesis device, Senna's gaze was fixed on the treasures required for the feral beast's fusion, yet a closer look would reveal a hint of emptiness in her eyes. Du Ningyun, upon hearing about this fateful connection, couldn't help but recall the scenes at Hugui Temple, where she seemed to encounter Qi Lin at every turn, leaving her in a state of bemused laughter. It was not so much about the evolution of when the destined one would appear, but rather a search for several formidable individuals listed on the Fengshenbang. The Iron Desert Mercenary Corps intensified their search, and after sacrificing the lives of over 9 comrades, they finally cornered Feng Chun into a dire predicament. Qin Yu's earlier evasion and concealment led her to believe it stemmed from a concern that her visit to the brothel might be discovered, negatively impacting her reputation. Rather than considering the assassination of Heitong, this was not due to any fear on her part. Given Su Jiabei's capabilities, she could thrive elsewhere just as well. Old Granny turned her gaze toward the road at the foot of the mountain, her vision gradually blurring as she thought of her 2 living children. A faint smile slowly gracing her lips. She quietly mused that the deceased would find no peace, and without the monk's blessings, they would likely remain restless in death. This scholar hailed from Liaodong and had once achieved the status of a Jiren in his youth. After the Manchu forces wreaked havoc, unwilling to live as a slave to the barbarian, he fled to Dongjiang with his family. Tu Lu hesitated for a moment, seemingly torn between indecision and motivation, before finally resolving to act. Chapter 204. The Douluo Expedition Team, dominating the battlefield. Tai Lin, why are you running so fast again? Dai Mubai gasped, clearly struggling to keep up. Who were they? Thus, Tai Lin had no choice but to introduce Rhine and Losh to everyone. Rhine recounted how she had been outnumbered and injured while attempting to infiltrate the Holy Light Monastery, where she faced a fierce assault from the guards. Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that Rhine had ventured alone into the monastery with the intent to assassinate the Grand Inquisitor. Fear nothing. When I arrived, I had already accepted my demise. The soldier's response caused the young general's cheeks to flush, and he turned back to declare loudly, "Excellent. I shall accompany you to the enemy's homeland. First, allow me to salute you all." It was revealed that Prince Zhuang Zaisun had, in a desperate bid for escape, commanded members of the TheAccidental to set fires throughout the capital to create chaos that would disrupt the search efforts from the Far East. However, at that moment, only 3 locations were ablaze, and the southern gate, led by Zhao Sanduo, remained untouched. Subsequently, all officers in the command room stood in unison, their spirits soaring as they shouted, "Let the first battle be fought by me. Where I stand, victory is assured." Given sufficient time, Zhang Donghai could easily turn the tide against the American forces. Selfishness and greed are the common foes of humanity. Where had the avatar of Kintian gone? After scanning the area repeatedly with his divine sense without uncovering a trace, Xiao Rang finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the British fleet naturally gave chase, promptly notifying the home fleet of the situation. The advanced instruments and systems aboard the Typhoon-class submarines sold to Saudi Arabia from the Far East were not found in the latter's version, and the construction materials used were of a superior standard, thus significantly reducing costs while maximizing profits. In the courtyard, a simple stove held a large iron pot, filled with a generous amount of oil, over which a fierce flame blazed. The 3 returned to the cliff's edge, where, not far away, the crimson leaves of the Jin Shui Shen swayed gently in the wind against the backdrop of the concave stone wall. Nearby, a vividly colored snake, adorned with a fleshy crest, coiled on the rising cliff, the very serpent that had sent him tumbling down the precipice. Surprised by Lin Qingxin's unexpected concern, it seemed that since that interview, his attitude towards her had shifted significantly, as if he had begun to show genuine care. The northern pulse had also been strong for so many years. How could they fear the southern pulse, which they deemed weak? As he spoke, Yi Chen forcibly regained his composure, a confident smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he approached the door. No one at the school was aware of her association with Li Shanhang, and Yu Fanghua would certainly not bring it up to enhance Ruan Jingwei's reputation. In the stillness of the deep night, smoke and alcohol would shatter the hard facade people wore, revealing their most vulnerable selves. In this technologically advanced era, all music could be synthesized electronically, crafted to suit any desired style. Everyone's attention turned to Wang Shuangquan, who sat quietly to the side. She nodded in affirmation of Lu Fufeng's words. It appeared she was indeed with Gu Nanyun, which filled Ren Zian with a great sense of defeat. Her amber-hued skin radiated a captivating glow under the sunlight, and her well-defined abs and chest were undeniably impressive. As if to corroborate Lu Fuyun's words, A sudden blaze erupted in the direction of the Zhang residence, followed closely by a cacophony of shouts from afar. Upon noticing this anomaly, a throng of soldiers hurried towards the scene. After such an extensive search, not a single trace had been found. Not only Mo air, but even the other judges were beginning to grow impatient. I remarked, "Is this the reason?" And soon realized that Gu Fengshang feared this was our ploy to lure Lu Renjiao away, eliminating a potential threat. Chapter 205, Tang San's home ground surrender. And you might yet find a glimmer of hope. He's coming. He's coming. He approached with a majestic stride. The dog trainer Durant, along with his 4 gleaming hunting hounds, leisurely exited the city, as if he were merely stepping out to greet guests rather than facing formidable adversaries. "Who among you dares to challenge me one-on-one?" Durant bellowed, posturing impressively. Such bravado could easily mislead the uninformed into believing he was an exceptionally powerful figure. Indeed, Jie Qingxian couldn't help but reflect that her visit to the Changshu in today surpassed 3,000 years of arduous cultivation. Consequently, the thriving business that Huangde had praised was handed over to the grocery store, which, in return, assisted in dismantling the used heating shed from the Fong family. It was indeed impressive. With a level 10 talent, the forging of ligaments was completed in just 7 days. The record holder was right beside him. Bai Montak, in a fit of pique, walked off to one side. Not even his master or grandmaster could stand against Wei Mo Huang. "Oh, I remember there's a grove of bamboo behind Lake Stone. Did you cut it down?" The grand princess turned to inquire of the third princess. With the arrival of FleesWuhun, the tribespeople in the city fled in sheer terror. The heavenly laws, akin to earthly laws, bind the common populace, yet for rulers, judgments are but a mere utterance. Huangshang opened the window and glanced at the corner of the front yard, where a small black kitten lay on the grass, moaning in pain. Ago looked incredulously at his vibrant body, his admiration for Huang Tianhua swelling uncontrollably. However, to prevent her from getting too close, he assigned her a position far removed from him, one that offered little interaction. It was well known that she shared nothing with her family, instead partnering with Zhou Yufu to create a fish pond, which, regardless of success or failure, was deemed highly disrespectful to her elders. This peculiar mode of interaction felt strange, yet harmoniously fitting, as Jin Yunma experienced a sensation akin to returning to Han Jingxian. Of course, our protagonist was entirely oblivious to these developments, as he was ardently attempting to present himself as a model child before his parents. The members of the Han family's main and third branches remained silent today. In their hearts, they did not wish for Yun Shui to pass. Regardless, feeding 6 or 7 children would demand a considerable amount of grain. Ruoshi observed the dust-laden fabric of his trousers and the muddy stains on his boots, remnants from the recent downpour. Sulin and Yit were well aware of Divid's unwavering resolve. Thus they believed he would indeed take his leave. Shanfei offered words of comfort, while discreetly signaling Defei to maintain decorum during this delicate moment. "Today, considering it is your first offense, I shall grant you forgiveness," said Zhe, his smile imbued with a devilish charm. Since the matter concerning the fish pond was thrust upon him, Zhe gritted his teeth and steeled himself to confront it head-on. Before he could complete his statement, Xiaolong convulsed violently and collapsed, lifeless. His subordinates erupted into fervent cries of alarm. The others had never encountered Nida and could only speculate about him, filling up his insights. After a considerable time, Zheng heard the sound of a child's wailing. His child had been revived, and those anxiously awaiting in the emergency room also heard the cries. As Lang Chun chuckled, the rotund figure stealthily brandished a large cleaver and descended the slope, inching closer to Wu Chifeng. Abstaining from food, drink, sleep, and speech, Lin Fing became reminiscent of the meditative state described in Buddhism. Gradually, his presence faded as though he had fused with the Beng, indistinguishable from one another. Shiva and the others gazed in astonishment at Wei Shu, who was methodically shedding his garments, unable to fathom his capabilities. Chapter Arbaling Liu, Tangsan's Arena, Resist or Perish. Despite Sun Guangzhu Yurkar's reluctance to concede in spirit to Tangsan, he prepared himself rigorously. His shield shimmered, radiating a divine glow akin to the long sword he grasped tightly. Kara's defensive prowess far surpassed his offensive capabilities, an essential trait for the commander of the Sengshudijin heavy infantry. However, since Dongsan had permitted him to strike first 3 times, he had no justification to linger idly. Shi gushed forth, staining Yifeng entirely, as the elder of Jing convulsed weakly, swiftly succumbing to the cessation of life. The red-haired elder fixated on Yifeng, whose eyes perceived a tempest brewing within the elder's gaze. The cerulean storm within the elder's eyes expanded, ultimately transforming into 2 brilliant beams of azure light, illuminating his eyes with an ethereal glow resembling an expansive green ocean. Naturally, such actions would only occur when they encountered insurmountable troubles, and many, upon hearing the name of their backing forces, would yield with deference. The members of Deep PH paid little heed to these individuals, engrossed in orchestrating arrangements for the next battle. It seemed they were making adjustments to ensure the combat would be more spectacular and pleasing to the newly arrived Duke. I am not one of those esteemed disciples. I am Ian from the top 64, Yifeng stated matter-of-factly. The figure in black, though frail in appearance, exuded an aura of danger. As a personal financial advisor, the paramount objective is client satisfaction. To put it crudely, one must understand their client's needs better than their spouse, a hallmark of a competent practitioner. Wangara nodded slightly, theoretically. He should not be able to communicate with the soul, yet this soul was likely on the brink of being claimed by death, memories erased, to suffer in the underworld for its transgressions before reincarnating. Witnessing the murder of one's kin while being forced to witness their refinement must be an excruciatingly tormenting ordeal, driving one to madness. Upstairs, Runfu and the others leaned over the railing, intently observing the stage. At that moment, Dengfeng entered the private chamber, taking a seat beside Xing. Wu Hua sensed an unsettling dissonance, yet could not pinpoint its source, feeling as if she were a puppet manipulated by the Empress, her brow furrowed in worry. Oblivious to the conversation between the Empress and the Emperor, Lingyang dreaded the prospect of dealing with those astute elders, wishing to become invisible. Zhang Qingchua's expression darkened as she recalled the earlier discussions regarding him and Xing, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips. The Vice Minister of Rights cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, remarking on the folly of uttering such truths publicly. Kang's voice rose slightly. Who cares for your possessions? If I desire something, I shall seek it from the Emperor myself. Raised in royalty, he quickly discerned the malice in Ra's whispers and retaliated. Dao Jin, traversing the path of enlightenment, grasped the essence of rebirth through destruction and attained sublimation amid silence. Suddenly, he halted, directing his gaze to a point not far away. After Dan Xingyan's departure, Da Ningchao was left precariously supported by Yan Lingyan, while Gong Yancheng was merely guarded by a minor officer. By the time he realized the advance of Brichu's forces, their main contingent had already crossed the river. Xing leaped from her bed, only to discover it had all been a dream. She instinctively touched her cheek, pondering her sorrow. Racing up to the 2nd floor, the waiter opened the door to the room, yet found no sign of the anticipated 7th prince. 5,000 on soldiers were already challenging enough. Now faced with 7,000, retreating was the wisest course of action. Chapter 207. A climactic showdown? After numerous calls, the true voice of the Shenggong Shudaoyan emerged. The Grand Prosecutor, Sharan Baizong. Following her were Leina Su Huojin, the commander of the Shenggong Shizujin, and Talai Keyanguang, the president of the Shenggong Shongdihui. Next came Na Kusu Puat, the leader of the Crusader Knights, and Kaisaisu Nangshin, the holy ritualist. Indeed, 5 imposing figures graced the scene. Their actions resembled desperate struggles, barring unforeseen developments. Their annihilation at the hands of Qingju's relentless siege seemed merely a matter of time. Hey, do you think you can obstruct us? Don't forget, you are 1 short. Wei Tiansheng taunted. At that moment, Jingrui and the others felt the restraints binding them dissipate, restoring their freedom of movement. They observed Ying's unusual demeanor, instinctively following her gaze upward. Following news of the spatial tower trial, they had expended significant resources to gather information. Yet this individual had succinctly encapsulated it all in mere words. Shina. After enduring a barrage of wind, resolutely transitioned into a new defensive form, activating the power of Cancer, her formidable Janka, challenging the very essence of the demons. Boss Sunaide is a remarkably diligent individual, Jian remarked to Li Cha. Jing Yi lifted her head once more, her expression softening somewhat. A rare smile gracing her features as she looked at Xia. The previously cold and haughty demeanor of Jinni faded in that instant. Engineer realized how beautiful a smiling Jinni could be. So, without waiting for the medical staff to arrive, rose from the ground. Determined to seize this penalty opportunity for himself, unwilling to allow the medics to carry him off the field. Xina searched around, retrieving a piece of black crystal and clenching in her hand before sealing her spatial bracelet. Dung Hunting! Words struck him like a thunderbolt. He realized he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. In comparing the player profiles in hand, the journalists in the audience realized that the starting lineup of Tianjin Ligong University for this match consisted entirely of substitute players. What do you think? Naturally, Zhang Fan sought the opinion of Nalan Ruobing, while simultaneously observing her fondness for beauty. Yang Mimamai and Lin Ling had returned home by train on February 10th, leaving only Li Shishir among the 3 basketball department managers yet to go home. Come, stand up so Mama can have a look, called Juror, slightly bending at the waist as she held its hands. Before her stood Sushi, clad in a light yellow sweater with a ponytail, her delicate face as pale as porcelain, her smile radiating like a blooming flower, somewhat different from the image of Sushi in his mind. Thus, Man, as a basketball coach, had a significant goal: to ensure that all the players she trained mastered exceptional skills, ultimately allowing them to acquire sufficient wealth and live the life they desired. Nevertheless, this glass lamp, though devoid of spirit, still emanated an undeniable mysterious aura, vast and ethereal, as if the eternal principles of heaven and earth filled the grand hall. The military training continued with a new instructor, Zhao Shi, the class monitor of Class 102, while the death of classmate Chun Xing prompted reflection among the higher-ups of the Zhanglong Special Forces. The woolen coat was tailored in a loose style, cinched slightly at the waist to hint at her figure. Following closely beside Jing Liken, Qin Xiang observed his boss, who was engrossed in selecting gifts with a teasing smile. In 3 days, the Castle Lord's fortress gathered thousands of intelligent races, amounting to a staggering population of 3 billion. Chapter 208, Dominant 1v5, Spring Radiance Goddess Jiuyueshi. The commander of the Holy Light Crusaders, Reynas, swung his sword towards the void, unleashing a formidable wave of energy, unstoppable, leaving only the option to evade. However, this did not apply to Jiuyueshi. She dared to withstand it head-on. The Spring Spirit Pearl spun rapidly around her body, creating a thick energy shield enveloping her entirely. The 7-colored radiance generously bestowed blessings, blocking the wave while continuously radiating gentle waves outward. What does this resemble? It is akin to the moment when Yin Bei, still serving as the protector of the Wuhuan, suddenly led 100,000 Wuhuan soldiers into Luoyang. Who could deny the absurdity of such an event? The snow bear, exhaling frosty breath, transformed it into swirling snow tornadoes that spread outward, eventually manifesting as terrifying snowstorms across the Arctic tundras. Ling Shima's icy yet stunning visage flushed with a hint of crimson as she shot an angry glare at her 8th uncle before veiling her face and departing from the thatched cottage. However, even when the opportunity presented itself, it evoked a sense of entanglement as the multitude of choices left one uncertain of what to select. The disparity in cultivation was too vast. They could hardly resist being sent flying with a mere glance. Before Su and I could finish his words, he witnessed the heartless saint tearing open a scroll, an immense celestial pressure instantly manifesting, suppressing the mysterious aura of the entire Songlong mountain range. If one were to speak candidly, Kuin and Ling Songfing belonged to the same ilk. They both refused to allow events outside of their control to unfold, and this sudden appearance of Bai clearly fell into that category. Since he could open the Eternal Realm Gate and utter such words, he was undoubtedly worthy of their attention. Hong Tian could not help but murmur, and in the next moment, his injured self radiated with stellar brilliance as he unleashed a powerful punch, employing 80% of his strength. With each step he took, 6 stars shattered, and Su Ni's aura finally escalated to a terrifying level. He narrowed his eyes, transforming his palm into a fist devoid of any flamboyance as he struck forth, causing the entire space to shatter with a resounding crack. It was midday, the sun blazing fiercely, with many parents arriving to pick up their children. The parking lot was nearly filled with various cars, and numerous students poured out from the school gates. The so-called divine seeds were the appellation given by the locals to the high-yield crops brought by the Chow family, essentially referring to sweet potatoes and corn. Zhangxian students, clad in fur coats, emerged in small groups from the house, stopping to pay their respects upon encountering Zhangxian, their calls of Zheng, Shi, echoing in succession. Eventually, they formed a procession led by Zhangxian, moving grandly towards the direction from which the fragrance of beans wafted. During the escape of Luo Tianhuan, he occasionally slowed his pace to ensure that the members of the Fengshan Guild trailing behind did not fall too far behind, all while maintaining a distance. Naturally, as they ran, Luo, Tianhuan, and the others feigned breathlessness and fatigue, their acting skills proving quite adept. The allure of beauty is a double-edged sword. Who can comprehend the helplessness it brings? At this moment, Guan Yinyan bore a heavy burden, forced to swallow her grievances in silence. They had been arranged by the Lingfu Guild to the VIP reception area, and upon sensing the unusual movements in the Aoyamu forest, they did not take it too seriously. Duan Wei Qi felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if struck by a heavy blow. Unable to restrain himself, he called Li Jiayu. After all, the evaluation book from Songshi would ultimately be submitted to Yang Sun for comments, and he intended to include his own assessment within. This year, Emperor Lu Xie, the Son of Heaven, was 10 years old in nominal age. To say he had fallen from grace would be an understatement. None of the real powers in Chang'an regarded him with any seriousness. Yet even in his decline, there were still over 500 individuals willing to follow him in exile. Chun Yaozhong loved her, and upon seeing his child in such a state, naturally felt distressed, wishing he could bear the burden in her stead. This caused them to miss the subsequent scene, where Su Yi rose, observing she is standing before the isolation screen, gazing intently at her. Chapter 209, The God of Angels. One sword shatters the firmament. After completing all these tasks, Tang Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was over, and thankfully, no other complications arose. Shall we proceed further? Tang Xin inquired of the group. Luo Bo replied, of course. But now, how do we deal with the guards here? Qian Rushiwei interjected. Isn't that simple? She unfurled her angelic wings and soared into the sky, becoming the most radiant presence in the universe. Li Tianhao had only heard from his grandfather that the CEO's wife was exceptionally beautiful and quite capable, having scaled the company to several billion at a young age, garnering immense fame throughout Jiangnan City. Ever since the incident involving a Chu, Gu Qingyan had no intention of marrying, but now that he had aged, it seemed he was considering settling down and having children, especially with the 4th princess, which would be ideal. Such were the rules. Anyone who came to the Tongtian Tower for trials must possess this awareness. The warrior in charge of registration spoke with an air of indifference. A cool breeze wafted from a cave, the ground littered with rubble, as if it had once experienced an earthquake and tsunami years ago, the island trembling under immense force, with the stones below seemingly recounting the calamities of yore. Reporting to the Lord, they are nearing the void abyss. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. The situation is extremely urgent, Hui Yuyang conveyed with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing Hua Xiu's words, Si Boer likely realized that Hua Xiu sought him for a specific purpose. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case, as many people were gathered at the medical hall, with Hua Lu pleading earnestly with Hua Chani. Seeing Zhang Qingji leave once more, Hua Xiner's face darkened as she turned to glare at the laughing Hua Chani, her teeth clenched in frustration. In the frame, Wang Manyan actively broke the silence between the two, seemingly yielding while effectively regaining the initiative. Originally, Hua Chani was unaware of why this seemingly ordinary martial artist captivated the celestial-like Mo Siener, but after a slight interaction, She began to discern the allure inherent in Jing Qi at this moment. The two individuals found themselves completely subdued by Zhang Zhenquan, a development that was utterly astonishing. They exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in a rueful manner. The attention of the crowd turned towards Lin Fan. Those who recognized him were acutely aware of his identity and the dire consequences of offending him. Qian Mo was left bewildered after being struck, not anticipating that Yin Shi would misunderstand her. Ling Yu was merely a temporary boyfriend for 2 months. It was not a permanent arrangement. Lin Fan pressed the answer button, but did not hastily place the phone to his ear, as he had become accustomed to Yi Fe's inevitable loud outburst upon connection. So he decided to give her a moment to shout. Truly, it was a remarkable skill passed down through the Master's lineage. Yet lamentably, Lin Kongxian was not immortal enough to pass it on to you. How infuriating, Lin Long exclaimed. Although Ling Yu's total assets amounted to a mere 20 million. If he desired to earn money, such a sum was inconsequential. 7 or 8 days had elapsed since the wedding, and most of the visiting guests had departed. Even his father had returned to his post in Kuaiji. While the household continued to host feasts and entertain visitors, many matters had returned to their usual order. Master, there are 9 levels of the Yi Kongjian, Yi Kongjian, and the 10th level is uniquely the Sun Fa Kongjian, Shen Fa Kongjian. Blood Spirit promptly corrected. Ling Yu, thank you. This is my first time receiving a gift from a boy. Lung Qingyu remarked, having previously declined numerous gifts from the young master of the Zhou family. Tian Ermio had thought that Song Tianxing would be unyielding. He even contemplated teaching Song Tianxing a lesson if he persisted in bothering him. Yet he heard no response from Song Tianxing for quite some time. The witch doctor who had cast a curse was saved by the old president's relentless efforts, albeit losing a significant portion of his magical power. Chapter 211. Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Rogu 2. Xiao Wu, do not delay in greeting your lord. A youthful voice rang out, capturing the attention of everyone in the Shrek Square. Following the sound, they discovered a 3-eyed golden lion, only a millennium old. Wait, that's odd. Why does a millennium-old soul beast possess intelligence and the ability to speak, although most soul beasts under 10,000 years lacked such intellect? Han Lang retained a sense of pride. Despite viewing everything with indifference, being insulted in such a manner would stir anger even in a clay figurine, let alone Han Lang. Gongsu Ningji was unaware that upon his arrival at Taiyang Mountain, the independent 33rd Division had mobilized all surrounding forces to investigate the reasons for his presence. She found herself at a loss. Initially fleeing from an arranged marriage in a moment of impulsiveness, she traveled from Jinling to Huqing, reveling in her newfound freedom without considering what to do once her funds ran out. Li Tianyu was once again sent flying over 10 meters, blood spilling from his mouth, while Wan Zhozhou experienced bleeding from his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. He sat cross-legged nearby, intending to stabilize his true energy before making further plans against Li Tianyu. Meanwhile, his cousin was introducing our relationship to everyone in fluent English, likely mentioning some investment matters. It was unclear what exactly she said, but the audience erupted into applause. Beneath a pair of long, graceful legs, resembling neither a flower spirit nor the roots of a plant, the courtesan had evolved to possess feet and wore a pair of emerald green vine-high heels. Under the indistinct glow, a vast expanse of blood-red triangular light clusters arranged in pairs shimmered like stars, an overwhelming sight filled with demonic sound bats. Lien Wuyu whistled, summoning 2 horses from a distance. She instructed Yi Lingxiao to assist the young master onto the horse, and then the couple leapt onto the saddle, taking the reins and galloping forward. They traversed Wolf Mountain overnight, arriving in Tongzhou the following day. They lodged at the Longxin Inn, where the couple entrusted Cheng Yiqian to Lei Chong and reported back. Pearls the size of a thumb, once pawned, could sustain a family for an entire year. Couldn't they? Regardless of who Giki was, what background he possessed, or how powerful he was within the realm of the Deqian dynasty, the mightiest would always be the Dragon Guardians, whose pride was never to be violated. However, only one world remained, and as it stood, the forces under the nobility had gathered to seize the entirety of the Soul Society in one fell swoop. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head, glaring fiercely at the human who disturbed it. With a low growl, it exhaled a cloud of black mist, instantly sealing the passage, shrouded in writhing black vapor, halting Zhao Ming in his tracks. Yes, all the blue goblins drew forth a blue triangular flag from behind, and with a wave, a massive ice shield materialized above their heads, enveloping the entire group. What does 10,000 years signify? For mortals, or even the residents of Liyun Island who live only half as long as ordinary people, 20 years constitutes a generation. 10,000 years spans countless generations. Even those cultivators who could live longer due to their cultivation levels would find 10,000 years an immense figure. Really? That is simply splendid. Yang Jian exclaimed upon hearing that Guyun Song had returned home. In truth, there was little to be disappointed about. What was just a sword tower? Whether acknowledged or not, it remained the same. Furthermore, after spending so many years with your master, you must have learned much from him. Based solely on that, no one could match the sword tower. The old gentleman began to advise Luo Tian. In Luo Tian's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion for someone who had longed to kill him even in dreams. How could there be any benevolent feelings towards such a person? Chapter 216. The Multiple Dreams of Rob. Interrupted in his thoughts, Yogg-Saron decided to forego the preliminaries and dive straight into the main course. Haha, in the next life, I shall be your child, calling you father at every turn, and you won't mind if I torment you a little, will you? Yogg-Saron mused, creating a series of multiple dreams to test his mental endurance to its utmost limits, thus aiding him in establishing his divine position based on the results. Xiao Luo was filled with dismay, realizing that if Lu Yinsong had not been captured, Wan Shiji and Lu Yinsong would never have met. Selena, Huan nearly wept, believing this to be the most beautiful he had ever seen her. Yet, Hong Tian knew that the dragon fish certainly existed. It simply had not manifested yet. Lian Yu choked on water, collapsing onto the deck, while Shiji helped her up, observing her dazed expression and realizing that Xiao Luo had indeed been captured, which filled her heart with sorrow. He genuinely could not comprehend why Master Hui Ming had suddenly spoken. Could it be that his earlier days, accompanied by a smile, somehow explained the essence of Buddhism? Public opinion is not always one-sided. Once adeptly maneuvered, it could serve as a remarkable opportunity for the Transcendent Technology Company to enter the public eye. The sword moves with him, akin to a soaring dragon. A beam of azure sword light blossomed before him, the blade horizontally positioned, shielding his head. Late Bao waved his hand, prompting the elders to take their seats, and then he inquired of a middle-aged man. The red spirit flame morphed into a colossal beast, roaring fiercely. However, under the influence of Ziyue's will, the beast was subdued to its primal flame form. Under the regretful gaze of Songxiao Jingzi, the proposition of joining the lodge was declined, for the display of strength exhibited by Yexingchen rendered it meaningless to participate in the lodge. Xiao Feng, the nearby prisoner Xing, also exclaimed in surprise. Although he had just clashed with Ronghe, he clearly did not wish for us to control Ronghe. This illustrates that the situation in the factory was dire, to the extent that even the areas concerning the company's image were too weak to maintain. Based on this foundation, this system could continually replicate itself and expand its scale. Moreover, it is capable of manufacturing various specialized devices to meet diverse specific needs, supporting its gradual upgrades and ultimately reaching the heights that Baiyun Tian has long yearned for. This girl possesses extraordinary means. Who would have known she could incinerate her own flesh? The fierce beast, Meng Niu, trembled and muttered a few words, its form transforming into an ordinary state of about 30 feet. Having practiced multiple times, this time there were no issues of imbalance. It proceeded smoothly from beginning to end, nearly flawless. This bloodline celestial pattern is quite peculiar, unlike others that are difficult to decipher. I should be able to handle it. Qin Yun inhaled deeply, controlling all the sacred tribulation gates to open, connecting with his physical body and soul. Mother, do not abandon me. I will follow you. Li Xinyu recognized the situation. If she followed Wang Shufang, there would undoubtedly be infinite possibilities, whereas caring for Li Dadong would mean he would accompany her even to her marriage, which was not her desire. At the moment I approached, Zhang Wuxie threw a punch towards me. At the moment of impact, a flash of green light appeared, emanating a rich aura of life. The immense life force transformed into a vortex, even absorbing my own life force. I am a businessman, and this time I merely wish to place a small order as a trial. If all goes well, we can establish a long-term partnership. Li Guyu extended an olive branch to the supervisor before her, her subtext implying that while this time there may not be much profit to be gained, the next time could be different. Lu Tsulon felt a pang of anxiety under that gaze. People in this era are still quite superstitious. The talisman is black, crafted from a special black jade, one side inscribed with the character for heaven, while the other bears the surname of the gatekeeper. Chapter 210, Returning with Abundance. Back to the Douluo world. Since the battle at the Sacred Light Academy, the army of the Heart of Sacred Light has been utterly defeated. After all, their faith in the Heart of Sacred Light has been shattered. What else can remain? When faith crumbles, only emptiness remains. After sweeping through all Lightforged strongholds in the Eastern Light Forging Land, the Douluo Expeditionary Force and the Guardian Alliance arrived at the Radiant Fortress. The unwilling Lord of Radiant Light engaged in a duel with Luo Bo, fighting until the last breath. Until the ships were no longer visible, Qinjiu suddenly turned to Qinjing. He wore a bright yellow dragon robe that perfectly matched her memories, even reminding her of him from 800 years ago. The girl in green walked behind Lu Ying, observing her posture as she walked, initially puzzled. At the staircase, Lu Ying lowered her head and pulled up her dress with both hands. The girl in green thought she was seeing things, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that Lu Ying indeed had ear piercings. The girl in green smiled knowingly, choosing not to reveal her discovery just yet. Qinjiu was well aware of this. Yet if she were to resist forcefully, it would only implicate Wan Qichun. It was not that she was unaware of his ploy. She simply thought that he, being a mere mortal, would spend a few short decades repaying his life-saving grace. Remaining by his side for those decades was not unreasonable. The doctor had arrived and was attending to Wang Xing. Tao Rower wept as she helped wipe his wounds. Guiheng looked at Mu Fengxi, whose face clearly conveyed that he was lying and brazenly deceiving her. The knock on the door was quite ceremonial. A single knock followed by two more, a form of etiquette from ancient China that has gradually faded away. Young master, as one of the three prominent families in Lin City, the Wu family has been collecting their information over the years. So, as soon as you instructed me, I gathered it all for you, ready for immediate use. Suddenly, a dozen ice arrows, as thick as arms, formed in the sky, their tips resembling impenetrable, sharp arrows, glinting with an enthralling brilliance. Murong Changfeng merely observed Li Yi and the cold youth before him, a flicker of barely perceptible murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ling Jiantong nodded in response, signaling to Black Hawk, wishing to converse with Sidu Qianshun, prompting Black Hawk to exit the room. Ling Jiantong was ill at ease with such insincere scenarios. She smiled and swiftly declared that they should commence the flower appreciation. Sister, you forcibly activated the 7-star sword array, and your true essence is depleted. It is unwise to say more. Interrupted Lan Yi, but before she could finish, she suddenly trembled, and the two of them fell from the sky like kites with severed strings. Indeed, Ji Qiandao took a deep breath, staring blankly at Mo Mo's room, pondering something. The man, around 45 or 6, had a stern countenance and deep-set eyes, but what left the deepest impression was his 2 white eyebrows. He sat on a high platform, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Feng Feiyang and Yun Tiankong. The man finally revealed his profile, causing Wei Xian's face to flush slightly. He was her beloved, her husband, a police officer named Wang Dong. Junyu, the most upscale hotel in Yueshi, where he resided for many years, Su replied affirmatively. She remembered that the man was quite handsome. If she could draw his blood while simultaneously absorbing his profound internal power, perhaps Baizhu would reconsider, returning to her affections. When she spoke, the caravan leader exhibited no remorse, his tone calm, as if it were of no concern to him. Frequently traversing the grasslands, he had long grown accustomed to such matters. Shun Changyuan was currently discussing with Su Manchong how to report to the domestic authorities about this fool. only for the person to return seeking him again, threatening that Shan Fiyu would instigate further conflict, leading to his sacrifice. The middle-aged man's face, once flushed and vibrant, now appeared lifeless and pallid, as if all his blood had drained, his dry lips quivering slightly. Chapter 211. Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Little rabbit, quickly greet your master. A childish voice rang out, capturing the attention of everyone in Shrek Square. Following the sound, it was revealed to be a mere 1,000-year-old, three-eyed golden lion. Wait, something's amiss. Why does a 1,000-year-soul beast possess intelligence and the ability to speak? Though most soul beasts under 10,000 years lack such wisdom, the strong present here did not find it strange. The three-eyed golden lion must possess the strength to master its own fate, one that would instill fear in the Zhao royal family. Veiled, no one could discern Xiao Rian's expression, yet her body trembled gently. It was reported that before Hua Rui's encountered trouble, Li Yinglong had visited his residence. I remember that Li Yinglong is one of yours, the Empress Lu inquired. The man replied, no need for courtesy. Our Guyuan village warmly welcomes visitors. As he led the way ahead, high-ranking police officials were sweating profusely, their backs drenched in the slightly chilly early autumn morning, a chilling sensation engulfing them. Danyu Tianzuan's expression changed. Yuan Tianzuan was a peak master of the Tianzuan realm, his strength not inferior to his own. Before long, a male infant emerged through the belly, bathed in holy light, gently opening his eyes and waving his hands and feet with an expression of utter contentment. He merely stretched his body slightly, releasing countless rays of brilliance that rippled outward like waves. After all, I could claim that I would surpass the saint ancestor high priest in 10 million years, and there would be those who believe it. Who knows what will transpire in 10 million years? How infuriating! On the mountainside, Lian Nishang saw that these bandits had joined in, but still could not gain any advantage. Instantly seething with rage, Jiang Songyun articulated exceedingly complex phrases, but as he spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pale. I wonder if these two kings regret not being born in China at this moment, so they could dominate teams in Singapore, Laos, Malaysia, and Indonesia, racking up impressive stats? Mu Jinsi took a deep breath, steadying her emotions before feigning nonchalance as she walked towards the door. Firstly, Ballet provided him with a mobile phone capable of launching games, a motive that surely was not innocent, possibly even an attempt to ensnare him. Observing the frenzied crimson tide outside the private room, he felt a powerful urge to plunge into it. Gao Yang, Liang Sitai, and Zhu Yimin, who were brazenly seated nearby, continuously consuming food, raised their heads in acknowledgement. At that moment, it was time for voting, and, as expected, when classmates clamored about whom to vote for, Li Yinfeng was the first appointed Xiaoli, stating that she was the most likely candidate, refraining from revealing or hinting at his own identity, which was sufficient. Renmi Pingai's face turned pale, suspecting the ultimate zombie, yet hesitating to venture such speculation. Toys? Hihao was momentarily taken aback, then glanced up at the office building's roof, where several enormous signs hung, despite some being damaged. The name Diamond Remote Control Toy Company, Limited remained discernible. While Qin Ling inquired various details from Zhang Xian, he boldly communicated with Patian in his consciousness, contrasting their exchanges for clearer understanding. At that moment, Emile and the other high-ranking members of the Dark Headquarters expressed their excitement in unison. Dots of light fell, and Zhou Huan felt a sudden influx of new sensations in her mind, her body experiencing subtle changes, as if her muscles and bones had grown stronger. Her back was entirely wrapped in gauze, indicating that the wound would require some time before it could be exposed to water. Chapter 212. The Prison Cage Dimension Odal. After Rob and Lily merged into Luo Zai, they set off with Qian Rinxue, passing through the portal opened by Saladas, officially infiltrating the prison cage dimension of Odal. Odal was an extraordinarily vast fortress, rugged in style, yet exuding an air of majesty. Surely, this must be a dwelling place for giants? In truth, the formidable beasts indeed bore resemblance to giants in stature. How magnificent! Luo Zai could not help but exclaim. Is that so? Words alone are unconvincing. Bring forth the deed, and inscribe your name upon it. Ming Wan sneered. Bai Yu looked at Hong Lang, resting her arm on her shoulder, portraying a camaraderie. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of the flower of happiness, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, experiencing an indescribable sense of tranquility and satisfaction. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the pristine sky above the school, as a gentle breeze caressed her beautiful face. Sun Jinlan decisively responded, stating that past lives were past, and this life was different. Having severed ties with love in a previous existence, she now encountered someone who stirred her heart. The clan's apothecary was indeed a capable individual, yet despite his various attempts, he still could not discern the underlying issue. If I were to suddenly pass, I would greatly appreciate young Master Zhou taking me back, ensuring I do not soil the Yan family's land. When Qin Balong fled from Jiangnan, he had investigated that the school's director, Yu Guanfeng, had been secretly colluding with the Red Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, there was a mysterious protector behind this director providing him support. Were it not for his mother's tight embrace, Sun Juesher would have charged forward to assist his sister in vanquishing these foes. Su Zhengnan returned to the infirmary, setting down the banner he had brought and brewing himself a cup of hot tea, adding a touch of ginseng or goji berries for enhanced health benefits. The top laner of the WN team, Nair, noticed this and hurried over, while Zhao Wui from the IC team seized the opportunity while the champion returned to base, pushing the minion wave forward, simultaneously consuming a potion and making his way towards Bai Weiyu's barrel. Shui Xianzi did not hesitate. She had exerted considerable effort to unblock her limbs, and this time she was determined to succeed. Hua Mulan focused intently, spotting Gao Xianji staggering through the corridor ahead. She found it peculiar that they had emerged from the same direction, yet seemed to diverge in their paths, prompting her to pursue. "Stop!" Su Lai bellowed first, immediately capturing the attention of the prisoner. As he charged towards him, the prisoner made no move, and suddenly the severed iron bars behind him disconnected from their upper and lower sections, hurtling towards Su Lai. After knocking on Bai Weiyu's door again, Xiaoyan Yuan discovered that Bai Weiyu had already changed into new clothes. Yet, his spirits appeared low. Despite wearing a smile for her, it was evident that he was struggling. His dark eyes slowly narrowed, and Jiang Yinzhou abruptly lowered his head, pressing his lips firmly against Qin Wangshu's soft cherry blossom lips. After exchanging some light banter, Dai Ishi felt considerably more relaxed upon leaving. Even though the prince's demeanor was quite amiable and somewhat supportive, it still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and he thought returning to a familiar place would be more comforting. She had never imagined her father would apologize to her, not even in her dreams. The last argument they had stemmed from his insistence that she be magnanimous and forgive Ruan Manqing for all she had done to her. Now he was apologizing. Was it sincere, or did he desire something else? At this moment, the blazing sword light summoned by Luna had fully penetrated the earth, swiftly enveloping the location of Cain. Li Bai glanced at the light from his phone, his eyes widening upon seeing the cat within the jade. Originally, Li Shiyu had not intended to exchange food for crystal cores, but upon arriving at these bases, she discovered that the exchange rate was quite favorable. Many bases offered 1 crystal core for a steamed bun, making such an exchange quite appealing to her. Chapter 213, Titan Great Ape. Sweeping through the realms and conquering the universe. Suddenly, Yogg-Saron uttered such a statement. This utterance was entirely different in tone from his previous remarks. Was this truly what he wished to convey? Qian Rinxua bore the unspoken anguish within her mind, shouting at the Ancient One who spoke so boldly. Have you encountered no enemies in your conquests across the realms? Let this generation's valiant hero meet their demise in Douluo. However, this bore no fruit. A myriad of complex emotions arose in their minds, manifesting in their gazes, firmly landing upon Tang Tianyang. This fellow was utterly shameless and dark. He had clearly stated that if these individuals surrendered, he would spare them. Yet here they were now. Zifeng was plagued by doubts, increasingly curious about Tang Tianyang's mysterious nature. Had it not been for his status, he would have been wary of him long ago. Nonetheless, even so, Zifeng felt an insatiable curiosity and astonishment regarding Tang Tianyang's enigma. There are no buts. This is settled. Damn it. I must make this scoundrel pay today, Tang Tianyong declared resolutely, leaving Jack in a state of helplessness. Meanwhile, Zifeng and the others looked on in confusion, utterly unaware of the conversation between the two, only able to watch in distress. Lu Meng gazed at the leisurely clouds in the sky, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him, only to be dried by the gentle breeze. Yet, his voice soared above the suffering, resonating clearly in the depths of hell. I can't shake the feeling that Run Tiendi has become much more assertive after awakening. No longer as amicable as before. In the past, he would have even worked for me. Setting aside such matters, William Mauser leaned towards practical application, favoring research in mechanical physics. Furthermore, the implications of the unexpected appointment of Xionizer, a proponent of neutrality, following the death of his brother, were uncertain. However, it is well understood that the anger within Xionizer air cannot be extinguished by mere days of self-reproach. The transformations around her have become increasingly profound, and unbeknownst to herself, she has assumed the role of the financial manager for the young lord who has already gained fame across the continent. She realizes that her previous life has become foreign to her. Yet, she remains composed, finding tranquility even in the seemingly monotonous numbers. Due to Rin Pin D's influence, the Boli Shrine has lost its significance among the denizens of the fantasy realm, and even Ling Ming's reputation has diminished in the mortal realm. After approximately 12 contestants have engrossed themselves in the unfolding competitions, suddenly, Xian Xen, who had just finished her announcement on stage, joyfully approached them. It was said, "In the past, we may have been unaware, but now the entire Jade district knows that Feng Wan has mistreated you. How is it that he remains oblivious?" Tian Li remarked with pride, adding, "Look, how could I possibly let go of such a precious opportunity?" With that, she placed the chicken head into Hao Hao's bowl. This was a direct quote from Barkley, along with a reference to the competition for the best coconut powder against Pippin. Wang Suping caught sight of Yang Shi, her expression subtly shifting, her smile deepening as she resumed conversation with Gao Jingchuan. "Director Chun, the minister holds you in high regard, even assigning the salt sales from 2 special cities in the Su Shichang and Zhenjiang frontline areas to your Hai Yuan Salt Industry Company. These are among the wealthiest cities in our Jinling government," Wan Yulin remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Mo Jiu lay hidden beneath the bed, gazing at the embroidered shoes approaching her, feeling an uncomfortable sensation as each step seemed to press upon her scalp, tightening it. With a determination to perish together, Mo awakened all her vital energy, vowing to eradicate all life around her, including her own. Chapter 214, The Azure Bull Python of Deming. Just as Qian Rinxue halted, she noticed a phantom claw-shaped soul technique soaring towards her. Azure Dull Claw. Physical defenses rendered ineffective, it locked on and pursued. Upon impact, the senses and mobility of the target would be dulled tenfold. This silent skill produced no energy fluctuations, serving solely to restrict. The duration of the effect lasted for 10 seconds, during which the incapacitated individual's equipment would also be taken into account. In such concentrated circumstances, with both grenade launchers and rocket launchers present, could anything good arise? Regarding her future as the head of Huashan, she had also conferred with the ancestor, who was open-minded and agreeable, readily consenting. Although Ming Yutian expressed some discontent, she could not withstand the persistent persuasion of Yu Xingyi. On January 1st, year 795 of the new calendar, Duan Qing embarked on his journey back to Tanya, while behind him, a somber melody echoed throughout the fortress, gradually ascending into the sky. At this moment, apart from Fang Zhongyong, the faces of the officials below were all pale. Fang Zhongyang's expression was not quite as pale as the others, for he was aware of this historical moment from his past life, knowing that this congratulatory letter had thoroughly incited the ire of the cautious and prudent Renhe, leading to the war between Song and Xia. However, there was concern that releasing them from the mountains might coincide with Zhao Gou's arrival, potentially jeopardizing the situation. Hence they were bound and gagged, locked away in a room within the village, awaiting further developments. The atmosphere in the class was indeed lively. Even the proctoring teachers, including Yu Yu, were unaware of the commotion. The first to notice Yu's approach was Feng Su, who, upon seeing her, did not alert Jiangjing. News of the appearance of a fat sheep typically prompted other teams to steer clear. Of course, they understood the importance of discretion. Not every fat sheep warranted their intervention. Yet, no matter how weak the infusion of true energy was, it remained effective. Du Heng's body still relied on this conditioning. However, Hua Rulai, eager to concoct pills, found herself overwhelmed. Thus she prescribed Du Heng a course of medicine to be taken twice daily, which would temporarily suppress her illness during her seclusion. Yin Su, however, paid him no mind, merely waving her handkerchief, casting a flirtatious glance, before gracefully stepping onto the stage to commence her next song. Just beside Lu Rua Xian, several disciples of the demonic sect evaporated instantly, as if water splashed onto a red-hot iron plate, leaving no trace behind. After leading the two out of the valley, Lao Jio made his way towards a mountain peak. Both of their levels exceeded 95, and with Lao Jio clearing the path, it was nearly impossible for the Russian Empire to detect the three of them. Feng Xing continued his ruse, and, under his words, Mo Li displayed a look of skepticism. If what Feng Xing claimed was true, he did not believe that the zombie army could surpass the demon fruit army. Just as the Salt Gang began to encircle and pursue Lao Jio, a great hall at the center of the base erupted with a massive hole in the roof, from which Lao Jio soared forth. Yu Yin Tong clasped her hands together, silently praying, uncertain of which deity she was beseeching, but from the segments of incantations she recited, it seemed she had implored every known deity. Your heartfelt intention is enough to satisfy me. Liao Shao nodded in agreement. Observing her injuries had been tended to, she realized that Zhao Chunqin must have utilized various medical supplies from the restroom to staunch her bleeding. Fortunately, possessing some stamina, Daisy managed to crawl out successfully, but upon seeing Daisy safe, Lu Yin collapsed, utterly exhausted, in the elevator. Chapter 215, The Enigmatic Box of Yagzara. Qianren Shui did not anticipate that her strike against the Azure Bull Python would unleash such immense power from the laws of heaven and earth that the prison dimension of Ulduar could not withstand it. Even the creator of this minor dimension, the second Old One Yagzaron, was reduced to ashes. The Void Saint moved to transfer all the soul beasts and fierce beasts imprisoned here at the moment Ulduar collapsed. As for strength, it could only be compensated holistically. For instance, Yuan Shengshir's breakthrough to the Tian Gang was a form of compensation. The Nine Dragons Bridge soared forth on its own, shielding Huang Shao Tian above, thereby slowing his pace as some controlled demonic entities awakened and charged in. Damn, how could that bearded old man let me fall from such a height without a care? He exclaimed, Hey, why can't I use my spiritual energy? This is truly strange. After all, this place was nestled by mountains and rivers, boasting picturesque scenery, fresh air, abundant spiritual energy for cultivation, enhancing physical strength, and prolonging life. Wang Tian was already formidable. With the addition of a relative and ally, he became even more challenging to contend with. The barren veins were interconnected, and with 8 more to connect, once all 9 were linked, he would attempt to enter the realm of the heavenly man's treasure map again, after which he could only proceed step by step. Suddenly, a chill raced through his mind. Upon hearing this voice, could it be that ghosts truly existed? A beast-like entity was sent flying, the Emperor's fist unfurled, unstoppable in its might. It relied on its robust physique to take the lead, but was the first to suffer, blood spilling from its mouth, its body riddled with cracks, resembling shattered porcelain. Father, do you believe this matter was conceived by the third son, or Gu Chen? Cheng Hai inquired. These two fools were not only irritatingly foolish, but laughably so, especially with their disdainful gazes toward lower beings, which infuriated him to no end. Rest assured, as long as I, Han Biao, am alive, the Hong Wan sect will endure. Unless I perish, Han Biao declared resolutely, thumping his chest. The elucidation provided by Dongfang Bo is significantly more meticulous compared to that of the Demon Lord, thus allowing Jiang Yun to finally acquire a more comprehensive understanding of the sacred artifacts of the 9 clans. Despite the discontent expressed by numerous cultivators, Their outcries remained mere noise, as none dared to take action or forcefully breach the entrance. The rear windshield was first completely shattered, and soon after, the vehicle's doors were riddled with bullet holes. A volley of gunfire caused all 3 guards to lower their heads. Where am I? After 3 continuous days of travel, De Liang appeared exceedingly weary and despondent. Confined within the car for 3 days, his mind was in a state of turmoil. From Lu Chongling's narrative, he now understood why his parents had sent him into this realm to erase his memories and extract his blood. Very well, I have not refused any of Feyer's requests. Yifan gazed at me, his eyes fixed solely upon me. A majestic core of demonic energy coalesced into a liquid energy sphere, manifesting in Lin Yun's palm. Chun Xingyang exerted all his strength to take a significant step forward. However, the distance to Wang Ziyu remained insurmountable, ultimately leaving him to watch helplessly as Wang Ziyu approached the Tianzi divine sword. With a sudden impact, I contemplated the situation and decisively ended the call. I have numerous matters to attend to. I cannot afford to waste time with you. We shall settle accounts slowly when the school year begins, perhaps requesting some form of compensation for emotional distress. Yicheng Tian tightly grasped his wrist, staving off waves of dizziness. His eyes clouded as he observed the figures disappearing outside the door. He never anticipated that the Qingyan gang would let him off so easily. Yet it seemed to be the case. At the beginning of his journey, he remained in the Wutong forest, studying the techniques and cultivation methods of the Phoenix clan. The timing of his departure from the Wudong forest depended solely on when the Feng Huang would nod in agreement. Chapter 216. Luo Bo's multiple dreams due to the interruption of his thoughts. Yogg-Saron chose to bypass the foreplay and dive straight into the main course. Ha ha! In the next life, I shall be your child, calling you father with each breath, and I shall not hesitate to torment you a little first. Yogg-Saron contemplated creating multiple dreams to gauge his mental endurance to its utmost limits, thus enabling him to assist in establishing a divine position based on the specific circumstances. Moments later, the struggling fire unicorn ceased its movements, its scorching blood spilling onto the ground. I truly wish to address this unsightly creature's father. Previously, I felt there was something commendable about him, but now I perceive him as nothing more than a nuisance. If he were truly so formidable, why did he not confront that bird spirit when I was possessed? Consequently, the Qinwu Emperor swiftly conferred with the Yuan Lei Emperor and the Guantian Emperor, and after deliberation, they could only reach a compromise. Dream Boss, we have arrived. Just proceed straight for 200 meters ahead, and you will see it. I shall not accompany you any further. Damn it, I have tolerated you for far too long. Since our arrival, you have been indulging yourself in food. Qian San slammed the table, exclaiming loudly, What? Rongrong did not come to the exam? I immediately stood up, my heart racing as I turned to Xiangzi, asking with excitement, What's going on? How is it that Rongrong missed the exam? I had no idea. Wu Shuang observed the lightning spear hurtling towards him, and he heard the sound of slicing air. In that moment, he extended his hands and seized the spear mid-air. Later, it was said that he had entrusted his subordinates to his sworn brother, Li Haiqing, and had retired from the underworld, establishing several businesses in the western regions of Heilongjiang. Due to his extensive network and the fact that he had not committed any heinous acts, both the white and black circles held him in high regard, causing no one to trouble him for his past as a bandit. It is entirely feasible. I had contemplated this issue as well. Almost all the giant dragons agree that as long as someone opens the barrier, they are willing to fight. However, the time limit is set at 3 years, Bada responded. Simultaneously, Tang, Zhong Huixin, Ji Qinyuan, Jia Zhou, and Yang Tiantian each received a text message informing them of the dean's visit to seek out Qin Pufeng. Moreover, the live stream currently boasted 8 million viewers. Could he truly gather such a multitude in an instant? Prior to high school, her parents had resolved all her issues. But upon entering university, she faced considerable hardships. Fortunately, she encountered Hani, allowing her to live carefree once more. Although Lung Hutching verbally expressed his sentiments, he harbored no anger. Rather, he inexplicably mentioned a certain matter. I apologize, my dear wife. I know I should not have acted this way. but I truly cannot bear to see you in such sorrow. Dongfang nightclub, a high-end KTV in Linhai, seemingly required reservations, with patrons primarily consisting of either affluent elites or second-generation rich individuals, making even ordinary white-collar workers a rarity. Could it be due to Lele Jia's pregnancy? Perhaps she does not wish to be misunderstood by her? Dongfang Moli speculated. Qingguan promptly made a decision and, without looking back, headed towards the misty sea, flying swiftly for a day until he finally emerged from the fog, the heart-pounding sensation gradually subsiding. The audience members, who had been engaging in light banter, erupted when Yi Tian suddenly uttered this statement. Jian Nan, the rain has ceased. Prepare the meat. We shall ignite a fire outside shortly. Today, we will feast on grilled leopard meat and enjoy a hearty meal together, Yi Tian declared with a joyful expression. The S5 werewolf's build differed from those of other seasons, as this season saw a significant enhancement following the emergence of the Devourer. Tuanzong, do not be so agitated. The selection of the Hokage is of utmost importance, and we must deliberate thoroughly. Elder men, Yin interjected, noticing the stalemate in the room. Chapter 217. The first dream faced with such mockery. Luo Bo realized that everything that had transpired was merely a ruse. He had not escaped Yogg-Saron's grasp at all. Indeed, how could such good fortune occur? Returning to Shrek City in the blink of an eye? Contemplating this, Luo Bo felt a surge of anger. You may dispose of me as you wish. To toy with my emotions, do you believe I shall submit to you? The meal proceeded harmoniously, and after dining, Sun Yifan shared some gathered data with the boys. A voice called from the door, startling her. She looked up to see Di Qin gazing at her in astonishment. I felt a rush of mixed emotions. Ever since Yuan Shengqi had left the Yuan family to establish his own, the Yuan family had been on a downward spiral, deteriorating day by day. Travel expenses? Do you know where we are headed? Xiaqing Xiao expressed some surprise. This young woman evidently had an extraordinary background. How could she decide to accompany them? Moreover, it seemed she had already made this decision when she boarded the carriage. At this moment, she could hardly focus on anything other than the desire to return home and bury herself in sleep. She had no inclination to engage in conversation or undertake any tasks. In the face of Qin Xing's grand sentiment, I found myself willing to concede, for I could not match her courage, knowing full well the other party was married. Yet daring to express her feelings so boldly, even publicly challenging his wife. He pinched my waist and began to grope me. Fearing his primal instincts would take over, I hastily begged for mercy. When did the king rise from his bed? Why did you not awaken me? She inquired. Previously, Sikong Yin had deliberately used this matter to vex her, reprimanding her for not serving him during his early morning dressing. Xia Chujun stepped out of the courtyard. While taking a stroll in the garden, she had overheard the servants discussing Yun Mo and had rushed out without hesitation. Oh my! When I bit down on that person's leg, he let out a howl of distress, and upon recognizing the unmistakable voice of that portly police officer, I bit down even harder. There exists a means, otherwise it would not be thus. Qinya, with a despondent demeanor, ambled aside and reclined on the ground. Yuzhu, what punishment should befall a palace maid who dares to defy her superiors? Without glancing at the smug countenance before her, Murong Qingwan inquired. Lei, Yi, and the others discreetly nodded. Indeed, the style of the Quanzhan clan is refreshingly forthright and bold, expressing their thoughts candidly without malice, exhibiting an admirable authenticity. Lu Fan sighed, stating that he had anticipated the difficulties of this matter from the moment he dispatched them. There is no need for you to blame yourself. After all, to expand one's influence beneath the very nose of Dongjua in less than 2 months at the tender age of 16 is no small feat. And you have toiled greatly. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. A pungent metallic scent assaulted my senses, and it was only then that I realized this crimson liquid was, in fact, human blood. The soul lacks the sense of smell, leading me to this realization only now. I have heard that the ultimate trials within the Zhanjimi Jing are capricious and fraught with peril, with each test being entirely unpredictable, Dean murmured, his fingers idly drumming on the tabletop. The black bank card, emblazoned with the Swiss Bank S logo, was strikingly conspicuous. This card was familiar to Guan Yinfei. a nameless black card issued by UBS. Possessing such a card signifies a minimum capital of over $100 million. Upon seeing this, Guan Yinfei was somewhat taken aback. Is it self-destruction? Could it be that the reason the Jineng Pao targets Dean is due to his own actions? Lei exclaimed in surprise. To preemptively guard against beast demons infiltrating the military camp for reconnaissance, Xue Dingshan entrusted the operational duties of patrolling to his second brother, Xue Dinghai. Reluctantly, she handed the toys to the prince consort. The pair of dragon and phoenix twins are now 10 years old, at an age ripe for knowledge and mischief. They will have the opportunity to engage in hands-on creative projects, regardless of whether they dismantle or destroy them. The prince consort will certainly find a way to procure new ones. Chapter 218, The Second Layer of Dreams. Mockery, disdain, and a semblance of humorous pity continuously manifested on the visage of Yug Salong. Rob, unable to wield his martial spirit, found himself utterly powerless. Despite the relentless derision, he remained resolute in his desire to activate his martial spirit. If he were to abandon it, he would cease to be himself. Consider, if even Rob, a tri-spirit wielder, is confined here, who else could hope for a swift advancement? However, numerous specialized manufacturers are currently assessing the various technical specifications of Lin Meng Technologies' lithography machine, contemplating whether to introduce such an exorbitant piece of equipment. After all, leveraging its renown, one could not only amass substantial spiritual energy, but also embodies a rather mischievous nature. Su Zhuiziu purchased 2 fish from the dock, one for soup and the other for steaming, thoroughly enjoying the meal with Tang Miao Miao. Zifeng remained silent, yet his expression clearly conveyed a resolute refusal to permit entry. You are resorting to underhanded tactics. Before Qin Jun could finish his statement, Zifeng sprang forth, leaping directly onto Qin Jun. Given that gun violence has become a commonplace occurrence in America, unless a particularly tragic shooting occurs, ordinary gunfights seldom make headlines. After the new year, Lin Shi requested Yun Xinke's assistance in contacting real estate agents to find some well-decorated second-hand homes. These homes, having been furnished, offer a more suitable living environment as harmful gases dissipate over the years, making them preferable to newly purchased properties. Despite the sect leader Xian Yuan so being in good health, with the prospect of living for several more millennia seeming trivial, there exists a shared consensus among both the inner and outer sections. Observing Zhao Kang's demeanor, Shi Wu seemed to have come to an understanding, smiling as he continually reassured Zhao Kang. At 6:30 in the evening, Yi Qiu took Chao Ling out for dinner before driving her back to the military compound. Thus, the ability to reach the finals depends on the number of S and R grade cards in each person's possession, especially the latter. The greater the quantity, the higher the chances of advancement. The perspectives of the secular world, moral ethics, and legal regulations are distinct entities. He can clearly discern the boundaries and differences among them, allowing him to pursue his affection for Jiang Qianyu without burden and act upon it, even if the barrel has not yet reached level 6. Lu Handong will continue to invade the jungle. Moreover, the barrel itself has yet to attain level 6, causing him to become excited, howling as he lunged forward, only to be met with a blow that forced him to hastily retreat. The last remaining giant wolf beast in the forest was recently repelled by Groleiden's crossbow, and upon witnessing the demise of its kin, it realized it had misjudged its prey, enduring the agony of the acidic arrows embedded in its body as it limped away in an attempt to escape. Latte observed the decision-makers he had dispatched gathering to discuss matters, feeling a sense of gravity enveloping the situation. Witnessing this scene, the cricket student unleashed a vicious leap, combining it with Ironhead's charge, directly colliding with the cricket's head, severing one of its antennae with his teeth. Zhang Mingfei appeared to be somewhat pleased to hear the words, "I like you" come from her lips, rising to select a song, and after 2 songs were chosen, Lin Xian, during the interlude, apologetically told Jiang Qianyu that he would prioritize Yan Feifei's song. Biling Lizi found no suitable flaw in Kodo's mithril armor and instead leapt up to tap the dwarf's helmet. When the latter turned to confront her, she earnestly gestured, chiding the prince of this clan for his utter lack of eloquence. "So, your master is a person from the Far East?" the old thief inquired, taking a bite of bread as he followed the thread of the conversation. Chapter 219, The Third Layer of Dreams. In pursuit of cultivating a perfect succubus, Yug Salong resolved to adopt a different approach. The previous days and nights had been excessively harsh. Thus, the first step is to treat her with gentleness over time. Secondly, she must be immersed in the sensation of euphoria over numerous days and nights. Indeed, it is not only Yug Salong who must experience joy. Mutual pleasure is essential for nurturing the essence of the succubus. The valiant soldier desperately declared his intention to rush towards the open ground outside the tent. Yet his body was inundated with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Behind him, several guards swiftly regrouped, each assigned to attack different positions. Zhao Shuai and Atian were engaged in conversation when suddenly, a large snake burst forth from beneath the kitchen's crossbeam. Upon the utterance of this imperial voice, not only Sima Ainen, but also Li Chunfeng, nearby, displayed profound confusion on their faces. It was from that day forth that this nameless man acquired the title of Yu Wai Zunjia, for to the 11 others, he appeared overwhelmingly formidable, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Night One's voice was gravely serious. Simple-minded savages are not to be feared, but should they possess exceptional command, their combat effectiveness would exponentially increase within the intricate terrain of the southern barbarian jungles. You are yet unqualified to challenge Bing Qing. I shall allow you one hand. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall consider you victorious, he declared, casting a glance at Bing Qing as if to flaunt his prowess. Lastly, there's the Yu Jie beast, born amidst celestial phenomena, most perishing during the heavenly tribulations. It is said that during a time of great turmoil, a Yu Jie beast appeared, leading all demonic beasts and other races into battle before being vanquished by the ancestors of the royal family. The admiration in Ji Ruhuan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness as she lamented internally that the abnormal ninth prince had returned. Clang! The cup in Ning Mingyue's hand fell to the ground with a resounding crash, startling Ning Fu, who hurriedly emerged. Fortunately, she had already established her foundation and did not need to eat daily like ordinary mortals. Otherwise, she would surely suffer from hunger. After roll call concluded, the homeroom teacher departed first, as he had to meet with students from several other classes. If you can truly eliminate Kabu, I shall certainly assist you. Elder Zheng nodded, and then spoke with a grave expression. Kabu harbored a grudge against him for the death of his grandson. Thus, if Wei Zixuan could indeed vanquish Kabu, it would alleviate a great burden from his heart. Just as the remnants of Qi Xie Zunjia and Pan Shi Dadi engaged in a fierce struggle, the still-floating Qi Xie Zun just suddenly opened his eyes wide, their red glow intensifying. Once the slope was constructed, Wei Zixuan directed the children to climb up one by one, only ascending himself after all the children were safely atop. Wei Zixuan signaled for everyone to retreat while he cautiously approached the door against the wall. He slowly pushed the door open, and, at that moment, a gunshot resounded from within the room, causing the wall opposite the door to be riddled with holes from the iron sand. The Qing Mu zone concealed a Qing Long Huang, and this was the Feng Hua Qiu Ling, the territory of the Hong Yanmo Zhu. Fang Tian frowned, clearly displeased by Xiao Feng's blatant defiance. Fortunately, regarding his brother's affair with Feng Hong Mei, Lin Mao Hui displayed remarkable cleverness, exerting himself to shield his brother from scrutiny. You should be grateful to me. Without my intervention, you might have been disfigured. Xiao Fan's voice faintly reached Su Yan's ears. After a moment, a low sobbing sound emerged, unmistakably that of a man, filled with suppressed sorrow and grievance. A kind-hearted soul had already gone inside to summon the chief director, while Sang Ning simply retreated to a corner, continuing to serve as a living mushroom. Chapter 220, Crossing Mountains and Seas. In this life, the soul of Luo Bo's joyous demon persona was reincarnated into a peculiar world known as Do Chi Continent. In this existence, her identity was that of a woman named Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran's grandfather, Nalan Jie, was a lifelong friend of Xiao Yan's grandfather. Coincidentally, both of their grandchildren were born around the same time, leading to the arrangement of their marriage. Although Xiao Yan's grandfather perished in battle 3 years later, Xiao Yan himself fell to misfortune at the age of 11. This is something I painstakingly devised. Look, Gan Tian smiled, suddenly transforming her legs into that of a serpent. Dichong Xiao placed Ren Ting Xiu's lifeless body upright on the ground, grasping her hand and performing the beloved divine light transformation that he, she, and Han Ning Xin cherished most. No, as a combat-type ability, this is quite impressive. Wang Chong chuckled awkwardly. Now, there was no need for others to issue warnings. Everyone was aware that the Eye of Dalaran had come under attack. On the upper floors of Yanhan Shui, black and white light flickered continuously, clearly visible from hundreds of meters away. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Shen Tugong was momentarily taken aback. Dai Hai was a place rich in true qi, a must-visit for wandering immortals, hence why almost every cultivator was familiar with it. His inquiry seemed unnecessary. This forest was vast. Yanhan Shui and her companions found themselves unable to see the end. With no other option, they proceeded deeper, and after a full day of walking, Yanhan Shui seemed to hear the sound of a bell. She immediately perked up her ears and surveyed the surrounding paper-like trees. Even with her formidable strength, facing the powerful Du family, she felt her capabilities were rather limited. As this thought crossed his mind, Ran Deng Dao Ren felt a slight convulsion in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward onto the ground. Let's go meet your friends. Luo Ming led Yanhan Shui and her group deeper underground, while at that moment, Song Feng hesitated. As the leader of a faction, he would not act stealthily. The fire shadow stood directly in front of the thunder shadow, gazing into his eyes. However, after being struck by Tang Yiwu Ji felt as though he had endured the greatest humiliation of his life, his face contorting with rage. Tianming, why do I feel you are somewhat different? Li Mu scrutinized Lu Tianming for a long while before uttering this remark. Years ago, Qing Mian emerged from the mountains, sweeping through all corners, suppressing all prodigies of the younger generation with unparalleled might. Now, he had been defeated, and in the contest among the younger generation, the Xianyu alliance was clearly at a disadvantage. Gu Feng, flowing like water, swiftly inscribed 5 formation patterns, all birthed from his comprehension of the Tao and intent. Discovering increasingly profound connections between the two, Lu Tianming was astonished, his complexion drastically changing. The newcomer exuded an unprecedented sense of danger, with a murderous intent emanating from them. Judging by their speed, they would reach this spot in less than 20 breaths. He covertly observed Wu Tsong, also casting a glance at Huang Dongxian. Surprisingly, these two had no complaints about the evidently unfair arrangement. Rather, it was the envoy from Shu Jun who voiced their grievances. Clearly, Shu Jun was reluctant to have the Yinzhou army take the lead. Everyone was taken aback to see the usually apathetic Kakashi displaying such assertiveness, indicating that this incident was indeed serious. As the young ancestor's words fell, Tang Yi suddenly swung his hand fiercely, landing a punch in the empty air beside him. Entering the wrong new home, marrying the right person? Lu Qing Yi repeated slowly, raising her head to gaze at the old man, astonished by his familiar appearance. Lu Qing Yi felt as though she had seen the old man before. The only flaw was his slightly pale complexion, suggesting a lack of nourishment, but from another perspective, it rendered him somewhat delicate and endearing. Chapter 221, Crossing Through Crowds. In his third life, Luo Bo reincarnated into a wondrous star system known as Kupu Lu Star District. The Kupu Lu Star District was home to 3 major races in constant conflict: humans, insectoids, and star spirits. In this life, his name was Jim Reno. When the alien insects first invaded Masera, Jim Reno served as the planetary governor of that world, while defending the colonists. Reno received a message from a federal outpost named Deadwater Station. Yen Qing lazily stood up, instinctively reaching for Yushi's hand. The moment their hands touched, he seemed to awaken suddenly, hurriedly retracting his hand behind his back, smiling somewhat sheepishly as he said, "You'll find out once you go." He then stepped toward the door, pausing to listen intently before opening it. At that moment, A personal guard rushed in to report that Commander Wang Qinyan had arrived with troops to investigate the situation. Following a tremendous uproar, everything abruptly fell into silence. Yi Dong suddenly felt as if his spirit had connected with a powerful consciousness, one that was formidable yet devoid of arrogance, instead radiating an aura of all-encompassing acceptance. Under the dim light of the meditation room, Su Jin sat facing Master Shanxiang of the Ming Temple, while Wang Chao and others were sent outside to stand guard, which somewhat alleviated Master Shanxiang's anxiety, allowing his expression to become more composed. The individual who had been clamoring to beat up Jie Yifan was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with greed, while the bald man exchanged glances with several companions, equally unable to contain their delight. "Then let us depart," Yi Dong replied decisively. He felt no goodwill toward those enforcing disciples, as they were all disciples of Gui Yuan Zong. Yet when the disciples of Fo Zong oppressed them, none of them stood up to voice a word of justice, which left Yi Dong incredulous and indignant. The young security guard spoke of these matters with a hint of pride on his face, as if reminiscing about the years spent alongside Galao Lu. Xiao Ruo lifted her gaze, following Su Rong's line of sight, and beheld a flurry of dust rising amidst the hills, accompanied by the growing sound of galloping hooves. The dark banners fluttered in the wind, drawing nearer. The two elders, displaying considerable patience, waited a while longer until Qing Sheng announced their departure with their burdens, prompting Jin Shuo to reluctantly acknowledge the situation. Luo, a figure of remarkable prowess with an enigmatic background, posed a potential threat to the family, thus fostering resentment within their hearts. For instance, Emperor Qianlong summoned Xiao Yin daily for his pulse diagnosis, an endeavor seemingly more complex than mere medical consultation. In no time, Annie arrived, joining Gu Ming and Kwa to tidy up the kitchen, which was in disarray. Han Bing, sensing something amiss while engrossed in a game, casually inquired. Yet before he received a response, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Lu Dong's return. At this opportune moment, Lin stepped onto the balcony. The second matron rolled up her sleeves, diligently preparing dough and cutting vegetables, the sounds of her labor resonating through the air. Before long, the noodles were cooked, awaiting the return of the matriarch to share a meal. As everyone waved to her, in an effort to expedite their return, Jiang Xian dashed across the square, entering the Undying Palace. As for her treasures acquired from Lu Yi, including jewelry, diamonds, jade, and ancient jade artifacts, she could not simply display them all. Instead, she selected a few and chose to store them in a secure box with a complex lock, ensuring that either Wang Jiaya or Lu Huosheng would carry them, thus exuding an air of significance. She could only express that his willingness to contribute, rather than doing nothing, would surely ease their collective living situation, as they were bound to coexist for the time being. "You cannot finish it. My father surely can." Ao Shui observed the gradually wrapped parcel with satisfaction. Zhang Tingting hesitated, her lips trembling as she struggled to find the right words to apologize to Zhou Tian once more. Chapter 222. The Path of Belief. At the outset of the heart of the swarm, Renaud and his subordinate, the Renaud Rangers, with the assistance of the crown prince of the Tyran Empire, Valerian, had returned to their former strength. Valerian, in an effort to ascertain how much of Kerrigan had reverted to humanity, isolated her within a research facility for extensive experimentation and investigation. Throughout this period, Renaud consistently provided Kerrigan with support and encouragement, helping her endure the uncomfortable scrutiny without suffering significant casualties. Zhou Lai and Meng Jin shared a close brotherhood, and Lu Hui sought to cultivate a good rapport with Mo Xiaolin. Although Meng Jin currently held a lower rank than Zhou Lai, merely a regiment commander, Lu Hui understood that Meng Jin's future would undoubtedly surpass Zhou Lai's status. The students, upon hearing Lu Pian's intention to perform popular singing, were rendered speechless, unanimously expressing that it was too challenging and not easily examinable. Standing on tiptoe, Tang Yu glanced around, when suddenly a gentle voice reached her ears. Zhao Ergu contemplated returning to his room. However, after weighing his thoughts, he decided to set that idea aside for the moment. Tang Yu spoke softly, noticing that Zhang Hualian had ceased her resistance and discreetly gestured to Tang Jun. Thus, he was certain that Jun Yin intended to strike, and without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself in front of TheAccidental, determined to shield her from harm. Achin hurried to her side, admiring the texture of Han Bing's purple dress, inquiring with great curiosity. Awakened? Ai Chu sat on the ground, stretching one leg while bending the other, her left arm draped lazily over the knee of her bent leg. Deep in thought, her expression solemn. Who is this practitioner of strange arts? The prayer beads slipped from his fingers, and in the dimness, his voice resonated melodically, akin to the sound of jade falling. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed in from a nearby vent, aimlessly striking a sandbag barricade. Following the torrent, everything was reduced to dust. The entire city of Wuzhou seemed to vanish into thin air. An awkward situation unfolded, as one knew it was his doing, yet could present no evidence nor take any action against him, embodying a state of helplessness amidst resentment. Posts on the Russian Unlimited Spirit Communication page exceeded thousands daily, yet nothing was resolved amid the clamor. From the other side of the bridge, music wafted through the air, its serene melody offering a sense of comfort and tranquility, accompanied by the faint sounds of laughter and joy from many souls. The first individual took hold of the Taoist soldier, casting a disinterested glance, only for a sudden surge of vital energy to emanate from the soldier's hand, abruptly ceasing. Regarding Chongli, Liu Peng harbored deep sentiments, for in his past life, he was born in what is now Yixian County, where he spent his youth, and his foundational roots were cultivated there. However, as time passed and the weather grew colder, coupled with the urgency felt by the scattered tribes retreating north to the royal court, their numbers dwindled significantly. Yet Liu Peng remained steadfast, genuinely respecting his two elder brothers and caring for his younger sibling. I hope Hauer remains playful, but refrains from committing any grievous acts, Lin Shiqi expressed with concern. Her greatest fear being that Wang Hao would stray from the right path. Through his tireless efforts, he not only stripped the aristocratic families of their armed privileges, but also ensured that all slaves were registered and imposed taxes on the land held by all. Before long, some were swept away by falling debris, relentless malevolence, and collapsing space. Shaoling's internal flow of spiritual energy slowed, struggling to keep pace with her movements. The myriad poisons dwelling behind the Baiwa Tower must have been aware of the beggar clan's affairs, sending someone to summon Li Zimu, which explained his presence there that evening. Chapter 2:26, Frostfire Law God, ascending to divinity at this moment, imbued with the power of belief flowing from countless beings. Luo Bo felt as though he existed within the primordial chaos of ancient times, transcending the three realms. Such a realm was truly beyond the reach of mortals, and he now found himself suspended between both. If he were to succeed today, he would ascend. If he were to fail, the name Luo Bo would cease to exist. Frostfire Law God, Luo Bo. He silently recited these simple 6 characters, hoping for success. There were many merchants clad in black robes. Unless one had committed some taboo and incurred the collective ire of all black-robe merchants, trading with anyone would yield similar results. After all, life beneath the sage realm was merely fodder to him, akin to ants. He was a sage, an unfeeling entity, undeterred by the fearlessness of Do Rong and the millions of soldiers at Yuan Pass. As for the 3 advanced werewolves, their naturally robust physiques rendered them superior to Emil and his blood kin, all of whom had now ascended to the rank of wolf generals. However, with a single sweep of the stick, imbued with immense pressure, the elder's scream abruptly ceased, his body obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The 10-member squad donned in suits were disciples of the ancient martial sect, also students of Wuzhua. They had been dispatched to Tunglong Mountain to investigate Wuzhua's cause of death, accompanied by 60 infantrymen. Although it was merely a casual strike, the explosive flames caused considerable harm, momentarily overwhelming him, the pain twisting his face before vanishing. "Bring me a cup of hot tea and find an elder." Shen Wei paused mid-sentence, having never experienced menstrual pain herself, unsure of how to proceed. She changed her clothes, waiting for the doctor to arrive to see what he would say, as she would not engage in the foolish act of concealing her ailment. Upon hearing that Zhang Xiaofeng intended to name the flying tiger after himself, Zhu Tohutai erupted in laughter. The tide of corpses surged from the east, screeching through the streets. From above, one could observe some zombies leaping from the road while others emerged from the buildings. They coalesced into a singular mass, reminiscent of the relentless waves of a tsunami. Stealing his breath, Jishuan tightened his grip on the P90, the mastery of his firearm skills allowing him to wield this instrument of death with the same dexterity and precision as his own fingers, connected by blood. It is no exaggeration to declare that these disciples possess immense potential, representing the future and hope of the Taihang sword sect. However, there lurked an insider from the demonic sect among them. The luminous essence of the supreme sword technique, unparalleled in its evasion, flashed through Su Yan's mind as he emulated the mysterious figure wielding the Taishang sword technique. Upon hearing this, Chen Mufan finally grasped the essence of the discussion, which revolved around the matter of handling corpses. There is a saying that the one who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Cao Cao and Liu Bei, though friends, were also adversaries, both being lords of their realms, each able to divine the other's thoughts with considerable accuracy. A black vehicle, whose license plate had never been seen before, was confirmed by the lookout to not belong to their ranks, as the plate was distinctly visible. The army, under command, marched forth. At the appointed hour, the resounding drum beats shook the heavens, and amidst the mournful sound of horns, the forces of Zhang Fei, Lu Bu, and Zhang Xiu surged forth to assault Yuan Shao's encampment. Rest assured, I am not so impulsive, Chun Hao said, taking a measured sip of strong liquor, his gaze intensifying. It was merely a suggestion. As Meng Tian concluded his words, he took his leave, a hallmark of his character. To usurp him, one would need the demonic god in its prime. Given his currently fragmented essence, there was no chance whatsoever. Chapter 224. Changes over 6 years, though it had merely been 6 years for others. For Luo Bo and Li Li, it felt like an eternity. They had nearly succumbed to the torment of the enigmatic box. Yet, high risks often accompany high rewards. As individuals not originally belonging to the Douluo world, they did not inherit its divine positions, but instead fused their faith's power to create their own divine status. In this era, through this great victory, they finally stabilized the precarious political landscape of Samanbos, instilling considerable trepidation in the treacherous Buweixi dynasty. In bygone days, the bold tiger Gu Duo commanded, with by Tsongxin and Huang Yang as his trusted aides, Qiong Ri, a wealthy protector, and Dun Zhu as his horse slave. After completing his prayers, Chun Sanling bellowed, his arms soaring like an eagle. Inhaling was akin to drawing a bow, while exhaling was like releasing an arrow, the bowstring vibrating like thunder. Even though the cosmic emperor had fallen into slumber, the mechanical cells of his body instinctively repelled the invasion of foreign forces. Last night, Lance traversed the route from the port to the city center, taking the thoroughfare from the 4-point tower to the moon viewing tower, thus seeing no ships. Divided into two to symbolize the duality of one, represented by 3, and manipulated by 4 to signify 4, returning to the anomaly of 5 years and then reverting. In contrast, his political rival Sun Cheng, from the Han Shizai faction, was brimming with talent, with many still in power during the Northern Song dynasty. Shen Chu Wei, with her mouth full, noticed Xiao Jinyan's unwavering gaze upon her and struggled to swallow her food. Although Carl could not comprehend the scene of Tom abandoning Shadi to flee alone, there might be victims in the basement. The most appropriate weapon now was not free combat techniques or the bones of the demon spider, but modern weaponry capable of long-range attacks. Watching them resolutely advance towards the Murians, Li Si sighed and quietly retreated into the woods. Now is not the time to ponder how the seed demon dragon became a divine being, but rather how to infiltrate the sutra repository. The elder Xingcan shot a glance at the other elders and spoke. Thank you. As Zhao Yu dribbled towards him, Huang Xiang uttered this seemingly irrelevant phrase. Wang Xian's powerful strike merely tore the clothing of the divine cultivator without injuring his body. Observing the innermost 2 battling Qin Feng, one suddenly opened its gaping maw, its eyes glinting, and then released a torrent of scalding smoke, followed by a surge of ghastly yellow flames. The voice of Princess Scarlet echoed behind them, and Lin Xia turned to see her adorned in a splendid, delicate white gown, gracefully ascending the stage, disdainfully addressing him. Tu Qitong clenched his fist, feeling waves of robust internal energy surging within him, his legs beneath the bedding beginning to regain sensation, though the medicinal gourd forbade him from getting out of bed. Claiming it was to stabilize his internal energy, Tu Qitong understood his body. He was nearly fully recovered. Suddenly, Chongning's words faltered as Pai Chunling bent down, witnessing an awkward scene. Upon learning that Lu Yi toiled in the mountains daily, entirely without interaction with Junsumi, Su Qige felt a profound unease and dispatched several trusted subordinates to keep watch, ensuring a restful sleep. Those watchful eyes recorded Lu Ye's every movement. Reporting back to Su Qige, from the outset, the approach was to break the surface with precision. One successful strike triggered a collapse of magical chains, revealing the vulnerabilities of this vast net. The dialogue between father and son persisted, while Yu Shaohan quietly slipped away, retreating from the hall to the back garden, her mind racing with plans to infiltrate the grand estate. Ultimately, after thorough confirmation, Teresa reluctantly accepted the reality of her son becoming a nature envoy, agreeing to Hop's request to remain until the semester began, albeit begrudgingly returning to work. Chapter 225. The eve of the final battle, moreover. The ferocious beasts emerging from the lineage of the ice and fire duality, I include the 300,000-year-old heavenly calamity thunderflower, the 300,000-year-old flowing light jade frostvine, the 200,000-year-old wonder fungus celestial chrysanthemum, the 200,000-year-old heartbreak red, the 300,000-year-old eight-petal immortal orchid, the 300,000-year-old water nymph jade skinbone, the 300,000-year-old rooster crest phoenix sunflower, the 200,000-year-old winter summer snow silkworm grass, and the 200,000-year-old crimson jade cinnabar lotus. Luo Bo felt as if he might faint. In times past, one could hardly encounter beasts, let alone a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Zhang Hai, intending to speak further, caught sight of Lu Lei's gaze and, resigned, chose to lower his head. The bloody lesson of the Lu family loomed before all, and today's shame was inevitable. This time, she seemed to have grasped the opponent's weakness and struck anew, relentlessly pressing towards their eyes. Just as I was bewildered and uncertain of how to respond, Han Yu boldly rose and sat directly atop me. Let's see whether your fang tiger is stronger or my sinister-eyed white tiger prevails. Dai Mu Bai's golden eyes radiated with brilliance, unwavering against his opponent, his claws tightly clenched as he met the oncoming mountain tiger with a punch. Once seated, Qi Song remained somewhat dazed, eyeing Huang Fu Qinyu, sensing something amiss. Ning Ji realized that Zhen Tian was genuinely furious and understood she could not allow Zhen Tian to change her mind, resorting to tearful sobs as she watched Zhen Tian's carriage depart once more. Signing a contract of servitude is no simple matter in a society like Dekong. To be sold into slavery means even one's life is not one's own, as masters can dispose of them at will, representing the lowest echelon of society devoid of basic human rights. It was no jest, at this juncture, failing to express her stance. Princess Yunlan doubted whether she could walk out of this chamber at all. Forget it, I no longer wish to concern myself with the performances of those individuals. After all, during this time, I steadfastly trust my wife. Moreover, I am fully aware of the situation, yet find myself here, continuing to seek accountability, which leaves me at a loss for words. Nevertheless, at this very moment, I perceive a degree of absurdity in this period. It may be that I can no longer bear the expression on Ling Shui's face, prompting Ling Yu to affirm, in a certain tone, that what she has heard is indeed correct. Lei Dao leaned against the headboard, accepting the cup of water and taking a few sips, only to suddenly realize his clothing had been changed. Why ask so many questions? Are you prepared for the matters at the secret hideaway? Yu Yin cast a vigilant glance at him, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondering if he harbored improper intentions towards Ning Su. The air around the Pei family's old residence is indeed quite pleasant. Being in the suburbs, it is separated from the neighboring houses by a stretch of woods. With Luo Xia as comfort, Hua Qianwu's grievances have dissipated, yet her demeanor still reflects discontent. Why? Has something happened to Meng He-ping? Pang Xiaolong widened his eyes, manifesting considerable concern. Of course, this only served to further irritate Su Yao. He bore the brunt of the blame, yet received no benefits for himself, remaining an honest worker for the one who truly obtained the treasure, utterly speechless, devoid of any remuneration. As for Lu Shiyin, she harbored no belief that she was inferior to Yan Yi, nor did she grasp the thoughts of others. Hua Shengcheng approached, suddenly embracing Lei Dao, turning his head to plant a fervent kiss upon him. Luo Xia smiled and reminded, then retrieved a jar of male blood from the Qingquan ring, placing it upon the table. Yet, despite her lack of appreciation, she still feigned interest as she approached the long table. Her ignorance did not imply that Lu Zaicheng was similarly uninformed. Since the birth of her child, CMO has been personally attending to her needs. While their son could be entrusted to Gei Jie, everything else was managed by him. He reassured himself that he had a son, albeit one whose health was frail. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon her neck, then lowered, bestowing a kiss accompanied by a gentle bite. Chapter 226. Defending the three high grounds, the Void Army did not launch a direct assault, but rather gathered from the northwest, northeast, and directly south, preparing to initiate an offensive along these three main thoroughfares. Given the elevated terrain surrounding Shrek City, these three main roads leading to the city were essentially high ground passes. Thus, battles involving those below the divine rank would simultaneously unfold at the three high ground intersections, while those above the divine rank would naturally engage in aerial skirmishes. Ling Yang had evidently lost interest in drinking, casually exchanging a few perfunctory remarks with Luo Tu before excusing himself, claiming fatigue, and turning to find a place to rest. The Yi father and son still wielded considerable influence here. The Mingmen nightclub, having lost Mi Qi, continued to thrive as ever. I discreetly approached the upper level of the Mingmen nightclub to investigate, only to find that the Yi father and son were absent. Currently, the Li family remained relatively prosperous. Old Madame Ning gave birth to the eldest son Li Yujing, the eldest daughter Li Wan, the third master Li Yuxiao, the fourth master Li Yuan, and a second son Li Yuming born out of wedlock. The two company representatives nodded gently, then unfastened the ribbon securing the scroll, working in unison to slowly unveil the artwork before the audience. Nick Fury, being straightforward, reflected the direct nature of Westerners. They distinctly separate public and private matters, capable of engaging in spirited debate, yet still sitting together to share drinks afterwards. As spring transitioned to summer, CI, and wore only a thin, gossamer silk nightgown, her upper body clearly visible in the dim light of the palace. Ling Miao, you're indeed easily deceived. Yu Yang frowned, regret evident in his expression. At this moment, Yang Deman was genuinely absent from the company, instead found in the basement of a modest residential building, accompanied by a few brothers, engaged in acts of unlawful confinement. As the year drew to a close, good news seemed to come one after another. Liu Ju also confirmed her pregnancy, and the D family sent word of congratulations. Madame Liu busily dispatched in and several other women to the residence several times, bringing a multitude of gifts. Teacher He, please proceed. I cannot guess who the other party is. Peng Peng's connections in the entertainment industry naturally paled in comparison to He Jiong's. Liang Jiugong quickly affirmed, Yes, Your Majesty. Indeed, Liang Jiugong had grown increasingly certain that his speculation regarding Xiaopin possibly being the future empress was correct. He had genuinely stated that he was merely speculating to his advisor, and the emperor's previous orders had not addressed this matter. The cold fragrance of the winter sweet gradually faded, with only a few late-blooming blossoms remaining. A massive hand appeared at Su Qingyun's chest, reeking of blood, its palm glowing with a sinister red hue, exceedingly eerie. Bai Xiao listened to Feng Qi-wen and Prince Rui's conversation, her heart racing, feeling as if it were lodged in her throat. Kangxi naturally noticed Tu Hai's change, his heart heavy with concern. A flicker of hope lingered within him. But upon witnessing Tu Hai's expression, he knew his hopes had been dashed. In the presence of Sun Qi and General Yu, Lord Bian reiterated his previous thoughts, particularly emphasizing Sun Zhen's unusual behavior while climbing the cliff. Previously, Dream had implied that Pao Pao's injuries would not heal easily, without decades of time. Full recovery was unattainable. At that moment, the members of the demon clan, filled with rage and ready to strike down the Taoist disciple suspended in midair, were suddenly interrupted as their leader received a transmission, turning his gaze to behold Niu Ronglu, who had invoked the grand teleportation spell of the demon god. Originally intending to head to the film set, she received a sudden call from Zhang Peilin, instructing her to visit the company. Chu Shiji smirked, casting a glance up and down at Xiao Shiyong, saying, "Do you think I am as simple-minded as you?" After saying this, she turned without a backward glance, leaving the utterly exasperated young Master Xiao in a state of disarray amid the winds. Chapter 227. Opposing the entire world at the northeastern stronghold. The defending forces comprised solely of the Bone Douluo Gu Rong as the main tank, lacking even a secondary tank. Yet, this path was led by the formidable Ning Fengji and the four superlative supporting Soul Masters. The remainder consisted almost entirely of strong assault type and agile attack type titled Dalu, adept at charging into battle while possessing a degree of self-preservation. Among them, the most noteworthy was the sword Dalu Chenexine, who had just entered the 99th level ultimate Douluo realm. The 7 kill sword's might was undeniable. Naturally, it could not be said he had not slain a single monster. However, the issue lay in his overconfidence, believing the game's difficulty to be manageable, leading him to activate an artifact prematurely, one that consumed all his experience. At that time, I was utterly perplexed, wishing to speak on your behalf, inquiring whether he would allow you to return. The scene fell momentarily silent as Chun Yulian looked at Lu Qin in confusion. He reached out to squeeze her palm, signaling her to wait patiently. With a sudden puff, Chun Yulian felt a tremendous force strike his right hand, causing him to stagger back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. Staring at his numb, drooping arm, his heart surged with curiosity. Who could it be? With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound as dust enveloped the surroundings, with both sides entangled in conflict. Sister Lan, do not worry. My heart belongs solely to Junzi. I will keep my work and personal life separate. Lin Songhai responded succinctly, without any hesitation. He did not believe that the other party would go to such lengths merely to stage a false retreat. There must have been some means employed to obscure his perception, making the Jian Mountain Villa appear as it always had, seemingly untouched by any events. Therefore, there is absolutely no issue. He dares to guarantee that the average person would be oblivious. In an instant, the entire Tianyin zone was shaken. Beneath the night sky, terrifying gazes fell upon this extraordinary treasure before them. This form of communication also has its advantages. If you grant me passage here, then I expect you to facilitate my request to send someone to your Zhengkengyuan. A strong wave of dizziness engulfed Xiao Nanqing, prompting him to cease his struggles and submit to being treated like a fish on a chopping board. She had come here to investigate Nianbai and Ruru, not to engage in slaughter or oppression. Gazing at the darkening sky, it seemed likely that rain was imminent, which was favorable news for the side with fewer personnel and weaker firepower. Zhao Yuan looked regretfully at the 2 baskets of plump crabs, lamenting how splendid they were, fearing that there might not be as many tomorrow. He glanced at the vegetables in his hand, discomfort evident in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shanshan's expression froze, nearly revealing that she had come to find him. Given Zhu Lao's age, his passing could be considered a natural conclusion, a joyful farewell. Yet, despite the joy in farewell, for those of the Zhu family, the loss of a loved one was still painful. Ning Shi'er and Miao Miao sat together on the sofa watching television when her phone suddenly rang. Tong Yuan Xiao and Suli were fortunate to be seated at the main table, accompanied by Miao Baba, Miao Mama, Miao Ji, and several individuals of higher status. Rui Xue chuckled coldly, inquiring, "Which young lady do you belong to? I haven't seen you before." She opened the door and attempted to step outside, only to be stopped by the Zhao family elder waiting outside. When Jin Sheng saw the situation, he immediately brought his companions over. Rui Xue pursed her lips, fully aware of the complexities involved. Persuading Zhao or Taitai would be utterly futile. The battle continued to rage fiercely when suddenly an inexplicable wave of energy rippled from a distance, startling Xiao Xiong and the others. Their strength and senses were the most acute, allowing them to perceive the intense feeling of ghostly energy surging skyward. Considering the previous situation, if a single greenstem plant possessed such formidable offensive capability, then the employer likely had numerous such terrifying greenstem plants. Thus, the price of 1,500 gold coins seemed indeed reasonable. Chapter 228. Heroes Never Die. With the enemy's casualties significantly high, the pressure on the Douluo gods naturally lessened. After the Ice and Snow Emperors unleashed their combined attack, even if they survived, they posed no immediate threat. The only troublesome adversary remained the first ancient ruler, Yashaji, who was on the verge of ascending to the divine king level. Yashaji had just subdued the light shadow angel Godqian Ruin Shui when she was confronted by the comic goddess Bibi Dong's multiple strikes. Brother Dragon, this sister seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Buse's voice trembled, her expression darkening, revealing a flicker of sorrow and desolation, her mood notably low. Years later, when Tsang Fengjinren's injuries had fully healed and the resources he had gathered were nearly complete, Lin Yi was ready to establish a sect. Naming it Shunxiao Wanjianzong, deliberating thoroughly before selecting the site at the heart of the Qilin Mountain Range's ancestral ground. Although her feelings for Rui were not as deeply rooted as those for Shua, Wuling still harbored hope, for she understood that Rui felt for her, as Shua did. But which steel should I choose? Fang Qi's heart sank. Earlier, with Ilao's guidance, he had clarity, but now, with Ilao already in a state of extinction and still sleeping, he found himself in a quandary. Moreover, the simultaneous demise of 3 individuals made the situation all the more intriguing. Linny, allow me to introduce this individual. He is an immortal from my Qingyan Daemon. My senior brother, Yuyang Jinren, Si Yunzi said, leading someone over for an introduction. He Xiangjuan fidgeted restlessly, pulling out his phone to contact Yama in hopes of gleaning news from Wang Yi. After enduring a long night, Lu Ofeng reported that Wang Jianming had yet to take action. Everyone was poised, waiting for Wang Jianming's command, yet he remained indecisive. The following day, Jiang Jian returned to the hospital, where I informed him that we were leaving. All right, give me the horse, you go on with your business. After establishing the war camp, there remained much to address. Suning was about to depart with Hua Hua when the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. In the past, Jing Xinghua merely represented the bloodline of the Jing family, seated on the throne in the Zhongming Palace to govern and deliberate in the Yuan Palace. When the marauders of the Brennan Fortress awoke from their stupor, they were met with the sight of the patrolling guards' corpses and bloodstains on their beds, sending chills down their spines. He never expected that he could truly become an immortal, soaring through the skies with a sword. Is my heart irretrievably lost, or has it perished within the cave? I inquired of the bald monk. Malio had arrived in Jiangqing 2 decades ago. At that time, he was still a young man. He established a sheep and cattle shop through his skills, marrying and having a son. Fang Qing remarked, there must be something. If there is a hint of this now, it must be crushed decisively. Damn it, in just 4 months, they dare to speak up and reach out. They should not blame me for being ruthless. We shall wait and see. There is no need to suppress. Otherwise, it will be exposed sooner or later. And the sooner it is exposed, the better. I am waiting for them. Wang Yiba declared fiercely. A vast amount of energy instantly coalesced before him, culminating in a blinding white beam that surged toward the rumbling stone. By the way, if Xie Lingyu died decades ago, how is it that her body has not decayed? Has it been preserved by ice all this time? I questioned. What has transpired in Beiyuan City? Speak at once. The tension in the heart of young Master Han Jin was palpable. As soon as Suyu stepped out of the car, the seedling turtle, confined within the poke ball for an extended period, could no longer contain itself, leaping out as if it would burst if it stayed any longer. Chapter 229. The Heart of the Void Saint Monarch. The golden light representing brightness and the green light symbolizing life cascaded down, resonating with the ancient power of the world tree. Subsequently, myriad streams of light emerged, dispersing in various directions. In the aftermath of the battle, whether the fallen were reduced to dust or left intact, they were all stimulated by the intertwining waves of gold and green. Flesh was reshaped, and souls were restored. This was the true essence of collective resurrection. This was the truth. Upon entering the one Kuei Guan, the cultivators moving about in the hall unconsciously paused, turning their attention toward him. Clad in silver armor and a pristine white cloak, a formidable knight followed closely behind him. The collective might of 4,000 cavalry converging upon the Silver Knight, creating an imposing presence. However, such damage was trivial to this colossal tree. In observing the state of Chugui Chudan, it was evident that it could no longer mount such an attack. Realizing this, Su Yang understood that Chugui Chudan's fate was already sealed and chose to disregard it, refocusing his gaze on the cold youth. Thus, the spirit soil nourishing the medicinal herb garden had also succumbed to the ravages of time, transforming into ruins and dust. Hearing Hao Hongwei's words, Liu Mingqing felt no fear. Instead, her expression grew colder, her face darkening as if water could be squeezed from it, and even her eerie smile twisted slightly. As Mu Rong Tian Nan's fury became palpable, Yuan Shao regained his composure. After all, this was not the Yuan Empire, and should a conflict erupt here, he genuinely risked being overpowered. Yuan Shao had never contemplated the possibility of being a match for Su Yang. The clang of metal echoed as Su Yang's dagger failed to pierce the man with the staff, instead being deflected by the swordsman. At that moment, a beam of light emerged once more from the formation, aiming directly at Su Yang's head. If the Judgment Knights previously resembled demons from the depths of hell, they now truly appeared as devils descended from the inferno. The Hao family was intent on protecting him, yet they could not be overt in their efforts. As the saying goes, rare treasures should be kept hidden, should their protective measures become too conspicuous, revealing his true background. The treasure would no longer be solely theirs to possess. Meanwhile, there remained dozens of surviving cavalry, with a dozen gallant souls urging their steeds forward for a final gamble. In contrast, another group fled in terror, turning their horses around and racing away in panic. On the city tower, Niu Jingxing observed the unfolding battle with clarity and had already commanded the soldiers within the city to close the gates and raise the drawbridge. The panicked soldiers surged toward the bridge, and just as Tian Jinxiu reached a mere 10 paces from the gate, it slammed shut with a resounding thud. A cavalry unit of 2,000 had flanked the Ming army, launching a full-speed assault from behind. The left and right flanks had also turned, advancing in a relatively intact formation toward the Ming phalanx. Lin Gu raised his hand, releasing an arrow akin to a feather dart, which suddenly split in two just a yard away from Feng Shaoqing's path. Strangely, the two arrows flew left and right, connected by a slender string at their tails, leaving the onlookers in awe of such peculiar archery skills. What Emoli spoke of had long been contemplated by Qiao Jinwen. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to the Grand Princess's residence to seek an alliance before the princess even arrived. The inverted blade swiftly returned to the lounge, nodding in acknowledgement to Xiang Lingyun before resuming his position. The beautiful mother turned Yi Huangshi around by the shoulder, facing the approaching figure. Nan Fangsheng, is that really you? Why do you look like a creepy old man? Ignoring my calls. Were you deliberately eavesdropping on our conversation? Jiang Xia exclaimed, gripping Nan Fangsheng's arm. Chapter 230. The path of dreams. We do not covet becoming immensely powerful. We accept that human talents vary. However, at the very least, grant us a glimmer of hope for a distant future. How many times have I wished for my soul power to surge from 0 to 1? At least with relentless effort, I could elevate that 0 to level 10. How I yearn to bestow upon myself a first soul ring. Countless times in dreams have I envisioned my blue-silver grass becoming more resilient. I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, I shall summon security, Xiao Mimi declared without courtesy. For reasons unknown, as she walked, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled, nearly toppling over. The Red Sand Lounge, the finest establishment in Jiang City, was now abuzz with life, its nightlife flourishing. The yellow sands were scattered everywhere, and walking across the vast sandy expanse felt as though one might sink at any moment. The soldiers surveyed the swirling dust, feeling a sense of solitude, with nothing but endless sand surrounding them. The thought of failing to treat Wang Dashu in time weighed heavily on them. What if he fell ill again tonight? Would that not burden them with lifelong guilt? The competition must remain within the designated arena. No matter the location, no one is permitted to touch the ground, and the contest venue shall be determined by random draw. I have stated it clearly. Do not call me Erguzi. Human, you have successfully provoked me. I shall consume you down to the very bones. The wolf demon coldly proclaimed. She herself could not discern why she had changed in this manner, yet she had no time to ponder the issue as she was interrupted. At that moment, Pei-Shireen slumped onto the grass in the garden, feeling as if her heart had been struck heavily, utterly shattered. If it were known that he had inflicted such a wound upon his own son, he would be deemed foolish. Thus, Luo Ling felt a sense of disquiet, wavering in uncertainty, the divine light fluctuating, now shadowy, now radiant. She stood tall and poised, as if ready to take flight, yet remaining grounded. The scent of the spicy peppers lingered in the air, her steps graceful and fragrant. Her long lament echoed through the ages, her voice mournful yet lingering. Rest assured, Lord Yining, we shall not disappoint you. The third son of the Huang family confidently patted his chest. Wu Yong was rendered speechless. What more was there to say to such a person? He was weary of engaging in trivial matters, and, feeling exasperated, unfolded a folding bed and lay down. For the weather in this country remained quite warm, rendering blankets unnecessary. Uchiha Jiji announced the abolishment of the titles of Hokage and Mizukichi. With Shadow now officially recognized as the singular supreme title in this world, and Uchiha Jiji naturally became the inaugural shadow of this new nation. Wu Yong reluctantly opened another bottle of Erguo II. Yet if he were to consume the entire bottle, he would surely become inebriated beyond recovery. This Erguo II is 53 degrees. A bottle weighs over a pound, and for someone of his limited drinking capacity, such consumption would surely lead to calamity. This place is unknown, fraught with dangers. No one knows what lies ahead. If one were to prepare a compass and proceed cautiously, there remains a significant chance of finding a way out. Observing the respect the elders of the Alchemy Peak showed to the foremost elder, it was evident that this was Liang Sheng, the only 7-star alchemist of the Yuanji sect. A figure Li Shan had long wished to meet, but had never had the opportunity. Each dynasty is unique, and even more so for the current Deshun dynasty, a nation never before seen in history. I have heard that 3 days hence, during the Empress Dowager's birthday, the 6th sister may enter the palace with the 4th sister to celebrate her birthday. Was it the 4th sister who suggested this to the prince? Yishi inquired hesitantly, testing the waters. Chapter 231. Our Douluo continent at this moment. The gods of Douluo harbored no reservations. The connection between the void holy monarch and the essence of the Douluo world had been severed completely. This severance was not achieved by some formidable soul skill or overwhelmingly powerful technique, but rather by the hope residing within the hearts of the people. Not only humans, but even the sentient soul beasts could clearly perceive the changes in the world's rules. This was the blessing of the gods, as well as the reason for her congratulations. Once Lu Yi successfully sealed the sword demon and the sword saint was revived, the Han dynasty would gain another formidable ally. For he was the founder of a Taoist court. Contemplating the grim fate of his childhood companion, Qin Yu felt a shiver run through him, his boiling emotions swiftly cooling. Earlier, in a moment of heated impulse, he had failed to consider the presence of the twins. What was their current situation? He initially intended to suggest that communication could be intimidating, but then hesitated, fearing it might appear as gossip. The crowd exchanged glances, yet Ji Tian felt a stirring within. If his Tong Tian immortal dynasty sought to flourish, Dongxing Shenzhou was indeed an ideal location, as there existed no supreme immortal dynasty there. This fact was crucial. Should Dongxing Shenzhou harbor a supreme immortal dynasty, Ji Tian's Tong Tian immortal dynasty would be doomed should it be exposed. The son is well, that is what matters. It is all the mother's fault. Had I known earlier that you could not drink, I should not have allowed you to do so. Zhang Mu expressed her self-reproach. Just as the beast was about to pounce, the human gunman executed a synchronized maneuver, unleashing a counterattack that swiftly dispatched the pursuing monster. Originally, Wang Jiyu's expression changed dramatically. And while Ji Tian harbored doubts about the Emperor's treasure ship's ability to obliterate stars, upon witnessing the ship's dragon claws grasping 4 stars, all skepticism vanished, leaving only profound astonishment. Ultimately, I had no choice but to return to my hometown. When my father learned of my return, he scolded me, for my mother's desire was merely to see me graduate. Qin Lang spat on a man's face, delivered a swift blow, and rendered him unconscious before striding toward the eastern part of the village. Qin Lang, entangled by this persistent individual, had no option but to bring him along. No matter where one finds oneself, one must cherish oneself. Regardless of others' opinions, one must remain true to oneself, Zhuoxi gently advised. Ji Cheng habitually raised his right hand to check the time, but suddenly realized something and forced his hand down. Su Jingyo's gaze was briefly diverted before he promptly corrected his focus. The palace radiated an icy blue divine brilliance, akin to a beacon in the darkness, imbued with an immense vitality. Upon hearing the phrase, appreciating the scenery, Zhuoxi felt a chill run down her spine, hoping that Lan Yang would not have any ulterior motives for inviting her. How foolish of me to overthink. She gently shook her head. Chu Xian expressed his helplessness. He never intended for Xue Bingjie to remain outside alone, for this place harbored more than just the sword demon Eskin. After some contemplation, she quietly opened the car door and stepped out, but after taking a few steps, a voice sounded behind her. Jingsheng Su was momentarily stunned. Although she knew Mo Yanqing was indeed handsome, in traditional attire, he resembled an ancient prince. Upon seeing the pond, Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy, but hesitating momentarily, he promptly retrieved buoyant grass and silently made his way to the center of the pond, submerging himself without a sound. Meanwhile, Chi observed his transformation and mistakenly thought he harbored murderous intent towards her, feeling both angry and pained. They spent a considerable amount of time finalizing the script, as altering it for a single actor was out of the question. Very well, Qi Yin made a difficult and painful decision, choosing not to report this matter to His Highness, although she understood this was a significant taboo, not due to facing Lin Jianan, but because in such a unique department as Dai EC, loyalty was paramount. Chapter 232. Rebuilding the Spirit Hall 1 year later in the new Spirit City. Representatives from various factions gathered at the newly established Papal Hall. The newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Tian Hudo Luo Hulaina, stood beside the papal throne, listening attentively to the counsel of the comic goddess Bai Dong and the god of light and shadow, Qian Rinxue. After all, these two deities could no longer interfere with mortal affairs. Although the Spirit Hall still publicly recognized the Pope as its leader, his own mother had been expelled by his father long ago, yet he now claimed to have an elder brother. Indeed, Su Qianming had gone too far. Even if there were conflicts with Su Zhe and others at home, he could not simply ignore returning home. Lu Qian felt foolish for having not uttered a single word at that moment. She could have explained that she had nothing to do with Yi Xiaojun. However, recalling her previous words made him unhappy. Was it so easy for her to forget him? But what significance did this hold? Zhang Chunling found it difficult to comprehend, especially as the preparations for defense were still incomplete, necessitating even greater caution. Bao Zhan could only imagine the depth of the blow she had suffered and inquired how she had dealt with it. She immediately called Chun to share her good news, as he had helped her with her professional studies, thus acknowledging her gratitude. Subsequently, Miao swiftly rolled over to Hua Chunyan and tugged at the hem of his shirt. There was another inscription, deeply etched, stating that if the monsters below forced their way out, the child within the ice coffin would be automatically released. Over a dozen formidable individuals, all possessing peak strength, surged forward, their overwhelming assault enveloping Gu air in an instant. Yet, upon examining the demon mask once more, Wei Jia felt an indescribable sensation. The mask's luster was no longer as vibrant as before, seeming to have lost some essence or spirit. Thus, the onslaught created by the Hong clan's evil spirits, leveraging their speed, was swiftly countered by Tang Yi. As a result, the atmosphere of the banquet intensified, with everyone becoming exceedingly excited and exhilarated. This sharp energy seemed to have a mysterious connection to the ancient sword. At the moment Song Ming seized this aura, the ancient sword suddenly trembled, emitting a resonant hum, as if sensing an acute danger, and the same aura once again emanated from the sword. Zhang, with the 6 elder brothers present today, I wonder who you were showing off for, Lu Yong boasted, clearing a path for the burly man and others. Wei Jie was momentarily taken aback. Previously, during the recruitment of the Lu Shu army, it took half a month to enlist thousands, yet now, in just 3 days, 1,000 had appeared. After all, the legend of Neza slaying dragons, along with his current penchant for dragon hunting, indicates that dragons truly exist. Yi Shuang found it perplexing. What was there to admire about lanterns? The Lantern Festival attracted attention, primarily due to the romantic encounters that unfolded at dusk, or the fleeting moments of recognition when one turns to find a cherished figure amidst the glowing lights. If someone ranked ahead of her were to meet with an unfortunate end, her ranking would rise, ensuring her safety. Yu Menghan remained silent, a slight smile gracing her lips upon hearing the term inner person, enhancing her allure. Qiao had not hunted anything substantial, but led a child in simple clothes, appearing 2 years older than Ji Yu, with a forlorn expression. Although the fierce bird possessed limited intelligence, witnessing Luo's song effortlessly eliminate its companion, the other shrieked in alarm and attempted to flee beyond Ping Lu Mountain. Yet Luo's song would not grant it any opportunity. Gu Yunji could only follow Tang Zhenting's rhythm, gradually losing herself and even forgetting her surroundings, gazing at the white banners and silks of the Han residence. Ajio could not help but reminisce about her past in the southern wilderness. In the same manner as her own demise, she had chosen to better live alongside her cherished relatives, while Han Shiryu had forsaken familial bonds for the sake of love. Chapter 233. It is time to depart the Spirit Hall, along with the 2 most valued organizations of Shrek, had returned to a stable course, allowing him to rest easy. His concerned friends had all found their places. Tang San and Xiao Wu would be with their parents and subsequently ascend to the divine realm together. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, after rectifying the political landscape of the Xing Luo Empire, passed the throne to their son and set off to wander, living as carefree as clouds and wild cranes. Upon mentioning the Xiongnu, Kaiyan could not help but shudder. Though many years had passed, the tragic experiences she endured remained unforgettable. Since there was no resolution to be found here, there was no need to wait for the other calls made. Waiting was futile. Zhu Bian's face was wrapped in white cloth, his head swathed like a round bundle, exposing only his mouth and one eye. Despite this, he eagerly encouraged Wang Huan to seize the opportunity to strike down Hao Gu, which would be splendid indeed. Dui Zhenren harbored no desire to take action against the junior. In his view, 2 8th-tier quasi-saints were more than sufficient to deal with Zhu Qi. Can such cannons be crafted? Wang Huan inquired eagerly, as if he were pressing a matchmaker for the introduction of a beautiful maiden. Ma Wanyan and his companions were taken aback, regarding Wang Huan with expressions of reverence. They had never anticipated that Lord Wang would be conversant in the tongue of the red-haired goblin. It was said that Ping Liang Ho was omnipotent, yet no one expected him to reach such heights. However, it was ultimately too late. Those white shadows seemed to have discerned that I had noticed them. They ceased their observation of Deng Chao and began to move. Upon witnessing this scene, I could hardly concern myself with whether I was still atop a high cauldron. This was untenable. I had to devise a plan. I must not be investigated. His physical capabilities and bloodline were no longer those of an ordinary person. Most critically, he was utterly destitute, devoid of any power. Yi Huan was rendered speechless, which was entirely unexpected. The so-called Justice Gang was merely a fabrication of Yi Huan's imagination, concocted solely to facilitate his feigned death for survival. Now, with that pretense failing, Yi Huan naturally resorted to such schemes. Among the cavalry, a voice of reason called out loudly, urging everyone to maintain formation and march in accordance with military discipline. Complaints of this nature were not uncommon in this era, especially for someone like Qin Zi, who, in the age of online shopping, would undoubtedly be a compulsive buyer. Jing Jian chuckled, feeling quite helpless in such a situation. The ancestral dragon lay coiled in the void, its massive form undulating through the clouds, exuding an ancient aura while its eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance. After dinner, at Ding Zhang's invitation, the group boarded a four-wheeled carriage to visit the first salt field in Qingdao. As Hua Erbo looked up, she saw the castle hovering above them, drawing ever closer. Li Shun, upon seeing the large bed in the room, instinctively wanted to pull Ling Feng inside. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng swiftly extended her hand, instantly sealing his movement points. Long Tian held great admiration for the Sea Dragon King, who not only transformed a defensive formation into an offensive one, but also created a focal point to manage two formations simultaneously. Upon closer observation, Ming Yilian was astonished to discover that she could not see through Ho Xingqian's cultivation level. This meant that Ho Xingqian's strength far surpassed hers by an unknown magnitude, rendering such a possibility. Likewise, Long Chun and the others beside Long Tian noticed Director Wu's silent gestures. Ziyuan shouted once more, her piercing voice nearly shattering the eardrums of Wu He. Wu He jolted, leaping to his feet, and his bags collided with one another, producing a loud clatter as he sprang forward, only to have his bag snagged, prompting a cry from Ziyuan. Chapter 234, A New Beginning Finale. Thus, a plan quietly took root in his heart. Of course, regardless of how flawless this scheme may be, to reconstruct a realm equivalent to the supreme divine realm in the Winston world, the tacit approval of those 10 individuals was indispensable. Though they were mere mortals, each possessed strength comparable to high-tier deities. Leading the way were Xia Chenhui and Zhe Fei, who had already attained the power of supreme gods. It was precisely because of their presence that the heart of the world was stabilized. An interesting scene unfolded as Chunyu Wuji looked down upon Geng Chong without concern for any disruption, while Huang Fu Yin hesitated, considering whether to take him in. Now, he could significantly shorten the time required. Merely a year had passed in the outside world, yet he had comprehended over 200 laws to the 21st layer of profundity. Hua Xiangrong's mother nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even if the fan were a treasure, she would not waver, for the lives of her husband and son were paramount. Moreover, many talents had emerged from the families within Dongfang City, and the union of the Dongfang clan with these families, founded on mutual affection, was quite favorable for the Dongfang lineage. When he completed a journey that usually took him a quarter of an hour in less than a minute, breathlessly returning with a first aid kit to Mayans, the injured individual appeared to be on the brink of death. This was not merely a testament to Xiao Yi's influence, but rather a result of his notoriety having reached a point where others avoided him as one would a venomous snake. 2 minutes later, Yang Yi and Peng Youfu signed a contract, effectively making Starbucks Yang Yi's enterprise from that day forth. At Yang Yi's insistence, Peng Youfu remained the manager, with an annual salary of 1 million, while Yang Yi enjoyed the freedom of a hands-off proprietor. When Lin Shui appeared before him in a formal gown, Tang Ming was utterly astonished, unable to believe he would encounter an acquaintance in the imperial capital, especially one as tenacious as this inquisitive girl, which could lead to complications regarding identity. As a mentor at the academy, he imparted knowledge of various forging methods. If his own techniques were flawed, how could he teach others the art of forging? Thus, she followed Jin Xingzhe and his companions, taking a seat in a cold, dust-laden room. A traffic accident had undoubtedly resulted in fatalities. Under such circumstances, how could she fail to perceive even a ghost? Upon returning to the courtyard of Guangzhou, he placed Wu Ji on the bed and struck his own eyes with his fists. They were not wrong. After all, Ning Ming lay on the ground, only the slightest rise and fall of her chest betraying life. This occurred days prior during the coursework examination when Qin Bai, inspired, posited in a free response question that the tomb of Qin Shi Huang held further secrets, boldly speculating that the recently discovered yet undeveloped mausoleum was a mere decoy, far less enigmatic than public lore suggested. As Qin Bai slipped away, he was detected by the caged Yi Wanling. At that moment, Yi Wanling was like a startled bird, tears streaming down her face as she beheld a tall, grotesque figure approaching her. He still believed he had acquired the power of divine concealment rather than merit. Yet he felt this behavior closely resembled that of demonic paths, merely exploiting the loopholes in the definition of demonic paths across the 9 provinces. This flattery fell upon Feng Wuqing's ears with some distaste, yet he chose not to respond further. Had they not become spirits, they would have long since turned to dust. He Wuchang steadied himself, preparing to rally, only to see Zhongli swoop in, snatching his weapon and breaking it in two. Striking one half against his forehead and the other against the back of his head, ultimately delivering a final blow atop his skull, leaving He Wuchang disoriented. Synopsis: 3 Lives Martial Soul, Fusion Evolution, a brand new runic system enhancing soul rings. Void Dimension, Ancient Rulers. All the excitement lies within Douluo's Fusion Evolution. Luo Bo and Li, Ice Thundersteed, Thunder Cold Crystal. Tang San and Xiao Wu, Gentlewood Spirit, Blue Silver Rabbit Emperor. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Spectral White Tiger, Evil Eye Leopard. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, God Emperor's Culinary Pavilion, 9-colored sausage. Ma Hongjun and Bai Chunxiang, Jade Abyss Divine Phoenix, Pure Blood Fire Swallow.